the child was just born, and his heart was dug out and abandoned in front of the broken temple gate. When the 5 demon heads imprisoned here discovered him, he was still alive. Not only was the child's heart removed, but also his eyes and spine were dug out one after another. Although he managed to survive until now with his special physique, he was powerless to change his fate. Bai Mei was planning to save the child, but the heart of the demon ancestor sealed here for tens of thousands of years suddenly went berserk. The 5 demons immediately exerted all their strength to suppress it, but the power that should have been sealed in the demon heart erupted with immense energy, and they were unable to resist. If the struggling demon heart triggered the killing formation, all 5 of them would perish. In a critical moment, the 5 demons decided to absorb the energy using the child's body to alleviate the pressure. The outburst of energy from the demon heart did weaken and disappear as expected, but the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, a thunderous heartbeat suddenly resounded in the hall, startling the 5 demons, who discovered that the demon heart had mysteriously appeared inside the child's body, connected by veins, merging into one, and thus revived. After a moment of shock, the 5 demons burst into excited laughter. However, this was not because of the child, but because the demon heart had escaped without triggering the killing formation. This meant that although they could not leave the temple grounds, they no longer had to spend day and night suppressing the demon heart. Immediately, they turned their gaze to the child, deciding to dig out the demon heart once again, because if the demon ancestor were to return from the dead, they would still face inevitable death. The sword demon immediately raised his hand and sucked the child in front of him, pointing his fingertips at the child's heart. Just as it was about to pierce the chest, the child unexpectedly opened his eyes, smiling and hugging the sword demon's finger. The sword demon snorted coldly, threw the baby to Zhao Manzi on the side, and asked him to eat the child. Unexpectedly, Zhao Manzi just took over and threw it to the fat man on the side, indicating that the child was not fat and not tasty. The fat man, without even looking, directly threw it to a sinister young man. The sinister young man, at a loss, immediately threw it to the white eyebrow monk. In the end, these several notorious demons who had killed countless people could not bear to do it and decided to spare the child's life. However, the child's soul was weak and would definitely be possessed by the demon's heart, so they could only act later. Just then, the white eyebrow monk discovered that the demon's heart, which had intended to infect the child's soul, was blocked by the child's inherent divine charm of the chaotic holy body, and instead, it was enveloped by the divine charm, preventing it from escaping. The white-browed monk immediately used the golden soul spell to construct a second barrier for the child's soul, just in case. Later, he found a golden silk embroidery in the baby's swaddle, with the name Fong Ling written on it. After some discussion, they decided to take turns raising the child and nurturing him to adulthood. However, there was one condition: no one was allowed to teach Fong Ling any martial arts. And so, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Whitebrow was meditating in front of a Buddha statue when the 5-year-old Fong Ling suddenly shouted, "Infinite Star River Fist!" The fist force instantly created a breaking sound in the air and blasted towards Whitebrow's back. Whitebrow slowly opened his eyes and lifted his hand to suspend Fong Ling in midair, asking him how long he had been learning the Infinite Star River Fist. This martial art was taught to him by Zhao Manzi 2 years ago. After Fong Ling grew up, this group of demons secretly taught him martial arts, even their most powerful skills, like the Infinite Star River Fist, which was the main martial art of Zhao Manzi's sect. It took him 300 years to master it, but Fong Ling only took 2 years, showing exceptional talent. Hearing the commotion, the charming young flower thief also approached. He was the first to break the rules, teaching Fong Ling the supreme skill of divine steps when he was just over 2 years old. Seeing that these people had all broken the rules, Whitebrow, unwilling to be outdone, immediately taught Fong Ling the supreme skill of the 10,000-word mantra and demanded that he be the first to master it. In fact, they taught Fong Ling martial arts for a reason. They all noticed that Fong Ling's heartbeat was getting weaker and would soon stop. Over the 5 years, they not only taught him martial arts but also took turns infusing him with the original energy to help him recover his heartbeat. However, after several failed attempts to possess Fong Ling's body over the years, the demons no longer wanted Fong Ling to absorb their energy and had already begun to consider a mutual destruction plan. With the abilities of the 5 demons, there were few things in this world that could challenge them, but in favor of this, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, it involved something that was at a height they had not reached. "I'll help him renew his life for a few hundred years, no problem," Zhao Barbarian said in a deep voice. "Renewing your life for hundreds of years?" The flower thief laughed. "Barbarian, you're trying to hitch your life's work to it. It's only a few years of raising him, and you're really raising him emotionally?" Zhao Barbarian looked at him and smiled. "I don't know who it was that quietly injected origin air into little Fong Ling yesterday, trying to restore his normal heartbeat. It's a shame that meatbags not only don't mean shit, but they also let the devil's heart recover a little bit of its vitality," he said. The flower thief immediately got anxious and jumped up. I was just messing around. I have plenty of origin air. What's wrong with just playing around? Alright, don't argue. Wait and wake up that little guy. The old monk raised his hand, signaling the flower thief to sit down. Suddenly, the 5 people seemed to have sensed something unusual, and their faces changed abruptly. They instantly arrived at Fong Ling's room. Why aren't you guys sleeping? Grand Master? Fong Ling pounded a ball of black gas in his hand, blinking as he looked at the 5 masters who had suddenly appeared. The old monk and the others looked at the mass of black chi in his hand, and all of them stared at him with wide eyes, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. This mass of black gas in Fong Ling's hand was none other than the remnants of the demon ancestor's heart, the consciousness of the demon heart. At this moment this wisp of residual thought was actually stripped out. Little Fong Ling, this is, in your hand? Asked the old monk. Fong Ling, lately I've been feeling hard and stuffy inside. I was all asleep just now, and then it suddenly got hard and woke me up. I just felt like I had something stuck in my heart and got it out. How did you get it out? Sword Master asked. It hid inside and refused to come out, so I forced it out, and it came out. Fong Ling gestured with his hands. It was uncomfortable to look at and I wanted to get rid of it, but it just kept sticking to me. Grand Master, can you help me get it off? The old monk gave a soft and held out his left hand. Only a golden swastika appeared in his palm. He put his hand over, and the mass of black chi instantly made a nuisance sound and quickly dissipated into thin air. Wow! This swastika true speech of Great Master is so powerful. I have to learn it in a hurry too. Fong Ling's eyes sparkled with luster and excitement. Sleep first. The old monk smiled amiably and raised his hand to touch his little head, and then the 5 instantly disappeared from the room again and returned to the main hall. No one said anything, just there. You looking at me looking at you. In the middle of the day, the flower thief laughed. This little brat, letting people worry for nothing. So the chaotic saint body is so strong. It's really unexpected. Zhao Barbarian, his physique has long since mutated. Back then, the holy body was crippled, and it was filled with the heart of the devil ancestor. The devil ancestor's heart is eternal and indestructible, capable of supplying endless energy. The crippled holy body drew madly, and after these years of development, it not only recovered its vitality, but also surpassed it. You guys don't know yet. That blood eye of his has stabilized and possesses an extremely terrifying power. Oh, tell me more, Sword Demon said curiously. According to my judgment, that blood eye of his can distort space, or even directly open it. Zhao Barbarian said in a deep voice. In the future, against the enemy, it will easily disintegrate the enemy's attacks. One can even directly exile the other party into the endless void without bloodshed. There's also his 2 treasure bones that were dug out, which have also been restored to almost the same extent. Zhao Barbarian added. I see the most primitive runes from these 2 precious bones. The group of petty thieves who plucked out hearts and eyes and bones back then, would never have dreamed that not only is little Fong Ling not dead now, but he has also become even more terrifying. The flower thief laughed. With his potential, it's quite possible for him to surpass that White Emperor fellow in the future. Several of us were defeated at the hands of the White Emperor, so if we can train a disciple who defeats him, we will be able to raise our eyebrows. The most terrifying thing about this little guy is not his physique, but his enlightenment, the white-browed old monk said indifferently. The barbarian Star River Infinite Fist. He learned it in 2 years. According to my estimation, in 3 more years, the old lineage's swastika true speech will also be practiced. Actually, this little guy learned my divine traveling technique last year, the flower thief muttered in a small voice. Big Fatty sniffed, his eyes widened, and he coldly grunted. You guy, you said on your lips that you wouldn't teach him any divine abilities, and then you turned your hand behind our backs and allowed him to learn all the divine walking steps away. The flower thief gave a sarcastic laugh and silently dared not speak. When they first agreed, they didn't teach him to cultivate until he was 3 years old, and then they would start after that. However, he violated the rules by secretly imparting his divine walking technique to little Fong Ling when he could just walk. This night, Fong Ling slept peacefully. He had never slept so well as he had last night. Every day for the past 5 years, he's actually had the same dream. He dreamed that he was being plucked out of his heart, his eyes and his bones, and that no matter how much he begged for mercy, the other man refused to let him go. Such a dream he repeated countless times, often waking up in the middle of the night. This sleep went straight to noon the next day. He was sound asleep and dreamed he was eating something delicious. But suddenly, a cold, stern voice pulled him back from his dream world. What hour is this? Sword Demon stood in front of the bed, looking at him with a serious face. Fong Ling couldn't open his eyes from the bright light coming through from outside and grunted. I slept too well last night. I can't believe I didn't have that nightmare, and there will be no more of that nightmare in the future. Sword Demon said faintly. The reason why Fong Ling had repeated this nightmare over the years was because of the devil ancestor's heart. Now that the demonic heart's consciousness had been completely erased, he certainly wouldn't be able to repeat that nightmare again. Really? Great! Fong Ling was overjoyed and immediately climbed out of bed. Chapter 004, The Invincible Tao of Refining Swords with Blood. From today onwards, Master will officially teach you the way of the sword. In the courtyard in front of the Maharaja's treasure hall, the sword demon stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "There is only one word in my sword way. Battle." Master once traveled around the 9 heavens with 1 man and 1 sword, defeating all the swordsmen in the world. I know many sword techniques, but I will only teach you one. He slowly raised his right hand and coalesced a blood-colored longsword in it. As Fong Ling looked at the bloody sword, he only felt like he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Terrified, the body also involuntarily stepped back, even almost falling over. The sword technique is called blood sword, refining the sword with blood. The sword demon said indifferently, "This sword skill is simple to cultivate. Just kill people. Use your enemy's blood to sacrifice your own innate blood sword. The stronger the person who sacrifices the sword, the more it improves the sword, which is why Master only killed masters back then. The one I am displaying in front of you now is only 1/10,000th of my power. The current you would be directly crushed by the murderous aura escaping from the blood sword if you were to face the Master's original blood sword directly. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The cultivation process of the blood sword is simple, but it's not easy to get started. Many people can't pass the barrier of condensing their own blood swords. It's not so much that you need a high qualification or a strong physique, but you need to possess pure killing intent. By solidifying the killing intent and blending it with one's own chi and blood, the blood sword can be formed. Haven't you always wanted to leave the cold mountain temple? Once you've condensed your innate blood sword, Master will promise to let you go down the mountain. Really? Fong Ling was overjoyed at his words. He had been staying in such a small temple all these years and had long wanted to go down to the mountains. Of course, Sword Master nodded. Then he raised his hand and pointed a finger at Fong Ling, imparting the sword skill to him. Fong Ling was highly motivated. So after he got the sword skill in the morning, he put his heart and soul into it. Late afternoon, backcountry. Sword Demon and Barbarian Zhao stood on the cliff, looking out at the evening sun in the distance. Fong Ling was not the only one who longed for freedom. They had been suffering for 300,000 years. The sun was setting in the west and it would soon be time to go down. The two of them turned around, ready to go back to their respective rooms to cultivate. But at that moment, Fong Ling spread his feet and ran over cheerfully. "Master Sword, I've condensed my own blood sword," he shouted. The sword demon frowned at his words. On the side, Barbarian Zhao also looked at him and asked, "When did you teach him?" "Today at noon," muttered the sword devil. He looked at Fong Ling and said, "Since you've practiced, show it to my master." "Humph." Fong Ling nodded, and then lifted his right hand in a decent manner. The little waif, who originally looked innocent, instantly changed her temperament. A ferocious and violent killing aura surged out from him, and a wicked dark red blood sword appeared in his hand. This killing aura was not strong, but it was exceptionally violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. After the 3 old monks who were practicing elsewhere in the temple sensed this evil aura, they also immediately came to the back of the mountain. "Master, this is the innate blood sword that I condensed," Fong Ling said. "It should be considered a success, right?" "Not bad." Sword Demon nodded slightly. "Then I can go down the mountain?" Fong Ling asked in surprise. The Sword Demon smiled. "Yes, I agree to you coming down the mountain. But, it's just me who agrees. As for whether your other masters agree or not, I don't know." Although Fong Ling is small, but his brain is very good, immediately realized that he was cheated. "Master Sword, you're being a rascal. I don't care. I'm just going down. Didn't you say, Master Sword, that you were the strongest of all my masters? If the other masters don't agree with me coming down, just beat them up and beat them until they agree," he said with a roll of his tootsie like a little steel gun. "Sword Demon, that's a bit arrogant of you." The flower thief laughed. "I admit that your sword is strong, but it can't defeat me." "First of all, I never said that at all. Don't be fooled by this bastard," Sword Demon said faintly. "Secondly, you have the guts not to use the divine walking technique and fight me head-on. I'd like to see how many swords you can block." "Flower thief, if I'm not allowed to use my divine walking technique, then what the hell?" Zhao Barbarian also glanced over and said with slight dissatisfaction. "Sword Demon, back then, it seems that we hadn't divided the winners and losers in that battle, right? How dare you say you're the strongest of the 5 of us? Why don't we try again now? Let's see if your sword can break through my flesh." "Well, don't be so childish," the old monk spoke. "Little Fong Ling, when you grow up a bit more, we'll let you go down the mountain. Don't even think about it now. Be a good boy and go back to your training." Learn all our skills away early so you can get off the mountain sooner. Oh, Fong Ling listened to the old monk the most, and hearing him say that he had no choice but to sulk back to his room. After he left, the four of them coincidentally had to look at the sword demon. The sword demon sank into a dark breath and said, "Really? I just passed the blood sword to him today. Because cultivating the blood sword required constantly evoking killing intent. It could easily affect one's heart. That was why they had unanimously decided before that Fong Ling should not be allowed to cultivate for the time being. He was afraid that Fong Ling would be affected by his demonic heart when he cultivated and would be reduced to a monster that only knew how to kill. Although the consciousness of the demon ancestor's heart has been erased, it is in the end a demonic heart. Influenced by this heart, his character is not immune, so he was able to condense such an extremely evil blood sword. Sword demon speculated. Maybe. The old monk nodded. It's a good thing that the old monk teaches him more on weekdays. That's what allowed him to suppress the madness within him and not fall into a demon. You old monk. You really know how to label yourself. A few of us taught you better than you. The flower thief grunted. At night, Fong Ling tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He sat up and hammered a few hard blows towards his chest there. It tickles. It tickles me. Two bones near his chest then suddenly itched, making it difficult for him to sleep. These two bones were the very same ones that had been reborn after he had been gutted as a child. He could feel strange runes surging on the bones, but couldn't understand them at all. Suddenly, he looked up and forward. Sensing someone coming, the visitor entered the room silently, and through the moonlight Fong Ling could see the visitor's face. Oh, barbarian master. He was first puzzled for a moment, then he was overjoyed. You're just in time, I feel. He was halfway through his sentence when he realized something was wrong. On a normal day barbarian master gave off a naive and honest feeling, but now, he was like a monster with very scary eyes. It also opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that didn't resemble a human's. Little Fong Ling. You smell so good. Will you let master take a few bites? Master, I really can't help it. Tick, tick, tick. The saliva couldn't stop flowing out from the corner of Zhao Barbarian's mouth and dropping to the ground. Fong Ling was so scared that he let out a shriek and dashed away. Zhao Barbarian immediately chased after him and held him down. Just one bite. Master, just one bite. Zhao Barbarian stuck out his tongue and said in a maniacal manner. But if I accidentally eat you all in one bite, I can't blame master. Help! The pinned-down Fong Ling was powerless to resist and could only let out a loud cry. Zhao Barbarian grabbed Fong Ling and was about to send him into his mouth. Just at this critical moment, the old monk and his men arrived. This guy is having another attack. The flower thief glanced at the grim-faced Zhao Barbarian with a helpless face and hurriedly saved Fong Ling from him. Quickly, combine your efforts to suppress him first, the old monk said hurriedly, Buddhist light shining behind him. A few people wasted a lot of effort before they were able to suppress Barbarian Zhao, and Fong Ling, who was hiding at the side, was stunned. He had always thought that the other masters were joking when they said that the barbarian masters liked to eat people, but he had never expected it to be true. Chapter 005, Devouring All Things Tao Dai Technique. Fong Ling hadn't slept all night because his Zhao barbarian master had also yelled and screamed all night. Little Fong Ling, don't be afraid. Your barbarian master is having an attack and will return to normal after a while. The old monk stayed by his side all night, giving Fong Ling a complete sense of security. Grand Master. Why is barbarian master like this? Fong Ling asked. The old monk pondered for a moment, turned his head to the place where barbarian Zhao was suppressed, and said, when your barbarian master recovers, ask him yourself. The original reason for this is not very well known to your Grand Master. I have only heard about it a little. Aha! Fong Ling nodded. While his mind was recalling what these masters had said about each other, he used to think they were lying to him. But now, Grand Master, they say you kill the most people and are the worst. Is that true? He asked again. The old monk stroked his white eyebrows and laughed. That's true. The Grand Master has taken detours in the past and has indeed killed too many innocent people. At that time the Great Master was possessed, and anyone who didn't convert to me would be slapped to death by me. Conversion? What does that mean? Fong Ling asked. This is a Buddhist term meaning wholehearted devotion to a certain faith, to a certain Buddha, the old monk explained. The Great Master used to be bent on becoming a Buddha, so he let others convert to me. But whoever does not convert to me is a heretic in my eyes, and the end of heresy is destruction. So the Great Master killed all those who did not convert to me. If it were me, I would be willing to convert to Great Master. How nice you are, Great Master. Fong Ling smiled cheekily. To him, the Grand Master was the kindest man in the world. Of course, there were only 5 people in his world right now besides him. The old monk smiled faintly at his words, dotingly touching Fong Ling's small head. At around noon, Zhao Barbarian, who had been making a lot of noise for a long time, finally quieted down. Sword Demon and the others also came out of his meditation room one after another, and they looked very tired, trying to calm down the crazy Zhao barbarian and not harm him. The few of them had suffered a lot. Little Fong Ling, your barbarian master is calling you over. Big Fatty shook his body full of fat and walked over, looking at Fong Ling and said, "Got it." Fong Ling was not intimidated and immediately got up with a pat on the back and walked towards Barbarian Zhao's Zen room. Entering the meditation room, he looked over to Master Zhao Barbarian, who was leaning against the wall. Back to normal. He turned back into what Fong Ling saw on weekdays. Thick and honest. And staying by his side gave him a very peaceful feeling. Barbarian Master. He walked forward and grabbed the corner of Barbarian Zhao's coat. Zhao Barbarian squeezed out a smile and asked, "Little Fong Ling, was you scared by Master last night?" Fong Ling nodded. "It is a bit. First time to see a different Barbarian Master. This is Master's old problem. Often prone to attacks," Zhao Barbarian said, his eyes revealing a hint of exhaustion. "When I grow up in the future, I will definitely find a good doctor to come over and help Master Barbarian cure this disease," Fong Ling said. Zhao Barbarian smiled and shook his head. "I can't be cured of this disease by the general public, but hearing you say that, Master is still very happy. Master has practiced an extremely evil technique called Taotai Divine Skill. It's a way to make your flesh stronger by eating people, but at the later stages of cultivation, the drawbacks of this divine skill will become apparent. Those who were eaten alive by the Master in one bite, they were full of resentment. These grievances stayed for a long time and gradually came together to invade my divine soul. When Master had his attack, it was these resentful spirits that hissed and roared, driving Master crazy with them. So that's how it is." Fong Ling probably heard and understood. "But the blood sword divine decree that Master's sword passed down to me also requires constant killing in order to become stronger. Will I one day become like you, Master Barbarian, and be haunted by a resentful spirit?" Zhao Barbarian shook his head. "No, using blood to refine the sword. The target is your innate blood sword. The blood sword is unrivaled in its sharpness and full of murderous energy, and those who die under the sword will have their souls completely strangled, and are not qualified to become resentful souls. But although you won't have an attack like Master, the blood sword will gradually affect your character. It tends to make you violent and impulsive. Don't look at your sword master right now with a gentle, transcendent look. He used to be an unabashed lunatic. Master Barbarian, pass on the Taotai divine skill to me." Fong Ling blinked his eyes and added. Zhao Barbarian's face sank as he muttered, "Why do you want to learn it? Didn't Master tell you that there are great disadvantages to cultivating this divine skill to the later stages? If it wasn't for the fact that your master I stopped cultivating and not eating people some years ago, or else I would have become a mindless man-eating monster by now. Master has passed on the Star River Infinite Fist to you, so you are considered to have taken up my mantle, and you don't need to cultivate this evil art anymore." Fong Ling grunted. "Big Master said I could learn." The Grand Master said his Golden Soul mantra can block the invasion of resentful souls. If the invasion of disgruntled souls had been stopped from the start, it wouldn't have been. In fact, this matter was something he had discussed with the old white-browed monk before, and came to the conclusion that it was as Fong Ling said at this moment. "But this cannibalism is ultimately heretical and too evil for people. This little guy is our disciple, and you still want him to follow the right path? There are no resources in this broken temple. He'll have to come down sooner or later, and a few of us old guys don't want to leave without thousands or tens of thousands of years, and he's out there all alone without any background, without anyone to help him. So now he has to be taught even the skill of stealing chickens and dogs." At that moment, Barbarian Zhao heard the flower thief's spaced-out voice. After thinking for a moment or two, he raised his hand and pointed a finger at Fong Ling, passing the Taotai divine skill to him. The first step of the Taotai divine skill is to cultivate inner work, because everyone's physique is different. Master can't help you with how the inner gong is cultivated. You'll have to feel your way around carefully and truly familiarize yourself with this body before you can succeed, Zhao Barbarian said. "I know. My disciple will definitely practice earlier." Fong Ling laughed. The reason why he wanted to cultivate was because he thought that after he cultivated, he might be able to find a way to help Master Barbarian cure his illness in the future. "There's one more thing you have to remember," Zhao Barbarian added. "In the future, after you come down from the mountain, you must not let other people know that you know this divine skill, or you will be hunted down by the whole world. If you're going to eat someone to practice, it has to be without anyone next to you. If you're accidentally seen, eat the one who accidentally saw it along with you, and in any case, don't let anyone know about it." Fong Ling, remember. Chapter 006, Companion Spiritual Treasure Heavenly Plague Cauldron. Fong Ling touched his parched stomach and grunted. "Master Barbarian, then I'll go eat first." It was the time when he was growing his body, and Fong Ling had a large amount of meals, so he was also easily hungry. However, except for the Fat Master. The other 4 masters never ate. In the words of the Grand Master, they have all been incapacitated. Go on. Zhao Barbarian waved his hand. Eat more. Fong Ling quickly arrived at the stoveroom, and at the moment, the big Fat Master was sitting in front of the fire stove to burn the fire. The sound of gurgling came from the pot, and the aroma that escaped made Fong Ling's mouth and teeth even more delicious. Fat Master, what are we eating today? He moved a small bench and sat over as well. Big Fatty laughed. Scorpion stew. Wow, it's my favorite food. Fong Ling's eyes lit up. Apprentice has always had a question. Fat Master, you don't eat much every day either? How did you get so fat? Fat is a blessing. The fatter the better. Big Fatty laughed. Look at your other masters. They don't get thin even if they don't eat. Then shouldn't I be fatter compared to them if I eat every day? Fat Master? Seems like it. Fong Ling grunted and nodded. The big fat man got up and picked up the lid of the pot and tasted the flavor with a spoon while nodding in satisfaction. Almost ready to eat, he said. Fong Ling had long been waiting with a broken bowl in her arms, and was so good that she raised her little hand to ask for his help in making a bowl. A few bowls of scorpion soup went down, and he didn't even spare the scorpion's legs, eating them all. Seeing little Fong Ling eating so happily, Big Fatty also revealed a hint of a smile. It's not really even that good. Dragon tendons, phoenix wings, unicorn feet, that's delicious, he said. Better than scorpion soup or roasted toad? Fong Ling asked curiously. Of course, the dragon, phoenix and unicorn, but they are true spirits, Big Fatty said. Back then, your Fat Master, I was also lucky enough to catch a fallen little phoenix, which was the first time I tasted the flavor of the true spirit. Dragons and unicorns are on par with it, and I think the flavor should be on the same level. Then in the future, I will definitely catch a few dragons and unicorns and come back to give Fat Master a taste. Fong Ling laughed. Silly boy. These true spirits are not to be messed with. Even the masters have to be revered when they see them on a regular basis. Ah, then didn't you say, Fat Master, that you even caught a phoenix to eat? Fong Ling mumbled. That was an accident. It happened to happen a good easy to deal with, explained the big fat man. Well, wait for me in the courtyard when you're full, and I'll come back for you when I've finished washing the dishes. Fat Master, starting today, I'm going to start teaching you the Jedi Academy as well. If I learn it, will I become as big as Fat Master? Fong Ling asked in a small voice, and raised her head to look at him. What, is it bad to be fat? Big Fatty asked. Not really, it is just too fat. Looking strange and scary, Fong Ling said back. The big fat man laughed and reached out to touch Fong Ling's head, his thick hand covering Fong Ling's entire head. Don't be afraid. Master's fat is natural. You couldn't learn it if you wanted to, he said. So, Fong Ling nodded, then obediently went to the courtyard to wait. Not a moment later, Big Fatty came out of the cookhouse. Your Fat Master, me, is best at making poison. Also I have another treasure. He flipped his palm over and a small green-colored tripod appeared in his palm. Fong Ling grabbed the small tripod and carefully examined it, saying, what's the use of it? This object is called the Heavenly Plague Cauldron. It is your Fat Master's companion spirit treasure. Your other masters aren't as blessed as I am to have companion spirit treasures with them. Big Fatty smiled proudly. What is a companion spiritual treasure? Fong Ling asked. There are some people that are born extraordinary, just like you, with a powerful special physique. Big Fatty explained. There are also some people who don't have a special physique, but are born with a kind of spiritual treasure. This kind of treasure that comes in one's lifetime and becomes one with oneself is the companion spiritual treasure. Companion spiritual treasures also have strengths and weaknesses, and this Heavenly Plague Cauldron of your Fat Masters happens to be the top of the line. It swallows all the poisons of the world and melds their toxins into me. That's why I, your Fat Master, have been working with poisons since I was a child. Grand Master said that your poison is very powerful. So just how powerful is it? Fong Ling asked curiously. The big fat man pondered for a moment and returned. You could say that if your master and I were to fully release my own toxicity, the land that I pass through will not have an inch of grass, and all living beings will be poisoned to death by me. So scary. Fong Ling was shocked. Then can the Fat Master poison the Grand Master and the others? Ah, that shouldn't be possible, but it can make them feel bad, he said with a light cough. Alright, next I will transfer this Heavenly Plague Cauldron into your body. Starting today, your body will begin to be hardened with poison as well. Ha, didn't you say, Fat Master, that the companion spiritual treasure is fused with you? How can it still be transferred? Fong Ling asked. Because your Fat Master is strong enough, Big Fatty said in a deep voice. I have also researched a set of secret techniques that can forcibly deprive others of their companion spirit treasures, and I will pass them on to you in the future as well. It's starting. Big Fatty sent the tripod towards Fong Ling, slowly disappearing into his body. Fong Ling quickly felt the presence of the heavenly plague cauldron, as if it was already a part of his body. Fat Master, if you give me this treasure, what about yourself? He asked again. Big Fatty laughed. I don't really need this baby anymore. Your Fat Master. I have devoured almost all the poisonous things in the world. Your Fat Master. The level of toxins in the body has reached a bottleneck. No matter how many more toxins I absorb, not much more will change, unless one can obtain those top-notch toxins. But I had searched for those things for tens of thousands of years, and I don't have a clue. They are all nebulous existences. Alright, next I'll teach you how to use this tripod. He held out his hand again and 2 purple scorpions came out of his sleeve. Just take them into the cauldron. Then put your hands over the lid and slowly absorb the spilled toxins, he said. Isn't this the scorpion I usually eat? Fong Ling was so surprised that he looked at the 2 purple scorpions that had suddenly appeared. Yes, but you're eating the part after the toxin has been fully extracted, he said. I've secretly hatched quite a few poisonous insects over the years. Enough for you kid to use for a few years. When you absorb all of these poisonous insects prepared by your master, the toxicity you possess will be able to reach a decent level. After you've absorbed it first, Master will teach you how to control the toxin, especially its retraction. Aha! Fong Ling immediately opened the heavenly plague cauldron and sucked those 2 scorpions in. And then he closed the lid of the tripod and put his hands over it. Wisps of purple toxin spread from his hands, throughout his body. Chapter 007, When will you return after all these years? The old monk and the others originally had a vague concept of time. 300,000 years in the cold mountain monastery is just a rough estimate, but since Fong Ling came to them, the days became clearer every day. 18 years would have been negligible in a length of time of 300,000 years, but to them, these past 18 years have been more real than any previous years. At this moment, the 5 people were cooking tea and discussing the Tao on the stone table in front of the hall. Suddenly, an unearthly aura rose to the sky from the direction of the back mountain, breaking through the heavenly Gui realm and reaching the heavenly power realm. The old monk stroked his long eyebrows and smiled faintly. At the age of 18, without any cultivation resources, he reached this realm with his own talent alone. The flower thief teetered on his legs and sked. To think that I was the crown prince of the profound kingdom back then. Endless resources were added to me. But at the age of 18, I was only in the middle stage of the Tianxian realm. The 7 realms of martial Tao. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang. Zhao Barbarian muttered. If you want to break through the martial Tao and enter the immortal Tao, you mostly need to reach the Yaoguang realm before the age of 1000. With little Fong Ling's momentum today, at less than 100 years old, he will surely be able to reach the Yaoguang realm. This natural talent, it's truly terrifying. The bitterness of plucking out the heart, digging out the eyes, and picking out the bones back then wasn't for nothing. And under the enchantment of the devil ancestor's heart, the chaotic saint body has evolved to an extremely terrifying degree. Although it's peaceful in Cold Mountain Temple, apart from some of Fatty's poisonous insects, he doesn't have any more cultivation resources. Sword Demon also spoke up. They say you have to light the 7 stars before it's too late, and I think it's about time we let this little guy go down the mountain and make his own way. When he was 5 years old, the blood sword was already condensed. Over the years, my 3 strongest sword moves. He has also learned dragon slaying, heaven asking, and prison suppressing. So as long as he doesn't run into those old monsters out there, it's enough to defend himself as well. Barbarian, how is his Taotai divine skill practiced? The blood sword and Taotai divine skill are more economical to cultivate at the same time. Zhao Barbarian, this little guy completed the inner law 3 years ago, with a stomach like a Taotai. But he seemed to innovate, but it kind of worked out. In the future, use blood to refine the sword and flesh to refine the body. Killing one person while practicing both methods will yield twice the result with half the effort. Master, what do you think? He looked again at the white-browed old monk who was resting with his eyes closed on the side. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and said, Amitabha Buddha, the little one's wings are full, and it's time to spread them. Shouldn't have been stuck in this little cold mountain temple with a bunch of old, undead guys like us. The top Buddhist divine ability, the swastika true word, he has realized it. The golden soul mantra that Lao Dian imposed on his sea of consciousness back then, which he can also control freely, can keep his divine soul safe. When I was 3 years old, I was even already able to walk the flower thief's divine walking steps, and even when I encountered danger, I was able to turn it into a safe haven, so there's nothing to worry about. That's an open statement. Master, this kid's divine walking steps has already been cultivated to the 2nd layer. As long as he doesn't mess with those old monsters, he can run across the world. The flower thief laughed, complacent. I even taught him the stealing fragrance finger, and I'm not afraid that this kid will be pitted by women in the future. He. It was agreed in the beginning that this kind of unseemly thing should not be taught indiscriminately. But you're good. The sword demon coldly snorted, rather disdainful. Why can't I get on the stage? I don't know how many people coveted my stealing fragrance finger back then. The flower thief was instantly anxious. Little Fong Ling learned this hand. Sooner or later it will come in handy. Aren't your murderous and cannibalistic demonic feats still not up to scratch? Alright, stop arguing. Little Fong Ling is coming over. Big Fatty opened his mouth and said, the fat on his face shaking as he spoke. All of you are masters now. Don't lose face in front of your disciples. Fong Ling had heard them bickering from a great distance away, but he had long since gotten used to it. 18 years had passed and he had grown into a man. Who would have thought that the poor crippled baby back then would have grown into the present flamboyant look? The grown-up Fong Ling can be described as heroic, with a more inscrutable sense of mystery. The bloodshot eyes that had regrown back then were now back to looking like normal eyes. Only when the blood eye is in power will it show its original form. Back then, several masters had said that when my disciples' realm reached the heavenly power realm, I would be able to leave the mountain. I wonder if the agreement back then still stands. Fong Ling walked to the stone table and asked. The old monk nodded slightly. Of course, with your realm and skills nowadays, it's enough for you to go down the mountain and make a break for it. We've told you a lot about the world below the mountain, but we've been isolated in this broken temple for 300,000 years. And some things may be a little different from what we've been told. Be smart yourself when you're in trouble. Apprentice remembers the great master's teachings. Fong Ling bowed his head. Flower thief, all the women under the mountain are tigers. Little Fong Ling, you must respect women when you see them. Especially pretty women. The prettier they are the more you have to stay away. Most are no good. Zhao Barbarian and the others didn't expect the world's #1 flower picker to actually say such words, so they couldn't help but all look at him with some surprise. What are you looking at me for? Am I wrong? The flower thief shrugged his shoulders in bemusement. Fong Ling, don't worry Master Hua. When I see a woman I'll just chop her off with a sword. I'll never say a word more. This point follows me. The sword demon revealed a hint of a pleased smile. Linger, you must remember. There is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword naturally, God. Zhao Barbarian looked at Fong Ling with slight worry and said, nowadays, although you have a small cultivation level, in the vast cultivation world, there are many who are stronger than you. Be careful with everything out there and don't be too bossy. A few of us are trapped in the cold mountain, and no one can help you if something happens. Everything can only depend on you. Master knows you're dying to get revenge on the people who plucked out your heart, gouged out your eyes, picked out your bones, and killed your entire clan back then. But don't rush everything. As long as you slowly become stronger, sooner or later in the future you'll be able to take revenge one day. Don't worry, Barbarian Master. The submerged dragon is not to be used, and hiding the front and guarding the back. I am already well versed in it. Fong Ling returned. Finally, he looked over at his master, who looked like a fat mountain of meat, to hear what he wanted to command. But the fat master was usually quiet and didn't seem to have much to say. After waiting for half a day, I only heard him hold back this sentence. When you go outside, you have to eat on time too. Got it. Fong Ling nodded, while taking a few steps backward. Facing these 5 masters who had raised him up and taught him their skills, he bowed deeply. I've been gone for years, and I don't know when I'll return. My disciple will surely practice diligently and diligently cultivate his divine abilities. When the day comes, break this 10 directions all-destroying formation, and return the 5 masters to freedom. Though he knew that these 5 masters of his were all evil people with heinous sins. Anyone in this world can despise and hate them, but only he, Fong Ling, has to do his filial duty to them. Go on. The old monk smiled amiably and waved his hand at him. Fong Ling turned around and walked straight towards the gate of Cold Mountain Temple. The moment I pushed open the door, the wind swayed and the flowers drifted. A peach blossom wind blew in the face of this peaceful deep mountain ancient temple. He came with peach blossoms back then, and now a few petals are floating down his hair and shoulders, also with peach blossoms. Chapter 008, Out of a Dream at Willow City. It had been 18 years, and this was the first time Fong Ling had left this long-sealed door. He took one step down the green steps. The green steps were covered with slippery moss because no one had set foot on them for years. An ordinary person would most likely fall here if they were not careful. When he was a child, he wanted to leave this broken temple with all his heart, but when he really left now, he was suddenly a little uncertain inside, not knowing where to go. He followed a road slowly until he came to a populated village. The village is small and isolated. Thus the arrival of outsiders immediately drew the attention of the villagers. A few young boys from the village gathered around at the moment, but they didn't dare to make a scene. What Fong Ling was wearing was silk woven by the poisonous silkworms raised by the fat master, and this disguise looked like that of a great gentleman. What is the purpose of your visit to my he village, Your Excellency? A dark youth at the head asked. Fong Ling, I got lost in the mountains and don't know how to get out. I'd like to go to a nearby city. Might I trouble you to show me the way? So it is. The dark youth nodded and looked at the few people on the side. Dog egg, you guys go back and get busy. I'll just take this gentleman into the city. Just as it's time for me to go back to the city to do my work. Alright, Brother Blackie, come back often when you have time. Those few people bid him farewell. Definitely. Definitely. The dark youth smiled and waved at them. And then he led Fong Ling towards the road to the city. The youngest, Hidayo, was also called Blackie by the village people because of his dark skin since he was a child. I wonder what the gentleman's name is, the dark youth asked. Down below Ling, he returned. It was the first time he had ever had to deal with people from the mountains. He found that the people outside are not like what several masters said, treacherous and cunning. In front of this person called Hidayo is quite kind. Your Honor's surname is Fong? Is it the city South family? Hidayo asked in a hurry. Fong Ling shook his head. Nonetheless, I came from outside the country. All I know is that this is the great kingdom of Chu, and there is a smelting city nearby. The great Chu kingdom? Are you joking, my lord? Hidayo was astonished. The great Chu kingdom was destroyed long ago, and this is the 678th year of the Nanyang kingdom's Camelot emperor. My Nanyang kingdom has also been established for more than 20,000 years, and as for the Yi city you mentioned, it has also long been renamed to Willow City, a sea of change. It turns out that the Grand Master and the others really haven't come out for tens of thousands of years in the cold mountain temple. Fong Ling muttered in his heart. Hidayo looked Fong Ling up and down carefully and said, I see. Your Excellency must be a cultivator. Still teleported from far away, right? Yes, Fong Ling responded. He followed Hidayo and chatted the whole way, and he was able to gain some understanding of the place he was in nowadays. The nearby Willow City was a large city with a population of over 1 million, and there were quite a few cultivators and cultivation families within the city. However, compared to other places, Willow City was very inconspicuous and a desolate place. It didn't matter to Fong Ling. His most pressing concern right now was to understand the world before he thought about where to go next. Hidayo is an ordinary person, walking all the way, almost to the evening before arriving at Luchang. It was thanks to him that he was young and strong. If it were anyone else, it would have been difficult for him to reach the city gates before they closed. Although Willow City was also just a bullet point, it was still too big for Fong Ling, who had been harboring in the cold mountain temple for 18 years. The bustling streets, the various novelties and gadgets, all gave him a feeling of unreality. My lord, the road has been brought, and I must return to the lord's house. Shall we take our leave at this point? Hidayo said with a smile. Fong Ling softly chimed and said, Fong heard you say on the way that the Zhao family where you do your labor is also a cultivation family. I'm stranded here and no longer have half an allowance on me, so if it's possible, I'd like to ask Brother Dio to help introduce me. Let me also go to Zhou's house to live for a while first. Hidayo is a little hesitant. Then I wonder what crafts Mr. Fong knows. Does killing count? Although I haven't killed anyone yet, I've been practicing the art of killing since I was young, Fong Ling said back. Hidayo let out a sarcastic smile and returned. I think Mr. Fong also has some skills in his body. Then you can consider becoming a Zhao family guard. The Zhao family guards are treated much better than this broken carpenter of mine. It's just that I can't guarantee that the Zhao family's people will accept you. After all, the Zhao family's guards' recruitment standards are also very high. No harm done. Then thank you, Brother Dio. Fong Ling laughed. Aha, you come with me. He nodded. But there's something I have to warn you about first. The Zhao family is a place that puts a lot of rules in place. When you get there, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't ask too many questions about what you shouldn't ask, or you'll easily invite big trouble. Got it. Don't worry, Brother Dio. Fong Ling said back. Not long after, Fong Ling followed Hidayo to a mansion in the west of the city. Hidayo went in first for a long time before a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the gate. This gorgeously dressed middle-aged man looked Fong Ling up and down and said, I am the steward of the Zhao mansion. Zhao Ruixiang. Your Excellency is not an ordinary person, so if you have any instructions for visiting the Zhao mansion, you may as well tell us. Zhao Ruixiang's cultivation level was not high, yet he managed to sit steadily in the position of steward for decades. Other skills aside, the ability to read people and judge things is still good. At a glance, he felt that Fong Ling was not to be underestimated, so he was polite and did not dare to offend. Fong Ling, I've been stranded here and have no place to go for the time being, so I would like to ask for an errand in your residence. Zhao Ruixiang pondered for a moment and had a plan in mind. The young man in front of him looked weird as hell. If he was hastily recruited into the mansion, he was afraid that it would lead to some kind of trouble, so it can only be put off for the time being with a reason, but it must not be offended. While he was pondering what excuse to make up, A carriage suddenly stopped in front of the mansion. "Missy is back." Zhao Ruixiang hurriedly greeted her first. A soft hum came from the carriage, and then a long black boot poked out as Miss Zhao stepped out of the carriage. "Uncle Rui, who is this person?" she asked with some curiosity as she looked to Fong Ling on the side. "The thing is like this. Zhao Ruixiang immediately will endow. Since they are people in distress, then helping out for a while is not a problem," Miss Zhao said indifferently. "You'll stay in my Zhao family for now, and as for what you'll do in the future, it's not too late to discuss it later." "Many thanks." Fong Ling arched his hand towards this Miss Zhao clan before following the butler into the Zhao mansion. Zhao Ruixiang didn't arrange for him to stay in the place where the subordinates lived, but brought him specifically to the top-class guest room. After a few simple explanations, Fong Ling even stayed here. "Dad, you wanted to see me?" At night, in family head Zhao Tianlong's room, Miss Zhao asked. "Sure Anna, I heard your uncle Rui say that you took in a stranger to the mansion?" Zhao Tianlong said in a deep voice. "That person didn't have a place to go, saying that he wanted to stay in our house for a while." Zhao Shiren returned. "Fong, just now I went to look at this person and found that this person is not simple." Zhao Tianlong added. "Zhao Shiren, it is precisely because this person is not simple that my daughter is willing to take him in. The Qin family is pushing too hard these days, and my Zhao family even needs more manpower." "Aren't you afraid that this person is a spy sent over by the Qin family?" Zhao Tianlong asked with some seriousness. Zhao Shiren laughed. "There's no way the Qin family could have such a person. He could never be a Qin family spy." Zhao Tianlong also laughed out loud. "In the end, it's my daughter." "That's so right. With that family style and tutelage of the Qin family, it's absolutely impossible to cultivate such a character. Your father traveled a lot in his day and saw a lot of people. This person is by no means simple." Chapter 009. More than a month of hard reading in the study halls. For several days in a row, no one came to Fong Ling to ask him to do anything. Instead, he was served with good food and drink, which made him feel a bit strange. He was about to go to the fat butler and ask for clarification, but he suddenly noticed someone approaching. There was a knock on the door. "Is it convenient for me to go in?" The visitor was none other than the Zhao family's eldest young miss, Zhao Xiaoran. "Come in," Fong Ling said indifferently. Zhao Shiren personally carried a food box and pushed the door in. She was born very beautiful, demure, today wearing a light blue palace dress more charming. "The kitchen has made some treats. A laurel cake unique to my Willow City. Your Excellency has come a long way to try it." Zhao Shiren raised her eyes to him and smiled slightly. She had long ago found out about Fong Ling's rough origins from Blackie. At the very least, it was certain that he shouldn't be from the Nanyang Kingdom, and just listening to that accent was not even close. "Many thanks, miss." Fong Ling nodded slightly. "By the way, I have been in your residence for quite some time. I wonder if you have any plans for me?" There are many household servants and slaves in the mansion, and there are many guards and guests, so there is absolutely no need for Gongzi to work hard. Zhao Shiren laughed. "Since you have fallen on hard times here, you should feel at ease and recuperate in my mansion. And if there is anything you need, just say so. Although my Zhao family is a small clan, I know the way of hospitality and will definitely try to fulfill it." "Fong Ling, there is really one thing. I teleported from far away and want to go back a long way. If you don't know anything about the journey, you may be in danger. So I would like to borrow your study for a while, so that I can read through some miscellaneous passages. There is just such a place in the mansion that might be able to fulfill your son's needs." Zhao Shiren laughed. "Your Excellency should follow me first. After recognizing a path, you can travel to browse any time in the future. Then I'll be grateful." Fong Ling returned. He followed Zhao Shiren's ass, turning left and right, passing through several corridors, and came to a grass house. There are few people here on weekdays, so there are still some dead branches and leaves in front of the courtyard that no one sweeps. At this time, the fat butler Zhao Ruixiang came trotting over with a gasp. Mr. Fong." The two of him signaled once or twice, and then they immediately pulled out the key to this grass lodge and unlocked it. "No one has been here for some time, and the house smells heavy. I'll have the underlings go in first and clean up a bit, so it's not too late for you to go in later." Zhao Shiren gave a soft hum and added, "Uncle Rui, give this key to Mr. Fong first. In the future, Mr. Fong should come from time to time, and it will save you from running around all day." "Okay, Mr. Fong, you keep it." Zhao Ruixiang respectfully presented the key with both hands. Fong Ling took it in and gave a soft thank you. After a while, after the underlings finished cleaning up, he and Zhao Shiren walked in. "Mr. Fong, I still have some things to do there as well, so I won't be here to keep you company," Zhao Shiren said. "If you need anything, just talk to my Uncle Rui. Please go ahead." "Ms. Zhao." Fong Ling nodded and took a book off the shelf for himself and started flipping through it. In fact, he had read some books in the Cold Mountain Temple, but they were just Buddhist scriptures from the Grand Master's collection. Everything about the outside world was only heard piece by piece from them, but they had long been separated by tens of thousands of years, and many things might have been very different. He pored over these books voraciously, and did not believe all that was said in them, but read them through. Time passed and more than a month passed. In the Zhao family's garden, Zhao Xiaoren was there cultivating the soil for the spirit flower. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and turned to stand up. "Greetings, father." Zhao Tianlong let out a soft hum before leading her to sit around a stone table to the side. "Girl, what has that guest been doing lately?" When Fangling had just arrived not 2 days ago, he had something to go out and didn't come back until today. Hence this question. Zhao Shiren returned, reading day and night, stayed there in the grass fastness and never came out. "Oh, it's really weird." Zhao Tianlong was quite surprised. "And has anything more been found out about this man's identity?" Zhao Shiren shook her head helplessly. "Nothing, this person just appeared as if out of nowhere. In that case, there's no need to investigate more, unless he knows about it and displeases him," Zhao Tianlong said indifferently. "By the way, when will that senior brother of yours arrive? I expect the Qin family to make their move in the next 2 days. They definitely won't stop at that spirit mine. He should be coming soon." Zhao Shiran sighed softly. She wouldn't have been willing to call the man over if the situation at home hadn't been a real emergency. Meanwhile, the Kusakai was located some distance from the garden. Fangling put down the book in his hand, his face showing some thoughts. With the power of his divine soul, what was happening in every corner of the Zhao family? He knows exactly what anyone has said. With a flash of his figure, he instantly arrived at the garden and came beside the Zhao family's father and daughter. His appearance out of thin air really scared them. "Father and daughter, thanks for taking care of me during this time," Fangling spoke. "If your Zhao family is in trouble, I can help out once." Zhao Tianlong hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. "Please sit down, Mr. Fang." Fangling sat down and looked sideways at Zhao Shiren, saying, "Is Miss Xiao from the Feather Crane sect?" He hadn't read the books this month for nothing, and he had a rough impression about the outside world as well as the Nanyang Kingdom. There were only some small cultivation families in Willow City, while the larger cultivation forces were in Lin Tian City. There were numerous sects and large cultivation families there, and the martial arts were relatively prosperous. Zhao Shiren nodded. "Yes, I am an inner disciple of the Feather Crane sect. It's only been a while since I've been home for a little while due to family commitments." At that moment, a cheerful laugh came from the archway. "Senior sister, I'm coming. Uncle is also here? I am Qianling. Senior sister Zhao should have mentioned me to you." A fairly good-looking white man strides over. "Greetings, senior brother Qianling." Zhao Shiren saw him arrive and immediately rose to greet him. "Xian nephew has finally come," Zhao Tianlong said with a cheerful face. "Come, quickly take a seat." Qianling was originally spirited, but at this moment, he couldn't help but land his gaze on Fangling. "Senior sister, this is?" he asked. "Oh, this is Mr. Fangling Fang, an honored guest of my Zhao family," Zhao Shiren said back. "I wonder where Mr. Fang is in his senior position." Qianling immediately looked at Fangling and asked, "Fangling, it's just idle clouds and wild cranes, so it's a casual cultivator." He. Qianling laughed and shook his head. Zhao Tianlong which do not know the young man this mind, and do not want the relationship between the two of them to fall out, but not knowing what to say, he just casually coped. "Senior sister, what exactly is this person's origin?" After Fangling left, Qianling asked again. "Zhao Xiaoran, I don't know either. It's just that he strayed here and came to settle in my Zhao family for the time being." Senior sister is confused. "Don't look at this guy with a few looks, but he's mostly a liar," Qianling said with a serious face. "I've seen a lot of people like this one, and he likes to come to your countryside and pretend to be something he's not, so that you think he's good, and he'll also take advantage of the opportunity to cheat money and sex. I don't think so?" Zhao Shiren smiled awkwardly. Chapter 010 Unlimited Scenery and Springtime. Zhao Tianlong's face changed slightly. He knew that Qianling's words would definitely be heard by Fangling. To offend Fangling because of this guy, it's not worth it, and quickly said, "Xian nephew doesn't have to think so much. This Mr. Fang is not that kind of person." When Qianling saw that Zhao Tianlong also spoke out in defense of Fangling, her heart became even more displeased. The originally warm face was also a bit gloomy, rather. It was Qian who was meddling. "Senior sister, since your family has this Mr. Fang sitting in on it, there's no need to invite me then." He. "Senior brother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." He didn't just pay lip service. He actually got up and left. He knew that the Zhao family was in some kind of trouble right now and desperately needed his help to hold up the fort, so he would definitely retain him. That way he could also seize the initiative and take this lovely senior sister under his wing this time. Zhao Xiaoren looked to the side at her father. and Zhao Tianlong shook his head slightly, signaling that she didn't need to say much. Just like this, Qianling left the Zhao mansion straight away. I can't believe you won't come after me and beg. In front of the door of the mansion, Qianling whisked his sleeves away, but he walked slowly. In the garden, neither father nor daughter looked too good. Girl, this senior brother of yours is narrow-minded and unbearable to work with. It's better to stay away from him in the future. After a long time, Zhao Tianlong said in a deep voice, Zhao Shiren, this person has repeatedly hinted to me that he wants me to become his Dao couple, but I have politely refused. This is a crisis situation at home and I didn't think much about it for a while. Let him go. We still have Duke Fong to help us, so we expect to be safe, Zhao Tianlong said. The fact that Fong Ling appeared in front of them out of nowhere just now said it all. To be able to have this ability, his cultivation level was at the very least in the second realm of the martial Dao, Tianxian. As for him, Zhao Tianlong, he was only at the great circle of the heavenly pivot realm, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, Yaoguang. The gap between each of these 7 great realms of martial arts was like a heavenly rift. Good Yu Zhao family, good Yu Zhao Shiren. I can't believe you didn't come to retain me. You didn't give me any face. Qianling, who had already made it to the outskirts of the city, was green in the face as he slowed down all the way to wait for Zhao Shiren to come after him. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, there was still no movement, as if he had made a fool of himself. It's just a mountain girl. So much for repeatedly rejecting me. How dare you brush me off like that this time? If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm just craving your body. How about? He went back to Lookout Castle Pass and wanted to go to the Qin family. He knew that the Zhao Qin families were fighting over a spirit mine. The Qin family should be happy for him to go over and help out, and it didn't seem to be a problem for him to make an offer along the way. He was about to turn back to Willow City when he suddenly saw a man walking towards him. Qianling laughed, killing intent in his eyes. I wondered who it was. So it was you guys. Originally, this time was a good opportunity for me to pin down senior sister Zhao, but it all ended up being ruined by your brat. Fong Ling, you want to kill me? So what? Qianling snorted coldly and boldly drew the matching sword at his waist. Wind Spirit Slash. He lightly shouted and chopped out a green-colored sword blade. However, Fong Ling, who was standing across from him, had an impassive face, and just silently watched as this green-colored sword blade cut into his neck. What? Qianling was appalled when he saw that his move could not even hurt Fong Ling's skin. He hurriedly turned around to escape, but suddenly noticed an extremely evil aura coming from behind him. With a snort, a bloody sword penetrated him through his chest. Fong Ling felt the pleasurable sensation coming from the blood sword, and his body couldn't help but tremble a few times along with it. In an instant, the blood vaporizing from Qianling's body disappeared. Fong Ling looked at the bloody sword in his hand and could feel an extra trace of bloodthirsty killing aura on the sword. This was the first time he had truly cultivated the blood sword, and it felt even better than he had expected. It was mesmerizing. The dried-up body fell to the ground, and he slowly raised his right hand again and sucked it in violently. Only a vortex appeared in the center of his palm, and a speck of light spilled out from the dried-up corpse, which was caught in the vortex. He was practicing the Tao Tai divine skill, sucking out his opponent's life essence. But it didn't have to be like his barbarian master, who had to eat people down. He had already transformed his hand into a Taotia stomach, and he only needed to inhale like this. Qianling was weak and didn't have much life essence for him to devour. However, he could still feel the benefits that this little bit of life essence brought to him after entering his body. I so want to love this feeling. After cultivating these two great divine abilities in one go, Fong Ling was vaguely excited. It's like something dusty inside that's been tickled. At night, he still reads by candlelight in the straw lounge. The collection of books in this grassy lounge, he could actually read them all tonight. At that moment, there was a light knock on the door. Mr. Fong, Zhao Shiran greeted softly. Please come in, Fong Ling said indifferently. Zhao Shiran walked in carrying another food box, but she was dressed a bit cooler tonight. The high peaks, slightly revealed, were plump and white. Another crisp sound rang out as a jade pendant at her waist accidentally fell to the ground. She leaned down to pick it up, and the great view was even more visible to those on higher ground. Fong Ling glanced at it and then silently moved his gaze elsewhere. It's true that you have to stay away from women. It's true what Master Hua said. It can take the heart, he thought to himself. It was the first time he'd ever had such a strange feeling, and it caught him a little off guard. Zhao Shiren got up with a light smile on her face. She could see clearly what Fong Ling looked like just now. She had thought that a character like Fong Ling would certainly have read countless women, but now it seems to be completely unversed in the ways of men and women, and still pure and simple. Mr. Fong reads day and night, so I'm sure it's even hard work. I cooked it myself and made you a bowl of blood ginseng soup. Of course, This blood ginseng must be nothing more than an ordinary thing in the eyes of your excellency. I still hope that the gentleman will not mind. She opened the food box and brought out a bowl of red ginseng soup. Thank you, Ms. Zhao, Fong Ling said, taking a few sips. In the past, when he was in the cold mountain monastery, he ate all those bugs from the Fat Master's cultivation residue. Ever since he'd stayed at the Zhao mansion, he'd realized what counted as food. This bowl of blood ginseng soup was also very good. After drinking it he felt warm and comfortable. It's been more than a month since Mr. Fong arrived at my residence. Calling me Ms. Zhao again is a bit too rusty, isn't it? If your excellency does not abandon me, just call me Shiren, she said slightly shyly. The reason why she was acting like this tonight was mostly because she had authorized Zhao Tianlong's intentions. However, she herself was in the age of the wind, and had quite a phantasmagoria about men and women. When she first saw Fong Ling in front of the gate of the mansion, her heart thumped a little. It was only because of the daughter's reserve that she held back. Since she joined the government in January, she thinks she knows more about Fong Ling, and her love for him is even greater. This, coupled with my father's encouragement today, has emboldened me to want to be more proactive. However, seeing that Fong Ling was unresponsive next, letting her tease her or concentrating on reading the book, she could not help but feel a little depressed. He then didn't stay long in the bookstore before getting up and leaving. Chapter 011, The Blood Puddle of Sweeping Determination. On the other side, Zhao Tianlong paced back and forth in the courtyard, waiting somewhat anxiously. Ever since he had seen Fong Ling's ability, it was no longer difficult for him to remain calm inside. He knew that this kind of character wouldn't stay in his tiny Zhao family for long. So the only chance to climb the ladder is with your own daughter. Girl, how was it? When Zhao Shiren returned, he asked in a hurry. Zhao Shiren gently shook her head, looking a little frustrated. Father, Mr. Fong doesn't seem to have much interest in me, she said. Zhao Tianlong sniffed and sighed softly. This way. It's not a surprise. He comes from a remarkable background and has naturally seen many women. We're from a small place after all. It's hard to get into their eyes. Of course, my Zhao Tianlong's daughter is still very good. We don't have to be discouraged. Zhao Shiren let out a light hum and immediately went back to her room, wanting nothing more than to get a good night's sleep. On the other side, Fong Ling closed the pages of the book and got up to stretch. He had finally finished this last book as well, and now it was time to go. However, there was one more thing he had to do before he left, only to see his figure flash and instantly appear in the Qin family in the eastern part of the city. The Qin family was more powerful than the Zhao family in Willow City and had been suppressing the Zhao family all these years. This time, there were even a few large-scale fights because of the discovery of a new spirit mine outside the city. Fong Ling had been favored by the Zhao family, so he wanted to settle this Qin family before he left. But really, he knew that was just an excuse for himself. As soon as he arrived at the Qin family, his body couldn't help but tremble, not out of nervousness, but out of excitement. After killing that senior brother of Zhao Shiren today, the sleeping beast within him had completely awakened. The next day dawned slightly. Zhao Shiren was asleep in her boudoir when she suddenly heard a sharp knock on the door. She got up and dressed in a hurry and opened the door to see that her father was here. Father, what's wrong with you? Growing up. It was the first time she had seen her father so excited. Zhao Tianlong said in a deep voice. Last night, the Qin family was bloodied. The entire Qin mansion, thousands of people, none spared. What? Zhao Shiren was shocked. Not a single movement? The Qin society is a bit stronger than you. What kind of expert can leave him defenseless? Could it be? Zhao Tianlong nodded. It's him, it must be him. I just went to check on Kasai first, and he's already gone. There was also a note left on the table saying that he thanked my Zhao family for their hospitality over the many days. Is he gone? A hint of regret flashed in Zhao Shiren's eyes. It's good that he's gone. He's not one of us here after all. It's a great thing that the Qin family was destroyed, she added. Now in Willow City, our Zhao family will be able to dominate. Yeah, this Mr. Fong is really as good as his name. How stern he acts. Zhao Tianlong sked. I really didn't expect that he would wipe out the Qin family before he left. I was counting on him to help just hold up the fort. But there's another point that's a bit more bizarre. I just looked around the Qin mansion and realized that the bodies of the Qin family members have all disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that there were some bloodstains left on the ground, I would have thought that the Qin family had suddenly relocated their clan this way. So many bodies are gone? Zhao Shiren grunted. It's expected that Mr. Fong didn't want people to know where he came from, so he specially disposed of all the bodies. In this world, even corpses can speak. There are some capable people who, based on the cause of death of a corpse, can determine what divine secret method was used by the person who struck, and then determine his identity and origin. On the other hand, somewhere outside the city, Fong Ling rested a little before continuing his journey. As for why he disposed of the corpses of Qin's family members, it was because all of them had become the nourishment for his cultivation of the blood sword and Taotai divine power. He knew that in the outside world, these types of divine secret techniques were categorized as demonic techniques and were explicitly forbidden, though his origins could not be investigated by anyone. But if you can erase the traces, try to erase the traces as much as possible without leaving yourself open to hidden dangers. During the month or so of studying hard day and night in the Zhao family's grass lodge, he had gained a lot, and even knew what he wanted to know the most. The sky was divided into 8 domains, with the Eastern Green Domain, Western Desert Domain, Southern Do Domain, Northern Sea Domain, Central God Domain, Demon Barbarian Domain, Heavenly Demon Domain, Anin Tu Domain, and the Nanyang country he was currently in was just a small frontier country in the Nandu Domain. 18 years ago, a major event occurred within the 8 domains. The number 1 cultivation family in the East Qing Domain, the Feng family, had their entire family wiped out in one night. As for the reason, it was not described in detail in that book, or the person who recorded it simply did not know. The lord of a domain was destroyed in an instant, causing a great panic back then, but after that, there were no successive vicious incidents, and people today have mostly forgotten about it. But Fang Ling didn't believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. He happened to be 18 this year. The first family of the East Qing Domain, whose entire family was exterminated, happened to be surnamed Fang as well. He could be sure that he was the orphan of the Feng family. When he was a child, the demonic mind consciousness was not removed, and he dreamed night after night. I dreamt that I was plucked out of my heart, my eyes, and my white bones. The realness of that feeling was even beyond a dream, allowing him to recall the taste to this day. Even now, sometimes he thinks about this. He wasn't in a hurry to investigate the source of the pain and who those enemies really were. Even if he could investigate now, he didn't have that ability to take revenge. The only thought in his mind right now was to make himself strong. He also spent a long time thinking about where to go next during the month or so he spent reading at Kasakai. The road he was traveling now was not the road to Lin Tian City. Instead, he was heading to the blood puddle in the border zone of the Nanyang Kingdom, Tianha Kingdom, and Arashiyu Kingdom. The 3 countries. It was the border zone of 3 countries, a wild place where no one could control and there was no order. There were outlaws from all 3 of these neighboring countries, and even those farther north, entrenched there. Therefore those who could survive in the blood puddle were quite notable. According to the book, as long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want here. Such a disorganized and powerful place was the best place for him to go, because the blood puddle was right on the western border of the Nanyang Kingdom. That's why there are tons of books depicting this place in the Zhou family bookstore. There were even several maps to the blood pits, and he left a copy of them in his hand. At the moment, however, the direction he was traveling was a bit off from the map, as he was going in search of a mount. It's a long way to the blood puddle, so it would be better if we had a horse to walk on. Willow City was located in a remote area, and it just so happened that there were places where demons gathered nearby. He wanted to go there to find a fast-footed demonic beast. Chapter 012, Finding Right and Wrong in the Night Forest. At night, in a mountain pass, the fire crackled crisply from time to time. Fang Ling sat cross-legged next to the fire and practiced. The firelight reflected on his face, roasting his face slightly red. Underneath him lay layers of spirit stones, which he had obtained from the Qin family. In a short while, this pile of spirit stones had been reduced to pieces. He opened his eyes abruptly and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder the masters told me to go down the mountain. There's a lot of good stuff under the mountain. If I had these spirit stones growing up, my cultivation would definitely be more than that, he murmured, marveling at the effects of the spirit stones. Unfortunately there's just less of it. I'll have to get more later. At that moment, he turned his head to the east, and he sensed someone coming. With a casual wave of his hand, he brushed away these pieces of powder on the ground. Not long after, the 2 silhouettes became clear. The visitors were a large and small group. The older one looked to be around 30 years old. Her figure is plump and her rhyme is beautiful. Her hair was in a high bun, and she revealed an aura of a mature woman. She was also holding a little girl, who looked adorable with her 2 pills in her hair. Auntie Ching, this big brother is so handsome. The little girl looked at Fang Ling who was sitting by the fire and said with a smile. The woman she called Auntie Ching glanced at Fang Ling and walked straight over holding the little girl. The night is late. My little girl is weak. Can I borrow a fire here for the night? She looked at Fang Ling and asked. Fang Ling nodded and moved himself to the side to make room for the 2 of them. This woman's cultivation is not bad, Fang Ling thought to himself. The strongest person he had perceived in Willow City was the Qin family head, Qin Hui. However, Qin would be completely worthless compared to this beautiful woman in front of her. Qin would only be at the great circle of the heavenly pivot realm. while this woman in front of him was at the middle stage of the heavenly guillotine realm. One was located in the first realm of martial arts, and the other in the third realm of martial arts. Big brother, do you want some pie? I've got some delicious pancakes here. They're so flavorful and crispy. This little girl was so lively that she pulled out half a cake from somewhere and handed it to Fong Ling. Fong Ling smiled faintly and took this half cake from her small hand. Thank you. The beautiful woman called Auntie Cheng watched silently and didn't say anything more. In her eyes, Fong Ling was just a son of a worldly family with a little bit of history, and wasn't worth her care. Big brother, why are you here alone? The little girl came up to Fong Ling and asked with wide eyes and curiosity. I'm going into the mountains to look for something, Fong Ling said back. The little girl pouted and shook her head repeatedly. Don't go into the mountains. Auntie Cheng said that this mountain is dangerous. There are man-eating demons inside. If it's so dangerous here, why do you guys want to go into the mountains again? Fong Ling asked with a smile. Without a gatekeeper in her mouth, the little girl gurgled. It's also to go into the mountains to look for something. But my Auntie Cheng is awesome. With her by my side, no one can hurt me. Then what kind of treasure are you going into the mountains to find? Fong Ling asked again. The little girl was about to reply, but she heard the beautiful woman on the side coldly snort. The little girl immediately shut up and obediently returned to her side, lying on her beautiful legs. The beautiful woman looked at Fong Ling and said indifferently, Young man, don't be so curious. This heavenly broken mountain is not a place you should come to. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go home. Fong Ling just laughed it off and didn't respond to her. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from not far away. Yun Shuiqing, after many years of not seeing you, you're still as gorgeous as ever, worthy of being the #1 beauty of our Tianluo sect. A big, tall, bald man approached. This big man's body revealed a demonic aura. Originally a long gray snake coiled around his waist. This little girl is your daughter? Doesn't look much like it though. He looked at the two and sked, shaking his head. Yin Shuiqing glanced at the bald man and said indifferently, If you don't know how to speak, you'd better keep your mouth shut. After all these years, you still have such a personality. The big man laughed and sat himself down. Then he glanced to Fong Ling on the side and frowned slightly. And who is this kid? I don't know. He built this fire, Yun Shuiqing said indifferently. What a fine-skinned, handsome young man, just right for feeding snakes. The bald man sneered, reaching out to touch the gray snake coiled around his waist. Baby, what's with the lack of appetite today? Hurry up and get on it. That's your favorite food. The gray snake that was coiled around his waist was now tense all over. Although Fong Ling had long ago refined the devil ancestor's heart into a part of himself. However, the demon ancestor belonged to a taboo-like existence amongst the demons. Just a few strands of residual aura were enough to make ordinary demons tremble with fear. Baby, what's wrong with you? The big bald man patiently calmed it, but in an instant it flew away with a swoosh. Good baby, what the hell is wrong with you tonight? He rushed after it, and it took a flurry of cleanup to tie it back around his waist. Count your kid lucky. My baby doesn't have an appetite tonight, so I'll spare your life. The big man glanced at Fong Ling and lightly grunted. Fong Ling was silent, only feeling that it was getting more and more interesting. This bald big man's cultivation was not low either. It was at the early Tiangui stage, only a little weaker than this beautiful woman. It was rare to come across two cultivators with good strength at once. The beautiful woman looked at the listless gray snake on the big man's waist. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she didn't look deeper. Yun Shuiqing, this time you have recruited the big guys here. But what did you say? Is it hard to find the sect leader? The bald man looked at the beautiful woman and asked. Yun Shuiqing didn't answer immediately, but raised her hand and lightly caressed the head of the girl beside her. The little girl, who was still alive and well, immediately fell asleep. Then she spoke back. Sort of, but the sect leader is dead, right in the Skybreak Mountain. Honorable Python, do you know who this little girl beside me is? Is it hard to be related to the sect leader? The bald man said suspiciously. Yin Shuiqing nodded slightly. Not bad, she is the daughter of the sect master. It's not right, how come she's only so small? The bald big man frowned, not believing it at all. It's been over 200 years since the sect master disappeared, but this little girl is only 7 or 8 years old, right? Is it hard to believe that the sect leader only died in the past few years? Then why hasn't he come out to preside over the situation for so long? Because when Xiao Yao was found back then, she was temporarily frozen, and it was only in the past few years that the forbidden spell was lifted. Yun Shuiqing returned. I don't need to tell you what's on everyone's mind. In order to keep you from internal conflict, that's why I'm determined to keep this from you. Just wait until this day, when we have the ability to subdue that sinful animal and take back the heavenly law divine skill. As long as I pass on the heavenly law divine skill to this little girl, my heavenly law sect will be able to restore the original order and regain the prestige of the devil sect. I know that you have always been loyal to the clan, and it just so happens that you and I have met first, so I will tell you the truth. To do this, I need your support. Chapter 013 2 Ambassadors, 3 Dignitaries, and 5 Demon Guards. What is your proof that she is the daughter of the sect leader? Zune Python asked. Not to mention that Xiaoyao and the sect leader's wife have some resemblance, and by the time the blood drops recognize their relatives, we will be able to know. Yun Shuiqing said with full confidence. If the corpse of the godfather does not survive, he can again seek a high person to identify it by the method of breath. You should still have the relics of the sect leader, so you'll know if they're real or not. Good. I'll trust you for now, Anaconda Zune said in a deep voice. But even if you have me to help you, so what? Huyu has made himself known as the acting sect master over the years, and the 2 guards of water and fire have already supported him. Do you think he'll give up the heavenly law divine skill and honor this little girl as his master? Today's Tianluo sect has long since ceased to be the Tianluo sect of the past. Yun Shuiqing coldly said. This guy Huyu is really wild and paradoxical. I will deal with him when the time comes. The others you can just stop for me. And when the big picture is stabilized, the others know how to stand. Over the years, my Tianluo sect has declined, and I don't know how many of my disciples have died tragically. 100 years ago, Tuyatani husbandman was even publicly beheaded in the imperial city. How many disciples are eagerly expecting that the heavenly law sect will be revitalized? Speaking of Gu Fu Zi, Python Zune's face instantly grimaced. Back then, he and Gu Fu Zi were close friends, and after hearing the news of his public beheading in the imperial city, he retaliated with indignation. As a result, he fell for the royal scheme and was almost captured by the great inner masters. Good. I'll help you out, and I'll embrace this little girl as the new generation of sect masters and reintegrate the Tianluo congregation, he said. Fangling had been listening from the sidelines for so long that he had also gotten a clear picture of the 2 men's identities. They were from the Tianluo sect, which used to be the #1 sect in the southern Yang country. The patriarch had been known as a Rakshasa for generations, and the battle prowess of successive generations of Rakshasas could be said to be second to none in the southern Yang country. Underneath it are 2 envoys of ghosts and demons, 3 eagles, tigers and pythons, and 5 guards of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. And these 2 in front of them were the Phantom Envoy Yin Shuiqing of the Ghost Phantom 2 envoys, and the Python Envoy Man Tianing of the Eagle, Tiger, and Python 3 envoys. Kid, where do you come from? Man Tianing asked as he looked slyly at Fangling on the side. Fangling, no clan, no sect, no family, just scattered people. What an unattached loose cannon. He laughed and raised his hand about to subdue Fangling, but just then, Yun Shuiqing stopped him. Slow, daring to break into the heaven-breaking mountain alone. This kid must have a few skills on his side. There's still a use for keeping him. He'll be needed to protect Xiaoyao when the time comes. She looked at Fangling and said, Junior, this time is where your chance lies. If you can protect this girl, in the future, I promise that I won't be able to spare you any favors. How many more experts from your Tianluo sect will come? Fangling asked. About 3 or 5 people. Yun Shuiqing returned. Don't worry, everything is under my control. I just need your help with this girl. Not to fight them to the death. After all, I can't hold this girl's hand and fight them. Fangling nodded, vaguely excited inside. These people from the Heavenly Law sect had good cultivation and were excellent nourishment. Count on your kid's good sense. Seeing Fangling agree, Man Tianing smiled. Follow us well and we won't treat you badly in the future. What's your name? Fangling, he responded. Alright, I'll remember. Man Tianing nodded. Then he suddenly raised his pitch and shouted into the darkness. Master Chung Yi. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Do you really think that charmed envoy and I can't detect your presence? I didn't expect you to find out. I thought just the charmed messenger could sense my presence. An old man slowly stepped out of the darkness. The old man was dressed in tattered clothes and had a gourd with wine on his waist. The old man laughed happily and walked over to Xiaoyao's side, squatting down to look at her carefully for a few moments. Like, a few resemblances indeed. He muttered, Master Chung Yi, what is your opinion on what I just said? Yun Shuiqing asked in a light manner. The old man rose, while a long sigh followed. Hey, it would certainly be best if it were so. Old man, I've had a rough time hiding all these years. Kid, let me introduce to you. He is one of my Tianluo sect's 5 guards. The Wood Guard, the Green Leaf Master. Man Tianing said with Fangling. He's a famous physician and alchemist in the Nanyang Kingdom. It's considered an honor for you to meet him. I wouldn't dare. Just an old man who's dying. Master Ching Yi smiled sarcastically. He walked around Fangling a few times and shook his head. That being said, your kid's roots, are still a bit puzzling for a while. When Fangling heard that he could make pills to heal the sick, he immediately brightened up and thought that this person could stay alive. Hu Yu and the others should not arrive until tomorrow. The two of you take good care of your conditioning. There are quite a few vicious battles to come, Yun Shuiqing said indifferently, holding Xiao Yao and walking to the side by herself. Man Tianing got up and yawned, leaping up to the treetops. I'm in good shape. Just take a nap. Only Fong Ling and this scruffy green leaf master were left by the fire. The green leaf master's gaze turned to Fong Ling from time to time, and there was much doubt in his eyes, but he also had something else to do next, so he withdrew his mind and silently meditated on his knees. On the following day, the group continued deeper into the mountain range, entering the main section of the heavenly broken mountain. Strange, demons converge here. But why haven't we met any of the demons? Master Qing Yi was skeptical. Man Tianing laughed. That goes without saying? With our cultivation, how dare an ordinary demon make a move? Inevitably, they are too frightened by our strong aura to venture out. Yun Shuiqing glanced at Man Tianing and asked, what happened to your snake? At least it's a demonic creature of the heavenly Xian realm great circle. Why has it been listless since last night? I don't know. Man Tianing shrugged helplessly. Maybe it's just that it's not adapted to the environment of Skybreak Mountain, but it's more likely that it's in fear of that sinister beast in the heaven-breaking mountain. You know, a demonic beast's perception can be much stronger than ours. It must have sensed it already. Pretty much just wait for them here. At this moment, Yun Shuiqing stopped in her tracks. Go deeper, lest we meet that sinister beast first. The two of them, Man Tianing, nodded, deeply convinced of this, and immediately rested in place. Fong Ling looked up and had already detected the hidden aura deep within the heavenly broken mountain. This demon's realm is in the late Tiangui realm. Not bad at all, he thought to himself. A few people stationed themselves in place, and when 2 hours had passed, another person arrived. 3 people came at once, and the one at the head was a middle-aged man with a dragon's walk. This person's face was as sharp as a knife, with clear-cut angles and a full aura, giving people a feeling of unruffled authority. Behind them followed a man and a woman. The man was heavily made up in a feminine style. The woman had a silver armor and carried 3 spearheads on her back. Instead she was Valiant, Tiger Father, Water Guard, and Fire Guard. Long time no see. Man Tianing greeted them enthusiastically. Tiger Zun Hu Yu directly ignored him, his eyes all falling on Yun Shuiqing. Envoy Phantom, you said that the sect master died in the lair of the underworld beast. Is this matter true? He asked. Chapter 014, The Lost and Found Underworld Beasts. Yun Shuiqing nodded slightly. When true? Because when the sect master died, I was by his side. Oh, Hu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In that case, you had nothing to do with the death of the sect master. The sect leader was already in the late Tiangui realm back then, while you are only in the early Tiangui realm. How is it that you survived? But the sect leader died in the lair of the spectral beast? Hu Yu's words were so sharp that Python Zun and Old Man Mu, who had originally decided to side with her, couldn't help but be a little skeptical. During the fight with the underworld beast, the sect leader fell ill. Yun Shuiqing explained. When I saw the situation, I wanted to take him with me, but I was injured by him instead. You all know about this disease of the Godfather. Once it strikes, the 6 relatives will not recognize it. I had no choice but to withdraw myself first, and the patriarch's madness did not know how to retreat, and he eventually died in the lair of the phantom beast. Hu Yu did not retort against Yun Shuiqing's explanation, but took a deep breath. The past is smoke, and there's no point in asking about it now. The top priority is to kill the lair of the underworld beast and bring out the heavenly law divine skill, then re-elect the sect leader and revive my Tian Luo sect. For the past 200 years, I have presided over most of the affairs of the sect. Yui Yu and Amazing June have also been doing their best to assist me. That's why I think it's more appropriate for me to take up this position of sect leader. Man Tianing laughed. Tiger Zun, you don't know the rules. According to the hierarchical order in my sect, below the sect master are the 2 great messengers. Mr. Ghost Envoy Mo has disappeared for many years and his life and death are unknown. But the charmed envoy Cloud Fairy can still be in front of your eyes. It should be her turn to take over the position of sect leader. Plus, I'd be the first to disobey if you were the sect leader. We, the 3 Eagle Tiger Python dignitaries, have always been at the same level. So what gives you the right to press me? Hu Yu snorted coldly, lifting his left foot and stepping heavily on the ground. A majestic energy swept in all directions. Just by virtue of the fact that I am in a higher realm than you, Tiger Fury divine skill has been cultivated to the 3rd layer, Hu Yu said in a domineering manner. Man Tianing glared angrily, but had nothing to say, because he had been ambushed in a previous scheme. He had allowed himself to be seriously injured and spent many years conditioning himself. That's why the realm hadn't improved over the years, but instead was still in the same place. Seeing that Man Tianing didn't dare to compete, Hu Yu arrogantly had to twist his head to look at Yun Shuiqing. What do you have to say, charmed envoy? He asked, looking straight at her. Yun Shuiqing silently looked towards Xiaoyao, who was leaning against Fang Ling's side. At this moment Xiaoyao had already passed out. After she sensed that Hu Yu and the others were about to arrive, she let her sleep first. Tiger Zun, I have no intention of taking the position of sect leader, but I can't let you be the sect leader either, because even if I obey you, the ghost messenger will not obey you when he returns in the future. There's also the eagle daughter, who is even more haughty and likewise won't recognize you. Things will still be in tatters in the church even then, and not much better, she said. That's why it's most appropriate for Xiaoyao to take over the sect master position. She is the daughter of the godfather, and back then the time was not ripe, so I had to let her remain asleep until the last few years. No one will be displeased if she takes over the position of sect leader and is then assisted by us. Only then will there be a true revival of my Tianluo sect. She's the sect leader's daughter? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the tiger father. He looked at the old man and asked with a serious face, Master Aoki, can you be sure? Master Chang Mu nodded and returned. I already secretly compared them last night. What flows through her is indeed the bloodline of the sect leader without a doubt. Tiger Zun, if you really want to revive my Tianluo sect, do as the phantom envoy says. Do you really think she would be so kind? Tiger Zun snorted coldly. This little girl was brought up by her, and is already close to her, and is bound to listen to her more in the future. In the end, she will only be a puppet on strings in Yun Shuiqing's hands in the future. But even so, it's more conducive to unity than if you were the sect leader, Master Aoki said. You! Tiger Zun was so angry that his fists clenched. At this time, the valiant water guard Yu behind Tiger Zun suddenly interjected. Wait, was there another young man beside you just now? Yun Shuiqing and the others hurriedly looked around, and Fang Ling had indeed disappeared. As for when it disappeared, no one knows. Hell, wasn't he just there the whole time? Mantanen had a puzzled look on his face as he rubbed his big bald head. Chang Musher's face changed and he said in a deep voice, this person is so terrifying that he slipped away silently in front of us. Yun Shuiqing was also stunned and froze as she looked at Xiaoyao there. Just now, she clearly remembered that Fang Ling was guarding Xiaoyao's side. Phantom envoy, who is that man? Tiger Zun asked in a stern voice. Yun Shuiqing, met on the road. I thought it was just a worldly son. This person knows quite a few secret things in my sect, and must not be allowed to stay. Tiger Zun, how about discussing the position of sect leader at a later date? Let's get this man back first. Tiger Zun nodded solemnly. This kid shouldn't have gone far. He's still in the Skybreak Mountain. Suddenly, a terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the Skybreak Mountain. This beast roar Yun Shuiqing would not forget. It was the voice of the underworld beast. The beasts roared one after another, seemingly wailing, and it was unsettling to hear. The heavenly Luo divine skill is important. Go see what happened to the underworld beast first, Yun Shuiqing added. The two groups of people who were originally at war with each other, because of the sudden change in the situation, merged all the way and headed straight towards the depths of the heavenly broken mountain. At this moment, deep within the heaven-breaking mountain, in the lair of the underworld beast, Fang Ling, who had suddenly disappeared, was currently in this dangerous lair. Little thing, if you refuse to submit again, I will eat you. Fang Ling lightly patted the spectral beast's head and said in an extremely gentle tone. Not long ago he was watching this good show of the Heavenly Law sect, but suddenly, he sensed that the underworld beast was trying to escape. It was probably the only one in this neighborhood that was suitable as a mount, so Fang Ling couldn't let it just slip away, so he quietly touched it. With his heavenly power realm cultivation, he suppressed it with the lift of his hand. However, most of the demons were unruly by nature, and although they were instantly subdued, the spectral beast refused to give in. So then Fang Ling punched it hard a few times, and that continuous wailing sound just now came as a result. When Fang Ling saw that it hadn't responded, he was about to practice with it. Never mind, the next one will be better behaved. But right at this moment, the spectral beast suddenly whimpered and looked at him with a flattering look in its eyes. In the face of death, it finally gave in and was willing to become Fang Ling's mount. Lost and found your way back. Very good. Fang Ling revealed a hint of a smile. Then I will spare your life. The form of the spectral beast was somewhat like a black panther, but it had a pair of golden horns on its head. His body was covered with thick black scale armor, and there were hidden flashes of thunder between his claws and teeth, which was very divine. Not only does it possess a terrifying attack, but it can also become one with the darkness. At night or in dark places, it will have unrivaled speed. Its original body was several feet tall, but now, in order to match Fang Ling, it could only compress itself into the size of a horse. Chapter 015 Ancient Sanskrit Heavenly Law Divine Skill. Demons are also highly spiritual. The spectral beast, as a great demon in the late Tian Gui realm, was even more so. The number of human experts who had died in its hands over the years was countless, and thus a large number of treasures had been hoarded in its lair. There were spirit stones all over the place, although it couldn't directly absorb the spirit power among them. However, these spirit stones were huge in number, and when they were gathered together, the escaping aura could be used for it. On top of that, the lair was plugged with all sorts of weapons. Swords, guns, swords and halberds are all there, and most of them are well preserved and lustrous, which is good at first sight. Fong Ling glanced around and was instantly caught by an object that caught his eye. It was a dark golden stone tablet, which was stuck diagonally into the ground, and the words engraved on it were flowing with color. He stepped forward and dug out the monolith in its entirety, though it wasn't complete, with a visible break at the bottom. He searched the nest and ultimately couldn't find the remaining half. Returning to his senses, he carefully speculated on the words on this stone tablet, and the results shocked him. This is actually ancient Sanskrit. As far as he knew, this kind of writing had long been out of use in the outside world, and he recognized it because several of old monk Whitebrow sutras were written in Sanskrit. Tian Luo Shengong is what that group is looking for. It seems that this heavenly law sect has a great deal to offer, and this divine skill is not ordinary. Although the stone tablet was missing, the missing part didn't seem to affect the overall cultivation. The Tian Luo divine skill is divided into two parts, the upper and lower parts. The upper part is the main sutra that can only be practiced by successive godmothers. The second half, on the other hand, is a secondary scripture for all the congregations to practice. Those who cultivated the primary scripture could instantly absorb the cultivation of those who cultivated the secondary scripture and fuse it into one. However, this is not permanent, but only lasts for a short period of time. But even so, it was quite unbelievable, allowing a person to have an extremely terrifying burst of power in a short period of time. However, the price paid with it was not small, instantly absorbing a large amount of cultivation. It was difficult for the flesh to withstand this impact. After it has been used, it will cause permanent damage to itself. If too much cultivation was absorbed at once, there was even the possibility of directly bursting into flames. And the part of the stone tablet that was mutilated, he seriously suspected that it was a solution to the drawbacks of the divine skill. Unfortunately, this part of the monument is not here to know its original appearance. No wonder they keep mentioning this divine skill, regardless of who it is. Once they obtain the cultivation method of the main scripture, it's nearly the same as controlling their life and death, he thought to himself. Then he touched the golden horn of the spectral beast and said, "Put away all these things in your cave." The spectral beast sniffed and immediately opened its mouth, sucking in all the spirit stones as well as various treasures in the nest. It has an extremely vast alien space within it that can house living things, not to mention dead ones. It's just that there's nothing in the alien space, and living things can't stay alive for too long when they're swallowed. The nest, which had been strewn with treasures, became bare in an instant. Beyond the lair of the spectral beast, Yun Shuiqing and the others were separated in various places, standing by. It was said that there was no way to enter a fierce nest, so they stayed on guard near the cave after they came around. At this moment, the demonic aura in the lair suddenly tumbled out, adding to the somewhat tense atmosphere. "Everyone get ready, this sinful beast is coming out," Yun Shuiqing said in a deep voice. One could only see her body flickering with a green-colored aura, and a handful of jade rui dangling in her palm. Man Tianing, on the other hand, fused with his own gray snake and became a giant python. The body of 10 or so feet loomed like a mountain of flesh, spitting out letters and emitting a terrifying aura. The green leaf division body is completely without the previous lethargy. The attached poisonous dark green spiritual energy from his body constantly overflowed. In the back of the cohesion of a self-dharma phase, Huyu's entire body had strengthened several times, becoming a small giant, and his gnarled muscles looked like they possessed full explosive power. The valiant Mizuki Juyu, standing on one foot on a branch, with 3 spearheads flashing coldly behind her back. The shadowy fireguard Amazing June's body was ablaze with peach-colored flames, and this scorching peach-colored flames gave the illusion of being able to distort space. These 6 people could be considered first-rate powerhouses in the southern Yang country when taken out individually. However, when facing a great demon like the underworld beast, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they didn't have much in their hearts. Crow, crow, because the spectral beast's 4 feet were covered with a layer of horns as strong as gungold. It would make a crisp sound when it walked. The sound of these hoof beats was like a deathly demonic sound, echoing in the ears of the 6. But the moment the spectral beast left the lair, they all froze. There was actually someone on the back of the spectral beast, and a demon of this level was actually willing to be ridden underneath. And the one riding on the underworld beast was not a bystander. It was none other than Fong Ling, who had suddenly disappeared. "What kind of evil technique did your brat use to control the underworld beast?" the python form of Man Tianing exclaimed in shock. His words had just fallen, but he suddenly screamed miserably and rolled over in place with one effort. The more than 10 feet of giant python tumbled, triggering a huge tremor on the ground, and the rocks couldn't help but tumble down. The scene was horrifying, but after a few moments, all was quiet again. His python unification aptitude was broken, and his breath shriveled to the point that he half-kneeled on the ground. Gray Snake, on the other hand, prostrated himself to the side, also not daring to move at all. Python Zun looked up at Fong Ling and figured everything out. Gray Snake behaved abnormally last night, and today, he was even more disobedient, forcibly disengaging his merged state with him. The reason for all of this was fear. It wasn't in fear of the spectral beast, it was in fear of Fong Ling on the spectral beast's back. He cackled inwardly. No more blood on his face. I'm screwed. I can't believe I messed with such a... Thinking back to those words, those actions of his last night, he could already see what was going to happen to him. Who exactly is your excellency? Who you asked with a grim face. Fong Ling asked rhetorically. What do you think I should be? Hu Yu was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. However, Yun Shui Qing, who was on the side, suddenly floated in front of Fong Ling and half-kneeled on the ground. Charmed envoy Yun Shui Qing, pay respects to the sect master, she cried out in a snappy voice. The fact that Fong Ling had come out from the lair of the underworld beast meant that the heavenly law divine skill had definitely fallen into his hands. And the rule of the heavenly law sect is that whoever gets the heavenly law divine power is the sect master. Fong Ling's strength was unfathomable. They couldn't snatch it back even if they wanted to. Seeing that Yun Shuiqing had taken the lead, Master Qingmu also hurriedly followed suit and knelt down together. Would Weiqing would master, pay respects to the sect master. Fong Ling originally wanted to use all of these experts from the Tianluo sect to practice, but after catching a glimpse of the Tianluo divine power just now, he had other thoughts. With so many ready-made subordinates, it's a waste not to take them. In the future, whether he was investigating an enemy or doing something else, he would always need help. Hu Yu was rigid in nature, and he inwardly suspected that Fong Ling just happened to have special means of dealing with demons. He didn't want to give up the skyrocket nerve yet, even if it would cost him his life. If you can take this punch from me, I, Hu Yu, will kill or die as I please. With a bang, he leapt up, his powerful force triggering a sonic boom. He stopped in midair, every meridian in his body filled with blood and rumbled, his muscles filled with a sense of explosion. Tiger Fury Big Dipper Fist. The powerful force and high density of strikes sunk the ground, rolling rocks and dust, while at the center of the Fist Prince blast, Fong Ling did not even wiggle the corner of his coat. The flesh of a chaotic saint body was not comparable to a mortal body. What's more, his realm was far beyond Hu Yu's, so he just stood there and let him hit without any reaction, and all of this was in Hu Yu's eyes. He lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes, mocking himself. It is I who am out of my depth. Already offended your honor. Kill or die as you please. Fong Ling said. Your strength is not bad. Are you willing to submit? Naturally willing. Hu Yu also stepped forward and half-kneeled on the ground. Tiger Zun Hu Yu, pay respects to sect master. The two guards of water and fire, Yu Yu and Amazing Monarch looked at each other and also rushed forward to pay their respects. Chapter 016, Divine Power begins to become a great sect leader. Do you think I have a chance, Godfather? At that moment, Man Tianing, who was on the side, muttered. Everyone else had been unharmed, and he was the one who was most panicked at the moment. You have to thank Fairy Yun. If it wasn't for her stopping you last night, you would have become a pile of white bones. Fong Ling laughed. Now that I'm taking over the Heavenly Luo sect, naturally, I can't do without your assistance, ancestor. The Python dignitary sniffed as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly got up and also knelt down in front of Fong Ling. Thank you, sect leader, for your magnanimity. In the future, my subordinates will do their best. And many thanks to Envoy Cloud Charmer, for pulling me back from the Ghost Gate last night. Just now he really thought that he was afraid that he would not be able to pass such a level, between this ups and downs, so that people's spirit cannot help but trance. Fong Ling looked at these 6 experts of the Heavenly Law sect in front of him and told them to get up. There was no need to kneel. Does sect leader want to follow me back to Black Mountain? Tiger Zun walked forward and asked respectfully. Most of the disciples of the sect are gathered at the Black Mountain General Altar. I'll have someone return the news immediately and have the brethren stationed at the General Altar prepare for your succession ceremony. Sect leader. Fong Ling shook his head and said, I won't go back to Black Mountain with you. As for any succession ceremonies, they are also dispensed with. I am not fond of festivities. You and the others recall the congregation as soon as possible and accompany me to the blood puddle. Blood puddle? Yun Shuiqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is the sect leader serious? Although my Tianluo sect is the #1 sect in the Nanyang country, it has been weakening over the past 200 years, and its strength is not what it was back then. But even in my sect's heyday, we never ventured into the blood puddle. The water is too deep there. You don't think it's right? Fong Ling asked. Yun Shuiqing hastily shook her head. Nonetheless, I'm just a bit surprised. Nowadays, the only thing that matters is the head of the sect leader. All at the sect leader's command. Fong Ling let out a light hum, satisfied with her attitude. He didn't need his men to be great, but only to follow orders. Alright, you guys go ahead and do your own thing. I'll be waiting for you in Dragon City. Fong Ling stroked the spectral beast, and it whimpered and immediately ran wildly. In no time, Fong Ling disappeared from their sight. The remaining 6 looked at each other with subtle expressions. I also don't know what this sect leader Fong of ours is really about. Young in age, yet so terrifying. Who you said in a deep voice. Yun Shuiqing, it must be a family heir from a prosperous place within the domain. To easily take down the spectral beast, he's at the very least at the Tiangui realm's great circle cultivation level. That said, this isn't a bad thing. Well, at least my Tianluo sect doesn't have to fall apart anymore. Master Chung Mu sighed. Which one of you is going to contact Eagle Zune? Have her return to the sect as well. And the ghost messenger. Who can reach him? There's a Jin Fa Kai left at the end. I know the whereabouts of this guy. I'm going to find him. I'll communicate with Eagle Zune. As for the ghost envoy, I haven't heard of him for some years, Yin Shuiqing said, her gaze moving to Tiger Zune. Who you shook his head. I don't know. I will now first depart back to Montenegro to reorganize my men. Let's do things with more swift movements, so as not to make the sect leader wait too long in Dragon City. On the other hand, Fong Ling rode on the back of the spectral beast, traveling thousands of miles in a day. At the time of dusk, it reached the Dragon City, the #1 city in the western part of the Nanyang Kingdom. Once you reached Dragon City, you were close to the blood puddle. This Dragon City is very magnificent. The south building is not as good as the north corner. The east car in the morning driving night does not reach the west street. To and from the 3 religions and all sorts of characters. At this moment, he rode the spectral beast onto the street, and it didn't cause any onlookers to crowd around him at all. Because in this place, there are too many people who own demonic riders. Not to mention that you'll meet a few of them head-on across the street. And there were not a few powerful-looking demonic riders. So even though the spectral beast's identity was not bad, there were not many knowledgeable ones who could recognize it. Plus the fact that the spectral beast had completely restrained its aura, it would be even less likely to draw attention to itself. After entering the city, he went straight to an inn and stayed there. In the lair of the spectral beast, he had harvested many things. Right now there's just time to transform these things into your own strength. He consulted the stone tablet that recorded the heavenly law divine skill during the day, and used the spirit stone to cultivate at night. The days went by in a row and it just felt like the time was too inescapable to fly by. On this day, with the completion of a purple inner elixir, Fong Ling finally practiced the first layer of the Tianluo divine skill. This inner elixir was extremely important and could only be condensed by those who cultivated the main scripture. After the inner Dan was condensed, he could absorb the cultivation of those who practiced the secondary scriptures. The Tianluo divine skill was even more powerful than he had imagined. When the second layer was practiced, it could even directly uplift the realm of the person cultivating the secondary scripture without any effect on himself. Although the effects were temporary like those of the first tier, they were quite counterintuitive. Ever since he entered Dragon City, he had been harboring in the inn to cultivate. Now that he had practiced the first layer of the heavenly law divine skill, he also had some leisure and wanted to go out for a walk. Coincidentally, just as he opened the door, he saw a woman with good cultivation walk past him. The woman looked graceful and elegant, with an excellent temperament, a red dress that stood out. Beside her was a young girl, who looked to be 13 or 14 years old, with big eyes that seemed to be curious about everything. This graceful and luxurious woman seemed to have sensed Fong Ling's gaze and glanced back at him unexpectedly. Her long lashes batted, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt, but it flickered back immediately. "Master, what's wrong with you?" the young girl following the beautiful woman asked. "It's nothing. I just think that the person just now is a bit strange," the beautiful woman faintly said. He, Master was obviously looking at that big brother's handsome birth. That's why he secretly looked at him for so long. The young girl playfully laughed. In the past, Master's gaze rarely stayed on a man for so long. "Humph, you little girl, you're even making up about Master," the beautiful woman snapped, giving her a blank look. "I'll just say it off the top of my head," the young girl resentfully said. "Back to the serious matter. That sister of the White family is so pitiful. Master, do you have a way to save her? That poison is too bizarre. Even Master is not completely sure." The beautiful woman shook her head. "But it's always a good idea to try. So let's hurry up and pack first. We'll move to the Bai family here. Staying in the Bai family will allow Master to better observe this Miss Bai's symptoms." The two hadn't brought anything out with them, so it didn't take them long to pack up. Then the two left the guest house and went to the stables in the backyard. Master, do you see what's going on with little Kim? Wilt, are you sick? The young girl asked with a worried look on her face as she looked at the sprawling fire-scale beast in the stable. The fire-scale beast was a relatively common type of demonic creature that had been bred in large numbers by the human race because it possessed excellent endurance. However, this fire-scale beast in front of him wasn't quite the same as normal fire-scale beasts. While normal fire-scale beast scale armor appeared reddish-red, the scales of this fire-scale beast in front of him were dark golden in color. The dark golden fire-scale beast was the king of this clan, possessing a much purer bloodline. This kind of purebred fire-scale beast was rare, and it was difficult to own unless one had a deep background. The beautiful woman sniffed and stepped closer, taking a closer look at the mounts in the stables. Her originally soothing brow gradually furrowed as she muttered, "Not right." She immediately went to check on the rest of the stables, and the others' mounts did the same. Wilting. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and looked at the demonic beast in the slot stable with a stunned expression. This can't be right? She looked shocked. A spectral beast? Surprisingly, it's a spectral beast. Look at the double horn pattern. And it's adult. Who on earth is it that has an adult spectral beast as a mount? The young girl on the side was so curious that she asked, "Master, is this underworld beast very powerful?" Chapter 017 Dragon City by Family's Prosperous Land. The beautiful woman said in a deep voice, "Of course. Do you still remember what Master told you about the demon race's bloodline?" The young girl nodded and returned, "Of course I remember. You just taught me a while ago. The strength of the demon race's bloodline is directly linked to their strength. The higher the bloodline grade, the stronger the potential and the more terrifying the battle power. Therefore, the demon race places extreme importance on bloodline inheritance, and in order to maintain the purity of their own community's bloodline, most will choose to breed with the same family so as not to weaken their bloodline. The demon race numbers in the thousands, but the bloodline grades are only divided into 5 tiers. They are the lesser demon bloodline, the greater demon bloodline, the king's bloodline, the imperial bloodline, and the emperor's bloodline. High-grade bloodlines have a bloodline suppression effect on low-grade bloodlines, and over 99% of the 10 million demon clans only belong to the lesser demon bloodline. The beautiful woman nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that you have not thrown away all that your master has taught you as if it had fallen on deaf ears. This underworld beast, it's an authentic royal bloodline. So powerful? The young girl was shocked. No wonder you're so out of it. Master, demon clans with king blood, as long as they reach adulthood their realm can at the very least reach the middle Tiangui realm, the beautiful woman added. The young girl looked at the phantom beast in the stable and involuntarily took a few steps back, her face showing fear. Geez, then how did it stay here? She muttered. This level of demonic beasts, in her impression, were all big demons that caused trouble for one side, the kind that could eat hundreds or thousands of people in one bite. Perhaps there is a terrifying existence that is borrowing this inn at this moment. The beautiful woman looked back at the main body of the inn. She sensed it carefully, but again, she could sense nothing. To be able to use a spectral beast as a mount, this person's strength is unimaginable. Most likely an old monster, she added. Most of these old monsters are temperamental and not easy to get along with. Maybe it's just a matter of a momentary liking or disliking, and it's going to be a killing spree. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. You and I, master and disciple, leave quickly. She immediately folded back to the fire-scaled beast and pulled it up, forcing it to overcome its inner fear and walk out of this stable. At this time, Fomling was still unaware that the spectral beast had been recognized, and was wandering around the bustling market. He had longed for a human marketplace countless times as a child, but now that he was there, he felt a few moments of silence. After walking for a long time, he gradually came to some understanding, because most of the people at the fairgrounds were in groups of 3 or 2, and he was just alone. Instead of being sentimental about it, he tried to fit himself into the crowd. In the words of the Grand Master, I should be considered to be cultivating my mind right now, right? He thought to himself. He was in the middle of a rowdy alley, going with the flow, and didn't know which street he was on, but every now and then someone around him nudged and picked it up, snapping him out of a metaphysical phantasmagoric trip. What's all the commotion? He looked in the direction where the crowd was surging and realized that there were a lot of people gathered there. The first time I came up to see it, it turned out that there was a big family doing a good deed here. A drawer of large white steamed buns, still steaming hot, fragrant for 10 miles. Whether you are a beggar or a child, just queue up patiently here to receive one. Of course Fong Ling wouldn't be idle and bored lining up here to receive steamed buns to eat. His attention was attracted by that one notice on the stage. It turns out that this Booze Buns is the white family of Dragon City. This Bai family does good deeds. One is to build up the virtue of the Bai family lady. Secondly, he wanted to attract the attention of people passing by, looking for a capable person who could get rid of the poison for the Bai family's young lady. If you succeed, You will be paid with a Bodhi fruit or its equivalent. Bodhi fruit. This side of things Barbarian Master seems to have mentioned. Native to the Western Desert domain, it is a very rare, precious medicine that can directly enhance power. I didn't realize that within this dragon city, there are such good things. Fong Ling immediately became interested. He leapt and flew straight through the crowd to reach the stage. When the white family guards guarding this place saw him coming through the air, they naturally did not dare to be slow. A middle-aged man with a country face walked towards him, arched his hand and asked, "I wonder what the gentleman's name is." "Fong Ling," he said back. "Does that Mr. Fong have the ability to dispel poisons and transform diseases? Want to try it at my mansion?" The man asked again. Fong Ling nodded slightly. "Knowing a little bit about it, I might be able to help." "De Yong, you will take Mr. Fong back to the mansion to treat the young lady." The man immediately greeted one of the guards over and led the way for Fong Ling. The white mansion was just a block away from the place where the handouts were given, and it was close enough. Fong Ling followed this guard named De Yong and soon arrived at the white mansion. He hadn't even entered the white mansion yet, and he had already sensed the several not-so-weak auras in the white mansion. In the white mansion, there were actually 4 Tiangui realm cultivators sitting around. 3 of them were in the early Tiangui realm, and 1 was in the middle Tiangui realm. Based on this heritage alone, this Bai family could completely walk sideways in the southern Yang country. With this kind of strength, no wonder you dare to openly claim that you have Bodhi fruit, and you're not afraid of being missed. Fong Ling laughed. He followed the white family's subordinate, De Yong, all the way through the center hall to a small hall. There were quite a few people sitting in the hall, and most of them smelled very strongly of medicine. De Yong said respectfully, "Because there are too many physicians who have come, we have to trouble you to wait here. If you have any orders, just greet the servants in the hall." "Hard work, Mr. Fong." Fong Ling nodded slightly and casually found a seat. This Bai family is really sick and desperate, leading anyone to their home. At this moment, an unruly teenager sneered. His words were not directed at Fong Ling, but they were undoubtedly addressed to him. After all, Fong Ling was too young and didn't look like he could save the sick and cure people in any way. Or be careful what you say. The Bai family is a prestigious family in Dragon City. You must not talk about it. The gray-robed old man sitting beside that unruly teenager abruptly opened his eyes and lectured. He glanced at Fong Ling and seemed to feel something strange, but it was just a flash and did not spend more time on him. At that moment, 2 more men came into this small hall. "It's her?" Fong Ling was slightly surprised, not expecting her to come as well. The 2 who arrived were the same master and disciple he had met when he went out of the inn. The beautiful woman was graceful and dignified, with a peerless temperament, and attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared, but they didn't dare to look at it much, and even intentionally lowered their heads in great awe of it. "Master, look, isn't that big brother the one we met at the inn? He's a healer too, but why doesn't he smell like medicine at all?" After the little girl sat down, she attached her ear to her master and whispered, "Well, forget what master told you when he went out? Few words, few actions." The beautiful woman hummed softly, signaling her to be quiet. The young girl bristled and was honest enough to sit down. "Since Dr. Do has also arrived, let's discuss this strange poison," the gray-robed old man said. "Everyone has a point of view, just speak up." They had actually shown all of them to Ms. Bai. They were just waiting for this heavyweight being to arrive. The boy standing by the side glanced at Fong Ling, wanting to say something. He knew that Fong Ling hadn't gone to see his lady yet, but these people present didn't seem to care about it, nor did they take him seriously. Chapter 018 Ancient Poisonous 7-Colored Butterfly. Fong Ling didn't want to listen to their useless words here. He had only come here to have some interest in Bodhi fruit. He immediately got up and left the hall, asking the slave girl guarding the outside to take him to the Bai family's young lady. During the process, no one cared about Fong Ling staying or going anymore, except for the beautiful woman who arrived at the end of the process. Fong Ling followed the Bai clan slave girl all the way to the outside of Miss Bai clan's boudoir. "I wonder where your excellency comes from." At the door, a well-dressed middle-aged man asked. The man looked gentle and elegant, but Fong Ling detected a very strong fury from him. He was definitely not as kind as he appeared to be, but a ruthless person who had been killing for a long time. Moreover, his cultivation level was not low. He was one of the 4 major Tiangui realm experts of the Bai clan. "Just a casual cultivator," Fong Ling said indifferently. Bai Jiang was a bit surprised, as he was actually a bit unable to see through this young man in front of him. However, the total lack of medicinal scent on Fong Ling's body made him a little hesitant again. "I see that your excellency is not a veteran of the healing arts, so I will give you a blunt reminder," he added. "The poison that my daughter has been hit by is even powerful. If the Tao is not deep, I am afraid it will be." Previously there have been several physicians who, in the course of diagnosing and treating the youngest daughter, unfortunately died of poisoning. Fong Ling, since I dared to come, I naturally have some certainty. It's just that after it's done, your white family is really willing to give away the bodhisattva fruit? Bai Jiang laughed out loud and said, my Bai family is the #1 family in Dragon City and one of the 7 major cultivation families in the southern Yang country. Since the matter has been publicized, naturally I will not deny it. Your Excellency, feel free to rest assured. That's good. Fong Ling nodded. Then I will go in and get rid of the poison for your daughter. Be my guest. Sherei moved out of the way and personally helped open the door. Fong Ling walked into the house, but Bai Jiang followed. He follows all physician consultations. You go out first. Fong Ling stopped walking and turned to speak to him. Bai Jiang was first stunned, then he gently had to shake his head. It's not that I'm uneasy about Gengzi. Rather, I'm afraid that when you healers are diagnosing and treating her, my daughter's condition will suddenly change for the worse. I'm on the sidelines, so I can at least help stabilize. Are you sure you want to follow? Fong Ling asked seriously enough. It's important. Later on, he would naturally have to use the heavenly plague cauldron lent to him by his fat master to get rid of the poison. This kind of treasure naturally cannot be known to outsiders. If he insists on following, this matter will be just. Hakuei saw this and pondered for a moment. Then silently he turned and left the room, taking the door with him in the process. Big brother, what is this teenager's origin? So wild? Looking at his stance, curing air seems like it's a sure thing. And looking at his tone of voice and demeanor when he spoke, he has no respect for you at all. Either he's making a pretense or he has a tremendous background. A person suddenly appeared outside the door. This person was Bai Zhong's second brother, Bai Bo. Bai Jiang looked at his brother and let out a bitter smile. I'm not sure. Let him give it a try for now. At least he's more special than the ones who came before him. Just now I had a brief chat with Dr. Dao. The situation of Inger is not optimistic. Bai Bo sighed softly, not knowing how to comfort his older brother. Although his elder brother, Bai Jiang, had spent his life in great splendor, he only had such a daughter. Who would have guessed that just one daughter would now have an accident? Within the boudoir, Fong Ling walked straight to Miss Bai's bed and lifted the curtain. This Miss Bai's age was about 23 or 4, and she had the face of a nationalist, but she seemed to be having a nightmare at the moment. Her brows clenched together. Her face was in a constant state of flux, one moment taking on a red color, the next an orange. Fong Ling observed that there were a total of 7 colors, which alternated irregularly. Could it be the poison of the 7-colored heavenly butterfly? He raised an eyebrow, looking a little surprised. It can't be, can it? Didn't Fat Master say that this kind of poisonous insect has long been extinct in the outside world? He raised his hand and flipped his palm over, summoning the heavenly plague cauldron. And then he immediately injected his spiritual energy into the heavenly plague cauldron to activate this supreme treasure. Then the heavenly plague cauldron flickered with a burst of green light and floated on its own to Miss Bai's head. It was suspended in mid-air, constantly rotating and releasing a magical power. A few moments later, a colorful insect chrysalis drilled out of Miss Bai's body and was sucked into the tripod. Fong Ling recalled the treasure cauldron and opened the lid to look inside. He carefully speculated on the squirming colored insect pupa and identified it. It's really a 7-colored heavenly butterfly, but it's still in the state of an insect chrysalis. It is using Miss Bai's body as a breeding ground to prepare for metamorphosis. It seems that this Miss Bai family's physique, I'm afraid, is also not ordinary, he thought to himself. The adult 7-colored sky butterfly is one of the most powerful types of poison under the sky. He had heard his fat master describe this poisonous insect in detail, and its toxicity could easily kill experts of the Yaoguang realm. Even a supreme expert who lit up the 7 stars and transcended the 7 realms of the martial Dao would have difficulty resisting. But now it was still weak in its chrysalis state. After it metamorphosed, it also had to reincarnate and retrain a few times before it was considered a true adult. It would be a waste to refine you now, so I'll just keep you for now. Next time you return to Cold Mountain Temple, give Fat Master a look. He'll be mad with joy. He knocked back the lid of the tripod and took it back into his body along with the worm. The heavenly plague cauldron could not only be used to cultivate poisonous techniques, but it was also the best insect breeding vessel under the heavens. It would be better for the 7-colored sky butterfly's insect chrysalis to stay inside than to stay in this Miss Bai's body. He knew just now by looking at Miss Bai's state that she wouldn't last long enough to support its metamorphosis. It will have to leave this host body and find a new target when the time comes. I wanted to come here to ask for a Bodhi fruit, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. Fong Ling smiled. The value of this insect chrysalis could be worth 1,000 bodhisattva fruits. Yes, a great opportunity. Returning to his senses, he looked at the white lady on the bed. As the 7-colored heavenly butterfly's insect chrysalis was stripped from her body, the toxins were all taken away as well. Her face would no longer change color from red to green at times. It had returned to normal. It was just that after being parasitized by the insect chrysalis for so long, her body had suffered and her face looked bloodless. Outside the door, Akuiai was sitting still, even more tormented than before. When the previous physician visited, at least he was able to follow him around, but now he had to wait outside the door in agony. Big brother, I'll go to Dr. Dao and the others first. Maybe they discussed something. White Wave was too tortured to wait here, so he went there to take a look. Go! Bai Jiang waved his hand and said. But just then, the door opened and Fong Ling calmly walked out. How? Bai Jiang rushed forward to ask. Fong Ling said. The poison has been cleared. It's just that her body is still a bit weak. It will take a good while of recuperation to get back to normal completely. Really? Bai Jiang was pleasantly surprised and rushed to barge into the room to check. Good. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for saving my life. Bai Jiang's trembling voice soon came from the house. Outside the house, Bai Bo looked at Fong Ling in surprise, not expecting him to actually succeed. Chapter 019, 500 Years of Medical Cultivation. Mr. Fong, please take a short rest in the upper room. I'll go fetch the bodhisattva fruit and reward you for your great kindness. Bai Jiang walked out of the house with red eyes and made a deep bow towards Fong Ling. Mr. Fong, please follow me. Bai Bo also hurriedly led the way forward, taking Fong Ling to the guest room to rest first. Along the way, the Bai family subordinates and guests were all shocked when they saw the situation. The always arrogant second master of the Bai family was actually so polite to this teenager at this moment. On the other side, the small hall where the physicians were discussing their condition. Not much time had actually passed since Fong Ling had left. At this moment, they were still discussing feverishly, trying to determine what kind of poison the Bai family's young lady was suffering from. At that moment, Shiri walked in. Bai Jiang was a famous figure in the South Yang country's cultivation world. Although all of these physicians present also had some status, they didn't dare to slack off in front of him. One saw him coming and immediately rose to greet him. Bai family master, but is there a change in your daughter's poison? The most authoritative Dr. Dao asked. Bai Jiang could not hide the joy on his face and returned. Yes, the poison that the little daughter was suffering from has been solved, but I'd still like to trouble Dr. Dao to go over and help look at it. Give some prescriptions to restore my daughter to health as soon as possible. The physicians present were all a bit surprised when they heard this. They had just gone over to see it not long ago, and it was clear that the poison had become so sick that it had completely fused with her. How come all of a sudden the poison is gone? By family master, what is going on here? The gray-robed old man asked in a hurry. He had come to the White House this time because he had come for the Bodhi fruit. Right now, Miss Bai's poison is gone, so he won't have a chance to get this treasure. Everything is thanks to divine Dr. Fong. It was his wonderful hands that helped my daughter get rid of the toxins that had been deposited in her body. Bai Jiang returned. Divine Dr. Fong? Is there a divine doctor surnamed Fong in my country of Nanyang? Never heard of it. This person is so great that he actually detoxified that strange poison. The crowd of physicians were whispering there, very curious about this divine Dr. Fong. By family master, I wonder what this divine Dr. Fong is about. The gray-robed old man continued to pursue. Bai Jiang faintly said, I'm not really sure, but he did come here just now, so you should have all seen him. Could it be that young man just now? Dr. Dao's beautiful eyes widened as she muttered. Fong Ling was the only one who had left this living room, and no one else had ever taken a step away. Many people also remembered Fong Ling, who had been neglected by himself before, and didn't expect him to have this kind of skill at such a young age. The disciple beside the gray-robed old man was even more incredulous. Impossible. Just now that kid is about the same age as me, and the body is completely devoid of medicinal scent. It seems to be an amateur. By family master, don't let him fool you. Quickly let my master diagnose your daughter. Maybe that kid is using a blindfold. Bai Jiang sniffed and snorted coldly. Shut up. Whether my daughter is cured or not, can't I see it with someone Bai's eyesight? Fong Ling had saved his daughter. In his heart he was already a great benefactor, and could not afford to have any comments from the sidelines. This unruly youth was scared pale by Bai Jiang's chiding, hiding behind that gray-robed old man, hastily lowering his head and not daring to say much. When the gray-robed old man saw Bai Jiang's anger, he also hastened to say, By family master rest his anger. It is my congregation's incompetence. Zi Shang, what is this place? Is it not your place to speak? Disciple knows his mistake. He hastily admitted his mistake. With Bai Jiang's status, he naturally wouldn't make things more difficult. He immediately brought Dr. Dao, as well as the gray-robed old man and a few others to his daughter's boudoir. Dr. Du sat at the bed and checked her pulse with his own hands. As for the others, they sensed their scent through the bed curtains. How is the situation of my little daughter? In the middle of the day, Bai Jiang asked in a small voice. Although he was confident in his judgment, he still wanted to hear what these famous doctors had to say. Dr. Dao withdrew his hand and nodded gently. Your daughter indeed no longer has any toxins left in her body. It's just that the poison hurt my body this time, so I need to take a good tonic after I recover some. I'm going to write a prescription to help with the conditioning. Then I'll be grateful to Dr. Dao. Bai Jiang was completely at ease. He looked at the gray-robed old man and the others again, and got the same result. Now his daughter's breathing is also back to normal. Just a little weak. By the way, I wonder if this divine Dr. Fong is still in the mansion. Dr. Dao suddenly asked. I want to go and pay my respects to this divine Dr. Fong. It's in the guest room next door to your master and disciple. Bai Jiang returned. Seeing that the other physicians also wanted to pay their respects, he turned to look at them and said, Divine Dr. Fong is now a guest in my mansion, so if you and the others want to pay your respects, please use your discretion when doing so. If we go over there in a swarm, we won't be able to avoid disturbing the peace and quiet. The group of physicians laughed sarcastically and said yes in succession, so embarrassed that they each laughed. Master, do you think that the spectral beast in the inn stables could be this divine Dr. Fong's mount? On the back porch, Dr. Dao's disciple asked. That poison that the White family's sister was suffering from. Master, you even said it was tricky, yet he dissolved it in a show of hands. In that case he should be more powerful than Master. So it's likely that he's the owner of that underworld beast. The beautiful woman also thought that it was very likely. Otherwise how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Just don't go in with Master later. I'm afraid you'll offend him with your mouth, she said. Which is, disciple follow orders. The young girl wanted to argue for a moment or two, but when she saw the beautiful woman glancing over fiercely, she caved in. Not long after, the two arrived at the guest room where Fong Ling was staying. The beautiful woman gave her disciple a look, and the latter immediately went back towards her room. After the young girl had returned to her room, the beautiful woman raised her hand and gently had to knock on the door. Come in. Fong Ling's voice came from inside the house. After entering the house, she saluted towards Fong Ling with a graceful bow. Concubine Do Qin, this is my salute. Fong Ling, he introduced himself as well. I don't know what the girl is looking for me to teach me. I don't dare to give advice. It's just that my concubine is curious about the poison that Miss Whitefly has been poisoned with. Why exactly? Do Qin asked. Although my concubine is not considered to be any kind of apricot forest sage, I have also studied in the medical path for many years. There are countless strange poisons that I have seen, but I have never seen such a bizarre poison. Fong Ling laughed. Actually, she wasn't poisoned, but was parasitized by a poisonous insect. The symptoms of poisoning displayed are already the result of this poisonous insect's best efforts to suppress it. What kind of poisonous insect is so powerful? Do Qin was a bit surprised. My concubine has been practicing medicine for 500 years, and my spiritual power already has a notable effect in detoxifying poisons. But even so, my concubine's spiritual power has no effect at all on the toxins of this poisonous insect. As Your Excellency said, this is still the poisonous gas that the poisonous insects deliberately converge but cannot avoid spilling out. If it is under normal circumstances. 7-colored heavenly butterfly. Ever heard of it? Fong Ling asked. Not that I've heard. Do Qin shook her head. Is this worm still alive? Can you let my concubine have a long look? Fong Ling, there's no need for that. I'm afraid you'll be poisoned by it. It should be quite cranky right now. Alright. Do Qin didn't dwell on it. Then my concubine won't disturb. Farewell. Chapter 020. The White family offers the sword in the gemstone. Not long after Duo Qin had left, Bai Jiang came too. The Bodhi fruit had been given to Fong Ling by him before, and this came down to other indications. Fong Ling was originally going to leave a long time ago, but when he heard that he still had something good to offer, he stayed. Please look, Mr. Fong. This object was obtained by me by chance. Although I don't know its wonderful use, I can feel a powerful force contained within. It's just a pity that with my Bai family's strength, I can't utilize it at all. Instead of leaving it to rot in the mansion, it would be better to offer it to Mr. Fong. Bai Jiang offered a piece of amber. The so-called amber is resin that drips down and happens to sink into the ground. A unique fossil formed over time. The piece of amber in front of him was not small. Fong Ling needed to hold it with both hands to hold it. Amber is delicate, and some of it contains small insects or animal crumbs, etc. And contained within the large amber in front of him was, quite literally, a sword. A sword that was only palm length and 2 fingers wide. Fong Ling wanted to probe the end of this sword in the amber with his divine sense, but he was blocked by the amber and could not enter. One must know that with his current realm, his divine soul was already quite strong. Trying to probe the divine sense into the stone is absolutely easy. But now, this stone is not ordinary. It can completely block my divine sense from prying. The interior seems to contain a large amount of sword chi, and this sword chi is very pure. If I can refine the sword chi contained in this piece of amber, it will definitely increase my strength greatly. He had practiced swords since he was a child. so his sense of sword chi was very keen. When Bai Jiang saw Fong Ling's thoughtful look, he knew that he was knowledgeable. Their Bai family hadn't studied this stone much over the years, but unfortunately there was just no way to remove the barrier from the outer layer of amber. According to his estimation, if he wanted to break this layer of stone shell with an external force, he would need a cultivation level of the heavenly power realm at the very least. With the White family's heritage, they might never get the chance to open it up. Bai family master, where did you get this item? Fong Ling first put it away and asked again. Bai Jiang, about 20 years ago, I found it in a leftover ancient mine near Dragon City. The legacy ancient mine is an abandoned ancient mine, and occasionally people can pick up some items from the ancient years there. I expect the stone, too, has some years on it. Wouldn't it be better to keep such a treasure as a family heirloom? Fong Ling laughed. Bai Jiang shook his head. Old ancestor said that this object is dangerous and should not be left at home for a long time. I'm sure you've sensed that it contains sword energy within. If one day, the sword chi inside suddenly erupts, then my Bai family can't afford it. It would be better to take it out and thank Mr. Fong. The saving grace of my daughter's life is not something that can be repaid by a mere Bodhi fruit in this stone. Actually, he was half true. Out of gratitude, just Bodhisattva is enough. The reason why he took this out was more because he wanted to befriend Fong Ling. Family Master Bai is polite. Fong Ling smiled. This matter has come to an end, so I will take my leave now. Why don't Mr. Fong stay in my residence for some more time? Bai Jiang hurriedly said. Well, at least wait for my daughter to wake up and let her personally thank you. Although my Bai family is not a prestigious family, I know the basic rules. This thank you from her is necessary. This is okay. Anyway, I don't have much to do lately, so staying at your Bai mansion isn't much different from staying at an inn. Fong Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for the honor. Bai Jiang was overjoyed. Then he asked, is this guest room still satisfactory? If you don't like it, I'll have the subordinates change another room for you. It's quite nice here. That's all. Fong Ling said back. By the way, my mount is still at the Fulin Inn. Please bother the Bai family to send someone to bring it over for me. Alright, then I wonder what breed is Mr. Fong's mount? Bai Jiang asked. Spectral beast. Fong Ling returned. There should be just this one in the stables, shaped like a night leopard, with a pair of golden horns on its head. Very recognizable. Ooh, spectral beast, Bai Jiang muttered under his breath, and with a steep shock. What? Spectral beast? Yes, this guy is not bad. He runs fast, Fong Ling said. The corners of Bai Jiang's mouth twitched, and he quickly retreated. I'll personally help you bring it here. With his cultivation and eyesight, he certainly knew what kind of existence the underworld beast was, which was why he was so shocked. Not long after that, Fuk Lin Inn, in front of the stables, the two brothers, Bai Jiang and Bai Bo, looked at the spectral beast lying in the shed with stupefied faces. Big brother, it's really the one from Skybreak Mountain. Back then, when old ancestor fought with it, it was at the mid-Tiangui realm cultivation level. After so many years have passed, its cultivation should have already reached the late stage of the Tiangui realm. Bai Bo murmured, secretly swallowing. Bai Jiang, back then, old ancestor had injured it. Look at his neck there. There is still a small trace. Just what kind of a mortal is this Mr. Fong? Surprisingly, he was able to subdue it. It must be an heir to the top family in the domain. Bai Bo muttered. Do you think it will suddenly attack us? He asked again. Bai Jiang smiled sarcastically. No way. This guy is also spiritually intelligent. Just talk to it clearly. The two men were so careful they had to walk into the stables, one after the other, to haul the guy to the White House. The people on the road saw, as far as possible, all fell down, and thought they were sleepy. Dragon City's most powerful Bai family head and the second master of the Bai family, even together horse. In the guest room of the White family, Fong Ling was preparing to refine that bodhisattva fruit, but coincidentally, someone else came to the door. This time, the ones who came were the grey-robed old man who had no one else in the hall during the day, as well as his unruly-looking disciple. After the grey-robed old man entered the room, he turned his side towards Fong Ling and sat down on his own. My old husband, Tian Quanzi, is somewhat famous among the medical paths of the Nanyang country, and I am the one who is known as the Sage Hand of the Northern Mountain. Posterior, I don't know how you resolved the strange poison that Miss Bai was suffering from. Can you tell me a thing or two? Tian Quanzi asked. Fong Ling said indifferently. Asking someone about a strange skill seems a bit unorthodox, doesn't it? Kid, don't think that you're great just because you can help Miss Bai family get rid of the poison. This kind of thing mostly depends on luck, Tian Quanzi's disciple said with some impatience. My master has an esteemed position in the Nanyang kingdom, and it's an honor for you if he asks you. Cough. Zi Shang. No rudeness. Tian Quanzi coughed lightly and said, indeed, It is the old man who has taken the liberty, and it is normal for the latter to not want his watchful skills to be known by a bad old man like me. I've come mainly because there's one thing I want to discuss with you. I'm sure that Bodhi fruit by family lord has already handed it over to you, right? I want to make a deal with you and buy this Bodhi fruit. Fong Ling, it's not impossible. It's just that what treasure do you have that can be exchanged for my Bodhi fruit? Well, this is a medical scripture written by the old man, which can be of great value. Tian Quanzi pulled out a book from his bosom. Fong Ling looked at him silently and didn't say anything. Tian Quanzi's old face was a little embarrassed. He smiled resentfully and added, then add another 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones plus the medical scriptures that I have written with my heart and soul are about equal. Fong Ling snorted and asked, are you sure you're not joking with me? When Tian Quanzi's disciple heard this, he stormed out in anger and pointed at Fong Ling. Kid, what are you talking about? My master is doing business with you in good faith. Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how powerful my master is in the southern Yang country? There are so many people who rush to give him things on weekdays, and he still doesn't want them. Tian Quanzi saw that Fong Ling couldn't get away with it, and didn't pretend anymore, and said straight with a calm face, the old man and the heads of all the major powers have some friendships. If you can fulfill the old man will miss your love. Got it, Fong Ling said in a flat tone before instantly twisting his head off. Tian Quanzi's neck went wild like a fountain, causing Zi Shang, who was on the sidelines, to look dumbfounded and let out a heartbreaking scream. Spare my life, master, spare my life. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed for mercy, but all that was waiting for was a vicious foot stomped down by Fong Ling, which exploded his head. Fong Ling didn't waste it, and immediately borrowed their master and disciples' corpses again to cultivate the divine skill. Chapter 021, Sword Demon 3 Styles surprise the world. No wonder this fellow is bent on obtaining the Bodhi fruit. It turns out that he has the formula for the Bodhi Vajra pill. 10,000 years of purple bamboo liquid, ageless groundnut essence. These materials have also been collected in their entirety in addition to the Bodhi fruit. With this old man's cultivation, it's really not easy to gather all these materials. Fong Ling laughed. He found a lot of good stuff when he was disposing of the remains of the pair of masters and disciples. Tian Quanzi had worked hard for half his life and had gone through several lives and deaths before he was able to gather all these materials. Now in the blink of an eye, all these things had become Fong Ling's. He had all the materials for alchemy in his hands, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate if he didn't take them. However, he had no attainments in the alchemy of pills, and several masters had never taught him. That old man, Chang Mu Shi, seems to know how to make pills. I just don't know when he will arrive in Dragon City. That Dr. Dao next door, he seems to be very powerful. It would be better to. He left the room, went to the next door and knocked gently. Who is it? Dushan's slightly wary inquiry came from the house. It's me, Fong Ling from next door, he said back. With a clunk, Dushan's young apprentice opened the door. She looked a little scared and immediately climbed back into bed again after opening the door and hid under the covers. The miserable screams next door just now. Of course, the master and disciple duo heard them clearly, which is why they looked a little uneasy. It's so late. Does Mr. Fong have anything to do? Do Qin asked. Her high bun had fallen and she seemed to have gone to bed all of a moment ago. Fong Ling took out the Dan formula from Tian Quanzi and handed it to her. It's like this. I have a Dan formula here and I want Dr. Dao to help me look at it, he said. Do Qin picked up the Dan formula and carefully had to look at it for a while, and then said, this Dan formula is well versed in the pharmacology of the Dan Dao, so there should be no problem. It's just that the materials used are quite elaborate, and these materials can't be found very often. It's just hard to buy them even if you have money. Fong Ling, then I wonder what effect this Bodhi Vajra pill has? Do Qin returned. Naturally, it strengthens the physical body, and the effect is terrifying. It can bring the efficacy of the Bodhi fruit into play tenfold. It's just that the medicinal properties of this Bodhi Vajra pill are too violent, and if the strength of the taker's physical body is not enough, he or she will instead be propped up by this violent medicinal power. That's why this Bodhi Vajra pill, also known as the catalytic pill, has a high lethality rate. Many people think that their physical body is strong enough to withstand the impact of the Bodhi Vajra pill's medicinal power, but in reality, many thanks to Dr. Do for explaining. Fong Ling nodded. In addition, there is something else I would like to trouble Dr. Do about. The Dan formula and materials. I actually have them all. I'm just suffering from not having the craft of alchemy. If Dr. Dao is willing to step in and help with the refining, I'm willing to give Dr. Dao a satisfactory reward. Do Qin sniffed, her eyebrows knitted slightly, looking a little hesitant. If Dr. Dao has any concerns, just tell us, Fong Ling said. Does Mr. Fong know the rules of entrusting someone to make pills? Do Qin asked. Because alchemy itself is a matter full of uncertainty. That's why even the most powerful alchemist will have a slip-up, and in the event of a miss, it would mean that the hard-earned materials gathered would go down the drain, of which losses. Fongling hadn't looked for someone to refine pills, but at this moment, listening to Do Qin's words, he also knew what she was concerned about, immediately responding, Dr. Dao, despite boldly refining pills, it's fine if you accidentally break it. I definitely won't ask for any compensation from you. With these words from Mr. Fong, my concubine can help with this favor. Do Qin gave a soft hum and nodded in agreement. Then I wonder what kind of payment Dr. Do wants. Fong Ling asked again. Just name your price. And as long as it's not too much, I'll be sure to meet it. Do Qin guffawed and said, it seems that Mr. Fong really seldom goes out and is not too clear about many things. For us alchemists, alchemy experience is the most valuable. And the Bodhivajra pill that Mr. Fong asked me to refine is even the finest of pills. Whether it's the materials or the Dan formula, it's a rare sight. Rather than Prince Fong entrusting me with the refining of the pills, it's more like my concubine has taken advantage of Prince Fong's light to be able to have the honor of refining such a precious pills, payment or whatever. My concubine is too embarrassed to mention it, and Mr. Fong doesn't have to be so polite. Since she didn't want to be paid, Fong Ling was happy to do so. He then took out all the materials for refining the Bodhivajra pill and placed them on the table. Do Ken checked each and every one of them to make sure that every material was okay. The night is already late, so my concubine will open the furnace for alchemy tomorrow. It'll take about 7 or 8 days. If nothing else, I also hope that Mr. Fong won't run around during this period of time, lest my concubine won't be able to find you then, she said. Fong Ling nodded. Alright, I'll stay at the Bai family during this time and wait for the good news. On the other side, Shiri's room. Big brother, I've asked the underlings. About a quarter of an hour ago, Tianquanzi's master and disciple had visited Mr. Fong. They went in and never came back out, and that scream was, just now. The attendant again saw to it that eunuch Fong came out of the room alone and went to Dr. Dao's room next door to stay for a little while. Bai Bo said. Bai Jiang sniffed and snorted coldly. This Tianquanzi fellow really doesn't know what he's talking about. What kind of person is Duke Fong? Is he someone they can mess with? This guy must have been hitting on that Bodhi fruit, causing Mr. Fong to be displeased. Big brother, Tianquanzi, this guy has some reputation in my South Young country cultivation world. He died tragically in my Bai family. I'm afraid to spread the word. Bai Bo murmured in a small voice. Bai Jiang pondered for a moment and said, try to keep the news sealed off. Don't let anyone know that he came to our Bai family. Luckily, this old man usually holds his own identity and has offended many fellow travelers. Those physicians who are with us should be willing to help us keep this secret. Duke Fong is also not as kind and gentle as the one shown on the surface. Immediately summoned all the people in the mansion to make sure to entertain him, and not to be half slow. Don't worry, big brother, I've already explained it down. There will definitely not be any ungrateful ones, Bai Bo said back. After Fong Ling left Do Qin's room, but instead of going back to his room, he flew to the outside of the city. He had run alone to this wild mountainous area. Of course, in order to refine that piece of sword in stone, he had tried many ways before, but he hadn't been able to get past that layer of amber shell and directly draw on the sword chi inside. So now there is only one way left, to forcefully break through this shell with external force. He weighed the piece of amber and threw it up with force, and then he condensed the blood sword in his hand and slashed at it. He no longer had any reservations with this sword, and he had expected to be able to split the stone shell, but it didn't work. It looks like a more powerful attack is needed for that. He took a deep breath and the power of the blood sword in his hand surged. Chopped dragon. This sword shook the heavens and earth, shook the Qiankuan, and was full of the aura of killing. A nearby mountain peak was flattened by the rippling sword chi. Dragon beheading, heaven asking, and prison suppressing. These three swords were Sword Demon's unique and most powerful swords, epitomizing his 100,000 years of invincible sword Dao. Even if today's Fong Ling could only comprehend the skin, it was still terrifying enough. The hard stone shell also finally couldn't support itself under the chopping of this supreme sword and shattered in response. The small sword that was fixed in amber turned into a golden swordlight and drilled into Fong Ling's body with a swoosh. It eventually revealed itself at his brow, but then flickered away. What's contained inside isn't sword chi at all, but a sword soul. Fong Ling was shocked. Chapter 022, The Famous Sword Tong Yuan Ancient Mind. The sword soul was a supreme treasure that all sword practitioners could only dream of. But it was very rare because the conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. Its formation takes place over a long period of time, as little as hundreds of thousands of years, or as much as millions of years. And how difficult is it for a sword to exist for so long? Not to say that it was damaged by the battle, but even if it was placed somewhere motionless, it would be eroded by time and eventually disappear. Therefore a sword that can give birth to a sword soul must be a famous sword made from the best materials under the sky. which will not erode over the years. Once a sword was born with a sword soul, this would mean that it would live forever. Even if the body of the sword collapsed due to external forces, it would still be able to take the form of a soul body and exist permanently. The sword soul was the embodiment of the sword Tao, and by comprehending the sword soul one could comprehend the supreme sword Tao. In addition, the sword soul itself contained terrifying power. It could fuse with any sword and enhance the sharpness and might of the sword. Fong Ling felt the message released by the sword soul. Its name was Tong Yuan, and he was now the 721st generation master. Try fusing the Tong Yuan sword soul with my innate blood sword. He raised his hand and condensed his own blood sword in his hand, and then he saw the sword seal between his eyebrows flashing, and the main body of the sword soul flew out and merged into the blood sword. The originally manic and evil blood sword of the original destiny had instead become calm and simple after being infused with the soul of the sword. The original blood sword was like a rootless weed, but now it had a sense of thickness. With a flick of his hand, a sword light swept through, chipping away at the ground where dozens of miles of sword light had passed. Worthy of being a legendary sword soul, the power of swinging the sword has been enhanced by more than 10 times. Fong Ling was overjoyed. Master Sword had also obtained a sword soul. It seems to be called Shen Jun. I also don't know if his 1000 Jun is powerful or my Tong Yuan is stronger. He'll be surprised the next time I go back to show him. Speaking of which, how come there are so many treasures in this tiny dragon city? He suddenly thought of this. Whether it was the 7-colored heavenly butterfly pupa that he had forced out of Miss Bai's body, or this Tong Yuan sword soul, they were both rare things in the world. The 7-colored sky butterfly is an ancient demonic insect, and Fat Master has said that it's almost extinct in the outside world, and the soul of this Tong Yuan sword, sealed in the state of amber. Could it be that they all came from the relict ancient mine that Bai Zhang spoke of? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. It seems that we have to take a walk through this ancient mine of the remnant. There might be some unexpected gains. He didn't know where the legacy ancient mine was, so he still had to go back and ask the White family. At this time, although it was already late at night, the two brothers of the Bai family were looking away from the city tower. Although Fong Ling had traveled far, the commotion caused was still too great and spread to Dragon City. Dozens of miles apart, you can still feel the strong sword aura. It seems that this Mr. Fong should be an heir to a certain sword Dao family. Bai Bo said. Bai Zhang, it should be, but what is he doing in our Nanyang kingdom? Maybe it's just traveling here. Don't all these lineage heirs like to travel around? Bai Bo said. The two of you are still up this late? Suddenly, Fong Ling appeared behind them and asked slyly. Coldly, the two Bai brothers were startled. Mr. Fong. Fong, just now you. Bai Jiang looked at him and asked cryptically. Fong Ling nodded. It was the commotion I made that opened that amber. I'm very satisfied with what's inside. Thanks to your great gift from the White family, count me as owing your Bai family a favor. And in the future, if there's anything, you can look for me. The Bai family brothers can reach today's height, the way of the world, since needless to say, not the slightest question that amber actually contains what. Mr. Fong is too polite. Bai Jiang laughed. My Bai family's door is always open to Mr. Fong. Feel free to come over and sit down anytime. By the way, I want to take a walk in the legacy ancient mine, but I don't know where this place is, Fong Ling added. Bai Jiang was about to open his mouth to respond, but a thick voice suddenly came from the back. Since Mr. Fong is interested in that place, why don't we let the old immortal go over there with you and take a stroll? Fong Ling turned around to see that the visitor was a one-armed, white-robed old man, who was the White family's oldest ancestor, Bai Xingyo. Greetings, old ancestor. The Bai clan brothers hurriedly saluted in greeting. Bai Xingyo let out a soft hum and slowly landed beside a few people. Previously, the old man had been in seclusion to recuperate, so I didn't come out earlier to greet Mr. Fong, so I hope Mr. Fong won't be offended, Bai Xingyo said. Fong Ling, where? Old sir is overstating things. Then I'd appreciate it if Elder Bai would take me on a walk around the relic ancient mine. Jiang Bo you guys go back first, Bai Xingyo said as he looked at the Bai family brothers. I'll take Mr. Fong over to take a look. Yes, old ancestor. The Bai family brothers immediately headed back towards the Bai mansion, and they were the only two left on the city floor all of a sudden. Bai Xingyo looked at Fong Ling and asked, is Mr. Fong interested in the legacy ancient mine because of that piece of amber? Pretty much. And I suspect that the poison that Miss Bai Ying was suffering from came from there as well. Fong Ling nodded. Indeed. Bai Xingyo's brows sank. I have long had this suspicion. A few days before Inger was poisoned, she had traveled to the forsaken ancient mine once with her subordinates in the mansion. Old Sir is the living god of Dragon City. You should know a lot about this relic ancient mine, right? Fong Ling added. No, it's just a slight understanding. Bai Xingyo laughed bitterly. In fact, this arm of the old immortal was lost in the lost ancient mine. He touched his empty left arm and said, let's get going here. Walk and talk. Along the way, Fong Ling listened patiently, and was able to gain some understanding of this abandoned ancient mine. In today's cultivation world, there are only 3 forms of spirit veins: large, medium and small. However, in the ancient times, there was another type of spirit vein that was even more bountiful, called the source spirit vein. The spirit stones contained in the source spirit vein were of extremely high quality, belonging to the very best spirit stones, and there were even rare spirit essences. And this leftover ancient mine near Dragon City was once the source spirit vein. Thus, back in the ancient times, Dragon City had already become a great city relying on this source spirit mine. But sooner or later, a resource-based city will be weakened by the depletion of its resources. After the source spirit mine was finished, Dragon City declined all the way until today. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. And today's Dragon City is also the undisputed #1 city in the western part of the Nanyang country. Although this ancient mine had been dug out long ago, there were still many people who came to explore it from ancient times and wanted to pick up the pieces. With so many people coming and going, it became a place of wrongdoing and much bloodshed. When there are a lot of dead people, there are always some leftover treasures. So from time to time, descendants can pick up something of great value in that neighborhood. These are the folklore uniforms. But the White Star Tour has a different set of words. As far as he was concerned, this ancient mine had not been completely excavated, and there was a secret that few people knew about. In the deepest part of the legacy ancient mine, there was a dusty temple. This was because the deeper one went into the ancient mine, the greater the force field one was subjected to. That's why most people can't go deeper into the ancient mines and don't know that there's still this place to go inside. But even if you go deep into the ancient mines, it is difficult to walk into this mysterious temple. This was because at the entrance of the hall, there was a powerful puppet sitting at the entrance, and the puppet would stop all intruders. Bai Xingyo was so spirited in his youth that he wanted to peek into the secrets despite the Bai family's ancestral discipline. He had gone deep into the ancient mine to find out what was going on. It was then that he fought the puppet and barely escaped at the cost of a broken arm. After that, he never dared to take a step into the relic ancient mine. Chapter 023 White Woman in a Foreign Country. Fong Ling followed Bai Xingyo and flew all the way for nearly half an hour before arriving at this abandoned ancient mine. It was a lofty mountain, and it was actually quite a distance away from Dragon City. For the mountains are nearly hollowed out and dotted with 4-way mining tunnels. So when there was a wind blowing, the ancient mine of the legacy would buzz and roar strangely like a giant beast. That's the ancient mine ruins over there, Bai Xingyo said as he stopped walking and looked at the ruins of the ancient mine. I'm weak, so I won't go in with Mr. Fong, so as not to become a burden. Fong Ling nodded. Thank you, Elder Bai, for leading the way. It's a big night. Elder Bai should also go back to his residence to rest. There's no need to guard here. Bai Xingyo gave a light him and bowed his head to take his leave. Take care, Mr. Fong. I hope you'll be careful. The two parted ways there, and Fong Ling took large strides towards this abandoned ancient mine. As he walked along, he saw a number of men stationed on the outskirts of the mine. These people were either specialized in treasure hunting or came here to travel and admire. It was more lively than he had expected. Does Your Excellency want to enter the legacy ancient mine? I have something good here that you should need. Hybrid elixir. After you eat it, it will strengthen your resistance to pressure and allow you to go farther in the mines. Suddenly, a young girl with a lot of freckles on her face leapt out from the side of the road, following Fong Ling as she walked and sold her pills. Everyone else sells them for 500 spirit stones apiece. I'm not as greedy as they are. It's enough to earn some subsistence money. Only half the price. Would the gentleman like to think about it? Fong Ling gently had to shake his head, only feeling that it was very noisy for her to chatter alongside. Seeing that Fong Ling had no intention of buying it, the freckled girl stopped following and stayed where she was, sighing helplessly. Suddenly, a person came flying in and kicked her straight out. Immediately after that, several people surrounded the front and punched and kicked the freckled girl. Little bastard. You're really not afraid of death. You've been warned. This is our territory. You're not allowed to steal business. Don't you understand? And selling the mixed energy pill so cheaply. You're slapping me in the face. A big man with an axe in his hand and a hairy chest looked at the freckled girl who was being wildly beaten up by her own little brother and sneered. Brother Goat, do me a favor and let me sell here for a few days. I'll stop selling when I've sold all the pills in my hand. The freckled girl held her head in her hands and pleaded there. You want money but not life, right? The chest-haired man laughed. Then I'll fulfill you. He gripped his axe tightly and stepped forward aggressively. Seeing this, the crowd of minions hurriedly dodged away. Little bastard. I've heard it said that your father picked up a treasure around here when he was still alive. If you obediently hand over this treasure, I can spare you and allow you to continue selling here. Otherwise your goat master will chop your head off with an axe right now. The chest-haired big man threatened. The freckled girl sniffed and fell silent. Boss, do you think the stuff could be on her? Or should we strip her? Behind the chest-haired big man, a sharp-tongued boy laughed evilly. Such an important thing, she must have carried it with her. Big Head has a point. Immediately, someone agreed. The chest-haired big man looked at the freckled girl and craned his neck. This little bastard's face is average, but his body looks good. It's nighttime. I can't see your face anyway, so it's not bad if you strip it for our brothers to have fun. You guys go. Move your asses. Got it. The chest-haired big man's henchman lewdly came forward with a bad smile on his face. The freckled girl curled up on the floor, her eyes desperate and dull. Just then, the sound of the sword coming out of the body rang out. You bullies. So many of you to bully such a little girl. A woman in white appeared from the darkness, carrying her sword towards the chest-haired man and the others to kill them. Where's that little bitch from? Minding her own business. Take her down first. The chest-haired big man grunted coldly. The crowd turned towards her to kill her, but all they heard was a soft sound of sword chants, and all of them were cut down by their swords. The chest-haired man's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly turned around and tried to leave. But he had just turned around and hadn't taken a few steps when the flying sword ran him through the chest from behind, and then his entire body fell to the ground in response. Thanks for coming to the rescue. The freckled girl reddened her eyes and thanked. The woman in white helped her up and comforted her for a while, then suddenly looked up at Fong Ling at the front. As Fong Ling was walking, the woman in white chased after him. She looked at Fong Ling and said with a displeased face, "You're really cold-blooded and heartless." That young girl was almost insulted, and you turned a blind eye. Fong Ling ignored it and continued to walk forward. When the woman in white saw this, she was even more furious and stomped her feet. Hey, I'm talking to you. Which family are you from? And what sect? Why don't you say something? Feeling sweaty and ashamed? Fong Ling slowly turned his head to look at her and said in a cold voice, "If you make any more noise, I will slap you to death." The woman in white sniffed, her eyes widened, and she was about to explode. But an old crone suddenly appeared at her side and pulled her away. "Granny, what are you doing?" The white woman who was pulled away questioned with a disgruntled face. "This guy is cold-blooded and heartless, not to mention so bossy. I have to teach him a lesson today." The old woman raised her eyes to Fong Ling there and said in a deep voice, "Miss, I'm afraid that this person is not simple. It's better to cause less trouble." The old slave has read countless people in his life and rarely looks away. And the party would not have been fine with that young girl if Miss had not made a move. No way. This guy is just like nothing. He's still walking leisurely there. He's not going to make a move to help. The woman in white said. Mrs. Realm is still insufficient, so she couldn't detect that there was a hidden fluctuation of spiritual energy on this person's body during that instant. The old woman explained. But because you struck out, Miss, it flickered away. So I was wrong about him? The woman in white skimmed her lips. But this guy is really rude too. After casually talking to him, he threatened to slap me to death. It's not right. My cultivation is still lacking? That's compared to you, Granny. But I'm actually already at the early stage of the Tiangui realm. In this small southern young country, I'm considered a first-class expert. How could I not detect the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this guy? According to you, he is at the very least in the late Tiangui realm. This guy looks a few years younger than me. It's impossible for such a genius to exist in this bullet-ridden land of the southern young country. The old woman laughed and said, "Oh young lady, those in the Nanyang country are not necessarily from the Nanyang country. If you're not from the Nanyang kingdom, he has to be." When the woman in white heard this, she thought it made some sense. That's true, but according to you, this person is much more powerful than me. So young and more powerful than me. Could it be those few family heirs? Or the inheritors of those immortal great religions? I don't know the identity of this person. In addition, if he has a protector beside him, the strength of this protector must be stronger than the old slave. Because the old slave cannot perceive it at all, the old woman said. Chapter 024, Crystal Coffin Golden Horn Plan. That old crone has a high level of cultivation. At the very least one great realm higher than me. And that woman, at such a young age, she has the cultivation of the early Tiangui realm. Most of them are not from the southern Yang country. Fong Ling thought to himself. Coming here must also be for the sake of this leftover ancient mine. We have to reach the Grand Hall one step faster than them. He executed the divine walking steps taught by the flower thief master. The divine walking steps was a body technique divine ability that crowned the world. Cultivating into the first layer would give you unparalleled speed. And when one cultivates to the second level, one can also do the shrinking ground and instantly move. The divine walking steps were more than just these two layers. There was a third layer, but he was still far from reaching that realm. Cultivating to the third level was fast enough to reverse time and turn back the clock. As for how much it backs up, it depends on what the speed actually reaches. He had witnessed the flower thief master performing the third level of extreme speed, which was able to return him to a time half a pillar of incense. One incense stick was about 5 minutes ago. Don't look at just half an incense burner's time. In the duel of top experts, it is possible to distinguish the winner from the loser in a fraction of a second. With a flash of his figure, Fongling had already entered the interior of the relic ancient mine, and was currently in a spacious mine tunnel. The force field is really something, compressing my instantaneous distance by quite a bit. Upon entering the mine, a wave of gravity struck. If those who were not strong enough forced their way in, they would be directly crushed by gravity. The final location to which all the mine tunnels lead is that mysterious temple. That's why Fongling followed this road and quickly moved forward. After about a quarter of an hour, he reached the end of the mine tunnel. In front of him was an ancient bronze door, which was mottled and full of traces of age. Before this ancient bronze door, there were also 4 stone statues. These stone statues were carved by demons, not humans. In addition is the corpses all over the place. These skeletons do not melt for many years. It can be seen that when they were alive, they must also be masters. He walked straight ahead, and it was true that there were puppets blocking the way. Just as Bai Xingyo had said, these 4 demonic stone statues were puppets. It exists in the state of a stone statue on weekdays, and will be revealed once a living being approaches. The 4 stone statues did not activate at the same time. Only one of the canine ones manifested. Fongling looked at its form and recognized it. It was a blue-tailed pale wolf with a great demon bloodline. The blue-tailed pale wolf opened its sharp teeth and mouth, immediately pouncing and biting towards Fongling. Fongling raised his hand and slammed it with a simple punch. With a bang, the blue-tailed pale wolf was instantly broken into pieces. Back then, this blue-tailed pale wolf had bitten off Bai Xingyo's arm, but it was still too weak for Fongling. After the blue-tailed pale wolf was crushed, the remaining 3 stone statues activated at the same time. They were revealed in the states of Surabaya Snake, Ghost Swineherd, and Thunder Lion, respectively. Among them, the Thunder Lion belonged to the royal bloodline among the demon race and possessed a strong lightning talent. The aura of these 3 puppets was also far stronger than the blue-tailed pale wolf just now. The blue-tailed Song wolf was also around the middle stage of the Tiangui realm. On the other hand, Sea Snake was at the early stage of the heavenly power realm, a realm comparable to Fongling's. The Ghost Swineherd was even worse, with his cultivation reaching the late stage of the heavenly power realm. This Thunder Lion, on the other hand, was even more terrifying, being at the early Jade Balance realm. The 3 launched their attacks at the same time over Fongling. The Sarabian serpent opened its huge mouth and ejected purple poisonous gas from its mouth. A terrifying beast soul emerged behind the Ghost Swineherd, and the beast soul opened its mouth to devour towards Fongling. The Thunder Lion was even more manic. His body flashed with thunder, bursting out a wave of thunder. Fongling's brow sank, not daring to be careless. He swung out with a fist, which was like a thunderous movement in the 9 heavens, shocking the heavens and deafening the ears. At the same time the wind of the fist transformed into a river of stars, swaying and oscillating, drifting all the way. The attacks of the 3 beast puppets were instantly covered by the power of the fists. The aftermath of the force blasted into them, triggering a huge tremor that shattered their very bodies as well. This was the Star River Infinite Fist that he had practiced so diligently since he was a child. The top fist art in the world. This was still only the 2nd layer of the Star River Infinite Fist. If one could cultivate to the 5th layer, one would even be able to shatter the stars in the heavens across the distant heavenly path. After defeating these roadblocks, he was about to move forward. But suddenly, these 4 collapsed guardian stone statues actually recovered instantly. The shattered stone statues were recast in a matter of moments. Not even a single crack remained. If you can defeat it once, you can defeat it a second time. How can you stop me? Fongling snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. However, these restored stone statues did not show any more obstruction and seemed to have really become a pose. Fongling was slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it and walked straight to the door. With a firm push, he slowly opened this ancient bronze door. Behind this ancient bronze door was a spacious and bright hall. The perimeter of the hall was covered with dense green marigolds with candles burning on them. It was also unknown what materials these candles were made of, and after countless years, they were still burning. In the very center of the hall, a crystal coffin was placed. Other than that, there was nothing else within this large hall. Fongling walked towards the crystal coffin, ready to open it and take a look. But just then, a bizarre scene happened. The crystal coffin suddenly stood up, and with a thud, the coffin board slapped heavily on the ground. At the same time, the ancient bronze door slowly closed, sealing the way out. There was a person lying in the crystal coffin, and this person slowly opened his eyes and looked straight at Fongling. To be able to defeat those 4 puppets that this seat has placed at the entrance, you have a few skills. There was something special about this person's looks, and there was actually a golden unicorn horn growing on his forehead. Also the eyes were different from normal humanoids. slightly golden in color. It should already be the year of the great struggle of the priestly calculus. After this awakening, I will no longer have to sleep here for a long time. The strange man was talking to himself there. You're the Golden Horn clan, Fong Ling said in astonishment as he carefully speculated on his appearance. Master Sword Demon often told Fong Ling stories about his challenges against the strongest members of various races, and among them, the Golden Horn race had been mentioned. Because of the extraordinarily resilient nature of this race, it impressed Sword Demon. But he said this clan was exterminated 50,000 years ago, and right now this guy, oh, this great Chu country even has someone like you who recognizes my origins. The Golden Horn clan youth was slightly surprised and said, the great Chu kingdom? Looks like you've been sleeping here for at least 20,000 years. Fong Ling grunted. The predecessor of the Nanyang kingdom was the great Chu kingdom, and the Nanyang kingdom itself had only been founded for more than 20,000 years, but the previous great Chu kingdom had lasted for about 50,000 years. I don't know how long I have been sleeping here, perhaps more than 20,000 years. The youth of the Golden Horn clan said faintly, as delicious as you look, I don't intend to kill you. After this awakening, I will re-enter the world and will need to recruit some men as well. Become my slave. I will grant you supreme honor. Not interested, Fong Ling shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. I originally thought that this hall was an ancient site, but I didn't realize that it was just newly built tens of thousands of years ago. When the Golden Horn clan youth saw him leave as if no one else was there, a murderous intent erupted in his eyes. You were given a chance and you didn't cherish it, so become my ration to restore my strength, he said coldly. Chapter 025 Dueling Hyunjin Heaven Breaking Spear. The Golden Horn clan youth slowly raised his hand and condensed a golden lance in his hand. With a swoosh, he threw his golden spear and killed Fong Ling. Fong Ling turned around with an open heart and met him with a punch. The golden spear was crushed by his iron fist, but he took 2 steps backwards with it. The youth of the Golden Horn clan was a bit surprised when he saw this. Obviously just a human race, but his fleshly body is so strong? Although he couldn't see Fong Ling's realm, but was able to tell his approximate age. So marveled at that. One must know that among the 100 races, the human race is the only one with the weakest physical body. However, the physical body of the young man in front of him was similar to that of a supreme lord with an emperor's bloodline, if not even stronger. The reason why all of these people couldn't detect Fong Ling's true realm was because he had practiced the heavenly concealment technique. The heavenly concealment technique was imparted to him by the flower thief master, and its only effect was to conceal the realm. The youth of the Golden Horn clan could not perceive Fong Ling's realm, but Fong Ling was able to judge his cultivation at a glance. The realm of this Golden Horn clan youth was not low, at the middle stage of the Jade Balance realm. It was a full one great realm and a small layer higher than him. My name is Kim Buwan, and my men never kill nameless people, so why don't you give me your name? Jin Buwan said. Fong Ling, he faintly said, while condensing his own blood sword in his hand. The benthic blood sword that had the Tong Yuan sword soul enhancement gave Jin Buwan a feeling of being stung as soon as it appeared. I didn't expect a hard battle just after awakening. He smiled. Just as well. It's the right time to move your muscles. Have you ever heard of my Golden Horn clan's great divine power? He closed his 2 palms together, and a strong aura rippled out with him at the center. At the same time, the skin on his body turned golden, and at first glance he looked like a man made of gold. The body of 100 battles is eternal. The invincible golden body of my Golden Horn clan. He struck his hands together with a dull clash of metal, and then the entire person exploded towards Fong Ling, his steps so heavy that they shattered the Xianjing tiles in the hall. Fong Ling swung his sword and the sword light chopped at Jin Buwan but did not cause any damage to him, and in the gap between his sword swings, Jin Buwan had also gotten close enough to try to fight him physically. Die! Jin Buwan's eyes showed madness as he swung his fist towards Fong Ling's head. However, in an instant, Fong Ling disappeared, causing him to pounce. He immediately reversed his direction and once again killed towards the shifting Fong Ling, but several sets of takedowns in a row didn't work. Although his power was strong, he couldn't even touch the corner of Fong Ling's clothes. This feeling of an iron fist hitting cotton made Kim Buwan feel very stifled. Don't hide if you have the guts to fight me head-on, he roared. As you wish, Fong Ling murmured, his body's fury skyrocketing. The calm and silent blood sword also became frantic, like a hungry beast out of its cage. Chop the dragon! He leapt up and slashed his sword towards Jin Buwan. The great hall was instantly stabbed through by the sword chi because it couldn't withstand this terrifying sword chi. The sword chi was strewn across the 8 directions, strangling everything. The old crone and the woman in white were slowly exploring the mine tunnel. But suddenly, the crone seemed to have sensed something and her face changed. She immediately raised her hand and condensed a blue shield to protect the two of them. With a rumble, the mine tunnel began to collapse, while a sword chi swept out from the depths of the tunnel and whistled. What a powerful sword chi. Just the aftermath is so powerful, the old woman said in a deep voice. The white-clothed woman looked thankful. Fortunately, Granny reacted quickly, or I would have suffered. Say, what's happening? What kind of people are fighting? Could it be that guy from earlier? Can't say for sure, but we'd better get out of here now, the crone said. Miss Old me has limited cultivation and may not be a match for the person fighting the spell, so I must not take any chances. If it's really that guy, then he must be an heir of the Sword Dao family. The woman in white cooed. Don't worry about that for now. Retreat is important. The old crone didn't care if she agreed or not, and immediately pulled her away from the forsaken ancient mine. And at this moment, the place where the battle broke out. Fong Ling held his sword in his right hand and lingered in midair, silently looking at the ruins of the collapsed hall. The ruins raised dust, making it impossible to see what was really going on inside. In the middle of the day, Jin Bu Huan climbed up from the rubble. At this moment, he could be described as being in a sorry state, with his invincible golden body broken and his body stained with dust. There was even a bone-deep wound on his chest, which was the sword that Fong Ling had just cut. Jin Bu Huan looked up at Fong Ling and said, a very strong sword, but it's fortunate that you don't have a high level of cultivation, otherwise this sword might have directly killed me. After tens of thousands of years of slumber, could it be that something has changed in the outside world and the descendants have become so strong? Fong Ling didn't say whether or not, and raised his hand in preparation for another sword strike. Jin Bu Huan's face changed slightly, not expecting that a sword move like the one he had just performed. Fong Ling was actually able to perform it continuously. He didn't want to take another sword, so he hastened to use his native technique, only to see a burst of golden light flashing at the wound on his chest. The bone-searing injury surprisingly recovered in an instant, not even leaving a scar. Is this what Master Sword said? The Golden Horn Clan's regeneration technique? It's really powerful. Fong Ling nodded, recognizing Jin Bu Huan's strength, but that was all. He had decided that he would make Kim Bu Huan his own feeder. He turned his wrist and chopped out a sword again. This sword was the second of the Sword Demon's three styles. Ask for heaven. This sword was even more terrifying and indestructible than the Dragon Slash. Jin Bu Huan could feel the transformation of the sword chi and was appalled. He already regretted it, regretting that he shouldn't have struck out at Fong Ling. But there was no turning back the medicine in the world, and he could only fight to the death. I didn't realize that the first battle after awakening, I would have to offer my bottom card. Fong Ling, I'll remember you. You're a strong person that I admire. With a thought, a golden spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This golden spear was radiant and sharp, emitting a heaven-destroying aura. I, Jin Bu Huan, am the last generation of the Golden Horn Clan's heavenly pride. This is my companion's spiritual treasure, the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear. This spear has also killed other clans' heavenly maidens. So today, I will use this treasure to send you on your way. Jin Bu Huan's golden veins rippled on his forehead, and his entire aura climbed to its peak. He roared and threw this spear with all his strength. The terrifying might of Fong Ling's questioning heavenly sword was unexpectedly overwhelmed by it in an instant. With a snort, the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear pierced through Fong Ling's body. Seeing this, Jin Bu Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, but the next moment, his face changed wildly, as if he had seen a ghost. It was because he saw Fong Ling smiling, and saw him using both hands to pull the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear out of his body. Impossible! How could you, a mere human, not be dead after being penetrated by my divine spear? Jin Bu Huan shouted hysterically. Fong Ling looked down towards his chest, where a large hole had been poked by the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear. At the moment, however, the flesh and blood were remodeling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all, the bloody hole grew back. I didn't expect you to have this kind of undercurrent. This is a great weapon, but unfortunately it's mine now. Fong Ling crossed his eyebrows and used the secret method of plunder that Fat Master had taught him to force Jin Bu Huan's companion's spiritual treasure to be refined. Jin Bu Huan felt his connection with the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear being forcibly severed and collapsed even more. No, you can't do that. Give me back my baby, he shouted. As you wish. Fong Ling gripped his spear tightly and aimed at Jin Bu Huan. With a piercing sound, the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear shot out explosively and killed towards him. Kim Bu Huan let out a poof and directly spat out blood from anger. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but he knew that if he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here today. Heavenly Resolution Technique. The moment the spear was about to penetrate his body, the entire person turned into a burst of light and disappeared. Fong Ling looked at the place where Jin Bu Huan had disappeared, his brows slightly furrowed. It's a pity. Such a good chi and blood, what a good flesh body, to let him get away. But at least there's still something to gain. He looked toward the Hyun Gold heaven-breaking spear that emitted a destructive aura and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 026 Ancient Spirit's Tomb Door Opens. Fong Ling put away the Hyun Gold heaven-breaking spear and prepared to return to Dragon City. But just then, he looked down at the ruins at his feet. A little puzzled, he felt some obscure aura under the ruins. Jie, what about being woken up? I'm so hungry after sleeping so long. A strange being crawled out of the ruins. The guy's skin took on a dark purple color, but his body and face resembled that of a human. Just a long tail on the back of his ass, and claws and teeth as long and sharp as the beast's. He looked up at Fong Ling in midair and stuck out his tongue to greedily lick his lips. A weak human race, barely able to feed itself. This alien being suddenly stormed up and appeared behind Fong Ling. His claws and teeth flashed with purple light rhythms as he grabbed towards Fong Ling's neck, but it swooped down, catching only air. Fong Ling reacted quickly, dodging behind him in that instant and swinging out a punch with a bang. The power of his punch wasn't weak, and the alien being was directly whacked to the ground, embedded in the ruins. Ahem! Carelessness. The alien being climbed up from the ruins and loosened his muscles. Human boy, can you tell me how many years have passed since the Nine Clans rebellion today? He looked toward Fong Ling in midair and asked, the rebellion of the Nine Clans? Fong Ling murmured, his heart shaking. He had read a miscellaneous book about the ancient years in the Zhao family's grassy lounge. It is recorded above that the ancient era has gone through a total of 4 stages: the constant heavenly emperor, the 7 saints' struggle, the rebellion of the 9 tribes, and the last year of darkness. The rebellion of the 9 clans had lasted for nearly 500,000 years, and the 500,000 years of war had caused the sparkling ancient cultivation world to go from strength to strength. What? You don't know about the rebellion of the 9 clans? The alien being laughed. Fong Ling, that was already the past of the ancient era, and now billions of years have passed since the end of the ancient era. Has the era I live in already become the ancient age? The alien being froze, his eyes revealing a few moments of silence. I didn't realize it was such a long sleep. Have you heard of my tomb clan, and has my bloodline been passed down to this day? Fong Ling shook his head. I have not heard of it. Fine. This tomb clan member sighed. For the sake of you solving my puzzle, I can let you suffer less. I'll be sure to get you dead before I eat you. I won't eat you alive. Remember, I am Ertu of the Tomb Clan. Remember to hold my name when you meet the King of Hell. Wu Ertu spread out his hands and slowly rose into the air, coming across to Fong Ling, purple spiritual energy constantly escaping from his body. And then he was seen clasping his hands together, and purple chi coalesced behind him to form a weird and eerie door. A bell hung over the gate, which swung from side to side, emitting a clanging sound. Tomb door, open, Ertu bellowed, and the gate slowly opened. Fong Ling only felt a strange force locking him in place, and he couldn't even move his feet. A large purple hand poked out from the tomb door. Large hands slowly approached, gripping him before dragging him toward the door. The tomb door closed with a bang, seemingly to permanently suppress Fong Ling in the world behind the door. Ertu exhaled softly, her gaze moving into the distance. That's lucky. There are 2 more scrappy human blood meals. The location he was looking towards was precisely the 2 women in white who were far away. The old crone was flying in the direction of Dragon City with the woman in white. But suddenly, the old woman's face changed. No good. Something is coming after us. You go first, miss, and I'll pad behind you. The woman in white sniffed and asked, Granny, what is the strength of the visitor? I still have the killer weapon in my hand, so maybe I can just blast the other party to death. Crone, don't use that thing lightly until it's crunch time. The old slave is here to stop that thing. Miss, just go ahead. Alright. Knowing the crone's temperament, the woman in white nodded her head in agreement. But just then, a powerful aura suddenly appeared directly in front of them. The visitor was none other than Wu Ertu, who looked greedily at the woman in white and laughed. Beautiful human woman. Just the thing to use first to relieve your boredom. As for you, old woman, it's better to just be a blood meal. The old woman hurriedly swung out a palm, sending the white-clothed woman on the side away. By this time, Ertu had also pounced and fought in close quarters. The 2 sides were simply not on the same level. Wu Ertu's movements were incredibly swift, completely crushing the old crone. Within moments, several claw marks had already appeared on the crone's body. Purple gas also continued to escape from these claw marks, and Wu Ertu's attacks were accompanied by toxicity. Seeing that she was far from being a match for this bizarre being, the old crone had to fight for her life to give her lady more time to escape. Draw the ground. She released all of her own energy and activated a foot of the spell outlined underneath the inn. The moment she fought with Wu Ertu, she had already had the realization that she would give an account of herself here. The spell formation instantly unfolded, and it was too late for Wu Ertu to leave, being narrowly restrained by it. You old woman, you are really underestimated. Wu Ertu's face grimaced. He was ashamed that he had been put on the spot by this old woman in front of him. The effect of the formation of drawing the earth as a firmament was very strong, and he couldn't break through it quickly with his current strength. So eager to die. Then I will fulfill you. Wu Erta charged forward, madly torturing the old crone. The crone had already expended all her energy activating this spell formation, and was even more unable to resist it. Within moments, he was scratched all over by Ertu. Granny, I'm coming. Right at this moment, the white-clothed woman who had been sent away just now suddenly appeared next to the formation of the painted earth. Her eyes reddened at the sight of the crone being hurt like that by Ertu. Damn beast, I'm going to kill you. She flipped her palm over, and a legal decree emerged in her palm. The old woman looked at the woman in white and tried to say something, but she didn't even have the strength to speak. Please, Dharma, order. The woman in white shouted softly. The spell in her hand instantly transformed into a black lance. With a swoosh, the lance broke through the air. It disappeared directly into the large formation and pierced through Wu Ertu's head. Let you be arrogant. Let you hurt my you granny. The woman in white snorted coldly. Then she walked to the front of the formation and lifted her hand to lift the formation of the painted ground. After breaking the formation, she immediately came to the crone's side. Granny, she said as she assisted the crone, tears falling from her eyes. The old woman opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, a palm imprint blasted from behind them, knocking the two of them down from mid-air. How can? The woman in white was shocked and looked up. Only the body of Wu Ertu, who had just been killed by her with a spell, was dissipating, and next to this body, there was another Ertu, who looked down on them with a teasing face. Little girl, you're still young. What was killed was only one of my bilocations. TSK, it's fortunate that you ran back on your own and unlocked the ceiling formation. Otherwise I'd be a little worried that I wouldn't be able to find you later. Ertu laughed. The woman in white bit her lower lip and clenched her fists in chagrin. So I'm so weak and stupid. But I, Shangwan Haiyu, as a member of the Shangwan family, would rather die than cheapen you, this sinful beast. She was determined to cut herself. But just then a dull bell rang out. Dang it! Behind Ertu, the gate reappeared. But Ertu's face changed drastically, and he turned around to look at the scene with a terrified face. No way. He should've. Chapter 027, The Formation Dao's Unrivaled Shangwan Family. With a bang, the door was forced open. Fan Ling stepped out from the world behind the door. One step at a time, he was covered in blood, but his eyes were terrifyingly still. Wu Erta screamed miserably as purple blood continued to spill out of his mouth. The tomb door was his original life, and now that it was broken, it caused him to suffer a great backlash. The backlash effect was terrifying, almost taking most of his life. At this moment, Wu Erta no longer had any semblance of the panache he had just had, and was completely dominated by fear. He was about to run for his life, but Fan Ling took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of him. Grabbing his hair, he grabbed Erta by the hair and threw him up as hard as he could, and then, building up his momentum, he blasted over with a rising dragon fist, sending him flying once again, where the woman in white couldn't see. He raised his hand to gather his blood sword and plunged it through the top of Wu Ertu's head. The blood sword greedily drew on the blood fury chi, draining him in an instant, and then he raised his right hand again, and his palm turned into a vortex, devouring the life essence from Wu Erta's body. The life essence, like dots of starlight, converged into his body, causing Fan Ling to shiver with comfort. The realm of this ancient being was very high, being the late stage of the heavenly balance realm, but he wasn't so much that in himself, just that his realm had fallen down because he had been asleep for so long. Therefore, it was a great tonic for Fan Ling. He could clearly feel the enhancement of the blood sword and his fleshly body, which was completely different compared to what he felt before. I kind of understand why Master Sword only kills the strong. Killing 1,000 or even 10,000 weaklings is not as painful as one strong one. He looked at Ertu's dried-up corpse and flexed his fingers to flick a fireball, completely incinerating it. He turned around to look at the relic ancient mine again and didn't stay long, immediately heading back towards Dragon City. Originally, he thought that this place was just a hiding place for Kim Boan, but now it seemed that he had thought too simply. The sudden appearance of the ancient tomb race beings made him feel a little weird, and there might not be more than one ancient being sleeping here. The seven-colored sky butterfly larva was, inevitably, one of them. And Tong Yuan Sword Soul, very but a certain powerful existence of things, just accidentally out of the dust. Back in Dragon City, the Bai family did not look for him or ask him for anything. It's like you don't know anything, you don't care about anything. After Fan Ling primped himself, he climbed onto the bed to meditate. He recalled these two battles in the relic ancient mine in his mind, summarizing the experience of these two battles. To him, these combat experiences were valuable and worthy of careful consideration. Early the next morning, he was cultivating in his room. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. and a gentle voice asked, "Benefactor, is it convenient for me to come in?" "Come in." Fong Ling opened his eyes and said indifferently. Then a slightly haggard woman pushed the door and walked in. She was none other than the White family's eldest Miss Bai Ying. "My little daughter, Bai Ying, meet the benefactor." She saluted towards Fong Ling in a graceful manner. "Fong Ling, Miss Bai, get up. Your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no need to be like this." Bai Ying smiled faintly and said, "It's already much better. And it's long overdue for me to come over and pay my respects to Mr. Fong. If it wasn't for Mr. Fong's help this time, I'm afraid Whitefly would have died soon." "Ms. Bai, please sit down," Fong Ling greeted. But he didn't know what to say next. He was not good at conversation in the first place. Bai Ying is also an introverted person. After sitting down, he stared at the tea bowl in front of him, unable to say a word for a long time. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward for a while, but luckily at that moment, Hakui also came over. "Ying, have you properly thanked Mr. Fong for his great kindness?" Bai Jiang looked at his daughter and asked. Whitefly hastily nodded. "Yes, that medicine seems to be almost done, so I'll go back and drink it first. Mr. Fong, farewell." She ran faster than a rabbit, and without waiting for Fong Ling to respond, she ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Bai Jiang cried and laughed, and shook his head helplessly. "My daughter seldom deals with outsiders in her normal life, so her manners are more than a little poor." Making Mr. Fong laugh, he looked towards Fong Ling and said, "Where? Your daughter truly has the demeanor of a great man, worthy of being the daughter of the Bai family master." Fong Ling said. Although it was polite, Hakui was happy to hear it and a smile spread on his face. "My daughter, not to mention other things, is still a very well-behaved and understanding person, and has never let me, as a father, worry about her. Ahem, by the way, there is someone who wants to see Mr. Fong. That person's identity is extraordinary, so young that he already has a Tiangui realm cultivation, not like my Nanyang kingdom." "Oh, but a woman in white? With a severely injured crone by her side?" Fong Ling asked. "Exactly," Bai Jiang returned. "These two came to the gate of the house last night and wanted to stay here for the night. When I saw that these two were extraordinary, I didn't dare to neglect them, so I arranged for a temporary stay in the west courtyard. The woman in white approached me just now and said she wanted my help in finding someone. Listening to her description, I knew that the person she wanted to find was you, Mr. Fong. But Mr. Bai didn't dare to make a good claim and didn't tell her that Mr. Fong lived here, so I've come to report this. I wonder how Mr. Fong would like to cope with it. These two have no grudge against me. Let them come," Fong Ling said. "Good." Bai Jiang nodded and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after, he brought the woman in white as well as the crone to Fong Ling's room. After bringing the man in, he immediately had the good sense to leave. The woman in white carefully had to help the crone sit down, and then looked up at Fong Ling. Shangguan Haiyu. Thank you for saving my son's life last night." She opened her mouth. Fong Ling said indifferently, "I have no intention of saving you guys. It's just a coincidence. Shangguan Haiyu, it doesn't matter. What matters is the result. The Shangguan family, will repay any revenge in any favor. If you hadn't killed that bizarre being last night, Granny you and I would have been designated lifeless. This is my Shangguan family's Shinfeng order, and those who hold this token are guests of my Shangguan family. If you run into trouble in the future, just display this Shinfeng order and it will probably turn the danger into peace. My Shangguan family has some reputation in the southern Do domain, and most of the forces can sell us a few points of face." "The Shangguan family, is that Formation Dao family from the Jade Kingdom?" Fong Ling asked. "Not bad." Shangguan Haiyu nodded. Her face filled with confidence as she mentioned her family. This was the honor of the Shangguan family, and there was no force in the southern Do domain that could be compared to the formation method. "By the way, I still don't know what your name is? Which power do you come from?" Shangguan Haiyu asked again. "I am below Ling. No clan, no sect, no relatives, an idle man who travels in the clouds and the wilds," he returned. Shangguan Haiyu sniffed. Her eyebrows slightly knitted and was about to say something, but the old crone on the side suddenly reached out and lightly pinched her a few times, signaling her not to speak too much. "I went out in a hurry this time and didn't have many treasures with me. Other than this Shin Feng order, can't give you anything else for now. Why don't you come back to Jade with me?" she asked again. "Come to my home and I'll have my father give you more treasures for this saving grace." "Thank you, Miss Shangguan, for your kind words, but that won't be necessary," Fong Ling said back. "I'll take this Shinfeng order and consider the favor owed by the girl repaid." Chapter 028, Stroking the Harp with Wonderful Hands. Shangguan Haiyu did not stay at Fong Ling's place for long and soon helped the old crone back to the guest room to rest. Back on the porch, she couldn't help but mumble, "Granny, this person is really bad to get along with. Not sincere at all. We've made ourselves known and he's still stumped and won't talk. I don't believe that he would be a dispersed cultivator with no one to rely on. With his skills, he is definitely an heir to a family or a sect inheritor. Being secretive and acting like I'm going to harm him, the crone said. Since this person is unwilling to be honest, we cannot force the issue. After all, if it wasn't for him, we would have all died last night at the hands of that bizarre being. If Miss is really curious about his identity, why don't you go home now and let your family help investigate? There are only a few large sword Dao families and sword cultivation clans in the southern Do domain, so it's easy to figure them out. Granny, you're deliberately trying to make me go home, aren't you? Shangguan Haiyu skimmed her lips. It was hard to escape. I don't want to go back so soon. My father rules me like anything, doesn't give me any freedom at all. I have to have fun this time, but it is indeed dangerous out there. You see, even in this little country of Nanyang, we had a narrow escape. Last night, said the old woman in a deep voice. Now that the old slave is seriously injured, without half a year I don't think he can recover. The spell that the Grand Duke gifted you has also been used up, so if you run into danger again next, you won't have the same kind of luck as last night. Why don't you let the old slave contact the family and ask the family master to send an expert over to protect you? Shangguan Haiyu sniffed and quickly shook her head. Don't. If you do, I'll be arrested back in a heartbeat. Granny, you brought me up as a child. You know me best and love me the most. You know how long I've longed for freedom, and now it's good to get out for once. Even if I die out there, I have no regrets. The old crone sighed helplessly, very distressed by the girl in front of her. She had been confined to her home since she was a child and had never taken a step outside, so she was obsessed with freedom. She could feel the girl was happy and relaxed on this outing. From the time she was born until now, this period of time is definitely the most joyful time. The whole person has become a lot more cheerful, unlike before when she stayed at home all day long and was so dull. Time passed and half a month passed. In the back garden of the White Mansion, in the middle of a gazebo, Fongling was lying on the rocking chair, smelling the fragrance of the garden full of flowers. Listening to Miss Whitefly stroking the zither, the whole person was completely relaxed. Half a month had passed and Dr. Dao had yet to come out of the gate, which made him a little worried. After all, she had originally only said that 7 or 8 days would be sufficient, but now she had extended it by half. Most likely something has gone wrong, and maybe that good pot of material is going to waste, but the result was of his own choosing, and even if it was really scrapped, he just felt a little sorry for it. What really bothered him a bit was something else. At first, he asked Yun Shuiqing Hu Yu and the others to go and reorganize their men and lead the Tianluo sect's congregation to Dragon City to join him. But now that most of the month had passed, he hadn't seen any silhouettes, which was too bizarre. He didn't think it would take this long to straighten out the men, and wondered in his mind if the men had escaped. These people didn't want to be under his control, so they all fled the Nanyang kingdom. If that was the case, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he didn't have that kind of free time to split up and chase after so many people. It was because he was in a bit of a bad mood lately that he ran towards the back garden from time to time and came here to listen to Whitefly stroke the zither. Although Whitefly's cultivation was not high, it was only at the late stage of the heavenly pivot realm. However, he was uniquely gifted in the field of music. Any tune, it's hard to beat her. The tune she was stroking now was difficult to grasp for many masters who specialized in sound. This tranquilizing song really has the effect of soothing the mind. After a long time, she finished playing a song, her delicate jade hands lightly placed on the strings. Fongling slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Thank you." Bai Eng gave a shallow smile and returned. It is Ying's good fortune to be able to play the zither for Mr. Fong. By the way, Inger has learned a new tune, only it's a bit sinister. If there is a mistake, it may injure Mr. Fong's divine soul, but if it can be played successfully, it will nourish Lord Fong's divine soul and grow his soul power. Since Miss Bai dares to open her mouth, I expect that there is absolutely 99% certainty that she will not fail. Fong Ling laughed, then I'm all ears. Since Mr. Fong is willing to give it a try, then Inger will make an offering. She closed her eyes and seemed to be adjusting her state. The sound of the piano then builds up, gradually creating a distinctive soundscape. The area covered by the sound field was small, just in this pavilion. However, Fong Ling's eyes widened violently as he realized that his soul power was soaring. The divine soul was the most mysterious realm of a human being, and also the most difficult to cultivate. Anything related to the divine soul was priced and rare in the outside world. After a long time, Bai Eng finished playing, and her entire body looked like it was about to collapse. Her body was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her clothes were a bit soaked. What kind of tune is this? It actually has this kind of magic power? Fong Ling asked in amazement. He had only listened to one song, and his own soul power had skyrocketed by about 1%. Don't look at just 1%. This is horrifying. If I hear it a few more times, it's not to be missed. This song is an ancient music called Heaven and Earth Together. A few years ago I picked up a jade slip while wandering around the ancient mines that were left behind. That jade slip contains the zither score and cultivation method of Heaven and Earth Together. I've been diving into it for a few years until recently. Perhaps it was a walk from the ghost gate. The state of mind is very different. The other day tried to play, and surprisingly succeeded. By Ing returned. I'm sure that Mr. Fong has also sensed that the efficacy of this tune is heaven-defying. It can actually increase soul power significantly. You're so powerful. Does your father know? Fong Ling suddenly asked. White Firefly, father knows that I am deeply versed in sound and extremely good at music, but it is not yet known that I am now able to play ancient music. Your father would be very happy if he knew you were so powerful, Fong Ling said. It's a pity that my father and eldest uncle and the others can't hear this song Heaven and Earth Live Together. By Ing cooed. Why is that? Fong Ling was puzzled. There was nothing wrong with the way you played in the party. Play it a few more times. Get proficient. And you'll be even less likely to make a mistake. Whitefly, it's not that I'm worried that I'll slip up, but it's because this song, Heaven and Earth Together, isn't something that just anyone can listen to. If someone with a weak divine soul listens to it, not only will they not be able to improve their soul power, but they will also injure their divine soul. Because this song is so powerful that it is too much, and there is a kind of emptiness in it. Before playing with you, when I said danger, I meant exactly that. However, Mr. Fong has a high level of cultivation, so I felt that there shouldn't be any major problems, and that's why I dared to give it a try. I see. That's a pity, Fong Ling said. Chapter 029, The Dan Ribbon Heavenly Good Fortune. At that moment, a young girl with a gray head and frizzy hair ran into the garden. She was none other than Dr. Dao's disciple, Shi Xiaobi. Mr. Fong, the elixir has been refined, she said. My master is calling you over. Come with me. Fong Ling saw that this little girl was a little excited, so he knew that this matter was ultimately a surprise. Then, Ms. Bai, I'll leave first. He got up and looked at Bai Ying, saying. Whitefly nodded gently with a small smile. Fong Ling followed Shi Xiaobi as she rolled over to the White Mansion's alchemy room. In the alchemy room, the originally dignified and decent Do Qin had also become a bit disheveled. Her mind wasn't on that at all, though, but was still basking in the joy. I've kept Mr. Fong waiting. She opened her mouth. My concubine has not dishonored her mission. This furnace of pills has come to fruition, and with heaven's favor, this furnace of pills still gave birth to Dan lines. Please look, Mr. Fong. With a thought, she opened the Dan furnace. A golden Bodhi Vajra Dan floated in the furnace. There were also strange green-colored lines on the rounded elixir. What does the Dan pattern say? Fong Ling knew nothing about alchemy, so he asked. Do Qin explained. Each furnace of elixir needs to be infused with heaven and earth aura to wake up the elixir when it is formed. If you are lucky, the process of waking up the elixir will produce some mutations, surfacing green lines on the surface. It's called a Dan pattern. A pill that produces Dan lines will have about 10 times the original potency, and that's just the appearance of a single Dan line. If there are 2 Dan lines, the medicinal power can be increased 100 times more than an ordinary finished Dan. At the top is the triple Dan stripe, also known as the triple flower gathering Dan, with a medicinal power that is 1,000 times that of an ordinary Cheng Dan. You look carefully at a furnace of pills. There are a total of 9 finished pills. 8 of them have 1 Dan line on them, and there's another one that actually has 2 Dan lines on it. This is the most successful furnace of pills that I, Do Qin, have ever refined in my life. Fong Ling's original expectations were already very low, even suspecting that Do Qin had failed in alchemy, but he didn't expect to be given a big surprise. Thank you, Dr. Dao. Fong Ling arched his hand toward her. These 2 Bodhi Vajra pills are one for each of you masters and disciples. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. With a wave of his hand, he delivered 2 Bodhi Vajra pills with 1 Dan line to their master and disciple. Shi Xiaobi silently looked at her master, while Do Qin was a bit hesitant. She said in advance that she would not be paid, but as an alchemist, she dreamed of owning an elixir with a Dan pattern and keeping it for study. After some agonizing, she still couldn't resist the temptation and said with all shame, "Thank you, Mr. Fong." Seeing her master's approval, Shi Xiaobi was also so sweet-mouthed that she opened her mouth to thank him, and put this elixir in a Dan bottle. For the remaining pills, Fong Ling also immediately pulled out a wooden box and packed them away. Mr. Fong, this elixir is not trivial, Do Qin added. Try not to let anyone else know, or you'll be easily coveted. As for her own disciple's place, she had educated her when the elixir came out of the furnace, so that she too would understand the stakes. I will refine these pills as soon as possible. Fong Ling nodded. By the way, I suggest that Mr. Fong divide the 1 striped Dan into 4 petals to take, so that the medicinal power that you endure at one time won't be too fierce, or else I'm really afraid that Mr. Fong's your flesh can't withstand it. Do Qin added. Also, the one with 2 Dan lines. Be even more careful. Every time you practice, key a little bit down on the line. Never be greedy for more and faster. Thanks for the reminder. Fong Lingban responded, but was unimpressed. His body, he knew best. No matter how fierce the medicine was, he could withstand it. When the alchemy was over, Doqin packed up her things and prepared to go back and rest for a while. However, Fong Ling, who was on the side, didn't leave and still looked like he wanted to speak, and he also stared at her face from time to time. This caused her to be a bit shy and cooed. Is there anything else, Mr. Fong? Fong Ling, Dr. Dao's face is slightly dirty. It's best to wipe it before going out for good. Ha! Doqin turned around in a hurry and pulled out a mirror from her arms. After burying her head in the sand here for half a month in a row, her face certainly wasn't too clean. Damn it, I'm meeting people with this face. She was a person who was extremely concerned about decency, and at this moment, she felt embarrassed and hastily took out a silk handkerchief to wipe it off. That little girl also reacted with a silly smile and wiped her face as well. The master and disciple duo had been busy for so long and were inseparable from each other, so they didn't even notice this. Duchesne turned around coyly after wiping the dirt off her face, but at this time, Fong Ling had already disappeared. She couldn't help but reveal a small smile, thinking that this Duke Fong was really good, leaving her with the last bit of decency. Master, the elixir is for you. At this moment, Shi Xiaobi on the side presented the elixir from earlier. Doqin touched her head and said, Mr. Fong also said just now that you and I, master and disciple, have 1 grain each. In the past half a month, you've worked hard by giving your master a hand from not moving an inch. Keep it. This elixir is worth a lot to us. You are fortunate enough to be able to comprehend the Dan pattern at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will definitely be above those of your master. Shi Xiaobi heatedly smiled and nodded. Alright, then the disciple will take it. This Mr. Fong is so generous. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to give away this kind of elixir. Fong Ling returned to the guest room. He couldn't wait to take out the box of Bodhi Vajra Dan. He opened the box and grabbed all the pills in one hand and sent them into his mouth. It clicked. The elixir was crunchy as hell, and the flavor was surprisingly good. 6 Vajra Bodhi pills went down, and a terrifying energy surged through his entire body from his abdomen. This energy is immense, and I don't know how much time it will take to refine it. He closed his eyes and channeled these energies wholeheartedly to nourish his physical body. On the other side, the pavilion in the back garden. After Fong Ling left, Bai Ying put away that zither, and then he took out the paper and brush drawing table and drew there. I don't know what she was drawing, but her eyebrows were full of joy. She grew up well read in poetry and books, and was also proficient in Chinese chess and painting. The painting is very evocative, although it is quickly painted with little fine carving. The scene in the scroll was clearly the image of Fong Ling lying on the rocking chair listening to her stroke the zither just now. Firefly, what are you drawing? A voice suddenly came from behind her, startling her. She seemed afraid that the contents of the scroll would be seen, and panicked so much that she crumpled the painting into a ball. Nothing. Daddy, what's wrong with you? Walking without a sound scares my daughter, she said. Shiri looked at her with a stern gaze and said, I've actually been here for a while. It's just that you're too absorbed to notice it at all. Inger, you're not falling for this Mr. Fong, are you? Bai Ying's face flushed red and she hastily shook her head. Not at all. Bai Jiang is a man of the past. How do not know the daughter of this behavior is why? 1,000 words into a light sigh. You've been listening to your father since you were a child, and apart from this accidental poisoning, nothing has ever worried father again. But this is something dad has to make clear to you. You'd better stay away from Mr. Fong and never fall in love with him, Bai Jiang said in a serious tone. Bai Ying's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she immediately asked, why is this? Isn't Mr. Fong my benefactor? He could have saved my life. Bai Jiang, Mr. Fong did save you, but my Bai family also paid enough. So Firefly, you don't have to feel indebted, much less have to do what they write in some dystopian novels. What with the body? Daughter does not have such thoughts. Just like to stay beside Duke Fong. Bai Ying lowered her head, her hands hanging down in front of her body seized together. Hey, father will say it straight. We and Mr. Fong are fundamentally from 2 worlds, Bai Jiang said. You won't get anywhere with him, much less end well. Of course, I'm not saying that Mr. Fong is a bad person. On the contrary, Dad admires him too. But people like him are destined to break into the world in the future. And I don't know how many dangers he will experience. Trying to be his woman is not enough for you, and you'll only end up hurting yourself that way. It's also my fault as a father for not being able to do it. Though in the Southern Young Kingdom, your father I'm considered a person. But out of the Southern Young Country, your father, our Bai family, is nothing at all. It is father who is incapable, so that you do not even have the right to pursue happiness. Bai Jiang's eyebrows were hurt, and these words came from the heart. Bai Ying's eyes reddened, and she hurriedly said, "It's not like that. Father is already good enough for me, and my daughter has always been proud of her father. It's something I don't want to think about anymore." Seeing his daughter so understanding, Bai Zheng's heart was even more unfavorable, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 030 Bodhi Vajra Savage Physical Body. 7 days later, Fongling slowly opened his eyes. The medicinal power of the Bodhi Vajra pill had already been completely refined by him. The strength of his fleshly body directly doubled, reaching an extremely strong realm. He himself possessed a chaotic saint body that was enchanted with the immortal heart, and his physical growth was not comparable to ordinary beings. Coupled with the fact that he had also devoured the life essence of quite a few living beings since he had descended the mountain until now, his fleshly body was even more formidable. So on top of that, the intensity was doubled, already reaching an intensity that shouldn't exist in this realm. If I were to take on Jin Buhuan in my current state, even if I stand and let him hit me, I'll have trouble hurting me. The terrifying strength of his fleshly body, coupled with his heaven-defying recovery ability, the speed at which Kim Bu-hwan inflicted damage on him might not even be able to catch up with the speed at which his body repaired itself. Why is she here? Suddenly, he was so startled that he looked towards the location of the West Courtyard and detected an acquaintance. In one of the guest rooms in the West Courtyard, Yun Shuiqing's face was so ugly that she sat on the bed, recuperating and toning. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and abruptly opened her eyes. She was overjoyed to see Fongling's figure appear in front of the bed. Hastily moving to the side of the bed, he put on his boots and walked over to him, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Sect Master." Fongling gave a light him and immediately asked, "Why is your breath a little disorganized? And why were you injured?" "Sect Leader, my subordinate is incompetent and failed to complete the task you explained to me." "What the hell happened? Where are the others?" Fongling said in a deep voice. After leaving the heavenly broken mountain that day, subordinates and the others split up, each recruiting their old troops and calling out to their fellow sect members. Yun Shuiqing said in detail, "Because of the better relationship with Eagle Zun, my subordinate took the initiative to seek her out. She's an extremely arrogant person. And back then, after Sect Master Mo passed away, the Tianluo sect was leaderless and fell apart. She then pulled her men out and set up her own sect, a Soaring Eagle sect. She has a high level of cultivation and powerful methods, and has developed the Soaring Eagle sect into a large sect in only 200 years. However, she acts in an unusually low-key manner, and the Soaring Eagle sect rarely gets involved in the Nanyang cultivation world, so she is little known. I know that she's being mindful of her old feelings and thinking that she can one day return to the Heavenly Law sect, so she's full of confidence in this trip. But when I approached her and stated this, I was rejected. At the time, I was surprised and equally undeterred, and stayed near the Soaring Eagle gate to try to persuade a few more times. But I soon found out the reason for Eagle Zun's stern refusal. Her Soaring Eagle sect is in trouble with the Sixth Harmony sect for some unknown reason. The Hexagonal sect is quite powerful, a first-class sect in the southern Yang country. In its heyday, the strength of the Sixth Harmony sect could be ranked in the top 5 of the Nanyang country. It was then that I realized that Eagle Zun didn't want to bring her own troubles into the church. You mustn't see that our Tianluo sect has fallen apart since Sect Master Mo's death. But in the event of a foreign enemy, those of us who are still righteous. I informed Tiger Zun and the others of the situation here, and Tiger Zun and the others immediately led their congregation to rush over and join forces with the Soaring Eagle sect. We all thought that we would soon be able to clean up the sixth sect and come to Dragon City to join the sect leader. But what we didn't expect was that the Hexagonal sect was actually backed by mysterious forces. After a few vicious battles, not only did we not still manage to clean up the Hexagon sect, instead we suffered heavy losses. Originally 370,000 congregations. When I sneaked out of the Soaring Eagle sect and came out to ask for help, there were only 150,000 left. Anaconda Zun and the 2 guards of water and fire are seriously injured, and Master Chang Mu was assassinated in the camp. Jin Wei Jin, who has just returned to the church, has become rich, and he and the Chamber of Commerce under his hand have been struck down along with him. Not only were assets looted, but even lives were lost. After Fong Ling heard this, he finally understood why they had delayed for so long. The fact that Kaneki Erwei had already been killed made him feel sorry for him. "You and others should have come to me earlier," he said. Yun Shuiqing sweated. At the very beginning they were full of confidence, and by the time they reacted they were already passive. She had also fought for half her life to break out from under the heavy siege of the sixth sect. After arriving at Dragon City, a bit of investigation revealed that Fong Ling was in the White Mansion. However, when she arrived, Fong Ling was still in seclusion, so she didn't dare to disturb her hastily, so she also stayed first. "When did you arrive?" Fong Ling asked again. "Yesterday at dusk and sunset." Yun Shuiqing returned. "You come with me. We'll find reinforcements, and we'll set off right back for support." Fong Ling said in a deep voice. Yes, Yun Shuiqing responded, obediently following behind him. Fong Ling led her out of the room while turning left and right to Do Qin's door. After knocking gently on the door a few times, Do Qin's disciple opened the door. Shi Shoubi blinked her eyes and glanced at Yun Shuiqing behind Fong Ling with some curiosity. Mr. Fong, Do Qin said with a graceful salute when she saw him coming. She spotted Yun Shuiqing standing behind Fong Ling again. Surprised, she said, "Ha, Sister Yun, long time no see." Being from the same Nanyang country, it wasn't strange for Fong Ling to recognize each other. When Yun Shuiqing saw that it was her that Fong Ling had come to see, she then thought what a coincidence. Sister Do, goodbye. A smile appeared on her face as well. When he was young, Yun Shuiqing had saved Do Qin once, and then Do Qin had also helped Yun Shuiqing heal her wounds several times. Going back and forth a few times allowed the girls to develop a friendship with each other. But then, because Yun Shuiqing had joined the Tianluo sect, the two of them had never actively met again. The Tianluo sect belonged to the Devil sect in the southern Yang country, while the healing Immortal Valley where Do Qin was from was a proper royal faction and belonged to the righteous path. The two no longer see each other, no longer contact each other, all in an effort to stay out of each other's way. Since the two of you are old acquaintances, there is no need to nag. Heal your wounds while you hurry, Fong Ling said, turning around and walking to the courtyard and whistling. The spectral beast immediately darted in. He leapt to the back of the spectral beast while looking at the Do Qin duo. Do Qin and Yun Shuiqing looked at each other and followed suit. This mod of mine runs fast. You guys sit tight, Fong Ling said. Good, the two women responded, putting their weight on the ground. Just as Fong Ling was about to depart, Bai Jiang hurriedly arrived. Sect leader Fong wait. Bai Jiang shouted, my Bai family is willing to help your sect. My second brother has almost drafted the men and will be ready to go in a few moments. After Yun Shuiqing arrived yesterday, Bai Jiang naturally knew his current identity. After realizing that Fong Ling was the current Heavenly Law Sect master, he was greatly shocked. The Bai family's intelligence system was well developed, and he knew what had happened recently. Therefore, he and his younger brother, Bai Bo, met with the old ancestor overnight to discuss the matter. Afterward it was agreed that a contribution should be made at this time, and preparations were already underway during the night. Thank you, Bai family. Fong Ling arched his hand toward Bai Jiang and thanked him. Although he didn't need the White family's help, he certainly wouldn't refuse it if he could have one more friend. Yun Shuiqing was originally a little worried, fearing that Fong Ling would be unable to return to heaven, but hearing that the White family was also willing to help, his heart was instantly more relaxed. The situation is urgent, so I'll go ahead. After Fong Ling said that, the spectral beast ran into the sky and ran out of sight. Chapter 031, The Two Clans Firefighting Mr. Mo. Originally, the strength of the 6th Harmony sect was much worse than our Tianluo sect. Their patriarch Li Tiange isn't much stronger. Tiger Zun, Eagle Zun, and I, if we include the missing ghost envoy, Mr. Mo. Any one of the four of us has the strength to defeat him. But this guy didn't know when he fell into a big tree and had 4 more mysterious experts around him. These 4 mysterious experts are all at the mid-Tiangui realm cultivation level, on par with Tiger Zun, Eagle Zun and me. In addition they have an army of red-clad dead, probably around 30,000. The flesh of these red-clothed dead soldiers seems to have been specially treated. Not only are their defenses extremely strong, but they also don't have any sense of pain. The cultivation level of this group of red-clothed dead soldiers are all the same, at the early stage of the Tianqian realm. Therefore the battle power of these 30,000 red-clothed dead is so terrifying that as soon as they enter the battlefield, our side is bound to suffer a great defeat. On the back of the spectral beast, Yun Shuiqing said, do you know where the forces behind the hexagonal sect come from? Fong Ling asked. Yun Shuiqing said in a deep voice, perhaps it is from the blood puddle, and most likely from the blood puddle. The Nanyang country's cultivation world is just this big. If it's a native cultivator of the Nanyang country, we'll definitely be able to recognize some of them. Sect leader, should we wait for the Bai clan's men to arrive later before we kill our way into the encirclement? The Bai family is one of the 7 major cultivation families in the Nanyang country. With a deep heritage, having their assistance can quickly break the situation. No need. I already have plans in my mind, Fong Ling said. Yun Shuiqing nodded and said nothing more. At the back, Do Qin exhaled lightly, putting down the hand that was attached to Yun Shuiqing's back, and the cyan-colored spiritual energy on her body also converged. In only one incense stick of time, she helped Yun Shuiqing's injuries heal completely. Yun Shuiqing hurriedly thanked, tough on Sister Do. Do Qin smiled. You and I don't need to be so polite to each other. When we arrive at Soaring Eagle Sect's place later, we still have to work hard for you. Yun Shuiqing added, Master Aoki has been assassinated, and the sect is in desperate need of a great healer like you. Do-chin was a bit stunned when she heard the news that Master Chung-mu had been killed. What a pity. Master Aoki's medical and alchemy skills are no less than mine. And yet he was murdered. In the cultivation world, it was rare for a physician to be killed, especially one with high strength. After all, who can guarantee that one day they may not need to find a healer to treat their illnesses and injuries, or ask a healer to help them make pills? Gradually, an unspoken rule was born in the cultivation world to try not to kill physicians. If you killed the physician, you could easily cause public outrage, and it wouldn't do you much good. So this Sixth Harmony sect definitely intends to be immortal. Yun Shu Weiqing said in a deep voice. Say, you're not going to get yourself in trouble for coming to help us, are you? Do-chin shook her head. There's no harm in it. The me of today is no longer the little girl who was sleight of hand back then. In the healing Immortal Valley, I'm already the chief physician, with a status just below the Valley Master. Even if the royal people know that I've come to help your Tian Luo sect, they will turn a blind eye. So Sister Do is already the chief physician of the healing Immortal Valley. No wonder she cured me so quickly, Yun Shu Weiqing said. The two women, who hadn't seen each other in years, chatted furiously behind Fongling. Fongling, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited, and couldn't wait to immediately put on his wings and rush to the Soaring Eagle sect. In his eyes the sixth sect was not an enemy, but a big piece of fat meat that made him salivate. Meanwhile, the Soaring Eagle sect was located in the middle of the Great Hall. There were sad clouds, a group of experts in the sect, all of whom had suffered different degrees of injuries, were recuperating here. On the main seat, a tall, handsome silver-armored woman looked around. She was Feng Fian, the Eagle Zun of the three Zuns of the Tian Luo sect. Everyone, later on, I will lead the Flying Eagle sect's dead soldiers to kill a way out. You guys go away. You guys shouldn't have come over here in the first place. She suddenly spoke up. Who you? Sniffed and grunted coldly. Do you see me? Who you? As a rat who runs away with his tail between his legs? Things have come to this, there is no other choice but to die. Although my Tian Luo sect has fallen, I have never wimped out in the past when I went to war with any sect. Even if I die, I'll still chip a few of his teeth. Man Tianing, who was lying on the ground recuperating on the side, laughed. I've always hated this foul temper of Tiger Zun, but it's really rare at this time. It's a bit like back in the day. Think of the three of us traveling east and west. What a quick plant. When a Nanyang cultivator mentions our eagle tiger python, who wouldn't retreat? We're not in a desperate situation yet. As long as the sect leader can come, everything might still have a chance to turn around. Fireguard Amazing Monarch twirled his orchid finger and said, Sway Wei Yu lazily lay in his arms, raising her hand to caress his cheek as if no one else was there. The two of them were Dao couples and had known each other since childhood, joining hands all the way to the present. In this world, it is very common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's not uncommon for powerful women to support 7 or 8 men. Yet the two of them were loyal to each other and had eyes only for each other. Fire and water are not meant to mix, but they are as enviable as each other. This sect master you guys are talking about, just what kind of god is he? Feng Fian asked with a slight frown on her brows. Even if he can make it, he may not be able to influence the situation. The Sixth Harmony sect cultivators have more than 100,000 more of us, as well as the 20,000 or so red-clothed dead. The power behind the hexagonal sect must have more strength than that. Perhaps there are still experts sitting at the back. Who you said? The sect leader is young enough to have a cultivation that surpasses ours. It's highly likely that he is an heir of a great lineage of great clans in the domain, so perhaps he can move in with strong reinforcements. Or maybe he can approach the people behind the hexagon sect and get the other party to sell him some face. I hope so. Feng Fian sighed helplessly. This is all because of me, and I have dragged you all down. Eagle Zun doesn't have to say this. We are all one glory and one loss. Yu faintly said. Back then, Tu Fu Zi was hanged in the imperial city, and the next day the royal ancestral mausoleum was strongly attacked by a mysterious force. That thing should have been done by you with your men. Eagle honor? Feng Fian didn't admit it or deny it. Report. In the direction of the west side, a mysterious team suddenly killed their way in. At this time, a disciple suddenly came in to report. Could it be that the sect leader has come? Hu Yu stood up, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. No matter who it is, first bring someone to kill over to receive them, Feng Fian said. Those of you who can't fight yet should recuperate here for now, and I'll be enough for Tiger Zun Shang. The two immediately led their men and killed towards the west side of the encirclement to receive that supporting army. This supporting army caught the sixth sect by surprise, so the western defense line failed to hold and was completely breached. The reinforcements took the initiative to enter the urn and converged on the Soaring Eagle sect as well. So it's Mr. M.O. I thought it was the sect leader coming. Who you laughed out loud. Mr. M.O. It's like you've evaporated in the past 200 years. I thought you were long dead. This Mr. M.O. is very special, all dressed up not like a cultivator but like a scholar, and always holding a landscape fan in his hand. How have you been since your tiger dignity? Mr. M.O. greeted elegantly. And all of you. When we parted. We even missed it. Chapter 032, The Origin of Xian Tian Hall. Mr. M.O. The crowd arched their hands toward him and saluted. In the Tian Luo sect, the sect leader had the highest status. Below the sect leader are the ghost and phantom ambassadors, with the ghost ambassadors usually having a higher status. The crowd worshipped not only because of his status in the church, but also because he was now risking his life to enter the game. Since Mr. M.O. has long since returned to seclusion, why would he need to wade through this mess? Feng Fian sighed softly. I, Mr. M.O. Tong, am the ghost envoy of Tian Luo sect. Now that the sect is in trouble, if I don't come to help, how can I be a human being? Mr. M.O. laughed. Plus, even if I don't come today, they'll find me sooner or later. Feng Fian's eyebrows knit tightly as she said, Not really, this war is all because of me. Mr. M.O. shook his head. It's not that simple. I've looked into it and know how it all started. It's not that Li Tiange wants you, but the people behind him are scheming for the heavenly law divine skill. Li Tiange, patriarch of the Six Harmonies sect, this person suddenly came to the Soaring Eagle sect some time ago to propose marriage to Feng Fian. Feng Fian couldn't look at this guy and refused on the spot. Then clashes broke out between the two sides, which then intensified with more and more people getting involved. The fermentation had gotten so bad that the entire Tian Luo sect had gotten caught up in it, and she felt guilty for it. What the hell is going on here? She asked in a rush. Mr. M.O. sat down and first took a sip of fresh tea. Instead, he narrated. Back then, when sect master M.O. disappeared, the Tian Luo sect was leaderless and fell apart. I had no intention of getting involved in the infighting, so I retired and went to the blood puddle. It's also become slightly more powerful in the blood puddle over the years. My force is not good at fighting. It specializes in gathering intelligence. Although I wasn't in Nanyang all these years, I know all the winds and grasses in the Nanyang cultivation world like the back of my hand. I've also been paying attention to the recent fight between Li Tiange and you, Eagle Zun. Behind Li Tiange, it's a second-rate force from the blood puddle, the Xian Heavenly Hall. The hallmaster of the Xian Heavenly Hall has gotten news about the Shura divine skill from somewhere and intends to get his hands on my sect's divine skill, but he's afraid of being noticed by the other overlords of the blood puddle and attracting others to compete. So it was in the shadows that he contacted Li Tiange. And it was at his instigation that Li Tiange came up with what happened next, and the reason why their initial target was aimed at you, Eagle Sovereign, was because you founded the Soaring Eagle sect and grew it to this point in just 200 years. Hallmaster Xian Tian thought that the probability was that the Shura divine skill had fallen into your hands. So it is. Feng Fian sniffed, her heart slightly relieved. On the other side, the 6th sect camp, Li Tiange, who was the patriarch, was pacing back and forth outside a large tent at this time, looking somewhat anxious. Although the 6th Harmony sect had won a great victory in these days, they themselves had lost tens of thousands of disciples and hurt their vitality. Initially, he had only decided to make a move after hearing assurances from the people of the Xian Heavenly Hall that they would strongly support it. But now the benefits were not seen. But instead, so many of his own disciples were killed or injured, which made him very chagrined. Come in. At this moment, a demonic and lazy voice came from the tent. Li Tiange hurriedly went in, but didn't dare to look up at the person across from him. The tent was filled with a foul odor, and the woman across from him, lying on the scented bed, was covered with little more than a shallow veil. The delicate curves and the great scenery are enough to make a big difference, but beside the gorgeous woman, there was a dried-up male corpse. Your Holiness, just now another troop of men killed into the encirclement and rushed to the aid of the Tian Luo sect. The person coming is Mr. M.O., the ghost envoy of the Tian Luo sect. This person's cultivation has improved greatly compared to that year. Just now, the 4 Dharma zones of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all joined forces and failed to subdue him. I'm afraid that he has already reached the late stage of the Tiangui realm, and that elite group under him, only 1,000 men, but with extraordinary fighting ability. The war has dragged on for a long time and it's time for it to end. I'm afraid that there will be some more changes if it drags on any longer. That's why I have the audacity to come over here to ask your eminence to make a move, plunder the battlefield, and crush this Tian Luo sect in one fell swoop. Li Tiange said. Oh, is he here too? The demonic woman smiled. So very good that all are here. Just running on cloudy water. Yun Shuiqing escaped alone. It's not enough to worry about. Just send someone after her in the future. Li Tiange muttered. The demonic woman sat up and looked at him with a smile on her face. Patriarch Li, why are you afraid to look up at me? She asked again. Li Tiange gave a sarcastic smile and returned. Naturally, I don't dare to offend the honorable ambassador's grand face. You're afraid that I'll bring you too. aren't you? The demonic woman laughed. Don't be afraid. You're one of us. I'll just draw a small portion of your yang qi. It doesn't matter. Li Tiange was already old and had insufficient yang yuan. If she sucked it away, it wouldn't be easy to recover. Therefore, although the woman in front of him was very tempting, he didn't dare to have half a thought in his heart. Your honorable ambassador is not going to make fun of me, he said resentfully. Seeing him so abashed, the demonic woman laughed her ass off. Forget it, I won't tease you. It's true that we've been delayed for quite a while, and it's time to end it. Let's launch a general attack on the Tianluo cult. Today it will be crushed in one fell swoop. Li Tiange's spirit was revitalized and his eyebrows were happy. Good. I'll go get ready. Later on, the venerable messenger will press on the rear, and Mr. Mo and his few difficult bones will have to rely on the venerable one. Flying Eagle Gate forward position. Mr. Mo and the others looked at the Sixth Harmony sect disciples who were assembling. All of their faces were grave. They're about to start the final showdown. Feng Fian said in a deep voice. Then let's put up a fight. Hu Yu snorted coldly, his iron fist clenched. This old boy Li Tiange. I have to drag him along with me before I die. Don't be in a hurry. My Xuanwu 7-star formation has already been set up. With this formation, I should be able to withstand it for a while first. Mr. Mo muttered. As soon as his men and horses arrived just now, they dispersed to all directions of the Soaring Eagle sect and began to set up. Over there, half a pillar of incense later, the sixth sect had already assembled. An army of close to 300,000 cultivators, in great numbers, launched a final attack on the Soaring Eagle sect. Boom, boom, boom. Under their fierce attacks, the formation seemed like it would collapse at any moment, but after a quarter of an hour in a row, the formation was still standing. This made Li Tiange a bit anxious and immediately came to the rear of the army, stopped in front of a bed of incense suspended in midair, and then he looked at the seductive woman lying on her side in the enclosing tent and said, Your Holiness, their formation is quite sturdy. We have been unable to attack for a long time, and the disciples have already consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Is there any method to break this formation? Otherwise, if it continues like this, although the formation can be broken, the army's combat power will undoubtedly be weakened in part. The demonic woman faintly said, None of us here are proficient in formations, so there's no chance of trying to break the formation with dexterity. Go on, it'll break open anyway. It's just that we might lose a few more people later. You don't have to be heartbroken. After this, you are already a member of our Xiantian Palace. There will be no shortage of favors for you down the road, and you won't be made to suffer. Li Tiange had no choice but to go back and continue organizing his disciples to attack. In her heart, she cursed, Bitch, it's not like many of your people will die, so of course you don't feel any pain. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared above the Sixth Sect's army. The person who came was naturally Fong Ling, who looked down on the 300,000 cultivator army, mainly from the Sixth Harmony sect, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Chapter 033, The Hierophant's killing nature arises in the Hierophant realm. Within the Xuanwu 7-star formation, Tiger Zun and the others were overjoyed to see Fong Ling arrive, but then immediately got a little worried because the situation seemed a little weird. I'm afraid it'll be dangerous for the sect leader to come alone, Zun Python said in a deep voice. Later on, if the situation is not right, we will immediately kill out and receive the sect leader. Mr. Mo and the others were even less confident when they saw Fong Ling's people for the first time. As for the Hexagon Sect's army, a group of experts had also noticed Fong Ling. They didn't react for a moment because the scene was so bizarre. A youngster whose cultivation depth they couldn't sense dared to ride on top of their 300,000 strong army. At the rear of the army, the sultry woman who had been lying on her side on the scented bed sat up violently and reached out to lift the surrounding tent. Although she couldn't sense Fong Ling's cultivation, she could smell an extremely delicious aura from him. Extremely good. Simply superb. She was trembling with excitement. No one is allowed to move. She let her voice blare out, fearing that someone would kill the young man by mistake if they weren't careful. Who is this guy? Li Tiange scratched his head in bewilderment. He hated this feeling of frequent accidents. In mid-air, Fong Ling suddenly made a move. He was seen putting his palms together and placing them in front of his body, forming the Buddhist harmony seal. At the same time, a golden Buddha wheel emerged behind him. Hala Mai Tian. This was the great Buddhist power taught to him by the old white-browed monk. When cast, it can demarcate a certain area as a boundary. Within the boundaries, it is called the Hierophant world. Once the boundary was formed, those inside couldn't get out and those outside couldn't get in. The Himalayan realm is completely independent, as if it has become a second world. Realizing that they were trapped in the boundary, the Sixth Harmony sect disciples all panicked a bit. Li Tiange even changed his face and looked at Fong Ling in horror. This person is so young, but he has such magical abilities. What on earth? It looks like it's related to the Buddhist sect. Is it here to stop the killing? At the back of the army, the demonic woman was so unclothed that she flew up and traveled barefoot. What a handsome body, little brother. Quickly let sister love it. Fongling's flesh was just too tempting for her, and she could no longer hold on to it. Pink spiritual energy erupted from her body, which transformed into chains to detain towards Fongling. The Buddha wheel behind Fongling dissipated, and in his hand, he condensed his innate blood sword. He swung his sword and destroyed the demonic woman's chains with a devastating momentum. The might of this sword did not decrease, and then directly cut this demonic woman into two. Honorable envoy. Li Tianga's scalp tingled as he exclaimed in horror. This demonic woman was at the Tiangui realm Grand Circle. Such a cultivation level was almost unmatched in the southern Yang country. But at this moment, he was killed by this mysterious youth who suddenly appeared with a sword in front of everyone. The 300,000 strong army was in chaos, attacking towards the boundary like crazy. But even though they tried their best, they couldn't shake the boundary in the slightest. At the moment of life and death, Li Tianga calmed down instead and flew over the army. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just one person, but we have 300,000. There are so many of us. He can't kill them all. We must be able to consume him. We can't get out anyway. So let's fight him. Li Tianga shouted in an impassioned manner. But in the next moment, his head was chopped off by Fongling, and blood soared wildly from his neck. Although Li Tianga was instantly beheaded, the disciples of the Sixth Harmony sect began to fight back. The so-called trapped beasts are still fighting, and the poor enemy should not be curbed. A being in a desperate situation has no way back and will explode all its potential and fight to the death. All of these people secretly prayed that they would be the lucky one and would be able to endure until they consumed Fongling. Fongling face indifference to look at the killing will come cultivator army. The ghost of the sword to meet up. Inside the 7-star Xuanwu formation, Tiger Zun and the others looked at each other. No one expected Fongling to suddenly unfurl a boundary, trapping himself and all his enemies inside. At that moment, a demonic beast that exuded a terrifying aura stepped into the air. The visitor was none other than the spectral beast, with Yin Shuiqing and Do Qin riding on its body. When Mr. Mo saw that it was Yin Shuiqing returning, he immediately opened an opening in the protective formation and let them in. Envoy Phantom, what exactly does the sect leader have planned? Tiger Zun asked in a hurry. What's with all the sudden knots? Yin Shuiqing let out a bitter smile and shook her head. I'm not sure. The only thing we can do nowadays is to recover our strength and prepare for the reception. This is my friend and the sect leader's friend, Dr. Do Qin Do. I'm sure you've heard of her. Tell the wounded brethren to hurry over. She will help heal them. So it's the famous Immortal Do. Thank you Immortal Do for being willing to come and save the people of my Tianluo cult. Mr. Mo and the others hurriedly thanked him. Healing the sick and saving others is the doctor's job. You are all welcome, Do Qin faintly said. It was already a blood-red world in the Hierophant world. Fongling, one man and one sword, killed the 300,000 strong army. His fleshly body was too powerful, and no matter how these people attacked, they were unable to hurt him in the slightest. 300,000 troops were in his hands as if they were 300,000 mole crickets. You devil! I'll fight you! Many people had gone mad and lost their sanity. Others lay on their backs at the borders of the Hierophant, banging their heads so hard against the boundary that they ended up crashing straight to their deaths. Fongling's entire body was dyed in blood red, and his eyes grew more and more excited. In just one incense stick of work, 300,000 people were slaughtered. He inserted his own blood sword into the ground, allowing it to draw on the bloodbath chi of these 300,000 people. The blood sword sucked greedily. Fongling could feel that it was excited. It was cheering. It was destined to be a sword of great evil from the moment it was born. Then Fongling tilted his head and opened his mouth. He sucked hard, and the life essence of 300,000 people escaped and rose up, turning into a river of stars that flowed into his mouth and was devoured by him. The life essence of 300,000 cultivators was also a rare tonic for him. It made his already terrifying physical body even more terrifying. After a long time, the refining of the life essence of 300,000 people was completed, turning it into his sustenance. He tried to swing forward. The air-breaking sound triggered by this punch was like thunder in the 9 heavens, full of explosiveness. The strength of the force was so strong that it even caused the stable space to fluctuate significantly. The strength of the physical body has reached the realm of fluctuation as described by the barbarian master. Fongling was so surprised that he muttered to himself, barely reaching the conditions to cultivate the third layer of the Star River Infinite Fist. On the other side, the blood sword had also devoured the blood bane of these 300,000 people. This ferocious sword finally revealed itself as it was supposed to be, its body haunting a terrifying killing aura. The killing aura carried on the sword alone was enough to strangle some weak people. At the moment, within this hierarchical mileage realm, other than Fong Ling there were only white bones all over the place. The reason why it was a white bone was because he had utilized the Taotai divine power to the extreme. Taken to the extreme, Taotai Shengong sucks too cleanly. Any skin that would have been left over in the past is now gone. The white bones are also just empty dregs, no longer containing anything. It's a little less messy to do it that way, and a body with skin and bones looks creepy, whereas straight up naked white bones can be less incongruous. This is because it is not surprising that many magical arts also turn corpses into white bones in a matter of moments after they kill someone. This saves time in cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 034 White Bone Mighty Windstone Gorge. The Tianluo cultists had just finished assembling in battle order when the boundaries suddenly disappeared. The crowd was so apprehensive that they looked forward and froze in place. Shock, fear, awe. Many emotions flashed across the faces of the crowd. The 300,000 troops became 300,000 sets of white bones, and Fong Ling stood in the pile of white bones in a cloudy manner, looking away from them. No one expected such an outcome. The sixth sect had been exterminated. Mr. Mo reacted and hastily withdrew the 7-star Xuanwu formation and flew towards where Fong Ling was. Yin Shuiqing and the girls also hurriedly followed, and a group of core Tianluo sect members knelt down in front of him. The remaining 120,000 Heavenly Law sect members also hurriedly followed suit and knelt down. "See sect leader." More than 100,000 people spoke in unison, and their voices seemed to reach beyond the 9 heavens. At the back, Dou Qin, who remained in place, froze and watched the scene. She had long known that Fong Ling was not a virtuous person, but his behavior today still shocked her too much. 300,000 people were slaughtered by him in the blink of an eye. Ruthless heart, she thought to herself. We have to stay away from this person in the future. He's too scary. Fong Ling looked at the 120,000 Tianluo cultists kneeling in front of him and told them to level off. Today, he used the hexagram sect as a stepping stone before he could truly become the sect leader of the Heavenly Law sect. Previously, although he had subdued the main few leaders such as Yin Shuiqing, it was abrupt to the ordinary congregation. They may have had to follow the subjugation, but they would never have been as reverent as they are now. These 300,000 sets of white bones on the ground were examples, and he believed that no one would dare to betray him in the future. Sect leader. These two are Ghost Envoy Mr. Mo Tong Mo and Eagle Venerable Fengfian, Yun Shuiqing introduced. The two of them took a few steps forward and bowed towards Fong Ling. Mr. Mo, subordinate, will definitely do my best to assist sect master in the future and strengthen my Tianluo sect. Fengfian, on the other hand, turned to look at his Flying Eagle sect's men and said in a proper voice, "From this instant, the Flying Eagle sect is disbanded, and all of its disciples return to the Heavenly Law sect. The main force of the hexagonal sect was destroyed here. So you and the others should split up and wipe out this force completely." Fong Ling said. "As you wish." Yun Shuiqing and the others immediately responded. After a brief discussion, they split up into multiple groups and headed to the sixth sect's mountain gates as well as the various sub-branches. In the blink of an eye, only Fong Ling and those injured patients in the mountain gate as well as the physicians were left here. With a flash of his figure, he came to Dou Qin's side. However, Dou Qin subconsciously moved back a step, pulling away from him. "Many thanks to Dr. Dou for coming to the rescue. As I, Fong Ling, owe you a favor." He glanced at Dou Qin and said. Dou Qin's gaze looked away as she returned. "I'm just helping Sister Yun. I'm not helping you. You don't owe me a favor." Fong Ling could clearly hear the coldness in her speech now, completely different from before she came, but he didn't care. "I'm afraid that there are still experts sitting at the sixth sect's mountain gate, so I have to go and take a look," he added. "Dr. Dao, after you finish helping these disciples heal their wounds, don't rush to leave yet. Just wait here until the White family's men arrive. When the time comes, you talk to the Bai family master and tell him that he accepts his favor. You'll just follow the White family cultivators back, and it'll be safer on the way." Duchesne nodded gently. "Got it. Well, I advise you not to practice these evil methods. Although evil methods can quickly increase strength, they often have drawbacks, especially when you cultivate to the later stages. The drawbacks will be even more obvious and will even affect your mind. You're still so young. If you change before it's too late." Although she didn't know what specific techniques and aptitudes Fong Ling was cultivating, with her insight, she thought that they were bad. "Fong Ling, thanks to Dr. Dao for reminding me, but I have my own calculations for my own affairs. I don't care. How you are is none of my business." Dou Qin snorted lightly and turned away. After explaining what needed to be explained, Fong Ling immediately left, catching up with the main force that was heading to the sixth sect's mountain gate. It didn't take Duo Qin long to heal all the injured of the Tianluo sect. After that, They waited for another 6 hours before the White family's team arrived here. The Bai family had a total of 3 Heavenly Galosh realm experts coming, and aside from the Bai brothers, there was also a slightly older Bai Xuanyun. Bai Xuanyun was the uncle of the Bai clan brothers, and like the Bai clan's oldest ancestor, he was always in seclusion and rarely appeared. Although the Bai family cultivators had only come to 30,000, it was already 40% of the entire Bai family's family base, which was evident of the Bai family's attitude. The White family cultivators were all originally prepared for a vicious battle, but when they actually arrived, they were all dumbfounded. Many disciples with shallow experience were even so scared that their legs went soft. The 300,000 pairs of white bones stacked on the ground were a horrifyingly frightening scene. Rao Baijiang and other people with extensive knowledge could not help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw the situation. Do Qin also flew over immediately after seeing the White family cultivator army arrive. Baijiang looked towards Do Qin and asked hurriedly, "Dr. Do, what exactly happened here? Where is Mr. Fong?" Do Qin returned. "A few hours ago, these 300,000 people of the 6th Harmony sect were completely annihilated by Fong Ling alone. Then he took his men and went to the 6th sect's compound, as well as the branch altars around the world to wrap things up. Fong Ling asked me to tell you that he recognizes your love. But now that the dust has settled, you've come all this way for nothing. You're saying that these 300,000 people were wiped out by Mr. Fong alone?" Bai Jiang thought he had heard wrong and asked again. Duchesne nodded. "Yes, he's alone. He even set up a special boundary before the kill, not intending to spare anyone from the start." Capped White Bones mourned. "I honestly did not expect his killing nature to be so heavy." Bai Jiang didn't say much and immediately led the Bai clan cultivators back to their homes. Do Qin also followed along, intending to immediately leave Dragon City with her disciples to go back to Medical Immortal Valley once she returned. On the other hand, the 6th sect's mountain gate, after the clan's elites were completely wiped out, the defense here was simply unbearable, and had long been breached by Fong Ling's men. At this moment, he was in the Windstone Gorge, the forbidden land of the Hexagram sect. The Hexagonal sect also belonged to the first-class forces that had been inherited for many years in the southern Yang country. However, he was not satisfied after skulking around the 6th sect treasury just now. For those under him, the treasure trove of the 6th sect might not be bad, but it wasn't even as useful to him. Later, I heard from Mr. Mo that there was another forbidden place deep within the Hexagonal sect, which was this Windstone Gorge. Black winds that could break bones blew here all year round, and the deeper you went into the canyon, the more powerful the black winds became. The reason why the 6th Harmony sect had made such a dangerous place a forbidden place was because the 6th Harmony sect's supreme inheritance was a physical art. This physical art just needed to borrow external forces to forge the body, and the unique astral wind here was very effective. However, he was afraid that some uninformed disciples of the sect would rashly intrude and injure their lives, so he simply set this place as a forbidden place. He slowly moved forward, feeling that the wind in his current location was already a little too much for even the phantom beast to bear. This couldn't help but make him a little curious as to what was at the end of the canyon that could blow such a powerful astral wind. It's estimated that the successive generations of patriarchs of the Hexagram sect have not been able to walk to the end of this canyon, he thought to himself. Chapter 035, The Li River Immortal in Fengshe Gorge. Fong Ling walked a little further. This canyon was even longer than he had imagined. Am I blind? Suddenly, however, he saw a silhouette in front of him. Looking at the back, it should be a woman, and she was half empty with her knees crossed, so she should be cultivating. Fong Ling stopped and fixed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. There was indeed a person in front of him. The wind here is already enough to scrape through Jin Buwan's indestructible golden body. This person's strength is not trivial, Fong Ling thought to himself. At that moment, the woman also turned around and slowly opened her eyes. She looked young, just about 30. The beads were round and moist, and her body exuded the flavor of a mature woman. Her eyes, however, revealed her true age and were definitely long-suffering. Her gaze landed on Fong Ling, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes before she muttered, "I didn't expect the 6th Harmony sect of today to be this strong. At such a young age, you have such a physical body. It's not much better than the supreme demon race of the Emperor bloodline. What is your name, and how many generations of patriarchs are you?" This woman bizarrely appeared in the depths of the forbidden land of the 6th sect and asked him again what generation of patriarch he was. This inevitably made Fong Ling suspect that she was also from the 6th Harmony sect, and that she should be one of the 6th Harmony sect's patriarchs. Seeing that Fong Ling didn't answer, the woman asked again, "Ku Devil's body, how many layers have you practiced to?" Fong Ling knew what the Ku Devil's body she was talking about was, and it was precisely the supreme inherited body art of this 6th Harmony sect. He had roughly flipped through it before and felt that this physical art was 100,000 miles short of the Taotai divine skill. So he didn't have any interest in it. Looks like you're not from the sixth sect. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she laughed coldly. And who are you? Fong Ling asked rhetorically. The woman laughed and said, I was called the Li River Fairy by the world back then, but that was already several thousand years ago. I think you might understand better if I call myself the founding ancestor of the sixth sect. Back then, I traveled to the Nanyang country and found such a strange place. So much for creating a clan to use it as a barrier to hide from the public, lest this strange place be discovered by other powerful people traveling in the clouds. I didn't expect the hexagonal sect to actually come from this. Fong Ling was slightly surprised. This is the clan's forbidden land that I have demarcated, and no one is allowed to trespass other than the patriarch. Li River Fairy's words turned, her face showing some displeasure. You barged in today, are you not? But actually, I don't care how this hexagon sect is, but this place was discovered by me first. If you know what you're doing, you should still leave of your own accord. Otherwise, or else what? Fong Ling asked as he looked at her with an indifferent face. To have strength like yours at such a young age is indeed something to be proud of. Li River Fairy smiled. But if you don't know the heights of heaven and earth, even if you have great talent, so what? Sooner or later, you will die young. I really can't bear to strangle a human talent like you. There must be some rare treasures ahead. Fong Ling would not give up. He ignored this Li River Fairy's warning and walked forward on his own. The Li River Fairy looked at him silently, her eyes growing colder and colder. She had been here for thousands of years and had expended a great deal of time and energy. It was certainly impossible to stand by and watch what he had been guarding for so many years be taken away by someone who came after him. Kid, you brought this on yourself. You can't blame me. She had a murderous look in her eyes, and no longer had any semblance of the flavor she had just now. The Li River Fairy's figure flickered, instantly arriving behind Fong Ling, her beautiful legs pumping horizontally. However, Fong Ling did not move to dodge at all, but instead turned around and clamped down on Li River Fairy's ankle with his left hand. He was not being arrogant, but because the Li River Fairy stopping here undoubtedly meant that the limit of her physical body was merely here. But to him, the wind here, as fierce as it was, still couldn't cause him any discomfort, and his limits were far beyond that, so the odds are still stacked against her. He grabbed the Li River Fairy's ankles and wasted no time in slamming them into the ground. With a bang, the solid ground layer, which had been tempered by the astral wind for a long time, was smashed by the Li River Fairy's body. The Li River Fairy only felt her head buzzing, and for a moment she was in a bit of a trance. Fong Ling's killing intent had risen and he was about to punch her head off, but suddenly, terrifying flames erupted from the Li River Fairy's body. His left hand grasped what would have been the Li River Fairy's smooth, icy ankle, but in an instant, it was as if it had become a branding iron, so hot that he subconsciously let go of his hand. With the strength of his fleshly body today, he could basically ignore ordinary flames. However, the fire from the Li River Fairy's body directly scorched him. Kid, did you think that you've come this far and your strength is at least equal to this seat? Don't you know that this seat's weakest point is its physical body? Immortal Li Jiang sneered. At this moment, her body was burning with golden flames, and Fong Ling could feel the pain from her skin being scorched from some distance away. The Li River Fairy leapt and flew into midair. She then raised her hand and instantly outlined a circular spell formation in front of her body. Fire Rain Meteor. She covered her palm over the spell formation and a fire meteor burst out. The sizzling heat emanating from each of the fire meteors was elevated by several times. The terrifying fire meteor covered this entire area, and Fong Ling was unable to avoid it, so he could only take this move from her. This woman's cultivation is so high. At the very least it's at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. It's fully 2 big realms higher than me. Fong Ling didn't dare to be careless and didn't want to take this move from her the hard way. Just touching her ankles just now was hot as hell. The temperature of these fiery meteors was now even more unknown how many times higher. If you let this flame get on you, even if you don't die, you will have to take off layers of skin. He stood in place and his right eye instantly turned red and became a blood eye. Not long after he was born, his right eye was gouged out, and then after transplanting the devil ancestor's heart, the chaotic saint body recovered on its own and regrew such an even more terrifying blood eye. This blood eye had the great power to affect space, and now the limit of what he could do was to distort space and deflect the opponent's attack by dissolving it. The red aura of the bloodshot eyes flickered for a moment, and the fire streamers in the sky instantly disappeared. But such a powerful force was not something that could be easily utilized. A line of bloody tears could not be stopped from dropping from the corners of his eyes. Fairy Li River had thought that she could kill Fong Ling in seconds with this move, but the result struck fear into her heart. What kind of monster is this guy? Cultivation is clearly so much worse than mine. Yet he was able to dissolve my great divine power. Although Fong Ling had the heavenly concealment technique, once he did it the other party could easily determine his general cultivation level, which could not be concealed. Things have come to this, I can only kill him by force, otherwise when he grows up in the future, I will surely die. Fairy River clenched her teeth and condensed another large flaming sword in her hand. She lightly shouted and slashed her sword at Fongling. Fongling also condensed his innate blood sword and met it. Xinjie. The three swords of dragon beheading, heaven asking, and prison suppressing were extremely powerful swords that the sword demon had realized at different times. The sword, dragon beheading, was something he had realized after beheading the dragon clan's heavenly pride when he was young and competing with them. This sort of questioning heaven was something he realized when he was in his middle age when he was sparring with the remnants of the heavenly emperor in the heavenly palace. This last sort of Xinjie is what he realized when he was trapped in Cold Mountain Temple for 300,000 years, and it can be said that it is the masterpiece of his sword Dao. When Fongling executed this prison-suppressing sword, he had only gained the skin of the sword, but had not comprehended its essence. But even so, the power of this style surpassed most sword techniques in the world. Moreover, his innate blood sword was enhanced by the Tong Yuan sword soul, and its power was even more terrifying. Between the flashes of sword shadows, the highs and lows were already divided. The Li River Fairy was injured by the sword chi, and a bone-deep sword mark appeared on her puffy chest. The sword marks were also haunted by the blood fury chi for secondary damage augmentation. She was cut down by Fongling's sword and fell to one knee. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Looking at the blood that kept dripping from her chest, she felt like she was just dreaming. This person's sword Dao attainment is even so terrifying. Looks like we can only make this move. The Li River Fairy clenched her silver teeth and tilted her head back to let out a hysterical roar. 9 golden suns soared up from within her and hung high in the sky. 9 suns flare. The terrifying temperature scorched everything, and the surrounding mountains and rocks, as well as the ground, instantly melted and turned into hot magma. It was an indiscriminate attack that even the Li River Fairy herself could not dodge. The clothes and skirts on her body burned as much as they could. But because the source of the fire was on her, she herself could not feel the pain of the 9 suns scorching. But Fongling was miserable. His long black hair was instantly burned away. So did the clothes on his body, which became bare all at once. Under the scorching heat of the 9 rounds of scorching sun, his body was also a bit unable to withstand it, and his skin became reddish, like a piece of branding iron that had been scorched for a long time. If a pot of cold water was poured on it at this moment, it would surely make a nuisance sound. Tackled the thief. He gritted his teeth and simmered. Ignoring the 9 rounds of suns in the sky, he instead aimed his gaze at the Li River Fairy. He made a move and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The sharpness of this spear pierced the Li River Fairy, emitting an aura of destruction. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. How are you still alive? The Li River Fairy's eyes widened as she backed up, completely flustered. The 9 suns flare was already her killer weapon, and as a matter of fact, Fongling should have been burned to death the moment the 9 suns were in the air. But his vitality was beyond her imagination. Not only did he not get burned to death, he even had the ability to continue fighting. Fongling roared and threw the Hyun Gold heaven-breaking spear in his hand. The reason why a companion spiritual treasure was heaven-defying was not only because it possessed powerful might, even more so because it is one with its owner and has the ability to grow. When the master became a tiny bit stronger, it could follow and grow a little bit stronger, and the two had actually fused into one long ago. As a result, today's Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear was a great deal more powerful than it had been some time ago. With a snort, the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear pierced through the Li River Fairy's torso and nailed her to the ground. Her eyes rounded and her hands dropped helplessly as she fell. The grandeur of the 9 suns over the sky also dissipated with her death. Fongling's skin, which had been burned red, also gradually dissipated its temperature and returned to normal. The hair that had been burned to ashes also grew back. The necrotic skin falls off and drifts around with the astral wind. He hurriedly took out a new set of clothes from his storage bag and changed into them, while slowly walking over to the Li River Fairy's corpse. Chapter 036, Fusan Divine Tree Wind Spirit Stone. Although the Li River Fairy was dead, he could sense that some sort of fire source still existed within the Li River Fairy's body. Instead of rushing to force out that fire source, he sacrificed his innate blood sword. A strong person like the Li River Fairy was the best nourishment. The blood sword greedily sucked in the blood-bane chi, and Fongling raised his hand to absorb her life essence. After a while, the carcass of a voluptuous beauty became a white bone. Above the white bone, a golden seed the size of a fingernail cap was suspended. This golden seed was the source of the fire he had sensed. With a wave of his hand, he sucked this golden fire into his palm. Without waiting for him to carefully speculate, this golden fire suddenly disappeared into his palm and drilled into his body. A burning sensation instantly erupted, and he felt like he was going to be burned to death. The blood boiled for it, not as a description, but literally gurgled and boiled like boiling water. This feeling of his body being on fire made it difficult for him to calm down as well, and he became grim-faced. Luckily, the pain of the burning body didn't last long and soon subsided. The golden fire seed, which had taken root and sprouted at his dantian, grew 2 leaves. This divine flame seedling released a series of messages that were communicating with his divine soul. Fangling finally knew where it came from. It was actually the seed of the divine tree Fusang. No one knew about the Fusang divine tree, the ancient divine tree that gave birth to the Golden Crow clan. And the Golden Crow clan is the supreme demon race of the Emperor's bloodline. And the fire of the Golden Crow is even claimed to be able to burn all things. There was no need to say how heaven-defying the divine tree itself was that could spawn such a group. But unfortunately, the Fusang tree withered not long after giving birth to the Golden Crow clan. The world has not heard since then, where a new Fusang tree has grown. Fangling didn't expect that he would be fortunate enough to obtain the tree seed, and that it had even taken root in his dantian. He flipped his palm over and condensed flames in his palm. The golden flame that was in his hands at the moment was even more powerful than it was in the hands of the Li River Fairy. It was so hot that it seemed to melt space. When the Fusang tree was planted in the Li River Fairy's body, it didn't take root and germinate. It still existed in the form of a seed, so what she could utilize was only the power of the fire. But what Fangling was now utilizing was the flame of the Fusang sapling. The two certainly could not be compared. This Li River Fairy must be a resounding figure, to be able to possess the Fusang tree seed. However, this flame should not be invoked easily. Otherwise, if the people of the Golden Crow clan find out, they will definitely pour their clan's strength into snatching it. The Golden Crow clan had been passed down from the ancient times and had not been severed, and he had read the records in the miscellaneous books in the Chao Zhai. It was only that the Golden Crow clan was in the Middle God's domain, thousands of miles away from the South Do domain, so there was no need to worry too much at the moment. After obtaining the seedling of the Fusang tree, Fangling instead lost much interest in looking towards the end of the Windstone Gorge. No matter how golden the treasures in the Windstone Gorge were, they were certainly no match for the Fusang seedling. No one would mind their own treasures, though, and he secretly sank his teeth into the canyon's depths. He traveled through the Windstone Gorge for another quarter of an hour, but in that quarter of an hour he had not advanced very far. The deeper he went, the more powerful the black astral wind became, and even his physical body was somewhat unable to carry it. Every now and then, he felt the pain of a sharp blade scraping his bones, and his skin was in a constant cycle of renewal and destruction. If we keep going, I'm afraid that even this body of mine won't be able to carry it anymore. Might have to wait until next time to come back here and find out. Fangling weighed the situation in his mind and planned to withdraw from the Windstone Gorge first, and come back to explore in the future when his physical body was stronger. Just as he was about to turn away, a bright light suddenly refracted and stung his eyes. After a while of searching, he found some strange crystals on the opposite stone wall. The blinding light just now was refracted from one of the crystals. He forced himself to endure the bone-scratching wind and walked a little further to the stone wall. That's right, this thing should be the legendary Wind Spirit Stone, Fangling said in surprise. He immediately flew up and used his Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear to carve out these Wind Spirit Stones embedded in the stone walls. These Wind Spirit Stones are not artificially set in the stone wall, but are rare things that are born after years of being refined by the wind. The only common spirit stones in the cultivation world were the upper, middle, and lower grades, and extreme grade spirit stones were already very rare. The extremely high quality spirit stones circulating in the world nowadays were all left over from the ancient times, and on top of the extremely high quality spirit stones, there was an even rarer attribute spirit stone. The conditions for the birth of attribute spirit stones were even harsher, and they had to be subjected to the power of attributes for a long period of time before they had a chance to form. Just like these wind spirit stones on this stone wall, born under the influence of the black astral wind. But the quantity wasn't much, and he had only chiseled out 8 standard-sized spirit stones for an entire stone wall. These attribute spirit stones were of little use to him, as he didn't cultivate any of these feats and aptitudes regarding the wind attribute. However, for those who cultivated wind attribute feats and aptitudes, this thing was worth its weight in gold, and after refining it, it could drastically increase their feats and aptitude power. After storing these wind spirit stones away, he looked up into the depths of the canyon, still unable to see the bottom. Without hesitation he had to turn around and go back the way he came. While he was exploring the forbidden land of the Hexagon sect, Mr. Mo and the others had also swept the Hexagon sect almost to the end. The Tiger Zune and the others, who were heading to the subaltar, also went smoothly without any mishaps. Nowadays, not only did he take all of the existing materials of the 6th sect for himself, but he also grasped the 6th sect's original various stores, medicinal fields, spirit mines, and other cash cows. After annexing the power of the Hexagram sect, the Heavenly Law sect had undoubtedly become the #1 sect in the Nanyang country again in one fell swoop. This battle shocked the entire Nanyang kingdom, and for a while the legends about Fangling clamored. A few days later, Fong Ling followed Mr. Mo and the others back to the Black Mountain General Altar. 120,000 disciples of the Heavenly Law sect also converged here. Fong Ling distributed all the cultivation resources that he had gotten from the sixth sect this time to them. The 120,000 disciples, as well as Mr. Mo and the rest of them, the pillars of the sect, all received a real and great benefit. They were already in awe of Fong Ling, and now that they had extended a great favor, they were even more enlisted. In front of the altar of the Tian Luo sect, Fong Ling was discussing with Mr. Mo and the others about the details of their march into the blood puddle. From Mr. Mo, Fong Ling had also long known that the black hand behind this strife was the Xian Heavenly Hall, so the first thing after entering the blood puddle was to exterminate this second-rate force of the blood puddle. In my humble opinion, it is not appropriate to raise the religion to migrate next, Mr. Mo said. Our sect already had many industries in Nanyang, and now that we've annexed the Sixth Harmony sect, it's going to take even more time to stabilize our operations. After the situation in Nanyang is stabilized, this will be our great backyard for the development of the blood puddle, and there will be a constant influx of resources and talents. Use this as a foundation before you can let go and do something big in the blood puddle. Today it would be best to enlist the elite of the church. Roughly 800 men or so will do. Taking about 800 men into the blood puddle won't attract too much attention and will make it easier to act. Mr. Mo has a point. Fong Ling nodded. Mr. Mo, it's up to you to select and transfer these 800 people to prepare to accompany me south. But before I go, I think there's someone else I need to see. The sect leader wants to see the Campus Emperor, right? Mr. Mo asked. Precisely. Fong Ling intended to go to the palace to knock this lord of Nanyang, so that she wouldn't cause trouble in the Nanyang kingdom at that time. The Campus Emperor succeeded to the throne at a young age and was a woman, but was very skillful, Mr. Mo said. The Nanyang royal family has been revitalized under her development over the years. Therefore the Campus Emperor is quite arrogant and I'm afraid that he will start a dispute with the sect master. Although the sect leader's strength is definitely enough to kill her, it must not be done. Although Nanyang is a small country, it is subordinate to the Great Qin dynasty. She's the Nanyang Empress, which is also equivalent to the Daqian dynasty. If you move her, you're slapping the face of the Daqian dynasty. The Daqian dynasty is a first-class power in the southern Do domain, with experts like clouds. Even if sect leader you come from an unorthodox background, they may not be scornful because of it. Even if the sect master is fearless, I'm afraid that the situation in the sect, which has not easily turned for the better, will fall apart. Fong Ling smiled at his words. Mr. Mo is overly concerned. I have always been kind to people. How would I kill without moving? Don't worry. I won't make a move against the Campion Emperor. The people present muttered inwardly as they heard the words. I thought to myself that I was afraid that my own godfather did not have a clear perception of himself. I don't know the way to the palace. Charming envoy, come with me, Fong Ling said as he looked towards Yun Shuiqing. Yun Shuiqing immediately got up. Yes, sir. Chapter 037, The Unexpected Campus Emperor. Yun Shuiqing leaped and jumped onto the back of the spectral beast, but before she could sit on her butt, the phantom beast suddenly stormed forward at breakneck speed. The speed at which the spectral beast started was so fast that she nearly fell down upside down, so her hands instinctively grabbed forward and hugged Fong Ling. Fong Ling was sitting properly when he suddenly felt Yun Shuiqing behind him sticking over. Those two mountains in particular were extremely resilient, and he had never felt them before. Sect Master, my subordinate has offended. Yun Shuiqing was embarrassed and hurriedly moved his butt back to redraw the distance. Fong Ling, no harm done. It's all because this beast is too impatient. With that he raised his hand and slapped the spectral beast hard. The spectral beast whimpered as if to admit its mistake, but a hint of cunning flashed in its unnoticed eyes. Sect leader, this Campus Emperor is not to be underestimated. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Yun Shuiqing wanted to find a topic to diffuse it. I have seen her once, and her strength is unfathomable and terrifying. There's another thing that few people know. Back then in his heyday, Sect Master Mo had secretly sought her out for a sparring session, but the result is unbelievable. Sect leader Mo was actually suppressed by her with a single move. This matter would not have been known to me had I not unintentionally mentioned it when the sect leader's wife once drank wine in drunkenness with me back then. Oh, Fong Ling was slightly surprised, as he was aware of the cultivation level of the former sect master, to be able to subdue him with a single move. This Campus Emperor's cultivation far exceeded what was rumored in the outside world, and was by no means just at the late stage of the heavenly guillotine realm. As you said, she has such strength. Why doesn't she unify the cultivation world of the southern Yang country? Fong Ling asked. The Nanyang Kingdom's clan forces family forces were very active. Instead, the royal family and the imperial court had a very low presence. Although the royal family still managed to take the lion's share in the distribution of resources, it was diluted too much by the major powers. If he was the king of a country and had the strength to suppress and subdue the forces in the country, only then would he not let these forces go unchecked. This subordinate is not clear, Yun Shu Weiqing replied. The Campsis emperor has a deep mind, and no one in the Nanyang kingdom is expected to be able to read her. The imperial city was located right in the very center of the Nanyang kingdom, so it wasn't too far away no matter where you started from. With the speed of the spectral beast, it carried the two of them to arrive an hour later. The imperial city was much more lively than the dragon city that Fongling had visited before, and there were quite a few powerful auras here, especially in the direction of the imperial palace. There were 21 Tiangui realm experts that he had sensed. What surprised him even more was that there was even an existence at the early stage of the heavenly power realm among them. This person's realm was comparable to his, but he could clearly feel that this person's chi and blood were insufficient, and he had already entered the realm of the 5 declines of celestial beings, and he did not have many years left to live. So this man is definitely not Emperor Campbell, perhaps an old eunuch. Sect leader, I won't follow you into the palace. In the marketplace, Yun Shu Weiqing said, the healing immortal valley is right in the imperial city, and it looks like Sister Do has returned, so I want to ask her out to have some fun. I haven't wandered around this imperial city for some years. I really miss it. Fongling nodded and let her lead the spectral beast along. After a while, Fongling walked to the palace gates and was stopped by the palace guards. He didn't have the time to wait here for the eunuchs to inform him or anything, and was about to dive straight in to find Emperor Camelot. But just then, a small young courtesan came toward him with small steps. Your Excellency is the new sect master of the Tian Luo sect, right? The palace maid asked. Fongling nodded. Not bad. His Majesty knows you're coming, so he's already waiting in the bedchamber, the palace maid added. The slave girl has been ordered to come here to greet sect master Fong. Oh, she knew I was coming? Fongling was quite surprised. The fact that he was coming to the palace was known only to the core of the Heavenly Law sect, and it had only been more than an hour's time. The speed of news delivery was too fast, or maybe she had guessed that she would come to her. Fongling felt that this explanation might be more reasonable. The courtesan didn't explain and silently walked ahead, showing him the way. This little palace maid was the one who served the empress closely, so the journey was unhindered, and in a short while, she brought Fongling to the bedchamber of the Camelot Emperor. His Majesty is in the house. Sect Master Fong please. The little courtesan gently had to push open the door and saluted to invite him in. Fongling didn't doubt it and took a big step inside. Just as he entered the room, the little courtesan closed the door outside. He looked up and forward. The Campanian Emperor was still in bed. She was lying on her side with one hand propped up on her head in an enchanting position. Through a layer of golden gauze curtains, her delicate figure was hazy with a few hints of temptation. It is now the year 678 of the Camelot Emperor, and she just happened to succeed to the throne at the age of 22. So this year was exactly 700 years old, and beforehand Fongling thought she would have the appearance of an old woman. But now it seemed that she was just like most female cultivators. She was also keen on residing and maintaining her face. But what made him a bit more puzzled was that he actually couldn't perceive the depth of her cultivation. Who exactly is Sect Master Fong? Emperor Campbell opened his mouth and asked, why is he making waves in my little Nanyang kingdom? She had been claiming the title of emperor for many years, and her tone of voice carried a bit of majesty of its own. Fongling, it's inaccurate to make waves. I've always been at peace with myself. The Campanula Emperor laughed. More than 300,000 cultivators of the Sixth Harmony sect have all died by your hand. Is this still not making waves? Sect Master Fong has such a cultivation at such a young age. He must be a son of a great man. Why come to this small projectile country? I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I can't figure it out. Fongling, it's always impossible to understand everything in the world. There's no need to think too much. There's nothing much for me to do here. It's just that I'll be leaving the Nanyang kingdom soon. However, most of the children in my sect will still stay in Nanyang, so I hope you won't make things difficult for them. In the encircling tent, Emperor Campbell gently shook his head. No, after annexing the hexagonal sect, your power is too big. You still have to suppress it. I can only guarantee that I won't massacre you Tian Luo cultists, but at least half of those properties of the original sixth sect, I want to control in my hands. I don't seem to be discussing with you. Fongling frowned and said in a deep voice. Emperor Camelot's tone was also a few points colder. I'm not joking either. Fongling understood that she wouldn't listen if he didn't clean her up today. He was about to get rough, but the Camelot Emperor struck first. Just by waving her jade hand, the surroundings instantly changed. The two were no longer in the Dragon Court, but in a vast and boundless mysterious space. She actually has this means. Fongling was slightly surprised. She was using a divine ability similar to that of the Hierophant realm, except that the independent space she had constructed could not be compared to the Hierophant realm at all. Across the street, The Kamsis Emperor walks slowly with bare jade feet. She's got a great aura and two pretty spectacular mountains. It had been a while since Fong Ling had come down from the mountain, and she was definitely the most erect and biggest one. Although she was 700 years old, she looked like she was 25 or 26 years old, and was born with a stunningly beautiful face, but the eyes were quite sharp and very imposing, giving a sense of distance that was not to be offended. It's better to see the truth underhand, Emperor Camelot muttered, a powerful aura erupting from his body. A pair of huge peaks jiggled and flexed a few times with it. How is that possible? For the first time, Fong Ling had such a shocked expression on his face. He actually sensed an aura about as strong as Jinbu Wan's from the Kamsis Emperor. However, Jinbu Wan was the pride of the Golden Horn clan, and he was even a heaven's favorite who possessed a companion spiritual treasure. The Camelot Emperor was a native of Nanyang, and in this barren land, he was actually able to cultivate to such a degree. Chapter 038 Li Hongyan in the middle stage of Jade Balance. I have been practicing since I was 3 years old. When I was 5 years old, I officially stepped into the heavenly pivot realm. At the age of 22 when he ascended the throne, he reached the Tianxian realm. At the age of 68, he broke into the Tiangui realm. 148 years old, ascending to the heavenly power realm. 612 years old, ascending to the Jade Balance realm. Now that the realm has reached the middle stage of Jade Balance, Sect Master Fong, do you still want to fight me? Emperor Camelot asked in a domineering manner. Interesting, Fong Ling laughed. With a cultivation level like yours, why do you still let those sects and families in the outside world continue to grow? Emperor Campbell, it's just something that doesn't matter. I've never cared about it. I can clean them up anytime I want to. The reason for hiding the strength is just to paralyze the people at the top. People from above? You mean the Great Chen dynasty? Fong Ling asked. Emperor Camelot nodded. Not bad, it's them. But you, the Li family, can sit firmly in the position of the Lord of the Southern Yang Kingdom. Relying on them, Fong Ling didn't think to understand. Do you know how much my Nanyang Kingdom has to pay tribute to them every year? Emperor Camelot said in a deep voice. It has to be at least 2 billion spirit stones. They don't have to do anything. They just need to stretch out their hands. And my Nanyang Kingdom will have to obediently offer up 2 billion spirit stones. 2 billion spirit stones. I don't know how much suffering the people of my Nanyang Kingdom should suffer and how many people should be damned to come up with enough. All the generations of my Li family's rulers have dared to speak out against this. That's why I swore from a young age that I would change all that. So I desperately tried to cultivate. Sect Master Fong, do you know why I am talking to you so much? She asked again. Fong Ling shook his head. I don't know. Emperor Camelot laughed coldly. Because I've already treated you as a dead man. Before meeting with you, there was still a hint of fantasy in my mind. And it may not be necessary to kill you. But after a little contact with you just now, I know what kind of person you are. If I don't kill you today, sooner or later you'll make a bigger mess. The more you make a fuss, the more people from the Dechen dynasty will pay attention to this place, and the reserves I've been saving up for years might be exposed as a result. So in order to avoid such an accident, I can only strangle you. I have long been investigating your identity against people, but there are no heirs of any great power in the southern Do domain that match you. Just now in my chambers, I was uneasy and asked again, but from the look in your eyes when you answered this question, you should not have lied. Since you have no background, there's no harm in killing you. If you want to blame yourself for being young and wild. After he said that, the Camelot Emperor flexed his fingers towards Fong Ling. This finger flicked out a wind arrow that was incomparably harsh. With just a swoosh, the wind arrow shot to Fong Ling's chest with great speed. The Campanula Emperor had thought that her finger would be enough to kill Fong Ling, but the result surprised her a little. Fong Ling stood still and took this hit, but froze and nothing happened. It seems that you're even stronger than I imagined. Emperor Camelot's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she secretly sank into a deep breath. With a wave of her hand, a delicate long sword appeared in her hand. Ride the wind and break the waves. She shouted softly and executed a sword move. Her sword was enhanced with the power of wind and was as fast as lightning. With such a fast sword, even Fong Ling could not help but nod his head in praise. Just talking about speed, she had something to learn from him with this sword. The sword light flashed, but it did not strike Fong Ling. In that split second, he had used his divine walking steps to shift and change his position, turning behind the Camelot Emperor. What a fast stance! Emperor Camelot's face changed slightly, and 2 sky-blue strong winds immediately surfaced Cook under his feet. She majored in wind attribute Gongfu aptitude, so she was naturally not bad in terms of speed. This divine ability of generating wind under her feet was a skill she had practiced for many years. She immediately dodged to the side as well, pulling away from Fong Ling. Want to compete with me for speed? Fong Ling laughed and immediately chased after him again. The two seemed to be competing, and instead of coming down hard on each other, They were competing in speed. However, the Campsis Emperor quickly gave up and looked at Fong Ling on the opposite side with an ironized face. Her hairpin was taken by Fong Ling at some point. If he didn't take the hairpin at that time, but chose to strike at her, then I'm afraid she would have died by now. What is that avatar of yours? She asked. My cultivation is higher than you. Lingbo step is practiced for 500 years, but also than you. Fong Ling smiled without answering. Before all the masters left the mountain, they advised him not to tell others what he had learned, or he would easily attract trouble. In this round of exchange just now, although the Campsis Emperor was defeated, she did not have any intention of stopping, only to see her two palms come together and she performed some sort of divine ability again. Fong Ling was instantly trapped by a cover formed by the astral wind. The shield of the astral wind was compressing. The air inside was getting less and less, and he wouldn't be able to breathe anytime soon, because all the air has been sucked out of him. He enters a vacuum. Fong Ling felt a little hard to bear and looked angrily at the Camelot Emperor. Had enough? He clenched his fist and swung it out. The terrifying power shattered everything, and even the void appeared to visibly ripple as it shook. The shield of the astral wind naturally collapsed in an instant as well, and the might of the fist wind did not diminish, blasting the Camelot Emperor out as well. Emperor Camelot slowly got up and looked at Fong Ling with a grim face. She couldn't imagine why this young man in front of her was so strong, simply ridiculously strong. When she thought about her confident look just now, she felt even more a little ashamed. But even if she was no match, as an emperor, she would never give in. Fong Ling saw that there was still some unconvincedness in her eyes and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Most of the people he had met previously would have submitted in awe after seeing his strength. Still not convinced? He asked. You're clearly no match for me, and you can't even break through my defenses. Emperor Campbell, you can be as strong as you want to be. What does it have to do with me? It's done. If you want to kill, then kill. Why talk nonsense? With a cold snort, she raised her sword again and killed towards Fong Ling. However, Fong Ling had no intention of killing her. Killing her would cause trouble for himself. As Mr. Mo had said, she was the ruler of Nanyang, and if she had an accident the people of the Dacian dynasty would not be indifferent. With his current strength, he wasn't ready to make an enemy of such an overlord-level power. Therefore, his purpose of this trip to the imperial city was just to knock the Camelot Emperor. I did not expect to end up in this situation, but now that he'd pretty much accomplished his goal, it was enough to show her the power. It was just that she was still unconvinced, and that slightly irked him. How about trying that move? He suddenly thought of the stealing fragrance finger that Master Flower Thief had told him about. He especially remembered when he was on the mountain, how smug the Flower Thief Master's face was when he mentioned this move. He said that with just a little bit of the stealing finger, he could make all women under the sky submit. This move Fong Ling had never tried before, and today there was just such an opportunity to give it a try. He flipped his wrist and pointed a finger at the Campsis Emperor's thin waist. With just this one hit, the Campion Emperor, who was originally still fierce, instantly went limp on the ground. The Campanula Emperor's face flushed so much that he looked up at Fong Ling and snapped. Shameless! The spring is silent and cherishes the fine stream, and the shade of the tree loves the water. Master Hua's finger is really powerful. Fong Ling was still unaware of Emperor Camelot's dissimilarity, and was surprised at the effect of the finger. But then he froze as the woman suddenly wrapped her arms around his legs and kept climbing upwards with one hand. The eyes also became mesmerized and fiery, and opened her small mouth to murmur, as if she was longing for something. Chapter 039, Things go against my wishes and my heart is in turmoil. Fong Ling had planned to kick her out of the way, but immediately after, he felt a feeling he had never felt before. Since he grew up in the cold mountain temple, he knew nothing about these things and couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. After some tossing and turning, Emperor Campbell fell asleep. Fong Ling thought back on what had just happened and even suspected that he was dreaming. He picked up the sleeping Campsis Emperor, and then raised his hand to shatter the boundary she had set up. The two of them returned to the Dragon Court, and Fong Ling lifted the bed curtains and placed her back on the bed, covering the bedding, and then with a flash of his figure, he disappeared. I don't know how long it took, but the Campsis Emperor's long and slender eyelashes moved slightly, and he abruptly opened his eyes. She remembered well enough exactly what had happened before she passed out and couldn't help but clench her fists. Evil thief! Sooner or later I will make you pay the price. She hated it with a passion, and was inwardly mortified. The eyes were even more red, with tears glistening. The innocence she had maintained for 700 years had been taken away by him in a sleazy way. On the other side, high up in the clouds, Fong Ling sat here on his knees for a long time, finally smoothing out his disordered mind. I didn't realize that stealing fragrance fingers was such a flower thief master to harm me, he thought to himself. In this visit to the imperial city, he had originally wanted to knock the Campsis Emperor around a bit. I'm not sure if the knocking won't work, But instead, this is not a place to stay. We should go to the blood puddle earlier. Returning to his senses, he would look down to somewhere in the imperial city. In an elegant room on the second floor of the auspicious residence, Yun Shuiqing was drinking and chatting with Do Qin in a very cozy manner. A few cups of mulled wine down. Not overpowering, Do Qin has already face drunk red. Don't have a taste for it. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of the two. Yun Shuiqing hurriedly rose in greeting. Greetings, sect master. Duchesne looked at him and said nothing. Fongling, it's done. Let's go. Sister Do, I'll withdraw first. I didn't drink enough to enjoy myself this time. I'll treat you to a drink next time, Yun Shuiqing said as she looked towards Do Qin. Duo Qin smiled slightly at her. Next time I'll treat you instead. After a brief farewell, Fongling left this restaurant with Yun Shuiqing. The two of them rode the spectral beast and went straight back towards the Black Mountain General Altar. How did it turn out? Sect leader? What's the attitude of the Camelot Emperor? Behind Fongling, Yun Shuiqing asked. It didn't go very well, and I'm afraid there will be some minor troubles in the future, Fongling said. Ha! In that case, the Campsis Emperor actually possesses a cultivation level on par with the sect leader? Yun Shuiqing was somewhat surprised. No matter what was talked about in the cultivation world, what was spelled out in the end was strength. That was why Fongling answered in such a way that made her feel that the two had more than likely fought to a draw. Fongling did not say whether or not, and was silent along the way, not wanting to say anything more. Yun Shuiqing didn't know why his own godmaster looked preoccupied, but he knew better than to remain silent the whole way. Not long after, the two returned to the Black Mountain General Altar. The 800 elites selected by Mr. Mo were also ready to go. Fongling immediately took these 800 elites and set out on a journey to the blood puddle. The only people who followed him on this trip were Mr. Mo and Eagle Zunfengfian, Yun Shuiqing and the two tigers and pythons, as well as the two guards of water and fire. All stayed behind in Nanyang. As the group traveled to Dragon City, Fongling made a side trip to the Bai family. In the battle between the Heavenly Law sect and the Sixth Harmony sect, the White family hadn't really put in any effort though, but they also had a heart. So Fongling already saw the Bai family as his true friends. After the wine and dinner, Fongling and Bai Zheng took a walk in the garden to cool off. Looking at the familiar pavilion, he couldn't help but recall the days when he listened to Bai Ying's zither and music here. At that moment, he suddenly realized something strange and opened his mouth to ask, by the way, Bai family master, why is your daughter missing from the dinner table tonight? And I don't seem to be able to feel her presence. Is she out? Bai Zheng nodded. My daughter did go out. The other day, a certain elder from the Heavenly Voice Pavilion was passing through Dragon City and happened to hear my daughter playing the zither in the garden. This elder praised his daughter much, saying that she was extremely talented in rhyming and wanted to take her as a disciple. This elder of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion has an unfathomable cultivation. Even if I want to refuse, I'm afraid I can't. And so it was that my daughter left after this Tianyin Pavilion elder, and I don't know when or how she will return. Your daughter does have a talent for music, so it would be good for her to go to the Heavenly Tone Pavilion, so she can have a chance to show off her skills, Fongling said. He did not stop studying after he left the Zhao family's Caozhai, and he still picked up his scrolls whenever he had time. Thus nowadays, he had a much better understanding of the Nandu domain, and even of the entire 8 domains. This Tianyin Pavilion was a first-rate power in the southern Do domain, enough to rival the great Qian dynasty. Bai Eng worshipped the Tianyin Pavilion elder as his teacher, and was bound to have a bright future. Hey, if I had a choice, I'd rather have her stay at home, Bai Zheng sighed. It's actually good to live an uneventful life, and drifting around is not without fear. This Tianyin Pavilion has deep roots. I expect that Ms. Bai should be able to live a good life there, so the Bai family master doesn't need to worry. Fongling laughed. I hope so, Bai Zheng responded. By the way, sect leader Fong just happens to be going to the blood puddle. Could you do my Bai family a favor? Please speak, Bai family master. Fongling did not refuse. The thing is, back then there was a master refiner from the blood pits who traveled through Dragon City, and my Bai family asked him to build a clan-suppressing weapon. However, at that time, my Bai family still owed a portion of the payment on credit and did not pay it, and now another 3 months will pass before the repayment deadline agreed upon at the beginning. This part of the payment the Bai family, have long since gotten together, and originally planned to make a personal run by the 2 of my brothers after some time, but that place is dangerous. And my brothers and I don't have the certainty of retiring in one piece. But since sect leader Fong wants to go to the blood puddle, then I would appreciate sect leader Fong's help in transferring it on his behalf. A small matter. Who is this master refiner? And how will I find him after I arrive at the blood puddle? Fongling asked. Bai Zheng, this grandmaster is very famous, known as the Thousand Machine Divine Artist, and operates a store in the blood puddle called the Celestial Artifact Workshop. When sect leader Fong gets there, it shouldn't be hard to inquire. Alright, I'll remember. Fong Ling nodded. Then I would like to thank sect leader Fong. That payment is on me. Bai Jiang hurriedly unhooked a storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Fong Ling. He then stayed just one night at the White House and continued on his way early the next morning. Mr. M.O. Have you ever heard of a person who has the name of the Thousand Machine Divine Artisan? Fong Ling looked at M.O. Tong who was on the side and asked. Mertong had spent 200 years in the blood puddle. So of course he knew. This person is the #1 refiner in the blood puddle, and is so mysterious that no one has ever seen his true face, he said back. Because this person has always taken on the appearance of a puppet. Whether or not his original body is in the blood puddle is a mystery. The sect leader suddenly mentioned him. But do you have any good materials in your hands that you need to entrust him with refining? Fong Ling shook his head. No, just helping the Bai family to forward a payment to him. I'll leave the matter to you. I'll take the first step to the blood puddle to pick my way through. Chapter 040 Murder in the Immeasurable City. The blood puddle consists of 36 large cities. The scale of each large city was no less than Dragon City. There were also 9 special main cities among these 36 cities. And just the lower 3 of the 9 cities were already comparable in size to the imperial cities of the 3 surrounding countries. As for the middle and upper 3 cities, they were even more terrifying, with an unknown number of old monsters living in hiding. At this moment, one of the 9 main cities, Limitless City, Immeasurable City was one of the lower 3 cities, where commerce and trade were especially developed, so the flow of people was the best among the 9 main cities. People come and go in the bustling bazaar, but every little while, there's bloodshed. The blood puddle is a place where there are no rules at all, where you can kill and rape and pillage at will, but all of this assumes that one is strong enough to do these things without getting killed. Those who dared to set up a stall and open a store to sell things in such a place were invariably the toughest of the toughest. In a treasure pavilion specializing in clothing items, a beautiful woman was admiring the stockings on her legs with intoxication. Granny, look at this thing. The woman smiled and looked aside to the old crone. It said that female cultivators in the Middle God realm like to pair up with such a pair of stockings, saying that they can create a perfect leg shape. They used to be sold in the Jade Kingdom, but then they were banned by the royal family, saying that it was indecent. Hey, actually, everything is good in our Jade Kingdom, but it's just too conservative. You look at the small borderland, the folk style but more open than us there. Along the way I can see a lot of female cultivators have to wear. Granny Yu sniffed and shook her head in disgust. Don't want it. If the head of the family finds out, he'll definitely order the young lady to destroy this. But this item is indeed a bit interesting, and you, miss, are obviously more dynamic when you wear it. If a man saw that, he'd be so mesmerized by you that he wouldn't be able to walk away. The woman smiled wryly. Don't worry, Granny, I wouldn't dare to wear it home like that, but it's okay to buy a few pairs and put them in the storage ring. It's not like anyone else can see them anyway. I'll just wear them once in a while when no one's around to make these legs of mine a little more perfect. Granny, you didn't say anything else. This time out she shouldn't have bought things. I don't know how many things she bought long ago. She couldn't stop it. This master and servant were none other than Shangguan Haiyu and Granny Yu, who had crossed paths with Fong Ling in the relic ancient mine. At that time, they stayed at the White House for a few days to recuperate and then left quietly. Then he rolled over to the blood puddle, a place that was chaotic but more exciting than the Southern Sun Kingdom. Shangguan Haiyu had wandered around several cities in a row since her arrival, and up until now, she had no intention of leaving the blood puddle. The old slave will go to pay the money. Granny Yu softly humphed, turned around and left this exclusive fitting room. After she left, Shangguan Haiyu again looked at her own appearance around the bronze mirror and admired it beautifully. As pretty as I am, I don't know which son of a bitch will be cheap later, she muttered in a stinky voice. But suddenly, Granny Yu came back. She had just left on the front foot and immediately returned on the back foot, which couldn't help but make Shangguan Haiyu a little confused. You're moving so fast, Granny? She asked. Granny Yu's face was a bit gloomy as she said, Miss, hurry up and take off your stockings. Let's withdraw. This immeasurable city can't stay for long. Ha? Shangguan Haiyu was a bit surprised, but she still listened to Granny Yu and immediately took off her white silk. What happened? Could it be that the family has chased them to Infinite City? That's not true. Granny Yu shook her head. Since it's not this, it's no big deal. Shangguan Haiyu laughed, secretly relieved. No, we're in danger now, Granny Yu said with a grim face. I heard someone say there's a big devil in town. This guy kills people on sight, all the way in from the East Gate. No one can stop him at all. And several famous figures in the city have died by his sword. Looking at the situation, this big devil that suddenly appeared is trying to massacre the city. So if we don't leave, I'm afraid we're in danger. Immeasurable City is one of the lower 3 cities. This guy who dares to do this is either crazy or has terrifying strength. The old slave is more than likely not his opponent. Someone wants to slaughter the city? Shangguan Haiyu stared with wide eyes, very surprised. Although those who hang out in the blood puddle are all outlaws, none of them are merciful. Still, this level of insanity was beyond her imagination. The two of them stopped talking nonsense and rushed downstairs. Shangguan Haiyu still clutched a storage bag in her hand, thinking that when she went downstairs, she would directly throw the storage bag to the shopkeeper and buy all the several pairs of white silks she had just bought. But it turned out that downstairs has long been no one, that the shopkeeper is also life-threatening. Even the store does not care, but also directly run away. In the middle of the city, Fong Ling was killing with one man and one sword. In such a quarter of an hour or so, the number of dead souls that died under his sword was 100,000. The blood puddle wasn't like other places, where he wouldn't dare to be this reckless, because those countries are not as simple as they seem. Just like the Nanyang Kingdom, it had the Dacian dynasty behind it as a backer. If he massacred the city in Nanyang, he would surely end up attracting big trouble. But in the blood puddle, where no one cares, it doesn't matter. Aya, this grandpa, why are you so angry? At that moment, a gorgeous woman came across the street. She twisted her waist in an alluring manner and was extremely boldly dressed. The round white buns, surprisingly bare half, calling out to the eye. But don't look at her flirtatious appearance. But her cultivation was incredibly strong. It was the great circle of the heavenly power realm. If it was in the southern Yang country, it would be completely horizontal. Concubine Peach Yang, I'm sure you've heard of me. In Immeasurable City, I, Peach Yang, am considered one of the best. Be a good boy and go with your sister. She'll take you to a good place. Go there. Sister will personally cool you down and make sure you're comfortable. Young people, it's normal to have a lot of anger, but you can't be so grumpy. Look at you. How many people have you killed since you entered the city? Tao Ernyan walked to Fong Ling's side, raising her hand to rest intimately on his shoulder and mouthing in his ear. If someone else dared to be so reckless in Limitless City, Tao Ernyan would have long ago gone up and squeezed them dry to the last drop. However, she had been watching the battle from the shadows for a long time, and was unsure of Fong Ling's strength, so this was why she wanted to calm him down in some other way. Without saying a word, Fong Ling's body suddenly burned with golden flames. The golden flames followed Tao Ernyan's slippery little hands and stained her entire body, instantly burning her to death, leaving her unable to utter even a single scream. When the experts of Immeasurable City who were peering from the shadows saw the scene, all of them had their hearts jerked, feeling like they were going to die. Where did this big devil come from? The people who originally wanted to make a move to suppress Fong Ling were now running as fast as they could, wishing they could grow 2 more legs out. Chapter 041 Scarlet drenches Immeasurable City. The Hieroglyphic Realm. Seeing that the cultivators in Immeasurable City were fleeing so quickly, Fong Ling simply cast a divine ability directly, enveloping the entire city. The reason why they didn't use the Hierophantine boundary right from the start was because maintaining the boundary in operation required a lot of spiritual energy. Before, he wasn't sure what level of experts there were in Limitless City, and didn't dare to easily waste his spiritual energy. But it was only after the enchanting Tower Nyang showed up just now that he had a number in his mind. The golden boundary that separated the infinite city from the original route world. This caused the cultivators who hadn't yet escaped the city to feel desperate and terrified to the core. What's this? Let me out of here. Don't panic everyone, we'll definitely be able to break through it with our combined attacks. The rioting crowd frantically attacked towards the realm, but no matter how desperate they were, they failed to create any ripples. No, everyone's attacks are too spread out. They should converge on a single point. I don't believe that this boundary is so powerful that hundreds of thousands of us still can't open it. Behind them, the killing shouts were getting closer and closer, also making them more and more panicked. Among the panicked crowd, 2 people stood out. They were separated from the crowd by some distance, and no one dared approach their position. Those cold corpses on the ground were the reason why bystanders were afraid to approach. Infinite City was in chaos, and Granny Yu didn't want her young lady to be pushed and mooched by these rabble-rousers, so she killed anyone who dared to come near her. Granny, can you break this boundary? Shangguan Haiyu was also a bit flustered. It was not easy for her to come out and finally feel the joy of life. She did not want to die here so soon. Old slave, try again, the old crone said in a deep voice, a magnificent colored longsword appearing in her hand. She secretly brewed, and then swung her longsword towards the boundary to slash it, executing a powerful sword move. However, when the sword light landed on the boundary barrier, it didn't do anything at all, and there wasn't even the slightest tremor. With my cultivation at the middle stage of Jade Balance, I was actually unable to shake this boundary even by a hair's breadth. That murderous devil has great skill. If he moves, the old body is not a match for him, the old woman said in a deep voice. For today's solution, We can only hope to look up to the might of our Shangwan family and make it let us live. Of course, this person wants to slaughter the city, and his demonic nature is so deep that I'm afraid he won't agree. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so willful, I wouldn't have implicated you. Granny, Shangwan Haiyu looked at the old crone. Her eyebrows saddened. Miss has long advised the old slave to return alone. It is the old slave who is unwilling to go. It is not Miss' fault. Granny, you laughed. Shangwan Haiyu grew up without a mother, and she helped bring her up. In her eyes, her own young lady was her own granddaughter, and her blood had long been thicker than water. Go and meet this big devil. The old slave would like to see what kind of ruthless character has come out of this blood puddle, she said, leaping towards the place in the city where the killing and shouting sounds were the most boisterous. And Shangwan Haiyu hurriedly followed. On the other side, in one of the markets in the city, Fong Ling weaved through the crowd with an indifferent face, like a ghost. His hair had long been dyed red by the soaring blood, and his entire person looked particularly demonic. In his hand, the blood sword of his destiny even emanated a materialized killing aura, and some people with weak cultivation were directly obliterated by this materialized killing aura. Suddenly, Fong Ling, who was in the middle of killing, stopped and looked up with an open mind. The reason why he stopped was because he sensed two somewhat familiar auras. Fong Ling? In mid-air, Shangwan Haiyu, who was standing behind the old crone, stared in astonishment. How could it be you? Did you go off the deep end? Although Fong Ling was unapproachable and very cold in her impression, but she could never have imagined beforehand that the devil who was on a killing spree in Immeasurable City at this moment would actually be him. What made it even harder for her to accept was that Fong Ling had once saved her and Granny Yu's life, and was their benefactor. Granny, eunuch Fong, he's possessed, isn't he? How did he get like this in a good way? Shangwan Haiyu looked to the crone on the side and asked in a hurry. Granny Yu gently shook her head. She had lived for 3,000 years and had experienced many things and seen many people. At a glance, she could tell that Fong Ling's sanity was awake, and that he wasn't being manipulated or going off the deep end. His mental state was normal. He was merely practicing magic. Instead of responding to Shangwan Haiyu, she opened her mouth and spoke to Fong Ling. Mr. Fong, old me and my lady entered this city by mistake. Can you do us a favor and let us leave? Old me and my young lady are willing to make a great heart demonic oath to never reveal what happened here. The great oath of the heart demon was too much for any cultivator to dare to take indiscriminately. Otherwise, once one breached the contract, in the future, at the critical juncture of one's cultivation breakthrough, one would suffer a backlash and would be unable to refine for the rest of one's life. The Shangwan family had deep roots, and Fong Ling didn't want to provoke them for no reason, so he gently nodded. Seeing this, the old crone secretly sighed in relief and immediately made a great oath of heart demon in front of Fong Ling. However, the Shangwan Haiyu behind her didn't make a move, and Fong Ling immediately looked towards her. Miss, this is the only way to get out of this now. The old crone hastened to pull on the corner of her coat, whispering to remind her that. Shangwan Haiyu took a deep breath, and had no choice but to make a great oath of heart magic, promising that she wouldn't spread the word about what happened here. After the two of them made the great oath of the heart demon, they were teleported out of the Hierophantine realm by Fong Ling. In the Hierophant world, he was the sole master, manipulating living beings in and out with ease. After sending this master and servant of the Shangwan family out, Fong Ling continued to kill. The color of blood drenched the entire large city, and the smell of fear and despair permeated everywhere. Young man, stop it, you're too much. At that moment, a black-robed old man slowly walked out from the end of the street. This black-robed old man also knew a breath-containing type of divine ability, so Fong Ling could not perceive his realm. Old me, Nan Tian Hui, was known as Taoist Witch back then. It's been 3,000 years since I've been secluded in this limitless city. I've seen all kinds of vicious people of all shapes and sizes, but this is the first time I've seen one as brutal as you. Although the blood puddle is a place of disorder, it does not allow you to slaughter the city in practice like this. If you stop there and leave Immeasurable City, old me can pretend that I didn't see anything, the witch Taoist said with his hands behind his back in an old-fashioned manner. He was already more than 5,000 years old this year, and he didn't believe that with his own Tao of more than 5,000 years, he still couldn't suppress a young scion. If you are willing to let me eat in practice, I will leave, Fong Ling said back. Taoist Witch sniffed, flicked his sleeve and grunted coldly. Young man, you're too rampant. Still want to eat old me? Can you gnaw on this old bone of mine? Taoist Witch had an extra spell in his hand, lifting it up and pointing it at Fong Ling, a gray light bursting out. The beam bombarded Fong Ling's body, but it didn't seem to have any power at all. However, the witch Taoist was not half surprised, but instead laughed out loud. You're too big for your britches. You've already been poisoned by the old man's voodoo. It won't take more than a moment for you to die a horrible death in front of Lao Fu. Chapter 042 Witchcraft Poison Seeking Death Curse. This poison of yours is a bit interesting. Fong Ling was slightly surprised. This was the first cultivator that he had encountered since he came down from the mountain. The first cultivator that used poison. Taoist witch's poison was not yet the same as the one he had cultivated since he was a child. It was a poison that specialized in attacking the divine soul. He had heard his fat master say that there were two kinds of poisonous paths in the world. One is the poison of medicine and the other is the poison of witchcraft. Medicine poisons are the most common and are primarily directed at the physical body. The poison of witchcraft, on the other hand, is very rare and is an ancient art that specifically targets the soul. At the moment, the voodoo poison was constantly attacking towards his divine soul, wanting to break through that barrier. However, that layer of barrier was arranged by the old white-browed monk back then to protect his divine soul from being obliterated by the heart of the demon ancestor. Its sturdiness was naturally needless to say. Even this ancient voodoo couldn't break through. 1, 2, 3, the witch Taoist was there counting to himself, but immediately felt that something was wrong. Impossible. How are you still alive? He involuntarily took a step back, alarmed. Actually, you are not the only one who is good at making poison. Fong Ling smiled as a colorless and tasteless poisonous gas escaped from his body. The poisonous gas quickly spread and poisoned those nearby on the spot. Seeing the situation is not right. 1 to 2 feet white boil witch Taoist also screamed miserably, fell to the ground wailing and rolling. At this time, his old face was puffy and his skin had turned a weird eggplant purple color. The 7 orifices kept spilling blood and the body stiffened. You're so young. How could your poison skill be so profound? Taoist witch's eyes were whiter than copper bells. Although he had majored in the poison of ancient witchcraft, he had not given up on the poison of medicine and also had deep attainments. But for the toxins released by Fong Ling, he was completely helpless. His own anti-poison barrier collapsing in an instant. It turns out that my poisonous skill is so powerful. Fong Ling saw that the witch Taoist was dying, and his heart could not help but be a little surprised. It seems that those poisonous insects of Fat Master are more powerful than I thought. Taoist witch's cultivation wasn't low, it was at the early stage of jade balance, and he's lived for thousands of years. His poison skills must be incredibly deep, but it was such a poisonous cultivator that was actually crushed by his 10 years of Tao. Little brat. Old man is considered to have fallen into your hands, but you don't want to feel better. I've prepared a generous gift for you. The witch Taoist who was originally lying on the ground dying suddenly stood up with a carp. He wasn't standing steadily, though, staggering as if he was about to fall at any moment. Fong Ling didn't know what else he had up his sleeve, but wasn't going to foolishly stand still and wait for him to cast it, only to see his hand rise and fall with his sword, instantly slashing the witch Taoist to pieces. You think you can hide like that? Don't even think about it. This is the ancient forbidden spell of death-seeking curse that I cast with my own life as a sacrifice. No matter how strong your divine soul is or how subtle your divine abilities are, you will not be able to avoid it. The death spell is to make it impossible for you to live and die. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you in the netherworld. Although Taoist witch's physical body was split to pieces by him, Fong Ling still heard his voice speaking. A blood incantation condensed and directly ignored space and time, swept through the barrier constructed by the Golden Soul incantation, and topped Fong Ling's divine soul. At the moment the blood curse entered his soul, Fong Ling nearly fainted from the pain. The pain could be worse than the gouging out of his heart and bones that he had nightmares about as a child. Surprisingly, even Grand Master's Golden Soul mantra didn't block. Fong Ling half kneeled on the ground, holding his head that was about to explode in death. Look, the big devil is injured. Quickly, kill him while he's sick. Charge. We can't get out anyway. We're all dead anyway. Fight him. The cultivators who were watching the battle nearby responded with a call and all of them killed towards Fong Ling. The soulful Fong Ling lifted his head, the intense pain causing his face to twist. He regained his grip on his native blood sword and looked towards the crowd. This madness of Fong Ling's caused many people to chicken out and yell out and abandon their swords again. Still, some of them killed and attacked towards him. Damn it, this devil's fleshly body is too strong. It can't break through his defense at all. A sword cultivator froze as he looked at his sword that crumbled to the ground. But the next moment he was split in half vertically in a bloody scene. Fong Ling swung his sword in a killing spree, and he found that the pain of his divine soul could be eased a bit while he was killing. Or maybe it wasn't because of the killing, it was just slightly lessened by the fact that he was distracted by something else he was doing. I don't know how long it took, but the great, weathered city finally fell silent once again, and the crows were silent. Fong Ling heavily had to stick the intrinsic blood sword on the ground, allowing it to draw on the blood-bane chi. And then it raised its head and swallowed the sky. The starry life essence condensed into a river of stars, which he swallowed in one gulp. His flesh began to expand, turning into a 3-foot-tall giant in the blink of an eye. But in an instant, it went from being a giant to being the same again. There was just something about his skin that was different, turning a dark red color. The Taotai divine skill is considered an introduction. Fong Ling looked at his dark red skin and secretly nodded. The barbarian master had said that when his body began to mutate, this divine skill would be considered a true initiation. At this moment, Fong Ling only felt that he had inexhaustible strength. If there was a mountain in front of him, he would definitely punch it out. He roared as his crimson skin began to fade, turning back to its normal flesh color. He could clearly feel that his power had weakened a bit. That should be what Master Barbarian said. The demon prison body. After transforming into a demon prison body, the physical body will be greatly enhanced, but reason and consciousness will be suppressed. While his strength was improved, Fong Ling did not half rejoice, because that witch Taoist's death-seeking spell really made him beg for his life and death. He didn't know how to dissolve this intense pain in his divine soul, and the trip to Immeasurable City gave him a feeling that he had more to gain than to lose. The blood sword over there was constantly drawing on the blood fury of the millions of cultivators in the city, and its aura grew more and more terrifying. And then surprisingly, black lines emerged on the top of the blood sword, giving the originally monotonous blood sword a bit more mystery. It should be the Bloodbane tattoo that Master Sword spoke of, the Dao tattoo that is born when the Bloodbane chi solidifies to a certain level. An ordinary person with an uncertain mind will be affected by the sight of the Bloodbath tattoo, as if he or she is in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and will eventually die of fear. Fong Ling murmured, pulling out his blood sword and slowly walking towards the east gate. He has finished practicing, and all that remains of the city is just white bones. Not long after he left Immeasurable City, two silhouettes appeared in the sky above Immeasurable City. My lady, though this man has been kind to us before, but it's better if we don't get too close to him. This man is too demonic. The old woman looked at the dead bones all over the ground and shook her head. Changwan Haiyu looked in the direction Fong Ling left and muttered, precisely because he once saved me, I want to save him once as well. He must be pulled out of the abyss or he will not end well. But with my skills, I certainly can't help him. But the other day we met Master Zizhu in Chess City, and with her skills she will surely be able to convert Fong Ling. Master Zizhu? The old woman nodded. If it is her, then perhaps. Chapter 043, The Purple Bamboo Master of the Heavenly Pure Nunnery. Not too far away from Limitless City, in the middle of a barren mountain, Fong Ling sat cross-legged on the yellowish grass, veins rippling on his forehead, and a cold sweat broke out that dampened his clothes. After leaving Immeasurable City, he had planned to go directly to Feather City. Mr. Mo's previous forces in the Blood Puddle were entrenched in Feather City, but he hadn't been gone long before he got a little simmering. He had underestimated the power of this death-seeking spell, which would grow stronger over time. He was already suffering from this pain of his divine soul wanting to split, and now this pain had more than doubled. He didn't dare to imagine how far this pain would develop in the future, when it would really drive a person crazy, bent on death. His eyes snapped open, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. He had tried everything he could, but he still couldn't dissolve the death-seeking spell. Now we have no choice but to make a trip back to the Cold Mountain Temple. Perhaps the only way to do that is to ask a few masters for help. He muttered, I had thought that I must make a name for myself and return to Cold Mountain Temple, but there was no other way now, and he didn't want to suffer this pain day and night. In this state, he couldn't rest, much less cultivate in peace. He got up and was about to return to the Nanyang Kingdom alone, but then he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Turning around, a creepy woman appeared behind her. This woman was dressed in plain clothes, without any rouge or powder on her face, elegant and quiet. In his right hand, he was holding a white jade bottle, in which several fresh willow branches were inserted, and he didn't know what kind of magic weapon it was. Though plain, her face was extremely beautiful, and she was already the most beautiful woman on earth without the need to dress up. Amat Ba, the poor nun's Dao name is Zizhu, and she is the sixth elder of the Heavenly Purity Nunnery. Some time ago, the poor nun observed the heavens at night and saw that there was a murderous star appearing in the land of the southern barbarians. Thus, he left the Pure Bamboo Nunnery and traveled here in the hope of dispelling the fierce star, so that there would be fewer sins in the world. The poor nun came from the Infinite City, and pitted these millions of cultivators, all of which have become dry bones that no one has picked up. Schizo, the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turn back to the shore. Let the poor nun help you. Wash away the sins from your body and purify your mind. Master Zizhu looked at Fong Ling with a sincere face and said in a soft voice. When Fong Ling heard that she was an elder of the Heavenly Pure Nunnery, his heart grew steeply alert. There are thousands of Buddhist sects in the Nandu domain, and only two places are the most prosperous. One of them is Pulong Temple, which is full of monks. The second is the Tianjing Nunnery, which is full of nuns. The strength of Pulong Temple and Heavenly Purity Nunnery were on par with each other, and thus they were also regarded as the two holy places of the Buddhist sect by the cultivators of the Nandu domain. Not interested, I just want to go home now. Fong Ling turned around and was gone in an instant. The sense of oppression given to him by Master Purple Bamboo was strong. Her strength must be terrifying. In his current state, he shouldn't be an opponent and could only choose to avoid it for the time being. But what disturbed him was that even though he had run a long way with his godly steps, he always felt that she was right behind him. The scent that belonged to her couldn't be gotten rid of. Amit Ba, don't be afraid of the poor nun. The poor nun is compassionate and will not harm you. Suddenly, Master Zizhu appeared in front of him, looking at him with an indifferent face. Fong Ling stopped his steps and did not walk, because he knew that with his current speed, he could not get rid of this person in front of him. Senior Madam, how do you want to help me? Fong Ling asked. Violet Bamboo Master said faintly. The monk's heavy murderous nature and deep demonic roots nowadays are all due to this lifetime of demonic power. That's why the poor nun must abolish it. It's the only way to save the Shih Tzu from its roots. If the devil's power is not removed, the cultivator will stay in that abyss of despair for the rest of his life and be unable to extricate himself. In addition, the demonic aura on the body is too heavy. You need to follow the poor nun and let her slowly dissolve it with her supreme Buddhist teachings. When that time comes, if you practice some more Buddhist heart sutras, you will be able to completely get out of this endless abyss today. You're going to waste me? Fong Ling's eyebrows sank. Now the blood sword and Taotai divine power had just made some progress, and it was passed down from his two masters, so how could he be willing to scrap it lightly? Master Zizhu put away the white jade bottle in her hand, and then she folded her hands and murmured, Amit Ba Buddha, the poor nun is only doing this to save you. Fong Ling, I'm fine. I don't need you to worry about it. If you have that kind of free time, why don't you go somewhere else to universalize life? And don't come looking for me. The Purple Bamboo Master smiled. If you are still stubborn, you will have to blame the poor nuns for being rude, for the sake of the world's people, and to save you. The poor nun. I have no choice but to play hardball. Master Tai's bite is compassionate. Then I'm suffering right now. Can Master Tai help me dissolve it a bit first? Fong Ling asked in a proper voice. When Violet Bamboo Master Tai sniffed, her eyelashes fluttered slightly and she blinked. A flash of divine blue light then surfaced above her eyes. A flash of surprise swept across her originally calm face. Which spell? Fong Ling nodded. This is the death-seeking curse, and those who are struck will be subjected to a torment worse than death. I am suffering every moment from the pain of the tearing of my divine soul, and the pain will get heavier and heavier. Surprisingly, it's the death-seeking spell. Master Zizhu's eyes widened, obviously knowing about this sorcery spell. Amit Ba Buddha, but I'm afraid the root cause of all this is still because of you yourself. Scholar, with the cause of the past, this has led to the result of today. Though you are under a spell and suffering, the one who cast the spell has gone out of his soul. Senior Madam seems to know a lot about the ancient sorcerer's spell. Can you save me from my misery first? Fong Ling asked again. Master Zizhu closed her eyes and seemed to be somewhat hesitant, but right at this moment, Fong Ling suddenly struck out. Hierophanta Mia Realm. He cast this divine ability to trap the Purple Bamboo Master. The Hierophanta Mia Realm is not just for killing people, it's even better for escaping, because he only needed to trap her alone. The boundary he constructed this time wasn't too big and didn't need to consume too much spiritual energy. Enough for him to escape a great distance and shake off this nun. Senior Madam, I'll take my leave now. When he said that, he immediately disappeared. In the hierarchical Mile realm, Master Zizhu looked at the layer of boundary around her with a shocked expression. What exactly is this person's origin? Why does he know the supreme divine power of my Buddhist sect? The hierarchical mileage realm is known as one of the 10 great divine powers of the Buddhist sect, and when cultivated to the deepest level, it can even directly evolve a Buddhist kingdom. This kind of divine ability, my heavenly pure nunnery and that Pulong temple do not possess it. Where did he learn it from? She sank a dark breath and looked up in the direction Fong Ling had disappeared. In the beginning, she just wanted to dispose of Fong Ling, but right now, she was more interested in obtaining this top-level Buddhist divine ability from Fong Ling's hands. Fong Ling endured the pain and traveled through the clouds. I should have known to bring the spectral beast with me. Riding that guy to catch the road can be faster, he muttered. Although the cultivation level of this Master Zizhu is far higher than mine, as long as it's still in the realm of martial arts, this hierarchical mileage realm can't be broken. What's going on? But in an instant, he was dumbfounded. The Sahayomi realm is clearly still fine, not broken. How did she? Master Zizhu caught up and suddenly appeared in front of him. She looked at Fong Ling and faintly said, Amit Ba Buddha, the me that is trapped by Shishir is only the lotus platform that has been transformed. I really didn't expect that the scholar would still be by the divine powers of my Buddhist sect. I wonder where he learned them from. Chapter 044, An Unprecedented Strong Enemy. Senior Madam, You and I have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the recent past, so why are you being so bitter? When Fongling saw that she was in hot pursuit, his brows couldn't help but sink. Purple Bamboo Master Tai, if you inform the poor Ni of the cultivation method of the Sahayomi realm, the poor Ni will let you go today. Fongling smiled at his words. Stinking nun, hitting on my avatar. Weren't you all righteous just now, asking me to change my ways? Now for the sake of this divine ability, it's willing to let me go again. Really? A blush instantly appeared on the white face of Senior Mistress Zizhu, as if she was ashamed of being poked by Fongling's pain point. She also realized that she was caught off guard, and at the moment, her mind was focused on that divine ability. But that is one of the 10 legendary Buddhist magical powers, and if one can get it, then in the future, Amitabha Buddha. It was the poor nun who got greedy. But, so what? The corners of Master Zizhu's mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, she actually appeared to be a bit evil, in sharp contrast to her simple and compassionate appearance just now. You sinner! If you kill and practice, you will die 1,000 times. 10,000 times is not enough to die. The poor nun will act for heaven today, and seek justice for the millions of cultivators in immeasurable city. Except for you, the sinner, she angrily rebuked, and a golden Buddha will slowly rose behind her, while a pure and powerful energy swept in all directions. Fongling sank his face, his body tense. This evil nun's cultivation level was very, very high, even more terrifying than the Li River fairy he had met in Windstone Gorge. Poor nun is not talented, with the cultivation of the late Yaoguang realm. If the monk repents now, the poor nun can still forgive you and will still save you from your suffering. Master Purple Bamboo looked at Fongling and said in a stern tone. But when he saw that Fongling didn't answer, he snorted coldly again. Stubborn. Buddha's light shines brightly. Thousand-handed goddess of mercy. She sat cross-legged, and a goddess of mercy Dharma appeared behind her. The Dharma phase opened his eyes wide and looked at Fongling. At the same time, he raised his hand towards him to suppress him. In an instant, 1,000 goddess of mercy hands slapped towards Fongling, with an aura of suppressing everything. The cultivation level of Master Zizhu was too high, and the power of this move was such that even Fongling did not dare to carry it. He was about to use his divine walking steps to first distance himself from Master Zizhu, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. The Purple Bamboo Master's 2 major divine abilities came out with a single strike. Under the reflection of the Buddha's light, he couldn't even move a single finger, and even the spiritual energy in his body was sealed. At this moment, he could only watch as thousands of Buddha hands slapped towards him. Bang! 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 He was slapped down to the ground by the Buddha's hand, and the terrifying Buddha's hand sunk the ground. Countless palm imprints were thus topologized in this area, which was very spectacular. In the clouds, Master Zizhu folded her hands and closed her eyes tightly. Amitabha Buddha, this sinner's sins are heinous, and the poor nuns will be doing a great service by overcoming him. And then she slowly opened her eyes again and came to the side of the flattened Fongling. She raised her hand and was about to exert her divine ability to read Fongling's memories and obtain the cultivation method of the Hierophantine Mile realm from it. However, right at this moment, Fongling, who had originally been flattened and turned into a puddle of flesh, suddenly resurrected. The flesh and blood body was reborn in an instant, and a finger pointed at the waist of the Purple Bamboo Master. Master Zizhu ranted, immediately sensing that this finger was not quite right. Sins! She became furious and slapped towards Fongling. Vidra Prajnapam. Star River Infinite Fist. Fongling was not willing to show weakness and met him with a punch. Fists and palms clashed, and Fongling flew backwards, and the Purple Bamboo Master took a small step backward. She looked at Fongling with an astonished expression, her heart shocked beyond measure. This little sinner's cultivation isn't high. It's only at the early stage of the heavenly power realm, but the fleshly body is something else. It can actually receive this palm of mine hard. Fongling, who had been knocked out by the Purple Bamboo Senior Mistress, spat out 3 large mouthfuls of blood before he was able to stabilize his breath slightly. The cultivation gap between the two was too great. If he had a body that was close to immortality, otherwise he would have died under this 1,000-handed goddess of mercy just now. There was also this Vajra palm that almost killed him. Even the Star River Infinite Fist only made her take a small step back. So it seems that the 3 styles of the Sword Demon can't pose a threat to her either. Try this move. He stood up and coalesced the accompanying spiritual treasure, the Hyun Gold Heaven-Breaking Spear, in his hand. Kill! He shouted angrily and sacrificed this great killing weapon. When the Purple Bamboo Teacher's wife saw this object, she was even more surprised in her eyes. With her insight, she could naturally sense that this object had an innate aura and should be a companion spirit treasure. Golden Light Curse. Master Purple Bamboo lightly shouted as her body flashed with golden light. This golden light mantra was an extremely powerful defensive divine ability. having a defensive effect that was nearly invulnerable to all laws and difficult to break with divine weapons. The Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear killed the front, and she raised her green jade hand to fend it off. The invariably unfavorable Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear did not manage to establish a miraculous feat this time, and was directly blocked by the purple bamboo master. You're quite capable, you sinner. If I don't get rid of you today, you will surely be a great scourge to my southern Do domain in the future. The purple bamboo master was about to perform her mastery, but her fair face suddenly surfaced with a tinge of purple, and her entire body staggered and swayed a few times, nearly falling without standing still. Is this poison? She hastily applied her energy to suppress the toxin. Fangling knew from the very beginning that the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear would also have difficulty harming her, so he just used it as a carrier. The real killing move was the toxin he had cultivated since he was a child, and he had already gathered as much toxin as possible on top of the tip of the spear just now. Although Violet Bamboo Master Tai was in a profound realm, Fangling didn't believe that she could still carry poison. First he was hit by the stealing fragrance finger, and then by his poison. At this time, the purple bamboo master had no time for him. Fangling didn't take this opportunity to escape, but instead killed straight towards her. She had already thought about the Hierophant world, and if she wasn't killed, there would be no end to the troubles that would follow. The true skill of the swastika, the Buddha wheel behind him, was dazzling, even more so than the Buddha wheel that rose behind Master Zizhu. The golden swastika in his palm seemed to contain the supreme way. This is... Master Zizhu looked at the swastika in Fangling's palm and suddenly froze. Fangling slapped his palm on her chest and blasted her out. Violet Bamboo Master's body tumbled in place for quite a long distance before it managed to stop. With a poof, she spurted out a mouthful of blood. When Fangling saw that she had eaten this slap hard, yet she was still alive, only her breath was slightly weaker. His mood was a little heavy. The power of the swastika true technique was above the infinite Star River fist as well as the sword demon three swords, but even so it only caused the purple bamboo master to suffer some injuries. It seems like we won't be able to kill her today. Fangling clenched his fists in resignation and immediately turned to leave. Although he had a near-immortal physical body, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and there was no point in fighting any longer. Instead, they will be captured alive by the purple bamboo master, and if they are captured by her, I am afraid that the consequences. Seeing that Fangling withdrew, Senior Mistress Zizhu did not immediately chase after him, as she was feeling very uncomfortable in her body. She sat up on her knees and did her best to suppress the toxin. After a while, the toxin was finally suppressed and there was no longer any serious harm. But what alarmed her was that her body was getting stranger and stranger, and no matter how much she suppressed it, it had no effect. A look of shame and anger appeared on his face. Damn it, how can I? The strange feeling intensified, and some of the thoughts lingered even more in her mind. She shook her head so hard that she looked in the direction Fangling had left and said through gritted teeth, "Sinner, I'll get rid of you first." Chapter 045, One Wave After Another. What a houseful. Beside the mountain stream, Fangling stopped and sat down on a large rock to breathe heavily. He was already tormented by the death-seeking curse, and after the battle with that purple bamboo master, his state was even more at the bottom, and it seemed that because of his own bad state, the death spell was instead stronger. That stinking nun shouldn't be able to catch up, should she? Thinking back to the scene of the exchange just now, he still had palpitations in his heart. He had thought that with his strength, he had been able to settle down in the cultivation world, but now it seemed that he was still too young, and this purple bamboo master was just an ordinary elder of the heavenly pure nunnery. There must be many more powerful characters above her. Go home. First, he muttered as he looked up in the direction of the southern Yang country. He was just about to get up and continue on his way when a sudden burst of laughter came from the front. Your kid slaughtered the city and practiced. So impressive. Why are you wilting now? TSK, that Violet Bamboo Master is truly powerful. This seat's heart trembled even watching the battle all the way from afar. Of course, you kid is not bad either. A mere heavenly power realm, but you managed to escape under her. The one who spoke was a bizarre youth who emitted a strong smell of blood. Even his hair was red. His eyes were full of vicissitudes, and he looked like an old monster. But his skin was better maintained than an 18-year-old girl. Who are you? Fangling asked in a deep voice. The youth laughed. This seat has been retired for many years, so you probably haven't heard of it. Back then, the people of this southern barbaric land called this seat the Blood Demon Ancestor. Blood Demon Elder? Fangling frowned and braced himself to fight. He knew the man, having read the legend of the old monster in a biography. He used to be a cultivator from the Tianlan country and was expelled for practicing magic. Later, after he had achieved success in his cultivation, he returned to the Tianlan country and caused a storm of bloodshed in the Tianlan country's cultivation world. The orthodox royal family of Tianlan was also destroyed in his hands. The three southern barbarians were all vassal states of the Dacian dynasty. When such a big thing happened in Tianlan country, the Dacian dynasty immediately sent their experts to settle scores in the fall. According to the biographies, this blood demon old ancestor has already been killed by the experts of the Dacian dynasty. Oh, you've actually heard of this seat's name? How rare. The blood demon old ancestor couldn't help but laugh as he sensed Fong Ling's subtle mood swings. More than 7,000 years have passed since the year when this seat faked his death and escaped the pursuit of the Great Qian's ferocious soldiers. This seat thought that there was no one else in the world who remembered me. Blood demon old ancestor Wei Wuya. Seeing as your brat still remembers this seat can let you die a painful death. I have no grudges with Senior in the past and no enmity in the recent past. Why did you kill me? Fong Ling asked. He was in such bad shape that time was a moment's delay to recover a little. Where do you think this seat, blood demon old ancestor, got its name from? The blood demon old ancestor sneered. Ever since you slaughtered Limitless City, this seat has noticed you. If I can practice with you, old ancestor, I might be able to break through this jade balance great perfection bottleneck and advance to the realm of Kaiyang. I know you boys are stalling for time, but so what? This seat dares to show itself, since it has been observing you for a long time, and only dares to come out when it is certain. You're already at the end of your rope, so don't hold on. Old ancestor, I'll send you to hurt the West. The blood demon old ancestor's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he raised his hand towards Fong Ling to suppress him. A bloody hand descended from the sky and instantly bombarded Fong Ling. Fong Ling supported the bombarding bloody hand with both hands. His legs trembled slightly, and the ground couldn't withstand the huge force and kept sinking. Oh, it's actually holding up? This fleshly body of yours is really shocking to this seat. The blood demon old ancestor was slightly surprised to see that he actually failed to win with a single strike. Then try this trick again. Blood beast frenzy. He spread out his hands and the sea of blood churned behind him. A blood beast avalanched out of the churning sea of blood and charged towards Fong Ling. These blood beasts were where his lifelong cultivation lay, and the chi and blood he drew from other beings was used to condense the blood beasts. As long as his blood river didn't dry up, these blood beasts were invincible and possessed an almost immortal body. Old thing, you're delicious too. Fong Ling roared in anger, only to see his flesh change. His muscles gnarled up quite a bit, and his skin was turning a dark red color. This was the demon prison body long ago created by the Taotai divine skill, and even though it was still in the primary stage, it was still quite terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. He threw frantic punches at the bloody handprints, breaking them down hard. At this moment, his eyes changed, becoming as crazy and hideous as a wild beast. Looking at the raging tide of blood beasts, he opened his mouth wide and unexpectedly ate them all in one bite. The essence of a blood beast was blood chi, and blood chi contained a large amount of life essence within it. So these blood beasts were just tasty treats in Fong Ling's eyes. A huge mouth of the abyss swallowed towards the sea of blood behind the blood demon old ancestor. And this sea of blood was even more tonic. What kind of technique are you practicing? How dare you be so overbearing? The blood demon old ancestor roared in exasperation. The blood demon ancestor was initially unimpressed, and when he saw that Fong Ling dared to devour the blood beast, he secretly sneered in his heart. In his mind, he was already imagining the brutal image of the blood beast tearing open Fong Ling's belly later on and drilling out of his stomach. But what caught him off guard was that the blood beast immediately lost contact with him after it was swallowed. Seeing that the greedy Fong Ling did not even intend to let go of his sea of blood, he hastily withdrew his hand from the phantom and retreated violently. Fong Ling raised his hand and coalesced the intrinsic blood sword in his hand. At this moment, the benevolent blood sword was even more terrifying than before. This was because a portion of the chi and blood from devouring the blood beast was injected into it by Fong Ling. Subdue prison. He leapt up and killed the blood demon ancestor, who had been forced back by himself, with a sword. Blood demon true body. The blood demon old ancestor was beaten up and didn't dare to hide his clumsiness anymore. He instantly transformed into a monster with red scales all over his body and a pair of grotesque black horns on his head. He raised his hands to block Fong Ling's sword light, and then with a bang, he shot out explosively to behind Fong Ling. Kid, do you think that's all I'm capable of? Old ancestor? It doesn't matter if you swallowed old ancestor's blood beast, as long as old ancestor refined you, it's all still mine. The blood demon ancestor and Fong Ling engaged in a close combat, and the two fought with fists to the flesh. Swastika true words. Fong Ling roared and slapped his palm. The blood demon old ancestor wasn't willing to show weakness either, and unleashed his own crushing divine ability. 6 Dao divine fist. After a loud bang, the two were each blasted out. However, Fong Ling clearly flew farther and fell into the lower score. The blood demon old ancestor's realm was also frighteningly high, being the jade balance great perfection. Plus, he had a long lifespan, and his heritage was even better. Fong Ling knew that even in his full state, it would be difficult to kill him. Ma'am, Aren't you going to make a move yet? The blood demon old ancestor raised his head, wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, and let out a blistering cry. Chapter 046, the vase falls to the ground and the purple bamboo falls. Husband, don't be in a hurry. My concubine is almost ready. Suddenly, a charming beauty appeared behind Fong Ling. Her bosom was open and scenic, and she held a lute in her arms. Drunkenness, she murmured, her fingers swiftly having to pluck the strings to play the song. Fong Ling, who was originally gaining momentum, fell to the ground with a poof. All he felt was that his bones went numb and his muscles became so weak that he couldn't even keep his body standing. There were even some strange images that came to his mind that mesmerized him a bit. The blood fiend ancestor on the opposite side of the room saw this and shouted out, "Cone of extinction!" An additional object suddenly appeared in his hand. This object was a sevenfold forbidden magic treasure. There is a difference between innate and acquired artifacts in the world. The innate things can be called the spiritual treasure, mostly seen in the people of heavenly favor. Their companion spiritual treasure is. The latter, on the other hand, are sculpted by skillful craftsmen and are called dharma treasures. The strength of a magic treasure was measured by its prohibitions, and the higher the quality of the magic treasure, the more prohibitions there were, and with that, the more powerful it was. A common magic treasure had no more than 2 or 3 prohibitions, while this desperation cone in the blood demon old man's hand at the moment had 7 prohibitions. Kill. The blood demon old ancestor seized the moment and offered the cone of extinction. The cone of desperation was impartial, hitting the center of Fong Ling's head, nailing it in deeply. It's not easy to finally put this kid in his place. The blood demon ancestor slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the lady coming out, I have this opportunity to offer the cone of extinction. If the fight continues, this seed really won't be able to take him down. The beautiful woman holding the lute slowly smiled slightly and walked to his side. It's also thanks to husband keeping him in check that I have the energy to play the song. That nun is not to be messed with. Practice faster and don't let her catch up. Otherwise I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to get out of this if we run into her. I know. The blood demon ancestor nodded and took large strides towards Fong Ling. But suddenly, he was taken aback. Fong Ling, who had originally had her eyebrows lowered and was devoid of any luster, jerked her head up to look at him. Fong Ling raised his hand and pulled out the desperation cone that was stuck in the center of his head. Not only did the blood demon ancestor freeze, even the beautiful woman had a shocked look on her face. This can't even be killed? What kind of monster is he? Husband, why don't we withdraw? The beautiful woman murmured. The blood demon old ancestor thought that he had lived for so many years, and was used to seeing any big storms, and was able to handle the situation. But today it was fear and horror for a junior. Bang bang bang. Fong Ling's heart was beating frantically, and the sound was so loud that it was like thunder exploding in the sky. The corners of his mouth grinned crazily upwards as his body shot out explosively and hammered his fist onto the blood demon old man's stomach. The blood demon old ancestor came back to his senses and was also ferocious, once again fighting close to Fong Ling. Seeing this, the beautiful woman also rushed to the side to support the blood demon old man. The two of them worked quite well together and soon forced Fong Ling into a corner again. But after the desperate situation, Fong Ling rises again majestically, as if he has the body of immortality. Now even the blood demon ancestor panicked, and there was only one thought in his mind. Flee, lady, retreat first. I'll cover, he shouted in a snappy voice. The beautiful woman's realm was 2 weights weaker than his, and was only in the middle stage of jade balance. Knowing that she couldn't help the blood demon ancestor much longer by staying, she immediately turned around and left. Fong Ling didn't bother chasing after them, but continued to fight the blood demon ancestor in front of him. A quarter of an hour later, the blood demon ancestor's blood demon true body was broken, and he was completely defeated. Fong Ling was so ferocious that he plunged his intrinsic blood sword through the top of his head and killed him. The blood demon ancestor had killed countless people in his life, and the blood demon scripture he cultivated also used the chi and blood of living beings as a guide. Therefore, after Fong Ling killed him, he had a painfully full meal. Whether it was the blood sword or his fleshly body, it had been massively enhanced. The original burden on the body caused by repeated near-deaths was gradually restored with the nourishment of the life essence. I want you to bury my husband with me. Suddenly, the beautiful woman who had originally left actually reappeared. Her eyes were red and she played the lute like a madman. 9 beats of magic sound. Her song attacked the divine soul, but Fong Ling's divine soul was protected by the golden soul mantra, so she couldn't hurt it in the slightest. Fong Ling's figure flickered and came behind her with a godly walking step. He swung his large palm and slapped her straight to the ground, even shattering the lute she was holding in her arms. All the bones in her body are broken. You don't want to be good. But before she died, she focused her divine thoughts and catalyzed a decree in her arms. A Dharma decree is a disposable treasure that carries a certain divine secret technique using a specific spirit silk as a carrier. After being catalyzed with divine thoughts, the divine abilities carried on the spells would be cast against the target determined by the divine thoughts. Seeing a cloud of peach blossoms condensed with flames drifting towards him, Fongling didn't dare to be careless and immediately spat out the Fusong Divine Flame. He wanted to use the Fusong Divine Flame to refine this bizarre fire peach, but what caught him off guard was that the Fusong Divine Flame didn't work against it. This flaming peach blossom blended right into his body, and the peach blossom bloomed completely, making him lust for fire burning his body. This last decree of the beautiful woman was not a flame at all, but a desire that burned the body and mind. If it was not released, even a Jade Balance Realm powerhouse would suffocate alive. For Fongling, it was even more terrifying, because his physical body was too powerful. He was already full of yang energy. These surging yang yuan, at the moment, became an aid, making the the fire is getting hotter and hotter. Fongling, who was already tormented by the death-seeking curse, was even more mentally disturbed at this moment and went completely insane. He looked over to the still warm body of the beautiful woman and was about to pounce, but just then, a shout came from above. You sins! Even when you flee for your life, you give birth to bad karma. Truly incorrigible. The red-faced Violet Bamboo senior mistress clamped, tightening her legs. She angrily rebuked. I'll exterminate you today to rid the people of evil. She flipped her palm over, and the white jade bottle with the willow branch stuck in it once again appeared in her hand. This thing was not a decoration, but a magic treasure she had built with her life savings. The Snow Jade Heavenly Pure Bottle. This magic treasure was not comparable to the Blood Demon Ancestor's Desperation Cone. It possessed 13 prohibitions, and was considered to be of the highest quality amongst magic treasures. She sacrificed her precious bottle and a white light burst out, shining on Fongling. Fongling, who was captured by the vase, could not move at all, but he still struggled, using all his energy to resist the vase's suction. If he doesn't take this treasure in, he won't be able to come out again even if he doesn't die. Sinner, how dare you resist? Why don't you obediently resign yourself to your fate, and save yourself from adding to the pain? Violet Bamboo Master Tai coldly grunted. Fongling turned a deaf ear and still resisted, but was sucked closer and closer by the treasure bottle. The two sides were at a standstill for about a quarter of an hour. Fongling was about to lose his strength and could only watch as he was sucked in. Just as he was despairing, the divine light of the precious bottle suddenly disappeared, and the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure Bottle fell to the ground. During the stalemate, Master Ziju's state was getting worse and worse. At this moment, the face is redder than a ripe apple, and under the plain skirt, it is, today, I will let you go first. She bit her silver teeth and turned around in a hurry to leave, but just then, Fongling swooped in and ripped her from the clouds. Fongling's sudden proximity caused the Purple Bamboo Master Tai, who was already on the verge of collapse, to completely collapse. She couldn't care less. Greedy as. Chapter 047, returning to Cold Mountain to solve the spell. I don't know how long it took, but Master Ziju was so confused that she opened her eyes. She was not wearing an inch of clothing at the moment, and suddenly a gust of wind blew, sobering her up instantly. A place of hidden pain that seemed to remind her that what had gone before was not a dream. In this moment, her Tao heart collapsed. As a Buddhist, as an elder of the Heavenly Pure Nunnery, she even, because she was so gifted, she was able to work her way up the ladder from a young age. At the age of 900, he had already reached the Yaoguang realm, becoming the youngest elder the Heavenly Pure Nunnery had ever seen. In recent years, her cultivation had been growing, and she had even broken through to the late Yaoguang stage, becoming a top expert among the elders. The master of the nunnery even had high hopes for her, and even taught her the best skills of the Heavenly Purity Nunnery in advance. She panicked so much that she grabbed the plain dress on the floor and stumbled forward after putting it on, not caring about anything. At the moment, her heart was in turmoil, and she just wanted to find a place where no one was around, meditate, and confess to the Buddha. As for Fongling, who was on the side, she turned a blind eye to it and completely ignored it. At this time, she had no time for others, only wanted to stabilize her collapsed Tao heart. Shortly after she left, Fongling opened his eyes violently. The spell of seeking death was like an attachment to his bones and still made his soul crack. It was also the agonizing sensation that brought him to his senses all at once. He remembered what had happened before he passed out and thought about it. People disappeared. Surprisingly did not take the opportunity to kill me. He looked around for a few moments, but he did not see the figure of Master Ziju. Maybe she'll kill back later. It's not a good place to stay. He got up and left the place in a hurry. He didn't make any stops along the way and soon returned to the territory of the Nanyang country before rolling back to Willow City. After returning to Willow City and then following his memories, he returned to Cold Mountain. He looked up at the great silent mountain with a feeling of being a world away. Though not much time had passed since he had descended the mountain, but so much has happened in that time. he followed the green steps, one slow step at a time, and walked outside the temple gate. When he first came down the mountain, those peach blossoms in front of the temple were in full bloom, and now that the peach blossoms have long since faded, the branches bear a number of small peaches. He pushed open the temple door and stepped over the steps to enter. In the courtyard, Sword Demon was playing chess with the old white-browed monk. Seeing Fong Ling return, the two of them coincidentally had to look over. The Sword Demon nodded in satisfaction. He could feel Fong Ling's innate blood sword, completely out of his expectation. In such a short period of time, it had actually become so much stronger. The white-browed old monk, on the other hand, frowned and stared at Fong Ling with a grim face as he scrutinized him. Surprisingly, it is an ancient sorcery spell. If I am not mistaken, it is still a death-seeking spell, he muttered. The Sword Demon on the side raised an eyebrow and said, "Death-seeking spell? Back then, a friend of mine had been struck by it, and in the end, he was too overwhelmed by the torture and pulled out his sword to kill himself." At this time, Fong Ling's other three masters also suddenly appeared and gathered around him. "Apprentice is incompetent. After being hit by this spell really cannot be dissolved, so I only came back," Fong Ling said with some shame. The flower thief spread his hands and said, "I don't know anything about spells, your master flower, so I definitely can't count on it. But, master, you should be able to dissolve it, right?" He looked at the white-browed old monk on the side again. The white-browed old monk sank a dark breath and stepped forward. It is reasonable to say that when one is struck by a spell, there are only other spells that can dissolve it, but the old monk will give it a try. A vast Buddhist light flickered up from his body as he pointed two fingers at Fong Ling's body. Fong Ling's brows, which had been compacted all the way down, finally soothed, and that soul-crushing pain disappeared. He smiled and was about to thank the Grand Master. However, the old monk's face didn't look too good as he shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity. It wasn't able to disperse it completely. This is still because the person who placed the spell is shallow, and can still allow the master to suppress one or two. Otherwise, it's still the spell itself that has to be dissolved. This method of the thought master can only temporarily suppress it, but it cannot eradicate it. How long can it be suppressed?" The smile on Fong Ling's face ended abruptly as he asked. 100,000 years at most. After 100,000 years it will be impossible to suppress it again, he said. 100,000 years? I'm not sure I can live that long. Fong Ling laughed again. The old monk said in a deep voice, "This death-seeking mantra is not to be taken care of. You still have to dissolve it as soon as possible, or when it recovers, you'll die of pain on the spot." "Master, I suppressed it, but it's still running. I'm sure you must have noticed long ago that the power of the death-seeking curse will grow stronger with time. If in a few years, because of an accident, this death-seeking spell breaks free from its suppression, you will have to suddenly face pain that has been enhanced thousands or even tens of thousands of times." When Fong Ling thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This thing is indeed a major hazard and must be eradicated now. "I know one kind of spell, but I can't dissolve this death-seeking spell." At this time, the Fat Master spoke. "According to my understanding, the one that can dissolve the death-seeking mantra should be either the easy mantra or the past life mantra. My master does know of a place where someone might be able to master these two spells." "Where?" Fong Ling asked in a hurry. "Miaojiang," Fat Master returned. "It just so happens that the land of Miaojiang is also located in the southern Do domain, just in the far south. You'll need to travel through a barbaric land to get there from the Nanyang Kingdom. The people in the Miao borderland are gathered in tribes. The people are tough and very xenophobic. You have to be careful when dealing with them." "Thanks for the guidance, Fat Master." Fong Ling nodded. On a rare trip back, he didn't immediately go down the mountain, but planned to stay at Cold Mountain Temple for a few more days. It also happened that there were some cultivation questions that I wanted to ask them. "Fat Master, let me show you something." Fong Ling sacrificed the heavenly plague cauldron and opened the lid. Big Fatty looked at the insect chrysalis in the tripod, his face in shock. This kind of poison, the master has never seen. A bug chrysalis with 7-colored light flickering on its body and a mothworm-like insect chrysalis. It should be the 7-colored heavenly butterfly. He held up the heavenly plague cauldron and looked at this insect chrysalis in the cauldron with excitement. "Back then, I searched all over the world for it, but I never thought that one day it would be found by my disciple." He laughed so hard that the horizontal flesh on his face trembled. It was the first time that Fong Ling had seen Fat Master this door happy, and immediately said, "Then my disciple will honor you with it. You kid is quite filial, but that's not necessary." He smiled and shook his head. "Although this 7-colored heavenly butterfly is good, your master and I don't like these 3 melons and 2 jujubes right now, and it's a pity that such ancient poisonous insects are used for practicing kung fu. If they can be cultivated, it would be a great help. It's fine if you leave it behind. Master will help you raise it, and it should be able to metamorphose into a butterfly faster." But before that, you have to make a master-servant contract with it. This is so that when it grows up, it will be in control and won't betray. Master had taught you how to conclude a master-servant contract. Have you ever forgotten? Without ever forgetting, disciple went down the mountain and also collected a mount with this method. Fong Ling returned. Then let's begin. The sooner you conclude the contract, the better, Fat Master said. Then Fong Ling cast a spell and concluded a master-servant contract with the 7-colored heavenly butterfly's insect pupa. Chapter 048, Learning the Divine Feats of the Famous Sword List again. Fong Ling had just come out of Fat Master's place when he was pulled aside by Flower Thief Master. He smiled cheaply and looked Fong Ling up and down carefully for a few moments. What's wrong? Fong Ling asked with a grunt as she was a bit unnatural by his look. You kid is worthy of being my disciple. The Flower Thief laughed ambiguously. It's only been a short time since we came down from the mountain, and already our yang energy is deficient. Young people should pay attention to moderation. Hey, you kid is also really disobedient. Said to stay away from women. The result? He had the reputation of being the world's #1 flower picker back then, so he was especially sensitive to yin and yang. That battle between Fong Ling and Violet Bamboo Master Tai actually lasted for a very long time, with no less than 100 exchanges. Such indulgence in a short period of time. Of course, their own yang energy deficit. Fong Ling couldn't help but feel a bit bashful and muttered, "It was all an accident. Our little Fong Ling has also grown up. This kind of thing is nothing. There's just one thing you have to keep in mind." His face suddenly sank, and he said in a serious manner, "Never move your true feelings, lest you hurt yourself. My disciple has remembered." Fong Ling nodded. "Since you have already opened your meat, you will not be able to avoid dabbling in meat again in the future." The Flower Thief added, "In that case, Master will pass on another divine skill to you. This is the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang technique, a dual cultivation technique. Not only can you rapidly raise your cultivation level, but you can also accumulate the subtle yin and yang qi in your body, using the 2 qi of yin and yang to execute the great yin-yang palm that comes with this divine skill. Its power is definitely not inferior to the Star River Infinite Fist taught by your barbarian master. If the qi of yin and yang is deep enough, the power of this great yin-yang palm can even be higher than the swastika true words that your great master passed down to you. This 9 Extremes Yin-Yang skill is actually so powerful." Fong Ling was quite shocked. In his impression, Master Flower Thief was the weakest in combat among the 5 masters, but it's hard to tell now. It's hard to reach the hall with the dual cultivation Dao. Plus Master, I didn't want you to get close to women before, so I never passed it on to you. The Flower Thief sighed. By imparting this divine skill to you today, you have truly earned my mantle, but don't mess around when you get off the mountain. Your master, I am a notorious flower picker, but I don't want my disciple to be a flower picker as well. Apprentice follows master's teachings. Fong Ling returned. Although the Flower Thief Master in front of him was the most lively of the 5 masters, for some reason, he always felt a sense of sadness from him. After the business is done, let's talk about something else. The Flower Thief suddenly hooked onto Fong Ling's shoulder again and said with a smile, "Master will teach you a few tricks of rune treasures, which will ensure that your boy will be able to heave." Fong Ling was a bit overwhelmed, but still patiently had to listen to Master Flower Thief's chatter. "Well, you really owe this guy a beating. What a mess you've taught him." Suddenly, the cold snort of the sword demon came from the ears of the two. "What do you mean by messed up? If it wasn't for me teaching little Fong Ling the stealing fragrance finger, I'm afraid he wouldn't have made it back," the Flower Thief yelled. Under his constant questioning, Fong Ling just now mentioned some of the general events to him. After hearing this, the Flower Thief's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he felt that he was the most powerful of these 5 men in the temple. The two began to toss words there, and Fong Ling didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Immediately running to the main hall, the white-browed old monk as well as barbarian Zhao were both meditating and chanting in front of the Buddha statue, and Fong Ling silently sat down on a piece of futon and followed along. It wasn't long before those two had pretty much finished arguing as well, so he got up and left. Coming over to Sword Demon, "What is the name of that sword soul of yours?" Sword Demon asked. Although Fong Ling did not condense the blood sword in front of him, he still sensed the presence of the sword soul. "The sword soul's name is Tong Yuan," Fong Ling returned. "Tong Yuan?" The Sword Demon raised an eyebrow. "You're quite lucky. Tong Yuan is a famous sword from the ancient times, ranking 7th in the list of famous swords from the ancient times. All of its successive masters were strong in the way of the sword, but with your current cultivation level, you are still completely unable to utilize the true power of the Tong Yuan sword soul. Its greatest value right now is the sword Dao attached to the soul of the sword, the sword Dao of the previous sword masters. You take good care of your enlightenment, and in time, you will definitely be able to become a strong sword Dao master as well." Ancient famous sword ranking? Then Master Sword, your 1000 sword soul, where does it rank? Fong Ling asked curiously. Qianjun is not an ancient sword, so it cannot be compared, Sword Demon said indifferently. But as far as my perception goes, Qijun is not comparable to Tong Yuan. Although Tong Yuan is only ranked 7th on the ancient famous sword list, he is known for his killing. The soul of the sword contains the law of killing, the power of the law you can't perceive or invoke right now, so you don't understand how powerful it is. Only when your realm rises in the future will you truly know how terrifying the Tong Yuan sword soul is. This 1000-sword soul in my master's hand comes with the law of gravity. If we are talking about power, your Tong Yuan shouldn't be able to match it. But all in all, Tong Yuan is an ancient sword, and its depth is by no means comparable to Qianjun, and the gap between the two is still very large. Alright, next let me test how well you have practiced this time down the mountain, Sword Demon added. Make those 3 swords and let me see. When Fong Ling heard this, he immediately condensed his own blood sword, and then executed the 3 swords of dragon slashing, heaven asking, and prison suppressing in front of the Sword Demon in turn. After the Sword Demon finished reading, he nodded in satisfaction, not sparing any praise. It's a lot stronger than before. In that case, Master will pass on another sword stance to you. Could it be that Master still has stronger moves than these 3 swords? Fong Ling was somewhat puzzled. The reason why this move wasn't taught to you before is that you don't have enough Dao to learn it yet, Sword Demon said. This last sword is a human sword unification. Once the sword comes out, it will either kill the enemy or seriously injure itself or even backfire to death. Therefore, if you do not reach a desperate situation, you should not perform it easily. With that, Sword Demon summoned his own innate blood sword, and then his entire person and the blood sword became one. He was the sword, and the sword was him. The human sword was united, with the momentum of invulnerability. Even if the Sword Demon was extremely restrained, Fong Ling was somewhat unable to withstand it, and his body had more than 1 bone-deep sword mark. Now he realized why Sword Master hadn't taught him earlier. He really couldn't before. The move of human sword unity was the pursuit of all sword Dao cultivators, although the Sword Demon had imparted the tricks of it to Fong Ling, but even he didn't learn it right away. It took time to carve it out slowly. At night, Fong Ling came to the main hall. At this moment, the white-browed old monk was the only one in the great hall. He did this all year round, sitting withered in front of a statue of Buddha, chanting sutras and praising the Buddha. The other 4 masters, all of them still maintained the habit of practicing, but he was the only one who seemed to have stopped practicing a long time ago. Grand Master, I have a gong method here that was composed and inscribed in Sanskrit, so help me out. Fong Ling sat aside and took out the half of the stone tablet inherited from the Heavenly Law sect. The white-browed old monk abruptly opened his eyes and brought the stone tablet in front of him to scrutinize it, and then he smiled. Why is the Grand Master laughing? Fong Ling asked. Because karma is truly wonderful. He stroked his white eyebrows and said, round and round it goes, and it comes back to the Master. This heavenly Luo divine skill was created by the number 1 evil monk of ancient times, Ji Tian. My master had received his legacy back then, which included this heavenly Luo divine skill. Ha! You've also practiced, Grand Master? Fong Ling was astonished beyond measure. This was too much of a coincidence. The old monk nodded. I used to cultivate before, but was abolished by Master himself. It is this cultivation divine skill that has caused Master to take a lot of detours and create a lot of killing sins. Back then, one of the reasons why Master insisted on having a bunch of living beings converted to me was that Master wanted them to cultivate the divine Gong Fong vice scripture. There's nothing wrong with this divine skill as far as I can see. Why are you scrapping it, Grand Master? Fong Ling was a bit puzzled. There's no problem with the divine skill. It's just that Master, I suddenly had an epiphany to a higher realm and don't need it anymore. He said back. You have unlimited vitality and a strong physical body, so it's just right for you to cultivate this divine skill. The missing part of this stone monument, I will make up for it with you. He raised his hand and pointed it towards Fong Ling. This former Ling guessed that the stone tablet's mutilated portion was a method to solve the drawbacks of the divine skill. But not really, the rest of it was the essence of the Tian Luo divine power. The remaining part was a secret method that could be combined by countless people. The name of the secret technique was Heavenly Luo Silence, and only those who cultivated the main scripture could actively perform it. After casting it, all those who cultivate the vice scripture can sense it no matter where they are, and send out their energy to combine with it. If there are enough people who cultivate the sub-skill, and if they are strong enough, then the power of this Heavenly Luo Silence will be terrifyingly incomparable. The old monk said. The reason why this ancient first evil monk is invincible is because of this killer move. Fong Ling was very moved by what he heard and thought that he must develop Tian Luo sect properly. It was not difficult to hear from the Grand Master's tone that this move, the Heavenly Luo Silence, if the fire was sufficient, was definitely stronger than the swastika true words. The grating yang palm that the flower thief's master had just taught him was more than likely no match for it. Chapter 049, Chitian Cave Beheading Blood Beasts. Fong Ling stayed at the Cold Mountain Temple for one night and went down the mountain the next day. He didn't go to the Miaojiang immediately, but came to the Blood Puddle. After obtaining the complete Tian Luo divine skill, he also became more attached to the Tian Luo sect. The Xian Tian Hall had yet to be resolved, so he wanted to destroy the Xian Tian Hall first before heading south to Miaojiang. It wasn't long before he rolled over and arrived at Tianqing City. Tianqing City was not one of the 9 main cities, but it was still considered prosperous. Fong Ling strolled in between, ready to go find Mr. Mo and the others. The Court of 10,000 Wonders, which Mr. Mo has created over the years, is located here. However, when he walked up to the door of the 10,000 Wisps Pavilion, he couldn't help but frown. There were several people hiding in the 10,000 Wisps Pavilion, but these people were by no means from the Tian Luo sect. Within a certain distance, he who practiced the main scripture of the heavenly law divine energy could sense those who practiced the secondary scripture of the divine energy. But at the moment, none of these people in the room were practicing the heavenly law divine skill. He eased himself up and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, the people who had been ambushed in the Court of 10,000 Wonders leapt out. At the head of the group was a quirky girl whose strength was not weak. It was clearly at the late stage of the heavenly power realm. "What are you, boy?" The young girl looked at Fong Ling with a teasing face and asked. "And who are you people?" Fong Ling asked rhetorically. Unbridled. "How dare you talk to our protector Qiao like that?" The martial artist beside the young girl drew his sword in anger when he saw Fong Ling acting in such a manner. But the young girl raised her hand, signaling them to be at ease. And then with a smiling face, he looked at Fong Ling and replied, "We are from the Xian Heavenly Hall. You wouldn't be the sect leader of the Tian Luo sect, would you? It seems that the current sect master of the Heavenly Law sect is a young man." Fong Ling didn't say whether or not, but only asked, "Where are the original people here?" "Oh, you'll meet them. Come with me. Our hall master wants to see you," the young girl said. "You haven't answered my question," Fong Ling said in a deep voice. The young girl sniffed, and the smile on her face vanished. "Giving face? You have to come hard, right?" She raised her hand with a cold snort, wanting to suppress Fong Ling first. But just then, Fong Ling took the first step and stomped his foot heavily. The terrifying power triggered strong waves of tremors. The house shattered and the ground collapsed directly. None of the Xian Heavenly Hall crowd that surrounded Fong Ling were spared, except for the young girl-like protector, who was directly killed on the spot. The young girl was also injured as a result, her body's qi and blood surging, and she couldn't stop spilling blood from her mouth. How can? She was appalled and was trying to run for her life, but then a pair of large hands covered the top of her head, giving her the feeling of being in an abyss. "You still haven't answered the question I just asked," Fong Ling said indifferently. We didn't catch them. They escaped to the Chitian Ancient Cave," said the young girl in a hurry. "Your Excellency, spare my life. I was only following orders. I didn't kill any of you." Chitian Ancient Cave? Fong Ling felt that this place was a bit familiar. He seemed to have heard of it before, but couldn't quite remember. "That's a forbidden place in our Blood Puddle land, right near Tianqing City," the young girl said. Fong Ling let out a light before grabbing the young girl's head with a forceful grip and exploding it. When the people around them saw how ferocious Fong Ling was, they all turned away from him. He grabbed a random person over and asked about the exact location of this Chitian Ancient Cave. In the Ancient Cave of Chitian, Mr. Mo, as well as Eagle Zun, was leading the 800 elites of the sect as they trudged through the cave. Fong Ling's mount, the spectral beast, was also among them, but it seemed to have suffered a very serious injury, dripping blood along the way. The intelligence agency founded by Mr. Mo is very well informed. In advance, he noticed that there was movement in the Xian Heavenly Hall, but at that time, he couldn't contact Xiangling, so he had no choice but to withdraw first with his men. However, the Xian Heavenly Hall was extremely fast, and although he had already made a move in advance, he was still a step too late. In the end, there was really no way out, so he had to take all of his men and women into this Chitian Ancient Cave. "Mr. Mo, you've been in Tianqing City for 200 years. Do you know why this Chitian Ancient Cave is called a Forbidden Land?" Feng Fian asked curiously. The people from the Xian Heavenly Hall didn't even dare to chase them in, so it's obvious that they're famous. Mr. Mo shook his head inside softly. "I'm not really sure about the specifics. I've only heard that all the beings who entered the Chitian Ancient Cave, no matter how strong they are, have never been able to go out again. That's why this place has become what people call a forbidden place. If we were not desperate, I would not have brought you in otherwise. Hey, now that I think about it, I regret it. If the sect leader heard about it and came after me, mediocre people like us, it's fine if we die, but it would be too much of a shame for a genius like the sect leader to lose his life here." Feng Fian, the sect leader, is indifferent by nature. and we have only followed him for a short while, so he shouldn't risk coming in. But this is good. When we were at the Soaring Eagle sect, we already owed the sect master our lives. If I owe another life, I really don't know how I'm going to pay for it. Eagle Zune is quite graceful, so if it's a meat payment, it should be able to pay it off. Mr. Mo tossed his folding fan and laughed. Fong Fian immediately blanked him. I didn't expect the always stable Mr. Mo would also joke. Mr. Mo laughed out loud. Isn't this dying? You have to die happier even if you're going to die. There's no need to look sad. Look at you. You're so close to carving a word of sorrow into your face. Fong Fian, after coming in for so long and nothing has happened yet. This feeling of a sword hanging over one's head is the torture. As soon as she spoke, there was a sudden movement in front of her. Look at my ravenous mouth. She sighed helplessly. Huffing and puffing, a monster made of red blood slowly walked towards them. This monster's realm had clearly reached the early stage of jade balance, and its terrifying aura suffocated everyone. No wonder people don't get out alive after coming in. This guy is scary too, she said. Gentlemen, I apologize for bringing you to a dead end, Mr. Mo exclaimed. That's what the ghost envoy said. If you hadn't led us to turn into this place, we would have died at the hands of those people from the Xian Heavenly Hall, the 800 elites. However, did not think so, and no one ran about in a hurry. The moment they entered the Chi Tian cave, they had already foreseen the ending in their hearts. It's not a loss for me to fight such a strong monster before I die. Ahahaha. The 800 elites immediately dispersed into a fighting position. Mr. Ink laughed out loud at the sight and was delighted. These 800 men were elected by him, and at the moment he had much comfort within himself. Come on. He and Fong Fian were at the forefront, and everyone waited with bated breath. Seeing that they didn't panic, the blood beast was a bit annoyed and suddenly accelerated, bursting to kill. At this moment of crisis, a slender figure suddenly appeared. Fong Ling snorted coldly and swung his sword openly. Chop dragon! As the sword fell, the blood beasts collapsed. Ha! This scent is... Fong Ling eeped in surprise. This blood beast that he had put to death was familiar to him, and was of the same origin as the blood demon ancestor. Could this place be the secluded residence of the blood demon ancestor? He thought to himself. There must be some treasures in this cave. At that time, he killed the blood demon old man couple and did not search anything from them. But he had lived so long that he couldn't have been without some savings. Chapter 050 800 Devil Soldiers cast from Magic Crystals. Thank you, Sect Leader, for coming to the rescue. Otherwise we would have died today. Mr. Mo and the others hurriedly greeted them. Fong Ling gave a light him and asked for some more details. When he arrived at the Chi Tian cave, there was actually no one outside at all. He had thought that the Xian Tian Hall's people had chased them in, but now it seemed that they should have simply withdrawn. After all, no one in the blood puddle knew about the prestige of this Chi Tian cave. They expected that this group of cultivators from the southern Yang country would definitely not be able to come out again after going in. Then he led the 800 elites and explored the Chi Tian cave. This was indeed the secluded place of the blood demon ancestor, and he found the blood demon ancestor's handwritten journal in a stone room. The blood beast that he had just decapitated was the one he had left behind to guard the cave. The blood demon old ancestor was an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years, and although his own cultivation was not considered overwhelming, he had learned quite a variety of things. He scrutinized the blood demon ancestor's handwritten journal and found something very interesting. He looked at this potted plant on the table and said, "What a blood spirit flower! It can actually enhance the quality of a demon spirit's bloodline." According to the handwritten notes, it was discovered by the blood demon ancestor by chance in a valley when he was young. This flower is very rare, and is even more of a supreme treasure to demons. The blood demon ancestor picked it and transplanted it into a potted plant with his spiritual planting mythic technique, and cultivated it diligently every day. He had originally planned to choose the most powerful blood beast and have it refine this blood spirit flower to become the beast king. Unfortunately, he was too greedy and kept procrastinating, wanting to wait for the vintage of this blood spirit flower to last a little longer. So much so that now this blood spirit flower, which already had a deep medicinal power, had become a dowry and was cheaper for Fong Ling. To the side, the spectral beast gazed at this blood spirit flower on the table, but it didn't dare to make a move, so it could only forcefully hold down its inner urges. The flower was of no use to Fong Ling, so he plucked it off and casually tossed it to the spectral beast lying on its side. "Seeing as you've been diligent after returning to the fold, this chance will be bestowed upon you," he said indifferently. The spectral beast was overjoyed and hurriedly came forward, rubbing against Fong Ling affectionately as a sign of gratitude. "All right, hurry up and go refine it." He stroked its head and said, "It just so happens that it will also allow you to recover from your injuries immediately." The spectral beast whimpered and ate the blood spirit flower in one gulp, before walking to the corner and shrinking its body into a ball on its own. At this time, Mr. Mo walked in and reported, "Sect Master, we have discovered a bizarre place in the depths of the cave." Fong Ling immediately followed him to the depths of the cave. It was like something was hidden here, covered by a formation. Fong Ling felt that what was hidden here should be the other thing he had just seen in the handbook. He immediately made a move to break the formation open, and then a pungent smell of blood rushed out. As the crowd looked forward, a blood-colored crystal stood on the ground. What is this thing? Even though Mr. Mo had extensive knowledge, he could not recognize this blood crystal. Fong Ling, however, revealed a hint of a smile and said, "This is a magic crystal that the blood demon ancestors spent 10,000 years of savings to create. These blood-colored magic crystals are made from precious metals, high-quality spirit medicines, a large amount of spirit stones, and the blood of the demon race, and then kneaded with a secret method. This fellow, the blood demon ancestor, is stingy to a fault. He has lived for 10,000 years, and his lifespan is short, but not wanting to be dug up and dug out of the grave after his death, he prepared these magic crystals in advance. If you combine these magic crystals and corpses, you can create a magic army that has no consciousness and only knows how to follow orders. These demon soldiers will have extremely strong defense and attack power, and are incredibly loyal, and are the mausoleum guards he has prepared for himself. But this magic crystal can be used not only by the dead, but also by the living. I'll teach you the method of refining here. So each of you dig up some magic crystals and refine them right here." When Mr. Mo heard this, he hurriedly said, "Sect leader, this must not be done. Since magic crystals can raise your strength, you'd better enjoy them yourself. Don't waste it on us. Yes, we haven't made an inch of merit, so we have no face to receive the reward." Fong Fian also spoke up. Fong Ling said indifferently, "The energy of the magic crystals is modeled, so the advantages outweigh the disadvantages for me. But it's just right for you guys. I'll give it to you. Just keep it at ease. You'll only be able to help me if you're stronger. Then, many thanks to sect leader for cultivating me." Mr. Mo didn't dawdle any longer and immediately walked in with the 800 elites. In a short while, everyone received a portion of magic crystals according to their cultivation level, and then Fong Ling taught them the secret method of refining, and all of them refined in place. Fong Ling himself wasn't idle as he walked to the front and began to cultivate. Layers and layers of spirit stones spread out under his feet. His pockets had long been bulging after he had slaughtered Limitless City. He had also gone through a lot of trials and tribulations since his descent from the mountain, and already felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that I have time, it's just the right time to try it out. The massive amount of spirit stones turned into pieces in an instant. Although the chaotic saint body was very strong, the amount of resources that had to be consumed to cultivate it was also smacking. He didn't know how long it had been, and it was only after half of the spirit stones in his storage ring had been squandered that he had broken through that shackle, his cultivation refining to the mid-heavenly power realm. The realm breakthrough was enough to make his strength skyrocket. What he had learned in his entire body was the world's top divine abilities. As one's realm increased, the power of these great divine abilities could even increase by multiples. He got up and walked over to where these congregations were refining their magic crystals. Some of them had already finished refining, and their aura was much deeper, improved by not a single star. Only that some changes were also produced in their bodies. Their eyes were all glowing red, and their skin had even turned directly into a lavender color. This demon crystal is also too strong. I was only at the great circle of the heavenly pivot realm, but now I've directly become the great circle of the heavenly Xian realm. More than that, have you noticed that the strength of our bodies has become so exaggerated that it's almost like a magic weapon? Yeah, totally off the hook. There is no way to repay the sect leader for his renewed kindness. We are willing to die. All of them half kneeled on the ground and made an oath. In the cruel cultivation world, some of the closest relatives would even turn against each other because of the competition for cultivation resources. However, they were now fortunate enough to receive such a chance, and Fong Ling had allowed them to reach heights that would have been difficult to reach in this lifetime. The others also finished refining one after another, and each of them was in a surging mood of excitement. Finally, Mr. Mo and Fong Fian also finished refining. The two of them naturally shared more magic crystals than the others, and their cultivation had also received a great breakthrough. Fong Fian went from the middle Tiangui realm to the late Tianquan realm. Mr. Mo, on the other hand, had broken through from the late stage of the Tiangui realm to the great circle of the Tianquan realm. In terms of realm alone, both of them had surpassed Fong Ling himself. The effects of these magic crystals were far beyond Fong Ling's imagination. Nowadays, the cultivation of these 800 elites had generally reached the Tianxian realm grand circle. Among them, there were more than 100 others who had reached the Tiangui realm, plus the leader, Mr. Mo and Fong Fian. These 800 devil soldiers could be said to have truly become a sharp weapon. Chapter 051, The Underworld Beast is transformed into a new body. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came from another part of the cave. Mr. Mo and the others' faces stared, and they immediately formed a battle formation, ready to meet the enemy. However, Fong Ling waved his hand in a cloudy manner. It's not an enemy, it's my mount. Although the aura had become somewhat unfamiliar, Fong Ling, as its owner, certainly knew that it was it that was approaching. The spectral beast walked slowly. It looked much more menacing than before. The pair of golden horns on his head became longer and sharper. Black thunder surged everywhere on his body, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Not only did the blood spirit flower enhance the quality of its bloodline, allowing it to change from a royal bloodline to a royal bloodline, but it also allowed its strength to skyrocket. The realm had directly reached the early stage of jade balance, so it could be said that it was a step to heaven. It walked to Fong Ling's side and rubbed its head sideways affectionately against him, looking docile again, worthy of being a top-tier spirit medicine. It really transformed you. Fong Ling smiled. Don't look at its docile appearance right now, but if it moved its hands, it would be absolutely terrifying. Bloodline enhancement was an epic improvement for the demon race, and all aspects could be strengthened by leaps and bounds. The underworld beast used its divine thoughts to communicate with Fong Ling about the new aptitude it had awakened with this evolution. It was surprisingly able to blend in with any shadow now. In this state, it also has the option of lending its power to the Shadow's master. With its current cultivation level, it was definitely a considerable help to Fong Ling. Moreover, this divine ability could not only be used to enhance combat abilities, it was also suitable for spying and carrying out assassinations. When he finally left the Chi Tian ancient cave, Fong Ling looked back and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Old blood demon ancestor, you are truly a great benefactor. Liu City, where the Xian Tian Palace was located. Temple Master Ji Manyu was pacing back and forth in the main hall, torn. The news that her most relied on protector, Qian Xiaoyu, had died tragically in Tiancheng City had already returned, and her own realm was actually only one level higher than Qian Xiaoye. When you make a break, you make a break. She clenched her silver teeth, intending to drop everything and run for her life herself, though the foundation that was so hard to build in this life will be so lost. But just then, a henchman rolled and ran in, panicked. Enlighten your highness, something big has happened. A group of demon soldiers appeared out of nowhere and killed them. Although they are only about 800 people, but each one of them has a strong physical body and their cultivation is not low, the brethren can't resist at all, the man said. Ji Manuel's face changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, immediately order all disciples to meet the battle. This seat has already made preparations, we only need to support it for a moment. As you wish. This person's brows were delighted at his words and he immediately retreated. After he left, Ji Manuel, however, left the Xian Heavenly Hall with a flash of her figure. She knew that it must be the Tian Luo sect that had come to seek revenge, and she had to hurry and run. If she didn't, it would be too late. But just as she flew into the clouds, she saw a handsome young man who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The heavenly law divine skill is in my hands. Do you want it? Fong Ling looked at Ji Manuel who had escaped and asked in a flat tone. Ji Manuel gave a sarcastic smile and said, Your Excellency, calm down. This is a complete misunderstanding. Concubine is not interested in this Tian Luo divine skill at all. It was all hoodwinked before. Although she couldn't perceive Fong Ling's cultivation, in front of him, there was a genuine feeling of her heart skipping a beat. To be able to hang out in the blood puddle for so many years, she was actually quite shrewd. At this point, the idea of escaping had been completely abandoned within, much less the desire to strike out at Fong Ling. Of course, there are things my concubine has done wrong. For this, my concubine is willing to make amends, said she, and she stepped forward shyly. At the same time the slender jade hand gently unclosed the belt. Thin shirt bibs just like this fluttering away with the wind. Fong Ling watched silently without speaking. When Ji Manuel saw this, she smiled with a frown, slightly relieved inside. She felt that Fong Ling had already accepted her apology, but she still had to behave better next. She slowly crouched down, her jade hands picking at them, and came forward. But at that moment, Fong Ling gripped the hilt of his sword with an indifferent face and thrust it towards her head. The bloody sword pierced through the top of her head, engulfing it completely, and her eyes widened as she died with a look of astonishment on her face. The blood sword powered up and instantly sucked Ji Manu's corpse dry, turning it into a white bone. Fong Ling lightly exhaled and secretly nodded. This time, when he returned to the mountain, he asked Master Sword and Master Barbarian for advice on some of his cultivation queries. After these doubts became clear, he suddenly became enlightened and boldly hybridized the blood sword's cultivation method with the Taotai divine power. Now that this sword has fallen, the bloody sword will devour everything. Among them, the bloodshed-killing chi stayed on the blood sword, while the life origin would use the blood sword as a medium to flow directly into his body. The reasoning was actually very simple. In the past, He was able to do so by drawing in the life essence with his palms. And now it was just a palm replaced by a blood sword, which was itself a part of him, so it was completely watertight. In this way, it would not seem tedious to cultivate in the future, and it would only be necessary to produce the sword. It doesn't matter in front of people, it won't give them away. Returning to his senses, he looked at the situation inside the Liu city. The strongest part of the 800 demon soldiers was their physical bodies, and the demon crystals were mixed with a large amount of precious metals. Those metals were originally materials used to refine magic treasures, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were now soldiers. Their battle power was very formidable, and each one of them had the ability to fight across the ranks, killing the Xian Heavenly Hall cultivators without a fight. The Fat Master has always taught that food should not be wasted. He murmured and immediately came to the battlefield to join this killing feast as well. The Xian Heavenly Hall was a hegemonic existence in Liu City, and now that it had been wiped out by Fong Ling and his men, it had caused a huge shock. Some of the leaders of the smaller forces rushed over to pay homage, saying that they were willing to submit. It was never like that in the blood pits, where the strong occupied the most favorable resources and the weak were left to beg for food under their men. Fong Ling didn't kill indiscriminately like he did in Limitless City. He now realized the importance of population resources. It was entirely possible that these people, in the future, would belong to the Heavenly Law sect and become part of him. Just under a month. First, Infinite City was slaughtered, and then the Xian Heavenly Hall of Liu City was destroyed. This caused the blood puddle, which had been calm for a long time, to wind up once again. Many people with a keen sense of smell realized that the mysterious person who had slaughtered Limitless City was likely the Fong Ling who had appeared out of thin air. So for the next period of time, the two cities, Liu and Tiancheng, became lively. Nowadays, both of these cities were already under the control of the Heavenly Law sect, and each of them had set up their own sub-branches. More and more people came to defect, wanting to join the Heavenly Law sect. However, most of them couldn't help but back off when they heard that in order to join the religion, they had to abolish their original major cultivation techniques first. But even so, there were still some ruthless people who had abrogated their own skills and decisively joined the religion. This part of the people Fong Ling is very valued. The future is definitely the elite of the church. In the study, Fong Ling was crouching on the desktop, flipping through books about Miaozhong. At that moment, Mr. Mo walked in. He asked respectfully, "I don't know what the sect leader wants." Fong Ling raised his head and said indifferently, "I would like to thank Mr. Mo for doing one thing, placing a war invitation to the heads of all first-rate and second-rate forces in the blood puddle. Let's just say I'm going to beat them all." Mr. Mo was first stunned, and then he quickly said yes, and without much ado, he immediately retreated. The forces in the blood puddle were intricate, and Fong Ling wanted to go down to Miaozhong earlier, not wanting to spend more time here. Therefore, they wanted to take the blood puddle once and for all, and make it their own territory. Chapter 052 Unringing the bell requires the one who ties the bell. Mr. Mo quickly sent someone to deliver the war letter to the various bigwigs in the blood puddle. They were all old and dead or even opposites on a regular basis though. However, facing the sudden appearance of Fong Ling gave them a sense of crisis, and they did their best to contact each other unanimously. 3 days later, on the sunset plains outside of Tianjin City, a group of elite cultivators arrived from various cities and pools and gathered in one place. The large plain was so crowded without a place to land that thousands of warships were anchored in the sky. It had been many years since there had been such a grand spectacle in the blood puddle. Even the people in Tianjin City, except for Fong Ling's men, all fled. Everyone knew that a vicious battle would inevitably ensue, and that the slightest mishap would lead to repercussions. In the middle of the city, in the newly built branch altar of the Tian Luo sect, although just outside the city were millions of humongous cultivators, this place was like a peaceful cloud. Fong Ling was still reading in his study, and Mr. Mo would come in every so often to report on the situation outside the city. He knew that the people hadn't arrived yet, and there were still some forces on their way, so it wouldn't be too late for him to leave the city when they arrived. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from nowhere, and the candle flame on the green marquee swayed. Fong Ling put down the scroll in his hand and looked up with an open mind. Looking at this sudden appearance in front of him, he inwardly said that it was not good. The visitor was dressed in plain clothes, with a beautiful appearance, just like a blooming lotus flower, pure and yet not losing its beauty. This person was none other than the purple bamboo senior woman who had fought fiercely with Fong Ling not long ago. She had disappeared for a while, and Fong Ling thought that she had left the blood puddle a long time ago. The sudden appearance of his eyes caught him off guard. "If this woman makes a move now, I'll be in a position," he said, feeling a surge of pressure. Violet Bamboo Master Tai's cultivation was too terrifying. He was no match at all. Once he fought with her, he was bound to attract the attention of the millions of cultivator armies outside the city. At that time they fell down the well. He may be able to escape by chance, but I'm afraid that all these beloved ones under his hand will have to be accounted for here. The two looked at each other in all directions. After a long time, Violet Bamboo Master spoke. You don't have to be so nervous. I didn't come here this time to kill you. Then I don't know what advice the senior mistress has to offer? Fong Ling said in a deep voice, half believing her words. The Purple Bamboo Master turned sideways, seemingly a little less than kind. I came here to ask you to help me cultivate, she said. Fong Ling frowned and said in a cold voice, it's impossible to pass on what I've learned. You'd better die of this heart. If you want to make a move to snatch it, then we'll see what happens underhand. Most people who practiced cultivation valued their inheritance quite highly, and the 5 masters had instructed him not to grant what he had learned to others. Purple Bamboo Master Tai gave him a sly look and returned. The cultivation I refer to is not those Buddhist aptitudes of yours. Breaking the color precepts that day made my Tao heart collapse, and to this day, I can't. If I can't see past lust in this life, it will be difficult for me to transcend the martial arts path and reach the top in the future. Fortunately, I was enlightened by a volume of Buddhist scriptures, and I finally realized the way to break the demonic barrier. It's not broken, so I want you to help me cultivate it. If you can help me break the demonic barrier and reshape my Tao heart, I will no longer pursue past matters. Fong Ling sniffed and secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, she's not here to seek revenge. How can I help you cultivate? He asked with another serious face. Master Zizhu clenched her pink fists and stared at him with wide eyes. She felt she had expressed herself clearly enough, but the dumbass in front of her was not enlightened. Or maybe he understood everything and was just pretending on purpose, trying to tease her. When Fong Ling saw her angry look, he instead found it pleasing to the eyes. I thought to myself that if this woman didn't have a blank face all day long, even if she was angry, she would still look very good. There's no need to look at me like that. Senior mistress, I really don't understand. You might as well make it clearer, Fong Ling added. Master Zizhu secretly sank her breath, a pair of large coconuts rising and falling as she breathed. I am trapped by lust, and in order to break it, I must first look it in the eye. You treat me as you did that day you go about your business and I go about mine, until I am in such a state that I can be as mindful as water, without thoughts or desires. If one can reach this realm, this layer of demonic barrier will be considered broken. Amitabha Buddha. She closed her eyes and folded her hands, asking the Buddha for forgiveness in advance. Fong Ling sniffed and took a deep breath to stand up from his position. Just as well. If I don't go to hell, who will? Past causes, present fruits, unringing the bell. Zizhu Shurdai sniffed, her eyebrows knit slightly, and she hummed lightly, you're such a rascal. The poor nun has been called Jade Goddess of Mercy by the world since the time of her debut. What you said just now, as if you were still aggrieved, when you are really brazen. Fong Ling smiled. Of course he said this on purpose. He just didn't want her to keep a cold face on. Between these 3 or 2 sentences, the original somewhat awkward atmosphere seemed to have eased a bit. He walked straight to Master Zizhu. Master Zizhu's hands were a bit constricted, not knowing where to put them. At the same time, her cheeks were fluttering and her heart was beating faster and faster. In the end she overcame her mental hurdles. After a long time, Master Zizhu got up and picked up the plain clothes on the side and draped herself in them. I'll go wake up for a while and fight again later, she muttered and immediately disappeared. Fong Ling's entire body leaned back in the chair and let out a light sigh of relief. This 9 extremes yin-yang technique is truly marvelous. The spiritual energy boosted by practicing it once is worth a month of my cultivation. And this yin and yang. He opened his hand, and a few strands of black and white air emerged in his palm. These wisps of black and white air are the 2 chi of yin and yang. Zizhu Shurdai is also wonderful. He couldn't help but show a hint of smile again. Food and color are the same, and as a young man of blood and vigor, he was certainly no exception. Fong savored the pleasure of it, even though he was double-minded. Over Tianqing City, Master Purple Bamboo sat on top of the lotus platform, awakening herself amongst these clouds. Darn, to have forgotten, she murmured with a chagrined look on her face. Thou hast practiced samadhi, and thou art out of dust and labor. But if thou hast not removed thy lustful mind, thou canst not come out of the dust. Even if you have a lot of wisdom and meditation, if you don't stop lusting, you will fall into the devil's path. Zizhu, Zizhu, you should transcend at an early date. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open and she looked in the direction of the sunset plains. Only a flash of golden light was seen, and the Hierophantine mirage realm covered the entire sunset plain. This little devil, she said with a look of anger. Dang it, it's an abomination, knowing that I am here, but still make such a killing. Completely disregard me. After my heart demon is removed, I will definitely get rid of you, little devil. The reason why Fong Ling took advantage of her waking up and participating in meditation to leave the city was because he didn't want to be stopped by her. Zhu sure die he couldn't figure it out. Don't look at the two of them just now, a burst of joy. But he had no doubt whatsoever that in a few moments she would turn her back on him and even shout at him. To avoid accidents, he had to cut out the hidden dangers outside the city first. That way you don't put yourself in a passive position. Chapter 053, The Invincible Tao of the Flesh forming a formation. At this moment, in the middle of the Hierophant world, Fong Ling was holding his bloody sword in his hand and was killing like crazy. All the people in the blood puddle are competing with each other, and there are not many good people. He would have to be more ruthless and kill to the point of chilling if he wanted to make such a place private. These millions of people in front of them were the elites from all the major cities and all the major forces. If he wiped them all out here, everything would be much easier next, and there would no longer even be a need for him to step in. Seeing Fong Ling decapitate some of the top experts with his sword, some people could no longer hold their nerves. Your Excellency, spare my life. My concubine is willing to lead my ninefold house to submit to. The beautiful woman who was currently kneeling and crouching underneath Fong Ling was none other than the owner of the Nine Heavens building. The Nine Heavy Buildings was a first-class force in the blood puddle, with a great reputation and had existed for many years. Seeing that even she was on her knees begging for mercy, more and more people also put down the weapons in their hands and knelt down under Fong Ling. Fong Ling ignored them and directly chopped over with his sword. Except for a few masters at the level of the sect leader, everyone else died horribly. Gentlemen, this guy is an unmitigated lunatic. Today either he dies or we die. Fight him. The master of the Nine Heavy Buildings roared, but as soon as his words fell, he was beheaded by Fong Ling with a sword. The setting sun was originally a vast expanse of green grass, but at the moment it was completely colored red. Fong Ling was like a monster that only knew how to kill, waving the bloody sword in his hand without stopping for a moment. In less than an hour, millions of elite cultivators from all parts of the blood puddle had all become white bones. The white bones covered the blood-red grass, which was exceptionally demonic and revealed a bit more bleakness. In the sky above the grassland, Fong Ling's innate blood sword hung upside down, constantly escaping black air. These black air bodies were killing chi that had been completely materialized, and because there were too many killings in a short period of time, the blood sword could not be collected. So Fong Ling had to leave it hanging like this for now. He looked to his flesh. Some black lines had begun to appear on his crimson skin. It was just that these lines were intermittent and incomplete, a sign of the development of the devil's prison body. He had seen the barbarian master display a complete demon prison body, and after these lines were formed, they would constitute a spell formation, the so-called flesh body formation. However, there is no set number for these formations, as each person's situation is different, and the final results evolved are very different. The barbarian master's array of flesh is called Open Sky, and when activated, it can increase one's power by 10 times. So Fong Ling was also looking forward to what formations his physical body could evolve in the future. After a while, he took the blood sword back into his body and waved his hand to disarm the Hierophantine realm. He looked up into the sky above Tianqing City before his figure flashed, and he immediately returned to the study of the branch altar. In the sky above the sunset plains, Master Purple Bamboo looked at the skeletons all over the ground with a grave expression, clutching the snow jade heavenly pure bottle tightly in her hand. After stopping for a moment, she left angrily and appeared in Fong Ling's study. Why are you so vicious, you bastard? She scolded angrily. Millions of cultivators on the sunset plain, but not a single one left behind. Having committed such a murderous act today, you will be rewarded with woe in the coming day. This has nothing to do with you, Fong Ling said indifferently. Master Zizhu wanted to say something else, but then suddenly stopped. She had completely seen through the man in front of her and felt that Fong Ling was hopeless. The only way to salvation is to send him to the Buddha. If you are not put to death, I don't know how many innocent people will die in vain at your hands in the future under the sky. The day my heart demon is lifted will be the day I send you to hell, she thought to herself. She held her breath inside and immediately brushed it off. The battle at Sunset Plains had cast a layer of gloom over the entire blood puddle. The vicious people who had regarded this place as a hiding place were also frightened and left for the night. For a while, the blood puddle was a chaotic mess, seemingly returning to the way it was when it was first just born. A few days later, in Qingtian City, the 180,000 cultivators knelt in unison in front of Fong Ling. Greetings to the sect master, Yin Shu Weiqing said forcefully, and the other disciples hurriedly echoed. The blood puddle was too big to be subdued by just 800 demon soldiers. That's why Fong Ling ordered all the congregations to move over and completely abandon the Nanyang country. Next, he was going to let them move into the 36 cities of the blood puddle in batches and build sub-branches, so that the blood puddle would be completely under his control. Although the combat power of these 180,000 disciples transferred from the Nanyang country was not strong, but with his current might, wherever the troops went, absolutely no one dared to stop them, and everything was a foregone conclusion. During the time he had left the Nanyang kingdom, Emperor Campbell had not suppressed the congregation that had remained in Nanyang. Thus the number of congregations has also grown from 120,000 to 180,000 at present. It's up to you guys next. Fong Ling nodded and signaled them to get up. Yun Shuiqing and the girls stayed in the Nanyang country and had long been making a lot of effort. Over the next few days, she, along with Hu Yu and the others, moved quickly. Immediately, he took all 36 cities and established branch altars. From now on, the situation of the Blood Puddle land being dominated by a group of men completely disappeared, turning it into the Tian Luo sect being dominated by one man. However, Fong Ling didn't leave in a hurry, but stayed here for a while longer. See everything stabilized before preparing to head south. But before heading south, he left the Phantom Beast behind. Although the Blood Puddle had been stabilized, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents during the time he was going to Miajiang. That was why he chose to leave the Spectral Beast behind. In case of an accident, with its current strength, it would probably be able to defuse it. Sect leader, you're looking for me? Mr. Mo walked into the study and asked respectfully. Fong Ling rolled up this geographical map of Miajiang on the table and put it into his storage ring, and then he looked up at him and said, I'm going south later, so I'll leave you and a few of them to worry about the affairs of the sect. Mr. Mo had long known that Fong Ling had plans to go south to Miajiang, so he wasn't surprised. My subordinate will do his best. He returned. There's something I want to hand over to you before I leave. With a wave of Fong Ling's hand, the desperation cone appeared in his hand. This is a sevenfold forbidden magic treasure, the Cone of Extinction. This treasure is extremely powerful, and I am giving it to you. In my absence, if there is a strong enemy coming, I may be able to turn the tide with this item. The Cone of Desperation was the Blood Demon ancestor's magic treasure, and its quality was quite extraordinary, but it didn't help Fong Ling at all. This was only an acquired magic treasure, but he had an innate companion spirit treasure like the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear in his hand. Thank you, sect leader. Mr. Mo didn't refuse and felt 10,000 times more honored. He knew that Fong Ling was doing this because he wanted to leave some backhanders behind, so as to prevent the Tian Luo sect from being bullied while others were away. The fact that Fong Ling could choose to give this treasure to him meant that he was already considered a beloved person in Fong Ling's mind. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Fong Ling left the Blood Puddle. The Blood Puddle was still a savage land away from the Miajiang. He traveled for a few days before he was able to set foot in this place where demons and devils converged. Beside the mountain stream, he cupped a shovelful of water and drank it in one painful gulp. The savage land was full of aura. Even the mountain spring water was better than the one in the land of Nanyang Blood Puddle. After drinking the water, he turned to look at a certain large tree. If you still want to practice, show yourself, he spoke. If you don't want to cultivate anymore, don't follow me anymore. A silhouette slowly stepped out from behind the tree, and with a cold and pretty face, Master Zizhu stared at Fong Ling. She hadn't shown up since that day in Sunset Plains, but Fong Ling knew that she had still been following her side and was just sulking. Chapter 054, The Everlasting Family Immortality Sect. Night, a mountain pass. Master Zizhu sat quietly by the fire, seemingly pondering something. The light of the fire reflected on her face, sizzling her face to a slight redness that made it even more alluring. Half a month had passed since that day when they showed up again, and the two of them had already penetrated deep into the savage wasteland's hinterland. At this moment, Fong Ling walked over from the distance, and he was carrying a 7-colored brocade feather chicken in his hand. He had read in a book that the meat of this demonic bird was extremely delicious and could be called a masterpiece. He stepped aside and began butchering and marinating, skewering it with long burning green jade wood, and then sat down across from the purple bamboo and started roasting the chicken. Seeing this, Zizhu's brows furrowed and she immediately turned her back to him. Fong Ling roasted himself, and in a short while, the aroma of the fat chicken was overflowing. The aroma alone is mouth-watering. He tasted it and immediately lit up. It was arguably the most delicious food he had ever eaten since he came down from the mountain. He was there feasting, but suddenly he heard a faint gagging sound. He looked up at Zizhu's back and couldn't help but smile. This is very delicious. Do you want to try it? Fong Ling asked. Zizhu snorted coldly and snapped. Don't bully people too much. You guy, I am a monk and never eat meat. Plus this stuff just stinks, and you're the only one who eats it. Ha, but why did I hear someone gagging just now? Fong Ling asked. Zizhu sniffed and only felt her face become hot, and sharply snapped. You've heard wrong. Yes? Fong Ling laughed and inserted the roasted chicken to the side before getting up and leaving. I just found another interesting place to go over there again. After he left, Zizhu turned around and stared straight at the roasted chicken. Sparing her, who had always been dignified and decent. She couldn't help but gulp furiously at this moment. Though she used to follow strict puritanical rules, her body's instincts were hard to suppress. The 7-colored brocade feather chicken was a delicacy on Earth, and her appetite was infinitely aroused. Anyway, I've already broken the color commandment, so it doesn't seem to matter if I break another meat commandment, she murmured. She moved quickly enough to break off a chicken leg and take a shallow bite. The moment she entered the mouth, her delicate body trembled, not only because of the worldly delicacy of the food, but also due to the excitement at work inside. At this moment, she broke her meat abstinence, but inside she was unusually excited, and this feeling of deviation gave her unprecedented pleasure. After a while, Fong Ling came back. He looked at the bare celadon branch by the fire and shook his head. Where's my roast chicken? How come I can't even see a bone? Zijou, who was meditating aside, opened his eyes and returned with a calm face. Perhaps it was taken away by a passing demon spirit. Makes sense. Fong Ling nodded slightly, then suddenly pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his mouth. The purple bamboo blinked at the sight. As if realizing something, she turned around silently, looking at her own appearance with her soul thoughts, and saw that she had a mouth full of grease. It was her first time to steal food, and she was inexperienced, so she ended up in such a mess. Fong Ling sat down and suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of a Fong family in the Eastern Green Domain?" Zijou was in a state of embarrassment, and when she heard him talk about other topics, she hurriedly responded, "If by the Fong family, you mean the hegemony of the Eastern Cyan Domain back then, of course I've heard of it." At its peak, the Fong clan had 6 immortal realm powerhouses, and its power was no longer even limited to a single region. However, 18 years ago, the Fong family, as strong as it is, was still exterminated, and this shocked the entire 8 regions. I especially remember the year when I was out eliminating demons. The nunnery master sent 18 consecutive flying messages to urgently summon me back to the heavenly pure nunnery. The temple door was closed for 10 years, and it was only after 10 years of peace that the door was opened again. Since this Fong family is the overlord of a domain, what kind of person is it that has the ability to exterminate the Fong family? Fong Ling asked again. Purple Bamboo said indifferently, the so-called hegemon of a domain is only a hegemon on the surface. In some isolated places, there are immortal holy religions that have been passed down from the ancient years to the present day, and there are also eldritch families that have been passed down from the ancient times and even from the ancient times to the present day. These forces hardly ever show themselves to people because they don't like to come out either. After all, today's 8 domains, the aura of heaven and earth is not as good as that of the place where they are secluded, and the outside world is muddy and unpleasant in their eyes. Back then, the major forces in the 8 domains in plain sight were not in the least bit suspicious of striking out at the Fong family. That's why everyone knows in their hearts that it was most likely some eldritch family or immortal great sect that wiped out the Fong family. The matter can never really be determined because no one dares to investigate. It is said that any random subordinate that comes out of the Eternal Life family is considered an expert in the outside world. And I don't know where this Fong family offended them? Fong Ling asked seemingly casually. A piker is not a piker. And back then, I heard from the nunnery master that this Fong family appeared to have gotten some kind of heaven-defying treasure. Zijou cooed. This kind of thing is commonplace in the cultivation world. It happens every moment. It's only that it happened to an overlord-level power like the Fong family, which is truly surprising and saddening. What? You have a connection to this Fong family? She asked again. Fong Ling shook his head. Just a little curious. I think so. It is rumored that everyone from all the forces related to the Fong family back then were liquidated altogether. Zijou said. There should no longer be anyone related to the Fong family in the world. Fong Ling got up and yawned, seemingly a little sleepy, before going to one side to lie down on his own. Master Zijou was the cultivator with the highest status that he had come into contact with in the outside world so far. What she says is certainly more reliable than what's in those biographical miscellany books. The path of cultivation is divided into the path of martial arts and the path of immortality. The 7 realms of martial arts were named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. From weakest to strongest are Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang and Yao Guang. After reaching the limit of the martial Dao, which was the realm of Yao Guang great perfection, one needed to cross 7 robberies in order to break through to the immortal realm. 99% of the cultivators who have been trapped throughout the ages are trapped in this period of transition and are unable to overcome it. But even the Fong family, which possessed 6 immortal realm experts, was still silently exterminated with their entire family. This made Fong Ling feel great pressure. With his current strength, he was still too weak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Zijou with some displeasure. She suddenly came up to me, and without a word of greeting, took the liberty of. Fong Ling was already in an unpleasant mood, and was instantly enraged by her. After a long time, Fong Ling lightly exhaled and put her down. Purple Bamboo gasped softly, hooking a garment aside with her foot and immediately draping herself in it. Fong Ling was about to say something, but as soon as she turned around, she disappeared again. Not far away, Zijou sat on top of the lotus platform with a flushed face. Mentally, he couldn't help but mutter, "This guy is so raw tonight." When she was picked up by Fong Ling's entire body, she felt that she was going to feel her soul flying to the sky. Still no progress at all. This is a tough one. The thought that she was still oblivious and even more intoxicated added to the infinite chagrin and guilt she felt inside. Chapter 055, The Spring of Life of the Bone of Creation. Somewhere isolated, the sky rumbled as a red thunderstorm ravaged the 8 directions, coloring half of the sky red. But right in the middle of this terrifying thunderstorm, there was a handsome youth standing tall. Endless thunder struck his body, yet he didn't even blink an eyebrow. Thunder transformed into wandering threads and wreaked havoc on his body, but it couldn't even hurt a single hair on his head. In the distance, 2 old men with Taoist bones watched the scene with smiles on their faces. Worthy of being a Vajra overlord body, Langtian's fleshly body is getting more and more terrifying. Perhaps in another 1 or 2,000 years, it will be able to surpass you and me. One of them stroked his long beard in admiration. Another old man with white hair draped over his head laughed. Where is the need for thousands of years? Look at his current state. It's simply not too easy to cross this first heavenly tribulation. In less than 100 years, he will definitely be able to pass through the 7 tribulations and light up the 7 stars. By the time we shed our bones and step into the immortal realm, our fleshly bodies will be absolutely no less than yours and mine. But I've heard that the little girl from the Yi family seems to have gone even further ahead, judging from the intelligence. She's even in the middle of her 4th heavenly tribulation, and the chaotic divine eye is completely fused with her. The other man sniffed and frowned slightly, his mood suddenly worsening. It's a pity that my Lin family was slow to act back then and only snatched a creation bone. If we could have done it earlier, perhaps this chaotic god's eye would have been our Lin family's. Although the creation bone is strong, it's not as strong as the chaotic divine eye and the heavenly Tao sacred heart, he said with a look of regret. It's actually lucky to snatch a creation bone. Another person laughed. And this creation bone on Wang Tian's body is still the one with the stronger Tao rhythm in those 2. The creation immortal art contained in the other creation bone is definitely not as good as this one from Lang Tian. That's true. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. My Lin family can get a piece of the pie, but I should also be content. The man nodded slightly. After a while, the thunderbolt receded. The handsome young man, with a dragon's stride, walked towards the 2. Wang Tian thanks the 2nd elder and the 5th elder for protecting the late generation. Lin Langtian bowed his head and saluted. This old man with white hair draped over his head was none other than Lin Wuya, the 2nd elder of the everlasting forest clan, who nodded towards Lin Langtian and said, "With your current strength to cross the first heavy heavens, you also don't need old 5 and I at all. It's been many years since our Lin family has seen a supreme heavenly pride like you. Cheer up, and strive to gain more face for my Lin family at the eternal life discourse 100 years from now." 5th elder Lin Sanshan also spoke up. "We don't demand much from you either. That little monster from the sword pavilion is an innate sword body, and it's enhanced by the heaven's path sacred heart, so it's normal that you can't beat it. There's also that demoness from the Yi family, with the top-tier companion spiritual treasury divine Bao and the chaos divine eyes to aid her. It would be difficult for you to compete with her as well, but other than the 2 of them, you shouldn't have much of a problem facing the heirs of other lineages in Holy Lands." Lin Langtian sniffed and said in a deep voice, "Although these 2 are at a higher realm than me now, I am no worse than them in terms of talent. There are still 100 years left. As long as I cultivate the creation bone's creation immortal art to the 2nd realm, I will be able to compete with them. If you can really practice it, you do have a chance. It's just that this creation bone was transplanted after all. You're not the original person. It's easy to practice the first layer, but the higher you go, the harder it gets," the 5th elder said. Lin Langtian laughed. "This creation bone has been in my body for 18 years. It has completely fused with me. I can feel that within 100 years, I will definitely be able to practice the 2nd layer. With the power of this creation immortal technique, coupled with my Schweinless Vajra overlord body, I will be able to push the heavenly prides of the various clans across the board. This confidence is great. It already has a hidden supreme aura." The 2nd elder did not spare any praise. "Perhaps you can really surprise us." On the other side, the depression in the savage land, Zijou abruptly opened her eyes and sat up to look at Fong Ling who was beside her. At this moment, Fong Ling seemed to be having a nightmare. Not to mention that his body was covered in cold sweat. His body was also twitching from time to time. "Humph, letting you create so many killing sins. This is your retribution," she thought to herself. Being woken up by Fong Ling in the middle of the night caused her to lose her sleepiness all of a sudden. so she simply sat down on her knees and began to cultivate her mind. But just then, a sudden burst of thunder came from the front, accompanied by flashes of electricity that cut through the night sky. On the side, Fongling sat up in shock, gasping for air. Fong was dreaming that nightmare of his heart being plucked out and his eyes again. Returning to his senses, he got up and looked at the lightning and thunder. Then he flew up and headed there. Seeing this, Zizhu also immediately followed. The reason why that place was making such a big commotion was because there were two ferocious beasts fighting. These two ferocious beasts were the mythical beast and a grey scaly beast. Both of them were of the royal bloodline and were powerful among the demon race. Zizhu watched from afar and said with a grave expression, "What a terrifying aura! These are actually two demonic beasts of the realm of Yaoguang Great Perfection. You and I should leave quickly, so as not to be affected by them. And you look over the valley." Fongling pointed there and signaled. Zizhu observed carefully in the direction he pointed and grunted. The two of them are very close to the valley, but the aftermath of the battle between the two surprisingly didn't reach there, as if they were intentionally avoiding it. In that case, there may be some treasure there. That's why they purposely avoid there. But don't dare get too far away. She closed her eyes and folded her hands together, opening the eye of the heart that she practiced. The eyes of the heart could her see exactly what was in that valley without being detected by the mythical beast or the grey Zhao. There's actually a spring of life there. In the next moment, she said with a shocked face, "What does this spring of life say?" Fongling asked. "Purple bamboo, the fountain of life is a gift from heaven and earth. It doesn't appear with any regularity and can pop up anytime, anywhere. But even if a person can live for 1,000,000 years, then he won't necessarily meet it once. The chances are very slim. The fountain of life is a heavenly gift of chance, and after it appears it disappears again very quickly. The spring water contains the purest vitality in heaven and earth, and if a person who has just died is thrown into the spring water to soak for a while, it can even directly bring him back to life. But this heaven-defying object cannot be preserved, no matter what container it is carried in. As long as it leaves this spring, the pure vitality contained within it will escape cleanly." At this moment, Fongling suddenly felt that the Fusang divine tree in his dantian had become a little agitated. He could sense that the divine tree was longing for that fountain of life. This fountain of life should make it grow fast. "Do you have a way to bring me over without disturbing these two great demons?" Fongling asked. Zizhu sniffed and glanced at him. "It's best if you don't hit on this spring of life. These two great demons are not to be messed with. Then we have to do the next best thing." Fongling slammed his hand on her shapely buttocks. "I'm sorry, Shifu." He slapped her so vigorously that it sent her straight up into the sky. This guy, so hard. Zizhu was so ashamed that she felt her ass. The stock was about to be broken. A human race suddenly appeared in mid-air, and the mythical beast in grey Zhao immediately stopped fighting. The two rushed towards her in a furious manner, intending to kill this human woman before fighting. Seeing this, Zizhu clenched her pink fists and her lungs were about to explode. "To use me as bait. Damn it, damn it." Facing a great demon of this level, she had no hesitation in turning around and fleeing. Fongling, on the other hand, took advantage of this gap and slipped to where the spring of life was with his godly walking steps. Chapter 056, The First Growth of the Fusang Divine Tree. Fongling raised his hand and a vortex condensed in his palm, instantly devouring this pool full of the spring of life. The energy contained in the spring of life was even purer than the life essence drawn from the Taotai divine energy. Fongling pulled some of them to his dantian to irrigate the Fusang divine tree. However, most of them were used for their own cultivation, and the strength of the flesh continued to soar wildly, but the surging energy couldn't even be absorbed for a while. In the dantian, the Fusang divine tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had become a large tree with many branches and leaves, and the Fusang divine flame had transformed into a brilliant golden color, much more powerful than before. On the other side, the mythical beast and the great Zhao that were chasing and killing Master Zizhu had already noticed something strange in the valley. They were enraged that a great savage demon was being teased by two human races. The mythical beast decisively gave up chasing after Master Zizhu and turned to look at where the valley was, only to hear it roar. A thunderous light erupted from its mouth. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, and before Fongling had time to react, he was struck by the lightning. In an instant, his flesh and blood became a pile of charcoal. The mythical beast had already exerted its full strength in its anger-laden strike. Even though his fleshly body was already extremely powerful nowadays, it still wasn't enough to look at in front of a great demon of the Yaoguang Great Perfection realm. Bang bang bang! Fongling's heart was beating violently, and the necrotic flesh and blood was recreated in a matter of moments. He stomped his feet and shook off his dark armor. This black armor is actually the charred flesh and blood. The animal was shocked to see that his anger-laden strike had not killed Fongling. In the next moment, an even more terrifying thunder wave surged in, only to see a thunder spell emerge behind it. This was one of the animal's innate divine abilities, divine thunder extinction. This feeling of blood and flesh being split into charcoal by lightning was something Fongling never wanted to try a second time. He opened his blood eye and directly distorted space, banishing the mythical beast's divine thunderbolt extinction into the void. The mythical beast froze. He could sense that Fongling's realm wasn't high, and didn't have to be much stronger than an ant in its eyes, but it was such a small mole that managed to eat 2 of its moves in a row. By the time it came back to its senses, Fongling had already skipped off with both feet. The following day, noon, Purple Bamboo sat bloodlessly on a large rock next to a mountain stream. She looked haggard as she looked at her reflection in the stream. Suddenly, she looked up to the front, so excited that she immediately sacrificed the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle. "You devil! You nearly caused me to die under the claws of that grey ogre. I'll take you in today." She was aggrieved. She had never been bullied like this since she started her career. This guy in front of her, not only did he cause her to develop a heart demon, but he also did something so excessive yesterday. The precious bottle was suspended in mid-air, and then the divine light shone on Fongling, directly deterring him and making him unable to move. He was about to be included in the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle, but at the last moment, Zizhu was so exasperated that he waved his sleeve and put the treasure away. The two had been together for some time, and Fongling knew her nature. If he had made a move to resist just now, she would have died to the end. But if he is indifferent, she will instead take the initiative to let go. The bitterness is all mine, and you are nourished by the fountain of life. You're a man who is truly hateful, abominable. She stared straight at Fongling with her eyes and half-heartedly stifled these 2 words. "I almost died at the hands of that mythical beast, and I didn't suffer much," Fongling said. "It's a pity that the energy of the spring of life escapes immediately after it leaves the spring pool, so I can't bring you a copy, but since you did me a favor, I have a compensation for you as well." He took out a jade slip from his pocket and pushed it in front of her. Zizhu received the jade slip and rubbed it with her small hand, her heart vaguely anticipating something. Could it be the cultivation method of the hierarchy of Miles' realm? She thought to herself. She immediately swept the jade slip with her divine thoughts to read what was written on it. After reading it, she couldn't help but redden her face and look angrily at Fongling across the room. "What are you giving me this for? I, a hallowed elder of the Heavenly Purity Nunnery, would not cultivate dual cultivation techniques?" What Fongling had given her was a scaled-down version of the 9 Extreme Yin-Yang technique. The scaled-down version of the 9 Extreme Yin-Yang technique only had the one effect of refining cultivation. It was impossible to accumulate yin and yang qi in the body, not to mention that it did not contain the cultivation method of the great yin-yang hand. Although it was a scaled-down version of the 9 Extreme Yin-Yang technique, its quality was not comparable to those inferior dual cultivation techniques in the outside world. The reason why Fongling gave her this gongfu was not just to calm her down. What's more, if 2 people run their gong methods at the same time, they will have a resonance effect with each other. The effect of cultivation in the state of resonance would be 10 times that of the original unilateral cultivation. Fongling wasn't worried that after passing this technique to her, she would pass it on, unless she wants to discredit herself and be expelled from the Buddhist sect. She was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, and she would even be hunted down by the entire Buddhist realm if the matter of practicing the dual cultivation technique became known. "Fongling, it's not like anyone knows about it anyway, so give it a try. There might be a surprise." Zizhu was about to say something, but suddenly frowned and murmured, "Not good. These 2 savage great demons have unleashed their forces to surround us. There are large numbers of demon clans out in all directions, and they will soon discover us." Fongling secretly sank his breath. How did it come so fast? I just got rid of the mythical beast not long ago, and the spiritual energy in my body is almost depleted, so I'm afraid I'm incapable of fighting again. Violet Bamboo, how could I not be? Even in order to get rid of the Grey Jiao, my lotus split has been destroyed. You're actually a son of the Eternal Life family, aren't you? If you have a bottom card, use it now. There are a lot of demonic beasts in the vicinity, and there is no lack of great demons of the Yao Guang realm among them. Although they are not as terrifying as those 2 overlords, they are. Fongling, I don't have much of an illustrious background, and am not the son of a long-lived family. There's nothing left to do. The only way is to fight to the death and kill the way out. Just stay close to me later. Zizhu watched him silently, muttering inwardly. At a time like this, she felt that Fongling shouldn't have the need to lie either. The mythical beast in Grey Augur should be nearby as well, and they'll soon come over once we're entangled, she said. So the only thing to do for now is to take shelter for a while. Wait for some time and then try to leave. Fongling, the senses of the demon race are quite sharp. How can we avoid the wind for a while? Zizhu raised his hand and spread out his palm, and the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle appeared in it. This treasure can not only suppress evil spirits, but can also be used to hide from disasters and take refuge. It's just to keep the treasure bottle running, and after you and I go in, our cultivation will be constantly extracted, causing our realm to regress, and there's no spiritual energy in the treasure bottle for us to recover from, and the longer we hide, the more our cultivation regresses, she said. No harm done. Hurry up and go in first. Fong Ling nodded. He didn't worry about the problem of regression in cultivation. He didn't believe that the cultivation boosted by daily dual cultivation was not enough to pump the treasure bottle. Purple Bamboo softly hummed and offered up the treasure bottle. With a flash of divine light, both were taken in. The precious bottle then gradually dissipated as well, becoming one with the void, as if it had never appeared at all. Chapter 057, Greatly Improved Cultivation and Chopped Demon Monkey. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a flash. In the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle, the purple bamboo sells itself by twisting its waist, limbs, turning in circles. After a long time, she snuggled up to Fong Ling and closed her eyes beautifully. Fong Ling gently caressed her soft hair, feeling that these 3 years were just a beautiful dream that he had made. But just at that moment, a flying message talisman descended out of thin air into the treasure vase space. The lazy Ziju's heart fluttered, and his face was so grave that he sat up. With a flick of her fingers, she opened the flying signal talisman. Ziju quickly returned to the heavenly pure nunnery. There was only this sentence on the flying charm, but it made her heart heavy. At first, the two of them had only intended to stay in the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle for a month or so. Who would have thought that they had stayed until now? At the very beginning, with the 9 extremes yin-yang technique, Fong Ling's cultivation in the treasure bottle space advanced instead of retreated. This made her, whose cultivation had been regressing, extremely unbalanced mentally, and in the end, unable to resist the temptation. She also cultivated the scaled-down version of the 9 extremes yin-yang technique given by Fong Ling. After getting a taste of it, she became more active and her cultivation increased with each passing day, so much so that he was unwilling to come out even after a few months had passed, and ended up staying in the treasure bottle with Fong Ling for 3 years. Here, there is nothing but them and each other. But now she suddenly received a summons from the nunnery master, which gave her a feeling of being pulled back from the dream world to reality. It was like a spring thunderclap that shook her to her core. She suddenly realized how ridiculous she could be, being here for 3 years. Every day, he only cared about having fun with Fong Ling, and the original intention of overcoming the demonic barrier had long been left behind. Even more so, he took the initiative himself and became so lewd, slutty and completely depraved. I'm going back. She looked to Fong Ling, who was to the side, and said in a deep voice, the past is just a dream that cannot be renewed. I can't keep falling like this. Fong Ling nodded. He also had things to do. Sons and daughters and whatnot are not even on the radar. Somewhere in the barbaric wilderness, the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle gradually materialized and reappeared. With a flash of light, the two of them, Fong Ling and Ziju, burrowed out of the treasure bottle and once again returned to the outside world. 3 years had flown by, and now Fong Ling was 21 years old. Compared to the time when he came down from the mountain, there was no more half-childishness, and the whole person looked handsome and extraordinary. The purple bamboo on the side of the fixed face for thousands of years, but because in these 3 years is highly nourished, the appearance actually also have some changes. Nowadays, she is like a ripe peach. A casual pinch can squeeze out a bunch of juice. Water. Femininity is on full display in her. She took one last look at Fong Ling before leaping up and flying away from this savage forest. Fong Ling also turned around and walked forward. The two of them did not say any words of goodbye. In 3 years' time, Fong Ling's cultivation increased with each passing day. Nowadays, he had already reached the early stage of jade balance, and when it was just the middle stage of heavenly power before entering the treasure vase, it was a full breakthrough of 3 small realms. The biggest gain, however, was not the increase in cultivation, but the accumulation of yin and yang qi in the body. Purple bamboo cultivation is profound. The past few thousand years in virgin, I do not know how much pure yin qi in the body. As for Fong Ling himself, he was even more yang rushing to the 9th heaven, and the two of them cultivated not to mention how good it was. Therefore, in these 3 years, the yin and yang qi in his body had skyrocketed, and he had already reached the threshold of using the great yin-yang hand. He moved forward slowly, in no hurry. After 3 years in the treasure bottle space, he needed to let himself off the hook for a while as well. Suddenly, a group of monkeys appeared around. The group of monkeys were there screaming, and there were even a few monkeys hitting him with peaches. These are not ordinary monkeys. The demonic aura on their bodies is not weak, and they are extremely vicious with long black hair all over their bodies. He also heard the sound of a woman shouting up ahead. He probed with his divine thoughts that there was a woman over there whose style of clothing was very different from Nanyang's, who was also surrounded by a group of monkeys. She's obviously in more of a mess, though, with these monkeys picking at her clothes. but she was dead set on protecting the bodice on her chest, keeping the last vestige of dignity for herself. At this time, another group of monkeys came, and among this group of monkeys was a large monkey of the heavenly power realm. The other monkeys surrounded it like stars. Big Monkey looked at Fong Ling in the distance and seemed unimpressed, and then he turned his head back to the woman and nodded in satisfaction. The monkeys around the woman saw the big monkey do this and immediately stormed up and held the woman's hands and feet down. The monkeys on the other side of Fong Ling also moved to capture him alive. The woman struggled desperately, but could not break free at all. "Please, spare me," she begged bitterly. But the big monkey was unmoved and slowly walked towards her, letting out a jagged laugh. On that side, Fong Ling let out a cold snort and directly shook the surrounding monkeys into a bloody mist. The black-haired devil monkey is really just like what is recorded in the book, enjoying lewdly plundering the human race, he murmured, coalescing his own blood sword in his hand. And then he killed the black-haired devil monkeys around him, but instead of decimating them, he intentionally let two go. These two black-haired devil monkeys that had managed to escape immediately fled towards their own habitat, while Fong Ling followed behind. As for the woman, he didn't take a glance at her. After 3 years in the treasure vase, his bloody sword had long been hungry for a kill. It didn't take long for Fong Ling to follow these two escaping black-furred devil monkeys to a mountain range that was filled with spiritual chi. This was the territory of the black-haired demon monkey clan, and as he swept through his divine sense, he realized that the size of this monkey group was quite large. Roughly estimated, there were no less than 30,000 black-haired devil monkeys inhabiting this mountain forest, the hieroglyphic realm. He held up the boundary and covered the entire mountain range, and then he raised his bloody sword and killed his way in. The black-haired demon monkey clan realized that there was an invasion and immediately counterattacked. However, they could not resist at all, and as many as they rushed over, Fong Ling killed as many as he could. "Human, why are you slaughtering my clan?" At this moment, the monkey king of this black-haired demon monkey clan appeared. Its realm wasn't low. It had clearly reached the early stage of the Kaiyang realm, a large realm higher than Fong Ling. Demons of this level could already speak, but if they were to transform into a form, they would have to become immortals before they could do so. Fong Ling did not answer the Monkey King's question, but instead directly slashed his sword. He executed the sword of the Dragon Chopper. His sword light streaked across 30,000 miles, and his sword aura shot up to the 9 heavens. After slaughtering large millions of elite cultivators in the blood puddle, the might of the blood sword nowadays was already quite terrifying. Also during these 3 years in the treasure bottle, he had more than just double cultivated with Zizhu. He also spent a great deal of time comprehending the sword Dao carried by the Tong Yuan sword soul. Compared to 3 years ago, his attainments in the Dao of the sword had at the very least doubled several times. The Monkey King was furious when he saw how violent Fong Ling was. It exerted its divine ability and instantly transformed from a monkey into a giant ape that was 10 feet tall. It pounded its chest in anger, let out a roar, and met it with a punch. However, in an instant, its huge body was sliced into pieces of broken flesh by the swordlight and was killed by Fong Ling with a single sword strike. After the death of the Monkey King, the remaining monkeys were in disarray. They desperately crashed and pounded against the Hierophant boundary, trying to escape, but in the end, it was to no avail. Tick, tick, tick. Holding the blood-dripping sword of origin, Fong Ling strolled through this mountain range, killing all 30,000 of these monkeys. In a short while, the corpses of these monkeys became piles of white bones. The fleshly bodies of the demon race were usually much more powerful than those of the human race, and the life essence contained within them was also much richer. The growth that the blood-refining black-haired demon monkey clan had brought to himself was much stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 058 Two Clan Soul Nurturing Tea. Fong Ling didn't rush to leave this mountain range, but instead walked deeper into the mountain range. This monkey clan is not small and should have some nice stuff. Not long after, he found a pool of fine wine deep in the mountain range. The monkey race, like the human race, had the habit of drinking alcohol, and they were also natural master brewers. To all the monkeys, the wine pool is holy ground. Therefore, it is very difficult to buy monkey wine in the outside world, and every monkey wine that appears in the world means that a group of monkeys has been wiped out. This pool of fine wine exuded a rich wine aroma, and just taking a whiff of it made one's heart happy. Monkey wine is not only delicious, it is also a rare tonic because its ingredients are all mountain fruits. The medicinal power of the spirit fruit had been accumulating in this wine pool for many years, constantly fermenting, and was already quite mellow. If someone with insufficient cultivation drank too much at once, there was even a danger of spiritual energy bursting out of the body. This place is deep in the barbaric wilderness, and the monkey's strength is quite impressive, so it must have existed for a long time. The quality of this pool of monkey wine is superior. Fong Ling thought to himself and immediately pulled out a gourd from the present storage ring. This gourd was just a twofold forbidden magic treasure, and he couldn't remember which kill he had acquired. The gourd had no power. It was just a top-notch container. In no time at all, this pool of monkey wine was all poured into the gourd. He took a shallow taste. The medicinal power of the wine far exceeded his expectations, enough to be worth several days of hard training. However, he didn't intend to drink all of it, but thought to leave some to take back and honor a few masters. There is nothing more to this place than monkey wine. Fong Ling waved his hand and withdrew the Hierophantine mirage boundary, leaving the mountain range. But just as he had just left for a short while, a few people suddenly chased after him behind him. These people were similarly dressed strangely, like people from the Miaojiang tribe. The woman who had almost been spoiled by the black-haired devil monkey just now was also clearly among them. At the moment she was snuggled up against a burly hunk of a man, still stunned and a little haggard. Was he the one who just saved you? The burly Hanyu asked. The woman nodded and whispered, "It's him." The Hanyu sniffed and immediately stepped forward to bow towards Fong Ling. "Many thanks to your excellency for saving my wife from the demon monkey. I, am grateful. As a small token of appreciation, I'd like to invite the benefactor to be a guest of my Tu tribe." The burly man was named Tu, and he was the patriarch of the Tu clan in the Miaojiang. Because of his clan's illness, he had to take these few stronger clansmen into the savage wasteland in search of medicinal herbs. However, some accidents lead to the separation of the men in the group, and his wife, Doyle, is nearly killed. Fong Ling nodded. Following them was just on the way, not to mention that he might be able to pry out some news that he needed. Tuer was overjoyed to see Fong Ling agree. He didn't ask about Fong Ling's origin, so he just asked for his name. Miaojiang was close to this barbaric land, so these Miaojiang tribes were familiar with it. Fong Ling followed them, almost unhindered all the way, not meeting any more demons along the way. A few days later, he left the barbarians and came to the Tu tribe. The Tu tribe was only a small tribe in Miaojiang, with just over 20,000 tribal members. The tribe's patriarch, Tu, was the strongest person of this tribe, with a realm at the early stage of the heavenly power realm. The buildings in the tribe are simple, mostly high-barred bamboo huts or thatched huts. They were also plainly dressed, mostly in linen, and their living conditions looked as if they were not even as good as those of the Nanyang kingdom. However, as Fong Ling walked through the tribe, he felt that the people here did not live a miserable life. Most of the men, women and children he met on the road had smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere in the tribe was quite good. "Eunuch, this is our Tu clan's soul-nourishing tea. Try it." A big fat kid held a cup of tea and walked towards Fong Ling. The fat boy was named Tu Shan, the son of Teray and Doyle. The people of Miaojiang mostly cultivate the art of witchcraft, and the art of witchcraft is closely related to the strength and weakness of the divine soul. That's why the cultivators in Miaojiang paid extra attention to the cultivation of the divine soul. Instead, they didn't care that much about the physical body and spiritual power. Almost every tribe has ancient recipes that have been passed down for a long time. These ancient formulas have been refined over generations and are the core of a tribe's heritage. Fong Ling drank it all in one go, feeling a wave of relief. The feeling of his divine soul being nourished caused him to drift away. At that moment, Teray also approached, holding an ancient wooden box in his hand. "This soul-nurturing tea of our tribe. The longer the vintage, the more mellow the flavor and the better the effect of growing soul power. This box in my hand is a soul-nurturing tea that has been passed down from my family's ancestors and has been around for 10,000 years. Definitely the oldest vintage in the tribe. You are a most honored guest, and I hope you don't mind this little gift from our family." Tuer handed this box of 10,000 years soul-nurturing tea with both hands, wanting to repay Fong Ling in this way. "Many thanks." Fong Ling put the box of tea away in his storage ring. When Tuer saw Fong Ling accept the gift, a smile appeared on his face as well. Then he added, "By the way, old grandpa has also returned from picking herbs. I'm taking you to him. He's the oldest living member of our tribe, and the last patriarch. He might be able to tell where to find the spells of impunity and the spells of the afterlife that Eunuch wants to inquire about." Teray added. On the way back to Miaojiang from the barbarians, Fong Ling had already inquired about this from Tuer, but Teray had limited insight and was not aware of it. He followed Tuel through the tribe for a while, and soon came to the dwelling of the old grandfather. Old grandpa was currently organizing medicinal herbs in front of the bamboo house, and when he saw Tuer bringing people over, he hurriedly went to the water tank on the side and scooped a ladle of water to wash his hands. He had heard the people of the tribe talk about Fong Ling's rescue of Duer in the savage wasteland, so he also regarded Fong Ling as an honored guest. "What does the latter want to know?" Old grandpa asked as he got right to the point. "Fong Ling, I'd like to know where I can find a witch practitioner who knows the easy mantra or the past life mantra." When the old grandpa heard this, he immediately scrunched up a face and looked Fong Ling up and down carefully for a few moments. These 2 incantations are for solving the death-seeking curse. House Hang, you've been hit by the death-seeking curse? He asked in astonishment. Fong Ling nodded. Tu Air, who was on the side, also looked shocked when he heard the words. Death-seeking spells are well known in spellcraft and most witch practitioners have heard of them. It is said that the person who is under the spell will be tormented by the tearing of his or her soul at all times, and that the pain will keep getting stronger until the person under the spell finally can't hold on any longer and voluntarily begs for death. But the Fong Ling in front of their eyes looks calm. In their eyes this is simply too terrible. How much endurance does one have to do that? Seeing that they were so surprised, Fong Ling, however, did not explain much and silently looked at Old Grandpa. Old Grandpa came back to his senses and said in a hurry, who knows the easy mantra? Old man is not clear, but I do know of a tribe that has passed down the past life mantra for generations. That's one of the largest tribes in our Miao territory, the Lan tribe. The Lan tribe is a long way from our Tu tribe, but we can have Tuer take you there. When Teray was young, he traveled to the Lang tribe to practice, he said. Tuer on the side was a bit puzzled and asked, Grandpa, the Lan clan tribe has a total of 11 spells passed down, and there doesn't seem to be a past life mantra among them, does there? Old Grandpa laughed and said, what is well known is not to be trusted. Outsiders only know that our Tu tribe has only 1 spell, but we actually have 2. Do you think the Lan tribe would not have a hidden spell? I'm sure someone in this Lan tribe knows the past life spell, because Grandpa, when I was young, I also visited the Lan tribe and talked about a girl from the Lan tribe, and learned it from her. Fong Ling was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he had just come to Miaojiang and inquired about the whereabouts of the past life mantra. Chapter 059, it can also prolong your life. Unkong, allow me to arrange something first, and then tomorrow, I will go with you to this Lan tribe. Tuer looked to Fong Ling, who was to the side, and said, since he had already inquired about the destination, Fong Ling wasn't in a hurry for this moment and nodded his head and gave a light him. Suddenly, a dark man ran over in a hurry. Matriarch, a messenger from the Wood tribe is here, he said. When Tu Air heard this, his face became a bit ugly, and the old grandpa on the side also sighed helplessly. Tuer looked to Fong Ling, who was to the side, and added, Eunuch, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. You can talk more with old grandpa here. He can know quite a lot about quite a few strange things in Miaojiang. He immediately rushed to where the tribe's altar was, and there he saw the emissary of the Wood clan. The emissary of the Wood tribe was a young man, somewhat fierce-looking, with only one ear. Tull, how is your tribe's witch ready? The fierce-looking messenger asked arrogantly. In 9 days it will be the day of sacrifice to the witch god. Our priest said that if we can't get anyone together, he'll just send someone over to pick them. You can't blame us if we accidentally pick a few more to go when the time comes. Tuer looked embarrassed and said, our tribe was struck by a strange disease this year, and many people died. The number of witches set by the priests is too many, and our tribe just can't come up with that many. Could you please ask the messenger to report our tribe's situation to the priests, so that the priests can reduce some quotas? He begged with a humble face. The Wood tribe's emissary was furious when he heard this. Humph, sacrificing the witch god is a first-class event. There is no room for negotiation. Your tribe's population is also quite large. It's only 100 witches. There's no way you won't be able to get it all together. Don't give me the slip. I advise you to cooperate. Tuer wanted to say something else, but when he saw that the young messenger in front of him was already a bit impatient, he had no choice but to stop. Then I'll try to get it again, he said helplessly. Seeing this, the Mu clan's emissary's face was only slightly better. That's more like it. Also, priests would like to drink your tribe's soul-nourishing tea now. The dark man behind Tu Air had an indignant look on his face, but he had to endure it. Stepping forward and handing him a box of soul-nourishing tea, the Wood tribe's messenger opened it up for a sniff and nodded in satisfaction. Well, the quality is quite good. The priest should like it. In fact, they all knew that the priests couldn't even look at the tea they had handed over. Rather, these messengers who come over to run errands are just trying to blackmail themselves. Gone. Which girl, you deliver it quickly. Don't keep the priest waiting, otherwise if he gets angry, your tribe won't want to live in peace. The Wood tribe's messenger happily took the soul-nourishing tea, and then left in a wild manner. Teray stood in place and closed his eyes in pain. Patriarch, what can we do about this? The dark man asked. This year has been set people home. There are 20 households. The family daughter died of illness. Teray had no choice but to say, we'll just have to take 20 out of next year's men's families to top it off. I'll take care of this. I'll be the villain. On the other side, in front of old grandpa's bamboo house, Fong Ling was listening to the old grandpa telling interesting stories about the Miao border, but he had also heard the conversation that Teray and the others had just had there at the altar. I wonder what this witch is all about, he asked suddenly. The old grandfather shook his head in agony, seemingly unwilling to mention it. But after a long time, he said in a deep voice, "The people of my Meow borderland mostly believe in the witch god. Every year, on April 16th, a solemn sacrifice is made to the god of witchcraft. And that sacrifice, the witch. Not all women can be witches either. Witches must be under 30 years of age and a virgin, and are also required to master at least one witch spell. Some ancestors found it too cruel to sacrifice living human beings and gradually abolished the custom, replacing it mostly with wild animals such as tigers, leopards, pigs and wolves, such is the case with our two tribe. Some tribes, however, still retain the ancient custom of sacrificing witches on this day. The Wood Clan tribe that arrived just now is one of them, but the sorceresses they use to sacrifice to the witch god are not women from their own tribe, but are taken from our two tribe every year. The Wood tribe is too powerful than us. We have no ability to resist at all. Generations can only endure so much, only hoping that there will be a Wudao genius among our descendants to lead our tribe out of our predicament. Fongling, the Wood tribe should be close to your two tribe, right? The old Agon nodded. Yes, just less than half a day's foot ride north of our tribe. The Wood Clan tribe is powerful, and their priests are even proficient in 3 spells, with great strength. Posterior, I know you have a good heart, but don't act impulsively. The problems of my two tribe will be solved by the people of my two tribe. There is no need to bother you. I just casually asked. Fong Ling said indifferently. On the other side, Tool gathered in one place with those families who were coming to the ear. He fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed vigorously towards the men. Patriarch, get up. We all understand. An old woman wiped her tears with a silk and went forward to help him up. You're going to die sooner or later anyway. A year sooner or later. It doesn't make any difference. One more year of life, instead of one more year of torment. When the crowd heard, they were all sad and tearful, but eventually they went up one by one to draw lots. Fong Ling quietly left the Tu clan and caught up with that messenger from the Mu clan in no time. But he did not show himself, but followed him silently all the way until he arrived at the Wood tribe's quarters. The Mu tribe was much larger than the Tu tribe, with a population roughly estimated at over 200,000 people. There was also a good aura among them that was quite unimpressive, and he estimated that this person should be the priest of the Wood Clan tribe that the old Agon had spoken of. This tribal priest possessed the late stage of the Jade Balance realm, but his true strength was definitely more than that. The spirit power level of these sorcerer cultivators was completely unrepresentative of their battle prowess. What they relied on was their powerful souls, as well as subtle spells or a body of voodoo. Ha, why is she here too? He raised an eyebrow, surprised. He also discovered a familiar aura as he probed this Wood Clan priest. In the dimly lit room, Dushan was bound with ropes. She traveled to Mujiang to learn the way of witch doctor. But who would have thought that she would be caught soon after her arrival, escorted all the way here and locked up? At that moment, a well-dressed old man with a gray and green staff in his hand walked in. The old man looked Do Chin up and down with a lewd smile on his face. By the size of your boots, there must be a pair of white, slippery, luscious jade feet. Another healer. The fragrance of medicine permeates the body. I think these feet must also. He. The person is also beautiful and more to the old man's liking. I can't wait to get your boots off and play with them. Let alone eating it, or even smelling it. It would prolong your life. Do Chin sniffed. Goosebumps rose all over her body, and she struggled desperately. The priests of the Wood tribe saw this and instead became more excited. He was about to walk up to enjoy it when a burst of killing shouts and screams suddenly came from outside. Lord Priest, a powerful character, broke into the tribe and went on a killing spree. Wood Wo and a few other elders were beheaded by him with a single lighting. You quickly take action to suppress this guy. When the old priest heard this, his face changed and he immediately left the room. Chapter 060 Fusong Divine Flame Extinguishing Witch Curse. The old priest, Magoo, looked at the scene in front of him and was enraged. The killing shouts on the front and back had only just sounded, and so many people had actually died outside. Daring, I, Magoo, am here. Who are you? With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Fong Ling. Fong Ling's sword fell and directly split his body in half. The old priest was at the late stage of Jade Balance, although it was just 2 levels higher than him. However, the last time he fought that battle with the Witch Dowlord in Limitless City, it made him realize that he had to be quick in the face of the witch cultivator. Otherwise there might be some torturous and bizarre witchcraft spell. When the people of the Mu clan tribe saw that Magoo was killed by Fong Ling with a single sword, they were all shocked. The old priest is already the strongest witch cultivator of the tribe. Even he was killed by a sword. Then they, at one time, the 200,000 people in the tribe were scattered as birds and beasts. However, at this time, the Wood tribe was already enveloped by the Hierophantine Mirage realm. After they fled to the fringes of the tribe, they quickly fell into despair. Impeccable barriers that they simply couldn't break. They could only watch as Fongling killed piece by piece, towards them. In no time at all, the Mu tribe, which originally had more than 200,000 people, had been half slaughtered. Just then, the Wood Clan's altar was located. A powerful and treacherous aura rose up to the sky. Fongling turned his head to look. It was a huge soul body. Just his height alone reached dozens of feet, looming like a great mountain. This phallic figure was very similar to the witch god enshrined by the Wood tribe, with gnarled muscles and bare shoulders. There are some mutually symmetrical stripes all over his body, and he holds a staff in his right hand. You devil! How dare you slaughter my Mu clan tribe? Today I will make you die without a burial place. The sorcerer god Dharma Phase roared, but the sound the Dharma Phase made was the same as the old priest Magoo who had just been killed by Fongling with a sword. You actually didn't die. Fongling was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this old guy's flesh had been split in half, but his soul hadn't dissipated with it. Is my Wood tribe's witch spell not something you can speculate on? The witch god Phantasm snorted coldly and immediately cast the spell. Magoo had just been decapitated in a single glance, so he no longer dared to bother with more words and only wanted a quick battle. The reason he didn't show up earlier to stop Fongling was because he needed Fongling to kill his own clan. Only by sacrificing enough dead souls could one's sorcery spell take effect, transforming one's divine soul into a sorcerer god phantom. Right now, the Mu clan tribe had already died more than 100,000 people, and their vitality had been greatly injured, shaking the fundamentals, which made Magoo very angry. Fongling didn't dare to underestimate the situation and immediately swung the sword of extreme strength. Jailbreak! A sword light chilled and obliterated everything around it. Even the altar of the Mu tribe was split into countless pieces. However, the sorcerer god phantom that Magoo had transformed into was unharmed, seemingly unaffected by anything. Kid, the old me is now transformed by a witch spell. Any of your attacks won't be able to hurt the old me. Magoo sneered. Let you taste the killing spell of my Wood clan, Dark Thunder. Magoo waved his staff and pointed towards Fongling. In an instant, a dark thunder struck at Fongling. The speed of the dark thunder was so swift and incomparable that before Fongling had time to react, he had already been struck by the dark thunder. However, he didn't see any difference in his body, not because his physical body was too strong for the dark lightning to strike. Rather, it was because the target of the spell's attack was simply the divine soul. No matter how powerful you are, your divine soul is still your weak point. This dark thunder curse of Lao Fu is enough to kill your soul, Magoo said in a domineering manner, turning his head to look at the clansmen who were still impacting the Hierophantine realm. He wasn't worried about them, but he wanted to choose the most suitable flesh from among them. He hadn't lived long enough to die now. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something from again, and violently turned his head to where Fongling was. Fongling disappeared into thin air, alive and dead. What's going on? He murmured. Suddenly, he felt a sizzling heat coming from him. Turning his head, Fongling had long since appeared behind him. Fongling had the white eyebrows old monk's golden soul mantra protecting his body, and idle spells could not help him at all. At that moment, behind him, there was a large flourishing golden tree straddling the ground. This celestial divine tree was unexpectedly haunted by flames. The golden flames burned so brightly that even the stable space was scorched by them. So from a distance, it was glowing with black and gold colors, constantly flickering and quite divine. Nowadays, the Fusang divine tree has already shown the power of the ancient times, with the momentum of burning the sky and destroying the earth. Under the scorching fire of the Fusang divine flame in close proximity, even the sorcerer god phantom that Magoo had transformed into with his sorcerer spell divine soul perished in an instant. After completely finishing off the old priest, he raised his sword to kill the rest of the Wood clan. It didn't take long for all of the 200,000 or so people of the Wood clan to become the souls of those under his sword. The blood sword greedily devoured the blood fiend Chi in life origin as he plopped down in the air and silently cultivated. After a while, the entire Mu tribe was left with nothing but white bones. Fongling stepped on the white bones and walked to a wooden house, pushed open the door and walked in. Duo Chin's heart thumped when he heard the commotion. Then after seeing the appearance of the visitor, she couldn't help but scream out, Fongling, how could it be you? Fongling said indifferently, Dr. Do, long time no see. Dajin, it must have been over 3 years. You've changed so much. Back then, Fongling was only 18 years old, very tender. The current Fongling, on the other hand, had obviously matured quite a bit, not only in terms of looks, but also in terms of his entire aura. Fongling, Dr. Dao, I counted myself as having saved your life. I wonder if you have anything to show for it. I wasn't listening carefully just now, but you should have something good on you. What did that old priest say? Not to mention eating it, even smelling it will prolong your life, right? What on earth is so marvelous that just by smelling it, one can prolong one's life? Qin sniffed and her feet involuntarily shrank back, a blush instantly appearing on her face. It's nothing. That old guy made up. She grunted. Concubine doesn't have any treasures that can fall into your eyes. But I will remember your kindness in saving me this time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay. Fongling stared at Qin's boots and was silent for a moment. He vaguely remembered that the old man seemed to want to take off her boots, and he thought that the treasure of longevity was probably hidden in her boots. I think at the very beginning of the year, he and Qin were on good terms, but then he blood-refined 300,000 cultivators up and down the Sixth Harmony sect, which she regarded as an evil path and was bent on distancing herself from him. Fongling didn't care, but he also treated her as a stranger as a result. Today, she has a treasure in her possession, and she has rescued her, so she deserves to receive some benefits. Dr. Dao, I'm offended. This life-extending treasure is of great interest to Mr. Fong, so I want to keep it for myself. This treasure belongs to me, and in the future you and I will owe each other nothing. He stepped forward and, despite her struggles, removed her boots and socks. Qin saw him holding his own jade feet, a meal of speculation and teasing. Inwardly shy and angry, she snapped sharply. Concubine pressed nothing precious. That old undead thing just now has a penchant for foot fetish. Fongling sniffed, glanced at her, and loosened his hand. You didn't say it earlier. Qin looked away and grunted. Nasty things are hard to talk about. I didn't think you would be able to do it. Chapter 061 Bitterly talking to a follower. With a big wave of his hand, Fongling loosened the legal rope on Qin. After regaining her freedom, Qin exhaled lightly and hurriedly put her boots and socks back on. Fongling looked at her silently, surprised at her cultivation level. One must know that she was only in the Tiangui realm 3 years ago, but now her realm had unexpectedly soared to the Heavenly Power Realm Grand Circle. To have such a big breakthrough in 3 years' time, she had definitely gotten a not-so-small big chance. This was the reason why he had just made a direct move to take off her boots, bent on finding the treasure. He knew that he and Qin were not all the way, and without saying anything more, he immediately turned around and left the cabin. The Wood tribe was a medium-sized tribe with over 200,000 people, and Fongling carefully searched around the altar and quickly found their clan's treasure trove. The treasure trove was piled up with a large amount of spirit stones, as well as the soul-nourishing tea stored by the Mu clan, and some other exotic treasures. He was actually quite interested in spellcasting, but unfortunately had little opportunity to do so, because spells were not like divine secret arts, which could be engraved on jade slips or other carriers. They could only be taught orally from generation to generation. This was also the reason why the lineage of ancient witch cultivators was almost severed in today's cultivation world. On the other side, Qin walked on the road with a gloomy face. She looked at the skeletons all over the place, and it was very unpleasant. Although she was almost persecuted by the Mu tribe, as a healer it was always hard to avoid being sad when she saw such a scene. At that moment, Fongling happened to come from the distance, ready to leave, but it seemed like he didn't intend to greet her. Instead, she angrily stepped forward and blocked Fongling's path. Take my advice. Just stop. She stared at Fongling dead in the face and said, look at what you just did to yourself. Back then, you slaughtered 300,000 cultivators of the Sixth Harmony sect. It was already ferocious. And now, slaughtering this entire tribe. Not even the defenseless old, weak, women and children. You're so cruel. You're completely possessed. If you don't wake up, sooner or later you will be reduced to a monster that only knows how to kill. Fongling, chop the grass and get rid of the roots. Why do you need to ask how I act? You'd better mind your own business if you've got that to spare. If it wasn't for the fact that you refined a good potion for me back then, I would have killed you along with you just now. Qin sniffed, and her body was so stiff that her pair of huge peaks couldn't help but shake up and down a few times. Come on, you do it now and kill me, she said in a resounding tone. Since you are so murderous, I will fulfill you. I just hope you'll take my advice and really stop this. Cultivating this kind of demonic skill doesn't have a good ending. I've grown greatly in my medical skills over the years, and I'm 70% sure that I can help you get rid of that horrible bane on your body so that you won't have your heart affected by the ferocious bane. With more conditioning, your already perverted and twisted mind should be corrected and redeemed as well. In fact, with your natural talent, even if you don't cultivate magic skills, you can still have some achievements. Fongling sank his face and crossed his eyebrows. Scram! Don't bother me anymore. He slapped her rounded beautiful ass and slapped her out, and then his figure flashed a few times, quickly disappearing. Qin's eyebrows knit tightly. Feeling her ass, the femur bloomed. Really painful. She looked in the direction where Fongling had disappeared, her eyes gradually becoming firm. You saved my life today, and I can't stand by and watch you go to the point of no return. Even if I'm killed by you, I have no shame. she thought to herself. Fong Ling returned to the Tu tribe. When the sky was just about to get dark, Tu's fat son was looking all over the tribe for signs of Fong Ling, wanting to call him to the house for dinner. Fong Ling then followed this fat kid and returned to Tu's house. In order to entertain Fong Ling, Tu's wife, Du Or, had been busy in the kitchen all day. At the dinner table, Tu forced to smile and didn't want Fong Ling to see his low mood. He was so goddamned hurt by what happened to the witch that he was completely immersed in pain. And Kong will sleep in our house tonight? We have a bamboo house in the back of our house that is specialized in entertaining guests. After the meal, Tuer looked at Fong Ling and said, I have already accounted for the tribe, and I will take you on your journey to the Lan tribe in the morning. Fong Ling nodded and followed Tuer to the bamboo house where the guests were being treated. He had just scavenged a bunch of cultivation resources from the Wood Clan's tribe, and right now the hour was still early, so he immediately started cultivating. After roughly 2 hours of cultivation, he abruptly opened his eyes. Strange, with her skills, she actually managed to find her way here? He was quite surprised. His divine sense sensed Do Chin entering the tribe. He didn't think she just happened to come by. It was 80% that she was chasing him. The people in the tribe noticed the arrival of an outsider and also notified the patriarch. Tuer, at the first opportunity, Teray immediately led the men over and questioned the visitor carefully about his intentions. After hearing Do Chin say in person that she was Fong Ling's friend, Tuer immediately showed complete goodwill. In no time, Do Chin followed Tuer to Fong Ling's door. Teray didn't linger in the doorway and had the good sense to leave. Do Chin directly pushed the door and walked in. Eyeing Fong Ling, you're annoyed that I poked a sore spot, aren't you? She said. You actually know the bad side of practicing magic, but you just can't control yourself. I can help you. Really? You trust me? Fong Ling only asked. How did you find your way here? Do Chin bristled and said, don't underestimate people. I'm not as bad as you think. By the way, why are you staying in this tribe? Is it hard to believe that you want to slaughter this place as well? No, I've traveled all the way here, and I've seen that this tribe doesn't close its doors at night, and it's peaceful, a rare place of peace and happiness. You can't do that. If you immediately disappear from my eyes, I will not slaughter this tribe. Otherwise, Fong Ling said in a deep voice. Do Chin frowned and secretly clenched her small fists. Although her intuition told her that Fong Ling wouldn't do that, but she didn't dare to gamble with the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people here. Good. I'll just leave. But remember, I'll be back for you. But by then, I should have already practiced a supreme aptitude that can forcefully purify your body and mind. She suddenly figured out that since soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way. Although it was impossible for her to control Fong Ling as of now, she was confident. That thing had only been awakened not long ago, and her realm had risen so much. And if this trend continued, sooner or later she would be able to surpass Fong Ling. Fong Ling laughed in his heart when he heard that she wanted to use force. After Do Chin figured it out, there was nothing to hesitate about, and she immediately turned around and left. But just then, an old crone suddenly ran up to the door of Teray's house, holding a small doll of 7 or 8 years old. Matriarch, patriarch, you give me some medicine. My tiger is having another attack. The crone fell to her knees and begged. The Teray family heard the commotion and immediately came out. Granny Rain, you get up first. Duor hurriedly helped the crone up. Tuer, on the other hand, took out an elixir bottle from his storage ring and poured out an elixir from it and immediately fed it to the little doll. Unexpectedly, after the little doll took the elixir, not only did it not get better, but it convulsed violently. Teray was not surprised to see this, but sighed. He slowly said, Tiger's strange disease has progressed to an advanced stage, and this great turning pill can't alleviate it. The crone sniffed and howled. Strange diseases had been prevalent in the tribe for some time, and the general course of what was going on was not unfamiliar to all. As much as she didn't want to accept it, she knew that her grandson was about to die soon. Do Chin, who had already departed to leave the Tu tribe, saw the news and immediately rushed over. Green-colored spiritual energy surged from her body, and she immediately struck out. This spiritual power of hers with healing effects was actually dozens of times more powerful than it was back then. Chapter 062 Poisonous Miasma Jade-Eyed Three-Legged Toad. The little doll called Tiger got better very quickly under Doken's treatment. Not only was his body no longer twitching, but he even looked much better. When the old woman saw this, she cried tears of joy and kowtowed toward Do Chin to thank her. However, Do Chin's face was not half as relaxed as she said, Don't be in a hurry to thank me first, old man. I have also only temporarily suppressed the toxin in his body, and have yet to completely dissolve this toxin. Toxins? Are you saying that Tiger is not sick, but poisoned? Mr. and Mrs. Tour on the side were very shocked. They had always thought that the tribesmen were suffering from some kind of strange disease, but right now Do Chin said it was poisoning. Do Chin nodded slightly and said, I'm sure it's poisoning, Only this kind of poison I've never seen before, and I'm not sure if I can cure it. But, she turned her head to look at the bamboo house where Fong Ling was. Forget it, it's better for me to try first. She was originally going to say that Fong Ling might be able to find a way, but after thinking about it for a moment it was better not to give him any trouble, although she had never seen the toxin in Tiger's body before. In terms of toxicity and treachery it was far less than the symptoms of Miss Bai's family in the first place. She felt that with her abilities today, she should be able to succeed as well. When Tu Er heard this, he knelt down with red eyes. Dr. Do, I thank you in advance on behalf of my clan. The strange disease has been prevalent in our tribe for quite some time and has killed a number of people. Some witch doctors have been called in before, but nothing has helped. If Immortal Do can help cure it, you will be a great benefactor to our Tu tribe. Patriarch, please rise. Saving lives and helping the injured is the duty of a healer. I will do my best, Do Chin said. Also hurry up and gather all the people in your tribe who have the same symptoms together, so that it's easier for me to diagnose and treat them. Good. I'll get right on it. Teray responded. Do Chin walked to the front of the bamboo house where Fong Ling was staying as a guest and stopped in her tracks. I'll leave some time later, she mumbled in a small voice. After I heal the people here first. May I? But the people in the house seemed to be asleep, and there was no response. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default, she added, turning away immediately. On the other side, Teray quickly gathered all the patients. Near the tribal altar, there were quite a number of patients, several hundred, so it was no wonder that he was so out of sorts. The tribal population was already small and could not withstand this. After Do Chin gave them a careful diagnosis, he determined that they were suffering from the same kind of poison. After extracting the toxin, she went to a shed by the altar and sulked and began to ponder. Tuer and the old patriarch and the others stood guard near the altar, waiting anxiously but not daring to disturb. 2 hours later, Do Chin walked out. Teray rushed forward and asked apprehensively, how was it? Do Chin returned. They were hit by the toxin carried by the blue-eyed three-legged toad. A blue-eyed three-legged toad? Old Agon. Have you heard of it? Tuer asked as he looked to the old Agon at the side. Old Grandpa shook his head. Never heard of it. Goodness knows. Why would our tribesmen be poisoned by it? Even if this blue-eyed three-legged toad is going to harm people, why is it that only a portion of them are poisoned? Regardless, it's good to have something to look forward to now, Teray murmured. Dr. Dao, I wonder if you have a method that can help our clan detoxify the poison. Do Chin gently had to shake her head and said, my spiritual power is good at healing internal and external injuries and replenishing vitality, but it is not good at detoxifying. But I once read in a medical book that it's not hard to detoxify this blue-eyed three-legged toad. Simply find its essence and take a small sip of its blood and drink it. It is expected that this blue-eyed three-legged toad should be near your tribe. I wonder if there are any clues. Tuer and the others looked at me and I looked at you, all a bit confused. Suddenly, Tu Shan, the fat boy of the Tuer family, muttered with a twinkle in his eye, could it be there in the Misty Mountain? Right, how could I forget about this place? Teray said with a chagrined look as he stroked his forehead. Dr. Dao, to the east of our tribe, there is a Misty Mountain. Remember that the Misty Mountains already existed when our two tribes settled in this area. This place is weird. There is a thick miasma on the periphery, which is so poisonous that whoever goes in will die. It's not likely that the toxins are coming from there. Now then, take me there, Duchesne said. Old Grandpa frowned and persuaded. It must not be. That place is simply too poisonous. Tuer was also filled with worry and said in a low voice, even if you can get in, Dr. Dao, we can't help you with that blue-eyed three-legged toad. If anything happens to you because of this, it will be our sin. Let's forget about this matter. It just so happens that tomorrow I will also be accompanying Envoy Fong to the Lan tribe. It's good to know where these clans of mine are poisoned. Perhaps the witch doctor of the Lan tribe will have a solution. Although I'm not very good at detoxifying poisons, I've been practicing medicine for 500 years, and this body's resistance to toxicity is not trivial, Do Chin faintly said. The poisonous miasma in that place shouldn't be able to help me. Of course, if it were not possible, I would not venture into danger and would come out immediately. Among these poisoned people in your tribe, there are already several toxins that have invaded the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If you don't clear the poison, I'm afraid that you won't be able to survive until tomorrow. Patriarch Teray, please lead the way ahead. Tuer certainly didn't want his people to die, but was very embarrassed to let Do Chin get into danger. Why don't you, Dr. Dao, call Eunuch Fong as well? Eunuch Fong is not bad. He should be able to help you. Doken, there's no need to call him. He's not one to meddle in this nonsense. Alright, Tuer nodded and immediately led the way forward. It didn't take long for the group to arrive outside the Misty Valley to the east of the tribe. The poisonous miasma that filled the outside of the valley was very thick, like an autumn and winter fog. With a wave of her slender jade hand, Do-chin invited a few strands of poisonous miasma and carefully observed them for a while. Sure enough, that blue-eyed three-legged toad is here. The poisonous miasma contains the same toxins as those poisoned by your tribe. It's just that the toad poison contained in the poisonous miasma is even more intense. And the reason those people were poisoned was due to the volatilization of the toad poison in this miasma. Most of the people who have been poisoned in recent times live in places that are close to here, right? It's still true. Tu Air nodded, because our tribe has settled here for more than 10,000 years. And nothing like this has ever happened in the past. We didn't suspect Misty Valley. I didn't expect. The toxicity contained in the poisonous miasmas is indeed extraordinary. With your realm and physical body, it is impossible to carry it, she said. You guys just wait here for now. I'll go in and explore a bit myself. You must be careful. Teray was quite ashamed in their hearts. They were too weak and could only wait here at the moment, unable to help much. Duchesne strides forward and soon dissipates into the mist. Chapter 063, Plague Cauldron mightily subdues poison pill. A faint green light emanated from her body, which were protecting her from the poisonous gas. The blue-eyed three-legged toad is just a great demon bloodline, and generally cultivating to the Kaiyang realm is the limit, and judging by the strength of the toxin, the cultivation level of this turquoise-eyed three-legged toad is roughly around the middle to late stage of heavenly power. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to take it down, Do-chin thought to himself. She hadn't just rushed in with a hot head, she'd made a good assessment in her mind. Even if the outcome was slightly different from what she expected, she still had the cards to save her life. The area covered by this poisonous miasma was quite large, and she hadn't reached the end of it after walking for a long time. Suddenly, she heard a whirring sound, as if some being was snoring. She followed the source of the sound and found it quickly. Looking at the mountain of flesh-like turquoise-eyed three-legged toad in front of her, her beautiful eyes rounded and her heart fluttered. There was a part of the demon race where the deeper the Tao, the larger the size. The blue-eyed three-legged toad is one of them. A normal heavenly power realm's turquoise-eyed three-legged toad squatted about 2 or 3 feet tall, and the one sleeping on its back in front of him was surprisingly 20 feet tall. Impossible. Even if it grows to its limit and reaches the Kaiyang realm, it's only 7 or 8 feet tall. What kind of monster is this? She thought to herself. Is it not a blue-eyed three-legged toad? Either way, this guy is not one I can mess with. She turned around in a hurry and walked carefully, afraid she'd make too much noise and wake it up. She hadn't taken more than a few steps, but she suddenly had a palpitating feeling. Turning his head, the sleepy, blue-eyed, three-legged one had risen to its feet, a pair of turquoise eyes, glowing with eerie streams of light, and a grayish poisonous aura constantly escaping from his body. It smells so good. Human, you have disturbed the king's deep sleep. As punishment, the king will eat you. The blue-eyed three-legged toad immediately spat out a long tongue, curled her up and swallowed her in one bite. I don't know how many years have passed since this sleep. I'm so hungry. It looked out over the valley to the territory of the two tribe, greed spilling out of its mouth. Bang, 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 bang. It is so large that it bounces like an earthquake, but after just a few moments of walking, it stopped. Humph! How dare a weak mole cricket block this king's path? The blue-eyed three-legged toad said angrily, and immediately spat out its long tongue again, wanting to eat Fongling as well. But Fongling was quick on his feet and slashed his sword across. With a piercing sound, the long tongue of the turquoise-eyed three-legged toad was cut off by Fongling's sword. The realm of this turquoise-eyed three-legged toad in front of him was very high, and it had clearly reached the early stage of the Yaoguang realm. Therefore, Fongling did not dare to underestimate it. And just now, he started with the dragon's slashing sword. After the long tongue was chopped off, the turquoise-eyed three-legged toad let out a pained wail of rage, only to see its gills instantly bulge and spit out a mouthful of purple poisonous gas. Wherever the poisonous gas reached, everything was corroded, and it was terrible. Zigzag. The sound of a branding iron entering a basin of cold water also came from Fongling's body. The poisonous gas eroded his skin, but it only worked on the surface. The rate of skin necrosis is not yet as fast as the rate of regeneration of his body. This king has been sleeping for many years, but the human race has become so powerful? The blue-eyed three-legged toad was shocked. It could sense Fongling's cultivation level, which was only at the early stage of jade balance. It was clearly 2 great realms away from it, but the toxins he was so proud of didn't work on him. Fongling's figure flashed and appeared near the back of the blue-eyed three-legged toad's head. Great yin-yang hand. He crossed his eyebrows and slapped his palm down. Only a bang was heard, and a terrifying energy stirred up. The ground under the feet of the blue-eyed three-legged toad was severely sunk, and its brain was even buzzing, nearly fainting. Fongling's palm had completely pained the blue-eyed three-legged toad. its 3 legs to build up momentum, and then leapt up until it was above that threefold sky. The toad already possessed strong bouncing power, and it was even more so as a great demon of the Yao Guang realm. Fong Ling couldn't even look up to see where it had popped up to. The king prefers not to believe in evil. Can you block this king's native poison pill? In the 3 heavens, the turquoise-eyed 3-legged toad opened its mouth and spat out a large, round, dark purple dan. This was the original item of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad, the essence of all its toxins, possessing the most terrifying toxicity. This clan would only offer up their intrinsic poison pills when they were fighting for their lives. The blue-eyed 3-legged toad's innate poison dan fell vertically, the large poison dan resembling a meteorite, near the ground. Fong Ling looked at the scene and instead revealed a smile. Waiting for you is your move. He flipped his palm and the heavenly plague cauldron appeared on it. Although he had left the 7-colored heavenly butterflies on the mountain for Fat Master to help raise, the heavenly plague cauldron had not been left behind along with them. With Fat Master's ability, there was no need for the heavenly plague cauldron to help him, so Fong Ling had still been carrying it around. With a light shout, he sacrificed the heavenly plague cauldron. The heavenly plague cauldron, which was originally able to stand on top of a palm, instantly swelled an unknown number of times. In the 3 heavens, the blue-eyed 3-legged toad felt bad and hurriedly tried to retrieve the poison pill. However, it was already too late, and its native poison pill was instantly incorporated into the cauldron. After the lid was closed, Fong Ling put it away first with a move of his hand, intending to refine it later. Human, give me back my native poison pill. The blue-eyed 3-legged toad went crazy. This was the essence of its lifelong cultivation, and if it didn't have the essential poison pill, its strength might not even be as good as a Kaiyan realm demon clan. The 2 sides immediately fought in one place, and the counterattack of the turquoise-eyed 3-legged toad was not trivial. Fong Ling executed various divine abilities and took turns bombarding it, completely suppressing it. Finally, he looked at the blue-eyed 3-legged toad that had already been beaten to death, and threw the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear. The golden spear directly pierced through its head, and a great demon at the early stage of the Yao Guang realm fell. Fong Ling exhaled lightly, knowing that he had won somewhat by trickery. The strongest point of the Bai 3-legged toad is poison, and he has been using poison to harden his body since he was a child, so his resistance to poison is very strong. Furthermore, with the heavenly plague cauldron, which had a heavenly restraint on the world's poisons, in his hands, he was invincible from the very beginning. He flew forward to the abdomen of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad, and then he used the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear to slice open its abdomen, from which he found the dough chin that had been eaten. At this time, she was naked, and those clothes, skirts, boots and socks had long been corroded by the stomach liquid of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad, but she herself was uninjured, her skin smooth and white, nothing at all. It seemed that some kind of magical power was sheltering her. You close your eyes, Dough Chin said with a blush. She turned around and hurriedly rummaged through her storage ring for a dress. Fong Ling, it's no big deal to watch it all. Dough Chin sniffed, her silver teeth clenched in shame and indignation. Today is to teach you a lesson to mind your own business. Fong Ling added, even if you didn't come, I wouldn't be able to die, so don't be so godly. Dough Chin disliked. After she got dressed, she immediately turned around and glared at Fong Ling, puffing up like a puffer fish. Fong Ling walked forward on his own and began to search over the corpse of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad. Under normal circumstances, this guy can break the bloodline limit and reach the Yao Guang realm. Fong Ling doubts that there is any treasure in his body. Chapter 064, Creation Immortal Technique Holy Bodhi. Dough Chin wasn't idle either, immediately pulling out a jade bottle with a huge capacity and began to catch the blood of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad. It had just been killed, and the demon blood still had an antidote effect, which was completely more than enough for such a large blue-eyed 3-legged toad. Fong Ling also found one thing on the blue-eyed 3-legged toad, which was a bead that emitted a faint white light. However, he didn't feel any strong vitality or surging spiritual energy from the bead, but it gave him a very ancient aura. He was about to ask Dushan if he recognized it, but just then, the bead suddenly didn't enter his body. After the bead entered his body, it transformed into an unknown white air body that haunted the 2 precious bones on his chest. The 2 bones were new bones that had been reborn after being dug up, and over the years they had been developing, and the lines on the bones had become more and more complex, although the blood eye had been developing as well. Since it was more of a magical treasure aptitude, it could still be used even if it wasn't completely developed. But these 2 regenerated creation bones birthed the supreme art. Only when it is completely developed can it be cultivated. The white air transformed by the beads quickly surged into the creation bone, seemingly accelerating its growth. The patterns on the creation bone became more and more complete and clear, and the supreme Tao rhythm made Fong Ling's heart and soul vibrate, catalyzed by this magical energy bomb. Fong Ling's 2 creation bones were completely formed, although he wasn't sure just how powerful these two creation arts were. Just by feeling their Tao rhythms, he felt that they should far surpass everything he had learned today. At the same time, Tai Cave Heaven. This Tai Cave Heaven remains beyond the 8 domains and is the residence of the Everlasting Forest family. At this moment, Lin Langtian was bathing in the Lin clan's supreme Qian spirit pool. A brilliant golden light emanated from his body, and his Qian blood roared and stirred like thunder, not knowing how much power it contained. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a pained look on his face. What's going on? He looked down into his chest. During that instant just now, he felt a strange movement in his creation bone. Strange. This has never happened since the transplant. It wouldn't hurt to expect, he thought to himself. On the other side, the world of fallen flowers. This falling flower world was a small world like the Tai Cave Heaven, and was the residence of the immortal sacred sex flower god Palace. A woman was on her knees in a magnificent, large pink flower. She was born cold, and although she was beautiful, she looked frosty and proud. Her eyes snapped open as well, and she looked down at her high bosom. Why does it hurt? She murmured with a frown. This has never happened before. After all, it's a transplant, so it's going to be a little different eventually, right? Having already practiced this creation immortal art to the 3rd layer, who would have thought that I would be so in tune with this creation bone? That person from the Sword Pavilion or the Yi family's demonic daughter are by no means my opponents. That reckless man from the Lin family is even more worthless. I heard that he hasn't even practiced the 2nd layer of his immortal creation art. I am the leader of the eternal life discourse. The 100 races are fighting for supremacy, and I will also ascend to the top on behalf of the human race. On the other hand, Fongling and Doqin left the Misty Valley. The Tuer and others who were guarding the outside of the valley. The heart that was hanging in the air finally fell. The blood of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad has been taken. Your 2 tribe is saved, Doqin said, and the demon has been decapitated, so there will be no more spreading of the toxin in the future. Tuer and the others cried tears of joy at the words and bowed down vigorously to thank them. This blue-eyed 3-legged toad is actually a great demon of the barbaric wilderness. 20,000 years because of the offense of the mythical beast, seriously injured and fled to the Miaozhong, and eventually hidden in this misty valley. It slept here to heal its wounds, but not to avoid being discovered by its enemies, so it closed itself off completely. Thus the toxin in its body before had not spilled out at all, and the 2 tribe had remained unaffected. Until recently, it had recovered from its injuries and its body was automatically ready to awaken. Little by little, the toxins of the self began to escape to the outside, and that's what happened later. If Fongling and the 2 of them had come a while later, the entire 2 tribe would have been completely obliterated by the toxins that gradually increased in intensity. Returning to the vicinity of the tribe's altar, Doqin immediately distributed the blood of the blue-eyed 3-legged toad to all those who had been poisoned. After a cup of demon blood was poisoned, the toxin in their bodies quickly dissolved. Doqin waved her hand again and used her healing spirit power to restore them. In the twinkling of an eye, these hundreds of sickly people were alive again. Watching these people regain their health, Dushan was heartily happy. She enjoys healing people and giving herself a sense of fulfillment. After returning to her room, she took out a medicinal bathtub from her storage ring, and then he took out a large green-colored porcelain vase and poured it into the medicinal bath bucket. It didn't take long for the smell of flowers to fill the room again. She was an extremely clean person, so she kept washing bath items. Then she floated green flames in the middle of her palm and probed her hand into the bath water. In no time at all, the room was filled with a white mist of water. At this moment the water is also warmed and everything is ready. After a bit of rustling, she got into the tub and leaned back with a cozy look on her face. Suddenly, but just after relaxing for no more than a moment, her whole body tensed up again. Her eyes snapped open and she looked forward. At some point, Fongling appeared in the room. You guy is so rude. Her face flushed red and she hastily covered her straw peak. Fongling, I'm a little curious as to what wonders you've gotten over the past few years. With your realm being eaten into by the Yaoguang realms by a 3-legged toad, you actually managed to remain unharmed. Duchesne, I'll be honest with you. I can't give you this. It has melted with my heart. Ever heard of the holy Bodhi? Fongling shook his head. Doqin continued. The world only knows that Buddhist cultivators with high levels of cultivation will condense precious relics after they die. Yet few people know that some medical practitioners also coalesce after death. This thing is then named holy Bodhi, and is shaped like a potion that an idle person would not yet recognize. The reason why the name of holy Bodhi does not appear in the world is because it is difficult to coalesce. After transcending the 7 realms of martial arts, it is the immortal realm. But being in the same immortal realm, there is still a difference between strength and weakness. The first time you enter the immortal realm, it is the Jade Clear realm, also known as the Jade Immortal. After that, there is the Upper Qing realm, and this realm is honored as the Upper Immortal. And then there is the Tai Ching realm. Reaching this realm is already a Tai Xian. When a Buddhist practitioner enters the realm of immortality, he is known as a Luohan, a Bodhisattva, or a true Buddha. Buddha's relics can be condensed simply by reaching the first realm of Lohan. And the sacred Bodhi of my medical training can only be achieved by reaching the third realm of Tai Xian. The sacred Bodhi is condensed by the lifelong cultivation of a healer cultivator of the Tai Xian realm, which not only includes all sorts of healing techniques and wonders, but also contains pure healing power. Ever since awakening the holy Bodhi, my cultivation has increased with each passing day. Fong Ling, you mean awakening? That you didn't get this thing from the outside, but it appeared inside you out of nowhere? Good. Duo Qin nodded. Sacred Bodhi is not to be met or sought. One can only wait for it to choose a master of its own accord. It will only choose a medical practitioner even if it chooses a master. No one else can get it. Perhaps it is because I have accumulated virtue and good deeds in my past life that I am able to gain the favor of Saint Bodhi in this life. It is truly an honor. So you can't get the sacred Bodhi even if you kill me now, and there's no way I can give it to you if I want to. Chapter 065, The Art of Attack and Defense is Invincible. It was because Fong Ling had been feeling a strange energy in her that he hid in the shadows and watched the blue-eyed three-legged toad eat her, wanting to find out what was going on. He didn't feel sorry for himself after this was finally figured out. Although Do Qin regarded him as an evil demon, he knew that with her nature, if one day one needed her help, she would certainly be there to help. I told you everything you wanted to know. You can go now, can't you? Du Shane cooed. Fong Ling sniffed, but he still lingered in place, looking like he wanted to say something and was very hesitant. You have something to say. That's not like you, Du Shane said. Fong Ling, I cultivate a technique that I want you to cooperate with. Du Shane nodded without thinking. That's fine. What do you want me to do? Just now, in the Misty Valley. Although her mouth was powerful, she had inwardly taken Fong Ling's favor. Although the blue-eyed three-legged toad couldn't kill her, if Fong Ling hadn't decapitated it, she still didn't know how long she would have to stay in that stinking toad's stomach. If she waited for the day when her belly broke in the future, she guessed the whole thing would stink. Having been favored by Fong Ling one after another, she was eager to have the chance to repay. She was bent on converting Fong Ling, which was precisely why she was eager to repay the favor. Right now it was rare for him to take the initiative to ask for something, and she even rejoiced inwardly, thinking that she could finally actually do something about it. Fong Ling took out a jade slip from his bosom and sent it to her. Do Qin protected her chest with one hand and clutched the jade slip with the other, perusing the gongfu on this. After a few general scans, Du Shane froze, her brain buzzing. Her pretty face even instantly rose redder than a ripe apple. This, she stammered a little. What Fong Ling had given her was clearly a scaled-down version of the 9 extremes yin-yang technique. She could never have imagined that this guy in front of her actually invited her to double cultivation in such a serious manner. Ever since he and Zizhu made merry, Fong Ling had completely grown into a man. However, he was very picky and wouldn't cultivate with just anyone. But the woman in front of him looked quite pleasant to him. And, of course, one of the few women he knew. The reason why he was so abrupt was because just now in the Misty Canyon, he was aroused by her perfect figure. At this moment, the sudden visit, inquiring about the chance is fake. Wanting to invite double cultivation is real. Can I back out? Do Qin was on the verge of crying, secretly annoyed at his own brain is too stupid. Just now actually did not even ask. Agreed so quickly. She was more than a little scared inside, worried that if she didn't want to, Fong Ling would still use force. With her strength, there is no way to resist. Yes, Fong Ling nodded calmly. Farewell. The invitation failed, and he was not surprised inwardly. After all, in Do Qin's eyes, he was nothing more than a big, unforgiving devil. He was about to leave, but Do Qin called out to him in a hurry. Wait, how about that? Or I help you relax? I also know that you have a reason for what happened, but not with you practicing this technique. I have my own way. She didn't know what was wrong with her. 1 second she was scared inside. However, the next second Fong Ling wanted to leave, but she was so brainwashed that she hastened to say something to retain her. He looked down at his feet and legs with a thoughtful look. Fong Ling sniffed, turned to look at her, and nodded. After a long time, Fong Ling disappeared and returned to his bamboo house. He hadn't realized there was such a thing, and while it was a little weird, it cheered him up. After the release, his mind calmed down. He sat up on his knees and looked inward at his 2 regenerated creation bones. The creation immortal art derived from the creation bone had already been thoroughly formed, and he comprehended it with his heart. All the divine abilities he had mastered today were actually external methods. The so-called external dharma is the dharma obtained from the outside world. However, the creation immortal technique evolved by these 2 creation bones was indeed uniquely his internal method, completely matching everything about him. A perfect fit. without even needing to cultivate. One can directly utilize the first layer of the immortal creation technique as instructed. These two creation immortal arts just happen to have one attack and one defense. The main defense of this door, when cast, can rebound an opponent's attack back tenfold. In this way not only was he unharmed, but he could even directly let the other party kill himself. This door that the Lord attacked was also terrifying, a palm technique that fell from the sky. When it was performed, it would draw on the surrounding spiritual energy at great speed, causing one's spiritual energy to instantly skyrocket tenfold. With 10 times one's spirit power level to perform this move, the power could be imagined. And it can also pull the might of heaven and earth, and opponents who are locked in will not be able to avoid it. Even hiding in an alien space, or a folded space was of no use. There was no way to avoid it. It was also able to ignore any defensive aptitude, the defense of any treasure, and directly attack the target itself. This palm was bound to hit and could not be weakened, wrapped in the might of heaven and earth, and seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was still only the first layer of the effects of these two creation immortal arts, and as one cultivated on, the two could continue to improve. Fong Ling was inwardly ecstatic. These two creation immortal arts were simply unimaginable and too heaven-defying. He named this creation immortal technique of the Lord's defense, causal reversal. This creation immortal technique that would be the Lord's attack was named the Hand of the Heavens. He took a deep breath to calm his agitated heart. Quietly, he carefully delved into the bone of creation and these two supreme arts. Without realizing it, the night passed. He only ended his cultivation when Teray came to him the next day. When do you plan to leave? Uncomb? Tuer asked from outside the door. Fong Ling didn't answer this question of his and instead asked, where did Dr. Dao go? Previously, he had been cultivating, so he didn't notice at all when Do Chin left. Early in the morning at dawn, Teray returned. Dr. Du also asked me to give you a message. It says that I will come back to you in the future and will help you to cure your persistent illness. I think she means the death-seeking spell? She left in such a hurry that I didn't have a chance to tell her that we were planning to go to the Ran tribe today, where there are people who can undo the spell, and she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Fong Ling let out a soft hum and walked out of the room. Set out now. Try to get to the Lang tribe early, he said. Okay, Tuer responded. Do Chin left without saying goodbye. Fong Ling actually had no waves. He had not wanted her to follow him, but at the moment the mind cannot help but recall that not to say eat. Even smell on the smell can also prolong life. Ginseng fruit. Chapter 066, The Long Plan with Deep Underpinnings. Miaoli is not too big, but not too small. Fong Ling followed Tuer and drove for a month in a row, passing through an unknown number of tribes along the way before arriving at the Lan tribe. He didn't waste any time on the road, rushing during the day and would take out the heavenly distemper cauldron to cultivate at night. The blue-eyed three-legged toad of the Yaoguang realm's innate poisonous elixir contained a large amount of toxins. It wasn't until the night before he arrived at the Lan tribe that he completely refined it. After refining it, this body of his poisonous kung fu was really powerful. Lang tribe's ground floor bazaar. Tuer looked to Fong Ling, who was at the side, and said, Eunuch, take care of yourself next. I'll go back first. This round trip will take 2 months. I'm a bit relieved to be at home. Tuer before leaving did not know that the Wood tribe has been slaughtered. So at the moment the heart is vaguely worried about the situation at home. Fong Ling let out a soft hum and reached out to pull out a scroll of decrees from his pocket, handing it over to him. This decree is gifted to you, and I hope you won't have to use it. His time with the two tribe was very rewarding. In addition, Tuer had gone out of his way to bring him to the Lan tribe, so Fong Ling wanted to give some favors to the two tribe. Regarding the method of making the decree, he had long ago gotten it from some unlucky person. He even had various materials in his storage ring and succeeded after a few tries. Right now, this Dharma decree was carrying a Star River Infinite Fist. The legal decree did not fully carry the full power of the divine secret method, and most of them could only have 10% of their original power. But even 10% of its power was enough to kill early-stage Jade Balance, or even a little stronger beings. For the weak 2 tribe, having such a scroll of legal decree sitting on the ground might really come in handy when they encountered difficulties in the future. Tuer looked at the decree in Fong Ling's hand, did not dare to take it, and quickly said, My 2 tribe would have owed you heavenly kindness. It is really not good to accept. It's, Fong Ling said indifferently, I rarely give things away. When Tuer heard this, he was afraid of displeasing Fong Ling, so he hastily accepted the scroll of decrees. After a brief goodbye, the two parted ways and Teray set off for home. Fong Ling traveled through the large collection of the Lan clan's tribe, looking at everything with a rather new sense of wonder. The things sold at these stalls, which are not common in Nanyang and other places, are specialties of Miaojiang. If he had time, he would have wandered around more, but for now he wanted to finish his business first. The environment of the Lan tribe was not much different from that of the two tribe. and there were also low thatched huts or bamboo huts everywhere. However, the scale between the two was vastly different, and he roughly estimated that the Lan tribe was 10,000 times the size of the Tu tribe. Moreover, the Lan tribe was situated on top of a plain, with all the houses connected to form a huge cluster of settlements. A cluster of settlements of this size would be completely impossible to exist in Nanyang or the Blood Pits. This Lan tribe was equivalent to a large city with a population of several hundred million. Fongling made his way up the bazaar and eventually stopped in front of an altar. The Lan tribe was so large that there were no less than 1,000 small altars like this one in the tribe. The Lan tribe's witch guards were usually stationed near the various altars. Fongling's clothes were not from Miaojiang at first glance, thus immediately attracting the attention of the nearby witch guards. Outlander, what is your business? A bearded man asked as he stepped forward. Fongling, I have something to see the priests, or elders of your tribe. The man frowned and looked Fongling up and down carefully for a few moments. Although he could not perceive Fongling's cultivation, his intuition told him that Fongling was not ordinary. An idle person would never have such a graceful and heroic appearance. Are you sure you have something for the elders and priests of our tribe? He asked again. Their time is precious, and if they are amused by you, there will be no good for you. No life is good enough. Our tribe is full of torture. Fongling nodded his head to indicate that he was sure. Come with me. Forgive you for not daring to joke with your life, the man said. He explained a few more things to the other witch guards here and set off with Fongling. In the land of the Miao, the two largest tribes are the Lan and Chuan. The depth of these two tribes was so deep that even the Dacian dynasty and Tian'an Pavilion, which were the first-class forces in the domain, did not dare to offend them easily. Fongling also felt it deeply at this moment as he sensed many strong auras. There were 7 Yaoguang realm experts that he had perceived alone. Moreover, the combat power of a Yaoguang realm sorcerer cultivator was generally stronger and more difficult to deal with than a cultivator of the same realm. Even if he could be killed, he would have to shed a layer of skin himself. A quarter of an hour later, Fongling followed this witch guard and arrived in front of a bamboo house. Reporting to Elder Lan Chang, there is an outsider here who says he has something to ask for. The witch guard said respectfully. A warm voice came from the house. Let him in. Go. Witch guard glanced at Fongling next to him and gave him a wink. After Fongling entered, he met this 9th elder of the Lan clan. He was very strange, and his clothes and disguise did not look like a Miaoli at all. Instead, it was somewhat similar to Fongling, and the decorations in the house even revealed the cultural flavor of the northern dynasty. His realm was not low, it was the great circle of the Kaiyang realm, and he was just a step away from the Yaoguang realm. I am Lan Shang, the 9th elder of the Lan tribe. Who are you? What is your business in coming to my Lan tribe? He opened his mouth and asked. Fongling said indifferently, I, Fongling, have come from the north and want to make a deal with you. I was under a death-seeking spell, and I heard that someone from your tribe knows the spell of the afterlife, and thus I came. Oh, Lan Shang was surprised when he heard this and carefully observed Fongling. No, I can't sense spell power from you at all. You're lying. His face immediately grimaced. Fongling, the death-seeking mantra tortures one with excruciating pain. So before I came, my master helped me to seal it first, so you can't perceive it. Who is your master? To even be able to seal the death-seeking curse is a joke. Lan Shang laughed. Fongling's face clouded over and his eyes narrowed. Your Excellency, don't joke about my master. I'm serious. Ransom was stunned at first, and then he laughed even more. In this world, other than witch cultivators, other cultivators simply can't do anything at all about witch curses. Is it hard to believe that your master is a supreme immortal? Or a supreme immortal? I can see that your bone age is only in your early 20s, and your temper is not small at such a young age. Fongling immediately turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. I'll come back next time. It's neither good to talk now, so forget it. Anyway, the death spell had been sealed by the Grand Master for 100,000 years, so it wouldn't be too late for him to come back some years later. Only then, the Lan tribe would not have any qualifications to make demands, and could only be obedient. Lan Shang looked at Fongling's departing back. His face clouded over. Fongling's words and behavior were all too bizarre, giving him a sense of foreboding. It was as if he would regret it in the future if he let him go like that, always trusting his instincts. He hastily called out to him. Hold it! The visitor is a guest. I was indeed rude just now. Please bear with me. I'm taking you to our high priestess. In our Lan tribe, only the high priestess knows the past life spell, so talk to her yourself. Fongling stopped in his tracks when he heard this. Then, thank you. Chapter 067, Lan Yen Priest's Deal. Fongling followed Lan Shang all the way to the core of the Lan clan's tribe, the Witch God Altar. This Witch God Altar was one of the 2 largest altars in the Miao borderlands, and its history of being passed down had already exceeded 1,000,000 years, making it already a supreme treasure in itself. On this altar of the sorcerer god, 9 people were sitting on their knees in mid-air, meditating and practicing. The range of the altar was like a separate world, containing incomparably pure spiritual energy and soul energy within. This was still what Fong Ling perceived through the boundary, and he didn't dare to imagine what it would feel like if he were in it. The 9 people in the witch god's altar were the Lan clan's priests, as well as the other 8 elders. Among these 8 elders, only one of them was at the great perfection of the Kaiyang realm. The others were all at the Yaoguang realm, the same 7 experts he had initially perceived. And there was nothing more terrifying than the woman who was at the very center of the altar. She was the true ruler of the Lan tribe, High Priestess Lan Yen, although Fong Ling could not sense her cultivation. But just by looking at her, there was a feeling of heart pounding, like being in an abyss. He couldn't help but think that this woman was afraid that she had already transcended the martial Tao and reached the immortal realm. Greetings, priest. This person claims to have been struck by the death-seeking curse, and has come to my Lan tribe to seek a way to resolve it. Ransom also stopped beyond the altar and said loudly. The reason why he didn't dare to walk in was because he wasn't a pure Lan clan member, but rather, he had joined the family from the Deqin dynasty. His wife was none other than 6th elder Lan Yu, who was currently cultivating in the altar. When these real power players of the Lan clan tribe heard this, they all aimed their gazes at Fong Ling. They, who had always been calm, had a look of surprise on their faces. With their realm, they could tell that Fong Ling's strength was extraordinary. But exactly what degree it had reached was elusive. What made them even more puzzled was that Fong Ling's bone age was so young. For a moment, I don't know if the old monster is deliberately disguised, or if it's really a teenage pride. Fong Ling was about to open his mouth to say something, but in an instant, he was pulled into an alien space alone. Opposite him, stood Lan Yen, the high priest of the Lan clan tribe. As the first real power of the Lan clan tribe, her aura was very powerful and her eyes were extremely oppressive, just like an emperor. Although an older woman, she was young and beautiful from the outside. The skin is extremely well maintained, blown out and white. The body is also superb, especially a pair of beautiful legs, long and well proportioned, not thin and not fat, just right. It's unbelievable, Lan Yen murmured as she stared straight at Fong Ling with both eyes. Just what kind of existence can seal the death-seeking curse to such death purely with soul power? Fong Ling did not answer her, but instead asked in return. I heard your 9th elder say that the priestess lord knows the past life curse. I wonder if I could do a favor and dissolve this death-seeking spell of mine. Lan Yen nodded slightly and returned. Yes, but I would like to ask you to do my Lan tribe a favor. What favor? Fong Ling asked. Lan Yen narrated. There is a holy place in Miaojiang, and its name is the Witch God Temple. This Witch God Hall was left by the ancient Witch clan, and it contains the supreme inheritance of my witch cultivation lineage. It can be said that all the spells that have been passed down in the land of Miaojiang originate from this temple of the Witch God. The temple of the Witch God will open once every 1,000 years, and entering it will give you a chance to obtain the Witch clan's inheritance and acquire new spells. But this Witch God Temple isn't for everyone to enter. There are prohibitions placed within the temple. As long as the bone age is over 50, you will be blocked from entering it. After entering the Witch God Hall, there is another long way to go before reaching the inheritance land. In the past, the sons of my Lan tribe and the Chuan tribe would fight and kill here, and in the end, only the strongest would be qualified to receive the inheritance. It just so happens that in 3 more days, it will be the big day of this 1000th time. Unluckily, over the past few decades, my Lan tribe hasn't seen a descendant with a high force value. The Chuan tribe, on the other hand, has seen the emergence of an extraordinary genius. This person's name is Chuan Pu, and at only 31 years old, his cultivation has already reached the late stage of the heavenly power realm, and he has even mastered the 5 sorcerer's spells of the Chuan clan. This person is too powerful and might be able to stop all the children of my Lan clan on that path. Although even I can't tell what realm you're actually in, but I know that your strength is definitely not inferior to the demons of this Chuan clan. That's why I'd like to ask you to lead a team to protect one of my Lan tribe, get her safely into the temple, and then finally protect her safely out. Whether or not you can do what I'm talking about, just promise to do this favor and I'll help you break this death-seeking spell. If I can really keep her safe, I have another reward, and I won't let you suffer. Fong Ling didn't have any doubts about what Lan Yen said. It was because the information about the Witch God Temple had long been known to him from those miscellaneous biographies, as well as from Tere's mouth. It's just that he doesn't know as much as he should. From Lan Yan's words, it wasn't difficult to learn that this Witch God Temple could be entered even if one wasn't a witch cultivator. Maybe he'd get something out of it. He'd been salivating over the witch spell for a long time. I shall answer for this matter. Fong Ling returned dryly. Good. Lan Yen smiled faintly before lifting the green staff in her hand and pointing it towards Fong Ling. Although the death-seeking curse had been sealed by the Grand Master, Fong Ling could usually still feel its presence. But at this moment, that strange feeling disappeared completely, and he was certain that the death-seeking curse had been dissolved. Not only that, a stream of pure soul power was injected into his divine soul, and his soul power was actually soaring at an extremely high speed. In an instant, his overall soul power level had increased by more than half. Seeing how surprised Fongling was, Lan Yan said indifferently, "The past life mantra can do more than just solve the death-seeking mantra. Its main use is to save a soul that is about to collapse or to directly grow soul power. It's a pity that each time it's cast it's extremely damaging to oneself, and that the average person can't withstand the onslaught of the past life mantra. Otherwise, why would I worry about not being able to cultivate a few strong young sorcerer cultivators with this spell alone? Thanks a lot." Fongling didn't expect her to immediately help with the spell now, which could be considered as sincere. "I'll take you to the target you're supposed to be protecting right now, so don't recognize the wrong person when you do," she added. She gently had to wave her staff, and the environment the two of them were in changed once again to a quiet bamboo forest. Mother! A young woman with a bosom as big as a grapefruit, but with an innocent face immediately walked towards them. Fongling carefully observed her demeanor and found that it was indeed very similar to Priest Lan Yan. Her realm wasn't high, it was only the early stage of the Tiangui realm. If it was in Blood Puddle or Nanyang, it would be considered a heavenly talent. However, in Miaojiang, it was not considered top, but for some reason, he felt that this childlike girl was extraordinary, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. "Lori, let me introduce you. This is..." Lan Yan turned her head to look at Fongling, and could not help but feel a little embarrassed, putting that she had forgotten to ask, "What's your name?" Fongling didn't care and immediately introduced himself. Chapter 068, Innate Purple Chi Witch God Temple. "For the next few days, you will stay here, Mr. Fong," Lan Yan added. "Lu Or, you get along well with Mr. Fong. Don't lose your hospitality." Langlo nodded good-naturedly. "Got it." Fongling didn't say anything, where he lived was the same to him. Then Priest Lan Yan left immediately. After using the past life mantra, her breath weakened a little more noticeably. Right now was another critical moment, so she didn't have time to linger. She had to recover as soon as possible. Lan Luo timidly glanced at Fongling before pointing at the bamboo house on the other side. "Mr. Fong will stay in that room, right? I just happened to clean it up a while ago," she said. Fongling let out a light hum, and then he headed straight there. Seemingly not wanting to have much contact with Ranlo, Lan Luo was originally a person who was afraid of life, but his heart rejoiced at the sight of this situation. After watching him walk into that bamboo house, she returned to her room as well. Time passed by, and the day when the witch god's temple opened was quickly approaching. At this moment, Fongling, as well as Lan Luo and the others, were sitting on the back of a red flame bird, traveling 10,000 feet in the air. This red flame bird was one of the demonic birds kept by the Lan Clan's tribe, and its realm was the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. Because of the close proximity to the barbaric wilderness, the great tribes in the Miaojiang River have a tradition of keeping demonic birds and beasts in captivity. They don't have large warships, and generally travel by these bred demonic birds and beasts. The red flame bird flew for a full 2 hours before descending to the foot of a mountain. The mountain was called Holy Witch Mountain, and the witch god temple was located at the top of the mountain. Before them, the people from the Chuan tribe had also arrived. Coiled around them was a mighty green forest beast, which was in the same realm as the red flame bird. Not counting their respective priests, both tribes had 20 men. These 20 people were undoubtedly the best of the younger generation of their respective tribes. As far as Fongling was concerned, the young men of the Chuan tribe were indeed a bit stronger. After the red flame bird landed, a demonic man walked across the street. His features looked to be around 30 years old, but his eyes were full of pallor. He was the priest of the Chuan tribe, Chuan Ning. "Your Lan tribe's stance is getting bigger and bigger. It can keep us waiting for a while." Chuan Ning looked towards Lan Yan and sneered. Lan Yan glanced at him so coldly that she said indifferently, "The witch god temple hasn't even opened yet. It's you who came too early. Perhaps the green-scaled beasts can hurry faster than your tribe's weedy birds." Kawainin added, "The two tribes have been fighting for many years, and have such irreconcilable hatred for each other that they must be tit for tat even when they meet and speak." Lan Yan disliked verbal sparring and silently moved his gaze to the 20 young scions of the Chuan tribe. After seeing that there was an outsider in the Chuan tribe, her eyebrows sank slightly. This person is at the early stage of jade balance? At this moment, in the Chuan tribe's group, there was an outsider who was not a witch cultivator even though he was wearing Miaojiang clothing. Although this person intended to conceal his aura, how could he hide it from her? She could tell at a glance that this person possessed the early stage of jade balance realm, which could make her feel uneasy. The Chuan tribe already had a Chuan Pu in the late heavenly power stage, but they had even found such a strong backup. Priest Lan Yan doesn't have to be so surprised. Didn't your tribe also hire an external aid? Seeing Lan Yan like this, Chuanin laughed recklessly. But there's something about this foreign aid of yours. With this seat's realm, I can't actually see through it. Perhaps there is some kind of extreme treasure that can conceal breath and stash air in his body. Lan Yan, you're quite the tactician, actually inviting such a juvenile heavenly pride. She looked at the man's bone age. About 40 or so. At the age of 40 or so, his cultivation could actually reach the early stage of jade balance. It didn't take much thought to know that this person must be of great importance, most likely a direct descendant of some top power. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, Mo Yuan. The man took a few steps out and proudly said. Although the Miaojiang cultivators lived in a remote area, they never participated in the fights in the southern Do domain. But the news is also well informed. Should know. Can be a little bit, quite a lot. The heir to every great power's heavenly pride had also always been the focus of attention. She had heard of Mo Yuan's name. He was one of the twin stars of the Heavenly Tao sect. It is said that when he was born, he caused a vision of heaven and earth and was blessed with great fortune. There was a strand of innate purple chi that accompanied him and became the starting point of his path to invincibility. He had entered the Heavenly Tao sect to cultivate from a young age, and had risen high along the way, quickly becoming a renowned celestial pride in the southern Do domain. You people of the Heavenly Tao sect, why are you meddling in the affairs of my Miaojiang? Lan Yan asked. Mo Yuan was not humble and said lightly, Senior has misunderstood. I only represent me personally. It has nothing to do with the Heavenly Tao sect. The reason why I agreed to help Priest Kawa was also just because he promised me favors. Besides, didn't Elder invite outsiders? It had better be, Lan Yan said coldly. She looked at Fong Ling beside her own daughter and was vaguely worried. Although she knew that Fong Ling came from a great source, and that the person behind him could even directly seal the death-seeking curse, his strength must be far greater than hers. But he was ultimately too young, only in his early 20s. This Mo Yuan of the Heavenly Tao sect, however, was already in his 40s. He had cultivated for a full 20 years more than Fong Ling, and at the same time was quite extraordinary in his own right, with a reputation of being a heavenly pride. Whether Fong Ling could stop him was really an unknown. I wonder where your excellency comes from. Mo Yuan looked at Fong Ling, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. For Fong Ling to be invited by the Lan tribe as an external aid, Mo Yuan didn't think he was a weakling, but as a matter of fact, at this age in the domain, he should have heard of strong people in this kind of strength range. However, Fong Ling's aura and appearance as well as the energy fluctuations in his body were all extremely unfamiliar to him, and could not correspond with the air of any great power. Just a loose cannon, Fong Ling said indifferently. Mo Yuan laughed. That's no fun. If you don't want to talk about it, then I'll just ask for advice myself later. I will know when you strike. At that moment, Fong Ling heard the voice transmission from Priest Lan Yan. This person is a famous heavenly pride in the domain, not to be underestimated. His cultivation has reached the early stage of jade balance, and he is burdened with good fortune, accompanied by a strand of innate purple chi when he was born. The innate purple chi is a supreme thing gifted by heaven and earth, and even though it's only one strand, it's still quite terrifying. This strand of innate purple chi is fused into his entire spiritual energy, and he can increase the power of any divine ability technique by multiples when he utilizes the spiritual energy to perform it, and his combat prowess can be described as unparalleled. You must be careful when you fight him later. Fong Ling gave a light him and did not say anything more. The two sides were separated by a distance and waited patiently. Half an hour later, the top of the mountain flickered with brilliant seven-colored divine light. The first prohibition spell that enveloped the vicinity of the witch god temple dissipated into thin air. This meant that the temple of the witch god was officially open. The Lan clan's tribesmen immediately climbed onto the backs of the red flame birds and flew towards the top of the mountain. The Chuan clan's tribesmen also sat on the green-scaled beasts and ran wildly to the front of the witch god temple. Go! With the priests of the two tribes ordering at the same time, everyone poured into it. Chapter 069, Defense Magic Treasure Qian Kuan Mirror. After entering the witch god hall, the Chuan clan's tribesmen immediately killed towards the Lan clan's tribesmen. Fong Ling coalesced the intrinsic blood sword in his hand, and the terrifying bloodbath aura not only shocked the people of the Chuan clan, even the people from the Lan tribe couldn't help but pull away from Fong Ling, instinctively feeling fear. Fong Ling swung out his sword and killed everyone except for Chuan Pu and Mo Yuan of the Heavenly Tao sect. There was a dead silence in the arena, and the Lan clan's tribesmen didn't expect Fong Ling to be so powerful. Across the room, Trump had a grim, pained look on his face. With him in, all are his relatives and friends, but now perished on the spot. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had immediately cast a substitution spell on himself after entering the witch god temple. Fong Ling's sword just now was completely capable of decapitating him as well. But it was this death curse that helped him carry off the sword, or else he would be a corpse lying on the ground at this moment. Tick, tick, tick. Mo Yuan covered the sword mark on his chest and looked at Fong Ling with a grave expression. I didn't expect the Southern Do domain to still have a character like you, who was able to injure me with just one sword. Are you a disciple of the sword-worshipping villa? Or do you come from the sword Daorong family? Mo Yuan asked. Fong Ling didn't want to talk more nonsense with the dead man, and immediately leapt up and raised his bloody sword. Chopper. As soon as the sword fell, the clouds in the sky were split in half by the upward surge of sword chi. Burning God curse. This duo certainly wouldn't sit around and wait for death. Before Fong Ling made the dragon-slashing sword, Trump had already secretly cast a spell. This burning God mantra was a mastery that he was proud of, and it was also the most powerful of the Chuan clan's 14 sorcerers' mantras in terms of killing power. The divine soul of the person who is under the spell will suffer from the burning of the heavenly fire until the divine soul is burned to the point where not a single strand of it is left. When Trump saw the sword pouring into the sky, he knew he was dead. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. You don't want to be good either. Burn! With his command, the burning god incantation went on a rampage. This was a divine incantation on the same level as the death-seeking incantation, able to ignore any divine ability to resist it. In a flash, Fong Ling felt his divine soul begin to burn, and no matter how much he dealt with it, he was unable to extinguish it. Luckily, at this time, the Fusang divine tree was protecting its master and exerted great power, absorbing as much of the heavenly flame as possible. Looking back, he looked forward. Trump had died under his sword, but Mo Yuan was still alive. Fong sacrificed one of his 12 forbidden magic treasures, the Qian Kuan mirror. Only then did he block Shiming's sword. The quality of this defensive magic treasure was only one less prohibition than Ziju's Snowjade Heavenly Pure bottle, so one could tell how powerful it was. With Mo Yuan's realm, he shouldn't have a treasure of this level. However, he had already been recognized by the Heavenly Tao sect as one of the inheritors, in order to avoid his premature death. Therefore, the senior management of the Heavenly Tao sect decided to hand over the Qian Kuan mirror, one of the 4 top-level magic treasures inherited from the Heavenly Tao sect, to him. What a terrifying sword. If I didn't have the Qian Kuan mirror protecting my body, I'm afraid I would have died as well. This person is too terrifying. I'm not yet an opponent. At this time, Mo Yuan's heart has been born with the intention of retreating, not daring to compete with Fong Ling. He immediately turned around and flew in the direction of the exit. In front of life and death, he couldn't care less about his face. Naturally, Fong Ling couldn't let him run away like that and raised his hand towards him to suppress him. Great Yin Yang palm. He pressed down with his palm, and the two chi of Yin and Yang rippled out like ripples. Mo Yuan's face revealed a look of panic, and he hurriedly offered up the Qian Kuan mirror again to resist. With a bang, his entire body was subdued on the floor, his knees falling heavily to the ground. Even though the floor of this witch god temple was paved with hard and incomparable lapis lazuli, it actually crumbled at this moment. Purple chi comes from the east. Mo Yuan roared. The strand of innate purple chi in his body flew out and disappeared into the Qian Kuan mirror above his head. This strand of innate purple chi had been in his body for many years, and he had developed different uses for it long ago. Fusing it into spiritual energy could dramatically enhance the power of divine power techniques. Fusing it into a magic treasure could also increase the power of the magic treasure significantly. At this moment, under the support of the innate purple chi, the Qian Kuan mirror was in great power. Fong Ling's great yin yang palm was recoiled by the Qian Kuan mirror and instantly collapsed. Ha ha ha, so what even if your divine secret techniques are powerful? With my innate violet chi boost, with your current realm, you can't break the Qian Kuan mirror no matter what. I, Mo Yuan, recognize my defeat at your hands today, but you are too demonic. If you are not removed you will be a great danger to me in the future. My heavenly Dao sex experts are right here in Miaozhong. When you leave the witch god temple, it will be the time of your death. Mo Yuan had been beaten by Fong Ling to the point where his Dao had collapsed, so at the moment, he was roaring and screaming like a madman. Regardless of whether what Mo Yuan said was true or not, Fong Ling would not let him escape. He had always upheld the philosophy of cutting off the roots and never leaving hidden dangers for himself. Only his eyebrows crossed and he instantly changed his appearance. At this moment, his muscles were bulging and gnarled as if he were an old tree with roots. The skin even turned completely crimson, with strange black lines all over the body surface. Bang, 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 bang. He stepped into the air, and with every step he took it seemed that even space nearly collapsed. His power was terrifying. When Mo Yuan saw this, he was terrified and immediately fled. However, with a flash of Fong Ling's figure, he appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He swung his fist out, and a terrifying sonic boom sounded like a thunderous explosion. Mo Yuan hurriedly offered the Qian Kuan mirror to resist, crossing it in front of his body. The corner of Fong Ling's mouth lifted slightly, and he instantly reappeared in the position behind him, entering the state of Devil's Prison. His fleshly body was drastically upgraded. The strength of the divine walking steps was also closely related to the physical body. At this moment, his physical body was enhanced, and the effect of the divine walking steps naturally skyrocketed. Before Mo Yuan could react, Fong Ling, who had moved and flashed behind him, had already slapped his head. After Mo Yuan's death, the Qiankuan mirror fell to the ground, and the wisp of innate purple qi drilled out, looking to collapse and return to heaven and earth. The innate purple qi was a good thing that everyone dreamed of, but no one grabbed Mo Yuan's. The reasoning was simple: this innate purple qi could not be plundered. Once the individual it hosts dies, it quickly escapes with it. Fong Ling had seen how uncommon it was, so of course he didn't want to lose touch with it. Thinking that this strand of accompanying innate purple qi was different from the accompanying spiritual treasure, he immediately used the method that Fat Master had taught him to refine it. Originally, it was just a dead horse. He didn't have much certainty in his mind, but in the end, it surprisingly succeeded. And this strand of innate purple qi had already disappeared into his body, but he can't use it yet. He needs to spend some time to figure it out before he can use it as Mo Yuan did. For example, with a wave of his hand, he sucked the Qiankuan mirror into his hand again. This 12-channel forbidden magic treasure was not as precious as the innate purple qi, but it was still a rare treasure. It could also come in handy for him now. He never wasted food and sucked them all down to nothing but white bones again. Returning to his senses, he looked up at these people from the Lang tribe. They saw something they shouldn't have, and he wanted to kill all of them except Langlo to silence them. As for Langlo himself, after the brief contact in the past few days, Fong Ling felt that he was very easy to bully. With a little intimidation on her part, she wouldn't dare to go around talking about it. Even if she told her mother about it, Fong Ling was not afraid. Not a big deal. Priest Lan Yan knew that he had a Jedi behind him, and he didn't dare to do anything to him at all. He was about to kill someone when Langlo rushed forward. Although she was simple-minded, she could see what Fong Ling was trying to do. Don't you kill my people. I can cast a spell to erase this part of their memory. I'll keep my mouth shut myself, and I won't say anything about you to anyone, including my mother, she said with a serious face. I can make a heartfelt oath. Chapter 070, Practicing Witchcraft Witch God Inheritance. Yes, Fong Ling nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Lan Luo immediately made a great oath of heart magic in front of him. Then a spell was cast on the others to erase this part of their memory. Fong Ling wasn't reassured and carefully verified it before he was sure that they had indeed forgotten everything that had just happened. The party followed this spacious path and soon came before the main hall. The inheritance of the ancient sorcerer clan was in this ancient and magnificent hall. This time all of our tribe will be able to enter the temple of the witch god and have a chance to learn a new witch spell. Fong Ling, on behalf of the Lan tribe, I thank you. Lan Luo looked at Fong Ling, who was on the side, and said. Fong Ling said indifferently, it's just a deal, and I've gotten my due. Lan Luo smiled faintly before taking a step forward and entering the main hall. After going in, everyone separated, and at the moment, Fong Ling's side was empty. His surroundings, too, were not a gilded hall, but a stone room dimly lit by candlelight. At that moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This illusory figure was not a soul body, but an image projected by a shadow retaining stone. The image it displayed was that of a hunchbacked old man with a staff. Fong Ling could tell from his attire that today's Miaozhong tribes, too, inherited this style. This witch god temple is worthy of being the holy land of Miaozhong, where everything in Miaozhong originates from. Welcome to the witch god temple, the hunchbacked old man said with a kind face. This witch god hall was left by the last generation of witch gods, and it carries the entire inheritance of my witch clan. If you can obtain part of the inheritance, please also perpetuate it, and don't let the sorcerer's art be cut off. As for how much of the inheritance you can get, the next step depends on your own chance and skill. He raised his staff and pointed it towards Fong Ling. In an instant, a sorcery spell's cultivation method surfaced in his mind. As long as this sorcery spell is practiced in 3 days, you will be able to go to the next level and learn a more powerful sorcery spell. If you are unable to practice within 3 days, then unfortunately, you and the witch clan are not destined to be together. When you leave, all information about this spell in your head will also be erased. This hourglass is a timekeeper, and when the last grain of sand passes, it will be 3 whole days. A giant hourglass appeared out of nowhere on the table, colored sand flowing down at an even pace. Fong Ling crossed his knees with his legs, suspended in mid-air, and closed his eyes. At this point in time, he focused all of his attention on the witch spell. This sorcery spell was called the Soul Decimation Spell, a purely offensive sorcery spell that was used to attack someone's divine soul. He also finally gained some understanding of the witch spell after studying it carefully. Cultivating witch spells is actually hard to say and easy to say. Simply topologize the witch spell on top of your own divine soul. When the spell is cast, it will consume a large amount of soul power. Thus witchcraft spells, though powerful, are difficult to fight a sustained battle with. Perform a few random moves, and you'll easily not be able to hold up first. He began to try to topographize it, but was never able to get the hang of it. However, he wasn't in the least bit in a hurry, and the witch spell was just something dispensable to him. Success or failure, he didn't care inwardly. With a calm mind, he methodically tries to sense. Time flies, and the hourglass looks like it's about to run out to the bottom. Right at this moment, Fongling managed to topologize the last rune on the divine soul, constituting the entire witch spell. After he succeeded, the silhouette reappeared. Congratulations on practicing this witch spell. Whether or not you learn the next sorcery spell, you'll be able to bring this soul chopper spell out in one piece. Next I will pass on a more profound sorcery spell to you, and you will have 1 month. As soon as the hunchbacked old man said that, another hourglass with an even slower flow appeared on the table. At the same time the new witch spell had been transmitted to Fongling's mind. This sorcery spell is called a fixation spell, in which you will not be able to move and will be fixed in place. As for how long it could immobilize, it depended on how much soul power had been used to cast the spell and the strength of the person who had been struck by the spell. The strength of a witch spell is actually pretty easy to determine. The more runes that need to be topographed, the more complex the runes, and the higher the strength of the corresponding witch spell. At this moment, the amount of runes in this fixation spell was 10 times the amount of the soul-severing spell just now, but the complexity of it is more than simply 10 times measurable. With only a month to go, he felt it was enough. He meditated and concentrated, building bit by bit. Although the runes of the fixation spell were complicated, after he grasped the rules, the speed of topography was obviously much faster than the previous topography of the soul-severing spell. Rushing to the last quarter of an hour, he managed to complete the topography of this sorcery spell. Congratulations on practicing this witch spell, but unfortunately, you will be immediately teleported out of the witch god temple. The hunchbacked old man reappeared, but said something that stunned Fongling. Having captured 2 witch spells in quick succession, he was on a roll, and was thinking of getting a few more powerful witch spells. But suddenly, why? Fongling asked. The hunchbacked old man revealed a hint of a pleased smile as he returned. Because someone has already obtained the witch god's inheritance, therefore the temple of the witch god is about to close, and she is the only one who can remain in the temple of the witch god. Fongling snapped to mind Lanlo and suspected it was her. Although she was not in a high realm, she had always given him a strange feeling, and there must be a reason why Lan Yen wanted to find a way to get her safely into the witch god temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked so much to send his daughter, who was only in the Tiangui realm, in. In the next moment, a great power enveloped Fongling. By the time he came back to his senses, the person was already back outside the witch god temple. After he and the other 18 people were teleported out, the witch god temple disappeared with a bang, seemingly hidden into the endless void. Good. Luor is indeed qualified to receive the witch god's inheritance. Lan Yan was excited to see this. She had high hopes for Langlo, although Lan Luo was unobtrusive in his spiritual cultivation, but the comprehension of the witch spell was unmatched. At such a young age, she had already learned all the witch spells of the Lan tribe. In fact, before Fongling's arrival, she had also prepared a backhand to make sure that she would be able to ensure that Lan Luo would be sent in. At the moment, one of her doppelgangers was among these young men of the Lan tribe. Strange, how come the memory is a blank? Lord did this? Why did she erase everyone's memories? Or perhaps this is the work of the witch god temple? Lan Yen was quite puzzled by this diversion, but she was so completely immersed in this great joyous event that she didn't bother to look into it. Not that it mattered anyway. On the other side, Chuan Ning, the priest of the Chuan clan tribe, had a murderous aura in his eyes. Not a single person from the Chuan tribe has come out, so it must have been a total loss. What made it even harder for him was that the Lan clan's tribesmen had gotten the witch god inheritance. In the future, he, the Chuan tribe, will be forever trampled under the feet of the Lan tribe. This guy Mo Yuan is called a heavenly pride, but it's nothing more than that. The heavenly Dao sect has misjudged me. Otherwise, with this kid Trump's perception, he could have learned 3 or 5 witch spells out of it at least, much less let the little girl from the Lan clan tribe get the witch god inheritance. He suppressed the killing intent within him and immediately leapt onto the back of the green-scaled beast, quickly disappearing. Lan Yan looked in the direction where Chuan Ning had disappeared, knowing that he was afraid that there would be a vicious battle to follow, and that the Chuan clan tribe would definitely not let this go. We'll go back first too, she murmured as she glanced back. It would take an unknown number of years for Lanlo to receive her inheritance, and until then she could only wait in silence. Chapter 071, Star Ascension Stonelands Change. After returning to the Lan tribe, Fong Ling followed Lan Yan to her residence. At first, it was said that if Fong Ling could guarantee success, she would thank him with a heavy gift. In this yard, there is a well. This well was very special, and Fong Ling felt a constant stream of spiritual qi gushing out from it, leaving the surrounding area in a state of extremely high aura concentration. Even the entire Lan clan tribe's aura was so abundant, it seemed to be all thanks to it. This well is the root of our Lan tribe. That treasure of mine is deposited at the bottom of the well all year round, nourished day after day, Lan Yan said. She reached out and sucked hard. A crystalline stone appeared in her hand. The stone looked ordinary at first glance, but if one savored it, it was not difficult to contain a terrifying energy in it. It's as if once it's activated, it will erupt like a volcano. This thing is? Fong Ling asked. Lan Yan explained. This item is called the Star Rising Stone, a strange treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. It can be used to enhance the power of an Hotian magic treasure, and it's effective on any level of Hotian magic treasure. It's just that the energy it contains in itself is fixed, so how much it can be raised all depends on the quality of the magic treasure itself. A low-grade magic treasure can be increased significantly, while a high-grade magic treasure can only be increased in a small way. This Star Ascension Stone was obtained by fluke during my adventures in the Middle Divine Realm 80,000 years ago, after being immersed in my clan's well of creation for 80,000 years. Its energy has risen a great deal from when I picked it up back then. This item will be given to you as a reward. There is even such a strange thing in the world. Fong Ling stared at the gemstone and sked. It just so happened that he had seized one of the Heavenly Dao Sect's 4 great magic treasures, the Qian Koan Mirror, in his hands. This baby is already not bad. Wouldn't it be nice to take it to the next level? Thank you, Priest Lan. He took the Star Rising Stone. In fact, based on the fact that Lan Yan had helped him break the death-seeking spell alone, the Lan tribe didn't owe him anything. He knew that Lan Yan was giving him a big gift today, and it was more to make a friend with him. Lan Luo got the witch god's inheritance. This Lan tribe will definitely rise in the future, and he is also happy to have one more powerful ally. After being in the witch god temple for more than a month in a row, it was fine for him to not eat or drink, but it was inevitable that he was getting a little thirsty. Looking at the magical spiritual well, he then scooped some of the well water into his hands. Wait, you can't drink this well water. Lan Yan, who was on the side, hurriedly stopped it. Fong Ling wouldn't covet this bite either, and immediately swished the well water out of his hand. He pondered that it was mostly a rule of their tribe that no outsiders were allowed to drink from this well. There were so many strange rules in this place that he had long since seen them all. I'm not being stingy, but this creation spring was never meant to be drunk. Lan Yan was afraid that Fong Ling would think that they, the Lan clan, were petty, and immediately explained again. The well of creation is bizarre and incomparable, capable of constantly escaping aura, but it is not to be drunk in general. If a woman drinks it, she will become pregnant. When a man drinks it, he will have a hard time displaying his virility and shriveling up for a long time. Fong Ling sniffed and hastily shook his hands, skimming the well water that stained his hands. He didn't expect this spirit well, which looked so seductive, to be so terrifying. Any woman in the tribe who doesn't want to get married but wants a child will ask me for this water. Lan Yan added. Luor actually doesn't have a father, and was also born alone after I drank from this creation spring. Fong Ling didn't know what to say. What he had seen and heard today had really given him insight. There was a backlog of things in his hands, so Fong Ling didn't immediately leave the Lan tribe. He was now living in Lan Yan's house, only instead of sleeping in her room, he was next to this well of creation. There was a steady stream of pure spiritual qi gushing out of the well, and it was simply a pleasure to cultivate in such a place. He took out the piece of Star Rising Stone and incorporated it into the Qian Koan Mirror. It immediately upgraded from 12 prohibitions to 13, and its grade leveled up to Purple Bamboo's Snow Jade Heavenly Pure Bottle. Although only a prohibition was added, the power of this treasure was increased by more than 2 times. In particular, it focuses on defense, which can be said to be at its peak nowadays. After he was done with his work, he was again fully focused on pondering over the strand of innate purple qi in his body. Although this object has been returned to him, but he makes up is still quite unfamiliar. Need time to wear each other. He sat suspended in the sky above this well of creation, cultivating day and night for an unknown amount of time. Until this day, several terrifying auras descended upon the Lan tribe. Along with them, there were also cultivators from the Chuan tribe as well as the Heavenly Dao sect. Among them, the witch cultivators of the Chuan clan tribe were the main ones, amounting to nearly 10 million people. On the altar, Lan Yan and the other 8 elders of the Lan clan tribe immediately rose into the air. Chuan Ning, you shameless man. Lan Yan looked at Chuan Ning across the room and crossed her eyes angrily. You actually colluded with outsiders, when really you don't even have a face. Chuan Ning sneered. So what if you collude with outsiders? Miaojiang is long overdue for a change. It was a mistake for me, the witch cultivator, to be trapped here for generations. It deserves to be integrated into the entire cultivation community. Priest Chuan Ning has a point. On the side, Grand Elder Wen Mu of the Heavenly Dao sect laughed. Priest Lan Yen, are you thinking about considering an alliance with my Heavenly Dao sect? As you may know, this is a year of turmoil, and a great terror will descend. We are the same as the Southern Do domain cultivators. We should be united. I am willing to be a go-between and mediate peace between your two tribes. Chuan Ning, who was on the side, frowned and cursed the old fox in his heart. He had long been in contact with the Heavenly Dao sect, which had previously clearly stated that the Heavenly Dao sect would assist the Chuan clan in unifying the Miao frontier. But now, listening to his words, it was as if he wanted to turn Miaojiang into their Heavenly Dao sect's backyard. There's nothing to say. If you want to fight, then come on. Lan Yen coldly snorted. Behind them, tens of millions of cultivators from the Lan clan tribe also rushed up into the sky with a furious momentum. This place should not stay. For a long time the well of creation is located, and Fong Ling is trying to bolt. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was none other than the Lan clan tribe's ninth elder, Lan Shang. At this time, Lan Shang was no longer as refined as before, and the whole person was permeated with a hint of evil. You and I meet again. Ransom smiled. Even though this little guy Mo Yuan is no good, he was also cultivated by the Heavenly Dao sect at the expense of a lot of resources. You shouldn't have killed him. And even more so, you shouldn't have taken my Heavenly Dao sect's Qiankuan mirror. If you give back the Qiankuan mirror with both hands now, I can guarantee to leave you a whole body. Fong Ling, so you are the Heavenly Dao sects. You Heavenly Dao sect can be really patient, laying out for so long. Lan Shang had been coming to the Lan clan tribe for thousands of years, which meant that the Heavenly Dao sect had begun laying out their plans since thousands of years ago. The Lan clan has a great formation of extinction. If we don't destroy it, even if the great powers of our clan unite with the Chuan clan, it will be difficult to gnaw down this bone. Lan Shang laughed. It's good that everything has paid off now, and it's not in vain that I've been holding back here for so many years. The true name of this seat is... Before his words fell, Fong Ling chopped at him with his sword. I don't really want to know the name of a dead man. This sword was the prison-suppressing sword of the sword demon's 3 styles, and its power was the most terrifying. Moreover, the sword that Fong Ling slashed out at this moment was different from the usual. He boldly had to take that strand of innate purple chi and integrate it into the innate blood sword. The blood sword was thus sublimated and its power skyrocketed. How can? The originally calm Ransom's face changed wildly. Fong Ling's sword made the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. It will kill. This sword will kill. He hastily shot out to fend it off. However, his defensive art failed to block Fong Ling's sword and was instantly broken. His physical body was instantly torn into pieces by the overpowering sword chi, leaving only a remnant soul to flee. Crazy, just crazy. This kid is so young. How could he have such terrifying strength? His remnant soul desperately scurried away, trying to escape from Fong Ling. However, Fong Ling would not show any mercy, and a soul decimation spell then locked him in place. Kid, I'm going to drag you with me. Ransom sensed that he had been under a spell and was bound to fold today. Completely mad, but he was ultimately one step too late. Fong Ling struck too quickly and didn't give him a chance to counterattack at all. The soul decimation mantra was in full force, directly obliterating this remnant of his soul. Over the tribe, the two original waves were still facing each other. However, because Fong Ling and Lan Sheng suddenly exchanged blows, they also instantly erupted. The aftermath of the battle between top experts shook Fong Ling's mind. The barbarian master always says that all under the immortal realm are mole crickets. This is true. He immediately buggered off, not wanting to wade through this mess. Both sides were in a fierce battle, and at this time, they couldn't care less about Fong Ling. And beforehand, the people of the Heavenly Dao sect were not at all worried that Lan Shang would miss, and thus sent no more people over. Fong Ling took the opportunity to escape from this place of wrongdoing. After leaving the Lan clan tribe, he sped at breakneck speed, and the reverse direction of his travel was clearly the Chuan clan tribe. He had already offended the Chuan tribe, so he thought to do one thing or another and take a big shot. Take a seat in their home while all the elite of the Chuan tribe are fighting furiously in the Lan tribe. Chapter 072, A Surprise Attack on Chuan's White Bone Sorrows. Fong Ling appeared on the outskirts of the Chuan tribe. At this moment, the Chuan clan tribe was enveloped by a huge formation. These two clans of Miaojiang have been passed down for many years. Their respective clan protection formations had been reinforced by countless generations of powerful people, and their defensive capabilities were quite terrifying, making it difficult for even ordinary immortal realm powers to force their way through. The Chuan clan's elite poured out their nests while opening the formation protecting the clan, and the thought was indeed well thought out. However, Fong Ling did not turn around and leave. The formation was not difficult for him to dissolve. Only the right eye instantly turned red, and the bloody eye reopened. He twisted space with the power of his blood eyes and directly opened a gap in the formation. Blood eyes could be used for more than just devouring other people's attacks. It was also a good choice for breaking formations. Only he had to pay for that too. His bloodshot eyes were overwhelmed and he couldn't stop the blood tears from flowing for a long time. Taking advantage of the gap between the opening of the formation, he also immediately entered the Chuan tribe's territory. As soon as he entered the Chuan tribe, he looked up at the very center of the tribe. There was a giant tree that was 100 feet tall, which was incredibly lush and constantly escaped aura. The Lan clan had the Well of Creation, while the Chuan clan had this heavenly spirit tree. Both serve a similar purpose, providing excellent cultivation environments for their respective tribes. Otherwise, the two tribes would not have been at loggerheads for so many years and have not been able to distinguish one from the other. Start. Fong Ling involuntarily craned his neck and let out a groan. Chant. The Chuan tribe's population is comparable to the Lang tribes, both having hundreds of millions of people. He spread his hands and released his own toxins completely, no longer suppressing them. In this state, he felt more relaxed than ever. In the past, in order to avoid accidentally injuring other people, so all of his poisonous skills were in a suppressed state. After so many years, he had grown accustomed to it, and now that he was suddenly relaxed, he instead felt unprecedentedly free. The toxins spread, and a large number of Chuan's tribesmen were poisoned to death before they could react. It's a pity that this Chuan tribe is so large. With my spiritual power nowadays, I am not yet able to hold up such a wide-ranging haremi realm. Fong Ling muttered. He couldn't kill them all on this trip. He could only kill as many as possible. He raised his bloody sword and immediately killed the front. For a while, wailing sounds echoed through the Chuan clan tribe, and the scene was extremely brutal. Chuan Ning didn't expect someone to actually be able to sneak into their clan protection formation, and there weren't many witch cultivators remaining in the Chuan clan at the moment. Fong Ling was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable, killing through the entire Chuan clan along the way. On the Chuan clan's altar, a middle-aged man in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm sat cross-legged. He was the remaining elder of the Chuan tribe, and the weakest elder of the tribe. Chuan Hung. Although he is the weakest in combat, he has a special spell that completely hides his presence. Therefore, Fong Ling had never noticed him even when he was killing it in Chuan. After the accident, Chuan Hong first notified High Priest Chuan Ning, who was conquering the Lan clan. First, and then it was brewed in this witch god altar. I could tell he was in a hurry. His face was red and sweaty with anxiety. Fong Ling had already killed and fought for a long time, and the clan didn't know how many people had been killed or injured, and with every second of delay, a few thousand more people would die. Suddenly, he breathed a long sigh of relief as if he were relieved. Finally, let's show you the power of my Chuan clan. A sardonic color flashed in his eyes before he merged with the ancient sorcerer's Dharma phase that appeared on the altar. In the distance, Fong Ling, who was in the middle of killing, looked violently towards the vicinity of the altar where he specially with the divine sense to check, and there is no difference is right. Now even out of thin air so an ancient witch phantom, the aura emanating from this ancient sorcerer Dharma phase made him feel scornful. It was already more than just the Yaoguang realm, but it was quite a bit further away from the immortal realm powerhouses such as Lanyan Chuanying. It's probably at the strength of the ferrying stage, he thought to himself. At that moment, the ancient witch phantasm glared angrily at him. Sins, how dare you run into my Chuan clan's tribe to spread wildness? Today, I'll make you realize what it means to be worse than death, and what it means to be too late to regret. Eternal prison curse. The ancient sorcerer Dharma phase remotely pointed towards Fong Ling. Karma reversal. Fong Ling didn't want to be tortured by the witch spell anymore, and decisively cast the immortal art of creation. Whether it is a spell or a divine secret technique, this immortal art can bounce it back to the caster himself. At this moment, the eternal prison curse backfired with 10 times the energy, and the ancient sorcerer Dharma phase instantly collapsed. Chuan Hung, who had fused with this ancient witch Dharma, was too dead to die. The eternal prison curse was terrifying, capable of directly drawing one's divine soul into the 18 layers of hell for torture. He was backfired by Fong Ling's creation immortal technique, enduring 10 times the original pain, and his divine soul directly collapsed. After casting the immortal creation technique, Fong Ling's aura instantly wilted. Although immortal arts were heaven-defying, they were also very consuming to oneself. It was good that he had made this move once and for all, and put this big trouble right out of the way. The rest are also still some small fish and shrimp. He raised the blood sword, once again immersed in the endless killing. On the other hand, over the Lan tribe, Chuan Ning and the Heavenly Dao Sect's Grand Elder Wenmu teamed up to combine their attacks on Lanyan. Even though Lanyan's strength was not bad, she was deeply and seriously injured at this moment. There was not much difference between the realms of the three, and it was too much for her to fight two against one. No, Elder Wink. I have to take a trip back to the clan first. The elders who stayed behind sent word to me that a bogeyman broke into our tribe and went on a killing spree. This person was able to break through my Chuan clan's clan protection formation. He must be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that the people who stayed behind won't be able to stop him. I must go back immediately. Chuan Ning transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Dao Sect's Grand Elder Wenmu. Wenmu sniffed and grunted coldly, confused. If we don't kill this woman now, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. If the clan is gone, it's gone. But you're still alive anyway, and I promise to give you back a bigger kawaii in the future. I'm sorry, I have to go back, and I'm counting on Elder One for the rest. Chuan Ning didn't believe his bullshit. More crucially, the Chuan tribe was his life's work, and he could not afford to part with it. Furthermore, the Chuan clan tribe still had a large amount of treasures, the savings of the Chuan clan over millions of years. It would be a big loss if that intruding bogeyman intercepted it. He immediately turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Lan Yan was a bit puzzled when she saw Chuan Ning suddenly leave, but no matter what, this was a good thing, and with steely eyes, a green-colored hexagram seal emerged within her brow. Divine enlightenment. Only hearing her burst out, an even more terrifying soul force rippled out from her body. Chuan Ning retreated for the time being. She had to suppress Wenmu as soon as possible to gain the advantage. On the other side, the Chuan tribe, Chuanin hovered in midair and froze, staring at the wrecked clan. As far as the eyes can see, there are all white bones, infinitely bleak. In his rough estimation, the Chuan clan seems to be all dead. The heavenly spirit tree, which was located in the very center of the tribe, had also been uprooted, leaving only a huge pit. The treasure trove under the altar was even dug up, and all of the Chuan clan savings over the past million years were gone. He searched everywhere and found some of his people who had managed to escape. When these clansmen are gathered together, their number is only 10 million. A tribe that was originally hundreds of millions of people was surprisingly all that was left at the moment. Evil thief, I, Chuan Ning, vow to bring you down to your bones and ashes. Chuan Ning's eyes were red and he roared hysterically. Chapter 073, Forming a Realm of One's Own to Feed the Soldiers. After Fong Ling came out of the Chuan clan tribe, he headed headlong north without stopping for a moment. He had almost destroyed the entire Chuan clan, so one could imagine how annoyed Chuan Ning should be. So the only thing he had to do now was to run away. As far away as possible. He used the divine walking steps with complete disregard for exertion and traveled continuously for 3 days and 3 nights at an extreme speed. He left the Miaojiang in the fastest time possible, crossed the barbaric wilderness, and returned to the blood puddle. More than 3 years had passed since he had traveled south. Nowadays, the blood puddle had long since changed drastically and had completely become the territory of the Tian Luo sect. Tianqing City, which was originally just not part of the upper 9 cities, had now suddenly become the most prosperous place in the blood puddle. For example, the main altar of the Heavenly Law sect was set up in this heavenly green city. As soon as the spectral beast sensed his scent, it immediately came out and rubbed its head against him affectionately. 3 years had passed, and the spectral beast was still at the early jade balance realm. For demons, the rate of strength increase was quite slow, and it was normal for there to be no change for 3 years. CU. Sect leader. At this time, Mr. Mo and the others also showed up. Compared to the spectral beasts, they had made more progress, especially Mr. Mo and Feng Fian who had been transformed by the blood crystals. Mr. Mo didn't know what kind of chance he had obtained and broke through the heavenly power realm, reaching the early stage of jade balance. Feng Fian, on the other hand, had broken through a small layer, reaching the great circle of the heavenly power realm. I haven't seen you in 3 years. Sect leader's elegance is even better than before, Mr. Mo exclaimed. Fong Ling smiled faintly. You and the others didn't disappoint me. Your strength has increased quite a bit, but now is not the time for idle chit-chat. I have incurred a very strong enemy. You and the others quickly summon all the disciples over. I'll send you into a safe place for a while first. By the way, tell all the people to bring their families along with them, so that there will be no ties. With the power of the Heavenly Dao sect, sooner or later they would find out about his relationship with the Heavenly Luo sect. He had at least put some effort into them, and didn't want them to just become cannon fodder. When Mr. Mo and the others heard this, they hurriedly retreated and went to gather their respective men. On the following day, 1 million cultivators gathered around, and with their families, the total number of people was close to 2 million. Although there were a lot of people, it was nothing at all for Tianqing City, which had already been expanded once. This city can hold at least 10 million people today. When he left 3 years ago, the congregation was just over 100,000 people. Now that 3 years have passed, the disciples of the Heavenly Law sect have exceeded 1 million. This was still the reason why Mr. Mo and the others intentionally controlled the size of the Heavenly Law sect and strictly scrutinized and controlled the disciples entering the sect. If not, today's Tian Luo cult could have at least 5 million. However, compared to the 5 million rabble, Fong Ling preferred the million elites in front of him. Greetings, sect leader. Millions of cultivators knelt in unison. The killing that Fong Ling had created in the blood puddle back then was still chilling. Those of them who joined the congregation later had respect and fear in their hearts. Be excused, Fong Ling said indifferently. Since you and others are willing to follow me, then I will grant you a chance. Next I will send you to a place where there are vast amounts of cultivation resources. All of you can enjoy it and don't need to do anything other than practice. Not to mention the congregations. Even the group of congregations that had first followed Fong Ling were muttering in their hearts. What Fong Ling said was so outrageous that it was hard to believe. However, they had no other choice. After joining the sect, each of them had to cultivate the sub-sutra of the Heavenly Law divine skill. Everyone's life and death were actually pinched in Fong Ling's hands. Even if they were told to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, they had to go on with their heads. However, Fong Ling didn't joke around with them, only to see him step into the air and walk step by step into the sky above Tianqing City. Then he was seen clasping his hands together and a Buddha wheel rose behind him. The Buddha's light shone brightly, reflecting on everyone's faces and making them feel a wave of warmth. At the edge of Tianqing City, a Hierophantine Mile realm rose up, enveloping the entire city. Fong Ling wasn't trying to blood refine them, but rather, he was casting the second state of the Hierophantine Mirage realm. As one of the 10 great divine powers of the Buddhist sect, the Hierophantomia realm was naturally more than just a boundary to trap people. It can also evolve into a small world, as is the case with the so-called Buddha kingdom. It was just that with Fong Ling's realm today, he was unable to evolve much space, thus it would have to encompass the entire heavenly green city, directly devouring the city and transforming it into a part of the hierarchy of Miles' realm. It's just that once the Hierophant world starts whirling, it can't be reversed. In the future, if he wanted to trap his enemies with the hierarchical mileage realm, he would have to be concerned about whether or not it would have an effect on the things in this little world. Those who are trapped can attack the beings already in this small world, although they still can't get out. Rumbling, the ground began to shake. The Hierophantomia realm began to devour on all fronts, fusing this heavenly green city into a part of it. Retract! Fong Ling lightly shouted, and the Hierophantomia realm retracted into his body, along with the heavenly green city, as well as the millions of congregations of the heavenly Luo sect. They had indirectly become part of him at this moment. He raised his hand and flipped his wrist, and a golden sphere appeared in his palm. This was the shrunken Hierophant realm, and as he gazed closely, he could still see the heavenly green city on the inside. Inside the Hierophant world, all of the Heavenly Law sect's congregation marveled. Even the weakest among them could feel that they had separated from their original world and entered a small world. Controlling space? That's something only immortals can do. The sect leader's strength is really getting more and more terrifying. Lifting his hands to fabricate a small world, Mr. Mo said with a shocked face. Yun Shuiqing and the others on the side also scared and marveled. At that moment, a voice echoed in the Hierophantine realm, and it was Fong Ling who was speaking. Outsiders are not allowed to step into this world, so in the future you and others can cultivate here without fear. The Hierophant world was a world he had created with his divine ability, and thus he was the absolute master here. The beings who are here can't help but feel a fiery adoration for him and see him as God. Then Fong Ling took out the heavenly spirit tree that he had dug up from the Chuan clan's tribe and directly transplanted it to the very center of Tianqing City. This spirit tree had lived for 1,000,000 years and had long since taken on its first spirituality. It sensed that this was a newborn small world, and that it might be able to root itself here and become a world tree. The more powerful this world became in the future, the more it would rise with it and become a supreme being. Thus after being rooted over by Fong Ling, it tried its best to release its spiritual energy, releasing far more and more pure spiritual energy than it did in the Chuan tribe. This point was undoubtedly an unexpected delight to Fong Ling, and today's hierarchy realm was already much smaller than the Chuan clan's tribe. Right now, the heavenly spirit tree was so facetious, releasing even more aura, causing the aura level of the Hierophant world to reach a very terrifying level. My God, the aura here is actually denser than in the spirit gathering formation. I don't know where the sect leader found this divine tree. It's so heaven-defying. Fortunately, I was brave and decisive to abolish my original cultivation technique, switching to the Heavenly Law divine skill and becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Law sect, or else where would I have this chance? The Tian Luo cult congregation, who were still in an apprehensive mood, were all so excited that they cheered. For cultivators, having such a place for them to cultivate was like a dream. I still have some cultivation resources here. Ghostly second envoy. You and the others are responsible for distributing it so that all the congregations receive a copy. Then it rained spirit stones from the sky, one by one falling from the sky like they didn't want money. After the spirit stones, there are various pills, soul-nourishing teas, magic treasures, etc. These things were what he had gained from killing along the way since his debut. Of course, a large portion of that was resources from the Chuan tribe. The Chuan tribe is a large tribe of several 100 million people, passed down over millions of years. The underpinnings of such a behemoth speak for themselves, even if these millions of congregations did not eat or drink, and spent all of their time each day in cultivation. What Fong Ling threw out at this moment was also enough for them to use for hundreds or thousands of years. Chapter 074 Heaven's Sealed Body Meets Again. Fong Ling's palm clenched and the world in his palm disappeared. The seeds of hope he has planted. Just need to wait patiently, there will be flowers and fruits one day. He looked down at the ground. A terrifying sinkhole appeared on the ground after the entire city was removed. If an uninformed person came here, they would have been shocked out of their wits. At the moment he hid his only weakness, and there was no need to have any other concerns. He pulled out a pair of Dragon King masks from his storage ring and put them on his face. And then he used the heavenly concealment technique taught by the flower thief's master to change his own aura. The art of camouflage of the heavenly concealment technique is top-notch. When he was in the Miaojiang, even a powerhouse of Lan Yan's level couldn't see through his true cultivation. After changing his breath at this moment, he would likewise not be seen. With his current strength, he was still unable to confront a giant like the heavenly Dao sect head-on, so he had no choice but to avoid the wind first. Since his debut, his activities have been limited to the area of Nanyang Blood Puddle. Therefore in some time, the heavenly Dao sect as well as those remaining witch cultivators of the Chuan clan tribe would definitely come to seek revenge. He planned to leave this place temporarily and travel north to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was also a first-class power in the southern Dou domain, and the depth is even deeper than the Great Qian dynasty behind the Nanyang kingdom. More importantly, this Zhou dynasty and the Han dynasty, where the heavenly Dao sect was located, were rivals. He could develop in peace for a while in the Zhou dynasty without having to worry about the pursuit of the heavenly Dao sect. However, before he left, he ghostly turned toward the Nanyang kingdom, wanting to take a walk to the Nanyang kingdom's royal capital first. The royal palace of the Nanyang kingdom. Li Hongyan was cultivating in her practice room. At this time, she was even more graceful than she was back then, with a bit more flavor. The most terrifying thing was that in just 3 years' time, she had actually broken through from the middle stage of Jade Balance to the Jade Balance Great Perfection realm. In such a short period of time, she had broken through 2 minor realms. The speed of her refinement was simply unbelievable, and the original cause of all this was a past that she didn't want to remember. Ever since that day when she was possessed by Fong Ling, she only felt like her body had been opened up. From that day onward, cultivation rose by leaps and bounds, and without even needing to cultivate, his cultivation rubbed off on him. At first she was excited, but then she was vaguely afraid. The sky is not falling, and such a bizarre situation makes it difficult for her to feel at ease. But after the amount of time she spent consulting the canon, she finally figured out what was going on. She felt that she should be the heaven sealed body recorded in the canonical texts. The heavenly sealed body was very rare, and often could not be perceived by itself until the seal of the body was broken. Although she had displayed notable talent in the past, it was not worth mentioning if compared to the heirs of those great powers. At over 800 years old, she had only cultivated to the middle stage of Jade Balance, so she never thought she had any special physique. And I wonder where that asshole ran off to. The men have been searching for people all these years, and they haven't even heard a word. Although thanks to you, I am now flying high. But 3 years had passed, and she still couldn't get over Fong Ling and wanted to seek revenge on him. Nowadays, she was bursting with self-confidence and felt that she must have surpassed Fong Ling. Your Majesty, Mr. Wei seeks an audience. At this moment, the voice of her beloved maidservant suddenly came from outside the door. Li Hongya's eyebrows frowned slightly and she grunted coldly. Didn't I say that I wouldn't see him? Just tell him that I'm in closed-door cultivation. That's what the slave girl told him. But he wanted to say something, the maidservant said. But there's no harm in saying it, Li Hongyan said. He said that if His Majesty refuses to see him, I'm afraid that my Nanyang kingdom will need to increase the tribute by 70% more this year. The female servant girl mumbled in a low voice. Li Hongja sniffed. A hint of murderous aura flashed in her eyes, and she had a gloomy face. But these negative emotions quickly disappeared again. She had held back for many years, and her heart had been sharpened to a great extent. She stood up and left the practice room. In a short while, she arrived at the Golden Palace. At this time the large Golden Palace, a slave girl eunuchs or not, there was only a dangling youth, sitting on the dragon chair with his legs crossed. He saw Li Hongyan walking slowly, but he remained unmoved and sat in place. Emperor Campsis, you don't want to see me? Wei Sapium stared at Li Hongyan. not hiding the possessiveness in his eyes. Li Hongyan said indifferently, "It just so happens that I'm in seclusion. I wonder what else is going on with your excellency. Hasn't I already paid my tribute this year?" Wei Sapium is the son of the top family of the Deqin dynasty, and was punished for making a mistake by following the envoys to various foreign countries to collect tribute. He thought it would be a hard job, but when he arrived in the Nanyang kingdom, he was happy. He didn't think that in this small place of Nanyang, there was such a beautiful woman. Even though she was cold and gave off a feeling of being unapproachable, he was partial to it. Just loved to see a strong woman like this, bowing down before herself. Campsis Emperor, you should know. My Wei family has high officials in both the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue. How much tribute you clans pay each year is actually up to our Wei family. You did turn in the original tribute the day before yesterday. But things are never set in stone. I'm afraid there will be more levies this year under special circumstances. Well, I won't make it hard for you. Levy an extra 50% this year. Within 3 days, you will pay up the remaining 50% of the tribute and I will leave immediately. Wei Sapium laughed coldly. Emperor Campbell coldly said, "Your Excellency is joking. If you want to temporarily raise the amount of tribute, you need to present an imperial decree stamped with Emperor Qian's jade seal. Do you have one? If you want to see it, there can be," Wei Talo said in a deep voice. "I'm the only son of the Wei family, and this imperial decree will arrive tomorrow if I want it to. And don't waste time. How much do you really want?" "Quote a number," Li Hongyan said. In the past, these people who came down to collect the tribute hadn't been knocking on the door, and the treasury had paid a lot more spirit stones for it. Wei Sapium laughed and got up to look down on Li Hongyan. "My Wei family is so rich that I can't look at the 3 melons and 2 jujubes you have here. You should know what I mean. I've got my eye on you. If you can stay with me, I'll stop giving you a hard time. Otherwise, you, Nanyang Kingdom, will just wait for the tribute to be higher and higher every year until your country is broken." The Campanula Emperor took a deep breath. After so many years, this was the first time she had run into such a shameless messenger. All those years of pent-up anger came rushing back too, and she'd had enough. Anyway, she was the only one left in the royal bloodline, and after she killed someone, the big deal was to go far away. As long as he was still alive, the Nanyang Kingdom was not considered dead, and sooner or later, he would make this blood-sucking Great Qian dynasty pay the price. After her thoughts were clear, she was about to strike, but right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind Wei Sapium. "What are you?" Wei Sapium also spotted him. "Scared the hell out of me. What's going on? Why can't I move? What do you want to do? Hurry up and let go of my lord. Do you know who I am?" Fongling swung over with a slap, directly slapping his head into a bloody mist. And then he looked at the Campsis Emperor and said indifferently, "I killed the man, so just report my name." Nowadays, he has a lot of debts and doesn't care about one more Deqian family. Li Hongya's eyebrows slightly knitted, coldly grunted, "This person I will kill myself. Why do I need you to do it? I've been looking for you for years, and I didn't expect you to show up of your own accord. Today you will be made to pay for what you did back then." She waved her sleeve and pulled Fong Ling into a small independent space. Chapter 075 2 Seals of Red Campion Falls. Fong Ling looked at Li Hongyan across the table with a somewhat complicated mood. She was his first woman, but seemed to hate him so much. "Thanks to you, my cultivation has greatly improved now, and I have reached the Jade Balance Great Perfection realm," she said in an ice-cold tone, and the harsh wind attribute spiritual energy on her body raged and flared, enveloping Fong Ling. Fong Ling looked at her silently and didn't say anything, but Li Hongyan would not be softened by his silence. Only with a wave of her hand, several wind blades swept out and split on Fong Ling. However, the terrifying wind blades landed on him, but they did not see any half effect, and they did not even manage to cut through his protective astral aura. He had gone on a killing spree in the Chuan tribe some time ago, stepping on the white bones, and his strength had skyrocketed again. Nowadays, although his physical body had not yet reached the level of flesh forming a formation, he had already formed a protective astral aura. The reason for the formation of the body-protecting deity was simple. It was because his chi and blood had become strong to a certain extent, naturally deriving an aura. This aura was very much based on his physical body and was very robust, as if it was a suit of armor. Seeing this, Li Hongyan's beautiful eyes rounded and she involuntarily took a few steps back. "Impossible. This is the legendary body-protecting deity? Your fleshly body is actually already powerful to this extent." She couldn't accept that. For the past 3 years, she had fantasized every day about the day she and Fong Ling would be reunited, but never had I imagined it would be a picture like this, that he had clearly progressed at a rapid pace, yet he was being thrown farther and farther away from him. It must be a blindfold. "I don't believe that you've really practiced the body-protecting deity," she snapped, and a sword appeared in her hand. She was about to strike her sword, but Fong Ling suddenly flashed behind her and clamped one hand on her wrist holding the sword. At the same time, the other hand nudged at her waist, making the stealing fragrance finger. Li Hongya's reaction annoyed him, so he just did the evil thing. With a clang, the sword in Emperor Campbell's hand crashed down, and his face became a bit off. "You, guy," she said through gritted teeth. Fong Ling smiled and attached his ear to her. "Actually, I didn't do it on purpose last time, but this time." For a long time, silence fell around them. Fong Ling's face was cloudy as he looked at the purring Li Hongya in his arms. Originally extremely resistant to Li Hongya, but gradually became very wrong. He thought that something had gone wrong with his avatar, causing her brain damage, and was really shocked. But then he realized he was wrong and she was conscious. Perhaps after 800 years of repression, she also needed an indulgence to let her repressed heart out. After a while, the snoring of Li Hongya in his arms stopped. Fong Ling looked down towards her, only to see her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she abruptly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared straight at Fong Ling, and a blush could not help but appear on her pretty face. "I think I'm mostly crazy," she murmured. "Fong Ling, you're too bad." Fong Ling reached out and pulled a few loose strands of her hair behind her ear, nodding his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, Li Hongya was born in the royal family, and has been repressed since childhood, and has not relaxed a single day after succeeding the throne." She never refused to admit that. In fact, that day 3 years ago, she quickly, live. And today, it was the same, as if all the annoyances were gone and only joy remained. What made her completely choose to swing for the fences was that she, who had thought that her cultivation had greatly improved, was nothing in front of Fong Ling. She thought she could beat him, but it turned out to be nothing more than a bad joke. She was tired, utterly heartbroken. That's why Fong is in a state of total indulgence, paralyzing the ego. "What brings you to me all of a sudden?" she asked. "Fong Ling, I am about to travel far away and may not return for many years, so I wanted to come and see you at last. After all, you are my first woman, though I know that you and I have only had a physical relationship." Li Hongya grunted lightly and looked away. "You say that as if there are other women?" She cooed. She was originally an ice-cold empress, but at this moment, she was acting somewhat like a little girl. Perhaps it was because her most lustful, slutty side of her had been exposed in front of Fong Ling, so she completely let herself go. Fong Ling didn't lie and said in a deep voice, "Yes, what a fancy, but it's none of my business." She laughed it off. "Between you and me, it's just a matter of getting what we want. You love me for my beauty, and I enjoy myself with pleasure and float away from the world." Fong Ling gently stroked her cheeks and laughed. "You have a likable nature. Come on. My mother warned me before she left that a man's words are not to be trusted for a single word." Li Hongyan grunted. Fong Ling had been lonely for a long time since he had separated from Zizhu. It was a rare day, and he wanted to dance again. Li Hongyan glanced at him with a slightly shy look, with a look of wanting to say something. Fong Ling smiled and came forward, listening to her carefully. After hearing this, he couldn't help but show his astonishment. "Is this really possible? Might as well," she muttered in a low voice, looking away. 2 days later, Fong Ling left the palace. It was as if he had just dreamed the last few days. Within the dragon court, Li Hongyan's head buzzed, also feeling rather dreamy. She didn't know how she was doing it, but it was just so strange. "The second seal of the heavenly sealed body has also finally been lifted. The speed of my cultivation can be increased by at least another 10 times, she murmured, as if she suddenly remembered something. A blush could not help but appear on her pretty face. Her heaven seal body was still different from normal heaven seal bodies. A normal heaven sealed body only has one seal, and only needs to break the body to unseal it and restore the original talent it should have. However, her heavenly sealed body was sealed twice. The reason she had 2 seals was because her talent was so terrifying that she couldn't be sealed with just 1 seal, so she had an extra one. That day, he attached his ear to Fong Ling and spoke of this second course. Recalling the recklessness of that day, she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. She shook her head in a hurry, exhaled a few light breaths, and closed her eyes to meditate. "You little evil thief, when I see you next time, I'll make you look good. I don't believe that I can't surpass you with both seals fully open," she thought to herself, a full-blown desire to win burning in her eyes. Chapter 076, Beheading the Yearning Spirit Dragonfield Taoist Meeting. Fong Ling had traveled all the way north since leaving Nanyang. Now that he was in the territory of the Jade Kingdom, he was very close to the Great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, he looked to his left front and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The demonic aura in front of him was monstrous, and he sensed a very amazing qi and blood. It should be a great demon with strong qi and blood there. Since his trip north, he has spent almost all of his time on the road to avoid extraneous problems. It had been a while since he had practiced, and now that there was a rare good hunt, He flew there. Fong Ling looked at the place from afar, where Red Leaf City was located. A pink-colored mountain of flesh was rampaging through the city. This mountain of flesh was an extremely rare demonic age spirit. Its body was shapeless, made entirely of piles of flesh stacked on top of each other. The skin was full of folds, but it was pink in color. A tentacle flew out from it, and after the tentacle entangled a person, it could instantly devour the life essence of a large living person. The cultivators within Red Leaf City were currently running and dying, leaving only the slow-moving people struggling to survive. The yearling spirit is so low that all it knows how to do is eat, but it grows very quickly. It was so striking with such a large body that Fong Ling could already see it from a long distance away. The aura displayed by the age spirit was only at the late stage of jade balance. However, the life essence contained in this flesh body excited him. Go! Fong Ling sacrificed his intrinsic blood sword and killed towards the age spirit. After refining hundreds of millions of people in Miaozhong, the blood sword became terrifying. Beings who are near it will not be able to help but fall into the illusion of a mountain of corpses and blood, and will eventually die of fear. If they were stronger, it wouldn't be so bad, but it would be hard to resist the terrifying killing aura contained in the blood sword. The blood sword transformed into a long rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared above Red Leaf City. The yearling, though clumsy, had biological instincts. After it sensed the danger, it immediately stretched out thousands of tentacles, trying to hold down Fong Ling's essence blood sword. But with the might of the blood sword, how could it be shaken? The blood sword plunged into the body of the age spirit with devastating force. A 20-foot-tall mountain of terrifying flesh was sucked dry by the blood sword in the blink of an eye, so dry that only a disgusting wrinkled skin remained. With a wave of his hand, Fong Ling immediately collected the blood sword. The life essence that the blood sword had devoured also fed back into him, giving him a small tonic. In Red Leaf City, the surviving people sobbed uncontrollably, kowtowing and worshipping in the direction where Fong Ling had flashed by. When Fong Ling saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if these people knew what he really was, they would be afraid that they would immediately scatter their legs and run away. Not long after, Fong Ling frowned and looked back. He felt a not-so-weak aura chasing behind him. Could it be the Chuan clan or the Heavenly Dao Sect's pursuers? No, this aura is too weak. If you want to hunt me down, at the very least, you should send a few experts of the transition stage, right? A mere jade balance middle realm is too much to look down upon. He felt that this person might just happen to be passing by and might not be looking for him. But after a while, the man kept following, which was by no means a coincidence. He stopped and simply waited for the man to see what the intentions were. A few moments later, a brocade green robe, handsome and extraordinary youth appeared in his sight. For some reason, he vaguely felt that this person looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Your Honor is good on his feet. Flying so fast, the man revealed a warm smile. It's a good thing Your Honor stopped and waited for me, or I'd have been left far behind in no time. Who are you? What is your business? Fong Ling asked indifferently. I, Shangguan Beifeng, am a son of the Shangguan family. The man in green returned. I came late. Fortunately Your Honor was the first to put to death the age spirit, which enabled my Red Leaf City to survive hundreds or thousands more. Shangguan Beifeng. Fong Ling finally thought of why he looked familiar to him. This place is the Jade Kingdom, and the Shangguan family is the lord of this Jade Kingdom. The Shangguan Beifeng in front of him, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the Jade Balance realm at a young age, was definitely the core figure of the younger generation of the Shangguan family. Although he was a man, he was quite good-looking, and even more so, he resembled the Shangguan Haiyu he had once seen, mostly related to Shangguan Haiyu and the bloodline. I don't know if Your Honor is, asked Shangguan Beifeng. Ling Fong. Fong Ling didn't give his real name, but rather reversed it. Then I wonder what is brother Ling Fong's origin? Shangguan Beifeng asked again. Fong Ling, just a casual cultivator, not much of a background. Shangguan Beifeng laughed and said, since brother Ling Fong is not at liberty to disclose it, then I won't ask much. This place is adjacent to Great Zhou, and brother Ling Fong is heading north again. In that case, it seems that brother Ling Fong is also rushing to the Dragonfield Taoist meeting, isn't he? Fong Ling, what does this Rewoba dojo do? Shangguan Beifeng was a bit surprised, although Fong Ling didn't him to show his identity. However, in his opinion, Fong Ling must also be an heir to a first-class power in the Southern Do domain. Otherwise, how could one possess the ability to kill age spirits at such an age? But at this moment, Fong Ling actually inquired him about what was the Dragonfield Taoist meeting, which was really a strange plant. He patiently had to explain. In the imperial city of Great Zhou, there is an open land called the Dragonfield. In the middle of the Dragonfield, there is a Heavenly Dao Divine Tablet. Every 50 years, the royal family of the Great Zhou changes to place invitations to all young talents in the domain. Invite us to go to Great Joe and comprehend this Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet. This Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet isn't simple, containing the Great Tao. There can be quite a few top-notch figures throughout the ages who have realized the Tao in front of the Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet and created supreme divine abilities, Shangguan Beifeng said excitedly. Of course, the matter of enlightenment is nebulous, and it all exists in legend. However, there are many people who have advanced their divine abilities by comprehending this Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet. After I got the invitation, I set off north, but along the way I received a message from my family that there was a yearling spirit rebellion in the neighborhood, so that's why I turned around and came here. I've seen too many geniuses who are so pretentious that they won't even put mortals in their eyes and treat their lives like grass. But you, Brother Ling Fong, are only traveling through this place, yet you are able to do so in a righteous manner. From this, Brother Ling Fong, you must be an extremely decent person. I, Shangguan Beifeng, love to make friends with great men like you. Fong Ling muttered. This Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet. It seems a bit interesting. It's just that I don't have an invitation gifted by the royal family of Great Zhou. Can I also participate in this Dragon Grounds Taoist meeting? Shangguan Beifeng, it's not impossible. Only that you'll have to pay a large amount of spirit stones if you don't have an invitation. In this case, I'll pay this money for Brother Ling Fong, as a reward for Brother Ling Fong's hand in beheading this aged spirit. The Jade Kingdom is my Shangguan family's territory. You saved my Jade Kingdom's people. It is only right that I show something. Fong Ling, since this Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet is so extraordinary, why would this Great Zhou Imperial family take it out for outsiders to comprehend? Shangguan Beifeng laughed. Of course they won't do a losing deal. Whoever enlightens any divine ability from it will have to give a share to Great Zhou. Plus there are thousands and thousands of people getting paid for their spot every time, which is a lot of money. And this Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet isn't such a good thing to comprehend. The vast majority of people wouldn't be of much use even if they held onto the Divine Tablet and studied it for 1,000 years. He, Great Zhou, has this Divine Tablet in his hands, but it's hard for anyone to benefit from it. So it would be better to use the Divine Tablet as the title for the Dragonfield Taoist meeting. Take the opportunity to amass wealth, and with luck you can even reap great divine powers. Chapter 077, Encountering Zizhu in the Great Zhou Palace. Fong Ling was very interested in this Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet, so he accompanied this Shangguan Beifeng. A few days later, the two arrived at the imperial city of Great Zhou. Fong Ling had grown a lot since entering the imperial city. The size of this great city was larger than the two largest tribes of the Miao border, the Lan clan and the Chuan clan, combined, with a resident population of more than 1 billion people. And in the sky above the imperial city, there was another suspended palace. They say it's a palace, but it's really a city within a city. This city within a city suspended in the air was the imperial palace of the Great Zhou. Just the size of this palace alone could be worth the entire imperial city of the Nanyang Kingdom. Shangguan Beifeng represented the Shangguan family, so when the Great Zhou imperial family invited him, they had also prepared a place to stay long ago. The temporary residence of these great power heirs of theirs was in this palace in the sky. Brother Ling Fong, I'll introduce you to my sister later. She's one step ahead of me and has already arrived, Shangguan Beifeng said. Brother, you're so slow. Suddenly, a fairy-like woman walked in front. This person was none other than Shangguan Haiyu, who had dealt with Fong Ling. More than 3 years had passed and she looked a little more mature, shedding her original childishness. A pair of beautiful legs, even silky because they were wearing black silk. When she ran away from home, she wandered around the outside world for over a year. He went home after he had enough fun, and then he was grounded for 2 years. I didn't get a chance to go out again until this Ryuga dojo. Well, that yearling got rid of it, right? She asked again. Father said that this thing should not be underestimated, and that it must not be allowed to grow, or else it will cause the destruction of living beings. If you don't make it, then I'll go on my own and destroy it in a heartbeat. Shangguan Beifeng laughed and said, with your 3-legged cultivation, forget it, cut. Don't you look down on people. Shangguan Haiyu gave him a blank look. I'll just put up a random killing formation and finish it off. How hard can it be? No need. That thing has already been disposed of. Shangguan Beifeng said indifferently. I have to thank fellow Taoist Ling Fong for this matter. If he had stepped in righteously, a lot more people would have had to die that day. Fellow Taoist Ling Fong, let me introduce you. She is my sister Shangguan Haiyu. He looked at Fong Ling on the side again and said. Fong Ling nodded his head towards Shangguan Haiyu, but did not open his mouth to greet him. Fellow Taoist Ling Fong, why are you wearing a mask? Shangguan Haiyu glanced at Fong Ling and asked cautiously. Fong Ling said indifferently, being born ugly, I was afraid of scaring other people, so I wore such a mask all year round. I deserve to die. Shangguan Haiyu sniffed, chagrined inwardly. I'm sorry, I'm the one who talked too much. No harm done, Fong Ling said indifferently. Then he added, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll take my leave. Fellow Daoist Ling, please go ahead. Shangguan Beifeng nodded slightly, and Shangguan Haiyue smiled back and watched him leave. After he left, Shangguan Haiyue immediately dragged Shangguan Beifeng to their Shangguan family's temporary palace. Brother, who is this guy? Ling Feng. That's a name I've never heard before, but it's true that I know someone called Feng Ling, only it's never him, Shangguan Haiyue muttered. Shangguan Beifeng returned. I'm also not sure of his true identity, but this person is able to cut down a yearling spirit, so his strength may not be inferior to mine. People from unknown sources. It's better for you to have less contact. Shangguan Haiyue skimmed her lips and added. My intuition tells me that this fellow Taoist Ling Feng is not a good person. Nonsense. I think this fellow Taoist Ling Feng is quite good and worthy of deep friendship. Shangguan Beifeng laughed. By the way, there's news about that guy you've been asking me to inquire about. Really? Shangguan Haiyue's eyebrows were delighted at his words. You quickly say it. That person has disappeared for 3 years with no news at all. But he has recently been active around the Miaojiang area, Shangguan Beifeng said. And this person has done something unknown to offend the Chuan tribe of the Miaojiang and also the Heavenly Dao sect. The priests of the Chuan tribe offered a sky-high price and asked all over the world for his whereabouts. And the Heavenly Dao sect is also very concerned about this person, recently sending out many people to track him down. But nothing seems to have come of it. It's as if the man has evaporated again, just as he did 3 years ago. Shangguan Haiyue sniffed inside. It's a pity. What do you think? Brother, if we find him, can we keep him? Shangguan Beifeng said in a proper voice. It's a bit difficult. Dad most likely won't offend the Chuan clan as well as the Heavenly Dao sect for him, but he once saved me, and I haven't really repaid him yet. Shangguan Haiyue added. Isn't it true that we, the Shangguan family, never owe anyone favors? Shangguan Beifeng, we can't directly step in to shelter him in the open, but secretly, it's possible to give him a little help, like sending him a few good sets of formation cards. I'll keep another eye on his whereabouts, so don't mess around. I know, no need for you to nag, Shangguan Haiyue said with some impatience. By the way, this time, apart from the ones who are in seclusion, the heavenly prides of all the major powers have pretty much arrived. Brother, you need to get a grip and find me a sister-in-law out of all these people. But let's say it up front, you can look for anyone, just not the Fantasy Dance Pavilion's Ching Ji. I hate this guy. Look at her. This visit is to attend to the Heavenly Dao Divine Tablet. I'm not in the mood to find any women, Shangguan Beifeng said indifferently. You watch out too. Don't offend anyone carelessly. What's the conflict between you and Illusory Dance Pavilion's Ching Ji for good reason? Too lazy to talk to you. Shangguan Haiyue snorted lightly and immediately went to work on her own business. On the other hand, Fan Ling followed the guidance of the token and made his way to his residence. Although he came with Shangguan Beifeng, he could only stay in another area because he didn't have an invitation. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He sensed Ziju's scent. She's coming too. He came straight to a courtyard, when 2 handsome little nuns came forward. This is the temporary quarters of my Heavenly Purity Nunnery. What is your instruction? One of the young nuns asked. Fan Ling, I have something to see Master Ziju. I'm her friend. I do not know the name of the monk. Poor nun also inform. The little nun asked again. You talked to her for 3 years, and she'll know who I am, Fan Ling said. The little nun nodded. I'd like to ask the monks to wait here for a moment. The poor nun will go in and report to Elder Ziju. At this moment, Ziju was cultivating in his room. She was not young, and was certainly not here to attend the Dragonfield Taoist meeting, but was the accompanying elder of this heavenly pure nunnery team. Elder, there is someone outside who wants to pay you a visit. He didn't tell me the name, but said, 3 years, the little nun reported. And I wonder what he means by 3 years. Ziju sniffed and snapped his eyes open. 3 years naturally referred to the 3 years of being free and happy in the Snow Jade Heavenly Pure bottle. Let him in, she said. Although the person outside had a somewhat unlike Fan Ling's aura and wore a mask to hide his face, but she felt it with her heart and was absolutely sure it was him. There could be no mistake. Chapter 078, Master. Your merits are immeasurable. Fan Ling walked into the room and smoothly brought the door with him. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Purple Bamboo spoke up. Did the death wish spell dissolve? Fan Ling let out a light hum, and in passing, he raised his hand to remove the mask from his face. There are some twists and turns, but the death-seeking spell has been dissolved. It's just that I've offended the Miaojiang Chuan clan, and the Heavenly Dao sect, and they're after me, he said. Ziju's eyebrows slightly knitted, murmured, since I received the summons from the nunnery master and returned to the Heavenly Pure Nunnery, I have been in seclusion. I don't know that so many things have happened to you. Both of these forces are not to be underestimated. I can't help you much with my current abilities, but if you'd like, I can recommend you to the Pronghorn Monastery. Pulong Temple's depth is extremely deep. Even if the people from these two major forces knew that you were hiding inside, they wouldn't dare to make trouble. With your qualifications, you might be able to ascend to the immortal realm after 1,000 centuries of dedicated cultivation in Pulong Temple. By then you will have the power to defend yourself. And from then on the sky and the sea will be at your disposal. Fong Ling, it's better to forget about it. The mediocre cultivation doesn't suit me. He took a few steps forward to her. Zijou secretly swallowed and immediately waved his hand, holding up a boundary. You ingrate. It's been a while since I managed to suppress my evil thoughts and purify myself. You've caused me, again when you showed up. She cooed, a blush rising to her pale face. Fong Ling spread his hands and said very innocently, I didn't do anything. Purple Bamboo grunted softly. Fong Ling, please be more tolerant. Master Tai. After a long time, Fong Ling left the room. The two little nuns guarding the courtyard immediately greeted and respectfully escorted him away. Fong Ling had stayed in Elder Zijou's rooms for so long. They felt that the two must have been close friends for many years, so they didn't dare to be slow. In the room, Zijou lazily lay down with a chagrined look on his face. When they parted, she swore that the past was with the wind, but now as soon as they met, she fell again, and that too with the disciples close by. At that moment, a greeting came from outside the door. Master, disciple please see me. Come in, Zijou said as she sat up and straightened her plain clothes. A handsome little nun walked in. She was different from the two accompanying disciples guarding the door, but she was the protagonist of this Dragonfield Taoist meeting. The young nun's Dharma name was Pure Dust, and she was the best of the current generation of disciples of the Heavenly Pure Nunnery, and a famous heavenly pride of the Southern Do domain. At only 29 years old, he was already an expert at the early stage of jade balance. Why does the house smell funny? She mumbled as her nose sniffed deeply. This great Zhou imperial family is too ignorant of etiquette to arrange for you, master, to stay in this kind of uncleaned room. Purple Bamboo coughed lightly and waved his hand so vainly that he faintly said, Pure Dust, you're caught in the act. Where is it not the same for us monks to live? There is no need to stick to these substances. Master is right in his lesson. Pure Dust immediately lowered his head and folded his hands in repentance to the Buddha. Zijou asked again, for what reason have you come to see the master? I heard that master had realized the Dragonfield enlightenment back then and comprehended such great aptitude as the thousand-handed goddess of mercy. So I've come here to ask if there are any tricks in it? Pure Dust returned. Disciples also only take coincidences is not a good thing. But chances are rare and disciples really don't want to miss them. Zijou gently had to shake his head and said, actually, the heavenly Tao divine tablet that everyone sees is actually different. How much you can comprehend all depends on your personal chance. Master can't help you, but if you want to say the trick, it's to quiet your mind. Don't be influenced by the people around you, and don't expect too much from this, and deal with it with a normal heart. Back then, when my master was enlightened at the Dragonfield, he was thinking that I am fortunate to have gained it, and I am fortunate to have lost it, and that he should do what he should do with all his heart. Many thanks for the enlightenment, master. Pure Dust nodded. This from Zijou was quite helpful to her. Their generation, with its many heroes, always made her feel great pressure. Therefore, she inwardly longed to be able to enlighten herself in the Dragonfield and strengthen herself so that she could compete with the inheritors of other powers. You look a little tired, master? It's still necessary to rest more, Pure Dust added. You are already at the great circle of the Yaoguang realm now, so you don't need to be so hyped up on top of your cultivation. The nunnery master once said that with your natural talent, becoming an immortal in a few years is a sure thing. Zijou looked at his disciple who knew how to care for himself, and a trace of a pleased smile appeared on his face. Master is fine. It's just that the party made a mistake. I'll be fine after resting for a while. You and go. Get some rest and try to be in the best shape for the Dragonfield dojo. Then disciple will retire. Pure Dust saluted and retired in style. But just as she was about to go out, Zijou suddenly called out to her again. Wait. What other teachings does master have? Pure Dust asked. Zijou, there is one person you should pay attention to in this Dragonfield Taoist meeting. This person's name is Ling Fong, and he wears a Dragon King mask on his face. You are not on the same level as him and must not be at odds with him. Ling Fong? Pure Sky frowned. Among the many heavenly prides in the Southern Do domain, disciple has never heard of such a figure. The world is a big place, and there are many existences that you can't imagine, even for those who are the same age as you. Purple Bamboo said indifferently. After this Dragonfield Dao meeting, this person will surely become famous in the world. The one who came to pay his respects to master just now, is this person? Pure Sky asked. Zijou nodded slightly. Rather, Fong came to ask the master for some true texts of the Buddhist scriptures. Although this person has unparalleled talent, he is tainted with the evil work of the devil's path, and was enlightened by his master a few years ago. Perhaps the true texts of the Buddhist scriptures that master had previously taught him were useful in helping him suppress his heart demons. So when he saw that his master was also present this morning, he came again to ask for advice in vain. Jingkong was convinced of his master's words and muttered, "Then master is truly meritorious. This person has quite an affinity with master, and to be able to receive such praise from master, I also know how powerful he is, and I will never come into conflict with him in the future." Zizhu gave a soft and waved his hand. So Pure Sky retreated. Amitabha Buddha. After Pure Sky left, Zizhu closed his eyes tightly and secretly repented. She felt herself getting more and more indulgent. As it is today, he has violated the commandment of delusion, and lies have come out of his hand. Humph. All this is blamed on this guy Fongling, she said again in a dark voice. Chapter 079 White Glow. Sacred Daughter of Tianyin Pavilion. On the cloister, a group of people came face to face towards Fongling. Fongling was so calm that he brushed past these few people, but there was a considerable ripple within his heart. It's always nice to meet someone you know when you're out and about, but it's a shame he can't actually meet her. It's been almost 4 years since we've seen each other, and Whitefly has changed a lot. Nowadays, she is like a fairy, noble and cold, transcendent, giving people a feeling of being unreachable. No longer the shy girl who would quietly peek at him while playing the zither in the pavilion. At the end of the corridor, Bai Ying ghostly turned back and looked at Fongling. A flicker of doubt flashed in her eyes, but then she smiled and shook her head. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" the senior sister beside her asked. "You know that weird guy from earlier?" Whitefly said faintly. "No, I don't know him. It's just a sudden memory of someone in my mind." "I don't know which guy is so charming that you've been chanting for so many years." The others on the side laughed. "There have already been several heavenly prides expressing their love for you, but you froze and didn't care. It's really exasperating. If it were senior sister me, maybe the child is even there now," Bai Ying faintly said. "I'm not interested in the affairs of men and women. I'm only in love with the sound of the zither." "It better be," the bystander laughed. Although the conversation between the several people was whispered, Fongling heard it clearly. After hearing that a number of heavenly prides had expressed their love for Bai Ying, he was quite surprised. Although today's Whitefly, his cultivation was too much stronger than back then, having already reached the early stage of the heavenly power realm. However, compared to those heavenly prides who had reached the jade balance realm at a young age, the difference was not by a single star. Maybe she has some special attainments in the sound law, right? Fongling thought to himself. That song of heaven and earth together back then. He still recalled it to this day. After returning to his room, Fongling directly closed his door to cultivate. This place was crowded and he didn't want to walk around too much. However, the trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. In the middle of the night, a silhouette appeared in front of his bed, the unique body scent of purple bamboo. He knew it was her as soon as he smelled it, and abruptly opened his eyes. "What is the master's wife's business here?" he asked. "You little ingrate, deliberately trolling me." Zizhu lightly grunted and immediately snuggled up. "In the beginning, you promised that you would help me cultivate. Now that the cultivation has not yet succeeded, you have to work harder." "Fongling, I see that you have long since left the matter of cultivating your heart behind. Which is it?" Seemingly poked at by Fongling's pain point, Zizhu snapped. Fongling laughed and didn't tease her anymore, immediately meeting her with his stick. For a long time, everything fell silent. Zizhu lazily lay beside him, wanting nothing more than to sleep until morning. Fongling gently caressed her supple skin and asked, "Could Master Tai have heard of the Heavenly Tone Pavilion? A woman called White Glow? Whitefly, why are you asking about her? Is it hard to believe that she's also your date?" Purple Bamboo cooed as she blinked her eyelashes rapidly a few times. Fongling, "No, I just have some friendship with his father, so I asked about her recent situation." "Really?" Zizhu was skeptical, feeling afraid that it wasn't that simple. But she didn't care. She hadn't intended to monopolize Fongling. She was just treating everything today as a practice. This little girl, Whitefly, can be said to have come out of nowhere. She continued. She possesses an extremely terrifying talent in sound law, and after joining the Heavenly Tone Pavilion for only 3 years, she has practiced the 3 major ancient tunes of the Heavenly Tone Pavilion. You know, even the current Heavenly Voice Pavilion Master has only practiced one of the songs. She's already the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Tone Pavilion now, and if she doesn't die young, she'll definitely be the next Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Tone Pavilion in the future. But her cultivation isn't very good, Fongling said. Zizhu, you can't underestimate these cultivators who practice sound and rhythm. Their methods are terrifying and cannot be judged by their spiritual cultivation. The 3 major ancient tunes of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion are Clear Spirit Tune, Everlasting Music, and Abyssal Path. This song, the Clear Spirit Tune, is a masterpiece, and listening to it can increase cultivation. and it's extremely effective. Eternal life music is the art of bringing the dead back to life, but whenever you only have one breath left, it can bring you back, and the person who knows this tune is like a medical fairy reincarnated. Finally, this abyssal way is the most horrible. After a song is played, it can directly send a person to the 18 layers of hell for eternity. These 3 songs are the supreme inheritance of the heavenly tone pavilion, and those who have been able to practice all 3 songs throughout the ages, other than this little whitefly girl, are the founding fathers of the heavenly tone pavilion. Fong Ling was very shocked. As Zizhu said this, the current Bai Ying was really an unattainable saintess. It was no wonder that many heavenly prides in the domain wanted to pursue her, and whoever could marry her would simply be a heavenly blessing. The following day, there was a knock at the door. Has Brother Ling Fong risen? The hour is almost up. It's time to go. In half an hour, the Dragonfield Road meeting will officially begin. The visitor was none other than Shangguan Beifeng, and his sister, Shangguan Haiyu, was also following along. The sudden visit of the 2 of them startled Zizhu. She didn't go back all night and slept here last night. As soon as he got up this morning, he couldn't help but pull Fong Ling to cultivate again. But this guy, Fong Ling, took a different approach and made her feel something else. It's time for me to go back. Zizhu picked up the plain skirt on the ground with her foot and quickly disappeared after putting it on. Fong Ling also immediately went out. And with this brother and sister of the Shangguan family, they went to the Dragon Field together. The Great Zhou Dragon Field was located right in front of the Imperial Palace, very close to their residence. The palace was a forbidden place. So few people gathered on weekdays. Every Dragonfield Taoist meeting is the most lively time in the palace. To the left and right of the Dragonfield, tables of long seating were arranged for the entourage of major powers to sit and watch the Taoist event. As Fong Ling looked from afar, these characters who had already arrived were truly extraordinary. A few of them, like Zizhu, were at the Yaoguan realm Grand Circle realm, while the weakest of them were also at the mid-Yaoguan realm. These were all elders of the major powers, with high positions of authority, and were quite famous throughout the southern Dou domain. Brother Ling Fong, later on, you'll follow me to find a location, but don't wander off. To be honest, this Dragonfield Dao meeting is not just as simple as attending the Heavenly Dao Divine Tablet. It's also a stage for a fight that belongs between the domain's pride. Shangguan Beifeng whispered, the Dragonfield is this big, and there will be thousands and thousands of people pouring in later. Anyone who wants to be closer to the Divine Monument will inevitably erupt into some friction. But everyone will give face to the royal family of Great Zhou, and even if they get into an argument, they won't get too worked up. It's usually on point, but in private it may not be so easy. Shangguan Haiyu glanced at Fong Ling and said arrogantly, you just stay close to our siblings later. With our skills, we're perfectly capable of fighting for a good position and letting you get the glory as well. Fong Ling didn't say anything and nodded gently. Chapter 080, All the Heavenly Pride Gathered Together. The hour had not yet arrived. So Fong Ling followed the Shangguan siblings and waited on the seat. Their Shangguan family also came with a late-stage Yaoguang realm elder named Shangguan Qiu. He briefly chatted with Fong Ling for a moment or two, but after hearing that Fong Ling didn't have much of a background, he didn't bother with him anymore. It wasn't long before there were more people in the neighborhood. Most of them were not considered top-notch in terms of cultivation, mainly at the Heavenly Power realm, and there were even quite a few existences with even lower cultivation levels. These people, just like him, were not invited here under an invitation from the royal family of Great Zhou, but rather, they had spent money to come of their own accord. Although these people's cultivation was not considered top-notch, they all had some background. The average person can't afford to pay the entrance fee to come to a Ryuba dojo. It was only last night that he had learned from Zizhu that the entrance fee for the Dragonfield Taoist meeting was a full 1 billion spirit stones. One person wanted 1 billion spirit stones, and he realized how refined this Great Zhou imperial family was. Although the 1 billion spirit stones were about as good as hitting the ground running, these people still squeezed their heads out of the water every time they held a Dragonfield Dao meeting, just by charging this entrance fee, not counting the economic development brought to the Great Zhou dynasty by the diversion. There would be nearly $10 trillion in revenue. Look, the great prince of the Great Qian dynasty has arrived. I've heard that this person is a true destiny heavenly dragon, with a dragon soul coiled in his body since he was born. With the power of a true dragon, he is considered a top-tier existence amongst a group of heavenly prides. A line of people suddenly walked in the distance, and this line of people had a great deal of pomp and circumstance, with a long-bearded tiger in the late Yaoguan realm as their mount. On the tiger's head, a tall figure stood proudly, and he was Tuoba Lai, the great prince of the Qin dynasty. This guy is so stinky, it's unpleasant to watch him. Shangguan Haiyu skimmed her lips and said. Shangguan Beifeng said in a deep voice, although this person is arrogant, he does have the capital to be arrogant. Even your brother and I aren't sure we can handle him. It's not, is it? You're in the middle stage of jade balance, while he's only in the early stage of jade balance, Shangguan Haiyu said in surprise. Shangguan Beifeng, there's nothing too special about your brother's eye physique. It's just that it's faster to cultivate, so it's able to be ahead of the same generation of heavenly pride. But this person, Tuoba Lai, has been accompanied by a dragon soul since he was born, and fighting across the ranks is a breeze for him. Since you can't clean him up, it's up to me. Shangguan Haiyu laughed. Shangguan Beifeng glanced at her and said, will you die if you don't brag? Shangguan Haiyu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Brother you also underestimate me too much. Do you know what I've been doing for the past 2 years in seclusion? Shangguan Beifeng, it's nothing more than practicing cultivation. Seeing as your cultivation has risen to the middle stage of the heavenly power realm, it's really not easy. But father is also really biased. What good things there are in the past 2 years. They are all for you to use. I have half a bit of nothing to gain. Shangguan Haiyu hemmed and hawed and whispered. The increase in cultivation is just incidental. I've inscribed the Shasta Manhwa formation on myself this time in seclusion. If it gets real, you're not even my opponent. What? Shangguan Beifeng was very shocked when he heard this. Inscribing a killing formation into your body? If you fail, you can't escape death. How could father agree to you doing this? Shangguan Haiyu, I don't know. Maybe it's because the last time I ran away from home, father felt that he couldn't control me anymore. So he wanted me to have some self-preservation. To actually hide this from me for so long. No wonder father is willing to let you out this time. Shangguan Beifeng took a deep breath. He didn't realize that even his own sister, nowadays, had strength that was not inferior to his. Over there, Tuoba Lai glanced at the Shangguan siblings from afar, but didn't stop at them for long. His eyes burned towards the location of the Tianyin Pavilion's group, and he flew lengthwise to its table. I have occasionally obtained a face-fixing bead and would like to present it to Fairy Whitefly. This item is also only worthy of Fairy Whitefly. Tuoba Lai pulled out a delicate wooden box from his bosom and handed it over with poise. Whitefly slatted his face and said indifferently, thank you for Emperor Tuoba's kindness, but please take back this object. Tuoba Lai was rejected, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. There's no need for Fairy Whitefly to be polite with me, and there's no other point in giving this item away. It's just a matter of trying to make the best thing in this world last forever. This face-fixing bead is different from the normal method of residing in the face. It is the real meaning of eternal life. Tuoba Lai, don't bother Fairy Whitefly. At this moment, a relatively ordinary-looking white man suddenly stepped forward and interrupted Tuoba Lai. This person's cultivation level was the same as Shangguan Beifeng's, and he was clearly a middle-stage jade balance heavenly pride. The face-fixing beads are all old-fashioned. Fairy, I have a piece of green phoenix jade here. Wearing it around not only nourishes the face, but also enhances the soul and benefits cultivation. He also offered a jade pendant with both hands, wanting Bai Ying to accept it. The face of Tuoba Lai, who originally had a warm face, suddenly turned gloomy as he looked at the white-clothed youth on the side and grunted coldly. Wang Shang, do you want to die? With this demeanor, are you worthy of Fairy Whitefly? On the opposite seat, Shangguan Beifeng and Fong Ling introduced. This person's name is Wang Shang. He is a heavenly pride of the Five Elements sect. Legend has it that this person possesses a special physique, the body of 5 elements. When he was 30 years old, he cultivated the 5 Elements sect's top divine ability, 5 Elements Sword, to the grand completion level. His strength is unfathomable. As far as I can estimate, this person's strength might have to surpass mine or Tuoba Lai's. Fong Ling sniffed and nodded slightly, thinking to himself that the pride of these great powers within these domains did still have some strength. At this time, another person arrived, and this person was even more arrogant. As soon as he came, he said, get out of my way, both of you. With goods like yours, how can you be worthy of Fairy Whitefly? Late Jade Balance Realm? Seeing that his cultivation level was not low, Fong Ling was not surprised why he was so domineering. Shangguan Beifeng introduced. This person is from the body refining family, named Lin Wuji. He's a little older in our generation, but it's kind of the same generation. His Lin family possesses a type of berserk blood that allows them to skyrocket their strength in a short period of time, and their battle prowess is quite terrifying. And this person is a straight person, very irritable. Later on, Brother Ling Fong must not provoke this person. Lin Wuji also pulled out the same thing, only it was very different from Tuoba Lai's as well as Wang Shang's. It was a food box. Before I left, my mother steamed me a drawer of buns. This is made with the finest ingredients and has great efficacy. I hope Fairy Whitefly won't mind. I, Lin Wuji, am a brown man. In fact, since the last time I participated in the Tianyin Pavilion Grand Ceremony, I have, said Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji, with your frustrated bird-like behavior you still have the nerve to say that the two of us are not worthy? Wang Sheng on the side was greatly dissatisfied and interrupted with his words as well. Tuoba Lai also said angrily, "You're really arrogant. I'll make you look good later. He, let's try it later if you're not convinced." Lin Wuji laughed. On the seat, Whitefly was overwhelmed and his face grimaced. "All of you must not argue in front of my Tian'in pavilion seat. And furthermore, I told you before, no intention to do anything with a man or a woman, no matter to anyone. I expect you to behave yourself, and so on, so don't bother me again," she scolded angrily. Seeing that she was angry, the three of them couldn't care less about arguing and resentfully returned to their own forces' seats. On the side of the illusory dance pavilion's seat, the demonic woman sked. Sister Baiying is really in the midst of bliss and doesn't know what's good for her. Her name was Qing Ji, a heavenly pride of the illusory dance pavilion, and she was extremely bold. Her neckline was extremely low, and her big, greedy buns were calling out to be seen casually away for the most part. "How come I don't have this peach blossom luck? These stinking men can be so undiscerning," she laughed. Baiying glanced at her and said indifferently, "Fairy Qing Ji is joking. There are quite a few people pursuing you. I can't compare. No way." Qing Ji covered her mouth and laughed lightly. On the opposite side, Shangguan Haiyu coldly grunted, "Humph, this slut is shameless, wearing such a revealing, exposed." However, like Shangguan Beifeng, she was only transmitting between the three of them, and did not openly comment on it in such a way. Shangguan Beifeng, this person has a charmed bone in his body. It's in his nature. But don't look at her so seductive. But she's not one to be messed with. Brother Ling Fong, you mustn't get hooked by her, or you'll be sucked into a dry corpse. Fong Ling said indifferently, "I am not close to women." Shangguan Haiyu sniffed and burst out laughing. "Really?" Chapter 081, a group of heroes entering the dragon field. At that moment, a group of people in the sky flew in with their swords, drawing the attention of those present. "I didn't expect her to come too," Shangguan Beifeng muttered. Brother Ling Fong, later on, you must remember not to look directly at this person. This person is Divine Sword Mountain's heavenly pride, Ouyang Shui, a 1 in a million sword Dao wizard. She was born as a sword Dao quintessence, possessing a heavenly sword bone. The lineage of sword cultivators is already good at killing and slaying, and with her heavenly sword bone enhancement, it's even more terrifying. Rumor has it that her mother and daughter were once abandoned by their biological father, so she hates men. If a male looks at her more than a few times, he will be stabbed blind in one of his eyes, or he will be beheaded by her on the spot. Some years ago, the Yin Yang sect's heavenly pride, Crane Tianlong, spoke out of turn and tried to seek her out for dual cultivation, only to be chased and hacked by her, and finally died a tragic death at her hands. This incident also led to the Yin Yang sect and the Divine Sword Mountain almost going to war. Only later, for some unknown reason, the matter was settled again. Since then, Ouyang Shui has had a fierce reputation, and not many people dare to mess with her. Fong Ling looked at the Divine Sword Mountain group flying in the distance and secretly nodded. This person's attainments in the Tao of the sword are indeed not bad. He sensed a powerful sword aura from Ouyang Shui, and although she was restrained enough, she was still sharp. After the Divine Sword Mountains group descended, they also came to their own sect's seats. Ouyang Shui carried her sword in her hand and glanced around, her stern aura causing people's hearts to tremble, not daring to raise their heads, even to Tuoba Lai. Wang Sheng and the others moved their eyes away from her. Her gaze fell on Fong Ling, and when Fong Ling saw her looking at her, he looked at her as well. The two of them looked at each other in all directions for a few moments, and in the end, it was Ouyang Shui who took the initiative to move her eyes elsewhere. This person is not simple. Ouyang Shui's heart fluttered. Although the party was simply staring at each other, the two men were slicing and dicing with sword intent in their eyes. Fong Ling's sword intent was fierce and overbearing, and it actually completely suppressed her, so much so that she involuntarily averted her eyes in defeat. At this time, the Heavenly Purity Nunneries group also came slowly. The leader was naturally Zizhu, and the pretty nun following her was her disciple Jingkong. This Jingkong nun is very evil and is said to be the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. She possesses a strange trick that can make people directly repent and cry in pain and beg for forgiveness on their knees, so it can be said that she kills without blood. Shangguan Beifeng introduced again, and her master is also the Purple Bamboo Master. This Purple Bamboo Master is something. It's said that when she was 900 years old, she had already reached the Yaoguang realm. Now that they are on the verge of crossing the tribulation, their cultivation realm is far beyond that of their generation. Don't look at those of us who are 30 or 50 years old, but we've already reached the Jade Balance realm, and we're not far from the Yaoguang realm. But you should also know that the later the cultivation, the harder it is to break through. From the Jade Balance realm to the Kaiyang realm, with the qualifications of those of us, it would take at least 1,000 or 800 years to reach it. From the Kaiyang realm to the Yaoguang realm, It's even not an exaggeration to cultivate for a few thousand years. This violet bamboo senior mistress broke through the Yaoguang realm when she was only 900 years old. So you can imagine how heaven-defying she is. And back then, when she was young and participated in the Dragonfield Taoist Conference, she was enlightened and created a great divine power called the Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. With this great divine ability, she can be said to have pushed all the celestials of her generation across the board and proved invincible. A famous teacher produces a great disciple. The strength of this pure sky nun is definitely not to be underestimated either. Fong Ling inexplicably wanted to laugh a little as he listened to him talk nonsense. Thinking back to a quarter of an hour ago, he was frolicking in the back garden of the Purple Bamboo, quite happily. Over there, Purple Bamboo sat himself down after arriving with his team. However, she did not look at Fong Ling from the beginning to the end, so as not to be seen by the experts of other great powers that the two were very close. However, the pure sky nun beside her was curiously sizing up Fong Ling, as if she was recalling what her own master had said yesterday. Brother, look, people from the Heavenly Tao sect are here too, Shangguan Haiyu said. Doesn't this Heavenly Tao sect claim to have twin stars? How come there's only one Zhou Tong? The other guy named Mo Yuan, isn't he always fond of getting together? This Dragonfield Taoist meeting, why doesn't he come? Shangguan Beifeng, according to the grapevine, Mo Yuan was beheaded, but I don't think this news is necessarily true. This person is burdened with qi and has a strand of accompanying innate purple qi to protect his body. He won't die that easily. Fong Ling couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the Heavenly Tao sex group that had come from afar. Just then, the palace gates opened as well. A handsome young man dressed in a four-clawed python robe slowly walked out. He bore the appearance of an emperor, with a dragon's walk and a tiger's stride, majestic and vast. His own aura was also quite extraordinary, emitting a powerful aura of the late Jade balance stage. He went straight to the main seat and greeted his uncle, Prince Rongkong, who was on the main seat. Brother Ling Fong. This person is Great Zhou's crown Prince Rong Chao. Shangguan Beifeng went out of his way to introduce him again. This man is a little older, already 82, but within 100 years, all are of our generation. He's much more powerful than De Qian's Tuobalai, being an emperor's body. The emperor's body is very rare and powerful. Fighting with him, one's own strength will be suppressed by 30% by his emperor's qi. And the terror of the emperor's body doesn't stop there. The more people who are loyal to him, the stronger his protective astral aura becomes. That's why even though today's emperor of Great Zhou is still in his prime, he made him the crown prince early on. There are even rumors that the emperor of Great Zhou has long had the intention of abdicating and wants him to succeed the throne early. In this way, when he becomes the lord of the Great Zhou, the emperor's body will be more fully utilized. As Fong Ling observed this person, there was indeed something extraordinary about him, and the oppressive feeling of imperial aura was something he had never seen before. Once Rong Chao came to Prince Rongkong's side, Rongkong got up and looked around. All the friends from all walks of life that can come have already arrived. Prince Rongkong spoke up. Then this Dragonfield Taoist meeting will begin. It is necessary for this king to remind the young friends before entering. The main theme of this Tao meeting is to comprehend the Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet and enhance the strength of the younger generation of my Southern Dou domain, not to fight for power. So after entering the Dragon's Field, you and the others should still make peace. Even if friction arises because of the competition for a good position, never use real fire. Everything is point to point. If it's too much, don't blame the king for being unkind. After saying that, he waved his hand and unlocked the sealing array of the Dragon Field. The pride of the major powers were calm enough to enter, followed by the heirs of the small and medium powers who had spent huge amounts of spirit stones. Fong Ling followed behind the Shangguan siblings and traveled slowly along the way. In a short while, they arrived at the area closest to the Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet. There are 10 bushels in all, distributed in the number of 1, 3, and 6, presenting a triangle. Here, one could clearly see all the patterns on the Heavenly Tao Divine Tablet, and could also feel the Tao rhythm emanating from it up close. Crown Prince Rong Chao of Great Zhou glanced around and faintly said, "Since the creation of the Dragonfield Taoist Association, these 10 positions have all been divided into seats based on the level of strength. The position of chief. This prince is the rightful owner of the position. Is there anyone who is not convinced? Let me try to see if you are as powerful as the legends say." Ouyang Shui coldly said, openly drawing her sword towards him. Rong Chao smiled slightly and put his hands behind his back. Some golden air surfaced on his body, forming a barrier, which was the astral shield of the emperor's body. Ouyang Shui's powerful sword qi really frightened many people, but it failed to break through this Rong Chao's protective astral shield. How? Does Fairy Ouyang want to try again? Rong Chao asked. Ouyang Shui put away her sword and shook her head. There is no need. If you and I were to split up, we would definitely make a big fuss, and it would not end well. It's just a seat, so I'll give it to you. Chapter 082 My fist breaks 10,000 laws. Seeing that the others didn't make a move, Rongchao took a big step forward and sat on the futon closest to the heavenly Dao divine tablet. Yang Shui looked to the side at Bai Ying and Jingkong and said, I'm not willing to sit with these smelly men. Fairy Whitefly and Junior Master Jingkong, how about we sit in the second row? Bai Ying nodded. It didn't really matter where she sat, but since she was invited she answered. Pure Sky folded his hands and Umat Buddha said, Good. This is good. Fairy Yang is so heartbreaking. In the crowd, Qing Ji of the Illusory Dance Pavilion said with a resigned face, People are also women, but you invited them both alone without even looking at me. Genuinely, it gives people chills. Yang Shui faintly said, If you think it's not right, you can just spar with the two of them. The winner goes on and the loser retreats. Qing Ji hummed lightly, her big bun shaking up and down. Sister Whitefly has so many flower protectors. I wouldn't dare to mess with them. As for little Master Jingkong, people can't beat him either. This charm kung fu of mine can't do a thing to her. A monk. Never mind. Never mind. I'll just sit here in the third row. It's pretty much the same anyway. She walked up to herself, puckered her buttocks and sat down in style. The perfect curvature made Tuoba lie and the others also couldn't help but look at it a few more times. I'm not picky. Just sit casually. Lin Wuji from the body refining family smiled and also immediately went up to sit beside Qing Ji. At this moment, the Shangguan siblings were still left in the field, as well as the Qian Kingdom's Grand Prince Tuoba Lai, the Five Elements Sect's Heavenly Pride Wang Shang, the Heavenly Dao Sect's Heavenly Pride Zhou Tong, and Fong Ling. Of those 10 seats, only 4 remained, yet they had 6 more. Let's sit up front as well, Shangguan Beifeng said indifferently, leading his own sister as well as Fong Ling forward. Wait. At this moment, Tuoba Lai stopped them. Shangguan Beifeng, I don't know if these two by your side are, he asked. My sister Shangguan Haiyu, and my friend Ling Feng. Shangguan Beifeng returned in a flat tone. Wang Sheng of the Five Elements sect also gathered around and laughed. Fellow Daoist Beifeng is being impolite. Your strength, and I recognize it. You can have a share of the remaining seats, but your sister and friend, Zhou Tong of the Heavenly Dao sect looked at Shangguan Haiyu and laughed. I hate those who have no sense of proportion in this life. Though the Riwoba Dojo is open to anyone who pays the money, but these 10 seats closest to the Heavenly Dao Divine Monument have always been the ones that only Heavenly Pride is qualified to sit on. Little sister, you've never shown your face before, so today is your official debut, right? To call yourself a Heavenly Pride right after your debut. Your Shangguan family is really a great bully. After saying that, he then looked at Fong Ling who was on the side. And you, the one who hides his head, you actually wear a mask in front of us. Just you deserve to be alongside us? Zhou Tong these words, seems to also have the heart to say to the nearby those who are stupid to listen to, which the tone of voice steeply rose a few tones. Those small and medium-sized power heirs who originally wanted to come forward all shrank back, not daring to come forward any further. Shangguan Haiyu rolled up her sleeves and laughed, looking down on Auntie. Ha, come, let Auntie learn what you can do. This seat Auntie really wants it. Shangguan Beifeng stood forward and protected his sister behind him. He knew that Fong Ling's strength might not be inferior to theirs. Plus his sister was not what she used to be. There were also 3 people on their side, so even if they clashed with the 3 Tuoba Lai people, they still had a chance of winning. Interesting, then I will. Zhou Tong laughed and was about to strike, but just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Zhou Tong looked down and his face changed wildly. So fast. Who the hell are you? His figure retreated violently, hastily pulling away from Fong Ling. On the side, Tuoba Lai and Wang Shang were also shocked. They thought that they didn't have the kind of speed that Fong Ling had displayed. Zhou Tong no longer dared to underestimate the situation and was about to cast a divine ability to suppress Fong Ling. But in the next second, Fong Ling appeared behind him again and hammered his back with a punch. Zhou Tong only felt that his body was about to be blown up as his entire body flew out and crashed into the Heavenly Dao Divine Tablet. The entire room was in an uproar. Even Rong Chao, who was sitting in the chief, changed his face and turned to look at Fong Ling. The accompanying elders of the major powers outside the arena were similarly astonished. Zhou Tong's strength wasn't weak amongst the crowd of heavenly prides, but at this moment, he was so easily abused. What is this person's origin? The accompanying elder of the Heavenly Dao sect, Gu Tainyo asked as he looked towards Prince Rongkong on the main seat. Prince Rongkong frowned slightly and said, This king is not sure, but he is not a heavenly pride invited by my great Zhou imperial family. He just paid money to come in. Elder Shangguan? This person seems to be related to your Shangguan family. I don't know if he is, he asked, looking at Shangguan Qiu again. Shangguan Qiu was equally surprised and returned. I don't know where this person came from. He only said he was a casual cultivator. It's a like-minded friend that my young master happened to meet on his way here. Interesting, Just based on the physical body this person has displayed, it is completely inferior to this kid from the body-refining Lin family. Prince Rongkong laughed. On the seat, a light smile appeared at the corner of Ziju's mouth, but he smiled without saying anything. In the dragon field, under the heavenly Tao divine tablet, Zhou Tong was dumbfounded by Fong Ling's punch. At this moment, he returned to his senses, feeling that he had lost face in front of the heroes of the world, and his heart was seething with anger. You guys are getting real with me, aren't you? He, then I, Zhou Tong, will come to get a lesson. He leapt and flew into mid-air, and a phallic image rose up behind him. This Dharma image was named Cloud Sea Viewing Sunrise, and on the vast sea of clouds, the golden sun slowly rose into the sky, making it a magnificent sight to behold. Among the many celestial pride of the southern Do domain, Zhou Tong was the only one who had an innate phantasm, and this was the fundamental reason why he was strong enough to compete with the various celestial pride. Innate Dharma is inherent with birth, and cannot be learned later in life, nor can it be transferred to others. Depending on the phallic mood, it also has different effects. However, without exception, the might as well as the effects of these innate phantoms were even stronger than the top divine abilities of these great powers. The vastness of the Cloud Sea View Sunrise moved the others present. Rong Chao also couldn't help but sigh. With such divine might, spare me the trouble of going all out. Is this the power of the innate phantasm? It's really terrifying. This person is not just a waste of time, Ouyang Shui thought to herself. The Shangwan siblings were more than a little worried. At this moment, the object that the Dharma phase was suppressing was Fong Ling alone, and he would endure this terrifying divine might alone. Outside the arena, the heavenly Tao Sect's elder, Gu Tainyo, looked at Prince Rongkong and smiled. Don't be offended, Your Highness. I zone this kid has not been very good temper. Suddenly this, but it is also this person himself who first laid a heavy hand on Zhou Tonghe. Prince Rongkong said in a deep voice. That being said, it's a bit too much for him to make a killing move. This is actually Great Zhou's territory. Gu Tainyo secretly sank his breath, then added, in that case, I'll let this brat subside. He was about to make a move to hold Zhou Tong down, but right at that moment, Fong Ling in the middle of the field exploded out first. Still just a punch. This punch was accompanied by rumbling sounds, just like thunder. The space where the fist force passed through fell, and black ripples rippled out. Only a loud bang was heard, and the innate phantom Zhou Tong had sacrificed instantly collapsed. His entire body suffered a backlash and fell heavily to the ground, his blood spurting wildly. How can? Zhou Tong's eyes were red, and he was so terrified that he looked at Fong Ling on the opposite side. There was an uproar in and out of the arena, and the elders of the heavenly Tao sect even collapsed their faces. Zhou Tong's such a disastrous defeat had brought shame to the sect. With another punch, Fong Ling broke the innate phantasm. In the middle of the dragon field, Fong Ling said indifferently, don't waste any more time. Feel free to sit down. He walked forward and sat next to Lin Wuji. Brother, how did you cultivate this physical body? How come it's even fiercer than mine? Lin Wuji turned his head and stared at him blankly. Fong Ling ignored him and raised his own head to look forward, preparing to speculate on the heavenly Tao divine tablet. But these few people sitting in front of the disc blocked the very bottom of the divine monument again. He had to get up and come straight to the chief seat of the prince of the Rong dynasty. The two men looked at each other, neither one speaking. A moment later, Prince Rong Chao silently walked backward, giving his place to Fong Ling. Fong Ling had broken Zhou Tong's innate phantasm with a simple punch, and even Rong Chao didn't dare to fight him rashly. Although his emperor's body was powerful, it had one drawback, that is, if he loses head-on to his peers, he himself will be greatly affected, causing the emperor's chi to fester. Therefore, he had always only fought with people when he was absolutely sure of himself. But it was not a case of avoiding the battle. The moment the intention to fight was born in his heart, there would be an end to it sooner or later. After Rong Chao silently retreated, Fong Ling sat down, occupying this optimal position to refer to the heavenly Tao divine tablet. Behind him sat, as it happened, Whitefly, although Fong Ling's altered breath obscured his face. This back, those who are good at painting are naturally good at observing and recognizing people, and she secretly drew several copies of Fong Ling's portrait in the beginning. Thus Fong Ling's figure was completely imprinted in her heart. Yesterday, on the cloister, it was precisely because she thought it looked familiar that she looked back, and at the moment, having to stare so close, she already had a number in mind. It's you. It must be you. A pang of joy ran through her. Chapter 083, 10,000 Golden Lotus Blossoms on the Ground. At the back, the Shangwan siblings returned to their senses and also moved forward to sit in the last row of seats. Tuoba Lai and Wang Shan watched silently, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhou Tong's downfall was still fresh in their minds, and it seemed to them that the two Shangwan siblings were in league with Fong Ling. If they dared to stop them, Fong Ling would definitely not stand by and watch, and they would not be able to get off the ground then. How could the Shangguan siblings not expect that originally they wanted to bring Fong Ling, but now they had dipped into Fong Ling's light instead? In the end, Tuoba Lai and Wang Shang cut a deal, and this last seat was occupied by Wang Shang. Tuoba Lai silently walked to the position 3 rows back, pulled out a futon for himself, and sat down peacefully as well. The Dharma phase was broken, and Zhou Tong suffered a tremendous backlash. Furthermore, he was defeated in front of the heroes of the world. His moral heart collapsed, and he no longer had any intention of staying here. Getting up, he stumbled so far away from the dragon's field that he eventually disappeared. With the storm settled, Rong Chao and the others returned to their senses and also began to comprehend this heavenly Tao Divine tablet. The tens of thousands of small and medium-sized power heirs in the back didn't dare to make any more noise, and each sat down peacefully. He was afraid that because he had made a commotion, he would cause the pride of the heavens in front of him to be displeased and invite trouble. The large dojo became deathly silent. Tens of thousands of young people joined together to enlighten this heavenly Tao Divine tablet that stood on the dragon field. The scene was spectacular. Before he came, Fong Ling didn't expect much from this heavenly Tao Divine tablet. He thought that since this thing dared to show itself in front of people, it was probably just that, just a money tree for the great Zhou imperial family. However, after carefully speculating on the diagrammatic Tao rhythms on the divine tablet, he was shocked. He had an unfathomable divine ability, and he even had 2 creation immortal arts on his side, and he thought that he had quite a bit of research on the secret methods of divine abilities. However, at this moment, when faced with this heavenly Tao Divine tablet, it felt like what he had touched was just a drop in the ocean. There was no end to martial arts, and the pinnacle was limitless. So he couldn't help but introspect. Since his debut, he has experienced some setbacks, but they are really nothing. The highs and lows along the way quietly affected his state of mind, making him not immune to becoming arrogant as well. But after being impacted by the supreme great Tao at this moment, he realized how small he was. The change in his state of mind quietly affected his state, and he became more focused on comprehending the great Tao of truth contained in this heavenly Tao Divine tablet. Without realizing it, he quietly settled down, and a golden lotus steeply emerged around his body. Not long after, tens of thousands of golden lotuses floated above the dojo, causing people to be stunned. The golden lotus slowly blossomed, and the subtle Taoist rhythm gave Fong Ling a feeling of floating in the air. But for others, it was just a vision that floated before their eyes, without the slightest sensation of their own. Behind him, Ouyang Shui, Rong Chao and the others were all appalled. A golden lotus blooms on the flat earth, which is a vision of great enlightenment. Even if Fong Ling didn't end up comprehending any great aptitude, it would still be of great help to his cultivation. Outside the field, the accompanying elders of the major powers were even more shocked when they saw this. Many people directly stood up and gazed at Fong Ling in the arena. The young people knew very little about this vision of a golden lotus blooming on the flat earth, but they were well aware of the horror. The golden lotus blooming on the flat earth was not only the phase of entering into meditation, but it also meant that his strength had surpassed the limit of what should be in his realm and was recognized by the heavenly Tao. This guy. Zizhu looked at Fong Ling's figure and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Although she already knew that Fong Ling was extraordinary, this vision of a golden lotus blooming on the flat earth still frightened her. While marveling, she was still vaguely joyful inside, with a feeling of being honored. Meanwhile, in the deep palace, a white-haired old man with a deep aura abruptly opened his eyes and looked towards Long Bai. What is this person's origin? The white-haired old man asked. At that moment, a silhouette surfaced beside him, and this person was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou, Rong Shan. Back to the old ancestor. This person's origin I don't know either. Rong Shan smiled bitterly. I have deduced that his past and future are a chaos, unknowable and unmeasured. I suspect that a great power has moved on him, so my divination technique has been interfered with. Oh, the Great Zhou ancestor frowned slightly, then smiled again. In that case, it seems that this person is most likely an heir of the Eternal Life family or the Immortal Sacred Sect who is traveling outside. These strengths that have been passed down since the ancient times are truly terrifying. The difference in strength between just the younger generation is so great. What's more unfortunate is that Rong Chao collided with him, and sooner or later there will be a battle in the future. What he could not avoid. He was also destined for a great defeat, and since then the Emperor's chi has collapsed, and the Emperor's body is no longer in full power. Rong Shan said faintly, old ancestor doesn't have to be pessimistic. If Chao can break through, his Emperor's body will be able to become even stronger. Difficult. After the heart of invincibility collapses, how can it be so easy to regain confidence? The Great Zhou ancestor shook his head. On the outside seat, Tian Dao sect elder Gu Tainyo looked at Fong Ling in the middle of the field, and a trace of color flashed in his eyes. This man is so young yet he has such skill. and he covered his head and his face, as if he feared to be seen. If the children of the Eternal Life family are suspicious of the immortal sacred sex preacher, I'm afraid there's no need to be like this, nor do they care to be like this. It's hard to. He had a bold speculation in his mind, suspecting that this person was the Fongling they were chasing. But if I guess wrongly, I'm afraid I'll incur great misfortune for my heavenly Tao sect. Whatever. Anyway, first report this matter to the Grand Elder and let him decide. With a thought, he immediately sent a message to Grand Elder Wenmu. At this moment, Fongling did not know that he had become the center of attention in the entire room. He was completely immersed in the vastness of the great Tao, greedily comprehending these Tao rhythms and laws to create his own supreme law. Behind him, White Glow's eyes blearily kept staring at him, half-heartedly participating in the divine tablet. Almost 4 years had passed, and she had thought that she was now able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But now the harsh truth told her that she still hadn't caught up with him. Whitefly, what are you fuming about? Opportunities are earned, and complaining about them doesn't help. Suddenly realizing that she shouldn't be so discouraged, she fondly withdrew her gaze and looked up at the heavenly Tao divine tablet. People fainted one after another in the crowd at the back. There were also people who were so dizzy that they didn't dare to force their way into enlightenment and retreated with a face of unwillingness. They were like this because they couldn't withstand the impact of the vastness of the Tao rhythm. Soon, a large portion of these tens of thousands of small and medium-sized power heirs had gone. As time passes, more and more people exit. Time passed and 10 days passed. There were less than 10 people on the dragon field at this point. Even the celestial pride such as Tuoba Lai and Wang Shang retreated. On this day, the vision reappeared. A scene of a fairy playing the zither emerged behind Whitefly. A burst of immortal music that invigorated everyone inside and outside the arena. Even the elders with high strength such as Zizhu felt that all their cultivation had loosened and refined a bit. This and even the auspicious scene meant that Bai Ying had realized a great divine ability on the path of music. When one man achieves the goal, the chickens and dogs will be able to benefit, so all the living beings around him will also be able to benefit. The vision didn't last long and quickly dissipated. Whitefly opened her eyes excitedly with a smile on her brow. She was indeed greatly rewarded. She looked up to look at the divine tablet again, but felt a haze that seemed impossible to continue. Having already received great benefits, she was not greedy and immediately got up and left the dojo. Ouyang Shui, who was beside her, was very envious and sighed helplessly. It seems that I don't have a relationship with this divine tablet after all. After so long, she didn't figure out anything. At this moment, seeing that Whitefly had already eaten and walked away, he also gave up. Seeing that Ouyang Shui also regretfully left the field, Xin Ji and the others, who originally still held a hint of luck, also retreated sadly. At this moment, Fongling was the only one left in the field. Chapter 084, 10 Years of Autumn Enlightenment in the Dragon's Field. The events that occurred at the Dragon Field Taoist meeting had long since spread throughout the entire Southern Dipper Domain's cultivation world. Quite a number of great powers' heavenly prides who hadn't come to participate in this Tao meeting had also heard about it and rushed over. Some people were clad in haze, as if they were gods on earth. Thunder swam in someone's body, full of destructive power. Others are hidden in the void, unseen. They were quite a bit stronger than Zhou Tong's stream, so they didn't bother to come to the Dragon Field Taoist meeting. In the Dragon Field, Fongling was still sitting withered in front of the heavenly Tao divine tablet, unaffected by the external environment. Because the scene was so overwhelming, even Rongshan, the emperor of Great Zhou, came out of the palace. His appearance undoubtedly deterred some petty people who wanted to interrupt Fongling's enlightenment. The Dragonfield Tao Society was a signboard that had been created by Great Zhou for many years, and Great Zhou would not allow anyone to disrupt the order of the Tao Society. If Fongling is interrupted today, his reputation will be destroyed, and the future of the Dragonfield Road Association will also exist in name only. Rongshan was an immortal realm powerhouse who had transcended the martial Tao, and with him sitting here, no one dared to act out. Time passed, and 10 years passed. In front of the divine monument of the heavenly Tao, there was a clay figure sitting withered. This clay figure was none other than Fongling, who had been sitting in front of the heavenly Tao divine tablet for 10 years. At first more and more people came to Great Zhou to watch his Dragonfield enlightenment, but as each day passes, the crowds subside. Now that 10 years have passed, there is no one left in the vicinity of the Dragonfields, because no one knew how much longer Fongling would sit withered in front of the heavenly Tao divine tablet. However, in the vicinity of the Imperial Palace, the major forces did leave their eyes and ears behind, continuously keeping an eye on the progress here. On this day, deep in the palace, Great Zhou Crown Prince Rong Chao slowly walked out of the tightly closed cultivation room. He had been in seclusion for many years in order to prepare for Fongling's battle. He knew that Fongling was a great enemy that he had never seen before, so this time, he was closing a death barrier. Either you will practice the Great Zhou's supreme divine ability, or you will fall in it. The eunuch guarding the doorway of the cultivation room was overjoyed to see Rong Chao come out alive, and hurriedly wanted to go report to the emperor. But without waiting for him to leave, the great Zhou Emperor Rong Shan had arrived first. He had high hopes for Rong Chao, and he was secretly relieved to see that he was able to make it out. Chaoer, congratulations on practicing the human emperor seal. I only dared to practice this move after I became an immortal, and I didn't expect you to be able to practice it when you were still only in the late stage of jade balance. I have to say, this imperial body of yours was born specifically for my Rong family. It's a perfect match, Rong Shan said with a smile. Rong Chao humbly returned. I also have to thank father and also old ancestor for giving me the last drop of human emperor's blood from the family's collection to cultivate. If not, even if my son possesses an emperor's body, it would be difficult for him to practice this great divine ability at today's realm. By the way, I wonder how much time my son has spent on this retreat. Rongshan said faintly. Almost 10 years. So long, I thought only 3 or 2 days had passed. Rong Chao laughed. Cultivation has no years. It's not strange. I was in seclusion for 300 years last time and I also felt that only 3 or 2 days had passed in the outside world. Rong Shan said. Then I wonder where Ling Fong is now? Rong Chao asked again. And just what law did he realize back then? This time, after my son has practiced the seal of the human emperor, it's time to find him for a battle. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid it will damage my Dao. Rongshan turned around, looked towards the location of the dragon field in front of the palace, and sighed softly. This person is still in the dragon field enlightenment. The sitting is 10 years. He returned. What? Rong Chao sniffed and his eyes went wide. That's too much, isn't it? I remember the last time the Whitefly Fairy from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion was enlightened in about 10 days or so and composed her own immortal music. There was also the Purple Bamboo Master time many years ago, and it only took her half a month to create such a great divine ability as the Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. Ling Fong has been enlightened in front of the Divine Monument for 10 years. This is simply, after practicing the seal of the human emperor, Rong Chao had thought that he would have the power to fight, but hearing this news from his father's mouth, his heart thumped in his chest, secretly saying that it was not good. Fan Ling had been enlightened for 10 years, and was definitely brewing a supreme divine ability. I'm afraid that this divine ability would only be stronger than the human emperor seal that he had practiced. In the year of the great struggle, there are many heroes in the world. Rongshan raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Your imperial body must maintain an undefeated record in order to go all the way to the top. Genus is somewhat. Now there is a Ling Fong standing in your way, and in the future there will be Zhang San and Li Si. Failure is not scary. What's scary is not daring to keep trying after failure and not being able to get out of the haze. You are much better than father, and father hopes that you will be able to get back on your feet no matter what setbacks you encounter in the future. Rong Chao raised his head to look at Long Tianzai and said in a deep voice, my son will not let my father down. Ling Fong, Ling Fong, wake up quickly. You and I have been dragging this battle out for 10 years, and I can't wait. Just then, the storm clouds suddenly changed. 10,000 miles of clear sky were covered by dark clouds in an instant. Something seemed to be brewing in the dark clouds, giving one a sense of unease that something big was on the horizon. Someone is crossing the threshold? Rong Shan frowned, puzzled enough to ponder in his mind. That's not right. Among the royal family, there are no experts who have the intention of crossing the threshold in the near future. At that moment, the white-haired Rong clan ancestor suddenly appeared beside them. Seeing this, the two hurriedly saluted. Greetings, old ancestor. The Rong family's old ancestor stroked his own white beard, looked at Long Fong's eye, and muttered, this heavenly phase is not someone who is trying to cross the immortal tribulation, but rather, it's a heavenly execution tribulation targeting things that are not allowed by the heavenly Tao. Under the immortal tribulation, the person crossing the tribulation still has a 10% chance of survival, but the heavenly execution tribulation is different. The chances of the person who crosses the tribulation surviving are less than 1 in a million. The sky and the earth. This kid, I'm afraid it's difficult. It's a pity. Going too far against the heavens will end up being a heavenly rebel, and no one can protect him if the heavens want to put him to death. Rong Chao sniffed and frowned. I do hope he can pull through. He still owes me a battle. He can't just die like that. Even if we lose at his hands, it's better than having this battle go unanswered. The strange image in the sky frightened many people, but this was the imperial city of Great Zhou, with two immortals sitting in Great Zhou. The people, though vaguely fearful, did not cause panic. The eyes of the various forces that had remained in the Great Zhou Imperial City over the past 10 years and were responsible for keeping an eye on Fongling were instantly associated with him. One came to life again, coming to a position where he could see the dragon field and observing it secretly. In the middle of the dragon field, a single golden lotus of the Great Tao withered and turned into wisps of golden light and disappeared. Fongling, who had been sitting withered for 10 years, slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, shaking the accumulated dust from his body, and looked up at the sky. What's going on? He looked at the heavenly calamity brewing in the clouds with a puzzled expression. He could feel that the calamity was coming at him. He glanced around again and was even more puzzled to see no one around. Where are all the people? There's obviously a lot of them. His memory was still stuck in 10 years ago, although his Dragonfield enlightenment had lasted for 10 years. In his opinion, it was barely even an hour, and the time had passed in a flash. Chapter 085 Heaven and Earth Destroyed to Cross the Death Tribulation. At that moment, there was a movement in the sky, and the energy building up in the clouds became more and more frightening, so much so that the Zhou family ancestor had to order everyone in the palace to evacuate. Fangling saw that the momentum was wrong and wanted to get out of here, but just as he flew for a while, he realized that the dark clouds in the sky were following him closely. It seemed that no matter where he fled to, it was hard to escape this. Finding that he was unable to avoid it, Fangling didn't waste his efforts and stopped in place. A colorless, soundless, and nowhere to be found energy poured down from the clouds and bombarded Fangling's body. In an instant, his body was blown into thousands of pieces, turning into a streak of blood and flesh that soared on the ground. In the distance, the Rong clan's old ancestor as well as the great Zhou Emperor Rongshan couldn't help but feel a chill in the back of their spines. People like them, who had become immortals, were also alarmed by this heavenly execution. Crown Prince Rongzhou looked at this scene and was even more frozen and lost in thought, murmuring, "It's too bad. Heaven punishment." It turns out that a person who is demonic to the extreme will be forbidden by heaven and earth. Just as everyone sighed in astonishment, an even more horrifying scene occurred. Fangling, who had originally been reduced to a mess of flesh and blood, had unexpectedly resurrected. His body regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, he was a living human being again. Fangling raised his head with a grave face and looked deep into the clouds, which had not dissipated. At that moment, another colorless, invisible, and nowhere to be found energy erupted from the ground, directly blasting him into a bloody mist. Just now it was heaven's execution, now it's earth's destruction. Heaven's execution is truly terrifying. The Rong clan's old ancestor smacked his lips. Rongshan, he was able to resurrect just now when he turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, so he may not die now. Rong Chao, it's too horrible. Just now it's all like that. It can actually be resurrected. It's no wonder this person suffered this calamity. Everyone looked at the mist of blood, thinking that there should be no more miracles. But strangely, this blood mist coalesced again in an instant, and the flesh and blood regenerated. It looked like Fangling had already grown half a body, but at that moment, the heavenly execution arrived in unison and seemed to want to completely grind him down. Blood mist or not, flesh and blood, no longer seen in the slightest. It was as if Fangling had never come to this world before, so he hadn't been able to leave any traces behind. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed and returned to a clear sky of 10,000 miles, leaving only the city full of stunned cultivators. It's a pity, if this person doesn't die, my human race will have a supreme genius. The Rong clan's old ancestor sighed and turned around, preparing to return to the palace. Rong Chao, on the other hand, looked at the place where Fangling had just destroyed, half speechless. He clenched his fists and secretly exasperated. If I had known this, I would have fought him back then, but unfortunately I won't have another chance. Just when everyone thought that Fangling had been obliterated, the miracle happened again. Fangling showed up and appeared in his original position. Even if he possessed an immortal heart, he would not be able to withstand such a heavenly calamity. So at the last moment just now, he cast out one of the Tao techniques he had created himself for this enlightenment, void. At first, he used the creation immortal technique of causal reversal to resist this heavenly execution tribulation, but he found that this move was useless, because the one who wanted to obliterate him was not a living being, but this side of heaven and earth. The energy he had regurgitated back was worthless to this side of heaven and earth, and thus was completely ineffective. And this move of void was an exquisite space art. After casting it, his divine soul as well as his body would be vaporized, unable to be harmed by any situational attacks, even the might of heaven and earth. At the last moment he used this move to dodge the heavenly execution, and also made the heavenly Tao think that he had been obliterated, and ultimately managed to escape this wave of heavenly tribulation. This isn't even dead? The Rong clan's old ancestor, who had already turned to leave, folded back. The great Zhou Emperor Rongshan was also secretly shocked, thinking, is the heir of the eternal life family really that terrifying? I am a jade immortal, and in my heart I would actually be in awe of a young man from the jade balance realm. Rong Chao then laughed and quickly flew to Fangling's side. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Ling Fang on his rebirth and nirvana. He opened his mouth. Fangling looked at Rong Chao and asked, why is it so cold around? Is it hard to believe that a long time has passed? Rong Chao nodded. Rang also, It has been 10 years. Back in your first year of enlightenment at the Dragon's Field, the onlookers were pretty much gone. 10 years? It's actually been so long. Fongling was astonished. Rongchao is not talented and would like to challenge you, he added. I hope that fellow Taoist Ling Fong will not refuse. When he said that, a golden body shield aura emerged on Rongchao's body, and his entire aura climbed to the peak. The Emperor's chi that belonged uniquely to the Emperor's body also went on a rampage, enveloping Fong Ling. The Emperor's chi had a suppressive effect on almost everyone, weakening their battle power by 3 points. But Fong Ling's chaotic saint body wouldn't let that happen. An even more powerful aura erupted from him, instantly suppressing Rongchao's imperial aura. Rongchao saw that his invincible Emperor's body was unable to suppress Fong Ling, but he was not surprised and just laughed it off. Try this move. Dragon Fist. He swung a fist with vigor. The fist energy transformed into a mighty 5-clawed golden dragon, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar as it killed towards Fong Ling. Fong Ling met it with the same punch, but it was just an ordinary punch. After a violent energy fluctuation, the 5-clawed golden dragon instantly collapsed, and Rongchao was also knocked back by Fong Ling's punch. He retreated 10 feet away in a row before he managed to stabilize himself. Just as well. Then one move will determine the winner. Rongchao leapt up and spread his hands. The domineering and incomparable human emperor chi was constantly converging into his right hand, forming the human emperor seal on the palm of his right hand. This was a palm with the power of chi fortune attached to it, and it was very different from ordinary divine abilities. As he watched the vast human emperor seal suppressing towards him, a trace of color flashed in Fong Ling's eyes. This palm was indeed extraordinary. He was actually suppressed. His entire body could not move, and his spiritual energy was difficult to invoke. With a loud boom, the human emperor's seal landed on him, crushing his protective astral aura. Fong Ling took 3 steps backward before he could stand still. Although this palm was not bad, it was only able to break through his defense and was not able to cause much damage to him. Opposite him, Rongchao looked at the scene and smiled bitterly. I lost. Fong Ling carried down his strongest attack almost unharmed, and there was no need to fight next. After admitting defeat, the Emperor's astral chi that had condensed on the surface of his body instantly collapsed, and at the same time, a wisp of blood spilled out of his mouth. This is the price of his failure. The near fall of the Emperor's body. Unless he can come out of his haze and regain his Taoist heart. His father Rongshan's figure flickered and also came before Fong Ling. Facing this immortal realm great Zhou Emperor, Fong Ling's heart fluttered and he was in high spirits. Rongshan smiled faintly at Fong Ling and said, there is no need for the young man to be nervous. I have no ill intentions. Chaoer has his own path to follow, and I, as a father, cannot help him. Losing to you fair and square, he didn't lose unjustly. Also, according to the rules, you should give a copy of the law that you created yourself in this Dragonfield Dao meeting to my great Zhou. But there's no need to make an exception for you alone this time. I, Da Zhou, would like to make friends with you. Making friends with me may not be a good thing, Fong Ling said seriously. Originally, he hadn't intended to give a share to great Zhou, and had long been ready to slip away. Rongshan froze, then laughed. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of, he added. It's best not to leave my great Zhou right now, because the people of the Heavenly Dao sect are waiting for you outside. They said that your real name is Fong Ling, and that not only did you kill their clan's heavenly pride Mo Yuan, but you also took away the Qian Koan mirror, one of the 4 great treasures of the Heavenly Dao sect. If they didn't want to tear their faces off and erupt into conflict with my great Zhou, they would have entered the Dragonfield to take you long ago. Watch yourself. Fong Ling, thanks for the reminder. Then Rongshan waved his hand and led his son back to the palace. Fong Ling also left, intending to find a place to rest in the city first. But no sooner had he landed and taken a few steps than a man behind him suddenly called out to him. Mr. Fong, long time no see. Whitefly's small face was slightly red, and she timidly said, Chapter 086, White Flower Falling into Sludge. Fong Ling turned to look at her. 10 years had passed and her appearance had matured a bit more, but she was still as shy as ever. Catch up somewhere? Whitefly extended an invitation. Fong Ling gave a light him and followed her towards where she lived. You've been waiting here for 10 years? On the way. Fong Ling asked. Buying, I was fortunate enough to realize the Dao at the Dragonfield, so I took advantage of the heat and directly bought a mansion in Great Zhou to live in, and carefully perfected the method that I had realized in the first place. That stay was 10 years. In fact, I just happened to be getting ready to leave recently, but it was a coincidence that I got to see you before I left. Fong Ling, I see. Although Whitefly explained it in a serious manner, it was full of holes. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion, and according to common sense it was inappropriate for her to stay in Great Zhou for a long time. As for perfecting the enlightened law, it is nonsense. He also enlightened the way at the Dragon's Field and created 2 supreme laws. The law created by Gautama was already quite perfected, and after leaving the dragon's field, where was the chance to perfect it again? Although Whitefly was lying, he didn't poke holes in it, so as not to have a buzz. After a while, Fongling followed by Ying to a mansion in the east of the city. There wasn't even a single servant in this huge mansion, and she had been living alone all these years. Whitefly led him to a gazebo and made him tea with his own hands. She is a person who plays the zither, and she is especially particular about her hands, which are extremely well maintained. The slender green jade hands, like Dochin's jade feet, were a rare work of art in the world. Your father and your uncle, are they okay? Fongling asked. Whitefly nodded. They are well, but they are no longer in Dragon City. Some years ago, my Bai family moved their clan to the imperial city of Yin, which is the territory of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion. But my father has been trying to find another place to land, saying he wants the White family to avoid the world. It just so happens that I received a transmission from him a few days ago, and he said that he had taken his clan and left again, looking for an isolated place. Fongling, your father was very good, not being mesmerized by the prosperity in front of him. It is indeed an optimal choice for them to avoid the world, and this way you won't be tied down. The years are long. I didn't realize that more than a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Whitefly, yeah, but I do prefer the old days in Dragon City. It was uneventful, but peaceful, unlike now. Aren't you having a good time? Fongling laughed. With so many heavenly prides making advances to you at the Dragonfield Dojo, what woman wouldn't be envious when she looks at you? With your back to the Heavenly Voice Pavilion and so many heavenly pride level suitors, no one under the sky would dare to mess with you. Bai Ying pouted her lips. Mr. Fong, don't make fun of me. Those people are annoying as hell and I can't wait for them to leave me alone. And the reason they want to get close to me isn't because of how I am as a person. It's just that I've acquired all three of the Heavenly Tone Pavilion's major ancient songs, and they think I'm useful. What they like is just the clear spirit tune that can grow their cultivation, and the eternal joy that can keep people from dying. Fongling, you see through it, but what you learn is part of you. No need to dwell on it. Bai Ying gave a light hum and added, by the way, there's something Inger would like to remind Mr. Fong about. You are not to leave the Great Week for now. The people from the Heavenly Tao sect have set their sights on you, threatening to cut you down. There's also a Miao clan. It seems to be called the Chuan clan, and they also have experts with the Heavenly Tao sect's people. Once you leave the Great Week, they will move against you. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Tao sect, and the High Priest of the Chuan clan, have been guarding the outside for the past 10 years. Fongling, Emperor Rongshan has spoken with me about this matter, but thank you for reminding me. Bai Ying's eyebrows were slightly knitted, her eyes staring straight at him, looking puzzled. Why don't you seem worried at all? She asked, regardless of that Miaozhong priest, but this Heavenly Tao sect's Grand Elder, Wan Mu, is a veteran immortal realm powerhouse. It's often said that all under the immortal realm are ants. This saying is not exaggerated at all. It's impossible for you to beat him before you become an immortal. Not to mention he has so many helpers. Fongling, I have my own way to get out of this. Don't worry, Miss Whitefly. Bai Ying sniffed and grunted. Duke Fong is still this outward looking. You and I are also considered old friends, and still call out with a mouthful of Miss Whitefly. It seems rustic. Just call me Firefly directly. Fongling laughed. Then don't you always call me Gonzi? White Firefly, I'm calling it smooth. I'm afraid it's not good to change. Without going into that, since you're sure you can get out of it, it's naturally best. At first I contacted my master to try to get her to intercede in the matter, but master said that you have violated a major taboo, and she can't intervene, or else my Tianyin pavilion will completely break with the Heavenly Tao sect. Although I am a holy maiden, I am ultimately still a latecomer and am not yet able to influence such a great event. Oi, too bad it didn't help you. Fongling, I'm not worth this much. Bai Ying looked at him and said very seriously, if you hadn't helped me get rid of the poison and saved my life back then, I would have died long ago, and where would I be today? Plus, there's no such thing as worth it or not, there's only wanting to or not wanting to. Inger also don't know how, since the first time I looked at you, it's also not because you have saved me so simple. When she said that, her delicate face became bashful and red beyond words. Fongling didn't expect her to be so brave as to directly show her love to him. But you don't actually know me. I'm a murderous fiend. Since his debut, he has killed without counting the evil, he said. And I've had 2 women. You're like a white flower, and I'm just a puddle of sludge in a quagmire. Whitefly sniffed, first froze, then laughed. Which person says they are a puddle of sludge? Also, you are not a flower. So how do you know that flowers don't want to fall in the sludge? In fact, back then in the White House, Fongling had moved on to her. He enjoyed sitting in his rocking chair, closing his eyes and listening to her play the piano. The two hadn't spent much time together, but he could understand her piano and she could play his favorite music. The two of them said nothing, but there was an unspoken understanding. It was just that he had just come down from the mountain at that time. His strength was not strong, and he didn't want to pull the Bai family down, so he didn't think about it anymore. But in this day and age, everything is different. This lovely woman in front of me is even more courageous. Take the initiative to express love to him, but also to wait here for 10 years. Fongling really could not bear to break her heart, so he also followed his own heart. The flowers will fall, and the mud will rejoice, he said. Whitefly sniffed, pursed her lips, and shyly lowered her head again. All of a sudden it became. Instead, she was a bit overwhelmed, her insides fidgeting. Why don't Ing play a few songs for Mr. Fong? She said. Fongling gave a light him and washed his ears. She waved her hand, removing the tea set from the table and setting out an ancient zither. This ancient zither was one of the two superb ancient zither passed down from the Heavenly Tone Pavilion, named Dokui, a 14-channel forbidden magic treasure. The strongest magic treasure that Fongling had previously seen was none other than Ziju's Snow Jade Heavenly Pure Bottle. Snow Jade Heavenly Pure Bottle, although only less than a ban on a single Yuguchin, but the two are worlds apart. I wonder if Mr. Fong still remembers this song Heaven and Earth Together? Whitefly guffawed, her slender jade hand plucking at the ancient zither. Back then, this song had shocked Fongling to no end, so how could he forget it? He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the fairy music played by Whitefly with a face of enjoyment. When this song ended, Fongling realized that his soul power had actually increased by about 3%. And back then, Whitefly's song was only 1% effective, but now it was surprisingly elevated so much. He looked at Bai Ying sitting across from him. At this moment she looked like a pear flower wet by rain, drenched in fragrant sweat. This song, though subtle, was no small burden for her. You're soaking wet in this dress. Fongling stepped forward and walked behind her, his large hands covering her clothes. And see, under the collar there is a red rope. The ghost of a slip accidentally pulled out a red belly pocket. Bai Ying's delicate body trembled, so shy that she mumbled, "You are so bad." Chapter 087, Cold Ice and Flaming Flame Twofold Flower. Whitefly said he was bad, but inside she was vaguely excited for something worse to happen next. As the beautiful atmosphere continued to ferment, Fongling wanted to pick the white flower in front of him, but at that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the pavilion, causing the hearts of the two to flutter. Humph, what a denizen! So nasty just after meeting. Ing, why don't you come over? A silhouette suddenly appeared outside the gazebo. This person's hair was in a high bun, her figure was plump, and at a glance she appeared to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. There are many earrings, green bracelets and other exquisite jewelry on her body, embellishing her with more richness and grace. She was Su Luomei, the owner of the Tianyin Pavilion, and her aura was very powerful. Pavilion Master. Bai Ying's face changed abruptly when she saw Su Luomei suddenly appear. However, when she played Heaven and Earth Together just now, she did not feel that she was nearby, thus concluding that Su Luomei had also just arrived. It was fortunate that she didn't hear those fleshy love words before, or else her had no face to see others. With a wave of her hand, she first put away the zither, while immediately stepping forward to greet her. "What brings you here, court master?" she muttered. Su Luomei looked like she hated it and wanted to reprimand Bai Ying a few times, but the words came to her, and she was too soft to give them up. Then he let out a long sigh and said, "Naturally, I came to see you. It was only a few days ago when I came out of the gate that I learned from your master's mouth that you actually stayed in the Great Zhou Imperial City for 10 years. You've always been good and obedient, and you wouldn't have done anything strange, so I knew there was something very fishy about this. Come and have a look." "Ha!" Su Luomei looked towards Fongling in the pavilion, her tone a few points colder. "You guy is really bold. You actually dare to touch my Tianyin Pavilion's holy daughter. Don't think you're so great just because you're enlightened in the Dragon's Field. No matter how demonic you are, without growing up you are ultimately just a small person." Fongling looked at Su Luomei and faintly said, "The fact that Inger and I are in love with each other doesn't hinder you in any way." Bai Ying also hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, Mr. Fong and I are in love with each other. You must not blame him." Su Luomei saw Bai Ying's uptight look and hated it in her heart. She knew what Fongling was and what he had done. "Firefly, it's not that I won't let you talk to people about love, but not this person," Su Luomei said coldly and sternly. "Do you know how ferocious he is? He once bloodied the Chuan tribe in Miaozhong and used hundreds of millions of lives to practice his demonic skills. You're really blinded by lard, that you would even look at such a heartless and evil demon." Whitefly didn't know how to argue. This matter was known to her, and the truth seemed to be true. Priest Chuan is also an immortal realm expert, and there's also the heavenly Dao sect looking on. There's no good ending for this brat, Su Luomei added. "Fongling, I don't need senior to worry about my life and death. When Bai Ying saw how hard Fongling was, he said in his heart that it was not good. She knew her own pavilion master very well. She had a domineering nature. Fongling repeatedly contradicted her, fearing that it would enrage her. As expected, the next moment a touch of anger surfaced on Su Luomei's face, her body's immortal power surging as if she wanted to strike out to suppress Fongling. Suddenly, space fell and rippled like a ripple. A cool woman appeared out of thin air, straddling the middle of Su Luomei and Fongling. "Master?" Bai Ying exclaimed with a happy brow after seeing the visitor. This cool woman was Bai Ying's master, Tianyin Pavilion Grand Elder Su Ruobing. Although this matter is worrisome, sister doesn't have to be so angry. Su Ruobing looked towards Su Luomei. These two were quite similar in appearance and stature, being siblings, but their temperaments were diametrically opposed to each other. One is as warm as fire, the other as cold as frost. Seeing her own sister blocking the way, Su Luomei was instantly upset and snorted. "Let's see what he's clutching in his hand. As soon as the party meets, they are going to eat Inger dry. This kind of filthiness definitely doesn't deserve her. Even if Inger holds a grudge against me for the rest of her life from now on, I'll still have to suppress this denizen prodigal son here today." Su Ruobing silently looked at Fongling and saw that he was still clutching White Glow's belly band in his hand, and his brows immediately furrowed. White Firefly, anxious, immediately explained, "I took off myself to give him to play. Not he picked it. Look, Inger has become a demon." Su Luomei's eyes widened and she was almost exasperated by Bai Ying. This demonic obstacle must be cut out today. Otherwise it will definitely affect her cultivation in the future. "No, this matter has to be discussed in the long run," Su Ruobing said in a deep voice. As Bai Ying's master, she knew Bai Ying's personality very well. She may look soft, but her bones are strong. If today, her sister killed Fongling, from now on, Bai Ying would no longer belong to the Heavenly Tone Pavilion. "Sister, now that this person is in deep trouble, even if you don't kill him, he will more than likely die at the hands of that witch immortal from Miaojiang or Wenmu." She immediately transmitted her voice to Su Luomei. "Do not be impulsive. You and I will first bring Inger back to the Heavenly Tone Pavilion is all. This person will die out there sooner or later, and when that happens, Firefly will be sad for a while at best, but sooner or later, she will still be able to walk out. But if we forcefully intervene in this matter, I am afraid." Su Ruomei was able to become a party hegemon, and although her temperament was a bit grumpy, her brain was not stupid. When she thought about it, it did make sense that there was no point in asking for trouble, so he grunted and turned away. Su Ruobing looked towards Bai Ying and transmitted his voice to her, saying a few more words, and then she pulled her sister out of the mansion. After the two left, Bai Ying came to Fongling's side. "Don't blame my master and the courtmaster. I know they are doing this for my own good and have never treated me poorly over the years," she said. She didn't want irreconcilable animosity to arise between her two most beloved people and Fongling. "I have to go first, or this situation won't end well today, but my master said that if you can solve your own troubles, you can look for me at Tianyin Pavilion in the future." Fongling nodded. "That's fine. I'll look for you at the Tianyin Pavilion in the future." He had never thought of forcing Bai Ying around, and even if Bai Ying wanted to follow him, he would have persuaded her to return to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Now was not the time to enjoy his blessings, and a woman would be a liability to follow him around, and he didn't want to kill people practicing in front of his woman. "As promised, I'll wait for you at the Tianyin Pavilion." Bai Ying smiled lightly and suddenly stood on her tiptoes to kiss him, and then she turned around shyly and flew up, to go back with her master and the pavilion master. "Wait, this thing." Fongling hurriedly called out to her, wanting to return the belly band to her. "I'll put it here with you first and return it to me the next time we meet," Whitefly muttered, his figure disappearing. Fongling rubbed it in his hand and put it away in his storage ring. Women weren't all he had, and he wasn't sentimental after Whitefly left. The longer he went down the mountain, the more he realized the truth that the only way to guard everything he held dear was to be strong himself. "Fongling, you're so free." Suddenly, a teasing sound rang out behind him. Fongling turned around to see that the one who spoke was none other than Master Zizhu. Chapter 088 Land Status Quo Hout and Mirror. TSK, Bai Ying. "This little girl is young and pretty, and she can play a good tune. It looks soft and lovable again. If I were a man, I would most likely fall in love with her too," Zizhu said again, but it gave Fongling a shady feeling. After the Dragonfield Taoist meeting was over that year, she went back with the team from the Heavenly Purity Nunnery. But then, after hearing that the Heavenly Tao sect had identified Fongling as the murderer of Mo Yuan and took away their Jin clan's treasure, she quietly sneaked back to Great Zhou. On this occasion, he settled down in the Great Zhou Imperial City, which was 10 years. "Senior Madam, you're getting deeper and deeper into it," Fongling said. "If you pull out now, there is still a possibility of returning to normal. otherwise you will fall into an infernal hell. He wasn't stupid. This woman could wait for him here for so long. She must have moved on. But she's a monk, and she's the successor to be the next head of the heavenly pure nunnery. If she continued to be immersed in love and could not extricate herself from it, she would surely suffer in the future. Zijou sniffed and glanced at him with a grudge. It's all because of you? Get over it. Maybe one day I can snap out of it. First things first, in the future you will stay here until you become immortal. Great Joe and the Heavenly Tao sect have always been at odds. You're safe here. They wouldn't dare come in to take you. I'll come over to you from time to time when I have time in the future, so that you won't be too lonely. Fongling, I don't want to be a caged bird. You don't have to worry about my safety. I have a plan in mind. Zijou's eyebrows knitted tightly as she scolded. Don't be disobedient. You don't understand how terrifying the strength of an immortal realm powerhouse really is. You have not yet transcended the martial arts path. Even if you were more powerful, it would be impossible for you to defeat Wenmu and the others. As the saying goes, a great man can bend and bend. So what's the harm in you practicing here for some years? Fongling smiled and his right eye instantly turned red. Unlike before, this blood eye of his also had some additional strange black lines in it, which formed a hexagram mark. In the past, when he made this blood eye, it was mostly used to distort space and devour and exile the enemy's attacks. However, after 10 years of enlightenment in the dragon field, he had not only created 2 supreme laws, but had also greatly improved in other areas. The enhancement of the blood eye is one of them. He had caused a vision of golden lotuses blooming on the flat earth, and these blooming golden lotuses of the great Tao could be more than just nice to look at. Under the nourishment of the golden lotus Tao rhythm, this blood eye of his evolved even more perfectly and its power increased greatly. Only his right eye flashed red, and wherever his gaze reached, space shattered and a spatial crack appeared. Seeing this, Zijou exclaimed, "You actually have the power to break through the air." Fongling lightly exhaled. The red aura of his right eye converged, and everything returned to normal. He said, "If I'm not defeated, I'll burrow into the spatial turbulence and they won't be able to do anything about me. When I show up again, even I don't know where I'll be, but it's definitely far, far away from them. Although Grand Elder Wenmu of the Heavenly Tao sect is strong, but if you get away with this, he really can't hold you," Zijou murmured. "But Ning Chuan is a sorcerer immortal. If he casts a spell, you won't be able to escape even if you hide in the void. He must have a powerful spell that can break your spirit." Fongling looked expansively to the corner of the courtyard and laughed. "This person, Chuan Ning, will be dealt with by someone else. Priest Lanyan, you say?" Zijou sniffed and blushed. She didn't feel anyone there. This person was able to completely avoid her senses, and was most likely an immortal realm powerhouse. In the empty corner, Lanyan appeared. She smiled faintly and exclaimed, "It's really impressive, now that you can even detect my presence. After the Dragon Field Enlightenment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you've been transformed." Fongling actually had a very strange feeling in his heart from a long time ago. It was as if something had been following him, but he couldn't be sure, and now he had a hazy sense of where she was, and could roughly feel her bearings. It was also known that the one who had been following him was this high priest of the Lan tribe. "When did you start following me?" Fongling asked. Lanyan pondered for a moment and said, "About the time you were in the Nanyang Kingdom's palace." Fongling, "So early? Could it be that you Lan tribe?" He suspected that Lan had been exterminated. Lanyan shook her head. "Although the Lan clan is also close to being overthrown, it is not as unlucky as the Chuan clan. Thanks to your surprise attack on the Chuan clan in the first place, besieging the way to save Zhao, this gave me the opportunity to send a portion of my clan into the temple of the witch god." "Didn't the witch god temple disappear and have been closed?" Fongling asked in astonishment. "Luor and I are connected as mother and daughter, so we can contact each other even if we are separated by 2 places," Lanyan explained. "So at that time I got her to cooperate and forced open the witch god temple. It's a pity that the witch god temple's prohibition can't be dissolved even by her, and those who end up being sent into it can only be clansmen under the age of 50. After they go in, they can't come out again either. So we can only wait for Luor to finish receiving the witch god's inheritance and completely master the witch god hall after. But this is good. It also saves them from being decimated by those remaining in the Chuan clan as well as the people of the Heavenly Tao sect. At that time, I was deeply and seriously injured, so I wanted to find a place to seclude myself first. By coincidence, I actually ran into you and followed you. I thought that you were capable and that I could be at peace with you for a while, but I didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion after coming to Great Zhou. It was only later that I realized that the Qianquan mirror has a twin magic treasure called the Haotian realm. These 2 magic treasures are among the 4 major inherited magic treasures of the Heavenly Tao sect, one for offense and one for defense, and they can sense each other at a certain distance. At the time of your enlightenment at the Dragon Field, The people of the Heavenly Tao sect used the Haotian mirror to sense that the Qinquan mirror was in your possession, and in turn concluded your identity. It's a good thing that Great Zhou and the Heavenly Tao sect don't deal with each other. Otherwise, hearing Mooning Chuan and the others guarding outside of Great Zhou has caused me to be trapped here as well, unable to get out. I should have known that I wouldn't follow you around. AI. Lan Yen sighed lightly, chagrined. Fong Ling, I see. Then I wonder how well Priest Lan Yen has recovered from his injuries? Lan Yen shook her head. Back then, I fought 1 against 2 and was severely injured. A short 10 years is completely insufficient for me to recuperate from my injuries. But Chuan's spells are mutually exclusive with my Lan, so I can help you block his attacks. That's good. You and I will break out together then, Fong Ling said. After sitting withered for 10 years and suffering a heaven-defying calamity, my state has not yet recovered. So wait for me to recuperate for a while before I make my move. Lan Yen, no harm done. I'm in no hurry. Just remember to call me when you're leaving. She raised her hand and pointed it towards Fong Ling, and a mark appeared on the back of Fong Ling's hand. This is the unique summoning spell seal of the Witch Clan, which can facilitate contact, she said. After saying that, Lan Yen immediately disappeared and left. After she left, Fong Ling looked at Zizhu, who looked a little more relaxed. With Lan Yen to help her, she wasn't so worried. But suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her face turned not so good. Fong Ling asked, "What's wrong?" Zizhu cooed. "This Lan Yen priestess has been following you for a long time. Will she see us? If this gets out, I'll be disgraced." Fong Ling muttered. "There's no need to worry. Even if she knows, she'll definitely keep her mouth shut. After all, I'm on the same page as her." Zizhu sniffed, which was reassuring. Chapter 089, Fong Ling's Crazy Idea. Zizhu stayed in this mansion for a few days and was filled by Fong Ling. Now that she had a rough idea in mind, she quickly left. She had stayed in the Great Zhou Imperial City for so many years, of which she had shrugged off, not going back even once when summoned by the ancestor. So she was worried that if she stayed any longer, she might arouse suspicion. After Zizhu left, Fong Ling had been purifying for a while, and his state had recovered more or less. On this day, he had planned to contact Priest Lan Yen and prepare to leave Great Zhou. But suddenly there was a visit from a person with white silk legs and youthfulness. It was Shangguan Haiyu. You're clearly an old acquaintance, yet you're still deliberately concealing it. You're clearly teasing me. Shangguan Haiyu was slightly dissatisfied as she looked at Fong Ling. When she first realized that the mysterious person following their siblings, Ling Fong, was Fong Ling, she could have been depressed for a long time and was quite upset. Fong Ling said indifferently, "You also know that I'm in a helpless situation. I wonder what Miss Shangguan is looking for me today." Shangguan Haiyu looked at him and returned. "I owe you a big favor that I haven't yet returned, so I've come here today to return it to you. The 2 immortal realm powers, Wen Mu and Ning Chuan, are not the only ones guarding the outside of Great Zhou. The Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch Crane Changling is also secretly lurking. This old thief covered himself with a 7-colored haze cloak, so even a powerhouse of Emperor Rongshan's level would have trouble detecting it. If it weren't for my father's astrological deduction, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that this old thief had actually come." When Fong Ling heard this, he laughed. For the Heavenly Tao sect to deal with such a minor character as me, 2 great immortal realm powerhouses have come out in unison. That's really interesting, Shangguan Haiyu added. "But don't worry, my father has already gone out and asked Crane Chanling away. His Heavenly Tao sect's protector formation has always been maintained with the help of my Shangguan family, so Crane Changling wouldn't dare to not give my father this face. I can guarantee that for the next half a month, Crane Changling will be distracted. That's why you have to take advantage of these few days to leave Great Zhou as soon as possible. This is the ancient transportation talisman. All you need to do is crush it and you will be randomly transported to a place millions of miles away. My father said that although the Heavenly Tao sect doesn't dare to come in and take you for the time being, if they delay, they will never sit back and watch you grow in strength, and will inevitably throw their weight around. He also said that there will be a great calamity coming to the world, and that Great Zhou may not protect you. Instead of placing your life in the hands of others, you should take control of it yourself." With that, she took out an ancient jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Fong Ling. This ancient recluse talisman was a good thing, and when it was given to him for free, of course he wouldn't refuse it. "Thanks a lot." He nodded towards Shangguan Haiyu. Shangguan Haiyu looked at him and again looked like she wanted to say something. Seeing her like this, Fong Ling said, "If you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it." Shangguan Haiyu took a deep breath and said, "What I want to say you may not like to hear. With your natural talent, if you can follow the righteous path, your future will be unlimited. Those magic skills, you don't practice anymore, and don't kill innocents indiscriminately." She sighed softly again. "I know that too. Talking about it is the same as farting. Hey, even Master Zizhu failed to indoctrinate you. so it's definitely useless for me to say this. Fong Ling glanced at her and said suspiciously, how do you know that Master Zizhu tried to indoctrinate me? Shang Yu's eyes widened, and she was secretly annoyed that she had actually blurted out. That was me who approached Master Zizhu when we were in the blood puddle and asked her to indoctrinate you. Of course, I didn't say that Limitless City was slaughtered by you. I just said that you were my friend but fell into the devil's path inadvertently, and wanted her to pull you along. You nearly got me killed, Fong Ling said. If he hadn't had some strength in the first place, or else he would have really gotten rid of the demons by Zizhu. But if she hadn't pulled the strings from it, it would have been difficult for him to have the backstory with Zizhu, when it was really a mysterious matter of the world. Shangguan Haiyu lowered her head in shame. In that case, Shifu almost beat you to death? I didn't think she would. Zizhu Sherdai is famous, known as the Jade Goddess of Mercies. I just want her to pull you. Fong Ling, if things pass, it's over. Just don't you dare ask me about my business in the future. Shangguan Haiyu nodded. Got it. I won't mind my own business anymore. Let's go. Good luck. She had said what needed to be said and immediately turned away. After she left, Fong Ling looked down at the summoning spell seal on the back of his hand and immediately contacted Priest Lan Yen. Within moments, Lan Yen appeared beside him. Ready to leave? She asked. The corner of Fong Ling's mouth lifted slightly as he asked rhetorically. Do you want to avenge Lan? Lan Yen frowned slightly and grunted. Of course, but today is not the time. My daughter has obtained the witch god's inheritance, and in a few years, when she also steps into the immortal realm, that will be the time for my Lan to take revenge. Vengeance doesn't last overnight. Fong Ling, can't wait, he said in a proper voice. The Chuan clan and the Heaven's Path sect have joined forces and want to bring me to my death. Hundreds of millions of Chuan's people were slaughtered by me, but this Heaven's Path sect has never paid any price. Lan Yen was even more puzzled when she heard this. What the hell are you trying to do? We're all on our own now, she said. Fong Ling, I've gotten word that the Heavenly Dao sect patriarch is distracted at the moment, and another immortal realm powerhouse from the Heavenly Dao sect, Wan Mu, is guarding the neighborhood of Great Zhou. At this time, the two immortal realm experts of the Heavenly Dao sect are both outside the sect. If you and I take the opportunity to kill the Heavenly Dao sect, Lan Yen sniffed and her beautiful eyes rounded. This person, so scary. Last time, when Fong Ling blood refined hundreds of millions of Chuan clanspeople, although she was painfully happy, she also felt that Fong Ling was too vicious as a person because of it, and today they are already in this situation, being chased in traffic, but he was still thinking of countering the wave, and it gave her even more of a twinge of fear. It was too scary to be an enemy of such a person, and she couldn't help but be glad that she hadn't offended him. She pondered for a moment and said, although the two of them, Wen Mu and He Changling, are not in the clan, you and I alone. You may not have a concept of the depths of such a great power. If you and I kill the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain gate, we most likely won't even be able to open their mountain protection formation. Fong Ling faintly asked. How does the Chuan clan's clan protection formation compare to the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain protection formation? Lan Yen, perhaps the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain protection formation is a bit stronger, but the difference between the two shouldn't be too great. I was able to break through Chuan's formation back then, so I will be able to poke through the Heaven's Path sect's mountain protection formation this day as well, he said. Lan Yen thought for a moment or two, and finally nodded. Fine. I'll go with you on this journey. The Heavenly Dao sect extended its hand to the Miao border, causing almost all of my Lan clan members to die or be injured. As a Lan priestess, I also want them to pay for their blood. Endless killing intent flowed from her eyes. How tragic the day was for the Lan tribe was still fresh in her mind, and she hadn't dared to sleep peacefully for 10 years. Every time I fall asleep, I wake up to this nightmare. Chapter 090, Desperately Entering the Void. However, the success or failure of this matter depends on the fate of heaven, and there are great dangers, Fong Ling added. I don't know exactly what will happen after you and I enter the endless void. In the past, I've never entered the endless void. We might be swallowed up by spatial turbulence or torn apart by spatial storms. That day when I displayed the power of the blood eyes and shattered space, I was actually just trying to put Zizhu's mind at ease. If not, this silly nun won't want to leave, and might even face the Heavenly Dao sect with us. If it was really as easy as he said the other day, he would have already patted himself on the back and walked away. So why would he insist on facing those two immortal realm powerhouses? Lan Yen smiled a little at his words. I didn't expect you to be a lover. Fong Ling said indifferently. You're overthinking it. If she follows me around, she'll only drag me down. That's why I'm letting her go first. I hope that you and I will have better luck, both safely leaving the endless void and returning to a location that is still in the southern Do domain, and not too far away from the Heavenly Dao sect. If these two conditions are fulfilled, it will help you Lan to take revenge. Don't blame me if anything goes wrong. He actually had a way back if he was simply trying to get out of it. The ancient recluse talisman gifted by the Shangguan family was enough to get him out of danger. However, the distance this ancient transportation talisman could teleport out was too far, millions of miles away, and he might appear directly in other realms outside of the Nandu domain. In that case, this opportunity would be missed, and it would be too late to make it back in half a month. Lan Yan's pretty face stared as she nodded. No matter, I'm willing to give it a try. Fong Ling, good. You hold me tight. Don't ever let go. Or if you and I are scattered in the endless void, I will still have a chance to return to the outside world, but you will be trapped there forever. Lan Yan stepped forward and extended her own small hand to hold Fong Ling's big hand. This should work just fine, right? She cooed, unable to keep a blush from appearing on her face. She had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years and had never been close to a man. Not to mention hugging, even holding hands was a first. Fong Ling glanced at her and said in a serious tone, if we run into a spatial fragment that cuts off the arm of either one of you or me, we will be separated. Before and after you choose, hold me tight with both hands. No jokes. I know. Why are you being so mean? She grunted lightly, a face instantly reddening. She also knew that to be as safe as possible, the two had better stick together. In order to be able to take revenge with her own hands, this little thing was really nothing. She was just feeling a little embarrassed. She walked behind Fong Ling, and her pair of lotus root arms moved forward, embracing him and clinging to him. Lan Yan usually dressed very conservatively, so the waves did not show. However, after sticking close to Fong Ling at this moment, it made Fong Ling secretly feel shocked. Those two peaks that had been built up to the point of deformity were not small and were incredibly resilient. Let's go, Lan Yan said in a hurry, just wanting to get it over with. Fong Ling let out a hum, and his right eye instantly turned into a blood-red color, with a red aura flickering. The six-mangled star seal in his eyes continued to rotate, bursting out with air-breaking power. The moment the space shattered, he seized the moment and leapt into it. Once the two went inside, the shattered space rejoined once again, as if nothing had ever happened. In the endless void, Fong Ling as well as Lan Yan, who was affixed to his back, drifted aimlessly as the dark waves surged. So the endless void looks like this. Lan Yan's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at everything around her. Although she was also an immortal realm powerhouse, she was not versed in the spatial path and thus did not know the subtleties of it. Fong Ling was equally curious as he entered the endless void for the first time. Only he wasn't as relaxed as Lan Yan. All she needed to do was to stay close to him, while Fong Ling needed to always be aware of the dangers around her. The slightest negligence, even if he possessed a nearly immortal physical body, he was afraid that he would not end up well. In the endless void, light and darkness alternated with no pattern at all. There were also space debris floating around, which were the sharpest things that could cut through everything in the world. There were also places like black holes that swallowed everything around them, and there was no telling what would happen if they were caught up in them. Fong Ling was walking on thin ice, trembling with fear and trembling. Every movement was close to gambling with his life. Suddenly, a spatial storm swept in. Space storms and outside storms are two completely different things. Its proximity produces no anomalies at all, and everything around it is as it was. It can only be felt at the moment of contact, but at that moment one is already in the middle of the storm. Fong Ling's protective astral aura was like papier-mâché in front of the spatial storm, completely ineffective as a defense. In an instant, the robes on his body were torn to shreds, and even the storage ring in his hand was dissolved by the storm. At this moment of crisis, he decisively executed his self-created supreme method, Void. After his body was vaporized, even the spatial storm could not help him, but inevitably, he was also separated from Lan Yan as a result. However, it was good that the two were in the same space storm and were not separated by too much. He watched her silently, not without some concern. In his perception, Lan Yan was a sorcerer cultivator, majoring in the divine soul. Therefore, it is felt that her physical body may not be as strong, and it is feared that she may not be able to withstand this wave of spatial storms. However, he soon realized that he was worrying blindly, and although the dress on Lan Yan's body was also torn apart by the storm, her body was not affected at all. She looked to where Fong Ling was, her pretty face rolling, and she snapped, "You'd better look after yourself. What are you looking at me for? Once you become an immortal, your physical body will be an immortal body. Even if I didn't deliberately cultivate it, it's still not something you can compare to. Although this wave of spatial storm is terrifying, it can't hurt me." At this time, all the coverings on her body were all worn out by the spatial storm, and her pasty body was completely presented in front of Fong Ling's eyes. Amidst the interplay of light and darkness, it seemed like a stunning painting that one couldn't help but admire. Fong Ling didn't say anything and silently turned his head away. This wave of spatial storm flashed by. Lan Yan couldn't care less about the difference between men and women, and in that last moment when the storm swept by, she pounced behind Fong Ling again, holding him tightly in her arms. The two of them stuck together with such abject sincerity and continued to drift in the endless void. How long have we been in? Fong Ling asked. He originally had a meditation time, but he was no saint. Fong was distracted by admiring Lan Yan's body, causing the timing to be interrupted. I don't know, Lan Yan muttered in a small voice. She couldn't remember either. Fong Ling, we'll have to take a gamble too. I hope the distance is about what I expected. Time and space were closely related, and he had a hazy feeling in his mind even though he wasn't much higher yet. After the burning of an incense stick, Fong Ling's blood eyes once again displayed its divine power in shattered space. A bright light flashed, and light from the outside world came in. Fong Ling grabbed the moment and drilled out of this broken zone. Chapter 091 Peach Blossom Villa Hidden Land. The two of them appeared in a peach blossom forest, and as far as the eye could see, it was as if they were in a pink ocean. The aura here wasn't thin, so it shouldn't be a remote place either. Suddenly a peach blossom wind blew by, causing Fong Ling to feel a hint of coolness. He immediately took out a set of black robes from the Hierophantic Mirage realm and draped himself in them. Ever since materializing the Hierophant realm, he had deposited all of his valuable things there. Storage rings are more often than not just a decoration. He had long foreseen that in the endless void, even an incredibly sturdy storage ring could be reduced to pieces. That's why before the trip, he transferred everything he had on him into the Hierarchy Mile realm, and he didn't lose anything on this trip. On the side, Lan Yan hid behind a peach tree, her body flickering with white light as a way to avoid being seen by Fong Ling. But in fact, in the endless void, Fong Ling had long had a clear view. Lan Yan hadn't given it so much thought before entering the endless void, and what little he had left was stored in his storage ring. Her storage ring was similarly annihilated in that wave of spatial storms, so she was in such a predicament that she didn't even have any clothes to cover her body, so she could only rely on the holy light to block it first. A strand of Fong Ling's divine thoughts plunged into the Hierophantic Mirage realm and arrived in front of Yin Shuiqing, who was cultivating in her room. She had been practicing here for 10 whole years, just like all the Tian Luo cultists. This kind of day where she didn't need to worry about some chores and had endless resources for cultivation made her feel like she was dreaming. At this moment, when she saw one of Fong Ling's projections descending, she hurriedly got out of bed and knelt down on one knee. Subordinate, see the sect master. She saluted. Fong Ling nodded and said approvingly, not bad. Your cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the heavenly power realm. It seems that you have been quite hardworking all these years. Yin Shuiqing was only in the middle stage of the Tian Gui realm back then, and 10 years had passed, and she had broken through a large realm. Everything depends on sect master. If not for sect master providing such a favorable cultivation environment, otherwise with my subordinate's talent, I wouldn't be able to see such a refinement even after another 100 years of cultivation. Yin Shuiqing returned. Fong Ling, later on, you inform everyone. Suspend cultivation for this period of time first, and recuperate properly. I may have use for you guys. Subordinate obeys. Yin Shuiqing said resoundingly, looking quite jubilant. They had been eating white rice for 10 years, and had always wanted to be able to contribute. Otherwise there was always something unsettling in their hearts. Also, you take a set of clothes for me, Fong Ling added. Profanity, loincloth, stockings, hairpins, all of it. Yin Shuiqing looked up at Fong Ling and muttered, does the sect master want the original flavor that his subordinate took off on the spot or a clean one? I'm afraid there are no new clothes that have not been worn at all. After all, we haven't had a chance to add new clothes in the past 10 years. Sister Fei Yen is the same, wearing all these outfits back and forth. Fong Ling, a clean one is fine. Yin Shuiqing let out a light hum and immediately got up and went to one side of the closet to organize. It was because her figure was similar to Lan Yan's that Fong Ling came looking for her. In the peach blossom forest, Lan Yan looked blearily at Fong Ling. If I wanted to ask him to borrow some clothes, I was a bit unable to open the mouth. She even thought of making a pink floral dress out of these peach blossoms on the spot. Just as she was about to do so, Fong Ling immediately threw a set of clothes to her without saying a word. Thanks, she said in a thin, mosquito voice. Fong Ling did not respond and walked deeper into the peach blossom forest on his own. He sensed that there was an estate there, and thus desperately wanted to know exactly where they were at the moment as they broke out of the air. He walked slowly, seemingly intent on waiting for Lan Yan, who quickly caught up after rustling and changing. The thought of her body, completely seen by him, gave her a very strange feeling in her heart. Clang clang clang. Fong Ling knocked on the copper ring on the door and knocked on the door. The gates of the manor opened immediately, and then a young girl with a pilled head appeared in front of the two. The young girl with the marble head in front of her showed an aura that was no different from that of a mortal. but both Fong Ling and Lan Yan felt that there was such a strange feeling. Little sister, we want to see your master here, please lead the way. Lan Yan revealed a hint of a smile and said gently. When her daughter was small, Lan Yan also loved to tie her pill head, so looking at this young girl in front of her, she had a sense of affection. The young girl looked at Lan Yan, then at Fong Ling, and said, Sister, you can come in with me, but not this big brother. Our lord of the manor has a rule that men are not allowed to step foot in the mountain villa. Around the same time, he was just asking for directions, so Fong Ling didn't care, and turned himself around to look at the peach forest in the distance. Lan Yan, on the other hand, followed this pill-headed girl and entered this manor. After walking for a while, Lan Yan realized that there were actually quite a lot of people in this manor, but strangely enough, it was all women, no men in sight. She soon met the owner of this peach blossom villa. The owner of this place was a graceful and beautiful woman dressed in purple, although she had no traces of spiritual power fluctuations on her body and was no different from a mortal. However, his demeanor and mannerisms all revealed that he was extraordinary, as if he was a hidden master. My name is Lan Yan. I was stranded here along with my companions due to some accidents. Dare I ask Master Zhuang, where is this place located? Lan Yan was a bit puzzled by this person, so her words were very polite. The beautiful woman faintly said, Hanshan Mountain in the northern part of the Qi dynasty, a wild place. Dazi, this is the Qi? Lan Yan sniffed in surprise. The Qi dynasty was still within the southern Do domain, and it was very close to the Han dynasty where the Heavenly Dao sect was located. To the north of the Qi dynasty was where the Han dynasty was located, and the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain gate was on the outskirts of the Han dynasty's capital. I'm sorry to bother you. Thanks for telling me. Lan Yan gave a thank you and immediately wanted to go out and tell Fong Ling the good news. However, this mysterious beautiful woman suddenly called out to her, Since you are here, it is fate. I'll give you a word of advice for the sake of fate. Stay away from that man outside the lodge, as far away as you can. Lan Yan sniffed. Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked back at the beautiful woman and asked, Why? The beautiful woman shook her head. Unspeakable. As for believing it or not, it's entirely up to you, and I'm just a word of caution. Then I wonder what exactly you are. Master Zhuang? Lan Yan really couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and asked directly. Her hallowed witch immortal had a strange feeling of being ashamed of herself in front of this beautiful woman. At this moment, she said something puzzling, which made her even more certain that this person was afraid to be some kind of extraordinary character. I've been avoiding the world for many years. Even if I tell you my name, you've definitely never heard of it. The beautiful woman faintly said, Go, you two leave quickly. Outsiders are not welcome here after all. Farewell. Lan Yan arched his hand at her, turned around, and left. Back outside the mountain village, she immediately pulled Fong Ling away. She didn't say much about what she had seen in the lodge, but she was very secretive about it. Fong Ling had also long sensed the strangeness of this place, and seeing that she was so scornful, he was too sensible to ask any further questions. Chapter 092 Heavenly Punishment Mantra of Domain Power. A few days later, in the Han Dynasty, near the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain gate, Fong Ling looked to Lan Yan, who nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready. Fong Ling's blood eyes then unleashed their power, directly tearing an opening in the Heavenly Dao sect's mountain protection formation. The two immediately drilled through this gap and stepped into the Heavenly Dao sect. Fong Ling raised his hand and condensed his innate blood sword. An extremely evil aura rose up to the sky, a murderous aura raging, and Lan Yan on the side couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The blood sword hadn't drank blood in 10 years, and Fong Ling could feel its excitement. He brought his sword forward and killed anyone he met, and his terrifying sword light even split an inverted mountain. Lan Yan, on the other hand, targeted the experts of the Heavenly Dao sect, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in the Heavenly Dao Hall. The Heavenly Dao Hall was the core place of the Heavenly Dao sect, where the sect elders spent all year round in seclusion and cultivation. Why are you here? The elders of the Heavenly Dao sect were all shocked to see Lan Yan suddenly appear. There was no lack of some here. Elders who had participated in the attack on the Lan clan back then, and thus recognized her at a glance. Lan Yan smiled coldly and waved the staff in her hand, casting a witch spell. In an instant, all of the Heavenly Dao sect elders within the Heavenly Dao Hall perished. Although her strength had never recovered, she was ultimately from 2 worlds away from these Heaven's Path sect elders in front of her. All under immortals were ants. This was absolute crushing, even if she was not in peak condition. Lan Yan looked at the corpses on the ground, but her heart didn't ache as much as she thought it would. Even if she killed everyone, the hundreds of millions of people in the tribe would not be able to be resurrected, and all the despair was turned into a sigh. Suddenly, her face changed as she felt a terrifying aura steeply appear outside. Could the news be wrong? Or is it that the Heavenly Tao sect is hiding its strength and doesn't only have two Immortal Realm experts? She unexpectedly sensed that there was an Immortal Realm powerhouse in the Heavenly Tao sect, and at this moment, this Immortal Realm powerhouse showed up. In the middle of the mountains of the Heavenly Tao sect, a wide-robed, big-sleeved old man stood with his arms folded, grounded in mid-air. Although he was old, his long hair was still black and oily, and he wore it with the wind in a very dashing manner. I don't know how this fellow Changling is ruling the clan, but he's even letting people beat up the mountain gate, the old man muttered. He glanced at where Lan Yan was, and then aimed his gaze at Fang Ling who was nearby. It's just a strange shame, you devil, practicing with my Heavenly Tao sect disciples. Can you afford to consume them? His name was Hua Changfeng and he was the Heavenly Tao sect's supreme elder. Rumor has it that he died of old age a long time ago, but he didn't. He lived until now. Bold devil, this seat will capture you alive and make you beg for your life and death. Hua Changfeng snorted coldly and raised his hand towards Fang Ling to suppress him. He was an Immortal Realm powerhouse, and just by gently lifting his hand, he already had a great power. This cloudy palm seemed to be able to suppress everything. Fang Ling didn't expect that there was actually an Immortal Realm expert in the Heavenly Tao sect, but he had a very keen sense of people's chi and blood. He could feel that this Immortal Realm powerhouse who had struck out had his chi and blood decayed, and had long since entered the realm of the Celestials without decay. Although they were still serious Immortal Realm powerhouses, their strength was definitely not comparable to people like Wen Muningchuan. Right now he still has the Lanyan priests to help him. May not. His eyes were resolute, his battle intent surging, and he had absolutely no thoughts of avoiding retreat. Then with an explosive shout, he slashed his sword towards Hua Changfeng's palm imprint. This sword he used was the sword of the Sword Demon's three styles, the sword of subduing prison. With 10 years of enlightenment in the dragon field, his attainments in the path of the way of the sword had also made a breakthrough. Now chopping out this sword, not only the shape is similar, but also has a few divine charm. The power is far from the year can be compared. His sword shattered Hua Changfeng's palm imprint and blocked the strike. The aftermath of the two's clash also blasted to the surroundings, shattering several inverted mountains as if the sky had collapsed. In the sky, Hua Changfeng looked at Fang Ling, unable to hide his shock. Although it was just a casual strike from the seat, not even 10% of its power, but with his realm he was actually able to block it. This sword is incomparably high and profound. Even those two sword collections of the sword-worshipping mountain would most likely not be able to compare to it. But no matter how big you come, I will definitely cut you down here today. Fang Ling had already blood-refined quite a few people, and it was clear that this stance was aimed at the slaughter sect. Hua Changfeng is clear in his heart. Today's situation, there is absolutely no possibility of turning around. It must first be quick and easy, and then try to plan for the future. Junior, don't think that just because you've learned a few profound sword techniques, you can run amok. This seat is an immortal, and you are nothing but a mere mole cricket. Next, I'll show you what it means to be an immortal's power. Hua Changfeng let out an explosive cry as an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. The area enveloped by his aura formed a field, which was the power of the domain unique to immortals. In his domain, everything else but him is powerfully suppressed. An unbearable pressure came crashing down. With a bang, Fang Ling knelt heavily on one knee, his knee shattering all the blue skystone slabs on the ground. This is the power of the domain? It's really powerful. But, Fang Ling roared, his body demonized. After blood refining hundreds of millions of Chuan's living beings back then, the state of his demon prison body had received a breakthrough. Rise! He crossed his eyebrows and slowly stood up, his stance so upright that he stood proudly within Hua Changfeng's domain. Fang Ling's sword just now was actually just drawing Hua Changfeng's attention. However, at this moment, Fang Ling was hardened to carry the suppression of his domain power, which made him feel horrified. What's wrong with this guy? He panicked a bit and immediately struck out. He wanted to execute a killing move and hurry to suppress Fang Ling, never letting Fang Ling have a chance to escape. Just as he clenched his hands and performed his divine ability, he suddenly felt another heart palpitation. But just now, all of his attention was attracted by Fang Ling, so even if he reacted at this moment, it was already too late. Lan Yan appeared steeply behind him, and she struck out as well. Heavenly Punishment Curse. A vast soul force erupted from her body. After being struck by the spell, Hua Changfeng's physical body as well as his divine soul began to crumble, and his immortal energy began to collapse, his entire aura dropping precipitously. This was one of Lan Yan's strongest spells, and as long as she was given the time to cast the spell, she could almost lock up the victory. After casting the spell, she did not launch another attack, but immediately avoided retreating. The Heaven's Punishment spell was a sustained spell that she had to continue to maintain with her soul power in order to have a sustained effect on the person who had been struck by the spell. Hua Changfeng turned around violently and looked at where Lan Yan was. Fooled! I should have known to take care of you. The scourge, First, it was then that he reacted to the fact that Fong Ling turned out to be nesting material, deliberately making a big kill to attract his attention. This way, if there were any changes, Lan Yen, who was hiding in the shadows, would have the time to react and cast a spell. At this moment, he could feel his own strength declining at a very frightening rate. If he didn't hurry to kill Lan Yen, he was afraid that he would immediately fall down to the immortal realm. Lan Yan's injuries had never recovered, and at this moment, casting the heavenly punishment mantra was even more strenuous. All of this Hua Changfeng saw in his eyes, so he had no intention of retreating in his heart. This seat will make sure that you two dogs and couples are broken into pieces today, he said with a gloomy face, turning heaven's palm. He slapped his palm towards Lan Yen, the terrifying might causing space to tremble. Chapter 093, Creation Immortal Technique shows its power. Lan Yen waved his hand and offered the Qiankuan mirror. This Qiankuan mirror was temporarily lent to her by Fong Ling. It was originally a 12-channel forbidden magic treasure, but it was later raised by one with the Star Ascension Stone. The Qiankuan mirror in her hands, and before in Mo Yuan's hands, were two completely different things. One very convenient thing about acquired magic treasures was that even those with a low cultivation level were able to catalyze high-grade magic treasures. Just like when Mo Yuan and Fong Ling fought, he sacrificed the Qiankuan mirror in a state of activating the 5 prohibitions. However, with Lan Yan's cultivation, he was able to activate all 13 of these prohibitions at this moment. A magic treasure with its prohibitions fully opened could only show its proper power. With a rumble, a terrifying wave of energy rippled out, and although Lan Yan was knocked back, he was not affected in the slightest. The Qiankuan mirror served at her side, and could continue to defend whenever an attack came. Qiankuan mirror? Hua Changfeng's face darkened when he saw this. This was originally their heavenly Dao sect's inherited magic treasure, and now it was being used by the other party against them. He also felt the power of the Qiankuan mirror, which seemed to be stronger than before, and should have raised the prohibition by 1. Just as well, this seat will kill that brat first before dealing with you. This treasure has been lost for 10 years, and it's time for it to return to my heavenly Dao sect. He turned his head toward Fong Ling, killing intent in his eyes. He dipped his hand into the void and pulled a sword from it. This sword is called Falling Spectre, and is one of the 4 great inherited magic treasures of my heavenly Dao sect. Today, I will use this sword to behead the 2 of you. The 4 major magic treasures of the heavenly Dao sect were the Qiankuan mirror, the Haut Yen realm, the 7 colored xia clothes, and this Falling Spectre sword. The other 3 pieces of magic treasures were all 12 forbidden magic treasures, and the quality of this Falling Spectre sword was not comparable to the other 3 magic treasures. It was clearly a 14-channel forbidden magic treasure, a sword through the sky. Hua Changfeng leapt up and pointed his sword at the sky. At this moment, he was like a newborn, and there was no more twilight drum in his body. Kill! His sword fell and went straight for Fong Ling. However, Fong Ling stood in place, looking at the shocking sword that was killing him with a calm face. Only when the sword chi was approaching did he raise his hands and sketched out the Taiji 2E diagram in front of his body. Karma reversal. In a flash, this amazing sword suddenly turned around and killed Hua Changfeng with 10 times the force. Hua Changfeng was shocked and hurriedly turned around to escape, but it was too late. He was instantly chopped to pieces by the sword energy. In the distance, Lan Yan watched this scene, her small mouth slightly open, a little lost in thought for a moment. What kind of move is this? It can actually kill an immortal. She thought to herself that she had never underestimated Fong Ling. However, this scene in front of her still caused a great shock to her, directly subverting her cognition. Inside the heavenly Dao sect, countless disciples watched the tragic death of their own Taishan elder, and all of them despaired. The resistance that had been organized by the heavenly Dao sect also instantly collapsed, and the disciples scattered like birds and beasts. With a move of his hand, Fong Ling sucked the Falling Spectre sword into his hand. Although this sword did not have a sword soul, it was still a rare and good sword. He immediately incorporated it into his own innate blood sword. The benthic blood sword could do more than just kill people and become stronger. It could also devour other swords. It's just that it has such a tricky taste that ordinary swords don't even look at it. After the Falling Spectre sword didn't enter the blood sword, it immediately dissolved and became part of the blood sword. The might of the blood sword immediately increased by a large margin as a result, becoming even more powerful. Then he looked a short distance away and raised his hand to suck it in. There was a piece of Hua Changfeng's remnants lying horizontally. He was already old, but no matter what, he was still an immortal. The life essence contained in it was unimaginable. After Fong Ling devoured it with the Taotai divine skill, his body was trembling. He was too excited. The strength of his fleshly body soared at a linear rate, and the black lines on his ruddy skin became more and more pronounced and perfected. However, it was a pity that after completely devouring an immortal realm powerhouse, this fleshly body formation was still not completely complete. However, Many of the areas had already been connected, and one of the corners of the grand formation had already been activated. He tried to catalyze a corner of this great formation, and all of a sudden, he felt that the strength of his fleshly body had increased by 5 times. The barbarian master's formation of opening the heavens is to increase one's own power tenfold, and this spell formation that my body has birthed has such an effect in just one corner. He raised his head and looked at the heavens path sect disciples fleeing in all directions, his eyes becoming even more fiery. These people were, in his eyes, the sustenance for the grand formation, and he wanted to perfect the formation of flesh quickly. He came forward with his sword, and with an indifferent face he killed. Stop it, stop it. Suddenly, an exasperated, blistering cry came from outside the heavenly Dao Sect's mountain gate. A long rainbow flew in, and this person looked at the mess at his feet, and his face was suddenly gloomy. He didn't realize the situation here had become like this, and his heart was bleeding. The visitor was none other than the heavenly Dao Sect's patriarch, Crane Chongling. Not long ago, he was asked by Shangguan Zixing to play chess with him, and he even offered to use the Linglong Dao fruit, which he craved the most, as a reward for the winner of the game. Although Crane Chanling felt strange, but for the sake of this treasure, then also gladly went to the appointment. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour ago that he suddenly received a transmission from the sect that a great enemy had entered. It was then that he reacted to the fact that things weren't that simple, and that he was more than likely being underhanded. He immediately rushed back, even going so far as to burn his own lifespan, which allowed him to make it back in such a short period of time. Patriarch, you're back. Quickly step in to suppress these 2 devils. Patriarch, the Supreme Elder has fallen just now in order to stop these 2 devils. The disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect cried tears of joy when they saw the return of their own patriarch and hurriedly said, after hearing the news of the fall of the Supreme Elder, Crane Changling was first stunned, then he became furious. The Supreme Elder was not only his mentor, but also one of the underpinnings of the Heavenly Dao Sect. He could care less if ordinary disciples died by the millions, by the tens of millions. However, the fall of the Supreme Elder was simply a bolt from the blue for him, directly shaking the fundamentals of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Sins, I want you to go to the 18 layers of hell, Crane Changling said angrily, opening his bow left and right, striking out at the same time over Fong Ling as well as Lan Yan. Lan Yan once again offered up the Qian Kuan mirror, but she had already consumed a lot of her immortal power just now. At this moment, he couldn't fully activate the magic treasure's prohibitions, and he only activated 12 of them with all his might. Although there was only a difference of 1 prohibition, the difference between the 2 was like a rift valley, and Crane Changling was in his prime, both in terms of cultivation and condition. He was also far superior to Hua Changfeng just now. The Qian Kuan mirror failed to completely block Crane Changling's anger-laden strike, and Lan Yan was injured as a result. Quickly go! This person is a 5th grade Jade Immortal. He cannot be defeated, she shouted. On the other side, Fong Ling didn't dare to take this strike from Crane Changling, so he had to use the art of nothingness. Although the creation immortal technique was terrifying, it couldn't be used frequently. This was because the use of the creation immortal technique required the cooperation of the creation bone. After the Tao energy of the creation bone was consumed, it needed to recover for a while before it was enough for the next cast, so he couldn't win directly with a karmic reversal again. Seeing that both of them didn't die, Crane Changling was even more annoyed, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. You won't be able to leave. He looked at the whole place with an angry look, and he pressured the whole place. Chapter 094, The Starry Heaven Reflects Yet Supreme Law. Fong Ling loomed large and leapt up. At this moment, his realm suddenly soared. In just a split second, he had risen from the early stage of the Jade Balance to the early stage of the Yaoguang realm. This was the first time he had attempted the Shura divine skill, bringing together the cultivation of the millions of congregations in the hierarchy of Miles' realm, all of which were converging on himself. These millions of congregations had been cultivating for 10 years in the hierarchy of Miles' realm without any worries, and their overall strength was incomparable to that of that year. But even with his physical body today, he felt uncomfortable all over, with a feeling that his body was about to explode. Converging the cultivation of 1 million people on oneself, this pressure was not something that anyone could withstand. The reason why he had to forcefully raise his cultivation level was because the threshold for casting this next move was too high, requiring a majestic spiritual energy to support it. The starry sky reflects, but this was the second supreme method he had created for himself during his enlightenment at the Dragon's Field. Void was a defense technique, while starry sky destruction was a terrifying destruction technique. In an instant, day and night are overturned, and the world is turned upside down. What had been a clear sky turned into a bright starry night. Not good. Crane Changling's face changed as he vaguely realized what Fong Ling was trying to do from the energy fluctuations, but it all happened in the blink of an eye, and it was too late for him to stop it. Fong Ling's two palms came together and his mind returned to one, resonating with the stars of the heavens. The dark stars in the sky, which were originally not shining brightly, released a brilliant luster at this moment. Billions of stars shone at the same time, tearing through the night as if it were daytime again. A ray of starlight energy descended from the sky, bombarding towards this area underneath Fong Ling. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly Dao Sect's mountain protection formation instantly collapsed under the bombardment of endless star energy. Countless rays of starlight poured down, capable of directly sinking and destroying this heavenly Dao Sect's mountain gate, which could hold tens of millions of cultivators. And the cultivators here at the moment. Not to mention, evil thief. Crane Changling had an angry face. Fong Ling's move was a Yang plot, making it necessary for him to make a decision immediately. Either they chose to attack the Fong Ling duo, not giving them a chance to leave. Either concentrate on resisting this endless starlight. If not, the heavenly Dao sect would be completely destroyed. You guys wait for me. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I won't let you go. Crane Changling roared hysterically, casting a spell to protect the entire mountain gate. On the other side, Fong Ling took the opportunity to come to Lan Yan's side and reached out to wrap his hands around her thin waist. Hold on tight, he said. Lan Yan let out a soft hum and immediately hugged him. And then Fong Ling pinched and exploded the ancient recluse talisman in his hand. And in a burst of spatial stumbling, the two disappeared into thin air, while breaking through space with the blood eye and entering the endless void, though it was also possible to evacuate. However, Fong Ling didn't think that his luck would always be this good. Entering the endless void was too risky. It would be better to leave directly with the ancient transportation amulet. In today's situation, it would be inconvenient for them to stay in the southern Do domain any longer. It wouldn't be a bad thing if they did get transported to a foreign land. Crane Changling looked at the two who had already disappeared, his back teeth gnashing. These two had broken into the heavenly Dao sect and killed everyone. But at this moment, they had gotten away so easily. And at the moment when Fong Ling disappeared, Shenkuan reversed and the sky returned to its normal color. The star heavenly destruction also needed its own constant consumption of energy to maintain it in order to keep blasting away. What kind of divine power is this? It's actually so terrifying. Crane Changling looked up at the sky as if he had died. The scene just now was even more like a nightmare, leaving the remaining heavenly Dao sect disciples stunned and disoriented. No one would have thought that their heavenly Dao sect, a first-class force in the domain, would be so miserable today. Changling lowered his head and looked at the pieces of white bones again, even more painfully. Elder Wen, hurry back, the mountain gates are almost gone. He angrily sent a message to Grand Elder Wenmu, who was guarding the vicinity of Great Zhou. On the other hand, Wenmu was completely bewildered when he learned that Fong Ling and Lan Yan had attacked the clan. He couldn't figure out what the hell was going on and when these two had escaped. However, after this incident, he would become the laughingstock of the entire world and a sinner of the heavenly Dao sect. Fong Ling, Wenmu, swear to break you into pieces. He even felt like he was about to vomit blood from anger and his body had internal injuries. Millions of miles away, in the middle of a lush and dense forest, Fong Ling and Lan Yan manifested. At the moment, Fong Ling's hand was still wrapped around her thin waist, and she was holding him tightly with both of her hands, her small head nestled on his chest. At this moment, she didn't look like a high priestess, but a bird-like woman. Returning to her senses, she quickly let go of her hand and stood up straight, turning away slightly shyly. There was a scare. This trip was quite painful, Fong Ling said. It's a pity that Crane Changling came back too quickly, and I only killed over 10 million of their disciples. Lan Yan, this trip was not in vain. It has already injured the heavenly Dao sect. I didn't expect you to be so skillful in your methods despite being in the Jade Balance realm. It's really powerful. Fong Ling smiled bitterly. There is also a price to pay. Making so many great powers one after another is too heavy a burden on me. My mind is already foggy. You guard me. I may need to sleep for a while. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fong Ling fainted with two black eyes. Lan Yan's eyes were quick and she immediately held on. She looked around and realized that there was a cave in the distance, so she helped Fong Ling walk towards it, and with a little tidying up, the place was primed for a temporary stay. She supported Fong Ling and set him down while sitting silently observing. There shouldn't be much of a problem. It's just that one's own consumption is too great and one's soul power has dissipated too much, so one needs to recuperate. She secretly nodded. Suddenly, she didn't know what she saw again, and her pretty face couldn't help but float a touch of rhyming red, her eyes moving elsewhere. But after a while she seemed to look back unintentionally, glancing back and forth there. Fong Ling, how are you doing? She opened her mouth to ask, and reached out to shove a few times, but she was clearly asking the obvious. He did pass out. Seeing that he didn't react to her pushing and shoving these few times, she became bolder and stared directly at him. And I wonder what it's like. Why purple bamboo? the guy passed out anyway. In fact, she had secretly spied on Fongling having fun with Zizhu and Li Hongjia. At first, she was just curious. Back then, you indirectly helped my Lan and gave my Lan's descendants a chance to escape, bringing me up to the Heavenly Tao sect for revenge again this morning. I owe you so much. Consider it a reward for you, she murmured. It's really an excuse for your already restless, thrill-seeking heart. It's not at all what I expected, she thought to herself after tasting it. Just then, Fongling's upper body suddenly sat up, and he looked at Lan Yan with a dumbfounded expression. How could I dream about this? He muttered inwardly. But this feels too realistic. Lan Yan stared wide-eyed, her slender eyelashes blinking frantically. Also dumbfounded, she hurriedly swung her fist and knocked Fongling out. Chapter 095 On Earth at the border of two regions. I don't know how long it took, but Fongling opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He sat up and raised his hand to touch his forehead. Somehow, he felt a bump on his forehead that was vaguely painful. He looked to Lan Yan, who was on the side, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He vaguely remembers that he actually had a beautiful dream that this person in front of him was there stealing food. She was genuinely a bit clumsy, though, like Shikaku was at first, and sometimes hit her teeth. But the feeling of reality made him so immersed that for a moment it was hard to tell whether it was a dream or reality. What are you looking at me like that for? Lan Yan saw a hint of confusion in Fongling's eyes as he looked at her, and immediately ferocious him. Fongling shook his head and faintly said, "It's nothing. How are you feeling?" he asked again. When they were in the Heavenly Tao sect, Crane Changling suddenly killed back and caught them off guard. He saw that Lan Yan had been injured despite offering the Qianquan mirror, so he overreached. Nothing serious, just need more time to recuperate. Lan Yan returned. I didn't expect Crane Changling's cultivation to be so high. It's actually a 5th grade Jade Immortal. Are you much different from him? Fongling asked. Stepping into the immortal realm is actually just the beginning of cultivation, Lan Yan faintly said. There are 3 realms, Jade Immortal, Upper Immortal, and 2 Immortal, each of which is divided into 1 to 9 grades. Don't look at the fact that there are so many grade divisions in it, but it's very difficult to even think about raising a small grade. 30,000 years have passed since I became immortal. In these 30,000 years, I have only reached the 2nd grade Jade Immortal realm after practicing hard day in and day out. The further back in the realm you go, the harder it is to break through. Crane Changling's 5th grade Jade Immortal is certainly much stronger than me. Then I wonder what realm Ning Chuan and Wenmu are in. Fongling asked again. This 2 people must not let him go. Rare opportunity. He has to ask a clear. Also have a good idea. Lan Yan returned. Ning Chuan's strength is weaker than mine, being a 1st grade Jade Immortal. Wenmu, on the other hand, is stronger than me and is a 3rd grade Jade Immortal. And the Heavenly Tao Sect's Supreme Elder that you and I combined our efforts to kill was just an ordinary Jade Immortal. Not yet in the grade. I reckon this old guy. He only broke through in recent years. Back then, Ning Chuan and Wenmu teamed up against me, and I nearly fell, and my strength retreated to around the ferrying stage after I was seriously injured. Now that the old injury has not healed and the new injury has arrived, I also don't know when I can return to my peak state. I won't follow you next, so you can rest and recuperate here at ease until the day of complete recovery. Fongling nodded and stood up, adding, but I can't sit down and stay here to protect you, Lan Yan, although I'm in such a sorry state. But the idle generation can't help me, so why do I need you to protect me? You can go in peace, and if you have any difficulties in the future, you can still come to me. I, Lan Yan, owe you for bringing me up to the Heavenly Tao sect this time to avenge my death. Fongling didn't say anything, nor did he say goodbye, and walked out of the cave on his own. Lan Yan looked at his departing back and let out a long breath of relief. Fongling never mentioned her stealing food, mostly thinking she was dreaming. Her face was finally saved. Or else she really wouldn't be able to look straight at Fongling in the future. The cave is not far from the woods. A group of strange beings that are hunting. Only the prey they hunted wasn't some beast of prey, but a human being. The group of beings were about the same size as the human race, but their skin was a dark purple color, and they had a pair of long horns on their heads that resembled the horns of a bull. They are one of the most powerful groups on this continent, the demon race. Woohoo! My turn! The demonic youth laughed recklessly as he drew the bow in his hand and shot an arrow with a swoosh. And ahead of them, a group of ragged humanoids were fleeing in panic. Only a snorting sound was heard as the arrow pierced through the chest cavity of one of the human Hans, and he was killed on the spot. Ha ha, I'm not ashamed of it. I shot it again. This demonic youth said excitedly. Take 10 heads. I've already won this round. You guys hurry up and bring out the magic stones for the grandpa. A few other demon race youngsters with bows and arrows in their hands around them pulled out some black stones with an unhappy face and threw them to this person who had just shot an arrow. Having lost the magic stones, They were naturally unwilling and continued to start the next round. Fong Ling silently watched this scene, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of these few demons. These few demonic youths were horrified when they saw someone from the human race suddenly approaching, and they hastily backed away. What is this place? Fong Ling opened his mouth and asked. The few demonic youths on the opposite side exchanged glances with each other before suddenly storming up and attacking towards Fong Ling. Fong Ling snorted coldly and directly shattered them into a bloody mist. He took a deep breath and directly sucked in the blood-damaged chi as well as the life essence of these few demonic races into his body by his nose. Although the strength of these few demons was weak, he was never picky about what he ate. Not far away, those human races that were fleeing stopped in their tracks when they heard the commotion. Instead of continuing to flee, they immediately walked back and came before Fong Ling. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. The strength of these people was poor. All of them were just at the heavenly pivot realm. Senior is from the Tao Alliance, right? Has the Tao Alliance counterattacked to Thousand Pits Mountain? Someone asked excitedly. Fong Ling gently had to shake his head and said, I teleported from a very far place. Where is this place? And why are you being hunted by the demons? The person who spoke earlier immediately replied, Senior, this is the border zone between the Heavenly Demon Domain and the Nandu Domain. Specifically, the Thousand Pits Mountain. This Thousand Puddle Mountain used to be the territory of our human race, but it was taken over by the demon race some years ago. My ancestors, all of us, were from the Tao Alliance, but were captured by the demon clan. All of us descendants are slaves to the demon race, so it's here. It's not too far. Fong Ling secretly nodded. Miaojian was located in the southernmost part of the Nandu Domain, while this place was located in the northeastern part of the Nandu Domain, called Han Tu. The land of one domain was vast and boundless, and it was very far away from the core prosperity of the Nandu Domain such as the Han Dynasty and the Zhou Dynasty, and it could be said to be two places altogether. Located in the northeastern part of the Nandu Domain, the Han Earth was separated by a 10,000-foot mountain range and the main plain of the Nandu Domain. The 10,000 Blades mountain range was extremely deep, and the demonic beasts in it were all over the place, no better than the barbarian wasteland. Therefore, this Hantu and the Miao borderland in general had little interaction with the mainstream cultivation world of the Nandu Domain. As for the Tao Alliance that these people were talking about, he had vaguely heard of it. The Han land was different from other places. There were no clans and dynasties all over the place, but rather it was a place of great unification. The only power is this Taoist alliance. The origin of the Tao Alliance was related to the demon race, as it was located in the area where the two domains met, and the demon race invaded all year round. The rear is also a place where demonic beasts are rampant and there is no reliance, so the people here only have to be united so that they can resist the advance of the demon race. This is a good place to cultivate. Fong Ling smiled. He looked at these people and asked again, since you are the captive slaves of the demon race, you must know the strongholds of the demon race in this vicinity. Take me there. Yes. Although these few people didn't want to go back to that place, they didn't dare to not lead the way for Fong Ling. We grew up in the Devil Fortress here in the Thousand Pits Mountain since we were young, and this Devil Fortress has roughly 500,000 devils. The person who had just replied back introduced himself again. The leader of the demon race is called Anna. He is in existence in the middle stage of the Yaoguang realm and one of the 7 demon generals on the front line. Chapter 096, Fate brings us together again. Thousand Pits Mountain Demon Walled City. In the palace inhabited by the demon general Anna. At this moment, she had a gloomy face as she looked at the human woman in front of her who was tied up. I've gone through a lot of trouble to capture you, and I've even lost several experts under my hand. And after you were captured, you were never tortured, and you were treated with good food and drink. But there's a limit to my patience. If you don't pledge your allegiance again, I will kill you. She uttered a threat. The woman in front of her, who was tied up in 5 different ways, was clearly Fong Ling's old acquaintance, Dr. Do Qin. After leaving the Miaojiang back then, she returned to the Nanyang country and traveled around with her disciple as a doctor. Later, because of an accident, he was transported by an ancient teleportation array to the land of Han. Han Tu's back was against the 10,000 Blades mountain range, and his face was facing the demon race's territory, the heavenly demon domain, so it was not a good idea for the master and disciple to go in either direction. Therefore, they had no choice but to give up the idea of returning to the Nanyang country and settle down here. Later on, he also naturally had to join the Tao Alliance and became a physician in the Tao Alliance. In the Tao Alliance, physicians held a high status, so the two of them, master and disciple, had been doing quite well all these years, but just a few days ago, war broke out again on the front line, and Do Qin followed along to the front line to help treat the wounded. But unbeknownst to her, the demon side had long since noticed her presence. The purpose of this war was not to attack the city, but to capture her. The demons had been planning for a long time and came prepared, so Do Chin was captured by them. She looked up at the demon general in front of her and grunted coldly, "You can kill me now. I, Do Chin, would rather die than defect to you and betray my people." With that she closed her eyes and drew her neck in. She knew she was in for it this time, and the past came back to her in a flashback. Somehow, what surfaced the most in these images was the figure of that devil. Her life was too uneventful, and the vast majority of her time was spent in withering silence cultivating and healing people. It's only those moments that are interesting. It was agreed that I would come back for you. Too bad I'm going to go back on my word, she said with a long sigh in her mind. Although she was protected by the holy Bodhi, she could not escape death after all if she fell into the hands of the demons. Anna had bullied her many times, and when she still refused to compromise, she had to accept reality. Although the devil race's devil Yuan was overbearing, it was not as malleable as the human race's spiritual energy, so there is no such existence as a physician among the demon race. That's why she went to great lengths for Do Chin, only to end up with a basket of water. "Then I'll make you happy." A glint of severity flashed in Anna's eyes as she raised her hand and slapped at her. But just then, there were tragic killing cries from outside. "General, it's bad. Someone powerful is attacking." Lord Mutor was actually killed by him with a sword. Anna sniffed. Her face changed abruptly, and her palms stopped in midair. "How is that possible? Turksir is an expert of the late stage of the Kayang realm," she muttered. "How did a human powerhouse suddenly appear in Thousand Pits Mountain? Could it be that Qingping Ridge has been breached? Or is he here specifically to rescue you?" She looked down again at the Dokkan in front of her. "In that case, I'll leave you alive first." She didn't kill Do Chin because she wanted to keep her as a bargaining chip. The visitor had already decapitated the profitable generals under her, so she was also a bit wary of the visitor's strength. If it's tricky, push the woman out and make her throw in the towel. In the Devil's Walled City, Fong Ling was having a great time killing. It had to be said that the demon race was an extremely warlike race. In the past, when he was on a killing spree, many people, seeing that they were not opponents, lost the will to fight and only wanted to escape. But the group of demons in front of him was different. There were actually not a few that were afraid. He killed a wave and immediately another wave came pouring in. When Anna arrived, she looked at the field of white bones and was enraged. "Damn it! You actually used the flesh of my demonic warrior to cultivate. I'm going to kill you." She moved her hand toward the void to take out a black lance. She stabbed out with a spear, a pole directly crossing space and killing Fong Ling's brow. This shot was her killing move, called the Gun of Extremes. Gathering the power of this shot at a point at the tip of the gun, and the attack at this point could jump through space and directly hit the target. A red spot instantly appeared at the center of Fong Ling's eyebrow, overflowing with traces of blood. Anna's realm wasn't low, and the shot was powerful, just enough to break through his defense. However, to Fong Ling, this was just a little bit of skin grazed and did not cause any substantial damage. He looked at the hotly built demon general in front of him and slashed out a sword with his backhand. This sword was the chopping dragon of the sword demon's 3 styles. This was a sword of killing, only to see a sword light sweeping by. Anna's flesh was split in half. During the trip to the heavenly Tao sect, he had blood refined an immortal realm powerhouse and the blood sword had devoured the treasure sword falling specter again. Nowadays, this blood sword can be used without fail. How could even General Anna be killed by him? Although the demon clan members were brave, they could not help but feel chills at this moment when they saw that their own commanders had all been decimated by Fong Ling. For a while, a portion of the demon race also fled in all directions, making birds and beasts. The morale of the devil race was in tatters, and Fong Ling was reaping the rewards as if he was chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. It didn't take long for the 500,000 demon army in this demon fortress to die under his sword. The blood sword hung in the air, automatically absorbing the blood fiend chi, as well as the life origin. Fong Ling walked to the position where he had just decapitated the demon general Anna and leaned down to pull out a dark black crystal core from her half-corpse. This thing was not the magic stone they used for cultivation in the demon race, but the energy nucleus formed in her body, also called the demon nucleus. This can be used to refine magic crystals, Fong Ling muttered. Back then, in the Chi Tian cave in the blood puddle, he had obtained the devil crystals refined by the blood fiend ancestor and forged the 800 devil guards of the heavenly law sect. Regarding the refining method of magic crystals, the blood demon ancestor had also recorded it in detail in his own handwritten notes. It was mentioned that magic cores could be used instead of magic blood, and the magic core effect is still better. It can save the fermentation change time needed to refine the magic crystal with magic blood. It's just that demon blood is easy to get, but demon cores are hard to find. Only demon race of the Jade Balance realm and above, with an abundance of demonic energy in their bodies, could condense a demonic core. You and the others help me collect the demon cores, Fong Ling said as he looked toward the human races that were being held captive by the demon race. These humanoids were quite numerous, amounting to more than 10,000 people. It was just that their cultivation levels were all weak, mostly at the heavenly pivot realm, similar to the ones he had just met in the woods. Most of these are dull-eyed and have a less than intelligent look about them. Captive raised by the demon race, they were originally no different from cattle and sheep. However, they had been trained to be obedient, and after all of the demon race had been decimated, they considered the Fongling in front of them to be their master. After Fongling opened his mouth, they immediately went up and spread out, collecting magic cores everywhere. As for Fongling himself, he walked over to the small palace where Anna lived. He pushed open a door and came to Duchesne. He had sensed her long ago and didn't expect to meet her here. Duchesne also looked shocked when she saw that the visitor was Fongling. How could it be you? Fongling didn't explain much and went forward to loosen the ropes on her. He came so close. A manly scent came over him, and Duchesne only felt her heart suddenly speed up. In his mind, he could not help but recall the scene when he was in Miajiang, when he used his feet to fondle little Fongling, and he was even more afraid to look at him. Chapter 097 You're so heartless. Duchesne walked outside the house and looked at the white bones of the demons all over the place. She didn't say much. She turned her head to look at the bred human slaves again and sighed softly. This place is called Thousand Pits Mountain, and to the north is Green Screen Ridge. It's only safe to cross the Green Screen Ridge before it's Hanland. She spoke. If we have to bring these people with us, I'm afraid we'll be caught up by the demons before we even reach Qingping Ridge. You mean to give up on these people? Fongling turned his head towards Duchesne, a hint of color flashing in his eyes. He didn't realize that after not seeing her for 10 years, her nature had changed so much. If it were before, she wouldn't have cared about these 10,000 people. Duchesne faintly said, "It can't be helped. Let's go. You destroyed the Thousand Pits Mountain stronghold and annihilated this 500,000 demon army. When you arrive at the Dao Alliance, you will be paid a sum of money that you will be happy with. It seems that you have experienced quite a lot over the years and are not as naive as you once were," Fongling said. Duchesne smiled. People always grow up, and over the past 7 or 8 years, as I traveled through the battlefield, I had a lot of things figured out. Abandon these people, and you and I will go back in peace. This is the choice that will benefit the human race. Hurry up and go. The devil race can have quite a few strong people, and they've even sent out immortal realm devil elders, so it'll be too late if we don't leave. Fongling nodded, but then suddenly waved his hand, and included the 10,000 or so people in the hierarchy of Miles' realm. Seeing this, Duchesne blinked and cooed. I didn't realize you had this tactic. After so many years of not seeing you, you seem a bit different as well. Actually willing to save these strangers. Fongling said indifferently. It's just a matter of moving a finger. I didn't take them to save them either. I just wanted to take them for more favors. I think population resources should still be quite important in the county. Duchesne nodded. That's for sure. Every day there's a war. Every day there's an unknown number of people killed in action. The Han soil is really short of people. You'll really get more in exchange for taking these 10,000 people back. Go! I'll take you flying, Fongling added, walking straight to her side. They were still in the territory of the demon race. He didn't dare to be careless. Although today's Duchesne already possessed the Jade Balance Realm's great perfection, if it came to speed, it was still too slow. Duchesne also knew what was at stake and nodded. And then Fongling reached out his hand and wrapped it around her thin waist. The moment he touched her thin waist, Duchene's delicate body trembled and cooed. I thought you were going to take me flying. On a sword. Fongling, flying with a royal sword is too slow. Far less than how fast I can walk on these legs. He didn't lie. Simply flying with the imperial sword was indeed no match for him to catch up with his divine walking steps. Okay. Duchesne wasn't bashful. Just a slight sideways glance. Fongling wrapped his arms around her and rushed up into the sky, flying towards where the Han Earth was. Say, what is the matter with your magic skill? Between the clouds, Duchesne suddenly asked. She had known Fongling for so long, and knew how terrifying the demonic skill he cultivated was. But as a matter of fact, he had killed so many people and cultivated for so long. So why wasn't he affected in any way? She just couldn't believe that Fongling had honestly meditated and cultivated for the past 10 years, and hadn't continued to slaughter living beings to improve himself like he had just done in the Thousand Pits Mountain Devil's Walled City. Possessing the sacred Bodhi, she had reached a very high level of attainment in the path of healing after these 10 years of development. She could now clearly sense Fongling's mental state and found him to be at peace. This time when they reunited, she felt that Fongling's character was also still the same as before, and was also not affected by the demonic power. But that's just weird and doesn't make any sense at all. Fongling originally did not care to explain, but Duchesne always take this to annoy him. Then some impatient said, my great master is a high monk. He had placed a golden soul spell on me as a way to protect my soul. That's why all those negative emotions and negative energies generated by my cultivation of demonic skills can't invade my divine soul, and I won't be affected in any way. Dochin sniffed and cooed. So that's how it is. Your Grand Master is really powerful. Wouldn't you have said so earlier? It made me worry all the time, wanting to help you dissolve this body of demonic power earlier. Fong Ling said indifferently. You're not my nobody. What's the point of explaining so much to you? Dochin sniffed. Her beautiful eyes rounded and she huffed. Angrily. I was in the Miaojiang last time. But when she thought about it more carefully, she felt that Fong Ling was just teasing her and paying lip service. If he really regarded her as a stranger, why would he have to be so intimate as to take her by the waist at this moment and lead her out of here? Wouldn't it be better to just wave your hand around and throw it into some corner somewhere, like you did with those people? Suddenly, she caught another glimpse of Fong Ling's dissimilarity and turned her head away with a red face. Fragrant jade in the bosom of Fong Ling is also inevitable. However, his attention was more focused on his surroundings, always on guard to see if the demon race's experts were coming after him. It wasn't long before he looked ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Someone is approaching. He opened his mouth. Dochin was so agitated that she drew back her hand and didn't dare to move it. She blushed and coughed a few times, her eyes fluttering as she looked around. A long rainbow flew will, and the visitor was a woman clad in red armor. Her person was valiant, and although she was a daughter, she did not lose her valor. The thick armor, however, could not hide the proud stature, and the two large mountains were very conspicuous. This person's strength should not be underestimated, Fong Ling thought to himself. The aura exuded by this valiant woman was clearly much stronger than Zizhu was. However, compared to that heavenly Dao Sect's heavenly human 5-failure supreme elder, it was again insufficient and inferior. Therefore, he estimated that it should be a transition stage existence. As for which of the 7 tribulations he was in, he couldn't tell. Senior Red Cherry, Dochin said with a face of surprise as she recognized the visitor. So someone has already gotten you out. Wu Hongzhu looked at the two of them and revealed an ambiguous smile. He's your mate? Dochin then reacted to the fact that Fong Ling was still holding her at the moment. Fong Ling also realized that something was wrong and even loosened his hand. He's not my Dao mate yet, Dochin explained with a shy face. His name is Fong Ling, he's my friend, and he rescued me after he happened to be teleported to the area of the Thousand Pits Mountain due to an accident. Fong Ling, this is Wu Hongqing of the Dao Alliance. Senior Wu. She also introduced Fong Ling. Chapter 098 Golden Cyclone Dao Alliance's Underbelly. This is not the time to talk. Hurry and withdraw first, Wu Hongzhu said. Elder Wu Ji's apocalypse mirror shows that the 2 demon dignitaries of the demon race are heading this way. Among the demon race, Jade Immortal Realm powerhouses were also called Demon Zuns, and every Demon Zun was a ferocious and renowned existence. When Wu Hongzhu said that, she waved her hand, and a strange golden vortex appeared out of thin air. This is Senior Red Cherry's companion spirit, the Golden Whirlwind. Dochin, who was at the side, introduced Fong Ling. This object can be used against the enemy or to construct spatial passages. Just follow us boldly. Fong Ling nodded slightly and followed the two of them as they stepped into this golden whirlwind. Most of the companion spiritual objects were not as good as companion spiritual treasures, but they were also extremely rare. Those who possessed the companion spirit object were also the chosen sons among the billions of living beings, and were blessed with great fortune at birth. On the other hand, in the Dao Alliance's 7-star pavilion, several people were staring at the golden vortex with worried faces. Everything is my fault. If it wasn't for my negligence, I wouldn't have let Dr. Dao be robbed by the demons. Dr. Dao has been in the Dao Alliance for all these years, and has made great achievements. If anything were to happen to him, I really wouldn't have the face to face the Alliance Master. In the middle of the field, a man with a black blindfold over his left eye and more than a few scars on his cheek said with chagrin, Elder Zhou doesn't need to blame himself. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and it's not something we can completely control. The monkey-faced teenager beside the one-eyed man said in relief. Elder Red Cherry and Elder Tianyu have already set out to rescue the two of them, one of them attracting the attention of the demons at Qingping Mountain, and the other sneaking into Thousand Pits Mountain to rescue them, should be able to get Dr. Dao out. Right at this moment, a few silhouettes drilled out from the golden vortex, and it was Fong Ling's 3 people who arrived. A few people saw Dochin and Wu Hongzhen return safely. Hanging a heart finally landed. Then they dropped their gazes on Fong Ling, rather puzzled. Dochin glanced around and introduced them. Seniors, he is my friend Fong Ling. By coincidence, he just happened to be teleported to the area of the Thousand Pits Mountain due to some accident. Finding that I was captured by the demons, he stepped in and rescued me. When the two of us retreated, we happened to meet Elder Red Cherry head-on. In addition, the demonic stronghold in the Thousand Pits Mountain has also been annihilated by this friend of mine. More than 500,000 demon soldiers, including the demon General Anna. Not a single survivor. He also incidentally managed to bring back more than 10,000 slaves of my clan from the demonic fortress in Thousand Pits Mountain safely as well. The people present were all shocked when they heard this. Although they couldn't sense Fong Ling's cultivation, they could roughly judge his age. He was clearly a young man, yet he had wiped out a demonic stronghold with his own strength, which was simply unbelievable and unbelievable. At that moment, a scruffy, strange man upstairs with only cause hair on his head suddenly jumped down. He was holding a mirror in his hand, and the image shown in the mirror was clearly the scene in the Thousand Pits Mountain Devil's Walled City. Dr. Dao really didn't exaggerate. The demonic stronghold in the Thousand Pits Mountain has really been uprooted. He was the elder Wu Ji that Wu Hongcherry had mentioned earlier. A few other people looked at the picture on the apocalypse mirror and were secretly shocked. The white bones on this ground were indeed a bit appalling. However, the Dao Alliance had always paid no attention to the difference between good and evil, and although they had come to understand that Fong Ling practiced the devil's way, they would not resist because of this. The Dao Alliance was preoccupied with guarding the Han land and fighting against the demon race, and they also didn't have the energy to focus on such minutiae. In the presence of Fong Ling, meet the elders. Fong Ling took a step out and saluted a few people in greeting. These people who were in the 7-star pavilion at the moment all had cultivation levels similar to that of Marshal Red Cherry, being existences at the transitional succession stage. Fong Ling Taoist friend is capable. So young yet he was able to annihilate this demon fortress of Anna's. The monkey-faced teenager Tsked. Although the monkey-faced teenager looked young, he was just as old as the people present. I am Ho Jun, an elder of the Dao Alliance. Triple Heaviness Realm. He introduced himself. The one-eyed man on the side also introduced himself. Elder Wang Qianju of the Dao Alliance. 4th level of the Robbery Realm. Elder Maverick Wu Ji put away the Heavenly Enlightenment Realm in his hand and also spoke. Old man. My real name is Wu Peng. 5th Heavy Robbery Realm. Marshal Red Cherry. The 4th Heavy Heist Realm. Marshal Red Cherry introduced herself as well. In addition to the 4 of us, there is also an Elder Zhao Tianyu, who, like Elder Wu Ji, is generally at the 5th Heavy Heaviness Realm. The ordinary elders of the Dao Alliance. Just the 5 of us. The usual battle is usually handled by the 5 of us as well. When Fong Ling and Do Qin were flying alone earlier, he had heard Do Qin introduce the general situation of the Dao Alliance. The Dao Alliance is based on the entire Han land and has been fighting against the demon race for years, so their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. The Alliance leader was called Bright Moon, a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Below the Alliance Master, the highest status were the 4 Sequence Elders. These 4 Sequence Elders were all in the Immortal Realm, with strengths ranging from 1st to 8th grade. And below the 4 Sequence Elders were these ordinary elders in front of them, who were all at the transitional stage of existence. As for the Yao Guang realm powerhouses, they were only protectors in the Dao Alliance, and they also often went to the battlefield to charge into battle. Below that there was the division of deacons, elite disciples, and ordinary disciples. The entire Dao Alliance was so orderly and hierarchical that it was more like an army when it was said to be a cultivation sect. The Dao Alliance, even with the Alliance Master, sat on 5 immortal realm experts, 5 major transitional stage powerhouses, and billions of disciples. This heritage could be considered a hegemonic existence in the southern Dou domain, the Heavenly Dao sect, the Great Zhou dynasty, and so on. These first-class forces were completely inadequate in front of it. If it were not for the fact that the Dao Alliance is always at war with the demon race, otherwise the power would never have been more than isolated in this northeastern part of the country. And under normal circumstances, the sequential elders as well as the allied masters would not have stepped forward. Once they were also thrown into the battle, it also meant that the demon race was ready to launch a decisive battle. As for Wu Hongzhu and the others, they were usually just supervising the battle and rarely had the chance to go into battle. After several fierce firefights between the Dao Alliance and the demon race, they had now entered a relatively calm phase. Although the fighting never stopped, the top brass on both sides had a very tacit understanding not to go into battle and not to expand the existing fighting. This my friend also wants to join the Dao Alliance for the time being. I don't know what a few elders think. Do Qin looked at them and asked again. Elder Wu Ji laughed out loud. Welcome fellow Taoist Fong Ling, and please make sure you join my war department. The realm of the apocalypse in my old man's hand can see into everything, and can be much more powerful than them in battle. The one-eyed scar-faced elder Zhou Yun grunted coldly. That you have many victories is because you only pick the good battles to fight. Little friend Fong Ling should still join my war department. This war department under my hand has the strongest fighting ability and has been on top of the front lines the longest. The other people, such as Wu Hongqing, also wanted to snatch Fong Ling and bring him under their command, but without waiting for them to open their mouths to fight for it. A burst of flower petals floated from nowhere, and these petals immediately transformed into a silhouette. Seeing this, Wu Hongzhu and the others hurriedly knelt down on one knee and bowed in worship. See you, Alliance Lord. The visitor was cold and colorful, with a superb temperament, and a little vermilion mark on her brow. She was the head of the Dao Alliance. Fairy Bright Moon. Chapter 099 Bright Moon Immortal. Master of the Dao Alliance. Is this the 9th grade Jade Immortal? It's really terrifying. Fong Ling was secretly shocked in his heart. He felt his heart skip a beat just by looking at it. Fairy Manhwa looked at Fong Ling and gently had to nod her chin. You are very good. The Dao Alliance welcomes you to join. And you don't have to join the war department under them. I'll allow you to form your own line. I just won't transfer more men to you. Your ministry is rewarded on merit, the same as the other 5, she said. Hearing this, Fong Ling bowed his head and saluted. Thank you for your appreciation, Alliance Master. She reached out her hand again, flipped her wrist, and an elixir bottle emerged in her palm. You saved Doqin and more than 10,000 of your fellow clansmen. And you also completely annihilated the 500,000 demon soldiers of the Thousand Pits Mountain demon-walled city. This is no small feat. This elixir is where you get the credit. Fong Ling had heard Doqin say that the Bright Moon Alliance Master had a rare treasure called the Spirit Gathering Pot. The Spirit Gathering Pot could automatically absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth and condense a pure spirit elixir. This kind of spirit elixir was obtained by compressing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Thus it was the purest and most refined, and was the perfect thing to improve one's cultivation. However, the time required for the Spirit Gathering Pot to condense the elixir each time was not short, so the number of spirit elixirs was not large and extremely precious. Thanks a lot. With a good thing delivered to his door, Fong Ling of course had no reason to refuse and gladly accepted it. After delivering Dan, Manhwa said nothing and left again, leaving only the fragrance of flowers filling the room. Zhou Yun and the others looked at Fong Ling with even more amazement in their eyes. They didn't expect that Fong Ling's arrival had actually startled their own alliance leader. Moreover, the alliance master had allowed him to form his own lineage and was very appreciative of him. Wu Hongqing looked at Fong Ling and said, Brother Fong Ling, my sister's side can transfer 1,000,000 disciples to you. How about it? Elder Zhou Yun sked. I'm not as generous as Elder Red Cherry, but I can still give you 500,000 disciples. I'm not rich under my hand already, so I'll make a fuss and give you 100,000 disciples. Elder Wu Ji hemmed and hawed. Elder Ho Jun, on the other hand, said, I'll give you 1,000,000 disciples as well, so that you can at least pull your team together first. When Elder Tian Yu returns, he'll even you out some as well, and should be able to come up with 3 million. These 3 million ready-made cultivator armies are enough for you to exert yourself now. If you still want to expand your army, you'll have to recruit your own cultivators in the Han lands, and we won't be able to help you in the future. Fong Ling arched his hand toward them and said, Thank you all for your care, but there's no need for that. You really don't want to think about it? The few of us are real people. We won't stuff you with some old, weak, sick and disabled people. We're definitely transferring the elite to you. Wu Hongjin asked with a smile. Fong Ling shook his head, still refusing their good intentions. He had joined the Dao Alliance for a temporary period of time, only to make it easier to cultivate, and didn't want to stay for a long time. It's just a rare place that allows him to kill across the board. After a while, the last elder Zhao Tianyu also returned. He was a man of few words. Greeting with Fong Ling, he also just nodded his head, but he wasn't rude. It was just the way it had always been, and the crowd had spoken to Fong Ling in advance. After briefly understanding the situation today, Fong Ling left the 7-star pavilion with Doqin. He's new to the city, and Duchesne shows him around. The entire territory of the Han land was not small, about 10 times larger than that of the Miao frontier. Where they were at the moment was the core of the Dao Alliance, which also happened to be located in the very center of the Han Earth. There were many teleportation arrays here that could instantly transport them to the front lines, so most of them, the high-ranking figures, resided here. After leading him around for a while, Doqin eventually arrived at the compound where she herself lived. This compound was huge, and there was also a medicine garden in the courtyard with many spirit medicines growing on it. At the moment, there is a young girl pounding medicine there. She immediately looked up after hearing footsteps. Master? Her tears were on the verge of falling when she saw Doqin's safe return. She had been scared for a long time. Seeing Fong Ling beside Doqin again, he exclaimed, Yeah, it's Mr. Fong. Even though she hadn't met for more than a decade, she still recognized Fong Ling at once. Fong Ling also still had an impression of this disciple of Doqin. More than 10 years have passed, and that little girl from back then is now also a generous woman. It's thanks to Fong Ling that I was able to return safely this time. Doqin faintly said, You go and tidy up that house, and if there is anything missing, you add it along with it, and he will live in our compound in the future. Okay, Sure Xiaobi sniffed and immediately stopped the work in her hands and began to busy herself. Come inside and have a seat. Dou Qin turned her head to Fong Ling and invited. Fong Ling let out a soft hum and followed her to her room. After sitting down, she made tea there by herself. Fong Ling, on the other hand, poured out the elixir sent by the ally and placed it in his hand to carefully scrutinize it. It was the first time he had heard that there was such a treasure under the sky that could concentrate aura into a dan. This dan is pure and harmless, and I have also eaten one. Dou Qin glanced at it and said, you can feel free to refine it, but the last elixir I ate was far smaller than this one of yours. The larger the spirit pill, the more abundant the energy contained within it. Someone. This one of yours is only for elder level figures to enjoy. The Alliance Master gave you the dan today and granted you permission to form your own lineage, so he does indeed hold you in high regard. Fong Ling first put away this spirit pill and said indifferently, I don't really care about these, it's just that this place is suitable for me to cultivate, that's why I'm staying. Dou Qin knew what he was referring to when he said cultivation, and slightly worriedly said, you mustn't be in a hurry, and you mustn't act recklessly. Observe for a while before saying anything else. The demon race's strength is very strong. The demon race that has been invading the Han lands all these years is a powerful force in the heavenly demon domain that is closest to the Han lands. This demonic force is called the Little Japanese Kingdom, and they have 6 great demon Zune level experts, one more than the Dao Alliance, and the overall power has to be stronger than the Dao Alliance, which is how we can keep having to nibble away at the Han territorial boundaries. Fong Ling, I have my own plans. You don't have to worry. I'm not worried, Dou Qin said with a light grunt, arrogantly. That said, was so close just now. It's a good thing you warned me that someone was coming, or else if I'd been seen, I'd have ruined my reputation for the rest of my life, she added. Speaking of this, Fong Ling was still quite regretful that he hadn't been able to enjoy himself. Dou Qin glanced at him quietly, saw that he hadn't finished yet, and the corners of his mouth brought up a light smile. What are you thinking? She asked. Fong Ling, nothing. Whoever made me soft-hearted. Let's just be nice. She sighed softly, looking a bit helpless, and then silently took off his boots. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Master? I've cleaned up the room. Sure Xiaobi outside the door said. Dou Qin shouted back. Tough luck. You go busy yourself. Sure Xiaobi let out a hum, and immediately returned to the courtyard, continuing to pound the medicine that had not yet been finished earlier. Chapter 100 Sunlong Sword Technique Lon Hongyan. Dushan's legs and feet are too sore to fight again, and Fong Ling looked at the sultry beauty in front of him and was somewhat unable to hold back. You've gone too far. She blushed and pouted. Fong Ling came forward and asked with his ear. I don't know if you still remember the set of 9 turns in Yang Kung Fu that was passed on to you last time? This flesh body of mine is incredibly powerful and can help you cultivate for free. When Dou Qin heard this, her beautiful eyes rounded and stared fiercely at Fong Ling. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but then she heard Marshal Red Cherry transmit her voice. A large number of demon soldiers have gathered near Sand City. It's more than likely that another war is about to start. Why don't you come with me, Dr. Dao? At the same time, Fong Ling also received a transmission from Wu Hongqing. She wanted to ask Fong Ling to go there with her as well, to see the real human-demon battlefield. Dou Qin glanced at Fong Ling and guffawed. There is business to be done, so I won't accompany you. She put on her boots and socks and left the room. Fong Ling put on his black robe, and with a flash of his figure, he also immediately arrived at Wu Hongzhu's side. The 3 of them stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived at Sand City, one of the 5 cities on the front line of the Han Earth. At this moment, the 10 million demon soldiers outside the Sand City were raging. Fong Ling had slaughtered the demon soldiers of Thousand Puddle Mountain, which had infuriated the demon dignitaries of the small Japanese nation. So immediately, they levied a large army and came to conquer, wanting to make the Dao Alliance pay. On the city tower, Wu Hongzhen looked across the street and said in a deep voice, It's actually him. The visitor is the famous commander of the small Japanese nation, Inoue Saburo, and this person is at the realm of the 5th heavens. Half of the 7 demon generals who have risen to fame over the years were under his command, including Anna, who has already been put to death by you. Fong Ling also felt that powerful aura behind the demon army. This Inoue Saburo's battle power was estimated to be a little stronger than Wu Hongzhu. At that moment, a man with a machete in his hand flew out from the vast army of demons. He was carrying a machete, and with his cape billowing behind him, he looked quite divine. Human stinkers cowering in the Sand City. Who dares to fight me? This demon raceman shouted. I, Suzukawa, have already killed 13 of your human race's great generals in a row without a single defeat. Weak. You guys are just too weak. There is usually this part of fighting generals before a great battle. Beside Fong Ling, Wu Hongqing said, the generals of both sides will duel in front of the 2 armies, and if they win, It will make morale soar. In a battle between two armies, morale is crucial and can play a decisive role when the gap between the two sides is small. This Suzuki Chuan is one of the 7 great demon generals, at the late stage of the Yao Guang realm, quite a bit stronger than the Anna you beheaded. In the last few years, 13 of the great generals of my human race's Yao Guang realm have been beheaded by him. At that moment, a person in the military formation came with a sword and stopped in front of the city tower. This person had a surging sword aura on his body, and his cultivation level was clearly at the late Yao Guang realm as well. His name was Lone Hongyan and he was a veteran protector in the Dao Alliance, as well as Wu Hongchu's beloved. He didn't look to be in very good shape though. His face was white and he suddenly coughed a few times. I would like to step in and kill this Fong to avenge the hatred of my human race. Lone Hongyan bowed his head towards Wu Hongju. Slightly worried, Wu Hongjian asked, "Is your body alright?" Suzuki Chuan's strength cannot be underestimated. If it was before, but now you can hardly deal with him. Lone Hongyan returned. Other than me, I'm afraid others are no match for him. I have already practiced the last layer of the Tsong Lang sword technique. With the subtlety of the Tsong Lang sword technique, it's a sure thing. Wu Hongju took a deep breath, then nodded. Lone Hongyan smiled sparingly and sent his sword eastward, coming straight to Suzuki Chuan's face. Both sides had fought on the front lines for many years, and naturally knew the titled characters in each other's camps. Lone Hongyan, I heard that your swordsmanship is very powerful. Suzukawa looked him up and down and sneered. It's just a shame that it's a sickly child with no years left to live. Lone Hongyan sniffed and faintly said, "Don't say much. Come out with your sword." "As you wish." Suzuki Chuan lightly shouted, lifting the machete in his hand towards Lone Hongyan to kill him. Mighty Dragon Chop. This blade of his was so powerful that the blade's astral deities actually transformed into a black dragon, with a great aura of looking out of the world. In the face of such a strong blade, Lone Hongyan stood in place and even closed his eyes. He pressed one hand against the hilt of his sword, as if he was brewing something. The moment the blade gang Mighty Dragon killed the general, he snapped his eyes open. His eyes were sharp, sword drawing style. A sword light flashed by, and the black dragon transformed by the Dao gang was split in half by him in an instant, collapsing between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Suzukawa said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you, a sickly child, to be able to fight so well, but just now it was just an appetizer." He raised his eyebrows and lifted his machete to kill him, and Lone Hongyan also immediately met him. Between the light of the swords and the shadows of the swords, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the end had come. On the city floor, a group of Dao Alliance experts watched this scene with grave concern. This person's sword Dao is extraordinary. Fong Ling was also a connoisseur of using swords, so he had a good idea of Lone Hongyan's level. Wu Hongqing, that's for sure. Lone Hongyan was the first genius of our Dao Alliance back then. That sword in his hand is named Chang Yuan, and it is the matching sword of his master, Baimoz. Baimoz was once a serial elder of my Dao Alliance, with a cultivation as strong as a third-grade jade immortal. He once said that Lone Hongyan has the heart of a sword, and that his future accomplishments will be above his. It's a pity that later on, Senior Baimoz fell into the trap of the demon race and was besieged to death. Before he died, he used his great magical power to send back the Chang Yuan sword and passed it on to Lone Hongyan. The Chang Yuan sword is a 13-channel forbidden magic treasure, and it has his master, Baimoz's entire sword Dao inheritance on it. Since then, Lone Hongyan has taken the Chang Yuan sword as his teacher, and his swordsmanship has become stronger and stronger. And back then, he had also killed the demon clan so much that they didn't dare to answer the battle. It is a pity that he is a person with a thin life, and his physique is a body of rare doom. This kind of physique is very short-lived. He's only 3,000 years old now, and he's already dying. Dou Qin, who was on the side, said, "The body of doom is a Dao injury. Otherwise with my healing power today, I might be able to cure him." On the battlefield, Lone Hongyan and Suzuki Chuan fought bitterly. Anyone could see that Lone Hongyan was dying, weighed down by his body. The more he fought the weaker his attacks became, while Suzukawa got stronger and stronger. Just when everyone thought that Lone Hongyan was about to lose, an unexpected scene happened. Lone Hongyan's sword power suddenly skyrocketed more than 10 times, taking Suzuki Chuan by surprise. Although he was able to restrain the enemy, he himself vomited several mouthfuls of blood in a row, and it seemed that he could barely even stand up. This sword move of his is very subtle. Each sword is actually storing up momentum, just waiting for the final sword to explode. Fong Ling said, "Wu Hongqing, this is the Tsong Lang sword technique, an ancient sword technique he learned in an ancient relic. Well, it's time to get real next. Do you want to go up there and join in the fun?" Fong Ling nodded. Of course. Chapter 101 Endless Killing to Break the Demon Army. Wu Hongjian hit the moon in the water and fetched back the Lone Hongyan from the battlefield. Although he had killed the demon general Suzuki Chuan in this battle, He had also lost a number of years of his lifespan. He didn't have many years to live. He was getting closer and closer to death. Even his hair was becoming frosty white like an old man's. However, there was no sadness on Lone Hongyan's face. Instead, he looked happy. To be able to kill a demon general before he died, he felt it was worth it and could save the human race a lot of trouble. Hongyan has done his best, so I'm counting on you all for the rest. He turned towards Fongling and the others, arching his hand in salute. Just watch, Mr. Hongyan. The other Dao Alliance experts were all agitated, not only because the demon general Suzuki Chuan was killed, they were inspired by Lone Hongyan's spirit. Open the formation and go to war. At Wu Hongzhu's command, the 10 million cultivators in the city who were already poised for battle immediately rushed up into the sky. The devil race was an extremely warlike race, and even though the devil general had been beheaded, they were still exuberant, wailing and charging over as well. The cultivator army and the demon army rushed together, and the great battle officially opened. As Fongling looked at such a vast scene from the city tower, he was vaguely excited inwardly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched a few times, as if he was smiling. He raised his hand and condensed his innate blood sword. The moment the benevolent blood sword appeared, even Marshal Hongzhu's face changed drastically. What an evil! What a terrifying sword! She said in her heart as she stared at Fongling's blood sword. As for the rear of the demon army, Demon Commander Inoue Saburo was similarly attracted to Fongling's born blood sword. It seems that something so terrifying shouldn't exist in this world. Who is this person? Although his cultivation is not high, he vaguely makes even this marshal feel a hint of uneasiness. Could it be a supreme genius secretly cultivated by the human race? Inoue Saburo thought to himself. At this time, Fongling had already killed his way onto the battlefield with his sword. At this moment, he was like a ghost, killing wildly with his sword, killing through the battlefield in no time. He was like a merciless killing machine. No matter how many people were in front of them, they would all end up being killed with a single sword. In less than an incense stick of effort, there were already millions of demons who had died in his hands, and among them, there were some demons with high cultivation levels. On the citadel, Wu Hongzhu looked at this scene, not knowing what to say. He is simply a killing star. No wonder the ally is so appreciative of him. When really, she murmured. Lone Hongyan, who was leaning on his sword at the side and barely standing, was also stunned and lost in thought, and then laughed. It's truly a fearful later generation. This person's cultivation is clearly only at the jade balance stage, yet he has such terrifying battle power. That sword of his is terrifying. I could feel my Chang Yuan sword trembling the moment this blood sword showed up. He said, such a ferocious man, such a ferocious sword. He's going to walk the path of proving the Dao by killing. Wu Hongzhen said in a deep voice. He is powerful not only in the sword Dao. Look at his fleshly body. Just now, that early stage Yaoguang realm demonic junior general, surprisingly, could not even break through his defense. This person's roots are so deep. If he can become an immortal, he will be the hope for the rise of my human race. At the rear of the demon army, Inoue Saburo was completely dumbfounded. Fongling had killed so many demon soldiers in a short period of time. It could be completely said that one person had influenced the entire battlefield. If this continued, he was bound to lose big today. Bodo not, Uehara AI, Sakatano. You three leave the others alone for now and give me your full strength to kill that human youth. No matter how much it costs, he must be killed, or else he will definitely be a great danger to my demon race in the future. Inoue Saburo hurriedly transmitted his voice to the three mid-Yaoguang realm demon generals from the field. The three of them sniffed and immediately approached towards where Fongling was. Suddenly, there were three demonic races of notable strength approaching, and the fivefold calamity demonic marshal in the shadows didn't know if he would sneak attack, so Fongling didn't dare to be too careless. Only a low roar that was not human-like was heard from him, and then his body demonized, entering the state of the demon prison body. His skin turned crimson red, with black lines all over it, vaguely forming a set of spell formations. His eyes were glowing with a reddish aura like that of a wild beast, and his entire body looked unusually hyperactive. At the same time, the complete corner of the formation of flesh activated, allowing his fleshly body strength to increase by 5 times in an instant. He let these three demon generals attack and did not defend at all, while also wielding the blood sword in his hand towards them. That strand of innate purple chi, he also incorporated into it to enhance the blood sword's power. Retreat! This guy isn't even human. Sakatano had a terrified look on his face. He didn't think that he would actually have this day when he couldn't even break through the defenses of a human race that was so much lower than his realm. Bodo Not and Uehara AI were also dumbfounded, and hurriedly turned around and withdrew towards the back of the army. But at that moment, a sound of sword chants rang out behind them, and terrifying sword light flashed forth. They fought to resist, but they still couldn't block Fongling's dragon-slashing sword. On the citadel, Wu Hongzhu watched the scene with her eyes glazed over, but then she immediately sensed danger. Not good. This Sakata Saburo guy can't sit still. On the battlefield, Fang Ling continued to kill after he had killed the 3 great generals of the demon race. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic palm descended from the sky. The one who struck out was none other than this 5th transition stage demon commander. Sakata Saburo, cultivate wildly. This martial will destroy you. This palm was so powerful that all living beings were suppressed by the powerful demonic element in the area covered by the palm and could not avoid it. There were also quite a number of demons among them, who were also immobilized and unable to move. At this moment, Sakata Saburo could no longer care so much. Even if he slapped his own people to death as well, he still wanted to suppress Fang Ling here. Fang Ling raised his foot and stomped the ground hard, breaking free from the shock of Sakata Saburo's palm. A sardonic color flashed in his eyes as he used the heavenly Luo divine skill to suck all the cultivation of the millions of sect members in the Sahara Mile realm into himself. In an instant, his realm had risen by 2 major realms, reaching the early stage of the Yaoguang realm. Swastika Truth. He lowered his body weight and built up momentum in his palm. With a bang, he met it with a palm. The Buddha's avatar had an extremely strong restraining effect on the demon race as well as the ghost race. It could even be said that it was a heavenly gram. The swastika true speech was another top-level divine ability of the Buddhist sect, and at this moment, when Fang Ling was in his peak state, it was earth-shattering in its power. The moment the swastika true words materialized and blasted out, all of the demon race in the arena felt a trace of heart palpitations, and Sakata Saburo, who was locked by the Bankai Zenith, was even more terrified. His demonic palm was instantly shattered, and the seal of truth was unabated, topping Sakata Saburo's body. The swastika true words topped on his body. It was like using a branding iron to hold it down all the time, and as a 5-fold robbery realm, he even let out a heart-rending wail at this moment. Sakata Saburo immediately turned and fled, forgetting even to call for the command of his army. Wu Hongzhu, who was rushing over to help Fang Ling, looked at Sakata Saburo, who had fled, and didn't know what to say. Fang Ling did not pursue. With Sakata Saburo's strength, if he were to desperately counterattack, it would not be that easy to deal with. Now that he was new to the battlefield, those 2 creation techniques as well as the supreme law could be used without using them. If these killer weapons were exposed prematurely, they would inevitably be targeted by the demon race. Seeing that their own demon marshal had fled, the demon army immediately followed suit and instantly collapsed. However, Fang Ling's appetite was not small, and without the slightest thought of letting them go, he immediately came to the rear with his godly walking steps, cutting off their path of retreat. He raised his sword and killed forward, completely immersed in endless killing. The blood stained the earth red, and it was especially bleak in the light of the setting sun. These 10 million demonic armies were completely annihilated here, and more than 70% of them died under Fang Ling's sword. At this moment, the blood sword was hanging over the battlefield, drawing in the bloodbane chi as well as the life essence. The devil race's fleshly bodies were strong and their life essence was extremely abundant, and the feeling of him devouring this 10 million devil race army could even compare to devouring hundreds of millions of Chuan's living beings. The cultivators of the Tao Alliance looked at Fang Ling from afar. The eyes were either wild or fearful, but there was no one who didn't think he was a hero of the human race. They called him by the name of the God of Killers. Today, under his leadership, the Tao Alliance had achieved its greatest victory in recent years. A clean sweep. On the citadel, Doqin looked at him with a light smile at the corner of her mouth. This place would be perfect for you. Chapter 102 Successive Breakthroughs of Spiritual Elixir. Wonderful. The battle in Sand City made Fang Ling famous. This great victory has even boosted the morale of the frontline defenders, and those few elders are also very happy. Wu Hongqing offered to host a celebration banquet, but was politely declined by Fang Ling. He had never been a fan of crowds, let alone a celebratory dinner. At this moment, he was cultivating in his room, refining that spirit pill given by the Bright Moon Alliance master. This elixir that possessed pure spiritual power caused his cultivation level to keep rising upwards. The energy contained in it was far beyond his imagination. In a short while, he broke through a layer of shackles and reached the middle stage of jade balance. However, the power of the spirit elixir was not exhausted, and it still allowed his cultivation level to rush upwards. After a while longer, he once again broke through a layer of barrier, his realm reaching the late stage of jade balance. In the past, his main focus had been on cultivating the benevolent blood sword and the Taotai divine skill, whereas the blood sword practiced the sword, the Taotai divine power practiced the body. That's why he hadn't been that outstanding in terms of spiritual cultivation. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, but suddenly he smelled a flowery scent. He looked up, and at that moment, the Alliance Master, Immortal Bright Moon, was sitting on a chair, silently looking at him. She had a very clever mind. and just now when Fong Ling was practicing, she had deliberately kept her body scent in check until he finished practicing. "Greetings, allied lord," he immediately greeted. Bright Moon nodded her head in a gesture and spoke. "You deserve all the credit for the battle in Sand City. This spirit pill is your battle merit." With a wave of her hand, she sent another spirit pill to Fong Ling. The size of this spirit pill could be a circle larger than the one he had refined before, and the energy contained in it was definitely strong. "Many thanks, Alliance Master." He put away the elixir. "Although my spirit gathering pot can continuously produce spirit pills, it takes a very long time," Manhwa added. "The one you just refined is the one condensed by the spirit gathering pot for 8,000 years, and this one in your hand was condensed over 30,000 years. I don't have any more spirit elixirs of such high quality in my hand, so even if you make any more achievements next, I won't have any more spirit elixirs to give you." Fong Ling, Do Qin all told me that with my previous merits, it is not worth that 18,000-year-old spirit pill. Many thanks for the Alliance leader's appreciation. Before I leave the Dao Alliance, I'll make sure to kill more demons and won't let the Alliance Master lose money. Mingyu was a 9th grade jade immortal, and her perception surpassed everyone Fong Ling had met before. Although she was also unable to detect Fong Ling's exact cultivation before, she could feel how terrifying his physical body was and how powerful the sword aura on his body was. So she boldly bet on Fong Ling, wanting him to do more for the Dao Alliance, and Fong Ling didn't let her down, and immediately rose to prominence in Sand City, making a mark. Manhwa looked at him and added, "Don't rush to refine this spirit elixir in your hand. Having broken through 2 minor realms one after another, you'll need some time to adapt. If one's cultivation level is raised too quickly, it is easy for one's foundation to become unstable." Fong Ling certainly knew this and nodded. "Understood. Those few demon dignitaries in the little Japanese kingdom have been foolishly moving around in recent years," Manhwa added. "I have a feeling that all-out war is about to break out, and when it does, maybe even I'll have to go to war. So during this period of time, you can play as you please, and don't have to worry about moving too much and disrupting the battle, but you still need to be careful in your actions. I've already notified a few other elders to hold fast from today and prepare for war with all their might. So once you fall into a trap, they may not be able to give immediate help." When Fong Ling heard this, his heart secretly rejoiced. This was undoubtedly good news for him. "I have means of self-preservation. Don't worry, Alliance Master," he said. The bright moon gave a soft then immediately turned into a burst of flower petals and drifted away. After Manhwa left, Fong Ling also walked out of the room. At this time, Do Qin's disciple Shiobi cultivated in the courtyard. She was also quite good at healing spiritual power, all the Do Qin's true heritage. He passed her and went straight to Duchesne's door and knocked gently. Shiobi sneaked a glance back, an ambiguous smile on her face. She always felt that her master and Fong Ling had an unusual relationship. "Come in." Do Qin's gentle voice came from the house. Fong Ling pushed the door in and looked at Do Qin, who was resting on her knees on the bed to regulate her breathing. She had been busy for most of the day in Sand City, and she had really consumed a lot. Do Qin looked at Fong Ling and muttered in her heart. At the moment, she was imagining in her mind that Fong Ling would pounce on her and tear her clothes to shreds before ravaging her viciously. "What are you doing here?" she mumbled in a small voice. Fong Ling tossed her a few pages, which he had torn from the Blood Demon Ancestors' handwritten journal. What was recorded inside was about the method of refining blood crystals. Although the Blood Demon Ancestors' strength wasn't considered overwhelming, Fong Ling still quite admired the guy and felt that he was very creative. "Refining magic crystals is similar to alchemy, so I'd like to ask you for a favor. In addition, I think that using magic cores instead of magic blood will produce better results in refining the magic crystals. Will you see if it's feasible?" Fong Ling said indifferently. Do Qin looked at these 2 pages in her hand, and suddenly had a feeling of disappointment in her heart. She thought that Fong Ling came over to toy with her, but she didn't realize that she just wanted her to help with the work. Returning to her senses, she carefully studied the method of refining magic crystals recorded in this handbook. After reading it, she couldn't help but see a trace of color in her eyes as well, saying, "The person who researched this is very bold and crazy. With my current techniques and cultivation, refining magic crystals shouldn't be difficult. Replacing magic blood with magic cores is indeed better, and can greatly enhance the quality of magic crystals." "So very good." Fong Ling nodded. "I have the materials here in large quantities, so I'm going to have to work you hard for a while. Also, I'll go inform Elder Wu and the others later that I'll need you to help me refine pills in the near future. So I'll have to be in seclusion for a while. Just feel free to help me refine these magic crystals and don't think about anything else." "Good." Duo Qin nodded and stared at him for a moment longer. Seeing that Fong Ling immediately turned around and left without any other movements, she couldn't help but frown, thinking to myself, did I make him think I was resistant by the way I acted before? Idiot. Don't you know a woman's reserve? She never imagined that she had spent her whole life healing and saving people, and in the end she would actually fall in love with a murderous devil. However, she was a person who extremely believed in the saying of fate, and when she saw Fong Ling once again in the Thousand Pits Mountain, she was certain that she was destined to have a destiny with him in this life. If not, Fong Ling would not have been able to save her in the most critical moments one after another. In fact, as early as when she was in Miaozhong, at the moment she used her feet to help Fong Ling relax, she had already fallen. She just wasn't willing to admit it at that time. Suddenly, she felt a burst of hot air exhale from the back of her neck, and Fong Ling suddenly appeared behind her. At the moment it was coming up to sniff deeply at her neck there, making it very itchy. What are you doing so close? She pouted. Without saying a word, Fong Ling directly pushed her down. Chapter 103 Ancient Sword Sect breaks the cocoon into a butterfly. Fong Ling has always been a very dry person. He tried a few times, and had long felt that Do Qin had love for him. So today it was straight to making merry with her and confirming the relationship. For a long time, after Fong Ling left, she took another beautiful nap before heading out to her exclusive alchemy room. As she went to refine the magic crystals, Fong Ling also had business to attend to. There were still many demonic strongholds on the front line, and in his eyes, it was a piece of fat meat. He went to the teleportation square, intending to take the teleportation array and go back to the front line. But suddenly, the space in front of him shook. It rippled like a large stone thrown into the water. A butterfly slowly flew out of the tumbling space. The colors on this butterfly were extremely gorgeous, and it was none other than the seven-colored heavenly butterfly. At first, Fong Ling had left him in the cold mountain and fed him to the fat master. Little did I know that just over a decade later, it had broken into a butterfly. The toxin contained in the first adult seven-colored heavenly butterfly was enough to kill a Yaoguang realm powerhouse. When it cultivates its second life and breaks the cocoon into a butterfly again, it will even be able to poison immortal realm powers, and the limit of the seven-colored sky butterfly is to cultivate for 7 lives, and after 7 reincarnations, it is the most terrifying poisonous insect in the world. The seven-colored sky butterfly slowly flew to his shoulder. It now had a notable spiritual intelligence and could even communicate with Fong Ling. Master, long time no see na. The voice of the seven-colored heavenly butterfly was as if it was an innocent young girl. Fong Ling gave it a sideways glance and said indifferently, "In the future, I will call you Little Butterfly. Are my master and the others okay in the mountains?" he asked again. It should still be considered good, right? The seven-colored heavenly butterfly was a bit uncertain, as it didn't really know what counted as good and what didn't. They live a monotonous life, cycling through each day. He looked at the seven-colored heavenly butterfly again. "I'll give you a task. You fly to the woman and keep her safe." Although Do Qin possessed the sacred Bodhi inheritance, in the end, she was still a physician with little combat power. Now that she was his woman, of course he had to protect her. He had wanted to make a few spells to give her defense, but today, this seven-colored sky butterfly came by coincidence and could be arranged for her. He had a great chance of winning against a Yaoguang realm powerhouse now, and he didn't need the help of the seven-colored heavenly butterfly. Keeping it to yourself is of no great use. As you command. The seven-colored heavenly butterfly immediately flew towards Do Qin's alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, it landed in Do Qin's hand. Duo Qin was about to start work when he looked at the strange butterfly and couldn't help but stare. She twisted her head to look at the door of the alchemy room as well as the spell formation, but there was no mistake. "Strange, where did you fly from?" she muttered. "It was Master who told me to come over to protect you." The seven-colored heavenly butterfly immediately communicated with her using divine thoughts. "Who is your master?" Duchesne asked again. The seven-colored sky butterfly returned. "My master is called Fong Ling." Do Qin blinked, a small smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This guy. She had always thought that Fong Ling was a wooden lump who wouldn't be able to please women, but she didn't expect to have this hand. At the moment her heart was happy and joyful. Wait, it shouldn't be a seven-colored sky butterfly, right? She suddenly thought again. The seven-colored sky butterfly that she had once heard Fong Ling talk about. This butterfly in front of her appeared to be a good match. Though its aura was withdrawn, she could sense that it contained very scary toxins, and it just happened to have 7 colors on it as well. Fong Ling was almost at the teleportation square when suddenly a person walked towards him. This person had white hair, his breath was shriveled, and he looked like he was not going to live long. He was none other than the lone Hongyan who had angrily cut down the demon general in San City, the Dao Alliance's former sword Dao genius. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Fong Ling." Lone Hongyan arched his hand in greeting towards Fong Ling, but one of his hands couldn't stop trembling. "Fong Ling, fellow Daoist Hongyan doesn't need to be polite. I don't know what's looking for me?" Lonely Goose asked. "I see that fellow Daoist Fong Ling is going to the teleportation plaza. To the front line? If there is any important battle, It will not be too late to speak of this matter at a later date, Fong Ling said indifferently. There's nothing important about the battle. I just want to go and exterminate a few demonic strongholds. It doesn't matter what fellow Taoist Hongyan wants to say. Lone Hongyan smiled and said, I had the honor of witnessing fellow Taoist Fong Ling's peerless sword Tao in San City, and it was truly an eye-opening experience. Although I have practiced the sword for 3,000 years, I know that I am far from being as good as I am. It's an honor for the Tao Alliance to have a strong sword Taoist like Tao Lord Fong Ling join them. I came to find fellow Taoist Fong Ling today because I want to give you a chance. In the land of Han too, there is a monument that I suspect is the ruins of some ancient sword clan. I would like to lead the way for fellow Taoist Fong Ling and help you go farther in the path of the sword Tao. I once heard Elder Wu say that the last sword you used to kill Suzuki Chuan was obtained from this ancient relic? Fong Ling asked. Lone Hongyan nodded. Rather, that Sanlong's sword technique was indeed found there. If fellow Taoist Fong Ling is interested, I can share this sword technique with you. That's not necessary. The profound sword techniques imparted by my family master I have yet to fully learn them, and practicing other sword techniques would be too much greed to chew. Fong Ling gently had to shake his head. Lonely goose, it's also true that those swords of fellow Taoist Fong Ling are incredibly profound, and there's no need to learn this even weaker swordsmanship. But within that monument, there are mostly more profound sword techniques, and this San Lang sword technique was only obtained from the outskirts of the monument. If fellow Taoist Fong Ling is interested, why don't you follow me now? Thank you. Fong Ling bowed his head. Thus, Fong Ling followed the lone goose and flew away from the Tao Alliance. Although the speed of Lonely Goose's imperial sword flight was slow, Fong Ling did not urge him or offer to take him flying. He knew that those who practiced the way of the sword had a lot of pride in them. Today's lone goose is not long for life and is weak to this point. But, Lone Hongyan had thought that Fong Ling was a cold-blooded and heartless executioner, but seeing that he respected him so much, he couldn't help but feel a hint of warmth in his heart. The two of them traveled along without words, just slowly. 3 days later, the lone goose stopped in front of a cliff. This side of the cliff in front of me was very wide, and the top was also covered with thick vines, which didn't really look like anything special. However, it was only after Fong Ling carefully perceived it that he realized that this cliff wall was actually covered with this prohibition. This place is that ancient relic, Lonely Goose said. There is a terrifying sword hanging over the ruins, and this sword releases a powerful sword chi. With the strength I had at the time, I couldn't withstand it for long, and if I didn't get out early, I would be strangled by it. But with your strength, surely you can stay longer and go farther. This tired man of mine won't go in with you. I'll just stay here and wait for you. Fong Ling looked towards Lone Hongyan and gave him a thank you before walking into the stone wall. Chapter 104, Origin Sword Chi Temple Slaying Sword. This ancient relic was an independent cavern opened up by a great power, because it was isolated from the outside. The concentration of aura here was no different from the ancient times, and it was very dense. He looked up as a long sword stretched across the sky. The moment he stepped into this relic, the long sword reacted. It released a powerful sword chi and killed towards Fong Ling. His protective astral shield naturally resisted, and for a while it was fine. The sword chi failed to break through the defense of the astral shield. He slowly walked forward. This place did look like the mountain gate of some sword clan. As soon as he entered, he could see these 5 sword-like mountains, which were majestic and inspiring. It was as if there were 5 swords killing towards him at the same time. Palpitating, passing through these 5 sword mountains, what came into view was a pavilion that towered over the mountains. He continued on and saw quite a few more skeletons. These skeletons had not yet turned to dust after a long time, so it was obvious how strong they had been in life. Beside these skeletons were swords that had been reduced to pieces. The only reason he could still recognize it as a sword was because there was still a hint of sword chi contained on these fragments. The sword chi had yet to dissipate after so many years, so it could be known that these swords were all good swords back then, and their masters were also masters of the Tao of the sword. He walked forward a bit and harvested a few storage rings. Most of the things in the storage ring had been eroded by time, but some jade slips were still intact. The reason why jade slips were often used to keep records of techniques and aptitudes was precisely because they could go through the erosion of long periods of time without being affected. Most of these jade sketches he had obtained contained sword Tao divine abilities and techniques that would help cultivate the sword Tao. When Lone Hongyan's Tsanglong sword technique was first discovered, it was also searched in a storage ring. Fong Ling walked for a moment and suddenly felt creepy. He had been overlooking the fact that the skeletons all over the place didn't match the surroundings at all. The sword cultivator lineage was considered to have the hardest temper among all cultivators. But why are there no signs of a fight here? Pavilions and pavilions these, completely safe and sound. If a fight occurs, it will never be like this. It should be that the enemy's strength was too powerful and directly killed everyone instantly. Fong Ling could only speculate so. Suddenly, he frowned and looked up at the long sword hanging in the sky. The sword chi released by this sword was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, his body shield could no longer withstand it, and the sword chi stabbed him in pain. The sword aura is getting less strong. We need to move faster. Fong Ling's heart fluttered and he didn't dare to go through the motions again. He quickly had to wander through this abandoned mountain gate, harvesting many more storage rings along the way. Suddenly, he felt some excitement in his own blood sword. It's like a kid seeing his favorite food. He followed the sensation of the blood sword and made his way forward, eventually stopping in front of a cave. At the top of the cave stood a plaque with the word Sword Mound engraved on it. The so-called Sword Mound is the place where swords are buried. Some powerful people did not have heirs and did not want to hand over their matching swords to other people after they died, thus the existence of the sword graveyard. When they die, their swords are placed in the Sword Mound as their final destination. Could it be that there is origin sword chi inside? Fong Ling thought to himself. He felt his own blood sword getting more and more excited. It's like he's big. Cow. ZZ saw Zijudochin and the girls. He had heard Master Sword Demon say that in some ancient sword mounds, the origin sword chi would condense. It was just that the chances of the sword graveyard wanting to condense origin sword chi was very low, and the conditions were extremely harsh. First of all, the swords that enter the sword graveyard must all be good swords, with a quality of at least 13 prohibitions or more. Secondly, the number of swords in the sword graveyard should be large enough, at least 1,000 swords, so that they can resonate with each other. Finally, it is to boil time. After a long years of suffering, these swords gradually annihilated. However, the purest sword chi in them would be retained and would eventually converge into the origin sword chi. He walked into the cave and came to the sword mound. The scene in front of me was very bleak. A broken iron stuck on the ground in a crooked way. The fact that these swords had survived so many years and were still able to maintain the shape of the swords and had not been reduced to pieces showed how high their quality was. His gaze swept over the area, finally resting on a gas that was like white snow, but just looking at it, his eyes stung and 2 lines of bloody tears ran down his face. If not for his physique being strong enough, these eyes would have to be stabbed blind. So powerful, it's impossible to see straight. He was certain that this must be the origin sword chi that Master Sword was talking about. I have to thank Lone Hongyan for such a creation today. He flew forward and came next to this mass of origin sword chi. He wanted to introduce this mass of origin sword chi into his body, but the moment he touched it, the outstretched hand was instantly strangled. Out of the broken hand, newborn buds of flesh quickly sprang up, and his strangled broken hand immediately grew back. So overbearing, you can't even look at it. You can't even touch it. Fong Ling coldly grunted. He continued to try and did not give up, but it was a long time coming. If the hard one doesn't work, we can only come to the soft one. Fong Ling secretly sank his breath. He intended to get close to this mass of origin sword chi first, so that it would accept him of its own accord. He slowly wrapped it with his divine thoughts, and the reaction of the origin sword chi wasn't fierce enough to cut off his divine thoughts. Seeing a play, he took his time and got close to it. After an unknown amount of time, this mass of origin sword chi slowly merged into Fong Ling's origin blood sword, becoming one with him. In an instant, a blood-colored sword chi shot up into the sky. Even the long sword hanging in the sky felt intimidated and immediately converged its own sword chi. The origin sword chi had a suppressive effect on all sword chi, and in the future, if he were to face a strong person who practiced the Tao of the sword, he would innately be on top of the other party. On the sword mound, Fong Ling abruptly opened his eyes. He got up and shook the accumulated dust off himself. I don't know how long I've been sitting here. The dust on my body is this thick. He looked at the dust rising around him and frowned. He left the sword mound and continued to search through this relic. Now that he possessed the origin sword chi, he was completely unafraid of the sword in the sky, and he would be able to search here for as long as he wanted without any hindrance. Next to a sword furnace deep within the ruins, he saw a corpse. The giant corpse was no different from a normal human except that it had no heartbeat. His hair was even intact. Not a single strand had to fall out. Flesh is incorruptible. This person is a sword cultivator, yet he still has such a powerful fleshly body. His appearance was great and handsome, but his eyes were open and dead. Fong Ling followed the place where his eyes were looking. It was certainly the sword furnace, so, before this person died, he was most likely still refining his sword. Fong Ling thought to himself. The fire of the sword furnace had long been extinguished, and the door of the furnace was wide open, with nothing inside. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and jerked his head up to look at the sky. Could it be that this sword was refined in the sword furnace back then? When the sword was completed and everyone here was dead, it flew out automatically and stood suspended in the air. At this time, Fong Ling suddenly glanced over and found a few lines on the ground. These lines were clearly inscribed with sword chi, and had faded over the long years, which was why he hadn't been able to spot them in the first place. This sword is called Temple Slayer, and is refined with precious things such as Taichu Shenjin and Kaiyuan Hohong. I have also imprinted it with the law of penetration, giving it the power to break everything. If this sword is accomplished, it will be ranked on the list of famous swords. Ran. There was a curse that invaded the sword furnace during the refining process, and there will be a major flaw after the sword is completed. I opened the furnace to observe the sword, and deduce that in the future, the person contracted with this sword, if there is a special body, will be decapitated by this sword and transformed into a mortal body. Fong Ling raised his head to look at the sky, and a trace of a strange color flashed in his eyes. A sword tainted with a curse. This sword is not to be, but it's absolutely wonderful with the lone goose. If this person is willing to turn to the heavenly law divine skill and become my fan, it would not be a bad idea to bestow this sword on him. He waved toward the sky. Now that he had the origin sword chi in his body, this sword, although extraordinary, did not dare to make a fool of himself and immediately obediently came into his hands. Chapter 105, Becoming the Sharpest Sword. In front of the stone wall, Lone Hongyan's white hair was draped over his head, staring blankly at the setting sun. His life, like this setting sun, will soon return to silence. 3 years had passed, and Fong Ling still hadn't come out from here, and he had waited here for 3 years. He had long regretted that he shouldn't have brought Fong Ling here in the first place. The stone wall's prohibition was very special. Only sword cultivators could enter, and no one else could force their way in, even if they were as strong as Fairy Manhwa. Since the death of his master, Bamoz, there were no longer any top sword experts in the Dao Alliance. Over the past 3 years, although there were some Dao Alliance sword cultivators who went in to search, none of them had any results. They were not strong enough to withstand the sword chi of that hanging sword, and they had to withdraw not long after going in, unable to explore deeper at all. How long have you been here? Suddenly, someone behind him asked. Lone Hongyan turned around in excitement and looked at the person who had asked the question. At this moment, naturally Fong Ling came out. Lone Hongyan see him safe and sound, hanging in the heart of a big stone, finally landed. It's been 3 years. Fellow Taoist Fong Ling, hasn't he come out for so long? I thought. Lone Hongyan revealed a hint of a smile. He could sense that Fong Ling had gained a lot from this ancient relic, and with the addition of the origin sword chi, Fong Ling was very frightening in the eyes of sword cultivators. Lone Hongyan wanted to say something else, but he couldn't stop coughing up a lot of blood. In fact, he had been dying for a long time, only that the matter had always been on his mind, and he had held on to the sick body with a tenacious will. This, Hongyan died in peace, he said weakly, as if he would gulp and collapse at any moment. The scenery of the sword Dao that I have not been able to appreciate in this life will be seen with the help of fellow Taoist Fong Ling. 3 years in a flash. Time flies. Fong Ling sniffed and sighed. Lone Hongyan, are you willing to recognize me as your master? He asked again in a proper voice. If you are willing, I will help you change your destiny against the heavens. Lone Hongyan smiled at his words. Who doesn't value their life? If fellow Taoist Fong Ling really has a way to save me, what's the harm in recognizing you as my master? I, Lone Hongyan, have only admired 3 people in my life. One is my master, one is the Alliance master, and then, is you, fellow Taoist Fong Ling. Fong Ling raised his hand and pointed a finger to his brow, imparting the subsutra of the heavenly law divine skill to him. Change to this technique and your life will be in my hands from now on, he said. Good. Lone Hongyan nodded his head in response. Fong Ling hadn't been in contact with Lonely Goose for long though. However, it is not difficult to see from this person's words and behavior that this person is a great man. Absolutely one word. After imparting the heavenly law divine skill, he immediately took out the Temple Slayer sword. This long sword that flickered with golden light made Lone Hongyan's heart and mind shake. Good sword. It's really a good sword. Wait, this sword chi is a bit familiar. Could it be? Fong Ling nodded. Not bad. It's the very same sword that hangs over the ruins. This sword is called Templicide, but it's a pity that by the time it became a sword, this sword sect had long since been destroyed. Otherwise the name of this sword will appear on the list of ancient famous swords. When this sword was forged, it was infested by a curse. Those who contract with this sword will have their special physique decimated and transformed into a mortal body. Your body of doom is expected to be no different. You quickly refine this sword. He raised his hand again and slapped his palm at Lone Hongyan, injecting some life essence into his weakened body so that he could hold on until he could refine the sword. Lone Hongyan received the sword with both hands, while kneeling down on one knee. If Hongyan can change his destiny against the heavens, he is willing to go through fire and water for your excellency in this life, until death do us part. After saying that, he sat down on his knees and laid this Temple Slayer sword across his lap. This is an ancient ferocious sword. Whether or not Lone Hongyan can obtain its recognition and contract with it is still a different matter. Fong Ling didn't hold too much expectation and silently waited on the sidelines to see the results. The stars turned, the sun and the moon went by like a shuttle, and 7 days and 7 nights passed. On this day, a terrifying sword aura erupted from Lone Hongyan and shot up into the sky. He succeeded. The Temple Slayer's sword recognized him, and the decaying chi in his body was destroyed by this sword. The doomed body was completely dissolved, and the lost longevity could not be recovered though. However, with his natural talent, he would have a great chance of becoming an immortal in the future. And after he became an immortal, those longevity lost before would be nothing. After getting rid of the body of Dun Lon Hongyan felt unprecedentedly relaxed, and the whole person was excited. He held the sword facing downward and bowed with Fongling. For the rest of his life, Hongyan wishes to be the sharpest sword in his master's hand. Fongling nodded slightly and said, "Go back. It's been 3 years and I don't know how things are going on the front lines." Although Lon Hongyan had waited for Fongling here for 3 years, people had come over to visit him from time to time. So although he was stuck here, he was aware of the situation today. "It's not looking good," he said in a deep voice. The year after the autarchs entered the ruins here, the fighting escalated. Even Elder Wu, a few of them, have already gone to the battlefield. Some time ago, Dr. Dao came over to inquire about your condition, and I even learned from her that even the sequence elders are out in force nowadays. In addition, the 5 cities on the front line have been lost, and the Han soil territory has been gnawed down quite a bit by the demons. It's rumored that amongst the demon clan, another Heaven's Pride Supreme has also set out. The name of this demon is Watanabe Tooth, and when he was only at the Jade Balance stage 500 years ago, he made a great name for himself on the front lines of the 2 clans. Back then, he was invincible in the same realm, and he was even able to kill my human race's Kaiyang realm experts across the ranks. Even a friend of mine at the early stage of the Yaoguan realm made a move back then, but didn't manage to suppress him. He has a companion spirit treasure, a Black Lotus. This Black Lotus is a combination of offense and defense, possessing great power, and is very terrifying. After just 500 years have passed, this supreme heavenly pride of the demon race has already reached the great circle of the Kaiyang realm in cultivation. On the battlefield, unless Elder Wu and the others make a move, no one will be able to hold him back. Since he went into battle, he has killed no less than 20 of my Dao Alliance's Yaoguang realm experts. It's a pity that since I killed Suzukawa back then, I've been like a candle in the wind, no longer able to fight. Otherwise, even if I am laughed at by the demon clan for bullying the small with the big, I will still have to put my best foot forward and cut this demon down in front of the formation. The front line of the 2 clans, above the Tianlan plain, the 500 million troops of the human race, and the 700 million troops of the demon race, spread out over the plains. Just the breathing of these more than 1 billion living beings stirred the clouds in the sky to constantly bump and disorganize the air currents. In front of the 2 armies, a fight touches the hearts and minds of these more than 1 billion living beings. The ones fighting in front of the formation at the moment were none other than the demon race's supreme heavenly pride, Watanabe Tooth, as well as the human race's Yaoguang realm's early stage old generation heavenly pride, Nansun. Nansun is also not a generalized generation, but is a proud son of heaven who possesses an innate vision, and the sea rises to the bright moon. At this moment, this innate vision stretched across the sky, suppressing Watanabe Tooth. But Watanabe Tooth laughed and said, "A little trick," only to see him sacrifice the companion Black Lotus, using the power of the Black Lotus to counter the power of the Dharma phase. In an instant, the vision of the sea rising to the bright moon was shattered by the Black Lotus. Nansen suffered a backlash and a mouthful of hot blood spurted out as he slowly fell. Elder Zhou Yun at the back wanted to come to the rescue, but it was too late, as Watanabe Tooth's figure flickered and came to Nansun's side first, only to see him raise his sword and chop, directly splitting Nansun's body in half. Tiny bugs, unbeatable. Who else is there? Who else from your human race dares to fight me? Didn't your human race produce a kid named Fomling 3 years ago? What? He doesn't dare show his face once I'm out? I'll pardon this person, but he's nothing more than a rat. Ha ha ha. Watanabe Tooth raised his sword, pointing towards the hundreds of millions of human armies across the street, and shouted furiously. Chapter 106, Dochin's Stubborn Devouring Demon. In the Dao Alliance camp, countless cultivators looked at the arrogant and unstoppable Watanabe Tooth and gritted their teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing they could do about it, and none of the human prides of long Watanabe Tooth's generation could take him. Although this devil is crazy, he has real skills. Leaning back, Dochin looked at Watanabe Tooth over the battlefield, her pink fists clenched. She didn't know whether Fong Ling was dead or alive today, but Fong Ling would always be her man. At this moment, this demon race was in front of billions of living beings, and her own man was humiliated. This breath she could not swallow. "I'll fight you," she shouted angrily and flew up. Seeing this, Wu Hongzhu hurriedly stopped. "Dr. Dao must not be impulsive. You are no match for this Fong. Elder Wu, and get out of the way," Dochin said with a grim face. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly emanated from her body, and a cymbidium pattern emerged between her eyebrows. 3 years ago, When Fan Ling had asked the seven-colored heavenly butterfly to come over to protect her, she had something else on her mind even though she was rejoicing inside. She felt that Fan Ling underestimated her too much, and she did not want to be a burden and make him worry. So ever since then, she has been diligently practicing the secret methods on the holy Bodhi. The sacred Bodhi was the thing that Tai Xian had sat on, and Tai Xian's inheritance was naturally not bad. In just 3 short years, she broke through. He had broken through from the Jade Balanced Great Circle to the realm of the early stage of Kaiyang, and had also developed a skill that was sufficient for self-preservation. The seal of the green flower on her brow shone brightly, and in an instant, her cultivation soared, coming directly to the early stage of the Yao Guang realm. The crowd was horrified at the sight. They didn't expect the always weak Do Qin to have this side, but she was a healer after all, and how could Wu Hongzhu and the others not let her go into battle? Just then, the bright moon fairy at the rear of the army faintly said, "And let her go." With her giving the word, the several elders were not in a position to stop them, and made way for the road. A long green rainbow swept across the sky, and Do Qin arrived on the battlefield. Watanabe Tooth looked at Do Qin with a disdainful smile. "Look at your spiritual power. You're a healer, aren't you? Your human race is truly pathetic. To actually send a healer like you into battle." Do Qin stared at this demon and said in a cold voice, "You insulted my husband. I will kill you." "Oh, you're Fong Ling's woman?" A trace of color flashed in Watanabe Tooth's eyes. "Good. Very good. I'd like to see if this shrunken head turtle dares to come out to save you if I capture you." "Cut the crap. Watch the move." Do Qin lightly shouted and slapped his palm towards Watanabe Tooth. Although this dark green spirit palm was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in Watanabe Tooth's eyes. He gently had to wave the sword in his hand, and then he chopped the palm imprint. "That's all you can do? Ridiculous." He laughed and came behind Do Qin with a flash of his figure. He was about to make a move to capture it when he suddenly found his body paralyzed. "What's going on?" He said with a shocked look on his face. And at that moment, Do Qin violently turned around and swung out another palm. This palm was the Tai Xian's mastery, the Fengyin palm. The reason why Watanabe Tooth was paralyzed was naturally due to the power of Do Qin's slap just now. She could use a secret method to transform this pure healing spiritual power of hers into an evil poisonous power. If Watanabe Tooth didn't have a companion Black Lotus to absorb the toxin, it would have been more than just a simple case of his body being paralyzed. Only to hear a phoenix sound loud and clear through the sky. Do Qin, this palm is about to shoot in Watanabe Teeth. But at that moment, the accompanying Black Lotus emerged behind Watanabe Tooth and blasted at her with great power. Although the power of the Fengyin palm was strong, it was not enough in front of the companion Black Lotus, and Do Qin was instantly blasted to the ground. "Unfortunately, my companion Black Lotus specializes in poison cultivators. I admit that I underestimated you just now. If I didn't have the Black Lotus to protect my body, I would have really been poisoned by you." Watanabe Tooth kept having to transfer the toxins in his body to the Black Lotus, and his paralyzed body was finally able to move. In the deep pit on the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Do Qin's mouth, and it felt like his internal organs were shifting. However, when she saw the green flower in her brow emit light again, her injuries were instantly healed and her state returned to its peak. Watanabe Tooth had a vague bad feeling in his heart, and his brows were furrowed. This woman is very bizarre. It's better to quickly quell her with the power of thunder, he thought to himself. He was about to make a move, but his body suddenly flashed with a strange luster. A burst of red, a burst of orange, a burst of blue. His originally dark purple skin was constantly changing at this moment. This was the toxin from the seven-colored heavenly butterfly taking effect. She was ordered to guard Do Qin, so of course she wouldn't just stand by and watch like that. "What's going on? I can't even breathe." Watanabe Tooth fell to his knees, bleeding from all 7. And the accompanying Black Lotus behind him had also turned 7 colors at this moment. If it wasn't for the companion Black Lotus bearing 99% of the toxin for him, Watanabe Tooth would have died at this moment. In the distance, in the human race camp, Wu Hongqing and the others looked at this scene and froze in disbelief. "I didn't expect Dr. Dao to have this skill. It's really deep," she murmured. The Bright Moon Alliance master, who was sitting at the rear, also had a hint of a different color flashing in his eyes. Watanabe Tooth looked towards the direction of the demon army and trembled so much that he raised his hand. "Help me! Father, help me!" At the back of the demon race, the king of the Little Nest Kingdom, Watanabe Eagle, snorted coldly. "Despicable human race, how dare you use poison to win?" He was the head of the 6 devil sovereigns of the little Japanese nation, and his realm was the same as that of the Bright Moon Alliance master, being a 9th grade Jade immortal. Just by pointing a finger at his son from afar, the poison of the 7-colored heavenly butterfly on Watanabe Tooth was temporarily suppressed. Watanabe Tooth gasped and slowly stood up, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. "I'm going to kill you. He looked down at Do-chin with murderous intent in his eyes. At the back of the human camp, Immortal Bright Moon slowly raised her hand and was about to pick Do-chin back up. Everyone in this battle knew that it was actually Do-chin who had won, and at this moment, the Tao Alliance cultivators were all invigorated and their morale had risen greatly. The opposite demon lord had already intervened, and there was no need for this fight to continue. But just then, she let out a soft eep, and her raised hand slowly fell back down, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. On the battlefield, a figure emerged and blocked Watanabe Tooth. Watanabe Tooth looked at the visitor and felt nothing but a jolt of fear. What is he? There is actually such a terrifying sense of oppression. Even those few demon marshals have never made my heart palpitate like this. Watanabe Tooth was about to open his mouth to inquire, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind sweep by. Fong Ling instantly arrived in front of him, grabbed Watanabe Tooth by the neck and lifted him up. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? Fong Ling asked with an indifferent face. It's him? Watanabe Tooth was shocked. He originally thought that the person in front of him might be some hidden powerhouse of the human race, but he didn't realize that it was actually Fong Ling. He struggled, but he couldn't break away from Fong Ling's large hand. In desperation, the Black Lotus rose as he prepared to suppress Fong Ling with the might of the Black Lotus. But right at this moment, Fong Ling lightly shouted, and the Hyun Gold Heaven-breaking spear exploded out, directly piercing through the Black Lotus. Companion spiritual treasures were elevated along with their possessors. Watanabe Tooth's strength was far inferior to Fong Ling's, and naturally, this Black Lotus of his could not withstand the Hyun Gold Heaven-breaking spear. At the back of the demon race's army, the demon emperor Watanabe Eagle saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly tried to make a move to save Watanabe Tooth. And at that moment, Immortal Bright Moon also struck out, blocking him with an open hand. In this gap, Fong Ling opened his gourmand mouth and ate Watanabe's teeth in one bite, crunching. No! Devil Emperor Watanabe Eagle was furious when he saw this. His proud son had been eaten by a human in front of him. Chapter 107, Recovering Lost Ground in the Great Melee. In the demon army, countless demon soldiers showed fear, frightened by Fong Ling. In the Tao Alliance camp, countless cultivators' scalps were numb, but they were also energized by it. Watanabe Tooth killed 20 experts of the human race in a row, and it was a great pleasure for him to get this fate today. Boom, boom, boom. In the three heavens, the Alliance Master Manhwa and the Demon Exalt exchanged blows with a shocking sound. The top-level battle had already erupted, and the two armies also immediately rushed to one place. Nonsense! Fong Ling came to Do-chin's side and reprimanded. Get to the rear and prepare to treat the wounded. This is no place for you. Du-Shane's cheeks puffed out and she obeyed and left. Billions of armies were engaged in a violent battle on this Tianlan plain, and the killing and shouting shook the sky and the earth. With a red light in his eyes, Fong Ling raised his sword to kill, breaking into the hinterland of the demonic army all by himself, killing in all directions. At that moment, he suddenly panicked for no reason, and when he took a closer look, the demon lord Satashiro rushed at him. In just a few moments, the 6 devil sovereigns of the little Japanese country had unanimously decided that Fong Ling must be killed today. Even if they were stigmatized by the world for bullying the small, they would have to stifle him completely. Otherwise, when Fong Ling grew up, he would be a great danger to them. Satashiro's realm was far inferior to the other 5 great demonic fathers, just an ordinary jade immortal who had never entered the grade. Although Fong Ling was scornful, he did not have the slightest idea of wanting to withdraw. He was certain that he could defend himself in front of Satoshiro. Looks like we'll have to expose quite a few cards today, he thought to himself. Just as Satoshiro struck out at him, a figure suddenly crossed in front of Fong Ling. The weird thing was that the visitor was not a person. It was a scarecrow. This scarecrow was terrifying, and his body actually emanated the pressure of the immortal realm as well. In the 3 heavens, the devil father Watanabe Eagle looked at the opposite side of the bright moon fairy with a gloomy face. I didn't think that your human race still had such depth. This scarecrow that had suddenly appeared and possessed the power of the immortal realm was precisely what Immortal Brightmoon had sacrificed. This scarecrow was an ancient puppet, one of her bottom cards. The 5 jade immortals of the Tao Alliance plus it would be able to fight against the 6 devil sovereigns of the small Japanese nation. After waiting for 3 years, I finally expect him to come back, and today is the time for my human race to raise their eyebrows. Mingyu coldly snorted and attacked towards Watanabe Eagle. When the two moved for real, even in the 3 heavens, the aftermath of the battle would jeopardize their own people on the battlefield. So the two fought all the way from the 3rd heaven to the 5th heaven. On the plains battlefield, Scarecrow stopped Satoshiro, and of course Fong Ling was happy to be free. He raised his sword to kill the other demon race, like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables in a frenzy. On the other side, where the lone goose is, his head of white hair had also been dyed red with demonic blood. Holding the Turpslayer sword in his hand, he was also considered invincible. killing gods and Buddhas in the way of gods. He's been depressed all these years, and today is the day he lets loose. Fong Ling was immersed in the endless killing, when suddenly, a forward and backward figure appeared behind him. She was one of the great marshals of the demon clan, Misa Keiko. Most of the demon women's bodies were voluptuous and very sexy, and she was no exception. Moreover, she was also born with an extremely beautiful face, which was considered absolutely beautiful no matter which clan she was in. There was an innate devil bone in her body, and the devil bone granted her a powerful divine ability, stealth killing. After she executed stealth kill, even immortal realm powerhouses would have difficulty detecting her presence, and while she was in stealth, she was able to continuously absorb demonic elements to enhance her strength. The longer she stayed invisible, the stronger her battle power would be when she showed up. She had been staring at Fong Ling for a long time, watching him slaughter tens of millions of demon soldiers, but she had been patient, secretly building up her strength to make sure she could land a blow. Die! Misa Keiko roared, slashing at Fong Ling's neck. This knife in her hand was also extraordinary. It was a 13 forbidden magic treasure called the Dark Scale Knife. Misako had been brewing for a long time and suddenly appeared, killing Fong Ling by surprise. He didn't even have time to react, and his head had already been chopped off by the battle sword in her hand. Snort snort snort! Blood sprayed wildly from Fong Ling's neck, soaring and splashing Misa Keiko's face. I killed him! Misa Keiko was so excited that she looked towards those demon sovereigns in the sky. Keiko! Watch out! Satashiro, who was fighting the scarecrow in the distance, changed his face and shouted in a snappy voice. He saw a horrifying scene. After Fong Ling was beheaded, he actually grew a new head immediately, and Misa Keiko was getting excited, oblivious to it. After she heard Satashiro's reminder, she hurriedly looked at Fong Ling. What came at her head-on was a sword light. With a piercing sound, her chest armor was cut through, and she was seriously injured by Fong Ling's sword. The power of the blood sword that was enhanced with the origin sword chi skyrocketed. Even though the devil race was known for their strong physical bodies, and Misa Keiko was even a triple-jacked existence, she couldn't resist. Misa Keiko covered the sword mark on her chest, stopping the bleeding and healing her wounds while immediately entering a stealthy state. Is this guy still human? Misa Keiko panicked and was crushed by Fong Ling's entirety. She clearly chopped his head off and he's still alive and well. Fong Ling craned his neck and looked around, still not being able to detect where Missy-chan had gone. He called it quits. He raised his sword and continued to kill towards the other demonic clans. The sea of blood fiend Shi causing the might of the blood sword to grow. The majestic life essence, moreover, allowed his fleshly body to gradually move towards the second level, and the formation of fleshly body continued to be perfected. With two more corners of the formation completely formed, the devil race was defeated all the way, and the Dao Alliance army chased them all the way, quickly driving them out of the Tianlan Plains. The 5 major cities in front of the Tianlan Plains were also recaptured together. However, the battle was still more than that, and the mountains in that area of Qingping Mountain and Xianhua Mountain were recovered directly. Beyond this large mountain range was the Great Wall built by the Dao Alliance some years ago. This Great Wall stretches across the border of the Han Empire, and once defended against the Demon Clan for countless years. It is only today that it is finally in the hands of the human race again. Of the 700 million elites that the demons deployed in this battle, more than 400 million fell in the Han land west of the Great Wall, and of those 400 million plus demon soldiers, close to a third died in Fong Ling's hands. For a time the name of the god of murder resounded throughout the entire land of Han. In the small Japanese country, Fong Ling's name had become even more of a taboo, and no one dared to mention it. The Dao Alliance, where the 7-star pavilion is located. Fairy Mingyue looked at Fong Ling and said, "You have taken great credit for this battle. I would like to promote you to 6th Elder of the Dao Alliance." Fong Ling, who was observing the accompanying Black Lotus within his body, raised his head and said indifferently, "Thank you for the Alliance Master's appreciation, but let's forget about this eldership." Fairy Bright Moon added, "Then I'll throw you a celebration banquet today. It's not just for you. My people haven't had a great victory like this in many years." Fong Ling, whatever, but I'm not always there is. The other elders sniffed and looked at each other. They knew their own alliance leader very well. Don't look at her as immortal and transcendent, but she actually has a small heart. Fong Ling refuted her face one after another, fearing that she would be caught in the act. Fong Ling was in a hurry to go back and familiarize himself with the companion Black Lotus, so he immediately excused himself. Fairy Bright Moon looked at his back and smiled faintly. Seeing this smile, the other elders secretly prayed for Fong Ling, hoping that he wouldn't be caught too badly. Bastard, not giving me any face at all. But what would be a good thing to reward him for such a great deed? She was a little worried again in her heart. Chapter 108 Lan Yan comes to the Dao Alliance to heal her wounds. Fong Ling sat cross-legged, holding a black lotus in his hands. This Black Lotus was more comprehensive in offense and defense than the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear. However, purely in terms of attacking power, it was a bit worse than the Hyunjin Heaven-Breaking Spear, and each had its own merits. Compared to when it was in Watanabe Tooth's hands, the Black Lotus aura was much more powerful. The magic of a companion spiritual treasure was its growth. After becoming one with Fanling, its quality immediately increased by a large margin. After observing for a few moments, he put away the Black Lotus and tuned in to meditate. He had killed very freely in this battle, and his cultivation that had skyrocketed 3 years ago had been fully adapted after this battle. After resting for a moment, he planned to refine another 30,000-year-old spiritual elixir and continue to raise his spiritual cultivation. Just then, though, a man suddenly slipped into the room. The visitor was none other than Do Qin, who looked at Fong Ling with a grudging face, looking a little angry. Fong Ling had stayed in the ancient sword sect for 3 years, and she couldn't have been more worried during those 3 years. Thanks to you, you still know to come back. She hummed softly and leaned her small head against Fong Ling. Fong Ling said indifferently, there was a delay in business. Your cultivation has refined very quickly. It's all so much stronger than mine. That's not true. I am now practicing both medicine and martial arts. Don't underestimate me, Do Qin said proudly. Fong Ling had planned to cultivate in one go, but at this moment, Do Qin came over to play, so he had no choice but to accompany him first. For a long time, everything fell into place. The batch of materials you gave me in the first place, I've long since refined them all into magic crystals. I also used my own savings to refine a lot more out of it, Do Qin said lazily, taking out a finished magic crystal from her storage ring. Fong Ling took a look. The quality of the magic crystals she had refined was much better than the ones refined by the blood demon ancestor. Not only because she is more skillful, but most of all because she uses better materials. After all, the devil core could only be condensed in the body of a devil race above the jade balance realm, and the energy in it was not comparable to devil blood. Hard work, Fong Ling said as he gently stroked her hair. Being able to help Shang Ling, Do Qin was happy in her heart, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Over the years, Do Qin had refined a total of 100,000 pieces of magic crystals, and although the quantity was small, they were all of high quality. He put these 100,000 pieces of magic crystals into the hierarchical Mia realm and let Imotong and Yun Shuiqing distribute them amongst themselves. He had killed more than 100 million demon soldiers in this battle, and those demon cores he had not packed up though. But in a few more days, the person in charge of logistics should send the portion of magic cores he deserved. At that time, they would also be able to refine more magic crystals, striving to transform the millions of congregations, all of them, into more powerful magic soldiers. You get a good night's sleep, Fong Ling added. After you wake up from your sleep, I'll take you to someone who has worked hard to heal her. Duchesne was eating her heart out, but was not sleepy. She immediately went back under the covers. The next day, early morning, Fong Ling took Do Qin and flew towards the area of Thousand Pits Mountain. Previously, when the Sand City and other places were captured by the Devil Race, in order not to affect the foundation of the Dao Alliance, those teleportation spell formations in the city had already been destroyed by the Dao Alliance itself. Now that they had just regained the lost ground, it was difficult for the Dao Alliance's formation masters to repair this teleportation spell formation completely in a short period of time, even though they were working overtime. That was why he had brought Do Qin with him, sitting on the back of the underworld beast and rushing all the way. The next day, in front of that cave, here it is, my friend is here, Fong Ling said. That day during the great battle, when he had passed through the Thousand Pits Mountain, he had flashed Lan Yan's figure in his mind. However, he didn't sense Lan Yan's aura, and searched for the fact that she should have covered it up with a witch spell, or else she would have been discovered by the demons as well. Is this friend of yours male or female? Duchesne asked slyly. Fong Ling, female, but I don't have a deep relationship with her. She is the high priestess of Miaojianglan, named Lan Yan, with the cultivation of a second-grade jade immortal. So powerful? Do Qin didn't expect the friend Fong Ling spoke of to have such an illustrious status. The two of them walked into the cave and also saw Lan Yan, who was resting on her knees on the jade bed to recuperate. Lan Yan had long sensed Fong Ling's duo's aura, but only after they entered the cave did she slowly open her eyes. What brings you here? She looked up at Fong Ling and asked. Fong Ling, her name is Do Qin. She's my woman. Don't look at her cultivation level, which isn't very high, but her healing spirit power is very strong. She's a very powerful healer. Just remembered you were still here healing, so I brought her to give you a hand. Do Qin, who was on the side, couldn't help but have a shy blush appear on her pretty face when she heard Fong Ling speak so directly. Greetings, senior. She arched her hand towards Lan Yan and saluted in greeting. Lan Yan looked Do Qin up and down, then turned her head to Fong Ling and laughed. You are blessed. the women are more beautiful than one another. Since it's all in good fun, then I'd like to thank Dr. Dao for his help in treating it for a while, but I've been hurt pretty badly, especially some of the Dao injuries. If it's not handled carefully, it can also harm you. If it is not possible, you must not force it. Otherwise, if I hurt you, Fong Ling will have to come after me. Do Qin sniffed and guffawed. I'll definitely live within my means. Because the object to be treated was an immortal realm powerhouse, she had to go all out. Only the green flower at her brow emerged, and her entire aura instantly rose. She raised her hand, releasing green-colored healing spiritual energy, which was continuously injected into Lan Yan's body. Fong Ling silently watched from the sidelines without saying a word. After a long time, Do Qin withdrew his hand and looked at Lan Yan. Senior's injuries are too severe, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to cure them for a while. Why don't you follow us back to the Dao Alliance first, and I'll slowly heal you there. The Dao Alliance? This is Han too. You are in the Dao Alliance nowadays? Lan Yan looked at Fong Ling and asked. She had lived for so many years, so of course she knew what kind of existence the Dao Alliance was. Fong Ling nodded slightly. Rather, I have now temporarily settled here. The Dao Alliance is safe, so come with us. It also saves you from being accidentally caught in the wave one day when the demon race counterattacks. Lan Yan pondered for a moment, nodded, and immediately packed up her things to follow the Fong Ling duo to the Dao Alliance. Just as they returned to the Taoist Alliance's main altar, a floral scent drilled into their nostrils, refreshing their minds. The visitor was naturally Alliance Master Mingyu, who looked over at Lan Yan and revealed a small smile. Priestess Lan Yan, long time no see, she said. Lan Yan also smiled. After a long time of separation, Alliance Master Mingyu's elegance is even better than before. The two do know each other, just not too well. One side of the story. Fong Ling simply had to talk about the matter. Akatsuki sniffed and was secretly happy. She thought that after Lan Yan recovered from her injuries, the Dao Alliance would add another powerful fighting force. Even if she just stays for a while, that's fine. Do Qin immediately took Lan Yan to her room to heal her wounds. Fong Ling also intended to go back and refine that spirit pill, but Fairy Mingyue called out to him. Come with me and I will grant you a chance, she said faintly. Fong Ling followed her all the way to her place. In the backyard of the place where she lived, there was a strange hot spring. The water in this hot spring was magical, escaping with a vapor that lifted one's spirits when one smelled it. Chapter 109 Black Fury Needle in the Soul Nourishing Spring. This is a natural soul nourishing spring, and it is my personal possession. You've gotten a lot of credit for this, and I'd like you to stay a while longer. She said directly what was on her mind. The spring water of the soul nurturing spring contains supremely pure soul power that can be directly absorbed by the divine soul. But after each absorption, it takes a long time for it to slowly recover. Now that I've sealed it for 20,000 years, the soul power contained in the spring water can be extremely dense. I also only reopened it yesterday, so the soul power in the spring wasn't depleted much. With my current soul power volume, this spring is no longer of much use to me, so I'll give it to you to cultivate next, just by sniffing a few mouthfuls of water vapor. Fong Ling felt a slight increase in his soul power. He had no doubt that what Alliance Master Mingyue had said, this soul-nourishing spring was indeed a chance for him. You can slowly cultivate here, the bright moon said, and then disappeared into a burst of flower petals. After she left, Fong Ling took off his black robe and casually threw it onto the screen next to the soul-nourishing spring before walking into this hot spring. After entering the soul-nurturing spring, without him having to deliberately guide it, the soul power in the spring was constantly converging towards him. He could feel his divine soul gradually becoming stronger. The energy accumulated in this spring for 20,000 years was enough for him to raise his divine soul power by a large margin. An hour later, Fairy Mingyue, who was cultivating in the practice room, abruptly opened her eyes. It's about time. Even me, I can only soak for 8 or 9 hours at most at a time. With his strength, that's about the maximum amount of pain he can endure. Let's see how you're doing. Ha! Letting you refute my face in front of the elders should make you suffer a bit. There was something she hadn't said to Fong Ling just now. That is, although the soul-nourishing spring could nourish the divine soul, it would cause one's physical body to suffer. But the sensation is faint at first, like a frog in warm water, and the pain escalates. Later on, it can feel even more like a lingering pain, as if thousands of small knives are scraping and cutting at one's body. The next moment, she rolled her eyes. It was her divine ability to greatly increase her visual range after rolling her eyes. The sight was so large that it was even 100 times larger than extended divine sense. From here, she could even see where the Great Wall was on the Han-Turk border. However, at the moment, she used this divine ability just to look at Fong Ling in her own backyard. She wanted to see the guy's face in pain, but upon seeing the soul-nurturing spring situation at the moment, she couldn't help but frown. Fong Ling leaned against the wall of the spring with a cozy face, not seeing any discomfort on his face. This guy's endurance is pretty good, Akatsuki muttered. But it also has to do with this guy's physical body. Even those few transitional stage elders don't have a physical body as good as his. Humph. Just let you get comfortable for a while. You'll have to suffer later. Time passed slowly. 3 hours passed. Mingyu once again looked towards the soul-nourishing spring, but she still saw Fong Ling lying there with a cozy face. This little guy is really something. She grunted softly, thinking she'd read it later. A few more hours passed and it was evening. The setting sun reflected on the soul-nurturing spring, and the entire backyard was shrouded in an orange haze, giving people a lazy feeling. Fong Ling was still very cozy as he lay here. Hell, doesn't this guy have a sense of pain? Mingyue had long since extinguished her initial mentality of watching the spectacle, and instead, a hint of admiration arose from the bottom of her heart. No one knew better than her the pain of soaking in this soul-nourishing spring for a long time, and she thought she was not as good as Fong Ling, unable to be as calm as he was. Indeed, as she thought, nowadays Fong Ling was almost immune to pain. Since he had descended from the mountain at the age of 18, he had suffered a lot even though he had traveled all the way up the mountain. The head has been cut off. The body suffered heaven and earth to turn into a puddle of mud. In the death curse cannot live, cannot die. He had suffered so much that he didn't feel much pain these days. The power of the soul-nourishing spring's 1,000 cuts only made him feel a little itchy in his body. No wonder you have such a skill at such a young age, Mingyue thought to herself. She was done with theater, because she knew there was nothing left for her to see. Just as she was about to retract her eyes, a scene occurred that left her dumbfounded. Where the soul-nurturing spring was located, Fong Ling seemed to have discovered something and found something from the bottom of the spring. He twirled a hair between two fingers and speculated there meticulously. Of course Fong Ling knew what this was, but it wasn't his, and that floral scent it gave off belonged to that person alone. This is a 9th grade jade immortal item, and it is considered a rare treasure, he muttered. The fleshly body of a 9th grade jade immortal was so powerful that even a single hair was indestructible. He had no doubt that this needle in his hand, which could be compared to a top-tier magic treasure, could be completely kept as a concealed weapon. This guy, Mingyue's face immediately became hot. She certainly recognized its origin. I'd love to split your head open and see if it's filled with shit. Bah! As a fairy, how can you open your mouth and shut it with such filth? It really tarnishes my image. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, wanting to go get this back, but afraid of embarrassment. Don't come back. The thought of her Fong Ling carrying around this thing of hers made her feel bad all over again. This is ridiculous. Embarrassment is embarrassment. He must not be allowed to take it away. With a flash of her figure, she instantly arrived behind the screen next to the soul-nourishing spring. Fong Ling, what is in your hand? Although Immortal Bright Moon was asking knowingly, her tone could not be heard as abnormal, as if she really did not know. Fong Ling said indifferently, this is the magic treasure Black Fury Needle. What's wrong with it? Bright Moon, you can't tell a lie without blushing. Give it back. Oh, Fong Ling indifferently said, then flexed his fingers to return the needle with a concealed weapon technique. The black needle passed through the screen and Mingyue caught it with 2 fingers before destroying it with a forceful twist. Don't say anything you shouldn't, or your tongue will be pulled out and cut out, Akatsuki added, viciously threatening. If Fong Ling spread the word about this, she would not be able to save her reputation for the rest of her life. Fong Ling said indifferently, I'm not sure about anything, so it's for the best. Akatsuki took a deep breath, both helpless and wanting to laugh a little. Actually, I didn't make one thing clear just now. Although the soul-nurturing spring is good, you can't soak in it for a long time. The longer you soak, the more intense the pain your body will endure. How do you feel now? She immediately digressed again. Fong Ling, it feels okay, just that the body is a bit itchy, like ants are biting. You've got a lot of patience, Akatsuki cooed. If she had soaked it up until now, she would have been almost unbearable. Chapter 110 Cultivation Re-entering the Peach Garden. Wait a few days and I'll send you somewhere else. If you can withstand it, absorb the energy in the soul-nurturing spring as soon as possible. If there's still enough time, by the way, refine that spirit pill I gave you 3 years ago as well and raise your cultivation level, Mingyue added. Fong Ling, where to? Wanren Mountain. Peach Garden. Mingyue returned. Wanren Mountain. Fong Ling knew that it was close to Hantu, a piece of demonic territory that divided the mainstream cultivation worlds of Hantu and Nandu domain. If it weren't for our human race guarding the Han soil for many years, the demon race's army would have arrived under the 10,000 Ren Mountains long ago. These demon clans love their feathers and won't support our human race until the critical moment. As the saying goes, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. If it weren't for the external threat of the demon race, I can't say that they would have ravaged my Han land long ago as well. But these demon clans aren't stupid, knowing that if they don't give us some support, Sooner or later, the demon clan will break through the Han Earth and push straight into the 10,000 Blades Mountain. So even though they haven't contributed over the years, they've secretly been providing our Dao Alliance with some spirit medicines and spirit stones. There's also this peach garden, which opens once every 3,000 years, and will also give our Dao Alliance a spot. Last time it was Elder Wu who went there, and she picked back 3 peaches. I want to send you this time, and as many peaches as you pick will be on you. After all, I need your help in the war now, and the stronger you are, the better. Peach, didn't this divine tree become extinct during the ancient times? Fong Ling asked. He reads a lot of books, and among them he had read about the peach. The peach tree was a top-grade spirit tree, and from a sapling to a fruit tree that could bear fruit, it would take at least 100,000 years of growth. Once it is able to bear fruit, it is not very productive, and a peach tree usually produces only 15 or 16 peaches, and it's 1,000 years to blossom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to ripen. Once harvested, you have to wait at least 3,000 years. It was also because it was so rare that its medicinal power was not comparable to ordinary spirit fruits. Eating it can dramatically increase spiritual energy and longevity, with many benefits. Mingyue smiled. You know quite a lot. The peach tree has indeed become almost extinct. The peach tree of 10,000 Ren Mountain doesn't actually grow in 10,000 Ren Mountain, but in an ancient orchard. This ancient orchard is a world of its own, similar to the Sword Sex ruins you went to before. It's just that the entrance to the orchard just happens to be in the 10,000 refuges. When the time comes, I'll send you there, so feel free to pick. We've been blocking the demon clan's attack for so many years for the demon clan. They wouldn't dare say anything about how much we pick. Fong Ling sniffed and grunted. There are really a lot of ancient ruins in this area. Indeed, Mingyu nodded slightly. My spirit gathering pot was also obtained from an ancient relic, an ancient magic treasure. I have read in some ancient books that this area of Hantu was very prosperous during the ancient times. At that time, this was only the core of the South Do Domain's cultivation world, which is why so many ancient relics existed. Well, get a grip on yourself. I'll come back for you when it's about time. With that, Akatsuki turned and left. After she left, Fong Ling took out the one spirit elixir and sent it into his mouth. The energy contained in this 30,000-year-old spirit pill was majestic. After entering his stomach, the surging spiritual energy stormed out, propelling his cultivation level upwards. In no time, he reached the jade balance great perfection, breaking through a small weight in the realm. He continued to build up his strength. The remaining energy from this spirit pill should be enough for him to impact the Kaiyang realm and complete a major realm breakthrough. The soul-nourishing spring underneath him was also affected by the commotion of his breakthrough, gurgling and bubbling directly, just like boiling water boiling over. The water vapor kept coming up and the spring surprisingly dried up. However, the soul power contained within it had also been turned into a gaseous state and inhaled into his body. Mingyue's residence wasn't that big, and with such a big commotion in the backyard, she also noticed it and couldn't help but look over again. This is too scary. However, her attention was not on the commotion caused by Fong Ling's realm breakthrough, but was attracted by a large black dragon. After the spring dried up, Fong Ling was completely uncovered and in full view. Mingyue was so bashful that she hurriedly looked back, not daring to look again. But then her mind couldn't help but make the connection. Ugh, what are you thinking? She quickly shook her head, skimming away the thoughts that flashed and jumbled in her head. She quickly gazed into her mind and continued to meditate. Over there, Fong Ling had been storing up his momentum for some time, holding his breath while charging hard. The spirit pill's massive spiritual power directly helped him break through that barrier. Fong Ling had finally reached the Kaiyang realm, from the Jade Balance realm, and there was still spiritual power left in the spirit pill, constantly tamping down the foundation and making his realm completely solid. The spring water had dried up, and the soul power contained in it had been absorbed by him as much as possible. His soul power was about twice as much as it was before, thus compared to the breakthrough in the realm. This point was more exciting to Fong Ling. With a wave of his hand, he immediately put the black robe on the screen back on. A few moments later, Immortal Bright Moon also slowed down. Then I'll take you to Wanren Mountain now. The sooner the better. If you're late you'll miss it, she said. After saying that, she flew up, and Fong Ling followed her, flying all the way to the southwest. 2 days later, in the middle of a valley in the 10,000 Blades Mountain, Fong Ling had already sensed several very powerful auras from a great distance away, and his heart was secretly shocked. Akatsuki spoke. It seems they have all arrived. This 10,000 Ren Mountain. Ah, there are actually only 3 major demon clans. The others are all unimpressive. These 3 major demon races are the Stone Puppet race, the Nine-Tailed Fox race, and the Golden Jiao race. These 3 clans all belong to the royal bloodline among the demon clans and have extremely high potential. Among them, The Stone Puppet Clan is extremely powerful, and their body's defense is extremely strong. There are 2 immortal realms in their clan, of which the Stone Puppet Clan chief is a 7th grade Jade Immortal. And even though his battle prowess isn't as good as mine, it would be difficult for me to defeat him. The demonic souls of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan are very powerful, specializing in divine soul attacks and also the art of seduction. There's only 1 immortal realm in their clan, but it's an 8th grade Jade Immortal, and that old fox is so devious that even I have to avoid it. Lastly, this Golden Jiao Clan. They are close relatives of the Dragon Clan. Their overall strength is stronger than the other 2 clans, and they are extremely proud of themselves. The Golden Jiao Clan has a total of 3 immortal realms, with the Golden Jiao King being the most powerful. He's also an 8th grade Jade Immortal, with formidable battle prowess. The 2 of them descended into the valley, and Fongling also saw these great demons. A large body has many inconveniences, so the demon race after becoming immortal will also generally show themselves in human form. The patriarch of the Stone Puppet Clan, in his transformed form, was a square-headed, square-faced muscular man. His square head can't be looked at much without wanting to laugh. The Fox King of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, on the other hand, was the image of a gentle gentleman, but with deep eyes that seemed to be calculating at all times. The Golden Jiao King, on the other hand, was very domineering, just like the Rongshan Emperor that Fongling had met. They were each followed by a transitional stage clan member. The Stone Puppet Clans looks dumb and naive. A gray stone man. The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan's transitional stage Great Demon could actually transform into a human as well. She was born with a very pretty face and a nice body, except for a furry white tail on the back of her ass. The last golden scaly dragon, on the other hand, looked like a stranger, coiled there. Chapter 111, The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan of the Shinqing Grass. This little friend has a raw face. He should be a human pride who just broke through the transition stage in recent years, right? Who's Shang, the patriarch of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan? Asked with Mingyue Fairy as he sized up Fongling with interest. The ones from the Stone Puppet Clan and the Golden Jiao Clan also looked towards Fongling, similarly somewhat curious. Han Tu and the 10,000 Blades Mountain were neighbors, and most of the human race's experts above the transition stage had an impression on them, but the Fongling in front of him was undoubtedly somewhat unfamiliar. Mingyue said indifferently, he is still only in the Kaiyang realm, and this time he was brought here just to let him gain some insight. Upon hearing that Fongling was only in the Kaiyang realm, these 3 great demons couldn't help but laugh. Fairy Mingyue, is he not your son? The Golden Jiao Clan chief Ao Sun asked. When Mingyu heard this, a hint of anger surfaced in her brows. Ao Sun, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. When did I have a son? Since he is not your son, why did you send him to the peach garden? Ao Sun asked again. Fongling's face didn't change, but his gaze was directed at the transitional stage Golden Jiao beside Ao Sun. He wanted to taste what a Jiao dragon was like. I see. He wouldn't be the man you raised, right? Ao Sun laughed with a look of realization. The vision is not bad. This kid's skin is not bad, and his body is full of young energy. His kung fu must be first class. A hint of killing intent flashed in Mingyu's eyes. She was not one to be messed with. Say one more word nonsense and I'll chop off your auger horn right now. Seeing that Mingyu had moved to real fire, Ao Sun didn't dare to say more. Although he and Mingyu's realm was just one rank apart, he knew that when it came to moving, he was definitely no match. The old fox of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan immediately came out to round up the conversation, saying, this time, we've all come quite early. In that case, open the peach garden now, and gather early. On the side, the Stone Puppet Clan patriarch, Shi Mu, also nodded and looked towards the entrance of the peach garden with a wooden face. The place was shrouded by a powerful spell formation, and only by striking out together could they tear an opening in the formation. Come on. He raised his hand and immediately blasted towards the hairspell. After Shi Mu made his move, the others followed along and forced the spell formation open. Then the Golden Jiao Clan's transitional stage powerhouse was the first to drill in, like a bolt of lightning swimming through, with a strangely fast speed. The woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, not slowing down, soon walked into it as well. Fongling did not compete with the sequence, and was the last one to go in leisurely. The aura in the peach garden was very rich, and there was a scent of ripening fruits mixed in the air. Just taking a whiff of it is refreshing. Not far away, the Stone Puppet Clan's transitional stage experts had already exchanged blows with the Golden Jiao Clan's transitional stage experts. Anyone who wants to pick more peaches, so fights can't be avoided. As for the woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, after picking 4 peaches, she silently retreated to the side, seemingly no longer wanting to participate in the fight. In this ancient orchard, there should be more than just these 3 peach trees in front of us as well, right? Fongling wasn't in a hurry to fight for it. Anyway, they couldn't bring out as much as they picked now. Sooner or later it would be his. Those 4 giants outside. It would take an hour before they would open the formation again and let them out. He was thinking of wandering elsewhere, but then the woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan suddenly walked towards him. Why don't I share a peach with you on that? Don't you fight them. You can't beat them. The fox woman timidly handed Fong Ling a peach and said in a soft voice. Fong Ling looked at the fox woman in front of him and was quite surprised in his heart. In the past, he read those miscellaneous books. It is recorded that the fox women are all very slutty, but also love to double cultivation and replenishment. But this fox woman in front of me, although she also looks very charming, but her temperament and demeanor is like a lady of the house, calm and quiet, and she actually took the initiative to come over and give him a peach. Fong Ling shook his head, not accepting it, and walked himself elsewhere. The Golden Jiao and Stone Puppet, who were fighting furiously in the distance, had also paid attention to their situation here, and were greatly satisfied to see that Fong Ling had the sense to walk away. After the fox woman was rejected by Fong Ling, with a red face, she took back the peaches in her hand into her storage ring, and then retreated to the corner of the orchard alone and silently. On the other side, Fong Ling made a gain. In the nooks and crannies there grew a patch of grass that gave off a dense odor. If these grasses were not looked at closely, one would only think that they would be ordinary weeds, but they were actually xianqing grasses. The reason why he recognized it was because Do Qin had specifically mentioned it to him before, saying that she had been lucky enough to get 3 xianqing grasses when she was in Miaojiang before. Just 3 xianqing grasses had caused her healing power to soar. However, it was a pity that this spirit grass was too rare and needed to go through a long growth cycle before it could grow. She had practiced medicine for more than 500 years and had only come across this once, and in front of them, on this piece of land, there was a dense patch of growth, hundreds or thousands of roots, to say the least. Fong Ling immediately went forward to uproot and harvest these xianqing grasses. On the other side, the fight between the Golden Jiao and the Stone Puppet also had an outcome. The defense of the Stone Puppet was amazing, and Jin Zhao knew that even if he fought for an hour, he would not be able to take the Stone Puppet. Therefore, he also had to give in and offered to share the remaining peaches equally with the Stone Puppet. Those peaches on the peach tree soon let them finish picking. Hey, human boy, what are you tinkering with there? Hand over what you just picked. The Golden Jiao looked towards Fong Ling and yelled in a commanding tone. Fong Ling turned to look at them and asked in a flat tone, "Where are my peaches? What's the matter with you?" The Golden Jiao snorted coldly. "It's already a great blessing for you to be allowed to come in and see what the peach tree grows. You want a peach to eat? Do you deserve it?" Fong Ling smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I'm more curious. What flavor are you?" Fat Master said that dragon tendons and phoenix wings are the delicacies of the world, but I have never met the dragon and phoenix clans until now. Although you are an augur, you are at least dipped in the word dragon, so the flavor shouldn't be too bad. You seek death. The Golden Jiao sniffed and roared, immediately charging towards Fong Ling. He opened his huge mouth, wanting to swallow Fong Ling in one gulp. Fong Ling raised his hand and condensed his innate blood sword. After the battle at the Tianlan Plains, the blood sword had devoured another 100 million or so devil's blood fiend Qi and had become even more terrifying. The moment the blood sword was revealed, the Stone Puppet's body involuntarily took a step backward. The woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was also startled. What an evil energy! The Golden Jiao was also a bit surprised, but the energy fluctuations in Fong Ling's body again allowed them to detect his true cultivation level. It's just the Kaiyang realm. Less bluffing. He brewed demonic power in his mouth, and a mouthful of scaly dragon spit surged towards Fong Ling. Fong Ling leapt up and executed the sword of subdued prison. In an instant, even space was a little unstable, disturbed by the powerful sword chi. The scaly dragon's spit was instantly annihilated, and the sword light directly severed a pair of the golden scaly dragon's horns. Chapter 112 Star River Infinite Whacking Golden Jiao. It's just a mere fourfold robbery, and you dare to be so domineering. Fong Ling snorted coldly and summoned the Hyun Gold Heaven-breaking spear in his other hand that was not holding the sword. The Stone Puppet and the Nine-Tailed Fox girl in the distance only saw a flash of golden light, and the Hyun Jin Heaven-breaking spear had pierced through the Golden Jiao's body, pinning him to the ground. You seek death. The Golden Jiao was furious, and golden light blazed from his body. He cast the Golden Jiao clan's innate divine ability, Dragon Might Descends. At the cost of burning his own blood and longevity, he allowed himself to have 30% of the strength of the dragon race in a short period of time. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the surging energy forced the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear out of his body as he once again rushed up into the sky. After flying into the sky, the Golden Jiao turned towards Fong Ling and spat once again. This time the spit was not a scaly dragon spit, but a true dragon spit. Although it wasn't authentic, the power wasn't comparable to the golden wave just now. It was very terrifying. Fong Ling's eyebrows sank as his body demonized. In a flash, a muscular monster with red skin and black stripes appeared before them. In the battle at the Tianlan Plains, 2 more corners of his flesh body formation had been perfected, and now there were a total of 3 complete corners. He activated these 3 formation corners together, and the strength of his fleshly body instantly increased by 20 times. The true dragon spit blasted over, seemingly passing through him, but what actually stayed in place was only a residual shadow of Fangling. Performing the divine walking steps with 20 times the increase in fleshly body was already close to the 3rd layer. Although it was not yet possible to reverse time, the speed was nearly at its peak, while the remnants in the distance had yet to dissipate. Fangling's main body appeared on the head of the Golden Jiao. Sinner, get down there! He crossed his eyebrows and hammered his fist angrily. Where the path of the fist passed, a river of stars swayed and shook with splendor and radiance, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, as if a shocking thunderclap. Space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment, and cracks were faintly visible. With a Star River infinite fist, Fangling ruthlessly smashed the Golden Jiao's head, drawing him to the ground with a punch. He had already practiced the 3rd layer of the Star River infinite fist long ago, and the 3rd layer of this set of divine fists could be more than just a simple enhancement of strength. The 3rd level will be accompanied by internal energy, which will enter the puncher's body after hitting, destroying the 5 organs and 6 bowels, causing more serious damage. And this punch also comes with a ceiling effect. The person hit by the punch can't be cured of the damage he suffered in a short period of time. At this moment, after Jin Jiao was dryly knocked down by Fangling's punch, the punch energy was running around in his internal organs, causing him to be in pain. Taking advantage of his illness, Fangling's figure flickered and immediately came to Jin Jiao's side again, only to see him raise his sword and chop off the Golden Jiao's head directly, and then jumped to his body and pulled out the tendons behind the golden scaly. In the distance, the 9-tailed fox lady was frightened out of her wits. She had just thought that Fangling was a little pathetic, but she didn't expect him to be so vicious and horrible. Stone Puppet also hid in a corner, tense. Although he had peerless defense, he thought that he was not much stronger than the Golden Jiao. But just now, in just a few moments of effort, the golden scaly dragon has already been decapitated. Fangling pulled out a silk handkerchief and wiped the auger blood staining his hands, and then with a wave of his hand, he received the precious body of the Golden Jiao, along with those peaches, into the Hierophanta Mia realm. After doing so, he turned to look at the stone puppet. The stone puppet thumped and strutted towards him, offering all the peaches he had just picked. The peaches that picked, they're all here. Not a single one was left, he said. Don't you hit, Fangling smiled and waved his hand to collect these peaches. I'm a kind person, how could I hit you? He raised his hand and patted Stone Puppet's shoulder before looking at the 9-tailed fox girl. The 9-tailed fox girl looked at him with bated breath, holding in her arms the 4 peaches she had just picked, but it was appropriate to say 6, and her 2 large peaches looked just as tasty. You, don't eat me, my peaches are also for you, she said hurriedly, not daring to look directly at Fangling. Fangling looked at her and frowned. You seem to be very stupid. How old are you? 2,000 years old. My father always said I was stupid too. She cooed. Because I'm so stupid, I've stayed in the foxhole since I was a kid and haven't left, and this is the first time I've ever gone out. Cultivating to the transitional succession stage in 2,000 years? Fangling was shocked when he heard this. Even for the human race, those who could cultivate to the transition stage within 2,000 years were already supreme geniuses. The demon race dared even less to think about it. The lifespan of the demon race was generally longer, but their strength was also raised more slowly. It was as if his mount, the spectral beast, had been promoted to a royal bloodline in the Chi Tian cave more than a decade ago, and its cultivation had reached the early stage of Jade Horn. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he had smashed a large amount of resources, but her cultivation still hadn't made much progress, and it was estimated that it would take 2 or 3 more years if she wanted to break through to the middle stage of Jade Balance. Of course the phantom beasts belonged to the acquired enhancement to reach the royal bloodline. There was a big difference between a being like the 9-tailed fox, who was born with an imperial bloodline, but the gap wasn't that big. Fangling looked at this somewhat special fox girl and said indifferently, there is no shortage of these few for you, keep the peaches for yourself. The 9-tailed fox girl blinked her eyes in some disbelief when she heard this, but when she saw that Fangling was paying attention to her again, she put the peaches away as well. Fangling's attention at the moment was completely on these 3 peach trees. Although the peach tree could only bear fruit once in 3,000 years, it was nothing to the long life of a cultivator. He stepped forward and directly uprooted these 3 peach trees with their roots and soil, transplanting them into the middle of his Hierophantine realm. Stone Puppet and 9-tailed fox girl just watched, not daring to squeak. If you dare to speak of this matter, I will kill your entire clan. As for this fellow from the Golden Scale clan, you guys can just say that he had the misfortune of falling into a spatial rift. Fangling looked at the 2 of them with a ferocious face and said, Nine-tailed Fox's head nodded like a rattle. I will definitely not tell anyone, including my father. Me too. Stone Puppet also hurriedly agreed. The nine-tailed fox girl was just innocent, but the stone puppet had deep thoughts. He may look naive, but he's not stupid in the head at all. The strength that Fong Ling had displayed was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to provoke such a great enemy for the Stone Puppet clan. If the peach tree is gone, it's just less peaches, and you won't die if you don't eat them. After a while, a gap appeared on the spell formation that enveloped the area around this ancient orchard, and an hour had arrived. Fong Ling, the nine-tailed fox, and the Stone Puppet immediately left the place. The Golden Zhao King Ao couldn't find the whereabouts of his own clan and was so angry that he looked towards the other three clans. Where is my clan Ao Chang? Why hasn't he come out? He asked in a stern voice. Nine-tailed fox female timidly said, Ao Chang, he unfortunately fell into the space crack. Just now, so dangerous. I also almost. Stone Puppet clan's expert of that transitional stage, Shi Chong, also chimed in. Yeah, still wanted to pull him along, but everything happened too fast. Ao Sun looked fiercely at Fong Ling again, always feeling that something was wrong. Although it was indeed possible after falling down a spatial rift in an ancient space, it was too coincidental. This matter is not over. My clan lost a transitional succession stage expert. I will investigate it sooner or later. Ao Sun snorted coldly and transformed into his own body and immediately flew away. Manhwa looked at his departing figure with a slight frown on her eyebrows. Strange. What's this guy in a hurry for? She said suspiciously. Having been a neighbor for so many years, she knew Ao Sun well. There was no way that he would be able to let it go so easily after the strange disappearance of his transitional succession stage clansman. Let's go. Let's go back as well. She looked at Fong Ling and said, Chapter 113, Tasting the Peach in the Dark Current. Did you do this? After flying for some distance, Immortal Bright Moon asked. Fong Ling faintly said, I don't know. I still don't know you? Bright Moon Fairy snorted lightly, still pretending to be confused with me. The matter is as big as it is small, so you don't have to take it to heart is all. If Ao Sun finds out the truth, I'll take the fall for you as well. Long before he came, Akatsuki had already anticipated this situation. Or perhaps she had hoped that this kind of thing would happen to properly deter the demon race of the 10,000 Blades Mountain. She was very careful and had long looked at the demon race of the 10,000 Blades Mountain with displeasure. After returning to the Dao Alliance, Fong Ling immediately came to his residence. In order to facilitate the healing process, Lan Yan had of course stayed in their courtyard. At that moment, Do Qin was in her room, healing Lan Yan's wounds. Seeing Fong Ling return, Do Qin slowly withdrew her gong and lightly exhaled. I picked quite a few Xianqing grasses back from the ancient mysterious realm of the 10,000 Ren Mountain, Fong Ling said. With a big wave of his hand, he set those Xianqing grasses on the table. Do Qin looked at the bundles of tied Xianqing grass and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. That much? She exclaimed. Back then, when she refined 3 roots, she let her healing power increase greatly, though today her healing power wasn't the same volume as it was back then. But the bundles, the thousands of Xianqing grasses in front of her were also enough to cause her healing power to skyrocket. It's not too late for you to refine the Xianqing grass here before helping Priest Lan heal his injuries, Fong Ling added. That's for sure, and a little faster and easier. Du Shane laughed. She looked at Lan Yan and said, Elder Lan, then I'll go back to my room to refine these Xianqing grasses first. When I finish my cultivation, I'll come back to help you heal your wounds. Lan Yan nodded. I've had this injury for years. It's not so bad for a while. You take your time, there's no rush. Do Qin gave a light him and immediately put away these Xianqing grasses and returned to her room. However, Fong Ling did not follow along and leave together, but was observing Lan Yan's physical condition. She was undoubtedly in better shape than when he had met her in the caves some time ago. You are blessed. Miss Do Qin has such medical skills at such a young age. You will be a marvelous being in the future. Lan Yan looked at Fong Ling and said, Fong Ling, I have a premonition that there will be a big change in the Dao Alliance in the near future. At that time, if I don't have time to separate myself, I hope you can help me protect her. Lan Yan smiled. Don't worry, she helped me heal my wounds. She has benefited me. Once there are any variables, I will bring her with me. Fong Ling nodded, then turned around and left. Lan Yan silently looked at his departing back, and in her heart, she suddenly remembered the ridiculous things she had done that day, and her face could not help but burn. Look at him. He really doesn't know it wasn't a dream. Okay. After Fong Ling left Lan Yan's room, he went straight ahead and entered Do Qin's room. At this moment, she was cleaning those Xianqing grasses and hadn't started refining them yet. She was a very clean person and used to wash everything she ate before eating it. Eat a peach first, Fong Ling said indifferently, taking out a peach and giving it to her. This peach is not ordinary. Ha, Dochin muttered as she looked at the peach. Fongling, this is a peach that has become extinct in the outside world. Eating it benefits cultivation and increases longevity. It's actually peaches. Dochin sniffed with a look of surprise. As a physician, she had naturally studied a lot about these things and knew how precious the peaches were. But why don't you eat it? I'll just taste the peach kernels later and know what they taste like, she added, shoving the peaches Fongling handed over back into his hand. Fongling, I still have quite a few in my hand. Really? Duchesne cooed, a little skeptical. With a wave of Fongling's hand, he turned out a few more peaches she then believed. Seeing that Fongling still had more on him, Dochin was not polite and immediately ate the juicy peach. On the other side, in Lan Yan's room, at this moment, as she looked at the scene in Dochin's room, a hint of displeasure couldn't help but appear on her face. This guy, with so many peaches he didn't share one of them with me to taste. How petty. It's a shame we're still comrades in arms side by side, she sneered. Suddenly, her eyes widened again and she blushed at the sight. She looked away, forcing her inner curiosity not to continue peeking, because she was in a bad mood right now. She cursed Fongling in her heart for being a miser. After a long time, Fongling got comfortable. He looked to Dochin in his arms and asked, should I give you a few more? The medicinal power of the peaches is quite good. If you eat 3 or 2 more, your cultivation should be able to make a breakthrough. Duchesne grunted. No, I'll just taste it. You might as well keep it for yourself. It's a waste to give me food. By the way, I've been talking to Priest Lan for the past few days and I've learned quite a bit. You're always getting into trouble. Just stay here with me honestly for a few more years and don't think about going back. Purple Bamboo. Red Camp says these two sisters. They are not ordinary people. They should be fine. I'm not worried about them. It's just that this is not a permanent place either. Fongling said indifferently. Although he was able to cultivate his demonic skills with impunity here, it was not a peaceful place. In the battle at the Tianlan Plains, the demon race was defeated and would definitely retaliate next. With the strength of the small Japanese nation, he wasn't worried that the Dao Alliance wouldn't be able to resist. However, the small Japanese country had the entire Devil's Domain at its back, which could be completely different from the lone land of Han too. Meanwhile, the Magic Realm's Thousand Towers Mountain, Satashiro, one of the 6 great demon dignitaries of the little Japanese kingdom, was looking up at the mountain with some inner apprehension. Although he was at the Jade Immortal realm, he was only the lowest common Jade Immortal, not having entered the grade, and the person who lived in seclusion here had the ability to strike him down, even though he had not yet entered the Immortal realm. Suddenly, a black whirlwind swept by. A demonic shadow floated in front of him. This devil was born extremely handsome, and if it wasn't for the obvious knot in his throat, uninformed people would most likely think he was a woman. Satashiro hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Lord Zhaotian. The name Zhaotian was very famous in the demon region. Back then, there was the name of the first heavenly pride of the devil clan, a vast devil domain. No one in the same generation can be reached. Although he was only at the great circle of the Yaoguang realm, he had a record of killing ordinary Jade Immortal realms. With his strength, he could actually have crossed the threshold to become an immortal long ago, but his ambition was great. All these years, he had been suppressing his cultivation, wanting to make his foundation even stronger and impact the realm of the Taisien in the future. You're here to challenge me? Zhaotian asked as he looked at Satoshiro with an indifferent face. Satoshiro quickly shook his head. No, but I want to ask Lord Zhaotian to come out and behead a human race. Chapter 114, Breaking Through the Lightning Sword Again. Trying to use me? Zhaotian frowned as a shocking wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. Satoshiro's heart fluttered as he hurriedly said, not exactly, but actually, it's also because I want Lord Zhaotian to take a look at the top human race's heavenly pride. He didn't dare to directly deny this point of wanting to use Zhaotian to get rid of his enemies, or else he wouldn't be able to leave the Thousand Pagodas mountain alive today. The human race's physical body growth is far inferior to our demon race. The spiritual energy cultivated by the human race is also not as strong as the demonic yuan cultivated by our demon race. What is the top human race's heavenly pride in my eyes? Nothing more than a bunch of rustic dogs. Seeing as you are still honest, I will not bother with you. Get lost, Zhaotian said nonchalantly. Satoshiro added, the human race is the most widely distributed in the 8 realms Earth, and they actually still have redeeming qualities. This person I'm about to speak of, with a mere Jade Balance realm, was able to seriously injure an expert of my clan in the Transition Triple realm, and he's more than that, he definitely has reservations. Oh, is that true? Zhaotian raised his eyebrows in some surprise. Are you not lying to me? Satoshiro let out a bitter smile and returned. How dare I lie to you, my lord? This matter is 1,000 times true. If there is the slightest deviation, your excellency will only take my life. How dare I? The little Japanese nation, deceive the heir to the hall of the demon god? Zhao Tian snorted coldly and said faintly, I forgive you for not daring to do so. Listening to your description, this person does have some skill and may be qualified to be my opponent. Go, take me to him. Sato Shiro was overjoyed at his words. Good, I'll lead the way for your excellency. That person's name is Fong Ling, and he's now in Han too. On the other hand, the Dao Alliance was located. After Fong Ling came out of Do Qin's room, he returned to his room. He still had a total of 27 peaches in his hand, and if he refined them all, it would be enough to increase his cultivation by a large margin. He immediately opened his mouth and ate 5 peaches in a row. The potential of the chaotic sacred body was the strongest among all the physiques of the human race. When the crippled saint body assimilated the devil ancestor's heart back then, it not only restored its original characteristics, but even took it a step further. Thus every time Fong Ling made a breakthrough, he needed several or even 10 times the accumulation of a normal person at the same realm. If the other person had refined those 2 spirit pills gifted by immortal Manhwa, the realm would have soared to who knows where long ago, and he had only elevated from the early stage of Jade Balance to the early stage of Kaiyang, only elevating by one major realm. Although the cultivation of the chaotic saint body was consuming and difficult to cultivate, however, as his realm rose, his physique advantage would become more and more obvious. Do Qin was now in the same realm as her, and she could probably break through a small layer by eating 2 or 3 peaches. However, at this moment, Fong Ling had taken 5 in a row, but there was no sign that he was about to make a breakthrough. Even though the level of his spiritual energy had indeed risen a lot, he was not surprised at this and ate 8 more peaches in succession. It wasn't until he ate the 19th peach that the surging spiritual energy in his body began to impact the shackles of the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. A quarter of an hour later, he finally broke through the bottleneck and his cultivation level rose again. He didn't continue to eat the peaches anymore. What was left was no longer enough for him to charge another layer, and with the successive breakthroughs in a short period of time, if he didn't know enough to continue further, he was afraid that it would have an impact on his foundation. Playing it safe and laying a solid foundation was something his 5 masters had always emphasized. The main function of peaches is not really to increase spiritual power, but to increase longevity. Eating 19 peaches in one breath, he estimated that his lifespan had increased by at least 100,000 years. Suddenly, a burst of immortal music resounded through heaven and earth. The sky is also accompanied by a vision of a dragon flying and a unicorn leaping. Fong Ling went out and looked at the sky and muttered, "Who triggered such an anomaly?" Lan Yan next door was also attracted and walked out of the room. This is the birth of someone with great fortune, or the descent of a heavenly treasure, or someone who has created a supreme divine ability. Fong Ling, then why did I not invoke the auspiciousness of heaven and earth when I realized the Tao in the dragon field and created my own supreme law back then, but instead incurred the calamity of heaven and earth? Lan Yan laughed. Do you know what it means to go too far? The supreme law you created has exceeded what the heavenly Tao can tolerate, and thus seeks to incur the calamity of heaven's execution. If today's anomaly is due to a person's realization of the Dharma, then the strength of the Dharma he has realized is far inferior to yours, but it is still considered to be the best in the world. Come along for the ride? She asked. Lan Yan was a person who knew the rules of etiquette, and since she was still only living here temporarily now, she didn't dare to wander around alone in the Tao Alliance. Fong Ling nodded and led her on a search through the Tao Alliance, quickly finding the source that had triggered the vision. That's exactly where the lone wild goose lives. At the moment, Lone Hongyan was kneeling in midair, and the temple-slaying sword stood behind him. Not only the two of them, even Fairy Mingyue was attracted by the strange image triggered by Lone Hongyan. Those who are reborn in Nirvana have an unlimited future. Mingyue glanced at Lone Hongyan, then glanced back at Fong Ling. She already knew that Lone Hongyan had now become Fong Ling's beloved. If Fong Ling were to leave the Tao Alliance in the future, Lone Hongyan would definitely follow. Although there were some regrets, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lone Hongyan's Nirvana rebirth was also due to Fong Ling. In a matter of moments, the heaven and earth anomaly dissipated. Lonely Goose also abruptly opened his eyes. I just realized a sword technique. Why are you guys puzzled a little? He said. He still didn't know that the sword technique he had comprehended had caused the heaven and earth to be different. Only after Elder Wu Ji, who was at the side, explained, did he realize that this was the case, and he cried and laughed a little. In no time, the others quickly dispersed, leaving only Fong Ling and Lan Yan in the courtyard. I named this sword move the Sword of Light and Light Time, which contains the way of life and death time. Lonely Hong Yan said. He was originally a body of doom, and was close to dying. Before he died, he used the temple-slaying sword to cut down the body of the doom, which ushered in a new life. He had come infinitely close to death and therefore had a deeper sense of the true meaning of life, and the body of doom brought him not only disaster, but also similarly made him have a sense of life and death that was beyond ordinary people. Therefore, after the Battle of Tianlan ended, he went home and closed his mind, and finally comprehended this peerless sword technique in one go. Lone Hongyan looked towards Fong Ling and said respectfully, "If master does not abandon it, Hongyan would like to offer the Sword of Lightning." He knew that this sword technique of his was not bad, but compared to the Sword Demon 3 styles that Fong Ling had performed before, there was still quite a gap. Therefore, he felt that Fong Ling might not be able to look at his self-created sword either. Fong Ling gently had to shake his head. "This is your self-created sword technique, and only you can utilize its strongest power. Besides, I already have a supreme swordsmanship on my side, so it's useless to learn it. This is a peach that will allow you to make up for some of your longevity." He flipped his wrist and took out another peach. As one of the senior staff of the Dao Alliance, Lone Hongyan certainly knew what peach was, and he hastily refused. How can Hongyan receive this great reward when he has not yet helped his master? He said. Fong Ling said indifferently, "You don't have much lifespan left, and you've switched to the heavenly law divine skill. Your realm has fallen off, so it's just right to make up for it with peaches. You're still too weak now. The only way to be qualified to help me is to keep getting stronger and even become an immortal." Nowadays, Lone Hongyan had already completed his conversion to Tianluo divine skill, thus Fong Ling also thoroughly regarded him as his beloved. In the future, he would have to face the Eternal Life family, and he would indeed have to have a few more capable generals under his command, and he was quite optimistic about this sword Dao wizard in front of him. "Then my subordinate will take it. Thank you for your master's gift," Lone Hongyan said in a deep voice. Chapter 115, Stealing Peaches but Getting Caught Instead. With a sword cultivator's arrogance, how could he recognize you as his master? On the way back, Lan Yen was curious enough to ask, "And this person has the potential to become a sword immortal. It can be said that the future is boundless." "Really confusing," Fong Ling said indifferently. "It's simple, because his life, I helped renew it." "So it is." Lan Yen nodded. "Say, that peach you just gave him looks delicious? You and I are friends in life and death, so let me have a taste too?" Fong Ling glanced at her and shook his head. "I don't have many in my hand. Hongyan is one of my men and has a short lifespan. That's why I gave him one. This is something that I'll have to keep for future realm breakthroughs." "How petty." Lan Yen snorted coldly and looked away. "I don't give a damn. It's just peaches, isn't it? Who hasn't eaten it before?" Although the peaches were good, their efficacy was average for immortal realm experts like them. She just saw Do Qin eating so well, which made her want to have a taste. At night, Lan Yen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. While she didn't care about the bite of peach, she was a little angry. When she thought about it, she could be looked at by Fong Ling in the space turbulence. Therefore in her heart, she had always had a strange feeling towards Fong Ling. So much had happened since then that it made her feel even more like the two had a deep relationship. But now this guy, Fong Ling, actually refused to even give her a peach to eat, which pissed her off enough. "Damn it! I still have to eat this peach." She sat up violently and huffed. She looked towards Fong Ling's room and saw that he had already fallen asleep, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a wicked smile. "If you won't give it, then I'll take it myself." She immediately put a fainting spell on Fong Ling. This sorcery spell would only put someone to sleep, and the duration of the sleep would depend on the strength of the other person's soul power. After the spell was completed, her figure flashed and she immediately arrived at Fong Ling's room. "It should be in the storage ring," she muttered. "That's not hard to beat." Although the storage ring's prohibition was difficult to break, she had a wonderful method. She never broke contact with her own daughter, Langlo. Over the years, Lanlo had obtained the witch god's inheritance and naturally shared some powerful witch spells with her. Among them was a void-shattering spell that could disintegrate the storage ring's prohibitions. After she unlocked Fong Ling's storage ring with the void-shattering spell, she realized that it was empty of anything. How is that possible? Where did this guy hide all his treasures? Lan Yan was stunned. However, she immediately recalled that last time in the spatial turbulence, Fong Ling's storage ring appeared to have been destroyed as well, but afterward, he had pulled out his robes from somewhere. There are still places on his body where he stores things. Look carefully. She reached out her hand and felt around Fong Ling's body, but after half a day's groping, I found nothing. Damn you. She grabbed it and was about to squeeze it a few times harder to get out of the way, but just then, Fong Ling snapped his eyes open and sat up to look at her. Four eyes met, and she too froze. This was followed by another hurried swing to Fong Ling's head. However, this time, Fong Ling dodged perfectly with one side of his body. He looked at Lan Yan in front of him with a shocked face, not realizing that she, as a witch immortal, had actually come over in the middle of the night to toy with him. Don't look at me like that. Fong Ling's eyes made Lan Yan feel doubly ashamed. I was feeling that something was wrong with your body, so I came over to check you out, she explained as her eyes looked away. Fong Ling faintly asked, Did you check anything out? Lan Yen grunted. That's not true. It was an error in judgment on my part. Last time, after absorbing the energy accumulated in the soul-nurturing spring for 20,000 years, Fongling's soul power had skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Therefore, he had just been hit by Lan Yan's sleeping spell, but had quickly awakened. I have to go back to Miajiang. Bye. Lan Yan muttered and hurriedly tried to bolt. Being caught in the act today, she can't face continuing to stay here, and just wants to hurry up and find a crack in the ground where no one is to burrow in. She was about to leave when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Fong Ling and her body was violently pressed down. Priest Lan Yan is so rude, wanting to leave so soon? Fong Ling coldly snorted. Once upon a time, he thought that the other party, being a second-grade sorcerer immortal, would surely not look down on him, and he didn't think much of it. But what he saw tonight made him a little excited, and he couldn't help but think of the last time he was in that cave in the Thousand Pits. He seriously doubted that he wasn't actually dreaming that day. This seemingly high and mighty witch fairy underneath him was actually a mundane person. Lan Yan was a little confused for a moment, letting Fong Ling fiddle with her, but suddenly, she pushed him away with one hand. She couldn't do that even though she had that hazy feeling in her heart. I already have a daughter. With a red face, she looked at Fong Ling and said, Fong Ling, don't you have no man? Lan Yan, yes no. But I can't always. There was a hurdle in her heart. She didn't want to wait for her daughter to come out of the witch god's temple and have more dads for nothing. Fong Ling also saw her concern and didn't push any further. Understood. Fong Ling was so dry, which in turn caused Lan Yan to be somewhat at a loss for words. She admired Fong Ling for actually being able to endure it this time. Go back to bed. Just pretend nothing happened, Fong Ling added. But you're now. Lan Yan cooed, her head hot on her hands. For a long time, Fong Ling leaned back against the pillow and settled down to sleep. Lan Yan had also left. She didn't expect things to turn out like this, and was actually caught by Fong Ling. I can't afford to get confused again, Lan Yan thought as she washed her hands. She was quite a bit embarrassed now, unlike facing Fong Ling again, but she couldn't just walk away yet. Her daughter, Langlo, said that in about another 20 years, she would be fully done with the witch god legacy, and once the inheritance ended, Lan Luo, as well as the descendants of the Lan clan who were sent to the witch god temple back then, would also be expelled from the witch god temple. At that time they will appear again in the Miajiang, and the Chuan clan, as well as the people of the heavenly Dao sect, will certainly, so she had to recover from her injuries as soon as possible, but just by tempering herself. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to recover from her peak state even after 20 years, and Dushan's medical skills, she recognized. When Doqin finished her cultivation this time, she would definitely be able to cure her well within a year. Fortunately, this guy's mouth is still strict, and he should not publicize this matter. Otherwise I really don't have the face to continue to stay in the Dao Alliance. She muttered. I should have come straight back just now. I haul witch fairy. Unexpectedly, she only felt her face hot. I do not know what kind of red should be. Chapter 116 Ancient Sword Wei Zhaotian's broken arm. Fong Ling slept soundly, but suddenly, a soul-stirring transmission woke him up. The person who sent him a message was none other than the Bright Moon Alliance master. There are strange movements in the small Japanese country. A large number of demon soldiers are gathering. Quickly go to the Great Wall for support. The demons came really fast. Fong Ling sat up and muttered. Now that those were teleportation arrays hadn't been repaired, it wasn't a good thing that the demon race was once again preparing for a major invasion. The originally silent Dao Alliance was lively again in an instant. Some people who weren't too fast on their feet headed for the flying warboats. The fast ones turned into a long rainbow, cutting through the night sky and rushing straight to the border of the Great Wall. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so don't follow to join in the fun. Fong Ling saw Lan Yan also go out and said with her. Lan Yan looked to Doqin's room and nodded. She knew that Fong Ling wanted her to stay and protect Doqin, and she didn't like fighting and killing all this and was happy to do so. Fong Ling flew up into the sky, and Lonely Goose followed behind him. With Lone Hongyan's original speed, he naturally couldn't catch up with Fong Ling, but he was now using the ancient sword slayer. This imperial sword flight was a lot faster. Barely able to follow behind Fong Ling, Elder Wu Ji used the apocalypse mirror to observe a movement in the demon soldiers, and now the front line is expected to have started fighting. Lonely Goose said. It seems that not only did the fiasco at the Tianlan Plains last time not only hurt them, it made them even more crazy. Strange. Last time those demon race experts, there were quite a few of them injured as well. Why are they fighting us hard if they haven't been recuperating from their injuries all this time? Fong Ling, most likely there's some kind of outside help that came prepared. If the situation is not right, do not fight to the death, but live. Lone Hongyan nodded. Yes, sir. The two of them traveled all night and all day, and arrived at Sand City. one of the 5 cities on the border. At noon the next day, as for the Great Wall and the area around the Thousand Puddle Mountains and the Green Screen Ridge, it had already been conquered by the demons. At this moment, the demon race was approaching the city and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Dao Alliance cultivators. After that day's battle in the Tianlan Plains, the Dao Alliance had stationed 1 billion troops on the front line, wanting to guard the hard-won victory. The 4 Immortal Realm Sequence Elders, as well as the other 4 ordinary elders besides Elder Wu Ji, had also never left. Such a strong guarding force, yet the Great Wall was breached and the mountain barrier engulfed in one night, showing the ferocity of the demon attack. Right now just on the battlefield in front of Sand City, there were close to 400 million demon race, and the pressure faced by the other 4 cities is similar. After Fong Ling arrived, he lifted his blood sword and immediately joined the battlefield. The demonic soldiers were prolonged. Instead he was a little excited. They were the best nourishment to achieve his supreme physical body. After Fong Ling joined the battlefield, the morale of the Dao Alliance's cultivators was greatly boosted, turning around their original decline. At this moment, those demon elders were fighting furiously with the sequence elders of the Dao Alliance in the Triple Heavens, and were completely unconcerned about the battlefield down here. Fong Ling, 1 person and 1 sword, even more directly killed through the battlefield. Not a single one could block. At the back of the demonic army, an instrumental demonic youth looked at Fong Ling, who was slaying on the battlefield, and nodded in satisfaction. Beside him stood a tall demonic woman, who was none other than Misa Keiko, who was almost decapitated by Fong Ling that day. That day he was still only in the late stage of the Jade Balance realm, and it hasn't been long since then, and his realm has actually risen to the mid-stage of the Kaiyang realm. Misa Keiko's face was grave. She couldn't imagine how strong the current Fong Ling should be again. Beside her, that wereful demon was none other than the demon Zhaotian that Satashiro had invited from the Thousand Pagodas mountain. He possessed an extremely rare abyssal demon body. The power of this physique was that he could allow himself to cultivate to an extremely deep level in every realm, with almost no limits. The realm breakthrough or not was entirely in your own hands. Because the potential of this physique was so amazing, he had been taken in by the Demon God Temple, the overlord level power of the demon region. Since he was a child, the Demon God Hall regarded him as an heir and slammed tons of cultivation resources on him. This body of his demonic energy was so thick that it was unimaginable, almost dozens of times that of the same realm. And after reaching the late stage of the Yaoguang realm, he even chose to stay in this realm for 30,000 years, continuously growing this body's demonic element. This was why he was able to decimate ordinary Jade Immortals at the late Yaoguang stage. Nowadays, the volume of demonic yuan in this body of his was already 100 times that of a person in the same realm. Because of this, he never looked anyone below the immortal realm in the eye. This person is indeed good at what he does, Zhaotian said indifferently. From this far away, I can feel the sharpness of his sword aura. I pride myself on being invincible in my rank, never bothering to deal with realms lower than mine. But this person can be an exception. After Zhaotian said that, he stepped into the air and walked step by step towards Fong Ling in the battlefield. On the battlefield, Fong Ling, who had already killed his eyes, violently felt a strong aura approaching. Pausing to take a look, his eyes coalesced on Zhaotian's body. It was the first time he had seen a being with such a deep heritage, and he could not help but be a little surprised. This sense of oppression is already similar to the original Heavenly Dao Sect's Supreme Elder Huo Changfeng, but this guy's realm is actually still the Yaoguang realm Great Circle, and he has yet to cross the threshold. It's really strange. Fong Ling grunted. Come out with your sword. Let me see how strong you are. In mid-air, Zhaotian looked down at Fong Ling and said in a flat tone. Although this person was bizarre, Fong Ling's strength had greatly improved now, and he was already in the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. The cultivation level was higher than when he was in the Heavenly Dao sect, but he has no intention of making a move. Lone Hongyan drifted in, and 1 person and 1 sword crossed in front of Zhaotian. His head of white hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire person looked more than a little bleak and cold. If your excellency wishes to challenge my master, please pass through Lone Hongyan first, Lone Hongyan said indifferently. Zhaotian laughed. Interesting, a mere early stage of the Yaoguang realm, and you dare to speak up in front of me. Do you know who I am? Lone Hongyan was originally in the middle stage of the Yaoguang realm, but after switching to the Tian Luo divine skill, his realm dropped a layer. I don't know, and I don't need to know. When Lone Hongyan spoke, a powerful sword aura erupted from his body. This sword chi was immensely volatile and shot up into the sky, but it wasn't just the sword chi he had cultivated himself. It was more dependent on the might of the Temple Slayer sword. The original disdainful Zhaotian couldn't help but have a look of shock appear on his face. Rather underestimated you, to have such a precious sword in your hands. Zhaotian's eyes were so hot that he stared at the sword in Lone Hongyan's hand. Although he didn't practice sword Dao, It wasn't hard for him to see how extraordinary this sword was with his eyesight. "You don't deserve this sword. It's mine." Zhao Tian's brows crossed and he grabbed at Lone Hongyan with a palm. The demonic energy in Zhao Tian's body was too thick, and even an ordinary palm contained great power. However, Lone Hongyan was not the least bit afraid, and only silently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, demon breaking style. He slashed out with his sword and actually directly shattered Zhao Tian's demonic palm. Zhao Tian was slightly surprised, but he was still unimpressed. It's just relying on the power of the precious sword. He spread out his hands, intending to cast a great divine power to suppress Lone Hongyan along with his sword. But in a split second, Lone Hongyan struck his sword again, the sword of light and light. In an instant, it was as if time had stopped around them, and the only thing that was left was the flickering of sword light. How can? Zhao Tian was shocked. He found that he couldn't move. He clearly had a cultivation that exceeded the same realm by 100 times, but at this moment, he was unable to break free from a sword chopped out by someone whose cultivation was lower than his own. A golden sword light flew in a shuttle and was about to split Zhao Tian in half. However, at the last moment, an even more terrifying energy erupted from Zhao Tian's body, forcing his way out of the sword. However, the sword light was incredibly swift, and even though he avoided the vitals, he was still chopped off an arm. Zhao Tian's broken arm where the devil's blood wildly sprayed. A face of gloomy to look at Lone Hongyan. "You just rely on the power of the sword, and give me to wait." He looked again at Fong Ling, who was not far away, and had a hard time accepting it for a moment. Regardless, he was actually chopped off an arm by one of Fong Ling's men. Although he was arrogant, he had lived for so many years, but he was not stupid at all, and knew that today's situation was no longer suitable for him to stay. Lone Hongyan wanted to completely exterminate him, but he was still a step too late. Zhao Tian disappeared into the void and immediately fled. Chapter 117: A dangerous situation with an enemy in the hinterland. In the Five Heavens, Watanabe Eagle was constantly keeping an eye on the situation in the Sand City battlefield. Seeing that Zhao Tian actually lost to Lone Hongyan, he was so angry that his face turned green. This guy is known as the #1 devil under the immortal realm, but he's actually in such a sorry state. The Bright Moon Fairy, who was fighting with him, couldn't help but have a smile appear on her face. "Demon Father, the strong support you found doesn't seem to be too good. Don't even talk about beating this kid Fong Ling, even Lone Hongyan can block him out. The revitalization of my Dao Alliance has become a certainty, and you, the demon race, can't stop it." Watanabe Eagle had a gloomy face and sneered. "Mingyue, don't get too happy yet. In this battle, my little Japanese nation has called in more than 2 billion demonic soldiers, and it is necessary to take down the Han land in one fell swoop. Don't think that just because you have tough men under you, you can resist. You'll get good news soon enough." When Mingyue heard this, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She didn't know if Watanabe Eagle was bluffing or if he really had something up his sleeve. Right now, 2 billion demon soldiers are violating the border. It is already very difficult for the Taoist alliance. If there are any more variables, I'm afraid. Just then, a 1,000-mile voice transmission suddenly arrived. "Alliance Master, something big is wrong. Some of the demon races in the 10,000 Blades Mountain have advanced in force, and have already occupied quite a bit of our rear territory." The one who transmitted the voice was none other than Elder Wu Ji. With the Apocalypse Mirror in his hand, he sat in the Dao Alliance and was responsible for observing the overall situation of the battlefield. Right after a large number of cultivators from the Dao Alliance rushed to the front line to support them, the demon race from the 10,000 Blades Mountain attacked in force. "What?" Mingyue's face steeply changed when she heard this. She didn't expect that the demon race of the 10,000 Blades Mountain had actually joined forces with the demon race. Watanabe Hawk laughed out loud when he saw Akatsuki like this. "Ha ha ha, looks like you already know. I, the demon race, promised to never set foot on Wanren Mountain after conquering the Hanlands in the future. And I also told the Golden Jiao King and the others about the Immortal Palace ruins. And they're also very interested." The small Japanese nation had been attacking the Hanland not because of how rich the land was, but because they had their eyes on the ancient relics of the Immortal Palace that were in the Hanland. Mingyue was able to reach the 9th grade Jade Immortal Realm, and it was also mostly due to the great fortune she received in the Immortal Palace. Her supreme treasure, the spirit-gathering pot that could condense spirit pills, was also obtained in the Immortal Palace when she was young. However, this matter was extremely secretive, and the Wanren Mountain Demon Clan had never known that there was such an existence in Han too. Now under the compulsion of the demon race, he also failed to resist the temptation and decisively chose to join hands with the demon race. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, only to see a 100-foot golden scaly dragon swimming from the sky. "Fairy Bright Moon, long time no see." The person who came was none other than the Golden Jiao King Ao Sun. "That day when your human race's Fong Ling beheaded my race's experts in the Peach Garden, it's time for this matter to be settled." fellow Taoist AO seeker has come at the right time. Quickly join forces with me and kill this stinking woman. Watanabe Eagle laughed out loud. On the Sand City battlefield, Fong Ling was immersed in boundless killing. However, the sudden appearance of the Golden Jiao King caused his heart to shake wildly, feeling that something big was not good. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the Golden Jiao King Ao Sun had also entered the battle, and it was obvious that Ming Yu was struggling a bit as she fought 1 against 2. Hong Yan, the demon race, is also involved in this battle. The Dao Alliance won't be able to hold out. Do not engage in a battle. Find your own opportunity to leave. Fong Ling transmitted a message to Lone Hongyan. Lone Hongyan looked towards the 3 heavens with a gloomy face and sighed helplessly. Understood. He returned, disgruntled but knowing the jig was up. Fong Ling put away his sword and turned around to fly in the direction of the Dao Alliance. Although Do Qin still had Lan Yan by her side, the demon race could have more than one demon immortal. The situation at the back was even more difficult. I'm afraid. And he wanted to take the 2 of them away immediately. He immediately killed a path and flew back to the Dao Alliance at breakneck speed. By the time he rushed back to the Dao Alliance, it was already a few hours later. At this moment, the Dao Alliance was reduced to a scorched earth, with no one alive in sight. The back of Han Tu was empty, and there was no room for the demon race to turn around once they struck. He hadn't sensed Lan Yan and Do Qin's aura on the ruins of the Dao Alliance, and he didn't know the whereabouts of the 2 of them today. However, he could feel that the 7-colored sky butterfly was still alive, and with this little guy still alive, it was expected that Do Qin and the girl should be fine as well. Although Lan Yan hadn't fully recovered, she had a very scary witch spell, and should have already taken her to break out. At that moment, a living being suddenly approached not far away. The visitor was clearly the princess of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Hu Ji, whom he had met in the ancient peach garden. Her breath was very weak at this point, and there were scratches on her chest, which had not cut her skin, but had torn her clothes. She ran all the way, her big white buns jiggling and bouncing with amazing elasticity. Fong Ling? After she saw Fong Ling, her eyes lit up. Oh, the Golden Jiao clan and the Demon clan colluded and went on a killing spree against my Nine-Tailed Fox clan. There are still strong people from the Golden Scale clan chasing me behind me. Can you save me? She was on the verge of tears, and had a miserable look on her face. As soon as she jumped into Fong Ling's arms, her tears wet Fong Ling's black robe. Fong Ling had a heartbroken look on his face, gently caressing her little head. It's fine. It's fine. With a snapping sound, his large hand that had been gently caressing the Fox clan princess a second before suddenly lashed out, shattering her heavenly aura. The smile that was slightly raised at the corner of Princess Nine-Tailed Fox's mouth in her arms instantly dimmed. With a clang, a chilling dagger also fell from her hand to the ground. Fong Ling snorted coldly and kicked her body away. The last time he was in the peach garden, he felt that there was something wrong with this fox girl. Only now did she realize that she had been acting, all just to win his favor so that she could perform the assassination today. TSK, TSK, the prince is really hard-hearted. The girl looks so beautiful. I can't believe you're willing to lay your hands on her. Suddenly, the princess of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, who had already been slapped to death by Fong Ling, rose from the dead and stood up again. She raised a hand to gently rub her head, which still seemed a bit uncomfortable. How did you find out that you were trying to kill you? I consider myself flawless, Hu Ji asked. Fong Ling had been killing along the way since his descent from the mountain, and was especially sensitive to killing intent. Although Hu Ji was well disguised, she could not escape his keen perception. I'd like to see how many lives you can have. Fong Ling snorted coldly as he condensed his innate blood sword in his hand. TSK, people have 9 lives. Hu Ji laughed softly. I was careless in the past, and I was actually killed by your sneak attack, but I'm not the one you're up against. Elder Shi Chong, he's all yours. He's the one the Demon Clan wants by name. We can't let him get away. The ground shook as if it were an earthquake. In the next moment, a 10 feet tall stone puppet rose up from the ground. The aura emanating from this stone puppet had clearly reached the immortal realm, but it was just an ordinary jade immortal. Not in the grade. Fong Ling's brows sank as he looked at this stone puppet race powerhouse that had suddenly appeared. Not only that, many more demon clans suddenly popped up nearby, and the weakest of their auras were at the late Yao Guang realm. Golden Jiao, Nine-Tailed Fox and Stone Puppet, all 3 clans. They had long since captured this place and had been waiting in ambush for the strongest members of the Dao Alliance who had returned to reinforce them. Chapter 118, Fong Ling's subterranean attack on Winter Fright City. Shi Chong of the Stone Puppet clan slammed his fist towards Fong Ling. The sheer force of the punch was smacking. Wherever the path of the fist reached, even space became unstable, with spatial cracks appearing from time to time. With such a terrifying force, even Fong Ling sighed to himself. Worthy of being a Stone Puppet clan, but, forgive Fong for not accompanying me, Fong Ling said indifferently. He tore through space with the power of his blood eyes, and then immediately vanished into the spatial turbulence and left this place. Since the Do-Chin duo was no longer here, there was no need for him to continue to linger. It was even less wise to engage these demon races. After disappearing into the spatial turbulence for not a moment, he immediately tore through space and came out again. Because the space turbulence he had entered was very short, he estimated that he should still be within the Han Earth. He lifted his eyes and looked out, seeing the great, winding wall in the distance. Only for such a short while, to actually arrive here, Fong Ling muttered. At that moment, the space behind him fell and rippled like a ripple. The seven-colored heavenly butterfly slowly flew out of the void and arrived in front of him. Not only did the seven-colored sky butterfly have a terrifying toxin, it also had the ability to travel through space itself. The last time it had come down the mountain to find Fong Ling, it had also come directly from the air. Master, the seven-colored heavenly butterfly called out intimately. It was Fairy Do-Chin who told me to come over. She said that she, Priestess Lan Yen, and her apprentice, riding the ancient teleportation array from which they came, had left the Han lands and returned to the Nanyang kingdom. She told you to take care of yourself and not to worry about their well-being. Got it. You go back to them and protect them, Fong Ling said indifferently. As you wish. The seven-colored heavenly butterfly sniffed and disappeared into the void once again. Fong Ling, who had no more worries, violently turned to look at the other side of the Great Wall, which was the territory of the small Japanese nation. Now the small Japanese nation's 2 billion plus elite army is wreaking havoc in the Hanland, which also means they are empty at home. He leapt towards the side of the Great Wall, not avoiding the various patrols of the demon clan along the way. With the power of the heavenly concealment technique, it wouldn't be difficult for him to remain undetected by these demonic clans of average strength. He had soon crossed the area of the Great Wall and arrived in the territory of the small Japanese nation. Fong Ling sneaked all the way. After a day and a night, he arrived at the royal capital of the small Japanese nation, Winter Shock City. The land of Little Japan is actually quite narrow, so more than 50% of the population lives in this city of Winter Surprises located on the Great Plains. At this time, Winter Surprise City was still immersed in joy, and they were ecstatic with the news of the front-line success. After the small Japanese nation occupied the Hanland, this Winter Shock City, which housed nearly 10 billion demonic races, could also be saved from being so crowded, and many people could migrate to the Hanland. Outside of Winter Shock City, Fong Ling soared up with an open mind, his body's aura climbing higher and higher. He used the heavenly Luo divine power to gather all the cultivation of the millions of sect members into himself. During this period of time in Hantu, his powerful physical body had been greatly enhanced, thus now bearing this external majestic spiritual power was no longer so strenuous. His realm climbed rapidly, reaching the middle stage of the Yao Guang realm in a flash. The reason why he was pulling up his own cultivation level was naturally because he wanted to execute his self-created supreme method. Starry heaven reflecting yet. He was seen closing his two palms together and squeezing his eyes shut. One's own mind is united and resonates with the stars of the heavens. In an instant, the universe was turned upside down, and the sun and moon were transformed. The originally cloudless and bright sunny sky over Winter Surprise City was instantly shrouded in darkness and transformed into the night sky. The night sky is a wonder to behold, with a single star visible brightly. What's going on? How did it turn into night all of a sudden? Could it be a Tengu eclipse? No. Look at the stars in the sky so bright. Where would it be a sky dog eclipse? And I don't know what's going on. These days, anything weird happens, so maybe it'll go back to normal later. In the city of Winter Surprise, the people of the demon race looked at the sky, each of them astonished and talking, yet none of them tried to escape, and none of them thought it was a disaster. This was because in their eyes, the Winter Shock City's great protective formation was incredibly sturdy and would never be destroyed. Wait, how did a large gap suddenly appear in the city protector formation? What's going on? No good. I'm afraid it's not that simple. A portion of the demon race with notable strength had already smelled the danger and hurriedly packed up their things to try to flee Winter Shock City. At this moment, outside of Winter Fright City, Fong Ling closed his bloody eyes, but a line of bloody tears had long hung on his face. Winter Fright City was the fundamental location of the small Japanese nation, so the city guard formation here could also be said to be a nation guard formation. It was not ordinarily sturdy and could even block the attacks of a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Although Fong Ling's self-created supreme law was powerful, it was still far from being able to shake this protectorate formation. Therefore, he had to use his spatial blood eyes to first tear apart this protectorate formation the moment he cast the spell. The moment the protectorate formation was torn apart, all the stars in the sky shone. The starlight reflected by the billions of stars shining at the same time cut through the darkness of the night, making Winter Shock City seem like it was back in the daytime. Countless starlight energies descended from the sky and bombarded the Winter Shock City. Bang bang bang. The terrifying star power not only destroyed the entire Winter Surprise City, but also sunk the plane where this city was located. The tens of billions of demon race inside the city were also instantly destroyed, and a sea of blood mist rose to the sky. Fong Ling opened his Taotai mouth and sucked hard, devouring the endless life essence as well as the blood fiend chi. At the cost of the 10 billion living souls of the demon race of the small Japanese nation, his fleshly body, as well as his innate blood sword, continued to grow stronger and stronger. Bastard! You beast! Suddenly, a hysterical roar resounded. A demonic race drilled out from under the ruins of Winter Shock City and flew straight to Fong Ling. Even the devil clan of the transitional succession stage had fallen under the starry sky reflection, while this devil clan in front of him was still alive. He's the seventh demon lord of Little Japan, Yamada Kogi. As in the case of the Heavenly Tao sect's supreme elder, Hua Changfeng, it was only in his old age that he succeeded in breaking through the tribulation and stepping into the immortal realm. Because he had long since entered the realm of the 5 failures of celestial beings and was only an ordinary jade immortal who had never entered the grade, he had not appeared on the battlefields of the two clans, perpetually guarding Winter Surprise City. At this moment when the main force of the small Japanese nation was pouring out, he also acted as a defender of the city. With his strength, he was unable to block Fong Ling's starry sky reflection, and could only barely defend himself. As he watched the destruction of Winter Surprise City and the killing of tens of billions of his fellow demon race members, he was enraged. The sudden appearance of Yamada Juki surprised Fong Ling a bit. He had thought that the demon race's experts would come out in full force and wouldn't stay behind. After all, they had united the demon race of the 10,000 Blades Mountain in this battle, clearly wanting to accomplish everything in one go. I want you to be buried with the people of the entire city. Yamada Jomu released the domain of immortality and enveloped Fong Ling. However, today's Fong Ling was completely unaffected by the immortal's domain, and stood in place with a cloud of lightness. I have a palm. Please taste it. Demon Lord, Fong Ling said indifferently, raising his hand expansively. The surrounding heaven and earth aura gathered towards him in an instant, and the spiritual energy in his body soared once again, skyrocketing tenfold. At the same time, a huge palm emerged from the sky, as if it was the hand of the heavens. Palm, fall. With a loud boom, a huge palm wrapped in heavenly might descended from the sky and slapped towards Yamada Kogi. Why can't I move? Yamada Ninagi panicked. This palm was too terrifying, and he knew that if he carried it hard, he would surely die. However, his body was immobilized and he couldn't move at all. He offered up treasures one after another, trying to block the hand of the heavens. However, the hand of the divine ignored all defenses and was a surefire palm that could not be weakened either. With a bang, a palm print topped the ground. Yamada Kogi was slapped into a puddle in the palm pit. The power of the creation immortal art was as terrifying as it was. Fong Ling spread out his hands and closed his eyes, devouring all the bloodbaths and life essence in this surroundings with a face of enjoyment. The formation of flesh, which had already condensed 3 corners of the formation, continued to improve. He knew that this one was bound to work. Chapter 119, The Formation of the 9 Sephiroths enters the Immortal Palace. At the same time that the formation of flesh was completed, there was also a change in Fong Ling's innate blood sword. The blood bane lines floating on the blood sword had been completely formed, and these blood bane lines could greatly enhance the might of the blood sword, as well as the effect of taking in people's souls. Perfecting the blood siren pattern was nothing. What was more crucial was that he could feel the power of the laws of killing attached to the blood sword now. The blood sword was originally fused with the sword soul of the ancient famous sword Tong Yuan, and the law power attached to the Tong Yuan ancient sword was precisely the law of killing. It was just that Fong Ling's previous realm was not enough to perceive and invoke this powerful force of law. The power of law was a great power that could only be grasped after becoming an immortal, and now Fong Ling was already able to get a glimpse of it with just the Kaiyang realm. He raised his head to look ahead and flew over the ruins of Winter Surprise City and began to search for loot. Tens of billions of devils live here, and it's the core of the small Japanese nation, with vast amounts of resources stored in the treasure trove. Although most of them were magic stones, they were not useless to him. The millions of congregations that had been transformed with magic crystals in the Hierophant world were now able to cultivate with both spirit stones and magic stones. With these resources harvested right now, it wouldn't be a problem for these millions of congregations to cultivate day and night for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura approached from the west. This was the little Japanese demon lord returning to help. The difference between each realm and the immortal realm was huge. Don't look at the fact that he was now able to kill this ordinary jade immortal of the 5th failure of celestial being with his immortal creation technique. However, if they were to face a first-grade jade immortal, it could almost be said that they had no chance of winning. He didn't dare to linger here for much longer, immediately tearing through space with the power of his blood eyes and hiding in the spatial turbulence. Right after he left, 2 demon Zuns from the small Japanese country descended. The realm of these two was profound. One was a third-grade Jade Immortal, and the other was rather a fourth-grade Jade Immortal. Who the hell did this? The two great demon dignitaries looked at Winter Fright, who had been annihilated by the human city, and were so angry that their eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. After entering the spatial turbulence for some time, Fongling re-entered the outside world. He had destroyed their royal capital and slaughtered 10 billion demonic clans in the small Japanese country, and those demonic fathers would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he didn't dare to stay in this area of Han-2, and purposely took the risk of staying in the spatial turbulence for a longer period of time in the hope of drifting farther away. The aura here is so rich, it shouldn't be in Han Earth anymore, right? Fongling took a deep breath, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Looking at the surroundings again, it appeared to be in the middle of a ruin. The surrounding area was a mess, full of collapsed jade buildings. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere, so I guess it had been abandoned for a long time and no one had set foot on it. This place is secluded, which is suitable for me to cultivate. He sat down on his knees and continued to refine those life essence to nourish his physical body. The life essence of the 10 billion devils of Winter Shock City was immense, so he had difficulty refining all of it for a while, and a large portion of it was still pent up in his body. He felt that he should have stumbled into a certain independent spatial site, and this kind of place could be said to be the best place to practice. Time passes slowly. I don't know how long it took, but Fongling's physical body suddenly changed. On the crimson skin, the black array pattern completely solidified and hooked together, and the complete array of the flesh body became. He focused his mind and tried to invoke the power of the formation. Only the black formation patterns on his body surged forth and swam on the surface of his skin. At the same time, his muscles became more and more exaggerated, and in the blink of an eye, he became a 3-foot-tall muscle monster. Gnarled muscles, like old trees with roots, were full of explosive power. At the same time, the rest of the body has changed dramatically, with white hair and bloodshot eyes. A mouthful of human teeth also became like jagged teeth. Very scary. After completely stimulating the formation of flesh, his body was completely demonized and became a monster. Although it was ugly, in this state, the power of his fleshly body increased by a full 50 times. The surging power gave him a sense of grandeur of being able to hold a star in his hand. With a thought, he dissolved the power of the spell and returned to his normal state. He named the formation of his physical body 9 specters. There are 9 heavens above, where the immortals reside. There is the 9 specters of the earth below, where the demons reside. After the spell was activated, he just became an evil monster. Once this formation was opened, he fell to the 9 hells and became a demon. The formation of the 9 Sephiroths could not just be as simple as enhancing one's fleshly body by 50 times. It also came with a spell effect. Upon receiving an attack, the formation of the 9 specters would transform it into a power-enhancing energy that would boost his strength once again. It could be said that the longer the battle lasted, the stronger his power would be about. This point of combat enhancement is similar to the Barbarian Master's formation of Heaven Opening, but Barbarian Master's Heaven Opening formation is to boost defense, while mine is to boost strength. Fongling muttered. His formation of the 9 specters was undoubtedly much stronger than Master Zhao Barbarian's formation of the opening of the heavens. Nowadays, with this body of mine, it's no weaker than an ordinary immortal body. He was so satisfied that he revealed a hint of a smile. Looking back, he looked around. By mistake, he actually ended up in a separate secret realm. There might be something to be gained here. He walked forward a short distance, picking up several candlesticks lying on the ground in succession. These candlesticks were actually all magic treasures, with a uniform system, and all of them were of the quality of a fourfold prohibition. These candlesticks are not things used against the enemy. They should be merely decorative. What a great stroke! The district candlestick also wants to cast it into a fourfold forbidden magic treasure, when it really thinks that there are so many spirit stones that there is no place to spend them. Fongling had already sensed that this place was not bad. Once upon a time it was more than likely an extraordinary place, by no means inferior to the ancient sword clan that Lone Hanyan took him to. Suddenly, he felt a movement behind him and hurriedly turned to look. He only saw a puppet armor clad in golden armor with a long spear in his hand killing towards him. Immortal Palace Supreme Land, trespassers, die! The puppet armorer let out an icy voice and stabbed at Fongling with a spear. With a wave of his hand, Fongling summoned the Hyun Gold Heaven-breaking spear and met it. The tip of the gun was pitted against the spear of the blade, and for a moment they were at each other's throats, and the terrifying energy rippled out like a ripple. Break! Fongling snorted coldly, and the Hyun Gold Heaven-breaking spear once again exerted its power. The puppet armorer's spear instantly crumbled, and the spear pierced through it. However, the puppet armorer who was pierced by the Hyun Jin Heaven-breaking spear did not give to stop and raised his hand, erupting a spirit wave that blasted at Fongling's body. Fongling directly carried it with his powerful physical body. only feeling a little tingling. The combat power of this puppet armorer was good, but to the current Fong Ling, it was nothing. He swung out a punch and directly smashed the puppet armorer to pieces. There are still armorers guarding this place. Fong Ling murmured. I just don't know if this armorer just now is the strongest here. Right after he blasted this puppet armor to death, several more puppet armors flew before and after him. Moreover, the aura emitted by one of the armored warriors scorned him, and it had certainly reached the immortal realm. Immortal Palace Supreme Land, trespassers, death. The puppet armorer majestically scolded. Chapter 120 Fong Ling's Immortal Palace meets the bright moon. Fong Ling was worried that he would attract more puppet armorers, so he did not engage them and immediately slipped away with his godly walk. After knowing the dangers of this place, he acted more carefully and didn't invite in the puppet armor. At this moment, he stopped in front of a strange attic. This attic was very imposing. The whole of it was forged with green dragon jade, but it had been split in half. He also sensed a trace of remaining sword chi at the broken section of the attic. This wisp of sword chi was left over from an unknown era, but even now Fong Ling could still feel its dreadfulness. This attic that had been split in half by a sword, half of it collapsed and half of it still stood in place. Fong Ling walked into it and realized that it was actually an elixir pavilion. The half of the loft that still stood was lined with a rack of Dan bottles neatly arranged on the shelves. Fong Ling casually grabbed a Dan bottle and popped the cork. The moment the cork was opened, a cloudy air rose up and there was nothing in the Dan bottle. If the elixir is stored for too long, this will happen. The elixir directly quality change air no longer have the original medicinal power. However, there were also some elixirs that were blessed with a unique talent. Not only would they not vaporize and disappear, but instead, they would undergo a benign qualitative change due to the accumulation of years and become age elixirs. Only this probability is extremely low, not even 1 out of 100,000 pills. With a wave of Fong Ling's hand, all of these Dan bottles on the shelf shattered. However, only a surge of turbid air was seen, but there was no sign of the aged Dan. In total, the shelves held thousands of Dan bottles, some of which contained more than just one Dan. Therefore Fong Ling originally had a slight expectation that there was a chance to get one, but unfortunately, he turned to look at the collapsed ruins, ready to look in that one as well. There were also many Dan bottles in the collapsed ruins. He saw 3 or 5 at a glance, and the number was certainly not small. Just then, however, he suddenly heard a ragged breathing approaching. There are still living people here? He frowned and tried to tighten his own aura, not wanting to be noticed. This flavor. The sound of breathing was getting closer and closer, and Fong Ling also had a surprised look on his face. He smelled a floral scent which belonged to the bright moon fairy. Immediately after a silhouette surfaced in front of him, Manhwa had also spotted him. Why are you here? Akatsuki asked blushing. She looked a little off. Moreover, the breath on his body was very weak, and he was obviously seriously injured. Fong Ling looked at her and said indifferently, trespassing by chance. I wonder where this is. Trespassing by chance? Manhwa hummed softly. You should have followed them in, right? Them? Fong Ling had a puzzled look on his face. I don't know who the Alliance Master is referring to when he says they. Of course it's Watanabe Eagle of the Demon Clan, Ao Seek of the Golden Jiao Clan and that old fox Hu Shang. The 3 of them chased me all the way. Mingyu said. I was really desperate, which is why I hid in the Immortal Palace ruins. Inevitably they followed and found the entrance and chased them in together. Alliance Master is really powerful. The 3 of them all joined forces and failed to take you down. Fong Ling marveled. Watanabe Eagle was at the 9th grade Jade Immortal Realm, while the other 2 demonic powers were clear 8th grades. Although there was a huge gap between the 8th grade Jade Immortal and the 9th grade Jade Immortal, the strength of the demon race as a whole was above that of the human race. Therefore, the Golden Jiao King Ao Sun and the Nine-Tailed Fox King Husheng, although the 2 of them couldn't compare to Mingyu in terms of battle power, they weren't too far off. Mingyu was able to fight 1 against 3 and still managed to retreat in one piece. If she were to fight alone her strength would definitely be above the 3 of them. This neighborhood is the area of the Immortal Palace's alchemy room. Pill Pavilion. Look for me and see if there are any pills to calm the heart and clear the mind. I fell for that old fox's nasty divine power and feel that my body is becoming more and more strange. Manhwa added that Fong Ling noticed that there was indeed something unusual about her pair of beautiful legs constantly clenching and rubbing together. Fong Ling, I'll try my best. You hurry up and apply your power to suppress it first. Yes, Manhwa said, her voice path carrying a hint of trembling, and sat down on her knees right here in the half-completed attic. Fong Ling rummaged around in the ruins for a while, but found nothing. A bit of rummaging around the neighborhood ensued, and it finally paid off. Right now a golden Dan floated in front of him. The first aged Dan obtained after opening tens of thousands of Dan bottles. He carefully sniffed the H pill. Just one sniff was worth a month of his day and night cultivation with spirit stones. How? Mingyue asked excitedly when she saw him prescribe the aged Dan. Fong Ling shook his head. This aged Dan is supposed to gain cultivation, and does not have the effect of calming the mind and clearing the desires or anything like that. Then you look again, Akatsuki called. Not good. They're coming after us. Suddenly, her face changed abruptly. Fong Ling's heart also fluttered, secretly saying that it was not good. Although his strength was good nowadays, these three terrifying fellows would be able to take him down with just a move of their fingers. Facing an enemy of this level, he only had the option of vanishing into thin air. With a flash of his figure, he came to Akatsuki's side. Mingyue had once given him a lot of benefits, and he wouldn't just leave her behind. I'll take you, he said, and was about to inspire the power of the blood eye to tear through space, but Mingyue shook her head in a hurry. No, I can't leave here yet. There's another treasure in the Immortal Palace. It can't be cheap. You hide with me for a moment. She held out her hand and flipped her wrist, a piece of white gauze appearing above her palm. All that was seen was her draping the gauze over the two of them, and they were instantly invisible. Not only is the heartbeat and breathing masked, but even the breath is completely isolated. It is the divine concealment silk, and it is also a supreme treasure that I obtained in the Immortal Palace in my early years, Mingyu said. With the divine concealment silk covering us, it's just that there's no harm in us speaking out loud. Even the three of them won't be able to detect it. Fong Ling, you've got a lot of babies. Akatsuki smiled. Sloppy. At that moment, three terrifying auras descended. It was Watanabe Eagle as well as the Golden Zhao King and the Nine-Tailed Fox King. The three descended and split up to search the neighborhood. Strange. Where did this stinking woman run off to? Watanabe Hawk said in a deep voice. Just now I clearly saw her fleeing towards here. With her injuries, she shouldn't be able to escape far. Golden Zhao King, this woman's strength is above ours. Perhaps she has some powerful hiding aptitude. We lost her long ago. This time, we must kill her. Otherwise, after she recovers her strength, we can't expect to have a peaceful life. The Nine-Tailed Fox King laughed and said, both of you be at ease. She can't run away. Having been hit by my innate divine power, she is already lusting for. The fire is burning. It won't be long before she completely loses consciousness, and she simply won't be able to maintain any divine abilities or treasures anymore. So we'll naturally be able to find her then. There's also Old Stone who has already arrived. He's guarding the exit of the ruins. She can't run away from Mingyue. I have a feeling we should have missed with her. Go back and look again first. Watanabe Eagle and Aosen nodded slightly, and then the three of them immediately turned around and headed back. Chapter 121, The Impatient Fong Ling. Although the three of them left, Mingyue didn't dare to rip off the divine concealment silk. She wasn't sure if the three of them had really left, or if they were specifically setting up a trap, waiting for her to show up of her own accord. However, at this moment, she and Fong Ling were huddled together, hiding under the small divine concealment silk, and it was inevitable that they would come into contact. Fong Ling sensed her difference and was too scared to breathe. He hadn't been in contact with Akatsuki for a long time, so he was still a bit elusive about her nature, but he knew that the longer people lived, the weirder their tempers became. Maybe she would suddenly flip out and slap him to death. Even though the current Mingyue was severely injured, it was not something he could mess with. Seeing that Fong Ling stopped breathing of his own accord, Mingyu thought to herself that this guy was still quite self-conscious and deep in her heart. Alliance Master, why don't you remove the divine concealment silk first? Fong Ling muttered in a low voice. I think they've gone too far to be around. Mingyue grunted coldly. I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? That old fox is the best at calculating. Before I fought 1 against 2, I was only slightly defeated, but I didn't realize that this old fox was still hiding on the sidelines, taking advantage of me revealing my cracks and using this nasty divine ability, causing my strength to be greatly reduced. Otherwise, if we were to engage head-on, even if all three of them were to come together, I wouldn't be seriously injured at all. Right now this old fox must not be there yet either, so come hide nearby with them. Once we show our heads, they'll kill us right away and won't give me another chance to leave. Fong Ling, I have a method that can tear through space and take you away. No treasure is as important as a life. If you don't leave, I'll go first myself. Although Mingyue had promoted him, if she was bent on refusing to leave, there was nothing he could do but go ahead by himself. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. And now that even the Stone Puppet Clan's 7th grade Jade Immortal, Sure Mu, had come, he didn't want to get into danger again. You go. You're just a burden if you stay anyway. Mingyue snorted coldly and spoke in exasperation. Fong Ling simply had to respond. Good. He was about to inspire the power of the blood eye to tear through space, but right at this moment, Fong Ling was suddenly pulled by Mingyu's jade hand. Akatsuki looked at him sideways, annoyed, so angry that she wanted to punch him bonbon twice. What she had just said was just an angry remark. but she didn't expect Fong Ling to actually want to leave her behind. Before you go, you do me one more favor. I guess there aren't many useful elixirs around here. The old fox's divine ability can only be broken by you for me. Speaking of this, Akatsuki's tone had noticeably weakened a bit. Fong Ling, okay, I'll do this favor. Mingyue couldn't help but mutter in her heart when she heard him agree so readily. She was a person who, once she had made up her mind about something, was not half as skeptical and was no longer coy. Mingyue's mind was also blank. She didn't want to think about anything, she just wanted to get a good night's sleep. She had suffered a lot in order to solve that old fox's avatar. Just then, the void outside this half of the attic fell, and Watanabe Eagle and the others stepped out from it. Hu Sheng frowned and finally looked around. Could it really not be here? It seems like I made a mistake in judgment. Watanabe Eagle on the side was very dissatisfied and grunted coldly. I just said don't squat, but you insisted on dragging it out until now. How did it turn out? Didn't even see a hair. That stinking woman may have fled somewhere, farther and farther away from us. Aosun also sank his face. They had spent 7 hours here for nothing and it turned out to be just a waste of time. Go back and look for her. She should be in the place we looked for before, Aosun said impatiently, counting the time. She should have lost consciousness a long time ago. Look carefully and you should be able to find it. Hu Sheng sighed softly and had no choice but to follow the two of them back the way they came. Under the divine concealment silk, Fong Ling gave a dark cry. Mingyue's concern was completely correct. These three guys had really been guarding the neighborhood, deliberately laying a trap and waiting for them to show up on their own initiative. Now they should really be gone. Let's go too, Fong Ling said. What's the hurry? I'll rest for a while, Akatsuki grunted. This anti-Fong Ling couldn't afford to mess with, so she had to wait on the side for a while. After breaking the nine-tailed Fox King's divine ability, Mingyu's strength had also recovered slightly, so Fong Ling was in no hurry to withdraw. I'm curious as to what treasure has you so nostalgic that you'd rather risk it than leave, he asked. That thing is remarkable. It is a set of 16 forbidden magic treasures, she added. If this item falls into their hands, it will be difficult for me to seek revenge on them in the future. Auntie, that's why I have to get this baby myself. A 16-tier forbidden magic treasure? Fong Ling was shocked when he heard this. The top-tier magic treasures he had seen before were Whitefly's Dokyochin as well as the heavenly Daosek's falling specter sword. However, these two pieces of magic treasures were still only 14 weights of prohibitions. Compared to 16 weights of prohibitions, magic treasures could be far worse. This set of magic treasures consists of two things, the moon wheel and the yang bead, Mingyue added. The moon wheel and yang bead, casually singling out one of them, is also a fine product among the 16 forbidden magic treasures. Since you have both the ability to rip through space, perhaps we can obtain this set of magic treasures. One for each of us. Chapter 122, Ancient Teleportation Array of the Lihan Earth. The ones that could pose a threat to them were more than just Watanabe Eagle and the others, and the golem armors that roamed the ruins were even more difficult to deal with. So in order to minimize the trouble, Mingyue and Fong Ling were still cloaked in divine concealment silk for their actions. Fong Ling was behind her and couldn't help but topple all the way, causing Mingyue to turn red. After a while, Fong Ling followed her to the place where the treasure was hidden. Unluckily, at this time, Watanabe Eagle and also Husheng Ao-sun, the two great demons, were also here. It's really evil. After all these years, this formation is still so sturdy. Even with our combined efforts, we can't even break it. Hu Sheng stared at the moon wheel and yang beads in the treasure hall with a helpless face. Watanabe Eagle said in a deep voice, it's not hard to tell from the halos emanating from these two magic treasures that these are two 16-dao forbidden magic treasures. Ao-sun, perhaps it will take brute force to break this spell. Why don't I call Old Stone in now and let him try? Hu Sheng frowned and shook his head. No, in case you let that woman go, the loss will be more than worth it. Anyway, this place is right here, and there's no harm in coming together to get it in a few years when we're stronger. Fellow Daoist Husheng has a point, Watanabe Eagle said. It is important not to lose big things for small reasons. Let's go. Go and settle that stinking woman first. There will be plenty of time to take the treasure when the time comes. But they tried one last time, but they still couldn't break the spell, so they left unhappy. This spell formation is incredibly strong. Even they can't open it with their combined efforts. Can you really do it? Under the divine hidden silk, Mingyue asked. Fong Ling, try it and see. The hexagram seals in his bloodshot eyes continued to rotate as divine might was exerted over the spell formation. A gap soon appeared in the originally impenetrable spell formation. The gap kept enlarging enough for them to go through. How true! Mingyue was quite surprised and murmured before hurriedly drilling in. Fong Ling following along. After the two went in, the spell formation was once again restored as if nothing had happened. The hall was relatively well preserved, and was one of the few buildings in the fairy palace that had survived unscathed. When they entered this great hall, Fong Ling and Mingyu originally had joyful faces, but they immediately sank back down, looking a little nervous. When Fong was outside, "Did you see her?" Fong Ling asked very carefully as if he was afraid of disturbing someone. To the side, Mingyu shook her head. "No." On the seat of honor at the end of the Great Hall, there was a woman sitting in silence. The woman looked like she was alive, with no damage to her flesh and a spotless dress. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be resting, but there was no heartbeat. Looking inside from the outside of the spell formation, even Mingyu didn't see any of her presence, which inevitably made Fong Ling feel weird. "She should just be a corpse," Akatsuki muttered. "Let's not scare ourselves. Don't mind her, just collect the treasure yourself." With a wave of her hand, she beckoned the moon wheel that was suspended in midair to her side. The 16 forbidden magic treasures themselves already had the roots to give birth to a spirit, and after long years of evolution, the moon wheel hanging in her hand at the moment was indeed spiritually intelligent. The moon wheel circled around Akatsuki for a while and finally landed in her hand. "This little guy has always just wanted me to bring him out." Mingyu smiled and immediately refined it into her own magic treasure. Because her physique was attuned to the moon wheel, she had sensed the moon wheel calling to her a long time ago. It was just a shame that he hadn't been able to break through the outer spell and come in to remove it. Seeing her take in the moon wheel so smoothly, Fong Ling also watched with eager eyes and immediately tried to take in that young bead. However, Yang Zhu was very violent and resisted Fong Ling, even attacking towards him. If he used brute force, Fong Ling knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it. However, he still had a backhand, and the phantom of the Fusang Divine Tree immediately surfaced behind him. This Yang bead was a fire-attributed magic treasure, and the Fusang Divine Tree was the Flame Divine Tree that had once given birth to the Golden Crow clan. He believed that Yang Zhu should be attracted to the Fusang Divine Tree. As expected, after the appearance of the Fusang Divine Tree Dharma phase, the originally violent Yang bead suddenly quieted down. It slowly flew over and landed in Fong Ling's hand. Yang beads or moonwheel? In fact, the spirit is not high. No, to avoid harm only. The reason why the moonwheel chose Mingyu was because Mingyu possessed the white moon divine body. At this moment, Yang Zhu chose Fong Ling, but it was because of the Fusang Divine Tree. With the magic treasure actively cooperating, refining it wouldn't take much more time at all. Fong Ling immediately refined this young bead and put it into his dantian, embedding it in the Fusang Divine Tree. Seeing this, Mingyu, who was on the side, had a strange color in her eyes. She opened her mouth and asked, "Was that the legendary Fusang Divine Tree just now?" Fong Ling didn't say whether or not, and said indifferently, "The treasure is in our hands. Let's leave first. I always feel a little creeped out in here." With that, he looked up and glanced at the mysterious female corpse sitting quietly in the depths of the Great Hall. Akatsuki let out a soft and had no thoughts of going up to explore the female corpse. She was able to get where she is today, thanks to this Immortal Palace relic. And this ancient female corpse in front of us must have been a big shot in the Immortal Palace in her lifetime. She felt the favor of the Immortal Palace and was unwilling to desecrate her predecessor. "Are there any other treasures in the Immortal Palace?" Fong Ling suddenly asked again. Mingyu shook her head. "I'm not sure. This place is huge. In fact, I haven't explored it completely, but there shouldn't be much left as far as I know. Then we'll just leave the Immortal Palace and return to the outside," Fong Ling said, with Watanabe Hawk and the others still searching around in the ruins. He thought it would be best to leave sooner rather than later. "Good," Mingyu answered. The moon wheel was in her hands and she had no reason to stay on. Thus, Fong Ling immediately tore through space with the power of his blood eye and brought Mingyu into the spatial turbulence. Unbeknownst to the duo, right after they left this great hall, the woman sitting quietly in the depths of the hall slowly opened her eyes. Fong Ling didn't enter the spatial turbulence for long before he immediately broke out. Mingyu, who came out together, looked around and muttered, "This place should be the northern part of Han Earth. Fong Ling, do you know about that ancient teleportation array from Dochin to Han 2? The Dao Alliance had collapsed under the attack of the demon race and the demon race, and with no reason to stay here, he wanted to return to the Nanyang country. Trying to recall, Mingyu grunted. "I think I heard her say that. Come with me." She knew that Fong Ling wanted to leave, but didn't hold back. Fong Ling followed her and flew all the way. Along the way, when she saw demons brutalizing the human race, Mingyu would stop and strike, thus delaying a lot of time. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that Mingyu brought Fong Ling to an ancient teleportation array. It is located in a cave and can be very private. "This should be it," Akatsuki said. Fong Ling stepped onto the teleportation array and looked back at her. "Or else you'll come with me? The Han land has already fallen. It is rather dangerous for you to stay here." Mingyu smiled faintly and said, "This is where I was born and raised. I'm not going anywhere. Although I have not yet recovered from my injuries, but now that I have the moon wheel protecting my body, I'm sorry that they can't do anything to me." She was not willing to go along. So Fong Ling did not say any more and immediately stomped his foot to activate this ancient teleportation array. After the teleportation array was activated, it crazily drew in the surrounding heaven and earth energy, and then with a swoosh, it teleported Fong Ling away. Manhwa stared at the empty ancient teleportation array for a long time before finally spilling a smile and turning to leave. Chapter 123, Meeting an Old Friend in Ding'an City. The ancient teleportation array teleported Fong Ling to the top of a mountain. This place was barbaric. Even the teleportation array was crawling with green vines. It looked like it had been deserted for many years. A lot of years back. Fong Ling took a deep breath. Quite a bit of emotion. I thought that after I found Do Qin and the others, I would go up to the Nanyang Palace again and look for Emperor Campbell to have fun for a while. But his soothing brow suddenly furrowed. A hint of bewilderment on his face. It's not right. Ha? Is this really the Nanyang Kingdom? The Nanyang country doesn't have such an abundant aura. He was a bit puzzled and hurriedly flew towards other places, wanting to find a populated place to poke around. But this was the middle of nowhere. There wasn't even a village. And he didn't know how long he would have to fly before he came across a living person. 3 days later, a city named Dingan. Fong Ling sat in a tea store with a gloomy face, drinking a large bowl of tea. Since teleporting over that day, he had flown in one direction for a long time, which brought him to this city. He had already inquired clearly that this place wasn't the Nanyang country at all, and it wasn't even in the Nandu domain. He was actually sent to the Middle God Realm by that ancient teleportation array. As the name suggests, the Central God region was located in the very center of the Xiantian continent, and was the most prosperous of the 8 regions. This stupid woman, a 9th grade Jade immortal, her memory is not even as good as a dog's. Next time I see her, I'll have to teach her a hard lesson. Fong Ling was so annoyed that he drank the large bowl of tea in his mouth. After he inquired about it, he had planned to go back to the ancient teleportation array and return to the Han soil, but this set of teleportation arrays was actually one way, only coming, not going back. He was so angry that he almost split this ancient teleportation array in half with his sword. As it comes, so it goes. This place is known as the most prosperous place in the 8 regions, and the cultivation resources are definitely more abundant as well. It's good to practice here for a while. He took a deep breath and reassured himself. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise up ahead pulled his attention back. He had only glanced over it, not interested in these marketplace things at all. But the originally calm man, not knowing what he saw, stood up and walked towards the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You monster. You dare to beg for food on this street? This is my lord's territory. Get the hell out of here. In the place surrounded by the crowd, a dirty middle-aged beggar was making a stick to beat the man on the ground. The man on the ground was a bit strange looking. Although his features were still handsome, he had a round scar on his forehead. To say it was a scar would be an understatement. It was actually a brilliant gold color and had a horny look to it. The people around them pointed at the beggar, but no one came forward to stop them. You speak for me? Are you dumb? The beggar grabbed the man's hair and lifted his head up. You monster. I don't know what clan you're from, and you have a golden seal mark on your head. Dingan City is our human race's territory, so hurry up and get out of here. We brothers can't even get enough to beg for food. You don't want a piece of the pie. The beggar was so vicious that he held the man's head down hard and slammed it into the ground. But strangely enough, the man's head didn't break the skin after hitting the ground, much less bleed. Instead, the floor tiles cracked. Beggars see this. The heart of the heart, dumbfounded to say, I have to go to pee. Just let you go first. He grabbed the stick off to the side and panicked enough to leave. When the nearby onlookers saw that scene just now, they didn't dare to look at it anymore and immediately dispersed. The originally bustling marketplace was left with only Fong Ling in a flash. Fong Ling looked at the man on the ground and gently had to shake his head. This person on the ground, who was being bullied by the beggar, seemed to have sensed something and slowly raised his head to look at Fong Ling. The moment he saw Fong Ling, his pupils shrank and a hint of panic spread across his face. But after a few moments he burst out laughing and lay on the floor with his arms open like a puddle. Jin Bu Wan, Fong Ling said indifferently. If I remember correctly, that's your name, isn't it? Although it was hard to believe, the being in front of him who was being bullied by an unusual beggar was clearly the Golden Horn clan's heavenly pride who had escaped after a fierce battle with him in the lost ancient mines outside Dragon City back then. Today he is miserable. Miserable. Fong Ling could no longer feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body. He was wasted. And one of the Golden Horn clan's major features, the single golden horn on their foreheads, was also chopped off. The golden circular mark on his forehead is the cross-section of that unicorn horn after it was chopped off. You kill me. Give me a pain. Jin Bu Wan looked at the sky with both eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. There's no point in living in this world if you're a wastrel like me. Back then, I tried to kill you, and I'm considered your mortal enemy. so hurry up and kill me. Fong Ling, my master once mentioned the Golden Horn clan to me. He said your clan was exterminated 50,000 years ago. I expect that you are one of the few survivors? But you're bent on death, so I'll fulfill you. Thanks. Kim Buwan smiled and closed his eyes. He had intended to embrace death, but it had not come for a long time. His eyes snapped open and he got up to look around. Fong Ling didn't make a move, but turned around and left. Kim Buwan looked at his back and clenched his fists, a feeling of anger at being fooled igniting within him. Liar! You liar! He growled. Didn't you say you were going to give me a hard time? Why did you leave? At the sound of Fong Ling's voice, he stopped and said faintly, since you are not even afraid of death, what are you afraid to face? All of one's cultivation is wasted. The golden horn is chopped off, and the heart of the Tao collapses. It's truly miserable, but when life remains, shall we know that there is no day to rise again? If you can come to your senses, I can take you as a servant. This spear has been with me in battle for many years, but it is no longer of much use to me today. If you are qualified to pick it up again, I will return it to you. Fong Ling summoned the Hyun Gold heaven-breaking spear in his hand. Jin Bu-wan was stunned as he stared at this divine weapon that shimmered with golden light, a companion spirit treasure that had once belonged to him. He stepped forward, trembling enough to reach out and try to touch it. Just at the moment he was about to touch it, his movement stalled and his hand dropped back down. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes and he hastily backed away, finally cowering in a corner. You go! You go! He looked like he had lost his mind, trembling as he murmured there. I don't need you to pity me. Fong Ling shook his head and said indifferently, cowards seek death, while the strong seek life. What I said just now will always stand. Jin Bu-wan, if you can regain your Taoist heart and want to start everything over, come and find me. After saying that, Fong Ling rode the wind and quickly disappeared from in front of him. Jin Bu-wan shivered and looked in the direction Fong Ling had left. A ripple seemed to rise in his dull eyes. Fong Ling had seen Jin Bu-wan's skills and recognized his strength quite well, although he didn't know what had happened to Jin Bu-wan in the past 10 years or so. Now that his Tao heart had collapsed and his cultivation had been destroyed, he was even bent on death. But if Jin Bu-wan could come out of this endless darkness, then he would become even stronger. If he could take him under his wing, he would be able to have an extra helping hand when he faced the Eternal Life family in the future. Only the chances of success in this matter are very slim. He felt that Kim Bu-wan would not be able to walk out of that darkness. Rotten to death in this town may be his last. Chapter 124, Joyful Immortals Taoist Meeting. The central divine domain was different from the Nandu domain that Fong Ling had stayed in before. The South Do domain cultivation world was dominated by the human race, but here it was 100 races competing. In addition to the human race, there were also the spirit race, the winged people race, the thunder race, and other powerful groups that existed. The human race's power in the middle divine region was small, mostly clustered in this heavenly dragon dynasty. As for the Ding'an city where Fong Ling was at the moment, it was just a small border town of the Tianlong dynasty. There's not much buzz in the borderlands. After Fong Ling bought a map of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, he flew north, intending to stroll around the royal capital of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. On this day, he traveled to the area of Peach Blossom Mountain and took a short rest beside a mountain stream. He cupped a shovelful of the fresh spring water in his hand and drank it down in one painful gulp. Suddenly, he looked up and saw several more people passing overhead. This was already I don't know how many batches of cultivators he had seen. I don't know what's going on in the neighborhood that's stirring up so many people. He was about to continue his journey, but someone behind him suddenly greeted him. My name is Zhao Tong. Fellow Taoist is also heading to the Joyful Taoist meeting, right? There's still a ways to go on this trip. Why don't you and I travel together? A burly middle-aged man with a beard walked towards him. This person's cultivation was not low. It was the late stage of jade balance. Fong Ling turned to look at this person and asked, what does this Joyful Tao Association have to say? Zhao Tong was a bit surprised and said, Your Excellency doesn't know? Rather, it was Zhao who took it for granted. Ha ha, this Joyful Taoist meeting is an annual event, held under the auspices of the Joyful Immortal. This joyous great immortal, but a living Buddha. She's an immortal realm powerhouse, but she's willing to dual cultivate with all the cultivators to participate in the Yin Yang Dao. We'll have to hurry though. The Joyful Dojo will only last for 7 days. If we don't get in line within those 7 days, we'll miss out. This great immortal of joy just happens to battle 2 people at a time, so you and I can make a pair. Zhao Tong hemmed and hawed. Lewdly. Fong Ling was greatly shocked at his words, though some of those who practiced did not care about their chastity. But it was the first time he had ever heard of such a slutty woman. Please also explain in detail. Fellow Taoist, Fong Ling said with a serious face. Zhao Tong laughed. Ha 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 ha. It seems that fellow Taoist is also a person of nature. First of all, the appearance of this joyous great immortal. It's called an absolute awe. It's simply a rare and superb one in the world. Not to mention that dual cultivation with her can grow some cultivation. Even if it means losing 100 years of my life, I'd still be happy to do it. She cultivates the yin-yang Dao and is extremely particular about dual cultivation with others. Although we will slightly lose our yang energy afterward, we will not hurt our foundation, and our cultivation will still be refined a bit. You can't find a good thing like this with a lantern. Why else would they all say that the joyful immortal is a living Buddha? But there's one thing you have to remember, brother. When you get to Peach Blossom Mountain, don't fight with others and don't disturb the order. Otherwise, not to mention the joyous immortal, even those powerful people who are traveling with you will not spare you. Fang Ling listened to Zhao Tong's words, but inwardly, he was a little skeptical about the authenticity of this matter. He has always believed that the sky is not falling. However, after hearing Zhao Tong say this, he was equally curious inside, so he wanted to go forward and see what was going on. Thus, Fang Ling followed Zhao Tong and flew to the nearby Peach Blossom Mountain. At this time, Peach Blossom Hill was already overcrowded. The visitors were naturally all men, and Fang Ling swept through them with a glance, realizing that there weren't many true experts. The one with the strongest cultivation was just an old man in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm. This old man was a handful of years old, but at the moment, he was all red-faced and looked like he was eager to try. And on the Dao platform at the top of Peach Blossom Mountain, there was a graceful woman sitting on a plate. The woman's dress was half open, and her white buns made her instantly recognizable and wanted to be tasted. Although she was flirtatious, at the moment she had an indifferent face and her eyes were closed. Fellow Daoist Fang Ling, it looks like we're not too late. I guess we'll be in line in 2 more days. Zhao Tong looked at the group in front and said excitedly, "Have you participated in this joyful Dao society before?" Fang Ling asked. Zhao Tong shook his head. "That's not true. I only learned of such a beautiful thing by chance when I heard someone talk about it. This kind of good thing, even if people know about it, they surely wouldn't want to share it with others. They can't wait to be left alone to fight with the joyful great immortal for 7 days and 7 nights. The man wouldn't have been willing to reveal the hidden secret to me if I hadn't spent a fortune on it." Zhao Tong laughed, looking like he had taken advantage of the situation. "Look at this joyous immortal. It's really superb." Zhao Tong's eyes were watering from his harumph as he watched. However, to Fang Ling, who had some experience, the joyous immortal in front of him could only be described as average. At that moment, the spell formation on Peach Blossom Mountain suddenly activated. The pink-colored spirit mask instantly covered the entire mountain. Some relatively cautious people saw this and inexplicably had an uneasy feeling. "Don't be afraid, gentlemen. This formation is only for isolation." On the Dao platform, Great Immortal Joy opened his eyes and explained, "The number of people is already almost the same, so lest the later ones fail to line up and cause conflicts. That's why this seat opens the big formation to isolate the inside and outside." When the people heard this, they thought it made sense. "Alright, let's start this year's joyful Taoist meeting now. Next I will choose one of you first to come up to the stage and let him taste the first incense." The crowd sniffed in secret anticipation. Anyone who wanted to be the first to go. Fang Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhao Tong on the side with his fists clenched tightly and a nervous look. Suddenly, he sensed a sight resting on him. It was the jubilant immortal who noticed him. "TSK, this Taoist friend is unusual. It's just you." She pointed a finger at Fang Ling, and then a petal of peach blossoms floated in front of him. Zhao Tong, who was by Fang Ling's side, stared at him with wide eyes and said a cry of pity. "Unfortunately, hey, who made this guy more handsome than me?" Zhao Tong shook his head helplessly. Fang Ling, however, smiled and said indifferently, "I was just passing by and came over to watch the fun. Why don't you pick someone else, senior?" When the crowd heard this, they were first slightly angry, thinking that he was giving face, but then they became excited. Fang Ling didn't want this precious spot, so they would have another chance. The joyous immortal looked at Fang Ling, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled. "Your Excellency is very special. I will take extra care of you. It's about time for the good stuff to start." In an instant, a terrifying energy came out of the spell formation, suppressing everyone on the mountain. After these people were suppressed, a steady stream of yang qi escaped from their bodies and drifted towards the joyful immortal in the middle of the Dao platform. "Elder Cheerful, what are you doing? No more cultivation. I don't want to double cultivate. Please ask Great Immortal to open the formation." The crowd saw the situation and panicked. On the Dao platform, the corner of the joyous immortal's mouth lifted slightly as he laughed. "You bunch of straw men, each and every one of you is colorful and bold. This great immortal has brought you here just to swallow the yang energy in you. Ha!" Not long after, the people in the field were drained of their yang energy and died one after another. In the end, Fang Ling was the only one left, and he stood upright with an upright posture. sizing up the joyful immortal on the Dao platform with interest. The joyous immortal looked at him and said with a serious face, "I know that your excellency is not a very human being, so I will not use the same tactics I used to deal with this group of straw men to deal with your excellency. I sincerely invite your excellency to double cultivate, and it will definitely satisfy you." Fong Ling shook his head. "I'm not interested in you, but you actually have a yin and yang qi on you. This is not bad. Hand over all the yin and yang energy in your body and I can keep you alive." The joyous immortal laughed out loud at his words. "Your excellency is a bit arrogant. Seeing how young you are, you're at most in the Jade Balance realm or the Kaiyang realm. This seed is a proper Jade immortal. Killing you is like crushing an ant. If I didn't see that you might have some connections, I wouldn't have let you go. I don't think you'll obediently hand it over, so I'll take it myself," Fong Ling said indifferently, preparing to strike to kill this person. The joyous immortal was indeed an immortal realm powerhouse, but it was only an ordinary Jade immortal who had never entered the grade. With his current strength, he had a great chance of winning against an ordinary Jade immortal alone. But just then, the situation in the field suddenly changed. The formation that had originally shrouded Peach Blossom Mountain had been broken. "Senior sister, I can finally find you again." In the sky, a beautiful woman lightly scolded. "I won't be merciful this time. I'll definitely clean up for Saffron House." Her body was extremely attractive, with a pair of huge peaks resembling two honey grapefruits. There is a red flower painted between her eyebrows, which is very colorful. Although she looked quite beautiful, the aura on her body was distinctly cool, with a strange sense of dissonance. The joyful immortal looked at the woman in the sky and laughed. "Senior sister, I think you're the Saffron House scum, aren't you? How many years has it been since you were initiated? Never once did you double cultivate with someone. What kind of yin-yang avenue do you cultivate? I'm the Saffron House proper. Don't you talk about cleaning up the house? You don't deserve it." Fong Ling silently retreated to the side, intending to wait for them to fight to the death first, before closing the deal. This joyous immortal contained quite a lot of yin and yang qi, 3 times more than what was in his body. He was imperative. Chapter 125, Saffron House Master Ning Jiro. On the Peach Blossom Mountain Dojo, the joyous immortal took the lead. Thousands of threads condensed from the 2 qi of yin and yang killed towards the honeydew woman in the sky. Honeydew woman schematic. The author fungus peeping screen stolen from the book friends. If there is infringement, contact the website to delete. The honeydew woman snorted coldly and flicked her sleeve as a peach-colored mist flashed by. The peach-colored mist not only instantly dissolved the 1,000 silk threads of yin and yang of the joyous immortal, it also enveloped the joyous immortal. The originally calm and collected joyous immortal was suddenly alarmed. She hurriedly used her yin and yang qi from to hold up a shield against the peach-colored mist. 100 years have not seen. You not only have a breakthrough in cultivation, but also practiced the peach blossom technique to the 3rd layer, said the joyful immortal with a cynical face. The honeydew woman faintly said, "Senior sister, I told you a long time ago that you're on the wrong path. What is the point of growing your power over the years even though you have sacrificed thousands of cultivators? Humph, count yourself as a winner today. We'll see you again." Great Immortal Joy snorted coldly and was about to cast a spatial divine ability to escape. When the honeydew woman saw this, her pretty face stared and she hurriedly tried to stop it, but it seemed to be too late. She didn't expect that after not seeing her for 100 years, her own senior sister had also practiced spatial aptitude. The joyous immortal let out a loud laugh and was about to leave, but suddenly realized that his recluse technique was not working. What's going on? She looked around with a bewildered look on her face. She felt the space around her fluctuate significantly, and someone was interfering with her divine ability. Could it be? She immediately turned her head to where Fong Ling was. At this moment, Fong Ling's right eye was divine, a blood red in the middle of the black asterisk swirling. It was he who was interfering with the joyful immortal's recluse technique. The honeydew woman's gaze also rested on Fong Ling, and a trace of color flashed in her eyes. The joyful immortal's divine ability was broken, and he became infuriated. "You guy, I'll kill you first." She flung out a 13-channel forbidden artifact and killed towards Fong Ling. This magic weapon of hers was a gilded phoenix hairpin, which was usually inserted in her hair bun for decorative purposes only, but was actually a major killing weapon of hers. "Watch out!" the honeydew woman snapped, flinging out a peach blossom sword from her sleeve. The grade of this peach blossom sword was still above the gilt phoenix hairpin, and it was a 14-channel forbidden magic treasure. The 2 high-level magic treasures collided with each other, triggering waves of energy that rippled out and shattered the entire Peach Blossom Mountain. "Senior sister, for the sake of being a fellow disciple, how about you let me off the hook today?" On top of the Smoky Mountain, the joyful immortal looked up to the honeydew woman in the sky and asked, "I promise I won't hurt anyone else in the future." "Really?" The honeydew woman was about to open her mouth to say something, but she was suddenly stabbed by a sharp sword chi. By the time she came back to her senses, her senior sister, great immortal Joy, had already been pierced through the heart with a sword. What passed through the heart of the joyful immortal was a black patterned blood sword that emitted an evil aura. The bloody sword went straight through her heart, and Fong Ling appeared. With this sword just now, he had utilized the top-level divine ability of human sword unification. Moreover, the blood sword came with the power of the law of killing, which was even more powerful. And this was how he was able to kill the Jade Immortal Realm's great immortal of Joy with a single sword. After putting her to death, Fong Ling raised his hand and devoured the blood fiend Qi, life origin and also yin yang Qi from her body. He was in a much better mood after having such a harvest at his first entry into the Middle God realm. After the stream of yin and yang energy entered his body, his power to execute the great yin yang hand would increase by at least 3 to 5 times. In mid-air, the honeydew woman looked at Fong Ling, her heart and mind shaking furiously. Could it be that I'm sensing it wrong? It shouldn't be. How could I even be wrong about Bone Age? He's clearly just a little guy in his 30s. The honeydew woman was extremely shocked. She could hardly believe that her senior sister had died on a junior in her 30s. And this junior is very outstanding. Actually already able to achieve the realm of human sword unity that can only be achieved by the sword immortal. Just as she was frozen and lost in thought, she suddenly became aware of eyes on her. Seeing this young man sizing himself up, she immediately came to him and saluted. Concubine Ning Jiro, owner of Saffron House, I don't know if your excellency is Fong Ling, he said faintly. Fong Ling? Ning Jiro murmured, feeling that this name was very unfamiliar, having never heard of it before. Listening to your excellency's accent, it doesn't sound like someone from my Middle God region. Fong Ling nodded slightly. I am a cultivator of the Southern Do domain, and due to some accidents, I have been stranded in your Middle God domain. Ning Jiro drifted off and guffawed. I told you how I hadn't heard of this name before. Otherwise, with your excellency's skill, it's impossible to be unknown. Since your excellency has strayed to the Middle Divine Realm, you must not have a place to land yet? She asked again. Fong Ling, what does senior have to say? Ning Jiro laughed. The word senior is not worthy of the honor. Little brother is young but has a world-shattering skill. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few years to surpass my concubine. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid that my concubine's naughty senior sister would have taken off again. There are plenty of spare rooms in the Red Flower House, so my concubine would like to invite my brother to be a guest there as a token of my appreciation. Fong Ling, Mr. Fong is new here and does want to find a place to settle down. Since Fairy opened her mouth, then I'll bother you. Good. Thank you, little brother Fong Ling, for the honor. Ning Jiro laughed. A few days later, in the imperial capital of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, this is the Saffron House that my concubine runs. Ning Jiro pointed at the magnificent high-rise in front of her and said, the building appeared to be as tall as 18 floors, and the body of the building was covered with various kinds of spirit flowers. At night, when the building is lit up with lanterns, it looks like a place of romance. But this 18-story high saffron building was empty. This caused Fong Ling to be a little surprised. It seems that this Saffron House is not doing well for senior. Ning Jiro sniffed and snapped. Little brother has misunderstood. I, Saffron House, am not Drunken Flower House. I don't do that kind of business. The Saffron House was also a serious power back then, ranking first in the Sky Dragon Dynasty. It's just that nowadays it's weakened and withered to such an extent that it doesn't have any more disciples except for me, the bare bones building master. Fong Ling, it's Fong Ling who's monstrous. Ning Jiro laughed. Those who don't know are not to be blamed, because my Saffron House cultivates the yin-yang joyful Tao, so the style of this clan's quarters can't help but resemble those windy and snowy places. After Fong Ling entered the Saffron House with her, Ning Jiro was warmly entertained, cooking wine there over a charcoal fire. My Saffron House is different from the usual moon and moon forces in that disciples within the sect can only choose one person to double cultivate in their lifetime. If one of the dual cultivation partners unfortunately falls, the other will also keep the honor for the rest of his or her life, regardless of gender. Over the years, the cultivation world has become increasingly fickle, and the rules of my Saffron House have become somewhat ridiculous. Many people say that I'm stereotypical and don't know how to adapt, which has led to the weakening of the sect and the withering of the disciples. But I don't really care about that. As long as Saffron House has me around for a day, it's not considered broken. Ning Jiro said to herself. Fong Ling, to ask a rude word. Senior cultivates both the way of yin and yang. Why? Is he still alone? Some time ago, I heard what the joyful immortal said, and it seems that you are still a virgin. Ning Jiro smiled. My master once said that the search for a dual cultivation couple needs to be done carefully, preferring lack over abundance. Maybe I'm just too discerning? Since my debut, I have yet to meet a man worthy of my dual cultivation. Chapter 126, The Poisonous Flower of Altar Leaf Saffron. That said, little brother has this skill at a young age. Is it not from the everlasting family? Ning Jiro suddenly asked again. Fong Ling gently had to shake his head. No, not a child of the eternal life family. Could it be an heir of the immortal great sect? Ning Jiro asked again. Fong Ling, not really, just a cloud-traveling casual cultivator. Ning Jiro felt that Fong Ling didn't seem to be swindling her, but she felt that it wasn't that simple, and her heart was stunned. Senior invited me over. It's not just as simple as wanting to buy me a drink, right? Fong Ling said. Just say what you have to say. No need to beat around the bush. Ning Jiro sniffed, her face showing a straight face. I invited little brother Fong Ling over. It is indeed more than just drinking. There's one thing I'd like to ask you a favor about. When it's done, there will be a big thank you. Fong Ling, what is it? Ning Jiro narrated. In the Middle Divine Realm, there is a magical place called the 100 Races Hunting Ground. It is said that this 100 Races Hunting Ground is a trial ground created by a supreme powerhouse who has transcended the Taisyan mortal realm. In the 100 clans of the Middle Divine Realm, there is such a passageway in each clan that leads directly to the 100 clans hunting grounds. In the 100 clans hunting ground, there is a monster named that has no consciousness and only knows how to kill, and its name is Evil Spirit. Any living being who hunts and kills evil spirits will receive a gift from the 100 Races Hunting Ground and gain an all-around improvement. Back then, one of my saffron house's heavenly prides was known as the existence with the best qualifications in 100,000 years. The owner of the building at that time even gave her my saffron house's inherited treasure, the saffron bell, in advance. Later on, this celestial pride had also entered this 100 Races Hunting Ground to practice, and she killed in all directions, quickly shaking the central divine region. Sadly, she ended up dying in the 100 clans hunting ground, and even our saffron house's inherited holy relic, the saffron bell, was left behind in it. All the generations of my saffron house's celestial pride have not wanted to retrieve this treasure, but none of them have succeeded. I saw that you're not bad, so I'm asking for your help in bringing the saffron bell back from the 100 clans hunting ground. Ning Jiro said. Fong Ling, I see, but this so-called 100 Races Hunting Ground, it shouldn't be small, right? I've never seen the saffron bell of your sect, and I don't know where it is, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to find it once I'm inside. Ning Jiro returned. It doesn't matter. I have a method that allows you to perceive it. Fong Ling glanced at her and added, why doesn't Senior go in and look for it herself? If you can't get it even with your cultivation, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me as well. Although Ning Jiro was only a first-grade Jade Immortal, she was still very good, and the current him was not sure how to deal with a first-grade Jade Immortal. Therefore what even she could not get for herself. Fong Ling did not want to be this confused person and work for her. Ning Jiro patiently had to explain. Little brother Fong Ling doesn't know. For our human race, once we are over 100 years old, we cannot enter this 100 Races Hunting Ground. But that's for us humans. Other groups have age limits that go up and down based on bloodline potential, or something like that anyway. Concubine is already 48,312 years old this year, and has long exceeded this age limit. When I was young, I also entered the 100 Clans Hunting Ground, ordered by my master to retrieve the saffron bell, but unfortunately I wasn't strong enough to pull it off. So it is. Fong Ling nodded. Since this 100 Races Hunting Ground is something that only exists in your Middle Divine Realm, I would like to go in and see it. When Ning Jiro saw that Fong Ling had agreed to do this favor, she smiled with a smile on her brow and rejoiced inwardly. Thank you, little brother Fong Ling. The saffron bell is located deep within the hunting grounds, and with this object you will be able to sense its presence. It will guide the way to the direction where the saffron bell is located. With that, Ning Jiro drew out a jade talisman from the center of two huge honeydew pomelo. Fong Ling received the jade talisman and felt that it was still hot. The jade talisman also had a special smell, and he couldn't help but pick it up and sniff it carefully. Seeing this, Ning Jiro, who was on the opposite side of the table, blushed. She thought to herself that this guy, Fong Ling, was really rude, even lightly desecrating her in front of her. But then again, when he thought about Fong Ling's appearance at his own senior sister's dojo, it wasn't surprising. Fong Ling looked up at her and asked, does Senior know of a flower called the altar leaf salver? Ning Jiro blinked her eyes and looked at Fong Ling with a surprised expression. How did you know about this kind of flower? Fong Ling returned. My master has a withered alt-leaf salvia petal in his hand. The master in Fong Ling's mouth was naturally the fat master who was well versed in the poisonous path, and as a child he had seen the dried-up petal. Then he weighed the jade talisman in his hand. This is something that Senior kept close to his body, with Senior's body scent attached to it, and I smelled the flavor of altar leaf shahua from this body scent, so I was wrong about him just now. He smelled this, Ning Jiro muttered in her heart. Fong Ling continued. My master once said that the alt-leaf salvia is a top-tier poisonous flower, and even an immortal who is poisoned by this flower will have enough trouble. Whenever there is a full moon, the flower poison will strike and cause pain. And the longer this toxin is stored in the body, the more powerful it becomes. It will come on strong one at a time until it kills the poisoner with pain. Ninjiro sighed softly and said, I have indeed been poisoned by the alt-leaf salvia. That was 100 years ago, when I went to the true martial mysteries to seek a breakthrough opportunity. At that time I did not yet know that I had been poisoned by the alt-leaf salvia, and was complacent because of the small gains. Then after the poison, I realized how powerful it was. It was only when I sought out Yi, the first medical fairy of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, that I realized that the poison I had been hit with was altar leaf shahwa. It's a pity that this poison is so powerful that even Dr. Yi can't do anything to cure it. But although Dr. Yi failed to cure it, he did help me suppress the toxin temporarily. But last month on the night of the full moon, the poison struck again. I know that my days are numbered, which is why I went to the trouble of investigating where my corrupted sect Windmaster sister is, wanting to clean up the house. The other thing is that this is something that I'm quite sorry about, and I want to get the saffron bell back before I die. Fangling, if I say that I can help Senior solve the poison of this altar leaf salvia, would Senior believe me? Ninjiro shook her head. I don't believe it. I admit that you are quite capable, but this poison is beyond the reach of even Dr. Yi. Fangling, there's no harm in trying, right? Maybe I really can do it. Ninjiro smiled and said, if you can really do it, you can do whatever you want me to do. No one was ungrateful for their life, and she certainly didn't want to die. She became an immortal early and had a bright future ahead of her. So of course she wasn't willing to fall just like that. Fangling, then let's try. But this method of mine is about the hidden secrets of the division. Before healing, I need Senior to close all of his own senses. Unseen, unheard, unmoved, at my mercy. Ninjiro had thought that Fangling was just making a casual remark just now, but she couldn't help but get serious as well at this moment. She thought for a moment, and then nodded. Fine, there's no harm in letting you try. I've always been a good judge of people. And I believe that little brother Fangling won't do anything else strange to me. Fangling didn't say whether or not, and just silently watched her walk towards the bed. Chapter 127 100 Clans Hunting Ground Supreme Rankings. By the way, how long do you probably need? Ninjiro asked again. She couldn't stay in this state forever after she closed her senses. She had to know when she was going to wake up. 1 hour at most. Fangling returned. Ninjiro nodded. Alright, then I will automatically awaken after an hour. Come on. I'll close all my senses right away, she said as she lay back and slowly closed her eyes. Fangling soon felt her heartbeat slow down. This is a common reaction of the body after closed perception. He stepped forward and asked again, can you hear me, Elder? Ninjiro didn't reply, still lying there peacefully. However, Fangling was not assured and had to continue to test the waters a bit more. The Heavenly Plague Cauldron was able to contain all the poisons in the world, and was the topmost companion spirit treasure. The reason why Fangling asked her to close her senses was because he didn't want to expose the existence of the Heavenly Plague Cauldron. He reached out his hand and grabbed the honeydew, carefully observing Ninjiro's reaction. It was reassuring to see that her face didn't change and her heartbeat was normal. He withdrew his hand and offered the Heavenly Plague Cauldron. The Heavenly Plague Cauldron hovered over Ninjiro's body, slowly rotating, and then a wisp of the toxin from the altar leaf shahwa escaped from her body and drilled into the Heavenly Plague Cauldron. A moment later, no more toxins escaped from Ninjiro's body. The poison of the altar leaf shahwa that had been deposited in her body had been completely absorbed by the Heavenly Plague Cauldron. Fangling plopped down in midair, called back the treasure cauldron, and began to cultivate. It wasn't some bodhisattva's heart that flooded him when he offered to help her with the poison, just simply wanting to improve their poison skills. The alt-leaf salvia. But the Fat Master specially mentioned the poisonous flower. After refining it can make him a poisonous skill. After the burning of an incense stick, Fangling abruptly opened his eyes. Worthy of being a flower that can poison immortals. It's really powerful. He had certainly not been able to completely refine the toxin in this moment of cultivation, and there was still a large portion left. However, Ninjiro was about to wake up, so he could also save it for later and slowly refine it. An hour passed quickly. Ninjiro abruptly opened her eyes and sat up. She carefully sensed the changes in her body and found that the poison of the altar leaf salvia had really been cleared away. But upon glancing at the handprints on her honeydew, her pretty face flamed up and turned red. She made a special effort to do a little trick before she closed off her senses. A secret method was cast on her body, so that if anyone touched her, it would leave a mark. But the mark was invisible to anyone but her, the caster. Right now on the honeydew this handprint is so big that it is definitely not hers and can only belong to Fangling. This little guy, not honest, she grunted softly inwardly. That's just it. I won't lose a piece of meat around, so I won't bother with you. Compared to Fangling saving her life, she felt that this was nothing. though she knew there was such a thing. She wasn't going to reveal it, lest she embarrass each other. She immediately got out of bed and saluted at Fongling. Many thanks to little brother Fongling for saving my life. If there is any place where I can be of use to my concubine in the future, just ask, and I will definitely help. Fongling said indifferently, helping Senior to detoxify the poison. I'm also a bit overwhelmed, so I need to find a quiet place to recover. Ning Jiro hurriedly said, there are plenty of practice rooms in the building, so little brother Fongling follow me. After arriving at the practice room, Fongling took out the heavenly distemper cauldron and continued to refine the poison of that altar leaf salver. Ning Jiro now absolute poison has been solved. No longer worried about their own one day will be poisoned to death. So the matter of retrieving the safflower bell is no longer in a hurry, just patiently waiting for Fongling out of the customs. Time passed and a month passed. Fongling didn't just refine the toxin of the alt leaf salvia, it also completely turned that yin and yang energy that had been plundered from the joyous immortal into its own. After leaving the customs, he followed Ning Jiro to the 100 Races hunting ground. The 100 Clans hunting ground was a strange space, and no one knew exactly where it was. However, for the 100 clans of the central divine domain, there was a passageway within each clan that could lead directly to the 100 Clans hunting ground. Fongling followed Ning Jiro all the way to the center of the imperial city. This place was called the Heavenly Dragon Dojo, and there were many heavenly talents of the human race seated in the dojo. And in the very center of the Heavenly Dragon Dojo stood a golden stone tablet. On top of this golden stone tablet, there was also a blue-purple vortex. This mysterious vortex is where the entrance to the passage is located. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Dojo, Ning Jiro looked at the golden stone tablet and introduced, this is the supreme ranking. The strength of the 100 Clans' heavenly pride will be assessed based on their battle records within the 100 Clans hunting ground. The more evil spirits you kill within the 100 Races hunting ground, and the stronger the evil spirits you kill, the higher your ranking will be. There will only ever be 100 names listed on the supreme list, but all those who make it to the list are not the pride of a mighty party. Fongling, are there any benefits to being on the list? Ning Jiro laughed. Isn't it enough to make a name for yourself in the middle divine realm? But if you have that leisure, you can fight for it, and the substantial benefits are still there. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial family has promised to reward a jar of true dragon's precious blood if someone's pride can make the list. True dragon treasure blood? Fongling's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial family still has this kind of treasure. Ning Jiro said indifferently. The Middle God region's claim to be the strongest of the 8 domains isn't just for nothing. Although my human race can only be considered a weak race in the Middle God region, it is not weaker than the human races of the other 7 regions. In the Heavenly Dragon dynasty, regardless of us Jianghu forces, the royal family alone has quite a strong heritage. Today's Heavenly Dragon Imperial family has a total of 7 immortal realm powerhouses. One of them, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, was already a 9th grade Jade immortal 80,000 years ago. In addition to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, there is an even more terrifying Taishang Emperor who had also cultivated to the 9th grade Jade immortal realm by the time he abdicated. Among the two of them, perhaps someone has already broken through and reached the legendary upper immortal realm. So strong? Fongling's heart fluttered. What surprised him the most wasn't that the Heavenly Dragon Imperial family was so powerful, but that the entire human race was actually just not ranked in the Middle Divine Realm. After all, most of the human races in the Middle Divine Realm converge in the Heavenly Dragon dynasty, which is where the Qi is, Ning Jiro said. But even so, it's hard for my human race to gain the upper hand when facing other groups. Among the 100 races, many groups are gifted with extraordinary talents that far surpass our human race. The only advantage we humans have is a greater ability to reproduce. There are 100 seats on the supreme ranking, and usually my human race can't even occupy one seat. It wasn't until recent years that a rather capable descendant emerged, barely squeezing in at the 98th position. Fongling looked according to what Ning Jiro had said, and the one who ranked 98 on the supreme ranking was named known for. What is this person's cultivation level? Fongling asked. Mid-open Yang realm, Ning Jiro returned. To reach this realm within 100 years of age is already quite heaven-defying. That heavenly pride of my saffron house back then also reached this realm, rushing to the 72nd position of this supreme ranking at its peak. Fongling had already heard Ning Jiro introduce the situation regarding the 100 races hunting ground on the way here. At this moment there is no more doubt. Striding toward the vortex passage on the Heavenly Dragon Dojo. Chapter 128 Ning Jiro's Little Heart. Who is this person? Why can't I sense his cultivation? That's Fairy Ning, the owner of the Saffron House. Is he a Saffron House disciple? But hasn't the Saffron House been empty for a long time? The heavenly pride of the major powers sitting in the Heavenly Dragon Dojo were all astonished when they saw Fongling walking towards the passageway. However, no one said much. He had come with Ning Jiro after all. They wouldn't dare offend an immortal realm powerhouse so easily. At the same time, Outside the Heavenly Dragon Dojo, a python-robed man suddenly appeared beside Ninjiro. This person was an extraordinary and domineering person, a member of the royal family, one of the 7 immortal realm powerhouses of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial family. Thousand Mechanism King Zhou Wu. Fairy Ning, it's rare to see you here. Zhou Wu looked at Ninjiro and smiled. I wonder what this kid is you are. I thought you, Saffron House, were the only ones left. Ninjiro's face sank slightly as she ignored it. This Thousand Chance King was her suitor, but she knew he didn't really like her. The Thousand Chance King was only craving for her body, coveting the purine air that she had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that Ninjiro ignored it, Zhou Wu wasn't annoyed and added, I heard Doctor you say that you've been hit by a strange poison called altar leaf shahua, with a demeanor like yours. What a pity if you fall. You should understand the heart of this king. As long as you promise to become a Taoist couple with me, I'll do my best to help you cure the poison. I don't believe that with my Zhou family's heritage. I can't find an antidote after treading all over the central divine state. I wonder what the fairy, what does she think? Ninjiro looked at Fong Ling's back and said indifferently, please also ask King Qianji to respect himself and refrain from saying these words again. Otherwise my husband will be unhappy. He is my man, and I have committed my body to him. When the Thousand Chance King heard this, he laughed and said, Fairy Ning really knows how to joke. You have such a discerning eye. How could you possibly look at such a brat who hasn't even become an immortal yet? Ninjiro, you also cultivate the yin-yang Dao. Can't you see that his body contains an amazing yin-yang qi? If he hadn't copulated with me, where would he have gotten so much yin and yang at such a young age? Isn't it all thanks to the pure yin air I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years? Those pure yin airs of mine, he has not yet fully refined them, and after all of them are refined, it will not be difficult to become an immortal. When the Thousand Chance King heard this, he fiercely looked at Fong Ling, and sure enough, he sensed a powerful yin-yang qi from Fong Ling's body. You, he stuttered as his words turned to stuttering, devastated by the shock. He had coveted this pure yin air in Ningjiro's body for many years, and had been begging for it. I didn't realize that nowadays she was actually cheaper than a little brat. Ninjiro, you've bullied people too much, he said angrily. Preferring to give it to a junior rather than fulfill me is simply outrageous. On the Heavenly Dragon Dojo, many heavenly prides looked at each other with astonished faces. This was shocking news. Saffron House Fairy Ning actually had a dual cultivator couple. Each and every male heavenly pride looked at Fong Ling with envy in their eyes, so jealous that their back teeth were about to crumble. Although this guy is more handsome than me, he might be a silver-tongued pewterhead. What a pity for Fairy Ning. Damnable. From now on, all this person needs to do is to make merry with Immortal Ning and he'll be able to level the playing field until he becomes an immortal. So hateful. In front of the supreme ranking, Fong Ling stopped his steps and turned around with an open mind to look at Ninjiro outside the Heavenly Dragon Dojo. This woman dares to use me as a shield and invite trouble for me. There was much dissatisfaction in his eyes. I don't know that I'm not that easy to take advantage of, so you'll have to taste my power someday. Pure in air. No wonder I always feel a strange attraction on you. So it is. Ha! When he was at Peach Blossom Mountain, the reason why Fong Ling was willing to follow Ninjiro to Saffron House as a guest was because he felt an inexplicable attraction from her. He wanted to figure out what exactly Ninjiro had on her, which was why he followed her back to Saffron House. Outside the dojo, Ninjiro saw that Fong Ling was slightly disgruntled and looked at herself, and she was so weak that she moved her eyes away, not daring to meet his gaze. At the same time, she poorly transmitted her voice to Fong Ling to apologize. Little brother Fong Ling, don't be angry. My concubine had no choice but to do so. This guy has been stalking me for years. It's tiresome. If I don't stop thinking about him, I don't know how long I'll have to keep pestering him. The Thousand Chance King's realm isn't higher than mine, and it's only a first-grade Jade Immortal. When it really comes down to it, I have absolute certainty of suppressing him. Don't worry, I will protect you. Afterwards, my concubine would like to offer a treasure to compensate for this matter. Please don't be offended, Fong Ling said indifferently. Mr. Fong has never lacked treasures, but Senior Ning's carcass is indeed priceless. I shall answer for this matter. After I take out the saffron bell, I will come and pick up Senior. Ninjiro's pretty face reddened as she hurriedly said, No, the treasure I'm talking about isn't me. It's the same thing I found in the true martial mysteries. This object is not trivial. It will surely satisfy you. Fong Ling laughed. Right now I'm only interested in Senior Ning, so just wash up and wait for me at the Saffron House. Ninjiro, Fong Ling, don't go too far. Although I owe you, you can't. Before she could finish her sentence, Fong Ling disappeared into the spatial tunnel and headed to the 100 Races hunting ground. On the side of the Thousand Chance King saw just thought the two were browbeating there, so angry that his fists clenched and his face turned green. With a cold snort, he whisked his sleeves away and flew back to the palace. The palace. In a quiet courtyard, the red maple trees rustled in the breeze and the dead leaves fluttered. Red leaves covered the courtyard, and a youth sat quietly in it, and a lot of his body sank down. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes and looked at the visitor with an indifferent face. "Uncle Sam," he murmured. The third uncle in the youth's mouth was none other than the thousand-chance King Jo-woo, who had lost a great deal of face beside the Heavenly Dragon Dojo. "Good nephew, Uncle wants your help with something. Go into the 100 Races hunting ground and help Uncle kill someone," the thousand-chance King said. With that, he waved his hand and used his spiritual power to depict Fong Ling. "This is the man. This guy has done something to dishonor his uncle. After you kill him, cut off his head and bring it back to me," King Qianji added. The youth looked at Fong Ling's appearance and grunted. "This person's face is unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a heavenly pride of my dynasty. You should know, Uncle, that my nephew never fights the weak. Does he deserve it?" This young man was named Knowing For, and he was the crown prince of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty. It was also a legendary figure who now ranked 98 on the Central Divine Realm Supreme ranking. Thousand Chance King, this person is young. Yet he was able to get that bitchy woman from the Red Flower House to commit herself. So he must not be bad. The strength is at the very least a young generation Heavenly Pride level existence. Killing him shouldn't dirty your hands. When he heard this, he was astonished. Fairy Ning of Saffron House? If this man can conquer her, then it is worth my while. I'd like to see what a young man who can be so highly regarded by an immortal realm powerhouse is capable of. Chapter 129, Fong Ling's Entrance Leader. Fong Ling passed through the spatial tunnel and arrived at an empty square. Everyone will be uniformly transported here after entering the space tunnel. In the very center of the square, there was a golden stone monument that also stood, and on it was the list of the supreme ranking. "Young man, what is your name?" Suddenly, an old man on crutches trembled as he walked towards Fong Ling. Fong Ling couldn't feel this person's cultivation, but seeing his appearance, he felt a little weird. The old man looked like half his legs had already stepped into the coffin, and he didn't look like he was under 100 years old by any stretch of the imagination. "Don't be afraid. I'm the guide of the 100 Races hunting ground. I won't pose any threat to you." The old man stroked his long beard and smiled amiably. "I need to know your name, after which you can enter the real 100 Races hunting ground." "My name is Fong Ling," Fong Ling returned. The guide took out a pen and wrote down the word Fong Ling in midair. But these two words quickly disappeared again. "Okay, it's logged in," the guide said as he closed his pen. "It's your first time here, so let me, the guide, introduce you to the 100 Clans hunting ground. First is this place, called the Martial Way Square, where all living beings will appear every time they enter the 100 Races hunting ground. There's a rule in the martial arts plaza that no fighting is allowed. If any living being fights, it will be erased by the world consciousness of this world." The guide turned again and looked to the west, where a teleportation array was neatly arranged. These teleportation arrays can send you to the 100 Races hunting ground, but the teleportation arrays can only be activated once an hour. After you get to the hunting grounds, there are no more restrictions. You may be the hunter, but you may also be the prey. Also on the 100 Races hunting ground, there are 1,000 spatial tunnels, and they will appear randomly without any pattern. Entering these space tunnels, where you came from, you'll be transported back to where you came from, and there's only one way to get out of there. In the 100 Clans hunting ground, your greatest enemy is the evil spirit, which is divided into 4 levels. They are low evil spirits, medium evil spirits, high evil spirits, and ancient evil spirits. The combat power of a low-grade evil spirit is around the heavenly power realm. The combat power of a medium evil spirit is around the Jade Balance realm. The combat power of a higher evil spirit is around the Kaiyang realm. As for the ancient evil spirit, if you're lucky, the one you come across might be in the Yao Guang realm, but if you're unlucky, you might run into an existence at the ferrying stage or even the Jade Immortal realm. By slaying evil spirits, your soul power, physical body, and spiritual power will all increase to a certain extent. The stronger the evil spirit killed, the better the gain effect. The other thing is this supreme ranking, where rankings are determined by points. You can gain 1 point for killing a low-level evil spirit. Killing a medium evil spirit will earn you 10 points. Slaying a high evil spirit earns you 100 points. If you are able to kill the ancient evil spirit, you will receive points ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. These points are cumulative, counting from the time you set foot in the 100 Clans hunting ground until you exceed the limit set by the 100 Clans hunting ground or die. Fong Ling sniffed and looked towards the position at the top of the supreme ranking. The first ranked guy was named Purple Zune, with over 990,000 points. The second ranked was named Holy Spirit, with over 930,000 points. Fong Ling asked, "Is it possible that this supreme ranking is just a vanity name, without any substantial rewards?" The guide laughed. "No comment on that. If you make the list, you will naturally know. One last thing, in the 100 clans hunting ground, outsiders can sense each other if they are close. If one can kill the person located on the supreme ranking, one can directly take his place and directly replace him. Of course, this is from the bottom up. If you rank higher and kill a lower ranked being, nothing will change. I almost forgot. There's one more thing I didn't tell you, and that's that there's no heaven and earth energy in the 100 clans hunting ground. Regardless of whether it's spiritual power or demonic yuan demonic power, and all of these, once consumed, it can't be obtained from the outside world. So old man, I suggest that before you enter the 100 clans hunting ground, go and stock up on elixirs to replenish your spiritual power, so as not to fall into danger. This was something that Fongling felt was his advantage instead. Even if his own spiritual energy was exhausted, he still had this powerful physical body. Well, what should be introduced? The old man, I have been introduced. The next route you go by yourself. With that, this mysterious guide left on his crutches, slowly disappearing into the void. After the guide left, Fongling walked towards the location of the teleportation array on his own. He didn't attract the attention of any beings along the way. In the eyes of these beings, the human race was just the lowest ranking race in the middle divine realm, and it wasn't worth their time. He was about to step onto the teleportation array and head to the 100 races hunting ground. However, someone behind him suddenly called out to him, a being with white feathered wings. She was tall and diminutive, with fair skin that looked almost as good as a human. It was only the pair of white feathers on her back that made her look rather strange. She belonged to the winged people race among the 100 races, an extremely arrogant race. You come down and let me go first, the beautiful winged human saintess commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. At the moment, the other teleportation arrays around the area were on cooldown and could not be used yet. It was also the one in front of Fongling that could still be activated. Fongling twisted his head to look at her, his gaze resting on her pair of wings. This holy daughter of the winged people clan, Wind Dance, had thought that Fongling would obediently give way. Unexpectedly, after he looked back, he immediately lifted his foot and stepped onto the teleportation array again. This rash young man doesn't know that the one in front of him is none other than the winged human race's saint daughter, Fairy Wind Dance, who is ranked at the 79th position on the supreme ranking. TSK, he's dead. He'll definitely be executed by the Wind Dance Fairy in the 100 clans hunting ground. Those surrounding beings saw this situation and looked as if they were watching and whispering. Wind Dance looked at Fongling with cold eyes and said indifferently, even a mere human race dares to disobey me. I will kill you. The 100 races of the Middle God region were originally in competition with each other, killing each other constantly, and it was even more so in this 100 races hunting ground. Your wings, Fongling smiled, looked delicious. With a final word, he teleported away by the teleportation spell. Wind Dance, who was originally very calm, burst into a rage after hearing Fongling's last sentence. The onlookers also turned away resentfully, fearing that they would be implicated by Fongling and anger this supreme pride of the winged man race. On the other side, Fongling had arrived at the 100 races battlefield. The environment he was in at the moment was very different from what he had imagined. He had thought that this would be a desolate and dark situation, but at the moment he was in a prairie. It's a vast expanse of land with little to no cover. It was just that there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He walked slowly across the plains without flying. This place was like a desert, and spiritual energy was the water in his body. Not a single bit of it could be wasted. Chapter 130, Evil Spirits and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Race. He took out the piece of jade talisman given by Ninjiro from his bosom and followed the direction it guided him. Not long after, a group of strange beings suddenly swarmed around them. These beings were as black as charcoal and were not small, about 10 feet tall. Although there were hands, feet and a head, there were no 5 senses on the head. They vary greatly as individuals, with some having long hands and short legs, and others having long legs and short hands. Others had heads as big as millstones, but some were as small as peaches and plums, like a bunch of randomly fabricated monsters. These should be the so-called evil spirits. I can't actually feel the bloodbath aura from them, and there's no life essence. Shoo shoo shoo. Only a cracking sound was heard. These evil spirits attacked, firing a black beam of light from their heads. These black beams of light are evil light, and when they hit the target, they can not only make the target mentally disorganized, or even unconscious, but also have a very strong corrosive properties. These evil spirits gathered around at the moment were of different levels, but they were all miscellaneous fish to Fongling. Most of them were low-level evil spirits of the heavenly power realm, and a few were medium-level evil spirits of the jade balance realm. The evil light burst out, and even his protective astral aura was unable to break through, unable to harm him at all. He clenched his fist and swung out. Only a bang was heard as the fist energy broke through the air, directly blasting all of these evil spirits to death. I thought they were soul bodies, but I didn't realize that they were actually entities, Fong Ling muttered. After these evil spirits were blasted to death, they turned into drops of black liquid that slowly disappeared into his body. After the mysterious drop of black liquid entered his body, Fong Ling raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. The enhancement effect is actually this good. He was somewhat incredulous. I also don't know what these evil spirits are. Exactly. He could clearly feel the uplifting effect of the black spirit liquid on himself, and it was indeed as rumored in the outside world that his physical body, spirit power, and soul power could all grow. I didn't come to the Middle God region long ago, but I didn't know that there was such a blessed place in the world. Fong Ling instantly became excited. Initially, he had only come here to retrieve the saffron bell, but now he only wanted to cultivate here. On the other hand, the Death Abyss, one of the 3 great extinct places in the Middle God region, a beggar with golden eyes and a circular scar on his forehead stood above the abyss. He was none other than Fong Ling's old enemy, Jin Bu Wan, whom he had met by chance in Ding Yuan City some time ago. As the last clan member of the Golden Horn clan and the last heavenly pride, I, Jin Bu Wan, will never bring shame to my clan. Cowards seek death. Strong men seek life. Today I will enter this death abyss and live to the death. He was seen leaping into this 10,000 feet deep abyss that was claimed to have no return. As his body fell at extreme speed, Jin Bu Wan's figure eventually surfaced in Fong Ling's mind. I will definitely come to seek you out. He opened his eyes against the strong wind, his eyes incomparably determined. Achu. Fong Ling sneezed in the 100 Races hunting ground. And I wonder who misses me? Could it be those broads? He muttered. Suddenly, another group of evil spirits gathered around them. He realized that these evil spirits were not dead things. They actually still had spirituality. They almost rarely appear alone. They are gathered in a certain number and only show themselves. He looked around and was about to throw a punch to blast these evil spirits to death. But just then, a dazzling white light flashed by, and even he felt it sting his eyes. The evil spirits, on the other hand, were obliterated by the white light and transformed into drops of black spiritual liquid suspended in the air, flying towards the person who had struck. He looked up and saw a rather saintly-looking woman in white stockings stationed in midair. While her physical features weren't too different from the human race, her aura was vastly different. Fong Ling took another close look at her from head to toe and realized that her ears were a bit pointed. A point that was quite different from the human race. It's dangerous here. I think you'd better hurry home? You were all too scared to move by these evil spirits just now. If it wasn't for me stepping in, you would have died by now. This white silk woman spoke, her voice soft and sticky. Which clan are you from? Fong Ling asked. The white silk woman returned. Spirit race? My name in the 100 Races hunting ground is Holy Spirit. Oh, you're the Holy Spirit ranked second on the supreme ranking? Fong Ling was slightly surprised, not expecting to run into an expert so soon. Wait, you said this was your name in the 100 Races battlefield. Is it hard to believe that you cannot use your real name here? Of course. I didn't really want too many people to remember my name, so I just took a random name. The Holy Spirit laughed. Fong Ling secretly said a pity. If he had known, he would have asked the guide one more time. And he was not someone who liked to show off. Returning to his senses, he carefully observed the strength of the white silk Holy Spirit in front of him. At her young age, her cultivation had already reached the great circle of the Kaiyang realm, and the energy in her body was very holy. This holy energy vaguely had a certain restraining effect on the bloodbane chi contained in his blood sword. You'd better get out of here. You won't be so lucky if you meet anyone else. The human race is not well received in the 100 Races battlefield, and many beings take pleasure in killing your human race. The white silk Holy Spirit added. Why is that? Fong Ling asked. The white silk Holy Spirit said faintly. Isn't that simple? Among the 100 races, only your human race has the strongest ability to reproduce. And there was a time when your human race used to overwhelm the 100 races. And it wasn't until these hundreds of thousands of years that a shift occurred. Although the human race is now in decline, the 100 races are still afraid of your human race from the bottom of their bones. Before entering the 100 Races hunting ground, it was my family's predecessor who had told me not to keep my hands off the human race. The human race that can enter the 100 Races battlefield is considered to be the handful with the best qualifications in the human race. The more you kill, the fewer powerful bloodlines your human race will have, and the less hope there will be for future revitalization. I see. Fong Ling nodded. Then why are you talking to me about this? And to persuade me to leave. The white silk Holy Spirit laughed. I just think that we spirit race and you human race look similar. You'd better leave quickly. Even if you can hide from the evil spirits, you can't hide from the others, she said again. However, Fong Ling turned a deaf ear and walked forward, continuing to follow the guidance of the Jade Talisman. When the white silk Holy Spirit saw that Fong Ling would not listen to advice, he shook his head helplessly and said no more. What a good word, damn ghost, she cooed. and flew out of sight in a puff of smoke. Not long after the white silk holy spirit left, Fong Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. After following me for so long, why don't you show yourself? That spirit race woman called Holy Spirit has long since gone far away. Fong Ling spoke. In the clouds, the winged human race's saint daughter Winddance appeared. Funny, you don't seem afraid of me? She scat and laughed. Chapter 131, Slaying the Winged Man Clan's Holy Daughter. What means do you have? Fong Ling asked rhetorically. Winddance laughed and instantly came behind Fong Ling and said in his ear, I dare not say anything else about my Winged People clan, but the speed alone is the first of the 100 clans. Even if I'm as strong as the Holy Spirit, who is ranked second on the supreme ranking, if I'm bent on avoiding battle, she can't do anything to me. That's why she didn't go out of her way to drive me away. There was clearly a path to life in front of you just now, but it's a pity you didn't grasp it. She condensed wind blades in her hands and violently stabbed at Fong Ling's heart. Just when she thought she was about to succeed, the wind blade swooped down. Remnant shadow? She looked at Fong Ling, who was gradually disappearing in front of her, and her heart fluttered. At this moment, however, Fong Ling had already arrived behind her, and a pair of large hands grabbed her wings. In the next moment, only a miserable shriek rang out. Fong Ling actually directly tore off the pair of white feathered wings of Winddance. At this time, Winddance's face was in pain, and her delicate face was twisted to become hideous and terrifying. Her back was bloody and the pain of having her wings ripped off raw was too much to bear. These wings on the back of the winged ones are the very essence of who they are. At this moment, she had lost 90% of her battle power after being ripped off hard by Fong Ling. This guy's speed is even above mine. Winddance was completely gripped by fear at the moment. She immediately pulled out a leaf from her hand, which was the leaf of the divine tree of their Winged People clan, the Wind Spirit Tree. This tiny leaf could instantly send her 100 miles away, giving her the possibility of escape. However, Fong Ling wouldn't give her this opportunity, and while she took out the Wind Spirit Tree leaf, he slapped her brain to pieces. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Dojo is present. Knowing for slowly walked towards the spatial tunnel of the 100 Races hunting ground. When the heavenly pride of the major powers who were cultivating there saw him arrive, they all rose to salute in greeting. It was not only because of the well-known fact that he was the prince of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty, but also because he was ranked 98 on the supreme ranking and was the leader of the younger generation of the human race. But just at that moment, the golden steel suddenly shone brightly, and a line of words floated above it. Human race Fong Ling, killing winged human race Winddance, debuted on the supreme ranking and is now in 79th place. After this line of golden characters flashed by, the golden tablet once again returned to peace. However, on the supreme ranking, Fong Ling's name had already replaced Winddance and was ranked 79th. When the crowd of celestial pride saw this, they were all shocked. Who is this Fong Ling? Winged human clan Winddance. She is the one with the fastest speed. Even the top of the list may not be able to kill her. When did my human race produce such a heavenly pride supreme? Perhaps it's picking up the slack. It's not like this hasn't happened in the past, where some heavenly pride encountered an ancient evil spirit, died 9 times, and ended up being picked up to make up for it. That said, none of the heavenly pride of my dynasty is in the 100 Races hunting ground right now, right? Hiss, it can't be that guy just now, the one who got lucky and was spotted by Fairy Ningai. Knowing for staring at Ling's name on the supreme ranking, there was some hesitation for a moment. He knew how many heavenly prides there were in the Heavenly Dragon dynasty, and indeed they were all here, and no one had entered the 100 Races hunting ground. Which meant that the only human race that was in the 100 Races hunting ground at the moment was the one that his third uncle had asked him to help kill. He's not from my central divine realm. Does he come from the Eternal Life family? The Immortal Great Sect? Knowing his thought to himself, he didn't think that Fong Ling was as simple as picking up the pieces. After all, this guy was someone who could double cultivate with the Jade Immortal Realm's Saffron Floormaster. Third uncle mistaken me. I nearly lost this life, he said with a heartbeat, and immediately turned to leave. Fortunately, he was called by his father just now, delayed for a moment or two, and did not immediately chase in, at this moment, several extremely terrifying auras descended outside the Heavenly Dragon Dojo. The visitors were none other than a group of Immortal Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Dragon dynasty. It also included the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty, Emperor Zhou Yong of One. The human race's ascension to the supreme ranking was actually significant. Ordinary Jade Immortals also didn't know that this supreme ranking was actually closely related to the fortunes of the various races. The more clansmen on the list and the higher the ranking, the stronger this clan's chi would be. Therefore, after Fong Ling made it to the top of the list, even Emperor Wen was shocked and was there to observe in person. Which disciple is this Fong Ling? Emperor Wen asked as he glanced around. Ning Jiro said indifferently, Your Majesty, he's from my Saffron house, he's my Taoist. The moment these words came out, the crowd of Immortal Realm powerhouses present were all shocked. They hadn't paid attention to this place before, so they didn't know about it yet. Congratulations, Fairy Ning, for finally finding the man of your dreams. Congratulations to Fairy Ning, who has waited tens of thousands of years for a happy ending. The immortals congratulated each other, but they were mostly polite words. Emperor Wen looked at Ning Jiro and asked again, is this person specially trained by Immortal Ning? Or is he not a cultivator of my central divine realm? Ning Jiro replied back, he is not a cultivator of my middle god region. Emperor Wen, could it be the son of the everlasting family? Ning Jiro gently had to shake her head. I'm not sure. He said no. That's a bit strange. If it's not those hidden forces, what kind of people are they that can cultivate such a heavenly pride? Emperor Wen muttered. But he is now both Fairy Ning's Taoist couple and half of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty. All of you listen to me. No one shall be rude to Fairy Ning's Tao couple, much less have any other thoughts. Third brother, especially you. Emperor Wen silently looked to the side of the Thousand Chance King Zhou. I know that you have been pursuing Fairy Ning all these years, but now that she already has a dual cultivator couple, you should let go. Don't be obsessing over it. The Thousand Machine King secretly hated his face in front of the crowd of fellow Immortal Realm members of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Inwardly, although he was indignant, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect on the surface. He could know his elder brother's methods. Don't worry, Your Majesty, my brother has already thought about it. He returned. It's good to think about it. Emperor Wen nodded slightly. Fairy Ning, after your Tao couple comes out of the 100 Races hunting ground, I'd also like to ask you to take him on a trip to the palace. I'd like to have a chat with him face to face. Ning Jiro nodded, but at the moment, her heart was recalling what Fong Ling had said before entering the 100 Races battlefield. This guy, could he still move strong against me? She muttered in her heart. She also knew that she was ashamed of Fong Ling, but being prepared to compensate him with something was definitely enough to make up for this apology. As for this body of hers, it was the fundamental place for the subsequent techniques she cultivated, and it couldn't be so hasty. On the other hand, inside the 100 Races hunting ground, Fong Ling preserved these wings of wind dance with a secret method. Don't look at wind dance as being defenseless in front of him, but she was actually very strong among the same realm, and ridiculously strong. This pair of wings granted her unrivaled speed, and if he didn't have divine walking steps, he might not have been able to leave her behind completely. He planned to bring these wings back and see if he could have the Red Campion woman refine them. The Red Campsis Granny was originally practicing the wind path, and these wings were also precisely of the wind attribute, so perhaps they could be compatible. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a line of words appeared in front of him. This was the will of the world of the 100 Races hunting ground in action. First time on the supreme ranking, rewarded with the first page of the Wordless Heavenly Book. Chapter 132 Wordless Heavenly Book Evil Spirit's Nest. Wordless Heavenly Book? Fong Ling's eyes lit up. I told you that this supreme ranking wouldn't just be a vanity title. There really is a name for it. He beckoned, originally wanting to bring the Wordless Heavenly Book hovering in front of him. However, it suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into his sea of consciousness. He carefully scrutinized this page of the Wordless Heavenly Book, but for a while, he did not see any mysteries. The current environment was also unsuitable for enlightenment, so he left it alone for now, intending to study it more closely when he returned to the outside world. Not far ahead, he saw a vortex, which was a randomly appearing space tunnel, but he hadn't found the saffron bell yet, and he wasn't in a hurry to go back now. The always calm martial arts square. As the prides of the various races looked at the changing supreme rankings, their expressions were somewhat subtle. No wonder that person didn't give Wind Dance Fairy any face at all just now. TSK, is the human race about to rise? This person killed the 79th ranked Wind Dance when he first entered the 100 Races hunting ground. Humph, the district is just a human race. It must be a trick. At this moment, a cold snort resounded from the field. One could only see a lanky, seven-colored divine ox walking towards the teleportation spell formation. This guy doesn't know how to show mercy. He even killed my beloved fairy Wind Dance. I must use his head to console the fairy spirit in heaven. This bull said. The 63rd ranked heavenly pride of the seven-colored divine cow clan. Nyo 1. This is interesting. He wants to go and kill this human race. There are no strong people in the human race. Whether or not that person is taking advantage of the situation should be answered soon. Fong Ling didn't yet know that another strong person from another clan was on their way to kill him. At this moment, he came to a good place. This neighborhood is estimated to have an evil spirit's lair. Right now there are nearly 100 evils surrounding it. The strength of this group of evil spirits was not low. There were about 70 low-level evil spirits of the heavenly power realm, more than 20 medium-level evil spirits of the jade balance realm, and the remaining 5 high-level evil spirits of the Kaiyang realm. He slowly raised his hand and condensed his innate blood sword. Just the might of the blood sword after it was revealed directly suppressed a few of the weakest low-grade evil spirits. Although these evil spirits were murderous, they were not stupid, and Fongling's born blood sword caused them to feel fear. After those few low-grade evil spirits were subdued by the might of the blood sword, they were even more afraid and immediately turned around and fled. Fongling raised his sword and went forward, killing in a flurry, leaving behind only one higher evil spirit of the Kaiyang realm, deliberately allowing it to escape. Although the evil spirits had spiritual intelligence, their spiritual intelligence was not high. This higher evil spirit knew that Fongling was chasing after it, yet it still ran towards its own lair with all its might. In no time, it disappeared into the void. If one were to take a closer look at this place, it would be absolutely difficult to realize that another spatial wormhole existed. A spatial wormhole is a tiny point that usually connects to another side of the world, the equivalent of being the entrance to a small world. However, because it is very tiny, it is difficult to be detected without careful investigation. Fongling raised his sword and chased after him, entering the lair of this nest of evil spirits. The immediate environment was harsh, in the middle of a desolate canyon. It's dark and eerie. Although there were also signs of life growing trees, these were as bare as they could be, without any leaves, and there seemed to be a human face growing on the trunks of the trees, and the moment he appeared, the faces on these trees looked toward him in unison. Immediately after that an evil spirit flew out from these human-faced trees and surrounded him. This place was clearly a large nest, with nearly 1,000 evil spirits pouring out in an instant. Fongling even suspected that all the evil spirits in this grassland he was in right now had run out from here. Higher up in the canyon, there are several even taller human-faced trees growing. The evil spirits that came out of these human-faced trees were all ancient evil spirits. Fongling swept through with a single glance and realized that 3 of these ancient evil spirits were at the Yaoguang realm, 2 were at the transition stage, and 1 was feared to have reached the Jade Immortal realm. That Jade Immortal realm evil spirit, judging by its stature, was a female and had a delicate figure, but unfortunately being covered in charcoal and ink, and having no facial features, it still looks creepy. This Jade Immortal realm evil spirit was undoubtedly the boss here. Only hearing it let out a sharp and piercing cry, the thousands of evil spirits launched an attack towards Fongling. The scene of thousands of evil spirits bursting with evil light at the same time was extremely shocking, as if a dark night had invaded. However, the protective astral shield built by Fongling's powerful physical body wasn't made of clay, and it was still strong enough to block all these evil lights. Fongling swung his sword one after another, slashing a large area with each sword, and immediately killed the encirclement of these 1,000 evil spirits. But right at this moment, the Jade Immortal Realm ancient evil spirit that was watching the battle from afar couldn't sit still, and it also erupted an evil light towards Fongling. The fluctuations on this ancient evil spirit, although it was also just an ordinary Jade Immortal Realm with no grade, Fongling didn't dare to be careless. He quickly shifted with his divine walking steps, trying to dodge this terrifying evil light. But what he didn't expect was that this evil light was actually able to turn a corner and immediately turned around and flew towards him again. Fongling's figure flashed several times, but he was unable to get away from its pursuit. A sure shot? Looks like it can only be carried hard. With a thought, a black lotus appeared in front of him. The black lotus slowly bloomed, releasing a powerful might. Evil light burst forth and was completely blocked by it. The black lotus, which was already as black as ink, seemed to have gotten even deeper. When he had sacrificed the black lotus, he had only intended for it to weaken the power of the evil light a bit, so that it wouldn't be a big deal if it blasted on himself. But I didn't expect the black lotus to completely absorb the evil light. The Jade Immortal Realm evil spirit not far away couldn't help but let out an angry hiss when it saw that its attack actually failed to kill Fongling. In the next moment, all the surrounding evil spirits flew towards it and instantly disappeared into its body. After fusing so many evil spirits, its aura continued to climb and became even more powerful. It raised its hand and outlined a spell formation in front of its body, and then a flying sword as black as ink burst out from the formation. This flying swords, each one of them had great power, and the sword aura was overwhelming. Moreover, these sword chi were familiar to Fongling, and were actually similar to his own sword chi. I thought that evil spirits would only be clumsy enough to use evil light against their enemies, but I didn't realize that there was such a strong ability to learn to reproduce. Fongling's heart was in awe, so he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. At this moment, the evil spirit's divine ability was clearly different from his moves, but it was no less powerful. His brows sank as he threw up the blood sword in his hand, and then he himself merged into it, entering the state of human sword unity. The human sword unification was the strongest move of almost all sword cultivators. Either the enemy was beheaded, or the human sword unity was broken and severely backfired. The blood sword that the human swords combined together had the momentum of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. The power of the law of killing could only be exerted more in this state. Only a blood red swept past. The blood sword smashing through all obstacles in its path and passing straight through the body of this jade immortal realm evil spirit. Although the strength is good, it's still inferior to a proper immortal realm. Fong Ling reappeared and muttered. The jade immortal realm evil spirit behind him had also turned into a puddle of black liquid. Fong Ling held the black lotus in his hand and guided these black liquids to pour over the black lotus. He did so because he sensed the emotions of the black lotus, which seemed to crave these mysterious black liquids. After being poured, the black lotus's aura continued to grow, and it was a great deal stronger than it was originally. These mysterious black liquids actually have a nourishing effect on innate companion spirits as well. Fong Ling's brows were delighted. He estimated that the killing power of the black lotus had far exceeded the Hyunjin heaven-breaking spear. Although these mysterious black liquids were also beneficial to him, he could similarly improve in the outside world. And it wasn't the only way. The black lotus was different. Such a chance was rare, so it would be better to go all out to improve its quality. Chapter 133, Breaking the Record at the Peak. Breaking the record of killing the strongest evil spirit. The first to kill the Jade Immortal Realm ancient evil spirit in the 100 Clans hunting ground. Rewarding the second page of the wordless heavenly book in 1 million points. Become number 1 on the supreme ranking. Rewarded with the third page of the wordless heavenly book. At that moment, 2 more lines appeared in front of Fong Ling, and along with them were the second and third pages of the wordless heavenly book. These 2 pages of the heavenly book, just like the first page, immediately turned into a golden light and flew into Fong Ling's sea of consciousness. Fong Ling was first stunned, then muttered, I also don't know what exactly the wonders of this wordless heavenly book are. 3 pages have already arrived. How many pages should there be in the complete wordless heavenly book? Returning to his senses, he looked around and found that all those weird human face trees had disappeared. They seemed to be one with the evil spirit and perish as the evil spirit dies. In a flash, it was a bare canyon, with nothing more than the biting wind and the barren, dead rocks. Fong Ling searched for a while and saw that nothing was missing before leaving this evil spirit nest. At the same time, the Martial Dao Square and the supreme rankings of the 100 races were once again experiencing strange movements. A line of words floated above the supreme ranking, notifying the world. Fong Ling of the human race, breaking one of the records of the 100 races hunting ground, gaining 1 million points. This line of words then only lasted for less than half an incense stick of time, and then it similarly dissipated into thin air. And on the supreme ranking, Fong Ling instantly soared from 79th place, all the way up to first. For a time, the Middle God region cultivation world was abuzz. It was already not easy for a human name to make it onto the supreme ranking, and it was even more of a miracle to suppress the entire list and be ranked first. What kind of record did this guy break? Actually gaining 1 million points directly, no matter what record he broke. It seems that this person does have some skills. TSK, the Violet Zune has occupied the first Dao position on the supreme ranking for decades, and today he was actually surpassed. Purple Zune is arrogant, claiming to be invincible in the same realm. How can he tolerate a district human riding on his head? Now there's a lively scene. That said, Z Zune hasn't entered the 100 races hunting ground in 10 years. If he hasn't interrupted in these 10 years, even if this human Fong Ling adds 1 million points at once, he won't be able to surpass him. Who says it isn't? I just don't know how much this Fong Ling guy's true level is. The living beings of all races are talking there. In the Middle God region, the Xianyu country where the spirit race is located, the White Silk Holy Spirit that was originally ranked second on the supreme ranking drilled out from the spatial tunnel above the Golden Monument. She wouldn't stay in the 100 Clans hunting ground for a long time long ago, only occasionally going in to wander around. As soon as she came out, she saw the spirit race celestials sitting on the ground with shocked and dumbfounded faces. Suddenly noticing those gazes gazing from the spirit race's palace, he became even more confused, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? She thought it was something unusual about her. A spirit race teenager timidly pointed towards the supreme ranking. The White Silk Holy Spirit immediately looked towards the supreme ranking, and after seeing Fong Ling's name suppressing the entire list, the always calm and collected her couldn't help but show her shocked face. How did this guy become number 1 all of a sudden when he's never been heard of? She asked out of breath. Could it be that the will of the world of the 100 races hunting ground is misplaced? When I went in just now, the supreme ranking was clearly the same as before. How could this Fong Ling fellow kill so many evil spirits at once? Reporting to the Holy Maiden. Just now, there was a strange movement in the supreme golden tablet, saying that this person broke 100 races hunting ground record. And then he was rewarded with 1 million points straight away. A female celestial pride from the spirit race explained. Break a record? What did he do? The White Silk Holy Spirit was shocked. That spirit race female celestial pride returned. It's not clear. The Supreme Golden Tablet doesn't explain in detail. The Holy Spirit stared at Ling's name at the top of the Supreme ranking and couldn't help but recall his own experience in the 100 Races hunting ground just now. Could it be him? She murmured, immediately following her gaze down the Supreme ranking, searching for Wind Dance's name on the Supreme ranking. Where's Wind Dance of the Winged People clan? How come she was removed from the Supreme ranking? Could it be that she's already older than that? She asked another series of questions. The man immediately explained again. She was decapitated by the human race's Fong Ling and died on the 100 Races hunting ground. The Holy Spirit sniffed, and it was clear in his mind that everything was right. I can't believe it's really him. I only thought he was a bit special at that time, but I didn't know this man was so powerful. She had already discovered that Wind Dance was near Fong Ling at that time, so that's why she reminded Fong Ling and tried to tell him to leave quickly. But Fong Ling didn't take her words seriously, and she was too lazy to bother with more words, so she didn't care anymore. Not thinking, Wind Dance's speed is incredibly fast. Even I have trouble keeping up with it, and this person was able to destroy it. Interesting, too interesting. Let me see how strong you are. She, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but ignite a hint of wariness in her eyes at this moment, and turned around to drill back into the spatial tunnel to return to the 100 Races hunting ground. On the other hand, the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty was located. Countless human experts looked at Fong Ling's name on the Supreme ranking and were shocked. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would actually be able to see the pride of my human race ascend to the supreme position. Some of the sexagenarians had their eyes reddened. Who dares to underestimate my human race anymore now? My human race finally has a supreme heavenly pride appearing. Immortal Ning, you have such a good eye. Admiration. Admiration. The immortal realm powerhouses near the dojo that hadn't yet left immediately expressed their joy towards Ning Jiro. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. When Fairy Ning soars to greatness in the future, don't forget about us old friends, another person said. Fairy Ning has waited tens of thousands of years for a good match. Congratulations. There was a steady stream of people who agreed. Sister Ning, you'll have to teach me later how I found such a good husband. Another female powerhouse laughed ambiguously. Amidst the sound of congratulations, Ning Jiro's pretty face was slightly red, and she was also a bit confused. Although she was an immortal realm powerhouse, she was also a layperson, and at this moment, amidst a chorus of compliments, she couldn't help but feel her heart blossom. She also could not help but feel something strange in her heart. This little guy. But then she shook her head again in quick succession, trying to skim the jumbled thoughts from her mind. No way. What am I thinking? He's so horny. He's definitely not exclusive. I'm not going to like a horny guy like that. The mysterious Taiku mountain range, the seat of the Purple Underworld clan. A divine youth was sitting on top of the Purple Underworld clan's treasure. The vanguard wheel. Dowlines flowed on his body, and his entire body was bathed in purple divine light, just like an exiled immortal. Suddenly, his attendant, Zi Lingjun, who was ranked 37th on the supreme ranking, walked over. Young lord, there is a piece of news you might be interested in. There has been a change in the supreme ranking, and the pride of the human race, Fong Ling, came out of nowhere and crushed you as well, he said respectfully. The violet dignitary sitting on the ancient will slowly opened his eyes, a hint of color flashing in his eyes. The human race? How can such a weak race have such an expert? It's only been 10 years since I didn't enter the 100 Races battlefield. And for this person to be able to surpass this seat in 10 years is truly impressive. Zi Lingjun, that's not the case. This person first killed the winged human race's saint daughter Wind Dance and ascended to the 79th position. Shortly thereafter, another record of the 100 clans hunting ground was broken, directly gaining 1 million points, which was able to press you. Broke a record? Zi Zun laughed. Interesting, I'd like to ask him face to face what record he broke. It's been many years since I've shown up, and it's time for me to get out and move around. He got up and slowly walked toward the space tunnel leading to the 100 Races hunting ground.